Chapter 1. The Black Pot. In the Great Yu Dynasty, in the city of Qingyang, within the Lin family, in a dimly lit basement, a young maiden of enchanting beauty, draped in a sheer silk bath gown, sat cross-legged in a pool of blood. The ominous crimson water enveloped her up to her chest, and the sight of her exquisite form was enough to set the hearts of men aflame. Beside the blood pool stood a strikingly handsome youth, bare-chested. "Miss, the bloodline of the sky-splitting flood dragon can still be utilized for your cultivation one last time. After this, the young lord may be rendered utterly powerless." A pharmacist, after examining the youth's condition, respectfully conveyed to the breathtaking maiden in the blood pool. The youth appeared unfazed, his expression betraying little emotion even upon hearing he would soon be incapacitated. After 3 years of continuous nurturing from a maiden, the vitality of the sky-splitting flood dragon bloodline within him had waned significantly. "Less chatter, this is his fate." The maiden's demeanor remained indifferent, her beautiful eyes devoid of any compassion. "Emoshi, I hope you will honor your promise. After acquiring the sky-splitting flood dragon bloodline, ensure the safety of my aunt and me." Chen addressed the stunning maiden in the blood pool. "That is only natural. I shall fulfill my promise, but the extent to which I can do so depends on your cooperation." "Lin Mo," she replied with a smirk, readily agreeing to Chen's request. Contemplating the sky-splitting flood dragon bloodline within Chen, the desire in Lin Mo's gaze intensified. The sky-splitting flood dragon, a rare third-tier earthly bloodline, was extraordinarily precious. 3 years prior, Chen, then the young master of the Yi family, had harnessed this bloodline to surpass the 9th level of the Grand Martial Canon at the tender age of 12, breaking through to the Sea Transformation realm. This caused quite a stir in Qingyang City, leaving his peers in deep envy. However, just as everyone believed Chen had solidified his position as the foremost of the younger generation, tragedy struck. One fateful night, Chen's father, Yi Tianli, the head of the Yi family, was attacked and met an untimely death. Chen himself reportedly sustained severe injuries during the assault, causing his cultivation to plummet drastically, descending to the initial stage of martial arts, the 3rd level of the Grand Martial Canon. The Lin family, a rival of the Yi family and one of the 4 prominent families in Qingyang City, seized the opportunity. Lin Tianyan, the head of the Lin family, used Chen's aunt's life as leverage to coerce Chen into a betrothal with his daughter, Lin Moshi. Their ulterior motive was to have Lin Moshi, who possessed the rough sparrow bloodline, absorb and cultivate Chen's sky-splitting flood dragon bloodline, effectively turning Chen into Lin Moshi's cultivation furnace. In exchange, the Lin family promised to secure wealth and prosperity for Chen and his aunt. Now, 3 years have passed, and the power of the bloodline within Chen was on the brink of depletion. Today marked Lin Moshi's final extraction from him. Very well. Without hesitation, Chen shed the remaining articles of clothing. The pharmacist, sensing the moment, discreetly exited the basement. A ripple disturbed the water as Chen stepped into the blood pool, positioning himself opposite her. Chen's expression remained serene. "Come here," Lin Moshi, with a haughty lift of her crimson lips, domineeringly pulled Chen into her embrace, causing a gentle breeze to swirl within the basement. As Lin Moshi channeled her energy, the blood pool began to boil and surge. Waves of sanguine essence enveloped the two of them. The remnants of Chen's bloodline power were greedily drawn into Lin Moshi's dantian. Amidst the delicate sensations, Chen felt the last vestiges of his bloodline's primal force being gradually siphoned away. The experience was akin to having the very essence of his blood extracted, an excruciating pain. Chen clenched his fists, resolutely suppressing any cries of agony. Not enough. Just a bit more, just a tad more. Lin Moshi, however, was already lost in the ecstasy of her cultivation and the pleasure derived from absorbing Chen's essence. Her exquisite visage was flushed with delight, a hint of avarice sparkling amidst her indulgence. As her technique reached its zenith, she wished fervently to crush Chen within her embrace. Desperately, she continued to absorb the last remnants of his bloodline power. Yet unbeknownst to Lin Moshi, a portion of the mank power within her was silently flowing into Chen's body. Chen harbored a secret he had never divulged to anyone. Within his dantian lay a black jar, implanted by his father, Yi Tianli, just before his demise. Since that moment, Yi Chen's cultivation had plummeted. However, during the process of being absorbed by Lin Mashi, he discovered that although his bloodline power was waning, with each instance of absorption, the black jar seemed to gather the Mank bloodline energy that leaked from Lin Mashi. This revelation provided Yi Chen, who found himself in dire straits, with a glimmer of hope for survival, secretly siphoning Mank bloodline energy to fill the jar within him. After a considerable time, Lin Mashi let out a soft hum, having completely absorbed the last trace of the Lai Tian Jiao bloodline power. At that moment, beside her Mank bloodline, a faintly visible azure four-clawed dragon began to take form. It was none other than the Lai Tian Jiao bloodline. Lin Mox's enchanting figure, concealed beneath her sheer garment, suddenly radiated a shimmering glow. A rich influx of spiritual energy surged into the basement. Upon fully acquiring the Lai Tian Jiao bloodline, Lin Mashi astonishingly broke through 3 realms, ascending to the 5th tier of the Transformation Sea realm. Among the younger generation of Qingyang City, she could be deemed the foremost. With a swift motion, Lin Mashi leapt from the blood pool, quickly draping herself in her garments to cover her alluring figure. Ha ha! Is this the power of the Lai Tian Jiao bloodline? It has allowed me to break through 3 realms. In half a month, during the recruitment competition at Lingxiao Academy, I shall undoubtedly shine. Lin Mashi laughed joyously. Damn it, just a little more. Yi Chen's complexion was deathly pale after the Lai Tian Jiao bloodline was drained. The black jar within him still required a slight amount of Mank bloodline energy to be filled. With no other choice, Yi Chen could only drag his weary body out of the blood pool. Observing Yi Chen's disheveled appearance, a glimmer of mockery flickered in Lin Mashi's beautiful eyes. Yi Chen immediately sensed that something was amiss. Xie, I hope you will honor your promise. Yi Chen spoke in a grave tone. Rest assured, I am not so low as to deceive you. Lin Xie replied with a mocking smile. But at that moment, a surge of spiritual energy suddenly emanated from her delicate hand. With a swift motion, Lin Xie struck towards Yi Chen's dantian. Bang! Wow! The unexpected blow caused Yi Chen to spew blood, his body hurtling backward to crash against the edge of the blood pool. He felt as though his dantian had shattered, an overwhelming agony radiating throughout his entire being. You actually destroyed my dantian. Yi Chen's eyes blazed with fury. With his dantian obliterated, he would no longer be able to gather spiritual energy, forever losing the ability to cultivate. The meager remnants of his threefold martial arts foundation were now completely eradicated. From this moment forth, he would be eternally estranged from the path of martial arts. I merely guaranteed not to kill you, but I made no promises regarding your cultivation. Even though you are now a cripple, I shall ensure that you harbor not a shred of hope for revival. I will plunge you into utter despair, leaving you forever incapable of rising again. Lin Xie laughed triumphantly, and then swaggered out of the basement. Damn it! Yi Chen clenched his fists tightly, an ocean of rage flooding his mind, wishing nothing more than to rend Lin Xie limb from limb. Yet, in his severely weakened state, he could not even muster the strength to stand, his consciousness fading away. However, at the very moment Lin Xie shattered Yi Chen's dantian, the last trace of the Mank bloodline power that the black jar had been missing finally coalesced. Bang! A brilliant crimson light erupted suddenly from the black jar within Yi Chen's body, continuously nourishing his shattered dantian. From destruction comes rebirth, from death springs life. The Heavenly Emperor's rebirth. The divine phoenix returns to its throne. Chapter 2. The swordsmanship of the young master is unmatched among his peers. Where is this? Yi Chen was uncertain how long he had been unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in a confined space of approximately 100 square meters. Rising swiftly to his feet, Yi Chen was elated to discover that the black jar within him had been activated. Astonishingly, the dantian that Lin Xie had shattered had been reconstructed, unbeknownst to him during his unconsciousness. Moreover, he could distinctly feel that this newly formed dantian was even more resilient than before. Could it be due to the black jar? Filled with both astonishment and delight, Chen began to explore his surroundings. After a while, he realized that the confined space he occupied was, in fact, the interior of the black jar. The walls of the jar were inscribed with intricate scriptures. The Divine Phoenix Emperor's transmission. Chen exclaimed. For some inexplicable reason, he found that he could comprehend these seemingly complex ancient texts. As he gazed downward, he discovered that the inscriptions on the walls detailed an ancient martial art of unknown grade. From death to rebirth, breaking and then establishing anew. The Emperor's Nirvana. The Phoenix returns to its rightful place. The first segment detailed the 10 levels of martial extremity. As Chen perused the contents, his astonishment grew. 800 years ago, when the human emperor unified the Cangyuan realm, he had burned countless internal martial arts and scriptures. Since then, all martial cultivators began their journey with the human emperor's great martial canon. To embark on the path of martial arts, the initial realm was the Great Martial Canon realm. Following the 9 levels of the Great Martial Canon, there were 6 additional realms: Transformation of the Sea, True Mansion, Origin Dan, Marquis, and Supreme. Each realm was further divided into 9 levels. There is a saying, the Origin Dan claims a domain, the Marquis governs a dynasty, and the Supreme remains dormant for a century. Yet, the Divine Phoenix Emperor's transmission presented a starting realm known as the 10 levels of martial extremity. Following this, there were realms such as Ultimate Spirit Sea, Fire Sovereign Mansion, Purple Thunder Golden Dan, Divine Martial Throne, and 9 Calamities Celestial Venerable, though it too comprised 6 realms. The nomenclature alone signified a monumental shift compared to the Great Martial Canon's cultivation system. This completely upended the traditional paths of cultivation within the Cangyuan realm. Chen was utterly astonished, his breath quickening. The Divine Phoenix Emperor's transmission not only added a level to the initial chapter of the 10 levels of martial extremity, but each subsequent realm surpassed the conventional martial realms. Even within the same realm, practitioners of the Divine Phoenix Emperor's transmission inherently possessed immense advantages. To Chen, this was undoubtedly an existence transcending the cultivation systems of the Cangyuan realm, surpassing the typical understanding of martial arts. If the claims of this technique were indeed true, then he had been granted the opportunity for a remarkable resurgence. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. Suddenly, a phantom appeared on the wall of the jar, seemingly guiding Chen in his cultivation. He immediately followed the apparition, beginning to strike with his fists, channeling spiritual energy to open the spiritual acupoints within his body. There are a total of 40 spiritual acupoints within the human body. In the initial stages of martial arts, each advancement in realm necessitates the opening of at least 3 spiritual acupoints. Ordinary martial artists practicing the Grand Martial Sutra must unlock a minimum of 27 acupoints to transcend into the oceanic transformation realm. Conversely, Chen, at the pinnacle of the martial extremity's 10th level, must open at least 4 acupoints for each level, totaling 40 to break through to the oceanic transformation realm. 40 acupoints fully activated throughout the body. Could this not be the legendary Supreme Martial Body? Chen marveled in awe. The Supreme Martial Body is the quintessential physique coveted by countless martial artists in the Cangyuan realm, symbolizing the unparalleled foundation of a martial practitioner. The introductory chapters passed down by the Divine Phoenix Emperor aimed to provide martial artists with a flawless foundation for their martial path. The term extreme embodies the pinnacle of martial arts, resonating with the essence of the Supreme. Boom, boom, boom. Chen's fist winds howled through the space of the jar. He sensed that the repaired dantian was now condensing and circulating spiritual energy at several times the speed. Moreover, cultivating within the jar space appeared to yield results with half the effort. The spiritual energy surged throughout his body, swiftly unlocking the first acupoint. Onward. Chen's expression brightened with joy. After 3 long years, he finally felt the exhilarating sensation of his cultivation ascending. At this moment, the jar held a significant amount of spiritual energy, derived from the bloodline power he had stealthily appropriated from Lin Mo, Shi over the past 3 years. Lin Mo, Shi's Mank bloodline contained a trace of the ancient Divine Phoenix's bloodline, making the resulting spiritual energy perfectly suited for Chen's cultivation. As the resonant sounds echoed within his body, half a day later, Chen successfully unlocked 28 acupoints. His cultivation had surged to the martial extremities 7th level, achieving the 7th level in just half a day. Furthermore, I am now capable of externally projecting spiritual energy, a skill possessed only by those in the oceanic transformation realm. Yi Chun could hardly believe the transformations occurring within him. If he continued at this pace, regaining his peak strength and even surpassing Lin Mo, she would soon be within reach. Truly, this was a defiance of the path of the human emperor, a transcendent technique. Lin Mo Shi, you shall pay for your treachery. Yi Chun clenched his fists, his gaze sharpening at the thought of Lin Mo Shi's betrayal. Ah, what do you intend to do? This is a medicinal pill meant to heal Chen'er. Return it to me. Let go of me. Suddenly, a voice of terrified admonition from a young girl pierced the air. Aunt. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat as he recognized the voice of his aunt, Yi Chanxi. He quickly opened his eyes and realized he had returned to the Yi residence, lying in his own chamber. He hastily leapt from the bed and opened the door. In the corridor outside, a 15 or 16-year-old girl in a green dress was cornered against the wall by several youths. She possessed a delicate oval face, beautiful features, and skin as smooth and fair as if illuminated by glass. Her clear, bright eyes were now swollen and red, brimming with tears, evoking a sense of pity. Aunt, do not resist. Giving a second-grade yuan dan to that waste Yi Chun is akin to feeding pigs. Comply swiftly, or we shall deal with you first. As a few individuals began to lay hands on the girl in the green dress, Yeching's furious voice erupted, Yalong. You mere offshoots of the side branch dare to trespass into this young master's residence? Begone at once. Otherwise, according to family rules, I could end your lives this very moment. Yeching's sudden appearance momentarily stunned the group of side branch disciples. However, it was but a fleeting moment before they broke into mocking laughter. The tallest among them, a young man clad in blue, wore a sneer thick with derision. Yeching, you, a worthless waste devoid of any spiritual energy, still presume to present yourself as the young master? You wish to kill us? How utterly amusing. Yalong licked his lips, seizing Yikangxi's hair, his expression lascivious as he declared, I shall deal with this wretched girl right before your eyes. Brothers, line up. Everyone shall have a turn. Let us see how the esteemed young master intends to slay us. Ha ha ha. Scoundrel, you seek death. Yeching roared in fury, his storage ring flashing as a blue longsword appeared in his grasp. Ah, have you lost your composure? It is well known that the young master's wind chase sword technique is unparalleled among his peers. Come, let us see you strike. Yalong laughed heartily, deliberately elongating his neck, pointing to it with the utmost arrogance. He considered himself one of the elite of the Yi family, possessing a cultivation level at the 9th stage of the great martial canon, making him the strongest among the side branch disciples. The sight of a 3-year-old waste brandishing a sword before him was nothing short of ludicrous. Yet, his laughter was abruptly cut short. With a swift motion, Yeching swung his sword, unleashing a surge of azure sword energy. The sword energy was unleashed impossible. In an instant, Yalong's mirth was replaced by sheer horror. Instinctively, he gathered his spiritual energy and raised his hand to defend. But alas, the sword energy was too swift. Yalong felt a chilling sensation at his neck, and in the blink of an eye, his body was launched into the air. Chapter 3. Your auntie cares for you bang. In the final moment of life, Yi Lang could only behold a headless corpse crashing to the ground. In the next instant, his own head tumbled down as well. Blood splattered everywhere. Yi Lang's eyes bulged wide, unable to close in death. Everyone was left in shock. The 5 distant relatives who had accompanied Yi Lang turned pale in an instant. To slay Yi Lang, a practitioner of the 9th level of the great martial scripture, with a mere sword? Yi Chanxi also widened her beautiful eyes. Chen, are you? Just yesterday, Yi Chen had been tossed back by the Lin family like a dead dog, severely injured, his dantian shattered, his cultivation utterly dispersed. How could he have become so powerful in just one night? Unfazed, Yi Chen declared, Auntie, it was the black pot. It enabled me to rise from the ashes. Our previous speculations were correct. This black pot is a treasure. Yi Chanxi's expression changed, and she glanced anxiously at the distant relatives, hastily covering Yi Chen's mouth, whispering, Chen'er, you must never mention the black pot again, to anyone, including me. Do you understand? Yi Chen felt a fragrant warmth fill his mouth. Yet he did not indulge in it. Instead, he removed his aunt's hand and gazed intently at her, asking, Auntie, do you know something about the events from 3 years ago? Can you tell me now? Yi Chanqi bit her red lip and shook her head. Chen'er, some matters must await the day you become strong enough. You will understand everything without needing to ask me. Come, let us go inside. We must not speak of this here. Very well. Yi Chen nodded, yet he did not move immediately. Instead, he cast a cold, penetrating gaze at the 5 distant relatives who stood frozen in place. On the ground, the headless corpse continued to bleed profusely. In his ears, secrets that should not have been heard echoed. The group shivered in an eerie manner, a sense of foreboding rising within them. They even had the unsettling feeling that Yi Chun had deliberately allowed them to overhear. Thud. Spare us, young master. Please spare us. We were all deceived by Yi Lang. He sought to align with the eldest elder's faction and intended to use you as a token of loyalty. We were coerced by him. Yes, we were all forced. The terrified group knelt in unison, weeping and pleading. Yi Chun stood motionless, his expression inscrutable, yet his heart was as clear as a mirror. Since 3 years ago, when his father had been assassinated, the power of the Yi family had fallen into the hands of the eldest elder's faction. Previously, with the Lin family's backing, the eldest elder's faction had refrained from acting too brazenly. But now, with Lin Mashi severing ties and reducing him to a cripple, the Yi family understood the Lin family's intentions. This had emboldened the eldest elder's faction, removing any concern. Otherwise, how would these distant relatives have dared to provoke trouble? Yi Chen cast a cold glance at them. Some matters could not be blamed on others. In the next life, they should strive to be good people. Swish. The sword energy was unleashed, and blood sprayed forth. The 5 distant relatives met their demise, their bodies severed from their heads. Subsequently, Yi Chun conjured a blaze of crimson flames, reducing their corpses to ashes. After he cultivated the divine Phoenix Emperor's teachings, a flame of accompanying fire emerged in his dantian. Beside him, Yi Chanqi gazed at the flickering crimson flame, her beautiful eyes quivering. Aunt, how did I return? Yi Chen inquired. Last night, the Lin family discarded you, and Lin Moxie explicitly informed the elder that your engagement with her has been annulled. That woman is deliberately severing ties. Yi Chen continued. So, did the Lin family not provide you with the 7-star detox pill this month? Yi Chanqi's expression dimmed as she shook her head. The Lin family had been able to manipulate Yi Chun into becoming their furnace precisely because Yi Chanqi harbored a peculiar toxin within her since childhood. Every 15th and 30th of the month, her body would manifest toxic spots, causing excruciating pain, necessitating the life-saving 7-star detox pill. The 7-star detox pill, being a second-tier elixir, is quite costly. Had it been 3 years ago when his father was still the family head, they could have afforded such pills. However, since his father's demise and Yi Chen's subsequent decline in cultivation, his standing within the Yi family plummeted. Yi Chanqi, merely the adopted daughter of Yi Tsangtian, his grandfather who had been missing for over a decade, was not valued by the family. Lin Moxie and her father had promised that as long as Yi Chun complied with their demands, they would provide Yi Chanqi with 2 7-star detox pills each month. Now, they had betrayed that promise. Lin Moxie, how despicable! Yi Chen clenched his teeth in fury. Chen'er, don't worry about me. Your injuries are more pressing, Yi Chanqi consoled, producing a medicinal vial and handing it to Yi Chen. A second-tier healing pill. Yi Chen realized that purchasing this elixir had depleted their last reserves. He felt a pang of sorrow as he looked at Yi Chanqi, who had sacrificed their final savings to procure a healing pill for him. Despite not securing the 7-star detox pill, Yi Chen spoke earnestly. Aunt, my injuries have already healed. Tomorrow marks the 15th of the month. You must exchange it for a 7-star detox pill and take it immediately. As for the elixir in half a month, do not worry. I will find a way. Yi Chanqi scrutinized Yi Chen carefully and, upon realizing his sincerity, nodded in agreement. Then, she revealed a storage ring, saying, Cher, all the spirit stones accumulated over the past 3 years are in here. Take it and focus on your cultivation during this time. In half a month, strive to reach the Lingxiao Academy. Spirit stones, infused with the essence of heaven and earth, could be directly refined for cultivation. The Yi family provided a monthly stipend of spirit stones, although since Yi Chen's cultivation had fallen 3 years prior, his monthly allocation had significantly diminished. Nonetheless, after 3 years of saving without practicing, he had accumulated a fair amount, including Yi Chanqi's share. All right, Yi Chen accepted the storage ring, returned to his chamber, and resumed his cultivation. Lin Moxie had incapacitated him to eliminate any threat, but now that his cultivation had been restored, if Lin Moxie learned of this, she would undoubtedly retaliate. He needed to devote himself to his training, striving to attain sufficient power to confront Lin Moxie. The energy contained within spiritual stones is immense. An ordinary person requires at least a day to absorb a single stone. However, upon entering the earthen jar space, Chen, utilizing the Divine Phoenix Emperor's technique, absorbs spiritual energy as effortlessly as one consumes food and drink. Coupled with the residual energy pilfered from Lin Moxie after a day's endeavor, Chen has successfully opened 36 spiritual acupoints, advancing to the 9th level of martial extremity. It is noteworthy that a typical practitioner at the Sea Transformation realm usually only opens 27 acupoints. Yet now, the energy stolen from Lin Moxie has been entirely consumed, while half of the spiritual stones remain. With only 4 acupoints left to unlock, achieving the supreme martial physique is tantalizingly close. Upon opening his eyes, Chen was filled with anticipation. Nevertheless, after an entire night of cultivation, by morning, he had absorbed all the spiritual stones, yet the final 4 acupoints remained stubbornly closed. These last 4 acupoints are of paramount significance, located at the center of the forehead, the throat, the heart, and the dantian. Chen sensed that even with an equal quantity of spiritual stones, he might only manage to breach the one at the forehead. It seems that establishing the supreme martial physique is not a trivial endeavor. The energy required for these final acupoints is considerable. I must seek out another batch of spiritual stones or medicinal pills. Chen ceased his cultivation, a hint of regret shadowing his expression. However, to progress from a mere waste to the 9th level of martial extremity in just 3 days is truly remarkable. At that moment, she entered. Her eyes were slightly red, head bowed, as she approached the bedside. Chen, this is the spiritual stone stipend I just received. Take it for your cultivation. Observing her demeanor, Chen surmised something was amiss. Aunt, what troubles you? Why do you keep your head down? He inquired, reaching out to caress her face. She quickly stepped back. I'm fine. Just leave the stones here. I shall take my leave. With that, she attempted to exit. But Chen grasped her arm. Gently lifting her chin, he was startled to discover a distinct handprint on her otherwise fair visage. A trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Who did this? Chen's voice turned icy. I'm fine, Chen. Focus on your cultivation and do not concern yourself with me. She insisted, shaking her head. Chen's expression darkened. Aunt, please tidy up the room. I must step out. Chen, do not be reckless. She cautioned, worry etched upon her face. Do not worry, Aunt. I am well aware of my own strength. Chen waved his hand dismissively and left the room, heading toward the household's administrative hall. Is that not the young master? It seems, she has been attending to you quite well. In just 2 or 3 days, you are positively radiant. She truly cares for you. As he reached the entrance of the administrative hall, a mocking voice rang in his ears. A girl in a crimson dress crossed her arms, blocking Chen's path, her face adorned with derision and scorn. Ha! The crowd nearby erupted in laughter, their faces adorned with expressions that conveyed a shared understanding. Chen furrowed his brow and cast a frosty glance at the girl in the red dress, saying, Ye Yuyao, back when you were merely my shadow. Even your aunt treated you with kindness. Do not forget your roots, otherwise, consequences will surely follow. Chapter 4. The Just and Fair-Minded. Who is your shadow? Ye Yuyao's delicate face abruptly changed, her expression becoming one of discomfort, as if some unspeakable past had been unearthed. What? Is your memory failing you? Then who gifted me this? Chen flipped his palm, revealing a piece of inner armor embroidered with red and yellow mandarin ducks. The atmosphere fell silent, and many gazes turned inquisitive and peculiar. It is worth noting that just a month prior, Ye Yuyao had successfully advanced to the Sea Transformation realm. She is one of the few experts in the younger generation of the Yi family who have achieved such prowess. Moreover, she had just become engaged to the eldest elder's son, Yi Bujan. This esteemed daughter, regarded as a paragon among her peers and the prospective daughter-in-law of the elder, had a history with the so-called wasteful young master. Such explosive news. Under the scrutinizing eyes of the crowd, Ye Yuyao felt a flush of heat rise to her cheeks and vehemently denied. Nonsense. I did not give this to you. I believe it was that wretched girl. Yi Chanxi, who sent it? Yes, it was indeed that wretched girl. Yi Chen nodded, tossing the armor directly at Ye Yuyao's feet. Infuriated, Ye Yuyao clenched her teeth. Seething with rage, yet unable to retaliate, Yi Chen, indifferent to her fury, turned and strode towards the Internal Affairs Hall. However, Ye Yuyao extended her arm, blocking his path once more. What business do you, a talentless waste, have in the Internal Affairs Hall? Surely you do not wish to continue claiming spirit stones. Having been humiliated publicly by Yi Chen, Ye Yuyao was determined not to let it slide easily. Otherwise, how could she maintain any authority or face among the clan's youth in the future? Get out of my way. Yi Chen barked coldly. Ye Yuyao's expression darkened. Do you still consider yourself the former genius? Now, you are nothing but a useless dog. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I give you 3 seconds to vanish from my sight, or you shall regret it. Yi Chen, unwilling to waste more words, issued a chilling ultimatum. Regret? Huh, you amuse me, Yi Yuyao. The surrounding Yi family youths shook their heads, their gazes at Yi Chen filled with scorn and sympathy. Among the entire younger generation of the Yi family, there were scarcely a dozen individuals in the Sea transformation realm. Even though Yi Yuyao had only just entered, she was undeniably among the strongest of the clan's prodigies. She could easily crush a worthless individual like Yi Chen. How dare he utter such brazen words to her? Humph. I am curious how you plan to make me regret it. Seeking spirit stones? The only way you could achieve that is by kneeling and kowtowing to me. Just like that wretched Yi Chanxi. Yi Yuyao scoffed repeatedly. Did you strike my aunt? Upon hearing Yi Yuyao's words, Yi Chen's expression turned icy. With her arms crossed, Yi Yuyao chuckled coldly. Indeed, she, like you, was initially unwilling to kneel, and thus she received an extra slap. Tell me, is she not asking for it? You heartless wretch. Yi Chen erupted in fury, cursing vehemently. A mere useless dog dares to insult me. I will make sure you remember this. Yi Yuyao was filled with fury, launching a punch directly at Yi Chen's face. The wind from her fist sliced through the air. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. A strike from the Transformation Sea realm, even without employing martial techniques, would surely leave Yi Chen gravely injured. However, in the next moment, the expressions on their faces froze in disbelief. Yi Chen sidestepped effortlessly, causing Yi Yuyao's punch to miss entirely. A resounding slap echoed through the air as Yi Chen raised his hand, delivering a forceful blow to Yi Yuyao's face. She was sent reeling backward, crashing to the ground like a lifeless creature, blood gushing from her wounds. Yi Yuyao, in utter horror, found half of her face a grotesque mess. Swollen like that of a pig. How could this be possible? Why was he so powerful? As a member of the Transformation Sea realm, how could she be sent flying by a mere slap? Could it be that Yi Chen had not been rendered useless after all, that the Lin family had deceived them, and his cultivation had fully recovered? If that were the case, how could she dare to confront Yi Chen? Yi Chen's demeanor remained impassive. He could tell that Yi Yuyao had merely reached the most basic level, having opened 27 spiritual acupoints to advance into the Transformation Sea realm. Moreover, her aura appeared somewhat unstable. At the 9th level of martial extremity, dealing with such an amateur was more than manageable. Yi Chen, you possess quite the audacity. Openly brawling in the Internal Affairs Hall and injuring a fellow clan member. What punishment do you deserve? At that moment, a commanding voice rang out. An elder from the Internal Affairs Hall approached, assisting Yi Yuyao to her feet and administering a healing elixir. Elder, it was clearly Yi Yuyao who struck first. Why did you not intervene when she attacked? Yi Chen squinted, countering the elder's inquiry. The elder was momentarily at a loss for words, having observed the unfolding situation. However, since Yi Yuyao intended to attack a so-called waste, he could not possibly intervene. After all, he was merely a lowly elder managing the Internal Affairs Hall. While Yi Yuyao was backed by the Grand Elder, he dared not confront her. Yet, what baffled him further was the rumor that Yi Chen had been rendered useless. The power he had just exhibited hardly resembled that of a defeated individual. Previously, Yi Chen had been among the most esteemed in the Yi family. Aside from the Grand Elder, the entire Council of Elders had been his supporters. If Yi Chen had indeed been incapacitated, the council would have ceased to concern themselves with him. However, his earlier display of prowess clearly indicated he possessed at least the strength of the Transformation Sea realm. This meant Yi Chen's cultivation had not been extinguished. Consequently, many core elders within the council would undoubtedly continue to support Yi Chen. If he offended Yi Chen, Did that not also mean he would be offending the elders who stood behind him? Contemplating this, the elder of internal affairs chuckled. Ah, I was not paying attention just now. It was purely an accident. Pray tell, young master, what brings you to the internal affairs hall? I have come to collect my monthly allocation of spiritual stones, Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. The elder pondered for a moment before producing a bag and handing it to Yi Chun. Upon receiving it, Yi Chun's expression shifted dramatically. 100 spiritual stones. This was the amount of my monthly allocation 3 years ago, when I was still regarded as a genius. Cough, cough. Yi Chun cleared his throat lightly and glanced at the elder in charge of internal affairs, inquiring with a composed demeanor, "May I ask for your name, elder?" Reporting to the young master, "I am Yi Huang, a member of the third elder's lineage. I shall remember you. However, might I inquire, Elder Huang, is there anything more?" "Ah, well." Yi Huang was momentarily taken aback, pondering for a moment before discreetly retrieving a small porcelain vial from an unseen angle. Placing it into Yi Chun's hand, and feigning seriousness, he stated, "Young master, the monthly expenditures of the Internal Affairs Hall are subject to the scrutiny of the Grand Elder. I can only act in accordance with the principles of fairness. Please do not make this difficult for me." Yi Chun silently accepted the small vial. Patting the elder's shoulder with a sense of righteousness, he declared, "I was merely testing you to see if you would act impartially." "Excellent. I appreciate those who uphold fairness." With that, Yi Chun turned and departed from the Internal Affairs Hall. 100 spirit stones should suffice to open a major acupoint. And coupled with this vial of nourishing essence pills, I hope to unlock too. As he walked, Yi Chun contemplated his calculations. Although he had found a way in through the back door, it was still far from enough according to his estimations for the latter 4 acupoints. He would need to devise other strategies to acquire more spirit stones and elixirs. Moments later, Yi Chun returned to his residence. Yi Chanchi had meticulously tidied the room, leaving it immaculate and spotless. "Chenner, you have returned. I just heard that the family competition has been moved up to 7 days from now. Moreover, the Elder Council has decided that the champion of this competition will be the next young master of the Yi family." Yi Shangzi's expression was grave. Yi Chun was taken aback, a chill creeping across his face. It appeared that the Grand Elder could no longer remain passive and intended for his son, Yi Bujuan, to become the new young master. If this were to occur, there would be no place for him and his aunt within the Yi family. A profound sense of urgency welled up within Yi Chun. Yi Bujuan was rumored to have reached the pinnacle of the 3rd realm of the sea transformation stage, poised to break into the 4th realm at any moment. He was not comparable to Ye Yuyao, who had merely entered the sea transformation stage as a novice. Yi Chun was acutely aware that he must at least reach the 10th level of martial extremity to possess the strength to contend with Yi Bujuan. Ideally, he should break into the ultimate spirit sea to ensure his victory. He had only 7 days, just 7 days left. Chapter 5. The Shedding of the Black Jar's Skin. External scriptures. Yi Chun understood the significance of this clan competition. It was a matter of life and death for him, and he must swiftly enhance his strength. "Do not worry, my dear aunt. Yi Bujuan was once my defeated foe, and he shall remain so in the future," Yi Chun reassured her. "I believe in you, Chenner. I shall take my leave now, so as not to disturb your cultivation." Yi Chanchi nodded and departed. Seated upon his bed, Yi Chun pondered how he could elevate his abilities sufficiently to contend with Yi Bujuan within the span of 7 days. Although he had made substantial progress over the past 3 days, the final 4 acupoints proved exceedingly challenging to breach, requiring an immense amount of cultivation resources. The strength one possesses is primarily determined by cultivation level and martial arts. Yi Chun was not concerned about martial arts. He had studied nearly all the techniques collected by the Yi family. His renowned swordsmanship, the wind-chasing sword technique, was a subpar martial art of the low-grade mysterious tier. In the entirety of Qingyang City, it was already considered one of the finest martial arts available. Thus, the most pressing issue remained the lack of cultivation resources. He was impoverished. How could he earn money? With this thought lingering, Yi Chun found himself troubled once again. "Forget it. I shall continue to cultivate, refining the spirit stones and nourishing essence pills I have just acquired, and then consider my next steps." Yi Chun shook his head. For now, he could only take one step at a time. With a flicker of intention, Yi Chun directed his consciousness downward to his dantian, preparing to enter the space of the black jar for cultivation. Suddenly, he noticed that the black jar's surface had shed a layer, unbeknownst to him. When had this occurred? Though it remained black, the jar's exterior had undergone a transformation from a muddy black to a texture reminiscent of black gold. More importantly, intricate scriptures were engraved upon the surface. The scriptures within the jar were the inner cultivation methods passed down by the divine Phoenix Emperor. But what could these external scriptures be? Driven by curiosity, Chen cautiously probed with his consciousness. Buzz. Instantly, Chen felt a tremor in his mind. A vast surge of memories rushed into his consciousness like a spring. The Grand Thousand Inscription Diagram, the first ancient inscription inheritance. As he absorbed the information flooding his mind, Chen was profoundly shaken. He had heard of inscription masters. They were the most formidable profession in the Cangyuan realm. Inscription, as the name implies, involves carving symbols, formations, and tool inscriptions. It could be said that many aspects of the martial world were inextricably linked to inscriptions. Inscriptions on alchemical cauldrons could enhance the success rate of alchemy. Weapon inscriptions could amplify power. Creating formations and talismans required inscriptions, as formation and talisman scripts were the foundational constructs. From what Chen understood, it was customary for an inscription master to choose a primary path to specialize in. For instance, a formation master would focus on formation inscriptions, a talisman master on talisman inscriptions, or a tool master on tool inscriptions. One must choose one of the three. However, Chen discovered that the Grand Thousand Inscription Diagram encompassed all paths. Moreover, many of the inscriptions were even applicable across all three categories, some of which Chen had never even heard of. The inscription of the first-grade alchemy rune, arranged upon the alchemical cauldron, possesses the capability to automatically concoct first-grade elixirs. Chen suddenly stumbled upon a particular rune, his expression shifting to one of profound astonishment. Automatic alchemy? What a remarkable treasure! Would this not imply that, as long as he has the materials, he could simply recline and produce elixirs? Extraordinary! Chen could not help but exclaim in wonder. However, to construct such an alchemical rune, one must first possess an alchemical cauldron. Currently, he held merely 100 spirit stones, far from sufficient to procure a cauldron. I could purchase several spirit jades, inscribe a few jade talismans, and subsequently sell them for profit. Chen's eyes sparkled with realization as he conceived a plan. Spirit jade talismans, abbreviated as jade talismans, represent the most rudimentary product within the grand tapestry of runes. Their production cost is minimal, requiring only a piece of spirit jade upon which to inscribe the rune. Ultimately, Chen opted for a rather straightforward jade talisman, the first-grade spirit hole opening talisman. This talisman allows the user to instantaneously open 6 spirit holes within the span of a single incense stick, significantly enhancing their power. It is worth noting that for ordinary martial artists, every 3 spirit holes represent a substantial gap equivalent to the first level of the Grand Martial Scripture. Thus, utilizing the spirit hole opening talisman, one could momentarily possess the strength of the 8th level of the Grand Martial Scripture within half an incense stick's time. Moreover, this talisman exhibits no side effects. A single piece of spirit jade costs merely 10 spirit stones. Consequently, Chen exchanged his 100 spirit stones for 10 pieces of spirit jade and commenced the crafting of the jade talismans. In the blink of an eye, half a day had elapsed. Chen wiped the sweat from his brow, his countenance brimming with delight. The initial inscription proved to be even simpler than he had envisioned, as the grand tapestry of runes was etched in the depths of his mind. With only a slight comprehension, he effortlessly mastered the technique, creating 10 spirit hole opening talismans in a mere half-day. Moments later, at the Great Yu Martial Market, Chen, brimming with excitement, arrived at the bustling locale, ready to sell all his talismans. The Great Yu Martial Market consists of several enclosed streets, fortified by walls, akin to a city within a city, with entrances and exits surrounding it. It stands as the largest trading hub of the Great Yu dynasty, with branches in nearly every city and engaging in a plethora of businesses. The most significant trade occurs within the central hall of the market, the Rune Hall. Before long, Chen set up a small stall on the street opposite the Rune Hall. He prominently displayed a sign detailing the spirit hole opening talisman and its benefits. Although Chen could have opted to sell the talismans directly to the Rune Hall for convenience and expediency, the hall's commission was rather substantial. These 10 spirit hole opening talismans constituted Chen's last possessions, and he was reluctant to part with a share. Despite the ease with which Yi Chun inscribed the jade talismans, this was due to his possession of the grand tapestry of runes, an unparalleled ancient inheritance. In the Great Yu dynasty, jade talismans are exceedingly precious, as rune inscriptions are among the most challenging, with rune masters specializing in talismans being exceedingly rare. Thus, Yi Chun harbored no fear of lacking customers. Indeed, as soon as his stall was established, it attracted attention. In a short span, a considerable crowd gathered before his stall. Is that not young Master Yi? Can this acupoint clearing talisman truly open 6 spiritual acupoints in an instant, and without any side effects? Soon, voices of skepticism arose. Yi Chun nodded, asserting, "Indeed, this is a matter of integrity. For every falsehood, I shall compensate tenfold." In critical moments, this talisman can be a lifesaver. Observing Yi Chun's earnest demeanor, many were tempted. After all, Yi Chun was the scion of the Yi family, once the pride of Qingyang City. Surely, his reputation would not be tarnished by deceitful antics? Just as someone was about to place a bid, a derisive laughter echoed through the air. A first-grade acupoint clearing talisman, instantly opening 6 spiritual acupoints, lasting for half an incense stick, and with no side effects? Ha! The once promising genius of the Yi family now resorts to public trickery. Even the second-grade acupoint clearing talismans sold by the Inscription Pavilion wouldn't dare claim to open 6 spiritual acupoints without side effects. What makes you, a mere wastrel, think you can? A young man clad in luxurious attire, his face adorned with scorn, approached. Upon seeing him, Yi Chun's brow furrowed, and a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He was all too familiar with this individual, Lin Xinyu, the younger brother of Lin Mashi. Chapter 6. The arrogant Lin Xinyu. Before Yi Chun stood none other than Lin Mo, Shi's younger brother, Lin Xinyu, with a hint of arrogance in his gaze. Lin Xinyu appeared before Yi Chun as if he possessed a nobility that overshadowed Yi Chun, displaying an utter disdain for him. Despite Yi Chun being the young master of the Yi family, Lin Xinyu had never dared to speak so boldly in the past. Yet today, he was insufferably arrogant, humiliating Yi Chun upon their first encounter, showing complete disregard for him. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Yi Chun's eyes. His hatred for the Lin family had reached an unbearable peak due to Lin Mo Shi. Lin Xinyu's approach felt like an invitation for retribution. This young man had come over just as Yi Chun was setting up his stall to conduct business. He arrogantly proclaimed Yi Chun to be a good-for-nothing, claiming he was merely a fraud. It was evident that Lin Mo Shi had whispered such slander into his ear, leading him to this brazen display. Had he known that Yi Chun's dantian remained intact and his cultivation unscathed, how could he have dared to utter such words? Nevertheless, Yi Chun chose not to engage with him, maintaining a calm demeanor as he observed the scene unfold, disregarding Lin Xinyu entirely. Esteemed guests, this acupoint opening talisman is truly a remarkable item. Anyone interested should seize the opportunity. Yi Chun completely ignored the buzzing Lin Xinyu, treating him as nothing more than a bothersome mosquito. Brother Yi, does your acupoint opening talisman truly work? Questioned a figure from the crowd. Dressed in azure garments and wielding a folding fan, he exuded an air of gracefulness. This was Huang Baichuan, the son of the Huang family, a well-known clan in Qingyang City, though still inferior to the Lin and Yi families. With a hint of skepticism, Huang Baichuan inquired further about the talisman. Yi Chun understood the doubts of the crowd. After all, the knowledge he possessed stemmed from the vast universe of inscriptions he had studied from the black ceramic jar. The techniques he had learned were astonishing, and even the simplest acupoint opening talisman he presented would surely astonish all. Typically, a first-grade acupoint opening talisman could open a maximum of 3 acupoints for merely a quarter of an hour. However, the talisman derived from the great universe of inscriptions could open as many as 6 acupoints, effectively doubling its efficacy, an achievement not attainable by ordinary individuals. Contemplating this, Yi Chun felt a profound sense of awe within himself. Even now, he found it hard to shake the feeling that he was living a dream, without destruction. There could be no creation. If his dantian remained intact, he could not activate the black ceramic jar within him. If his body was not damaged, he could not cultivate the profound techniques of the martial arts. Should he reach the 10th level of mastery and fully awaken his martial body, he would undoubtedly surpass other practitioners of equal rank. Seeing that Yi Chun was treating him as if he were invisible, continuing to peddle his acupoint opening talismans, Lin Qianyu's anger flared. Huang Baichuan, do you truly believe in this brat Yi Chen's claims? He is currently nothing but a waste. And you must not believe a word he says. Otherwise, you may find yourself deceived and it will be difficult to seek him out again. In all of Qingyang City, who does not know of the unparalleled genius of the Yi family? His dantian has been destroyed, rendering him a mere invalid. Lin Qianyu wore a smug grin, completely disregarding Yi Chen. Huang Baichuan was somewhat taken aback. Although rumors had circulated in the city these past few days about the genius Yi Chen having his dantian ruined and being unable to cultivate, hearing Lin Qianyu's words firsthand still left him shaken. With skepticism in his eyes, he lifted his head to look at Yi Chen and inquired, Brother Yi, is it truly so? Have you lost all your cultivation? Brother Huang, do not believe everything you hear, Yi Chen replied calmly, casting a glance at Lin Qianyu. The latter maintained his arrogant demeanor, coldly fixating his gaze on Yi Chen. Oh, so now you've learned to retort. A mere waste, yet your tongue is quite sharp. Lin Qianyu sneered, his eyes filled with derision. Despite his disdain for Lin Qianyu, Yi Chen's primary concern was to sell the first-grade acupoint opening talisman in his possession as quickly as possible, avoiding any trouble. The talisman he held far surpassed the ones sold in the inscription hall, boasting effects that were double, if not more, than those of the same grade. The first-grade acupoint opening talismans in the inscription hall were priced around 150 spirit stones each. Thus, Yi Chen intended to sell his for 200 spirit stones apiece. Selling 10 would yield 2,000 spirit stones, enough to purchase a cauldron, albeit of the lowest quality. Therefore, Yi Chen planned to sell several batches of the acupoint opening talismans. After selling the first batch, he would convert the spirit stones into spiritual jade to inscribe more talismans. After 3 to 5 rounds of this process, he should be able to accumulate around 5,000 spirit stones, at which point he could acquire a mid-grade yellow cauldron and consider the subsequent matters. Nothing can be achieved overnight. Just as Lin Moxie's actions against Yi Chen were profoundly painful for him, one could also view this from another perspective. It may not be entirely unfavorable. Without this incident, he would not have been able to unlock the black jar within him, nor possess the vast array of inscription patterns. Observing Yi Chen engrossed in his own sales, entirely indifferent to him, Lin Qianyu nearly exploded with rage. He pointed an accusing finger at Yi Chen, hurling insults at him. Behind Lin Qianyu were several sycophants, also servants of the Lin family, who habitually revolved around him. When Lin Qianyu commanded them to go east, they dared not venture west. When he instructed them to climb trees, they hesitated to even touch a chicken. Now, witnessing Lin Qianyu's continued tirade against Yi Chen, they too appeared incensed. Yi family's waste, what intentions do you harbor by engaging in such deceitful acts here? The so-called one-piece penetration charm is utterly worthless, even less than dog excrement. I implore everyone not to believe in him. He has become a mere waste. It is only a matter of time before the Yi family expels him. A few sycophants incessantly clamored, particularly one named Li Shou, who approached Lin Qianyu with a bent posture and a mocking smile. Young master Yu, it is beneath you to be angry with such a useless person. We can handle him ourselves. How dare he engage in deceitful acts outside the inscription hall? Before the overseers of the inscription hall come to seek retribution, you should promptly leave. Li Shou berated Yi Chen vehemently. Chapter 7. Shocked despite being scolded by Li Shou, Yi Chen remained remarkably composed, refraining from any retort. He had come to this place to sell his acupoint sealing talismans, not to engage in verbal altercations. Brother Huang, if you choose to purchase his acupoint sealing talismans, I would truly consider you a fool, Lin Qianyu remarked with a smile. Brother Yi Chen, is there a problem with your acupoint sealing talisman? After heeding Lin Qianyu's words, Huang Baichuan began to feel a sense of doubt. There is no issue, Yi Chen declared with unwavering confidence. No issue, and yet you dare to utter such words. Pray tell, how could a worthless person with a destroyed dantian possibly produce an acupoint sealing talisman? Though it is merely a first-grade talisman, only a runesmith is capable of crafting it. Are you a runesmith? Lin Qianyu said coldly, fixing a disdainful gaze upon Yi Chen. Lin Qianyu was clearly seeking trouble. Yi Chen had initially intended to ignore him, but it appeared that if things continued this way, he would be unable to sell his talismans. Very well, I shall find another place to sell them, he thought. I will not stoop to the level of a petty individual like you. With that, Yi Chen began to put away his acupoint sealing talismans. preparing to leave the street where the Rinsmith Pavilion was located in search of a different avenue for sales. Yet, even though Yi Chun had made a concession, Lin Qinyu showed no signs of retreating. Where do you think you're going? How dare you sell counterfeit acupoint sealing talismans and disrupt the rules of the Rinsmith Pavilion? Li Shou, apprehend this scoundrel and beat him to death, Lin Qinyu proclaimed with an arrogant expression. Observing Lin Qinyu's brazen demeanor, a cold smile crept onto Yi Chen's lips. He raised his gaze slightly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. A troop of insignificant clowns, how dare you be so arrogant in my presence? You are indeed just like your sister, both despicably shameless, Yi Chun said with chilling indifference. He had initially contemplated swallowing his indignation and departing, choosing not to engage with such vile words until he had truly grown stronger. However, he had not anticipated the audacity of his opponent, who showed no regard for him. If he did not demonstrate some resolve, Yi Chen feared he would be regarded as lesser than a mere useless dog in the eyes of the noble offspring of Qingyang City. What did you say? How dare you slander my sister? When she was with you, it was merely to exploit you. In the eyes of the Lin family, you are but a dog, Lin Qinyu retorted coldly. A worthless individual dared to call their family a troop of clowns in front of so many people, and to label them as despicable and shameless. If he were to swallow such insults, how could the Lin family maintain their authority in Qingyang City? Naturally, Lin Qinyu seized this opportunity to teach Yi Chen a lesson, for to him, Yi Chen was nothing more than a waste. Teaching Yi Chen a lesson, in his eyes, would be as effortless as breathing. Spare me your presence. A pack of barking dogs, Yi Chen replied without reservation. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinyu was nearly driven to the brink of explosion with fury. He had never anticipated that the brash young man, Yi Chen, was already a mere shell of his former self, yet still exuded such arrogance in front of so many witnesses. If he did not teach him a lesson, his simmering anger would remain unresolved. You dare speak such words? Are you courting death? As he spoke, Lin Qinyu leaped forward with the swiftness of lightning, launching an attack with the Lin family's wind-cleaving palm. Although the wind-cleaving palm was merely a low-grade yellow-level martial art, when mastered to a profound degree, it could indeed be a deadly technique. The martial arts were classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with heaven being the highest and yellow the lowest. Each tier was further divided into supreme, top, middle, and low grades. A powerful surge of palm energy erupted, forming a gust of wind that, though small, merely half a zhang in width, could potentially inflict severe injury upon Yi Chen if it struck him. Yet, Yi Chen regarded Lin Qinyu's use of the wind-cleaving palm with indifference, his feet gliding as lightly as a gentle breeze, employing the middle-grade yellow-level spring breeze step. With each movement, he traversed several zhang in an instant, effortlessly evading Lin Qinyu's fierce strike. I have no desire to lower myself to your level, so be gone. Yi Chen's gaze remained cold as he fixed it upon Lin Qinyu. He truly had no interest in engaging with someone of such low caliber. Lin Qinyu was utterly astonished to see Yi Chen evade his formidable blow with such grace, and the onlookers shifted their attention toward him. You, how is it possible for you to execute the spring breeze step? That is the Lin family's middle-grade yellow-level technique. Without a dantian, how could you do such a thing? A flurry of questions raced through Lin Qinyu's mind. It is not impossible, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, having already initiated his attack. Lin Qinyu was determined to deliver a substantial lesson to Yi Chen. There was no way he would relent at this moment. He charged at Yi Chen once more, his palm radiating power as it conjured a tempest directed at him. Yi Chen shook his head in resignation. Since his opponent was so insistent, he might as well teach the Lin family a lesson. After all, they would not let him off the hook eventually. Today, he might as well incapacitate Lin Qinyu. With this thought, Yi Chen swiftly maneuvered behind Lin Qinyu and struck with a palm, utilizing the Lin family's middle-grade yellow-level technique, the blazing sun palm. As the palm strike was unleashed, a faint red glow emanated, reminiscent of the rising sun. Should this blow connect with Lin Qinyu, he would surely be gravely injured, if not killed outright. Presently, although Yi Chen was only at the 9th level of martial arts, his prowess was comparable to that of a first-level C transformation practitioner, whereas Lin Qinyu merely stood at the 8th level of the Grand Martial Canon, leaving them with a significant disparity in strength. Dealing with Lin Qinyu was thus an exceedingly simple task. As Lin Qinyu sensed a fierce wind approaching, he turned just in time to see Yi Chen's palm descending upon him. At a critical moment, a dim yellow glow emanated from Lin Qianyu's chest, intercepting Yi Chen's strike. It turned out that this fellow was equipped with a heart-guarding copper mirror. Although it was merely an ordinary first-rate yellow-tier battle weapon, it was sufficient to withstand a formidable blow from the initial stage of the Transformation Sea realm. Had it not been for the heart-guarding copper mirror, Lin Qianyu's chest would likely have been shattered by Yi Chen's attack. The fact that he wore the heart-guarding copper mirror indicated a commendable sense of vigilance. Yi Chen cast a mocking glance at Lin Qianyu. Deeply astonished, Lin Qianyu could hardly believe that this individual, whom he had deemed a mere waste, could force him to such an extent, nearly inflicting severe injury. Huang Baichuan and the others also turned their gaze toward Yi Chen, who, despite their initial perceptions, appeared anything but a waste. There were no signs of a destroyed Dantian. How could one unleash such potent energy if their Dantian were indeed ruined? Although Lin Qianyu had managed to deflect the blow with the heart-guarding copper mirror, he was now filled with trepidation, acutely aware that the mirror had begun to crack. Chapter 8. The threat. The adversary's single strike utterly shattered the heart-guarding copper mirror, which he had procured at the cost of 150 spirit stones, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Now that the confrontation had escalated, there was no reason to show mercy towards Lin Qianyu. This time, Lin Qianyu was fully determined to incapacitate Yi Chen. Are you still daring to continue? Yi Chen mocked, his gaze fixed on Lin Qianyu. What is there to fear? Lin Qianyu retorted, a mere solar palm cannot harm me. Such a notion was impossible. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. Lin Qianyu unleashed the wind-splitting palm, charging towards Yi Chen once more. This time, he summoned all his spiritual energy, intent on overwhelming Yi Chen. Yet, Yi Chen's expression remained indifferent. He hardly regarded this attack. The gale produced by the wind-splitting palm manifested as an enormous sphere, encasing all of Yi Chen's possible escape routes. Amidst the formidable gale, Yi Chen remained composed. Channeling energy from his Dantian, and with a resounding boom, he shattered the oppressive wind. A crimson flow of light erupted from his palm as he struck towards Lin Qianyu. Lin Qianyu was taken aback, unable to fathom that Yi Chen had emerged unscathed from the tempest. The solar palm radiated a fiery crimson glow as it surged towards Lin Qianyu. Should this strike connect, Lin Qianyu would either perish or be left severely crippled. However, as Lin Qianyu attempted to retreat, he found himself surrounded by fiery palm imprints. Given their enmity, he realized that failing to eliminate Lin Qianyu now would inevitably lead to future troubles. Yi Chen had made up his mind. Hold! At that moment, a sharp voice echoed from the corner of the engraving hall. A radiant beam instantaneously struck the fiery palm imprint, neutralizing the force of Yi Chen's potent strike with a deafening crash. Lin Qianyu's heart raced. Had it not been for this beam, he would have met his end. Turning around, he spotted Elder Yun Quanglan, the hall's supervising elder, approaching them with a furious expression. How dare they instigate a conflict in the engraving hall? Were they unaware of its rules? Yun Quanglan's gaze was cold as it fixed on Yi Chen. Yet, Yi Chen appeared entirely unfazed. Hey kid, this is Elder Yun Quanglan of the engraving hall, speaking to you. Did you not hear? Do not pretend to be deaf. Lin Qianyu regained his arrogance. The Lin family maintained a relatively good rapport with the elders of the engraving hall, and Lin Qianyu had been apprenticed under by Mingyi, a renowned master engraver. He was now a first-grade engraver. In his view, Elder Yun Quanglan would undoubtedly side with him and chastise Yi Chen. Elder Yun, it was Lin Qianyu who attacked me first, leaving me no choice but to retaliate, Yi Chen stated. You speak nonsense. It was clearly you who struck first. Lin Qianyu denied vehemently. All present bore witness to the events that transpired, yet you still wish to deny your actions. It was you who first humiliated me, and subsequently resorted to violence. I sought merely to relocate to another venue to sell my talismans, yet you obstinately obstructed my path. Yi Chen recounted the events with unwavering clarity. Naturally, Yun Quanglan harbored no belief in Yi Chen's words. In the current climate, Yi Chen was regarded as inferior, even to a mere dog, and throughout Qingyang City, no one would hold him in high esteem. Thus, he found himself aligned with Lin Qianyu. You each present your own narratives. Whom am I to believe? Yun Quanglan directed his gaze toward the two. However, crafting such talismans is no trivial endeavor, and I have never heard of you being a master engraver. To produce a talisman of this nature, one must at least be a first-tier engraver. Therefore, do not utter such falsehoods before me. Accompany me to the law enforcement hall to face the consequences, Yun Kuanglan stated with an icy demeanor. Yi Chun was acutely aware of Yun Kuanglan's favoritism toward Lin Qianyu. After all, he was currently regarded as lowly, with the entirety of the city knowing of his ruined Dantian. The veracity of my claims is evident to all the guests present. Should your engraver hall conduct itself in such a manner, it would surely deter others from seeking to purchase talismans from you in the future. Yi Chen asserted with dignified composure. Young Master Huang, it is fortuitous that you are here today. Please, elucidate whether Yi Chen's words hold any truth. Yun Kuanglan turned to Huang Baichuan. Huang Baichuan found himself in a quandary. Revealing the truth might incur the ire of the Lin family. Yet, upon meeting Yi Chen's fervent gaze, he ultimately nodded. Indeed, as young Master Yi has stated, it was Lin Gongzi who initiated the altercation. The gatekeepers of the engraver hall were also present and can attest to this, Huang Baichuan confirmed. Gatekeepers, step forward. Yun Kuanglan beckoned the gatekeepers. Soon, a pair of disciples from the engraver hall approached Elder Yun. The testimony he received corroborated that Lin Qianyu was indeed the aggressor. This revelation left Elder Yun unable to favor Lin Qianyu any longer. Lin Qianyu, you are well aware that violence is prohibited within the engraver hall. Yet you chose to transgress this rule. What is your intention? You are to accompany me back to the law enforcement hall, Yun Kuanglan pronounced solemnly. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianyu was taken aback. However, even if Yun Kuanglan were to escort Lin Qianyu to the law enforcement hall, it was likely that he would only receive a few scoldings before being released, as Lin Qianyu's master was none other than Elder Bai Mingyi of the engraver hall, who would undoubtedly warrant some level of deference. I admit that I was the one to strike first, yet there was a reason behind my actions. Lin Qianyu exclaimed anxiously. What reason could possibly justify such behavior? Yun Kuanglan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lin Qianyu. It is because this wretch was peddling counterfeit first-tier talismans before the engraver hall. Even the first-grade piercing charm within the inscription can only penetrate 3 spiritual nodes at most. Yet this insolent youth claims that his first-grade charm can breach 6. Is this not sheer nonsense? Thus, I took the initiative to confront him, intending to drive him away, but he stubbornly refuses to admit his folly, insisting that his charm surpasses that of the inscription hall. Lin Qianyu elaborated with great embellishment. At that moment, Yi Chen chose to remain silent. Fully aware that even if he attempted to clarify, it would be futile, Yun Kuanglan would inevitably side with Lin Qianyu. Brazen. How dare he sell counterfeit piercing charms before the inscription hall, tarnishing our esteemed reputation. Seize him at once. Yun Kuanglan commanded fiercely, then cast his gaze towards several disciples of the inscription hall. The disciples, understanding Yun Kuanglan's intent, promptly advanced towards Yi Chun. Upon reaching him, their expressions turned grave as they solemnly stated, "Come with us for a moment." Chapter 9. The Wager as disciples of the engraving hall. They possessed an audacity that set them apart, believing themselves to be superior to the common folk. Gaining entry into the engraving hall, even as a mere gatekeeper, required a rigorous selection process. Only those with innate talent for cultivation could be admitted, with a minimum requirement of reaching the 4th level of the great martial scripture. Those who failed to attain this realm were deemed unworthy to serve as guardians within the hall. 2 gatekeeping disciples stood before Yi Chun, their eyes gleaming with a chilling light, intent on taking him away. On what grounds? Yi Chun exclaimed defiantly. You cannot assume my words are false. This first-grade acupoint opening talisman, though merely an entry-level artifact, possesses the capability to unlock 6 spiritual acupoints. Ha ha ha, how absurd. Yun Kuanglan burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Even the first-grade talismans crafted by the masters of the engraving hall could not claim to open 6 acupoints, at most. They could unlock 3, and only if they were of exceptional quality. For those of average quality, managing to open even 1 would be considered remarkable. Thus, upon hearing Yi Chen's assertion, Yun Kuanglan could not help but mock him. If my first-grade acupoint opening talisman fails to open 6 acupoints, I willingly accept any punishment from the engraving hall, Yi Chen declared with unwavering confidence. Ah, so you have grown arrogant, Yun Kuanglan retorted. This is your own assertion. Elder Yun, do not coddle him. Simply impose the punishment. Elder Yun, dare you engage in a wager with me? I have already made my claim, Yi Chen challenged, locking his gaze onto Yun Kuanglan. Very well, how do you propose we wager? Yun Kuanglan inquired, intrigued. 3,000 spirit stones. Do you dare? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yun Kuanglan. Let us raise the stakes. 5,000 spirit stones, Yun Kuanglan replied. However, should you lose, you will not only face the punishment of the engraving hall, but also mine. I shall shatter all your meridians, leaving you to live like a wild dog. Do you still dare? Yun Kuanglan's cold demeanor suggested he believed Yi Chen would back down. After all, no one would risk everything over a mere acupoint opening talisman. Lin Qianyu regarded Yi Chen with a scornful expression, convinced he would not accept. Fine, 5,000 spirit stones it is. If I lose, my life is yours to do with as you please, Yi Chen stated without hesitation. Release him, you too. Let us proceed to the engraving hall's spirit communication platform to verify the true quality of your talisman, Yun Kuanglan declared with an air of arrogance. Lin Qianyu stood off to the side, eagerly awaiting to witness Yi Chen's folly. Yet, Yi Chen appeared remarkably composed. Deep within the vast inscription hall lay a wide spirit-invoking platform, a place where the quality and efficacy of various jade talismans could be verified. Due to the commotion that had erupted before the inscription hall, a throng of people had gathered around the spirit-invoking platform. The area was densely packed, but Yi Chen discerned that most attendees were merely there to revel in the spectacle. Out of 100 individuals, it was likely that 99 held little faith in Yi Chen. After all, the claim that a first-grade spirit-opening talisman could unlock 6 spiritual apertures was rather sensational and hard to believe. Nonetheless, this was the reality. Within the grand tapestry of inscriptions, myriad jade talismans emerged, and Yi Chen had yet to grasp even a mere fraction of their potential. Moreover, he could only forge the most rudimentary of jade talismans. At this moment, an elder standing before the spirit-invoking platform was Bai Mingyi, Lin Qianyu's master. Bai Mingyi frowned upon witnessing the large crowd that had congregated, clearly displeased by such a scene. After inquiring about the circumstances, he unconsciously cast a glance at Yi Chen. What a reckless fool, engaging in such trivial pursuits. Bai Mingyi thought, his expression cold as he scrutinized Yi Chen. Master, as you can see, this young man is audacious indeed. Not only does he dare to sell counterfeit spirit-opening talismans before the inscription hall, but he also exaggerates their efficacy and has the audacity to wager with Elder Yun. Lin Qianyu declared with a smug expression. A wager? What are the stakes, Elder Yun? Bai Mingyi inquired, turning his gaze to Yun Kuanglan. This lad has bet 5,000 spirit stones with me. Should he lose, his life will be at my disposal. Thus, I brought him here to dissuade him from his folly, Yun Kuanglan replied. In that case, I shall activate the spirit-invoking stone for a test. However, young man, you must consider carefully. If you lose this wager, you shall not leave the inscription hall alive. Do you understand? Bai Mingyi regarded Yi Chen with an icy demeanor. Yi Chen, once regarded as an unparalleled talent, now appeared to be but a mere shell of his former self, a fact that elicited some pity. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the seemingly wasted Yi Chen had received the divine teachings of the Phoenix realm, honing his cultivation to unfathomable depths, far surpassing any great martial scripture. Should he break through to the 10th level of martial extremity, he would attain an unparalleled martial physique, his sinews and bones surpassing those of typical practitioners. Were it not for his ambition to transcend, he would not have resorted to selling spirit-opening talismans. In any case, with the black clay pot in hand and the grand tapestry of inscriptions at his disposal, Yi Chen brimmed with confidence, convinced of his inevitable victory. However, if his chakra talisman were to be successfully measured, it could potentially unlock the 6 spiritual apertures, undoubtedly causing a sensation throughout the realm, thus becoming a significant newsworthy event in Qingyang City. Nevertheless, at this critical juncture, Yi Chen harbored no desire for fame. He yearned for a tranquil existence dedicated to his cultivation, wishing to avoid drawing undue attention from the Yi or Lin families. Such scrutiny would prove detrimental to his interests. Yet, having been cornered into this predicament, he found himself with little choice. If he could acquire 5,000 spirit stones, he would be able to purchase an alchemical cauldron, upon which he could inscribe the first-grade alchemical runes, enabling it to autonomously refine first-grade elixirs, a truly extraordinary capability. Presently, Yi Chen required a substantial quantity of first- and second-grade Yangyuan pills and Guixing pills. In truth, the raw materials for concocting these elixirs were not particularly costly. However, The actual process of refinement was solely within the purview of alchemists, and cultivating such a practitioner was no simple task. Typically, prominent families would possess several alchemists. Otherwise, they would be compelled to procure the necessary elixirs from the rune hall or various merchant establishments, which could be quite burdensome financially. Thus, families naturally preferred to nurture an alchemist from within their ranks. Chapter 10. Shock now, with the Danding in possession. It would merely require inscribing a first-grade alchemical rune upon it for the cauldron to autonomously concoct elixirs, thereby alleviating the burden of the alchemist, a veritable miracle. For the sake of 5,000 spiritual stones, Chen found himself compelled to gamble with Elder Yuan, as this was pivotal to his future endeavors. After all, his family had long since vanished, and his parents were no longer present, apart from his little aunt. No one from the Yi family would cast a second glance his way or offer him any assistance. If he did not exert himself now, the Yi family would assuredly fall into the hands of others. He could not allow Yi Bujuan to prevail. The elder clan had already grown restless. In 7 days, the family competition would commence. Should Yi Bujuan triumph over him, he would assume the position of the young master of the Yi family, and Yi Chun would be thoroughly expelled, relegated to a branch lineage or reduced to a beggar on the streets. In any case, Yi Bujuan would show him no mercy. At that juncture, even if Yi Bujuan refrained from taking action, the elder would not hesitate, for they understood the principle of eradicating threats at the root. Presently, Yi Bujuan had already reached the peak of the Sea Transformation 3rd layer, mere steps away from entering the 4th layer, while Yi Chun had yet to attain the Martial Extreme 10th layer, failing to achieve the Supreme Martial Physique. He needed to hasten his progress, for time waits for no one. Yun Quanglan, Bai Mingyi, and their companions formed a circle around Yi Chun, their scrutinizing gazes rendering him uncomfortable, yet he felt helpless. The Rune Hall was a highly esteemed trading association in Qingyang City, claiming the title of the finest, with no one daring to contest it. They offered an array of jade talismans, spiritual treasures, and cauldrons. The affluent youth of Qingyang City were drawn to such establishments. Present the acupoint-breaking talisman, Bai Mingyi instructed, glancing at Yi Chun. Very well, Yi Chun acquiesced, swiftly retrieving a talisman from his possession. Place it upon the rune spirit platform, Bai Mingyi commanded. Agreed, Yi Chun nodded. At that moment, Lin Xinyu fixed his intense gaze upon Yi Chun. In his estimation, the first-grade acupoint-breaking talisman in Yi Chun's hand might have been hastily drawn without any significant power, as there seemed to be no spiritual energy emanating from it. Elder Yuan, please lend a hand, Bai Mingyi beckoned to Elder Yuan. The activation of the rune spirit platform required more than just his own spiritual energy. At least 2 elders were needed. Yun Quanglan promptly approached, and both elders unleashed a palm strike, a torrent of spiritual energy surging forth. Their energies intertwined, forming a luminous beam that infused the rune spirit platform. The spirit stone radiated a luminous glow, as bright as the moon. Yi Chun, you may now place your jade talisman upon it, Bai Mingyi announced. Yi Chun nodded and subsequently set the acupoint-breaking talisman upon the spirit platform. Moments later, a cascade of light intertwined, and a line of text materialized upon the platform. Name, acupoint-breaking talisman grade. First grade, superior function, capable of opening 6 spiritual orifices. Upon seeing the inscription above, all present were utterly astonished. Not only was the orifice-opening talisman genuine, but it was also of the highest grade. Yi Chun spoke no falsehood. Indeed, it could open 6 spiritual orifices. This was a first-rate orifice-opening talisman available in the market, far surpassing expectations. Previously, many had boldly declared Yi Chun's talisman to be a counterfeit, yet now, Lin Xinyu dared not utter a word. How could this be? Even the most distinguished first-rate inscription master of the inscription hall could not forge such a talisman capable of opening 6 spiritual orifices. It was simply astounding. Young brother, place the other orifice-opening talismans on top. Let us observe, Yun Quanglan said, his eyes gleaming with delight. Certainly, Yi Chun nodded, subsequently laying out the other orifice-opening talismans. The results were enough to astonish the hearts of all present, for every single talisman was of superior quality, each capable of opening 6 spiritual orifices. This was a boon for practitioners. Moreover, Yi Chun's selling price was quite reasonable, a mere 150 spirit stones each. It It was well known that the price in the inscription hall soared to 200 spirit stones apiece. With the support of the orifice-opening talismans, one could safeguard their life in critical moments, a fact universally acknowledged, particularly for those who had just embarked on the path of cultivation. Since my jade talisman is indeed authentic, Lin Xinyu, do you not owe me an explanation? You have consistently slandered and insulted me, claiming my jade talisman is a forgery. Yi Chun understood the weight of offending Bai Mingyi, an elder of the inscription hall, a figure of considerable repute in Qingyang City. However, it was not inappropriate to admonish the ignorant Lin Xinyu. You have never been an inscription master, nor have I ever heard of your ability to forge jade talismans. How can anyone ascertain the authenticity of your creations? My skepticism is wholly justified. Lin Xinyu remained unabashedly arrogant. Witnessing Lin Xinyu's brash demeanor, Yi Chen cast a scornful glance his way. The onlookers were left in a state of disbelief. Some had come merely to witness Yi Chen's embarrassment. Yet, unexpectedly, he not only had not suffered the destruction of his dantian, but had also emerged as a skilled inscription master capable of crafting perfect quality orifice-opening talismans. With this newfound status, Yi Chen's standing within the Yi family would undoubtedly rise. Even though his father had perished and his mother was missing, he still held a significant reputation. Should Yi Chun leverage his formidable talent to reclaim his former glory, he sensed that many elders of the Yi family would rally to support him. The great elder's ambition to seize the Yi family, a prestigious lineage painstakingly established by Yi Chen's father, would have to reckon with Yi Chen's willingness to oppose him. Those who had wronged him, deceived him, and undermined him would find that he would rise resolutely, determined to repay the suffering he had endured in double measure. Let those who once derided him be made aware that the genius of your has returned, not easily vanquished by any. Lin Xinyu, I implore you, are these acupoint symbols genuine? Can they truly unlock the six-path spirit apertures? Open your eyes and behold. Yi Chun gazed at Lin Xinyu with disdain. A torrent of indignation surged within Lin Xinyu. A boy he perceived as ineffectual had the audacity to belittle him at every turn. Not long ago, this same youth had exhibited overwhelming prowess, forcing Lin Xinyu into a precarious position, shattering even his protective heart copper mirror. Were it not for Elder Yun's timely intervention, he might very well have met his demise. Each time he recollected this, a wave of fury swelled within him. Yet, he found himself powerless, after all. So many eyes were upon him, and even in a confrontation, he doubted his ability to best Yi Chun. Contemplating this, Lin Xinyu felt a profound sense of helplessness. Chapter 11 Invitation. Lin Xinyu was utterly perplexed by the remarkable transformation of Yi Chun. How had he suddenly become so formidable? His previous display of strength far surpassed Lin Xinyu's own, evidently reaching the 9th level of the great martial canon. Yet, had not his sister mentioned that Yi Chun was now a mere waste? What had transpired in the interim? Could a so-called waste truly restore his dantian overnight and emerge as an unparalleled genius? Such a notion was almost too astonishing to fathom. Regardless, he resolved to inform his sister of this extraordinary turn of events upon his return. Master, Elder Yun, please re-examine the spirit communication platform. Could it be that there is a malfunction with the engraved spirit communication platform? Or perhaps this jade talisman is not the same one that Yi Chun previously sold. Lin Xinyu could not accept this outcome. He had always believed himself to hold a position of superiority, unwilling to acknowledge his own shortcomings and failures. At this juncture, Yin Quanglon's gaze shifted towards Bai Mingyi. Elder Bai, how did you cultivate your disciple? The spirit communication platform of the engraved spirit hall is a treasured possession. Are you suggesting that there is an issue with it? This implies that the engraved spirit hall itself may be flawed, as every precious item and medicinal pill must undergo certification through the spirit communication platform. Yun Quanglon fixed his eyes on Bai Mingyi, who wore an expression of anger. He strode over to Lin Xinyu and, with a sharp crack, delivered a resounding slap to his face, leaving a distinct mark. Lin Xinyu was momentarily stunned, but he quickly realized the gravity of his previous words. I apologize, that was not my intention. Master, I was wrong. Lin Xinyu immediately ceased his defiance, lowering his head in shame, unwilling to meet anyone's gaze. He recognized that he had gotten himself into serious trouble. His impulsive words might cost his master 5,000 spirit stones, as it was evident that Yi Chun had triumphed in their wager. Now, he regretted his earlier bravado. You have embarrassed yourself. Return with me to face punishment. 10 days of house arrest, Bai Mingyi declared, seizing Lin Qianyu and preparing to depart. However, Yi Chun was in a state of distress at the prospect of their immediate departure. He had not forgotten the matter of the 5,000 spirit stones they had previously agreed upon. Elder Bai, wait. Yi Chun called out, halting Bai Mingyi in his tracks. Bai Mingyi turned to face Yi Chun, his demeanor tinged with irritation. What is it? Is there something else? If not, do not delay me in disciplining my apprentice. You may discipline your apprentice, but will you honor the agreement regarding the 5,000 spirit stones? Yi Chun inquired. At this, Bai Mingyi felt a pang in his heart. Although he could indeed produce the 5,000 spirit stones, parting with them was a painful prospect, as they could purchase a considerable quantity of first and second-grade warming body pills. However, now, due to the desire to vindicate his disciple, it has all vanished. One must recognize that Bai Mingyi's monthly stipend at the Mingwen Hall is merely 500 spiritual stones, which is already considerable. In contrast, Yi Chun at the Yi family can only receive 100 spiritual stones monthly. How is it that Elder Bai is unwilling or unable to provide this? Yi Chun gazed at Bai Mingyi. Once a promise has been made, how could one fail to fulfill it? Here are 5,000 spiritual stones for you. Having reached this juncture, many elders and disciples of the Mingwen Hall had already heard Elder Bai's prior commitment. To go back on one's word now would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation, possibly jeopardizing his position as an elder within the hall. One must not sacrifice the substantial for the trivial. As he spoke, Bai Mingyi produced a small storage pouch and tossed it into Yi Chun's hands. Inside were 5,000 spiritual stones. Not a single one would be less than what I promised. May I leave now? A flicker of cold light flashed in Bai Mingyi's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Chun. How could I dare to obstruct Elder Bai? Even if you were to withhold these 5,000 spiritual stones, I could not prevent your departure. Thank you, Yi Chun replied with a smile. With these 5,000 spiritual stones, he could absorb the natural spiritual energy within them in abundance upon his return, potentially leading to a significant elevation in his cultivation level. The mere thought of this made Yi Chun eager to return without delay. Upon witnessing Yi Chun accept the 5,000 spiritual stones, Lin Qianyu was consumed by anger. Humph, young man, be wary of having money to earn, but no means to spend it, Lin Qianyu coldly cautioned. Are you threatening me? This is the Mingwen Hall. Yi Chun shot Lin Qianyu a glare. Bai Mingyi promptly took Lin Qianyu and departed. Seeing Bai Mingyi and Lin Qianyu leave, Yi Chun bowed to Yun Kuanglan beside him. Elder Yun, since this matter is settled, I shall take my leave, Yi Chun addressed Yun Kuanglan. Young Master Yi, please wait, Yun Kuanglan interjected. Yi Chun was perplexed, uncertain as to why Yun Kuanglan wished for him to remain at this moment. Young Master Yi, your accomplishments in the art of jade talismans are quite remarkable. Would you consider joining the Mingwen Hall and formally becoming one of our talisman masters? If you are inclined, I would gladly act as your guide, which would certainly facilitate your future sales of jade talismans, Yun Kuanglan said with a smile. Having witnessed Yi Chun's crafting of jade talismans, Yun Kuanglan was deeply impressed. He believed Yi Chun to be a prodigious talisman master, and if he could be utilized by the Mingwen Hall, it would undoubtedly advance the hall's future development. Faced with Yun Kuanglan's warm invitation, Yi Chun found himself momentarily conflicted. Meanwhile, those around who were observing could only sigh at Yi Chun's fortuitous circumstance, for being invited by the Mingwen Hall was a testament to one's status and prestige. Perhaps it is best to decline. A few inconsequential jade talismans do not signify much. Within the Hall of Inscriptions, the number of inscription masters was not few, and the addition of one more would hardly make a difference, Yi Chun humbly remarked. Do not say that. I genuinely extend my invitation to you, Yun Kuanglan replied. Yi Chun wore an expression of difficulty, momentarily unsure of how to respond. If he were to decline, would Yun Kuanglan hold a grudge? Surrounding individuals envied Yi Chun, each fervently wishing to be in his position, yearning to join the Hall of Inscriptions, yet their own limited abilities rendered such aspirations unattainable. Young brother, you might as well accept. The benefits at the Hall of Inscriptions are quite favorable. Each month, you would receive a stipend of 200 spirit stones. A steady voice interjected. A figure clad in azure garments approached, gracefully wielding a fan crafted from golden jade. Upon seeing this individual, Yun Kuanglan and those present hurriedly bowed in respect. Chapter 12. Let him live a few more days. Greetings, Master Chen. Yun Kuanglan spoke with utmost respect. The visitor was none other than Qin Zhongtian, the esteemed master of the engraving hall. In his hand, he held a jade-bone fan, which, although a low-tier weapon, possessed considerable power, especially for practitioners of the great martial scriptures. It was quite rare for novice cultivators to possess even a low-grade yellow-tier weapon upon embarking on their journey of cultivation. Master Qin, Yi Chen addressed him with reverence. Oh, Yi Chen, the extraordinary talent from the Yi family of your. I have heard that your Dantian was destroyed, yet you appear to be in remarkable spirits. Qin Zhongtian remarked with a smile, glancing at Yi Chen. How could a practitioner with a destroyed Dantian possibly forge a jade talisman? Such a feat requires potent spiritual energy as nourishment. Yi Chen nodded in agreement from the side. Young Master Yi, there is no need for further deliberation. Joining our engraving hall will only bring you advantages, Qin Zhongtian continued. Observing the sincerity in Qin Zhongtian's eyes, it would be unwise for Yi Chen to hesitate any longer. Very well, I shall join the engraving hall. Thank you, Master Qin, Yi Chen replied with a smile. There is no need for such formality. Once you join our engraving hall, you will gain confidence wherever you go. The engraving hall in Qingyang City has also become a part of the engraving guild. Qin Zhongtian elaborated. The engraving guild is a vast association formed by numerous commercial alliances similar to the engraving hall, with hundreds scattered throughout the Dayu dynasty, providing protection to its members. Understood, Yi Chen replied, smiling. All right, Elder Yun, please assist Yi Chen with the registration process. I must take my leave, Qin Zhongtian said before swiftly departing, leaving no trace behind. Seeing Qin Zhongtian vanish before them, Yun Quanlan beamed and said, Young Master Yi, please follow me. Soon, Yun Quanlan brought Yi Chen to a registration area where he inscribed his name in the records of the engraving hall and received a jade tablet, signifying his membership. Additionally, Yun Quanlan presented him with a jade talisman master badge, confirming his status as an engraver. May I take my leave now? Yi Chen inquired cautiously. Yes. Are you in such a hurry? Yun Quanlan chuckled, looking at Yi Chen. Indeed, I have matters to attend to, Yi Chen replied with a smile. Very well. I had hoped to treat you to a drink, but it seems I must wait for another occasion, Yun Quanlan said. There will be plenty of opportunities. Yi Chen assured him. In truth, Yi Chen was eager to depart swiftly because he wished to procure an alchemy furnace and some medicinal herbs. The reason for not purchasing at the inscription hall is the exorbitant prices of the alchemical furnaces within. It is far more prudent to procure from smaller merchant guilds. Moreover, the herbs sold at the inscription hall are considerably more expensive than those found elsewhere. The herbal market in the Eastern District offers prices that are reduced by more than half. Although 5,000 spirit stones may seem substantial, there will not be much left after all the necessary purchases, even if half remains. Yi Chen is still eager to absorb the natural spiritual energy contained within the stones to elevate his own cultivation. Yi Chen plans to employ a dual approach. On one hand, he intends to inscribe an alchemical inscription that will enable the furnace to automatically concoct the needed elixirs. On the other, he aims to swiftly absorb the spiritual energy from the stones. By doing so, he might transcend the 10th level of martial peak and attain the supreme martial body, stepping into the ultimate realm of the spiritual sea. The mere thought ignites a fervent brightness in Yi Chen's gaze. In Qingyang City, within the southern district of the Lin family, Lin Xinyu stands before Lin Mashi. Her face marred by swelling, yet instead of feeling compassion, Lin Mashi's expression is one of wrath. What did you say? Repeat that. Lin Mashi demands fiercely. It is absolutely true. That brat Yi Chen's Dantian is perfectly intact, and he has now become an inscription master. The jade talismans he crafted are of superior quality, garnering the admiration of the inscription hall's master. He even won 5,000 spirit stones from my master. Weren't you the one who said he had become a waste? Lin Xinyu retorts. I have siphoned all his fortune. The bloodline of the Rift Sky Serpent has been completely drained, and I have also destroyed his Dantian. How can this be? Once the Dantian is destroyed, it cannot regenerate unless by means of an unparalleled divine method, which requires the power of an immortal for restoration. It is impossible. Lin Mashi shakes her head repeatedly, unable to accept the reality before her. But all this has indeed transpired before my eyes. Look at my heart-protecting copper mirror. It was shattered by a single strike of his palm. Lin Xinyu exclaims as she reveals the broken mirror to Lin Mashi. The back of the heart-protecting copper mirror is inscribed with a symbol, yet it remains shattered, illustrating the might of Yi Chen's blow. What do you think? What is Yi Chen's current level? Lin Maxi's face bears a look of concern. Merely at the 9th stage of the Great Martial Canon, not yet at its peak. There remains a vast difference between him and you, sister. After absorbing Yi Chen's bloodline of the Rift Sky Serpent, you have already stepped into the 5th stage of the transformation sea, and I believe it will not be long before you reach the 6th stage. Lin Qianyu replies with a smile. Within a month at most, I am confident I can enter the 6th stage of the transformation sea. And Yi Chen is merely a minor figure at the 9th stage of the Great Martial Canon. Even if his Dantian were to truly recover, what difference would it make? The Yi family is not what it once was. The elder of the Yi family has long sought cooperation with the Lin family. Once the time arrives for the grand competition of the Yi family, Yi Buju will undoubtedly secure the first position, inheriting the title of the young master of the Yi clan. At that moment, Yi Chen will be relegated to the status of a discarded child of the family. Contemplating this, Lin Maxi felt no need for concern. Sister, why not seize the opportunity to eliminate him now? Lin Qianyu suggested. Enough. Let him live for a few more days. The family competition is imminent, and it is not just I who wishes for his demise. Many within the Yi family share this desire, Lin Maxi replied coldly. Indeed, let us simply await the unfolding drama. Perhaps we need not intervene. And Yi Chen may meet his end all on his own. It is a pity, however, about my heart-protecting copper mirror, Lin Qianyu lamented. All right. I shall buy you another one another day, perhaps an even finer one. Yours is merely of the lowest grade, Lin Maxi reassured. Haha, my sister is always so kind to me, Lin Qianyu chuckled. Meanwhile, upon returning from the merchant guild, Yi Chen entered the hidden chamber. Chapter 13. Absorbing spirit stones before entering, he encountered his aunt and informed her that he would not be meeting anyone for the next few days. In the pitch darkness, a spirit lamp flickered to life, illuminating the surroundings. Yi Chen's gaze was fixed on several storage bags in his hands. These bags contained the items he had purchased that day from the Merchant Association, costing him over 3,000 spirit stones. Nevertheless, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Based on the proportions of these items, Yi Chen believed he could concoct 100 first-grade blood-nourishing pills and 100 second-grade spirit-returning pills. The remaining 1,000 spirit stones were intended for direct absorption. Yi Chen's plan was to first prepare the medicinal herbs required for pill refining, all meticulously documented in his alchemical texts. After all, he was once a member of the Yi family, renowned as the foremost prodigy in Qingyang City. From a young age, he had perused the vast collection of martial arts techniques in the family's library, which naturally included various methods for pill concoction. The herb ratios for the blood-nourishing pill were quickly arranged by Yi Chen, followed by the more complex ratios for the spirit-returning pill. At this moment, the most crucial items for Yi Chen were the blood-nourishing pill and the spirit-returning pill. Absorbing spirit stones and drawing upon the spiritual energy within demanded a considerable expenditure of vitality from his blood vessels. This substantial consumption required the replenishment provided by the blood-nourishing pill. Meanwhile, the spirit-returning pill, a second-grade elixir, served to nurture the spiritual veins and bolster the soul, making it equally essential for Yi Chen. Merely absorbing the spiritual energy from the stones without nourishing the soul and spiritual veins would impede his advancement. Even if a breakthrough occurred, it would be accompanied by significant strain on his being. The initial stages of ascension required meticulous preparation. Even the slightest misstep could lead to catastrophic failure in his pursuit of elevation. Yi Chen had to exercise caution, especially since he had previously been deceived by Lin Maxi, leaving the bloodline of the Split Sky Serpent severely depleted. However, he had fortuitously acquired the Divine Phoenix Emperor's legacy, and now possessed the Great Thousand Inscription diagram. Having integrated the power of the Mank bloodline, Yi Chen now bore an exceedingly rare and sacred bloodline. The stronger the bloodline, the brighter the future that lay ahead. Without hesitation, he set to work. Time was of the essence, and it was slipping away. After placing the necessary herbs for the first-grade blood-nourishing pill into the alchemical furnace, Yi Chen swiftly inscribed a first-grade alchemical rune upon its surface. In no time, vibrant crimson light began to swirl, and the furnace astonishingly commenced the pill refining process autonomously. Even though Yi Chen was somewhat prepared for this revelation, he could not help but be awestruck. Indeed, it could refine pills automatically. Remarkable. With this newfound capability, There was no need for him to wait idly. He should seize the moment to absorb the spiritual power within the stones. Thus, Chen began to extract handfuls of spirit stones, gazing at the large pile of over 1,000 stones before him. Within the confines of the Yi family, the amount he could acquire was scarcely sufficient for a year. Soon, Chen began to circulate his true essence, drawing upon the spiritual energy contained within the spirit stones. Initially, he believed that over 1,000 spirit stones would undoubtedly facilitate his advancement. However, to his astonishment, the newly opened Dantian possessed a capacity far greater than before. After consuming more than 1,000 spirit stones, the anticipated surge of power was disappointingly minimal, leaving his realm still at the 9th level of martial extreme. How could this be? A bitter smile crept across Yi Chen's face. If this was insufficient, how many spirit stones would be required to ascend to the 10th level of martial extreme? As Yi Chen pondered his predicament, the spirit aperture between his brows suddenly began to stir, and a brilliant crimson light erupted forth. With a resounding crash, Yi Chen felt the very fabric of his world tremble. At last, the spirit aperture had opened, yet it had cost him over 1,000 spirit stones, an unfathomable expense. He was acutely aware that 3 additional spirit apertures remained to be opened, and he could only imagine the amount of spirit stones that would entail. Fortunately, he still had blood-nourishing pills and spirit-returning pills at his disposal. Just as Yi Chen was about to check on the progress of the blood-nourishing pills, a sudden tremor coursed through his body, accompanied by an excruciating pain in his throat. Waves of fiery red light swirled around his throat, and boundless energy surged within his dantian, prompting the spirit aperture in his throat to open once more. Nearly 2,000 spirit stones had successfully opened 2 of the last 4 spirit apertures, a commendable achievement. Although he had yet to reach the 10th level of martial extreme and attain the supreme martial physique, he could distinctly sense a significant enhancement in his strength. Now, even if he encountered a formidable opponent at the initial stage of the Transformation Sea realm, he would possess the capability to contend. Having opened 2 spirit apertures, Yi Chen mused that if the blood-nourishing pills and spirit-returning pills could further amplify his power, perhaps today he would achieve the supreme martial physique and soon step into the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm. If successful, he would not fear facing a powerful adversary at the 2nd level of the Transformation Sea realm. Yi Chen murmured to himself, gradually rising to his feet. He raised his hands to inspect the faint silver radiance shimmering upon them, which filled him with an invigorating sense of boundless energy. However, this silver luminescence swiftly dissipated into his body, vanishing without a trace. The ethereal silver glow was a manifestation of the most refined spiritual energy from the cosmos, indicative of a practitioner's advancement in martial arts. In the secluded chamber, unbeknownst to him, 2 days had elapsed. Although he had consumed nearly 2,000 low-tier spirit stones, the modest progress achieved was gratifying. Gazing at the swirling red light within the alchemical furnace, he surmised it would still require some time for completion. Yielding to his fatigue, Yi Chen sat cross-legged, realizing that he needed to replenish his expended vitality. After meditating for 2 hours, he once again turned his attention to the alchemical furnace, where the flames had long since extinguished. Eagerly, he approached the furnace, opened it, and eagerly retrieved the meticulously crafted blood-nourishing pills. In total, there were 100 pills, of which 4 or 5 had been rendered unsuccessful in the refining process. Nonetheless, Yi Chen felt a considerable satisfaction with this alchemical endeavor. The success rate was nearly 96%. After acquiring these first-grade blood-nourishing pills, Yi Chen, eager to elevate his cultivation swiftly, did not hesitate. He consumed the nearly 100 first-grade blood-nourishing pills with remarkable speed. Prior to this, Yi Chen had already inscribed a 2nd-grade alchemical inscription on the furnace, allowing it to automatically refine 2nd-grade pills, the returning spirit pills. Within less than 4 hours, Yi Chen completely absorbed the nearly 100 blood-nourishing pills. At this moment, a layer of pulsating blood energy enveloped him, as he circulated his true essence, drawing vast amounts of blood energy through every pore of his body. Chapter 14. The assassin strikes. With the completion of absorbing 100 blood-nourishing pills, the spiritual cavity at Yi Chen's heart automatically opened. Only the final spiritual cavity remained, albeit it was the most challenging to unlock. Yi Chen murmured, "The last spiritual cavity resides deep within the Dantian. Once unlocked, I shall attain the supreme martial body." ascend to the 10th realm of martial arts, and even aspire to enter the ultimate spiritual sea. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. After Yi Chen finished absorbing the 96 second-grade returning spirit pills he had refined, the last spiritual cavity within his dantian opened, completing the activation of all 40 spiritual cavities. An unprecedented sense of exhilaration enveloped his entire being. The richness of spiritual power surged within him, more than doubling its previous intensity. Waves of spiritual light danced before his eyes, filling the entire chamber with resplendent radiance. Having achieved the supreme martial body, Yi Chen felt capable of effortlessly dispatching those at the initial stage of the transformation sea. Should he enter the ultimate spiritual sea, he could easily contend with opponents at the second level of the transformation sea. Overall, the martial techniques Yi Chen practiced surpassed traditional cultivation by a significant margin. If he could reach the ultimate spiritual sea, even if he could not defeat Yi Bujuan, who had attained the pinnacle of the third level of the transformation sea, he believed he could still safeguard his life. The crux lay in the upcoming competition. Yi Chen suspected that Yi Bujuan was poised to step into the fourth level of the transformation sea, making him a formidable adversary. Thus, Yi Chen resolved to elevate his own realm as much as possible and prepare thoroughly. As Yi Chen prepared to exit the chamber and observe the outside world, a sudden tremor resonated within his dantian, causing all spiritual veins to connect spontaneously. With a resonating hum, the space created by his dantian seemed to expand further than before. At that moment, Yi Chen successfully entered the ultimate spiritual sea. Indeed, he had transcended the 10th realm of martial arts and arrived at the ultimate spiritual sea. Though he had only just stepped into the ultimate spiritual sea, an unparalleled sense of euphoria coursed through him. The 40 spiritual veins interconnected, allowing spiritual power to circulate freely within before separating again. After several minutes, the spiritual veins autonomously disconnected, and upon delving into his dantian, he discovered that its area had more than doubled, brimming with dense spiritual energy. Yi Chen's face radiated satisfaction. Ever since he began cultivating the Divine Phoenix Emperor's teachings, a faint divine luminescence had emerged within his bloodline, a phenomenon visible only to him. Moreover, with a mere focus of his consciousness, Yi Chen could navigate the vast array of inscriptions within the Great Thousand Inscriptions map, imprinting various symbols into his memory for immediate use. However, his current realm was too low, limiting him to accessing only first and second grade inscriptions. Having just entered the ultimate spiritual sea, this realm corresponded to the first level of the transformation sea, allowing him to contend with those at the second level. Yet, Yi Bujuan had already reached the pinnacle of the third level of the transformation sea, just one step away from the fourth level. Time was running short for Yi Chen. Yi Chen must urgently craft more first-grade chakra symbols for sale, so he can exchange them for spirit stones and swiftly enhance his current state. Should he ascend to the first or even second level of the ultimate spirit sea, he would possess nearly absolute confidence in defeating Yi Buju. As he pushed open the door to his secret chamber, the moonlight embraced him, and he was about to step into the courtyard when he suddenly heard a rustling sound of footsteps. At the same moment, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped him, indicating that someone intended to assassinate him. Just as Yi Chen opened the door, a shadow darted forth, wielding a black long knife, aimed directly at him. Startled, Yi Chen quickly retreated. "Who are you?" he demanded loudly. "Your life is forfeit," the assailant retorted, disregarding Yi Chen's inquiry as they swung the knife with alarming speed. Clearly at the 8th level of the Great Martial Classic, Yi Chen countered with a palm strike, creating a resounding impact that sent the attacker flying back, momentarily shocking them. However, the assailant quickly regained their composure and charged at Yi Chen once more, their speed increasing, leaving no room for him to react. Yet, Yi Chen merely shook his head gently. He then unleashed a powerful palm strike, employing the fierce sun palm technique. Although it was merely a conventional technique, when executed to its fullest potential, it exhibited remarkable prowess. The strike sent the adversary reeling, causing them to spew blood and weaken significantly. Lacking the will to continue fighting, the assailant hastily fled into the distance, and Yi Chen chose not to pursue. During their confrontation, he had not revealed all his strength. It is wise to hold back. It was evident to Yi Chen that the assailant was likely sent by certain individuals from the Yi family to test him, but he thought little of it. In the shadows, Other elders of the Yi family also observed the scene but refrained from intervening, curious to gauge Yi Chen's current abilities. Despite rumors of his incapacitation, it was clear he had not been rendered powerless. While he may not have regained his peak strength, he was not easily trifled with. Under the moonlight, in a pavilion of the Yi family, Yi Buju anxiously gazed into the distance. Soon, a figure swiftly approached him. "Young master, I have tested Yi Chen's strength," the shadow reported, bowing slightly as it arrived before him. "You are injured?" Yi Buju inquired, puzzled by his subordinate's condition. "Indeed," the man replied with a nod. "What level is Yi Chen at now?" Yi Buju asked. "He is at the 9th level of the Great Martial Classic. It is indeed a remarkable realm. However, there remains a considerable disparity between the young master and myself." "There is no need for the young master to be concerned," said a subordinate to Yi Buju. "You are correct. Why should I worry? In 3 days, the grand competition within the clan will commence, and I am determined to inherit the position of the Yi family's young master. No one shall impede my path," Yi Buju declared with unwavering confidence. Beneath the night sky, 2 middle-aged men clad in azure robes stood beneath a distant window. One was the 3rd elder of the Yi family, while the other was the 5th elder. "Old Five, who do you suppose sent someone to assassinate Yi Chen?" the 3rd elder inquired with a smile as he regarded the 5th elder. "Is there any need to ask?" The 5th elder replied with a knowing smile. "From the skirmish just witnessed, it is evident that Yi Chen possesses a realm akin to the 9th level of the Great Martial Canon. Yet, I had previously heard that his Dantian had been destroyed. Is it truly possible for one to return to the 9th level of the Great Martial Canon in such a short span of time after suffering such an injury?" The 3rd elder gazed at the 5th elder with curiosity. Chapter 15 The Guest Selling Talismans. The 3rd elder yearned for a definitive answer. "It is utterly impossible," the 5th elder remarked, shaking his head. The reasons eluded him, but it was clear that Yi Chen might not be as utterly inept as the rumors from both the Yi family and the outside world suggested. The grand clan competition was imminent, and the 1st elder was wholly intent on having his son, Yi Bujuan, ascend as the successor of the Yi family. Consequently, various elders and members of the Yi family had begun to align themselves, with the majority naturally siding with the 1st elder's faction. However, the 3rd and 5th elders felt compelled to deliberate further. Should Yi Chen grow stronger, aligning with the wrong faction would leave them with no path of retreat. "Who do you believe will emerge victorious in the clan competition 2 days hence?" the 5th elder inquired, glancing at the 3rd elder. "I cannot say," the 3rd elder replied, shaking his head. "Between Yi Chen and Yi Bujuan, whom do you support?" the 5th elder continued. "It would be prudent for us not to hastily choose sides. In my view, circumstances may yet change," the 3rd elder stated. "Then do you favor Yi Chen or Yi Bujuan?" the 5th elder asked with a smile. "Are you jesting? Go to sleep," the 3rd elder retorted, promptly heading off to the training chamber. As the night deepened, Yi Chen contemplated ways to swiftly elevate his own cultivation. Thus, he hurriedly fashioned 2 talismans from the jade stones he had procured, preparing to sell them at the inscription hall the following day. On the morrow, just as dawn broke, Yi Chen arrived early at the entrance of the inscription hall. Elder Yun Kuanglan, upon spotting him, rushed over. "Yi Chen, what brings you here so early?" Elder Yun Kuanglan inquired, his face beaming with a smile. "I am here to sell talismans. The early bird catches the worm," Yi Chen replied with a grin. "Excellent. Your talismans are quite impressive. You will surely have a good sale today. Head to that prime spot up ahead. We are all family here. No need for such formality," Elder Yun Kuanglan encouraged. "Is it truly permissible? I have no extra funds on hand," Yi Chen chuckled. "Not to worry," Elder Yun Kuanglan assured him with a smile. Before long, Yi Chen was escorted to an excellent location, while Elder Yun Kuanglan busied himself with his own tasks. Yi Chen felt a deep sense of gratitude for Elder Yun Kuanglan's kindness. He would always remember those who extended a helping hand when he needed it most. As Yi Chen set up his stall, the first customer soon arrived. It was none other than Huang Baichuan, who had visited the previous day. "Brother Baichuan, what brings you here again?" Yi Chen greeted him with a smile. "I was looking for you yesterday, but I heard you had already left. I came early today specifically to purchase your penetrating talismans," Huang Baichuan replied, grinning. "I have 50 penetrating talismans available today. How many would you like?" Yi Chen asked cheerfully. "Let me have 2 for now. What is the price?" Huang Baichuan inquired. Yi Chen pondered for a moment before speaking. 300 low-grade spirit stones for 1 talisman. Yesterday, He had offered a talisman for 150 spirit stones, yet after verification at the communication platform, it was revealed to be a high-grade talisman capable of opening 6 spirit meridians. This indicated that his strength would at least double compared to before. After stating this price, Chen felt a pang of anxiety, wondering if Huang Baichuan would accept it. To his surprise, Huang Baichuan nodded instantly and agreed without hesitation. Seeing this, Chen promptly handed over the 2 talismans to Huang Baichuan. The talismans sold by the inscription hall were only of medium quality and priced at 200 spirit stones each, whereas Chen's talismans were of superior quality, marking a significant distinction in craftsmanship. An increase in price by a factor of 2 for the next grade was entirely reasonable, especially considering that most talismans of the first grade sold by the inscription hall and various commercial associations could only open 3 spirit meridians, with some not even able to accomplish that. In contrast, Chen's talismans could open up to 6 spirit meridians. If such quality talismans were to enter the marketplace or the inscription hall, each would likely fetch between 400 to 500 spirit stones. Reflecting on this, Chen felt that 300 spirit stones for each talisman was quite justified. Speaking of spirit stones, they served as the currency of the Dayu dynasty, akin to gold coins for the common folk. A single low-grade spirit stone was valued at 1,000 gold coins. Generally, spirit stones could be used as a medium for any transaction. Earning 600 spirit stones in an instant brought Chen considerable joy. He envisioned that if he could sell all these talismans, he would return home with ample resources to absorb and refine more blood-nourishing pills and spirit rejuvenation pills. Perhaps he could even challenge the first level of the ultimate spirit sea and achieve success. Nonetheless, he needed to plan further, especially with the clan's grand competition commencing in 2 days. He must elevate his realm during this time to enhance his chances of victory. The Grand Elder harbored ambitious designs, and Chen was determined to thwart his plans. "Where have you scurried off to, Huang Baichuan? I know you're here. Come out." Just then, a booming voice echoed at the entrance of the inscription hall. A middle-aged man clad in leather, exuding a faint golden aura, approached with urgency. He was Zhang Tong, a demon hunter. Upon seeing Zhang Tong, Huang Baichuan's demeanor grew increasingly aloof. "Huang Baichuan, I never expected to find you hiding here. Hand over the beast cores you took from me, or I shall take your life," Zhang Tong declared loudly. With you? You think you can take my life?" Huang Baichuan dismissed Zhang Tong without a hint of concern. "You, a mere practitioner at the 8th level of the great martial scripture, possess no strength to rival mine. I am at the 9th level and on the verge of entering the sea transformation realm. I have no desire to engage in combat with you. Swiftly hand over the core of the magical beast." Zhang Tong bellowed. "Enough of this commotion. Is this a place for your brawls? If there are grievances to settle, take them to the Azure Cloud Battle platform." Elder Yun Kuanglan emerged from the engraving hall, his expression cold as he gazed at Huang Baichuan and Zhang Tong. "Do you dare?" Zhang Tong challenged Huang Baichuan. "What is there to fear? Let us proceed to the Azure Cloud Battle platform. We shall fight until the heavens darken and the earth quakes, until one of us lies dead." Huang Baichuan replied in a deep voice. The Azure Cloud Battle platform is indeed a designated arena for combat. While fighting is prohibited in front of the engraving hall, practitioners with grievances may sign a life and death agreement to resolve their disputes at the Azure Cloud Battle platform, which is conveniently located near the engraving hall. Chapter 16. The sensation upon witnessing the impending clash, a multitude of onlookers chose to follow Huang Baichuan and Zhang Tong, eager to witness the confrontation and discern who would ultimately emerge victorious. Given the prowess of both combatants, it was widely anticipated that Zhang Tong would triumph, as his cultivation level surpassed that of Huang Baichuan. Otherwise, he would not have so audaciously approached the Mingwen Palace to challenge Huang Baichuan. Huang Baichuan, emboldened by his recent acquisition of 2 of Chen's breakthrough talismans, felt compelled to accept the challenge. The presence of so many witnesses made retreating impossible. He could not bear the thought of being labeled a coward, lacking in spirit. As the throng dispersed, the area before the Mingwen Palace grew desolate. Chen yearned to partake in the excitement, yet with the clan competition looming in merely 2 days, he resolved to prioritize the sale of his breakthrough talismans before indulging in any distractions. After an hour of vending, he had managed to sell only 3 to 5 talismans, yielding lackluster results that nearly prompted him to abandon his post. Just as he began to pack up his stall, a sudden commotion erupted on the path before the Mingwen Palace as a group of individuals rushed toward him. "Who is Yi Chen? I seek Yi Chen." A thunderous voice boomed. A tall young man, in his 20s, sprinted forth, followed closely by a dozen others. Yi Chen, bewildered, was at a loss regarding the situation. The enthusiastic group approached him, seemingly with a request. "I am Yi Chen. What is it?" he inquired, still confused. "We've been searching for you for quite some time, having rushed over from that small marketplace. At last, we have found you. You are the seller of the breakthrough talismans, correct? The kind that can open 6 spiritual acupoints." The young man exclaimed, excitement shining in his eyes. "Indeed, that is correct," Yi Chen confirmed with a nod. "I would like 5 breakthrough talismans. I want 2. I need 10. In an instant, the crowd surged forward, creating chaos around Yi Chen's stall. Just moments ago, he had been devoid of customers. And now he was overwhelmed by eager buyers, leaving him utterly astonished. A throng of people congregated at his stall, nearly pushing him aside. "Everyone, please remain calm and form an orderly line," Yi Chen urged with a wry smile. Due to the limited number of talismans in his possession, he could only permit a maximum purchase of 3 per person. As he prepared to depart, yet another wave of individuals arrived, and Yi Chen found himself increasingly perplexed by the unfolding events. "Quickly, I need 3 talismans," shouted a man at the front of the line. "Certainly, I will get them for you." As he spoke, Yi Chen gathered 3 talismans for acupoint opening and handed them to the elder. With the same audacity as before, he set the price at 300 low-grade spirit stones per talisman. "May I inquire how such a multitude has suddenly arrived to queue for my acupoint opening talismans? Just moments ago, this place was quite desolate." Yi Chen expressed his confusion. The patrons who came to purchase the talismans recounted the events to Yi Chen, and soon he grasped the situation. It turned out that Huang Baichuan, who had previously bought 2 talismans from him, and Zhang Tong, the leader of a demon hunting squad, had engaged in a dispute. Consequently, the two arranged a duel at the Cangyuan martial platform. Throughout their battle, Huang Baichuan was consistently overwhelmed by Zhang Tong. After all, there was a palpable disparity in their strengths. Zhang Tong's prowess surpassed that of Huang Baichuan. During each skirmish, the inscription hall would set bets on their outcomes, with 7 or 8 out of every 10 betting on Zhang Tong's victory. This was only natural, considering one was at the 8th level of the great martial scripture while the other was at the 9th. The odds for Zhang Tong's victory stood at 1 to 2.5, widely deemed a foregone conclusion, while the odds for Huang Baichuan winning were a staggering 1 to 9.3. Yet, the final result left everyone astounded. After a fierce battle, Huang Baichuan ultimately managed to slay Zhang Tong. The two had signed a life-and-death agreement prior to the conflict, resulting in a no-holds-barred confrontation. Huang Baichuan had also placed a bet of 1,000 spirit stones on himself, and astonishingly, he earned 8,300 spirit stones, far exceeding what he had painstakingly earned throughout the day. Had he known, he would have placed a bet himself. But that was irrelevant now. He was informed of the situation and would be more cautious regarding future betting matters. Observing the throngs waiting in line, Yi Chen felt a sense of joy. But as he noticed the dwindling supply of talismans, his mood grew heavy. Before long, the talismans were completely sold out. "I'll take 3, exclaimed a patron who had been queuing. "I sincerely apologize, but we are completely sold out," Yi Chen replied. "What? None left? I traveled a great distance, and just as I arrived, they were gone." "This is unacceptable," protested the young man. No, you must concoct 2 talismans for me right now. I have urgent need of them," he insisted. "I truly have none left. Besides, crafting them requires time, and it feels rather awkward for you to wait here," Yi Chen explained. Despite his repeated clarifications, the crowd remained steadfast in front of him, unwilling to disperse. Ultimately, Yun Kuanglan had to step in to maintain order. "How about this? I will return tomorrow. I will refine 100 talismans, and those in need may come early in the morning. Arriving late will mean they are gone," Yi Chen announced. Upon hearing Yi Chen's commitment, it seemed rather unreasonable for them to remain here without departing. "Very well, that is your word. The more you can refine, the better," everyone expressed to Yi Chen. It appeared that they held a profound appreciation for the first-grade acupuncture talismans he had crafted. Today, all 50 jade talismans were sold out, each fetching 300 low-grade spirit stones, culminating in a total revenue of 15,000. However, after deducting costs and time, the actual profit was not overly substantial. The cost of a single jade piece was nearly 100 low-grade spirit stones. Only spirit jade pieces could be utilized to forge jade talismans, while ordinary jade pieces were inadequate, available for merely a handful of spirit stones. Observing the reluctant departure of the crowd, Yun Kuanglan approached Yi Chen with a smile. Young Master Yi, you have done remarkably well. Your jade talismans have garnered widespread admiration. Were it not for the fact that the first-grade acupuncture talisman holds no further use for me, I would have wished to keep a few for myself. Yun Kuanglan remarked with a smile. Chapter 17. Full of abundance, Yun Kuanglan gazed at Yi Chen with admiration. Elder Yun, please do not jest with me. A talisman of my rank holds no significance for you. You must have already transcended the sea transformation realm and reached the true mansion realm, have you not? Yi Chen smiled as he looked at Yun Kuanglan, who merely chuckled without providing an answer. Soon after, Yi Chen cupped his hands in respect towards Elder Yun and departed. After purchasing some spirit jade fragments at the Merchant Association below, Yi Chen quickly returned home to commence his alchemical endeavors. Time was of the essence, and the process consumed a significant portion of his hours. Through diligent practice, Yi Chen had successfully crafted nearly 100 first-tier acupoint opening talismans. Consequently, his engraving speed had markedly improved. In the past, crafting 100 first-tier acupoint opening talismans would have required an entire day. However, this time, Yi Chen completed the task in less than half a day. Moreover, he made a remarkable discovery. The effectiveness of the acupoint opening talismans he created had surpassed his previous efforts. Previously, he had produced superior talismans capable of opening 6 spiritual acupoints, yet this time, he occasionally inscribed exceptional talismans that could open 9 acupoints. This revelation left him astounded. Upon counting, he found that he had produced 10 exceptional acupoint opening talismans. Superior talismans were priced at 300 spirit stones, and the exceptional ones would command a price double that. Yi Chen had never encountered a first-tier engraver in the entire Qingyang city capable of producing exceptional talismans. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the entirety of Qingyang city and even neighboring city-states. At present, Yi Chen had only just stepped into the pinnacle of the spiritual sea. He must not attract undue attention, but rather conceal his abilities. He understood the wisdom of the saying, "A tree that stands out will surely be felled by the wind." Thus, Yi Chen set aside the 10 exceptional acupoint opening talismans for safekeeping and proceeded to craft another 10 superior talismans. Gazing out the window, he noticed the first light of dawn breaking. It was nearly daybreak. After meditating for a while, he arrived early at the stall in front of the engraving hall once more. However, to his surprise, someone had arrived even earlier than he had. Eager to procure Yi Chen's superior acupoint opening talismans. "Why are you here so early?" Yi Chen asked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "If I don't come early, how could I possibly buy them?" The young man replied with a smile. "Are there still limits today?" "Yes. Each person is limited to 3, Yi Chen responded. Soon, a bustling crowd gathered, overwhelming the area with eager patrons. Some individuals, relying on their formidable strength, attempted to cut in line to obtain Yi Chen's talismans ahead of others. Observing this scene, Yi Chen felt a mix of joy and sorrow in his heart. Joy fills the air as a multitude gathers. The limited supply of the vital spirit-penetrating talismans will soon be exhausted. It is a source of lamentation that the current production capabilities do not allow for the crafting of a larger batch, for otherwise, substantial profits could be attained. One must learn to find contentment in their circumstances, and at present, things are quite satisfactory. 100 spirit-penetrating talismans, priced at 30,000 low-tier spirit stones, will soon be in hand. Once again, numerous customers were left without the coveted talismans. Nevertheless, Yi Chen has assured them that he will forge more in due time, promising to release them for sale thereafter. Inside a private chamber of the engraving hall, Qin Zhongtian stood at the window, observing the bustling scene below with a smile gracing his face. Inviting Yi Chen to the engraving hall had proven to be an astute decision, as his sale of spirit-penetrating talismans has significantly boosted business, attracting a multitude of customers to the hall. At this moment, a striking young woman stood beside Qin Zhongtian, her expression tinged with curiosity. "What is happening below? It seems quite chaotic," she remarked. "Young Master Yi is selling spirit-penetrating talismans," Qin Zhongtian replied softly. "Spirit-penetrating talismans? What is the fuss about?" the young lady questioned, somewhat perplexed. "Miss Yang, you may not be aware, But the talismans being sold by young Master Yi are of superior quality, capable of opening 6 spirit apertures. That is why they are in such high demand. I fear these few talismans will soon be snatched away, Qin Zhongtian explained with a smile. What? Superior quality, spirit-penetrating talismans that can open 6 spirit apertures? Surely you jest. That seems rather exaggerated. Miss Yang exclaimed, astonished. Rest assured, it is the absolute truth, Qin Zhongtian insisted earnestly. Is that so? Superior quality spirit-penetrating talismans are exceedingly rare. Even in the imperial city, where only a handful of engravers can produce such exquisite talismans. This is truly astonishing. Who exactly is this young man? Miss Yang pondered, her curiosity piqued by young Master Yi. He was once the most outstanding genius among the younger generation of Qingyang City, but, in no time, the 100 spirit-penetrating talismans vanished completely. Those who left empty-handed wore expressions of disappointment. However, Yi Chen assured them repeatedly that the next batch would be prepared swiftly, and they departed reluctantly. As they dispersed, Yi Chen prepared to leave as well. At that moment, Elder Yun Quanglan approached him. You must have had a bountiful day. Haven to you? Your little enterprise is quite commendable, Elder Yun remarked with a smile. I owe it all to the protection of the engraving hall. Without it, I would be nothing. Thank you, Elder Yun, Yi Chen replied with a smile. There is no need for such formality. Focus on enhancing your own capabilities. I have heard a few things about your family's situation. In any case, I support you, Elder Yin said encouragingly. Yi Chen nodded gently before departing. For now, it remains imperative to strive for the enhancement of one's realm and strength, for to lag behind is to invite adversity. Should he face defeat in tomorrow's grand competition, the consequences would extend far beyond mere humiliation. It could very well jeopardize his very existence. Upon returning, he neglected to inquire about his aunt's well-being and immediately retreated to the secret chamber, securing the door with utmost diligence. As before, he meticulously inscribed a first-grade alchemical rune on the cauldron while simultaneously absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stones in copious amounts. Despite having recently accrued a fortune of 40 to 50,000 spirit stones, after acquiring several necessities, he was left with a mere 20 to 30,000. Nevertheless, as Yi Chen ventured deeper into the ultimate spiritual sea, consuming these lower-tier spirit stones became as effortless as the act of dining. However, to ascend further, a greater quantity of spirit stones would be required. After depleting 1,000 spirit stones, he observed little to no enhancement in his cultivation level, which left him rather astonished. Could it be that after ingesting 1,000 spirit stones, there was not a single reaction? Yi Chen found himself both amused and exasperated. He remained at the initial stage of the ultimate spiritual sea. Subsequently, he absorbed another 1,000 spirit stones. Chapter 18. The grand competition commences within the core of his dantian. A substantial influx of spiritual energy began to swirl, gravitating towards the 40 spiritual acupoints. Gradually, Yi Chen sensed a subtle fluctuation within his profound spiritual sea, an indication of a potential enhancement in his strength. However, this was the result of consuming an impressive 20,000 spiritual stones. Currently, he was left with merely over 10,000 stones. Yi Chen absorbed the remaining stones, feeling a faint sign of nearing the first level of the profound spiritual sea. Yet he believed he would require at least an additional 30,000 stones to attain this state. The higher the realm, the greater the quantity of spiritual stones needed for advancement. Moreover, the stones Yi Chen possessed were primarily of the lower grade, containing relatively sparse spiritual power. Had he possessed mid-grade stones, perhaps a mere 10,000 would suffice for him to enter the first level of the profound spiritual sea. Achieving this level would grant Yi Chen the confidence to confront Yi Buju. However, it seemed he still had a considerable distance to cover. In addition, Yi Chen had concocted a substantial quantity of first-grade blood-nourishing pills and second-grade spirit-returning pills, totaling around 1 or 2,000. Upon consuming these elixirs, he might yet succeed in entering the first level of the profound spiritual sea. With a flicker of anticipation, Yi Chen began to consume the pills in earnest. As night transitioned into day, Yi Chen had ingested 1,000 blood-nourishing pills and 1,000 spirit-returning pills. At the break of dawn, a gentle hum resonated from his dantian. A radiant sheen of pure white light emanated from his body, lingering for a considerable time. It was not until a quarter of an hour had passed that the luminous glow began to dissipate. At that moment, Yi Chun perceived that he had successfully entered the first level of the profound spiritual sea. This realm was equivalent to the third to fourth levels of the Transformation Sea realm, representing an elevation of 2 to 3 tiers. Furthermore, Yi Chun's spiritual power was more than double that of an ordinary practitioner at the Transformation Sea realm. Even if Yi Buju had reached the fourth level of the Transformation Sea, Yi Chun felt he possessed the strength to contend. Yi Chun activated the Divine Phoenix Emperor's technique, instantly enveloped in an indescribable sensation of exhilaration. The sun hung high in the sky. Today was the day of the family competition. Early in the morning, the Grand Elder rose and observed Yi Buju practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard. Witnessing his son's diligent efforts, the Grand Elder smiled and inquired, "Buju, how do you feel about today's competition? Are you confident?" "Of course, father. The Yi family shall soon be under our stewardship," Yi Buju replied. "Indeed, my son. Once you defeat Yi Chun today, you shall become the young master of the Yi family," the Grand Elder proclaimed. The participants of the Yi family had arrived early at the family battle platform, surrounded by numerous elders. However, as the sun reached its zenith, they noticed with surprise that Yi Chun had yet to make an appearance. "Father, that rascal Yi Chun has not yet arrived. It seems you are intimidated by me. Are you about to relinquish your claim to the position of the young master of the Yi family?" Yi Buju chuckled. "Indeed, if that is the case, it would be most agreeable." The Grand Elder nodded. The other elders awaited Yi Chun's arrival, yet with the family competition imminent and his absence, they could not help but wonder if Yi Chun was too fearful to show up. Some of the younger generation within the family were also discussing this matter. Just as they were convinced that Yi Chun would surely not dare to come, he made his appearance on the arena of the family competition. Upon seeing Yi Chun, the gazes of the Yi family youths turned towards him. "So, this lad has finally arrived. He had been absent for so long. Could it be that he was afraid? I believe he is indeed afraid. Yi Chun, why not simply withdraw from the family competition?" Various voices echoed around. However, Yi Chun remained indifferent, letting their words pass through one ear and out the other, disregarding their remarks entirely. Most were present merely to witness his embarrassment. Yet, how could Yi Chun be oblivious to this? The sons of the second elder, sixth elder, and ninth elder also participated in this competition, all supporting the Grand Elder. Equa. In their eyes, Yi Bujua was the next young master of the Yi family. They had instructed their sons to concede if they encountered Yi Bujua. Conversely, the fourth elder and the eighth elder backed Yi Chun, having stood by his father throughout. Following the passing of Yi Chun's father, they continued their support for him. The third elder and the fifth elder remained neutral. In terms of backing, the Grand Elder certainly held a significant advantage, given that he had the support of 3 other elders. Moreover, he had been actively seeking the backing of the third and fifth elders, promising them numerous benefits to endorse Yi Bujua as the next young master. At that moment, the second elder's son, Yi Huan, cast a mocking smile at Yi Chun. "Yi Chun, you should hurry back. With your meager strength, what makes you think you can participate in the family competition? I heard that the Lin family's young lady rendered your meridians useless. Is that true?" Yi Huan scoffed. "Ha ha ha, your silence confirms it. You truly are a love-struck fool. How can you believe everything they say?" Yi Huan continued his ridicule. "Shut your foul mouth." Yi Chun could no longer tolerate it. "I am still the young master of the Yi family. Show me some respect," Yi Chun asserted, refusing to indulge them any longer. "Ha ha, did everyone hear that? This lad really thinks he is the young master. A useless person dares to participate in the family competition. At any moment, a random individual could easily bring you to your knees," Yi Huan remarked with derision. "Is that so? We shall see. I am quite eager to discover who possesses the strength to overpower me. He certainly holds himself in high regard. With your meager skills, refrain from making such noise." Yi Chun shot a cold glare at Yi Huan before striding forward. Yi Huan was left momentarily speechless with indignation. "Father, Yi Chun has actually arrived. Since he is here, it is truly fortuitous. At last, I have found an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Let us promptly announce the commencement of the Yi family's grand competition." Yi Buju cast a glance at the Grand Elder. "Very well." Subsequently, the Grand Elder ascended to a prominent platform within the family grounds, surveying the gathered assembly. Present were various prodigies of the Yi clan. Surely, everyone is aware of the significance of today's occasion. The Grand Elder beamed as he addressed the assembled members of the Yi family. Chapter 19. Lessons today marks the annual competition among the descendants of the Yi family. I hereby declare the competition officially commenced, proclaimed the Grand Elder, his voice resonating with authority. The family contest is divided into 3 phases: the preliminary rounds, followed by the semifinals, and culminating in the final showdown. A total of 67 participants entered the preliminaries, yet only a fraction would advance to the semifinals. Ultimately, only one would emerge victorious in the finals. Yi Bujuan remained resolute, convinced of his inevitable triumph. However, one might argue that his confidence was somewhat misplaced. During the preliminaries, Yi Bujuan successfully vanquished several opponents, with some members of the Yi family surrendering at the mere sight of him. In stark contrast, Yi Chen's adversaries appeared fierce and unyielding. Fortunately, Yi Chen was no longer the inept youth of yore, and he swiftly progressed past the preliminaries. In the semifinals, Yi Chen faced a fellow clan member named Yi He, who boasted a cultivation level of the 8th stage of the grand martial art. From the outset, Yi He regarded Yi Chen with disdain. "Your performance has been commendable, but this time you face me. It would be wise to concede early and avoid unnecessary suffering," he declared arrogantly. "Have we not yet fought? And you already demand my surrender? Do you not think you are being a touch presumptuous?" Yi Chen replied, irritation evident in his gaze. Yi had once trailed after Yi Chen, calling him brother in the days when Yi Chen's father was still alive, yet now he dared to address him simply by name, dismissing him entirely. "Indeed, I look down upon you. You should step aside. Who does not know that you are the family's disgrace? The opponents you faced were all beneath you. However, I am of the 8th stage of the grand martial art. From your prior performance, you seem to possess only the strength of the 7th or 8th stage at best. You are no match for me," Yi He boasted insolently. Yi Chen, however, saw little value in engaging in idle banter and merely gestured for Yi He to make his move. Yi He remained nonchalant, seemingly reluctant to strike. "If you do not intend to attack, you may as well concede," Yi Chen stated with a firm tone. "Concede? That would be your choice, not mine. How could you possibly be my adversary? If you are seeking a beating, I shall oblige." With that, flames ignited between Yi He's palms, a manifestation of the Yi family's lower-tier, yellow-grade martial art, the Azure Fire Flow. To Yi Chen, the potency of this Azure Fire Flow was insubstantial, utterly ineffective against him. Yi Chen, proficient in the mid-tier purple-grade martial art known as the Purple Moon Palm, could conjure a radiant moon that unleashed tremendous power. This technique was among the highest caliber of palm arts mastered by the younger generation of the Yi family. The other members of the Yi family had not even the opportunity to learn. However, when it came to dealing with a trivial character like Yi He, Yi Chen could easily defeat him using the Qinghua Lu, even without resorting to the Ziyu Zhang. Your application of the Qinghua Lu is fundamentally flawed. When exerting force from the palm, the flame should emanate from between your fingers, yet yours spills forth from the center of your palm, thereby diminishing its potency by half. "I fear you may not even be able to breach the feeble spiritual barrier before me," Yi Chen remarked, laced with mockery. Upon hearing this, Yi He was nearly driven to madness. "What did you say? What right do you have to judge me? Focus on your own shortcomings first," he retorted coldly. Following his words, he struck out at Yi Chen. The blue flames collided with Yi Chen's barrier, yet predictably, they failed to penetrate even that fragile shield. This left Yi He perplexed. Why could his seemingly thin barrier withstand his Qinghua Lu? In reality, this was a clever ruse by Yi Chen. The barrier that appeared insubstantial was composed of layers upon layers of spiritual energy, making it no easy feat to breach. Observing Yi He's bewildered expression, Yi Chen smiled indifferently. "Now it is my turn to strike. I shall employ the Qinghua Lu as well, and we shall see if you can withstand it." With a grin, he gathered spiritual energy in his palm and gently thrust it forward. With a resonant hum, a torrent of azure flames surged towards Yi He, its power evidently surpassing his previous attack by more than double. The same martial art in Yi Chen's hands transformed astonishingly, leaving bystanders in disbelief. How is this possible? The Grand Elder, witnessing the scene, was taken aback. Indeed, what flourished in Yi Chen's grasp had become as feeble as a caterpillar in Yi He's. Yi Chen possessed a remarkable ability. Yi Buju also felt a hint of pressure, yet he quickly reassured himself. He was at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the transforming sea realm, on the verge of advancing to the 4th. What could a mere Yi Chen do? A failure would always be a failure, even with his Dantian restored, he would undoubtedly suffer considerable limitations. Perhaps after this battle, he would be reduced to a shadow of his former self, unable to exhibit any true strength. Initially, it was assumed that the Qinghua Lu had reached its peak power, but to everyone's astonishment, it unleashed a brilliant surge of flames that propelled Yi He off the arena. Falling from the platform signified defeat, and Yi Chen effortlessly triumphed with a single strike of the Qinghua Lu. Humiliated, Yi He hastily retreated. The third elder and fifth elder stood side by side, their gazes fixed on Yi Chen's direction. They had not anticipated the sheer strength of young Master Yi. It appears that the Dantians have been completely restored. Regardless of the reasons behind this restoration, it is indeed a significant matter for the Yi family. Throughout the entire Yi clan, it is likely that no one can rival young Master Yi in terms of talent. Regardless of the circumstances, we must ensure the safety of young Master Yi. The third elder finally made his resolve. At the same time, he cast a glance towards the fifth elder, seeking to garner more support from the other elders for young Master Yi. He was aware that the fifth elder had been indecisive as well. If we cannot safeguard a talent as extraordinary as young Master Yi, it would indeed be a grave oversight, the third elder remarked. Let us observe for now. The fifth elder replied with a nod. With remarkable ease, Yi Chen advanced to the finals. Naturally, the opponent he was destined to confront was none other than Yi Buju. On the arena, Yi Buju regarded Yi Chen with an air of indifference. In your previous battles, I must admit, you were rather fortunate, Yi Buju stated. A look of disdain etched upon his face as he regarded Yi Chen. Chapter 20. The contest for the young master position. Yi Chen, however, remained unfazed. Let them revel in their arrogance for a while. I acknowledge your considerable strength. Yet how can your mere cultivation at the 8th level of the great martial scripture contend with my prowess? I stand at the 3rd level of the sea transformation realm. Yi Buju sought to psychologically overwhelm Yi Chen from the outset, yet Yi Chen appeared exceptionally composed. I wish to test my mettle, Yi Chen declared. Very well. If you wish to test yourself, I shall oblige. But should I defeat you shortly, do not lament your fate. I advise you to concede gracefully and relinquish the position of young master of the Yi family. It is hardly worth my time to battle a waste like you. Yi Buju retorted. Not worth your time. I find it quite worthwhile. Yi Chen replied coldly. Who says I am merely at the 8th level of the great martial scripture? With that, Yi Chen's entire being became suffused with spiritual energy, and in an instant, he ascended to the 9th level of the great martial scripture. In truth, Yi Chen's current realm equated to the 2nd level of the sea transformation realm, having reached the pinnacle of the spiritual sea. Witnessing Yi Chen's rapid ascent to the 9th level of the great martial scripture left Yi Buju astonished. Wow, this is simply extraordinary, he exclaimed. No, wait. Yi Chen must have intentionally suppressed his cultivation before. The onlookers among the Yi family members murmured among themselves. Even the Grand Elder, upon witnessing this scene, involuntarily furrowed his brow in disbelief. The several elders present were utterly astounded. The 4th and 8th elders, who had consistently supported Yi Chen, were elated, waving their arms in joy. Who would have thought you concealed such power? But even so, what difference does it make? The disparity between us remains too vast. Yi Buju stated coldly. Then let us advance further, Yi Chen continued. What? Advance further? Is it possible that Yi Chen, regarded by many as a waste, has also stepped into the sea transformation realm? That seems improbable, the crowd speculated. As they debated and expressed skepticism, Yi Chen's spiritual energy surged. With a resonant hum, he ascended to the 1st level of the sea transformation realm. His spiritual acupoint spontaneously opened, emanating a brilliant luminescence that radiated from above his body. This was a hallmark of entering the sea transformation realm. The expressions of those around him grew somewhat numb. Yi Chen had transitioned from the 8th level to the 9th level, and then directly to the 1st level of the sea transformation realm. This was astonishing beyond belief. Yi Buju found himself compelled to exercise caution. After all, Yi Chen had surged through 2 levels in succession. What if he had yet more hidden depths? Good lad, you have concealed your true capabilities well. Yet this talent is truly astonishing. Even with your Dantian rendered useless, you still achieve such heights. The 3rd elder was rendered speechless, utterly astonished. Truly, it was a marvel. The 5th elder was equally taken aback. Such a scenario was, without a doubt, a first for me. The 4th elder joyfully exclaimed. Young Master Yi, keep up the good work. We stand behind you. The 8th elder vociferously added his support. In a corner, Yi Chanxi observed the scene with a heart full of joy, for as Yi Chun's aunt, she felt elated to see his martial prowess restored. Yet, she was acutely aware of the sacrifices he had made, and tears welled up in her eyes involuntarily. Witnessing this, Ye Yuyao tightly clasped her slender fingers, struggling to believe her eyes. Just days prior, she had looked down upon Yi Chun, dismissing him as a worthless individual. Yet now, this so-called waste had ascended to the sea transformation realm. Though both were in the same realm, Ye Yuyao couldn't help but think that even at the 9th level of the great martial scripture, she might not stand a chance against Yi Chun. His performance was nothing short of astonishing. With Yi Chun now in the sea transformation realm, could it be that even those at the 1st and 2nd levels would find it difficult to withstand his thunderous techniques? Yi Chun had seamlessly integrated various martial arts from the Yi family since childhood. The recent display of the azure flame flow by both Yi He and Yi Chun revealed much. Yi Chun was able to unleash the power of a mid-grade yellow-tier martial art from a low-grade one. Ye Yuyao was well aware of the multitude of martial arts Yi Chun had mastered. At this moment, she found herself worrying for Yi Bujue. After all, the two were already betrothed, and he would soon be her husband. Bujue, be cautious. This fellow has numerous tricks up his sleeve. Do not forget, he is well versed in all the martial arts of the Yi family, Ye Yuyao cautioned him. Fear not, Yuyao. Against such a waste, I need not exert my full strength. He is no match for me, Yi Bujue replied arrogantly. Show me your abilities. I've heard you have cultivated the yellow-tier upper-grade star summoning technique. I wish to witness it firsthand, Yi Chun said with a smile. Very well, I shall demonstrate. It will be a pleasure to send you to meet the King of Hell sooner, Yi Bujue retorted. Do not speak of meeting the King of Hell so casually, nor hasten my demise. We are both descendants of the Yi family, and I am still the young master. Speak with decorum, Yi Chun replied sternly. What decorum is there to discuss with a waste? When you were groveling before Lin Mashi, did you ever consider that she would ultimately inflict grievous harm upon you? Even now, though your dantian has recovered, the cracks remain, do they not? I shall see how many of my blows you can endure, Yi Bujue said coldly. 10 or 8 strikes should pose no problem. After all, you are merely at the 3rd level of sea transformation. Although I have just entered the 1st level, my foundation is profound, Yi Chun responded with a smile. You? A profound foundation? You possess merely a superficial understanding of martial arts. Your dantian has been rendered ineffective. So how formidable could you truly be? Yi Bujue taunted. We are not here to trade barbs. Reveal whatever abilities you possess. Yi Chun, weary of further discourse with Yi Bujue, concentrated his spiritual energy within his palm, causing a magnificent radiance to shimmer in his hand. This was the stellar invocation technique he intended to employ. Spheres of light, reminiscent of distant stars, emerged between his fingers, each infused with potent spiritual energy. Yi Bujue had successfully condensed a total of 10 stellar orbs. The more orbs summoned, the greater the power unleashed. Are you trembling in fear now? It is not too late to concede. I can spare your life, Yi Bujue declared. Truly, there is an abundance of incompetence. Come forth. Yi Chun waved dismissively at Yi Bujue. With a sinister grin, Yi Bujue gestured forward with his hand. Boom. The arena trembled as a fierce tempest erupted. The 10 stellar orbs, propelled by immense pressure, hurtled towards Yi Chun. Chapter 21. The great battle faced with such a formidable strike, Yi Chun felt an immense pressure. I too possess the star-gathering technique, he declared. Subsequently, orbs of starlight began to emerge in his palms, forming a line across his chest. However, these orbs were smaller than those of Yi Bujue, naturally rendering them less powerful. Humph, the starlight orbs you have conjured are rather diminutive. They cannot withstand my assault. Yi Bujue taunted. Bang, bang, bang. The orbs from both sides collided, and it was evident that Yi Chun was overwhelmed, sent flying backward. Yet midair, he managed to steady himself and descended gracefully, remarkably unscathed, though his vitality surged momentarily. Witnessing this, Yi Bujue felt a deep astonishment within. Yi Chun had actually withstood the attack. How astonishing! Could the tide of battle be turning? All eyes were drawn to the grand martial platform. The elder, too, furrowed his brow. This was a sight he had not anticipated. He had believed that his son would effortlessly triumph over Yi Chun, but now he found himself reconsidering. You managed to withstand my full-force strike. I must admit, your luck is quite remarkable. I wonder how long such fortune will last, Yi Bujue remarked. It will last until I defeat you. I am unwavering in that belief, Yi Chen replied confidently. Humph. With a cold snort, Yi Bujua launched another assault against Yi Chen. However, no matter how fiercely he attacked, Yi Chen always found a way to neutralize his strikes. Despite being 2 ranks higher in cultivation, the two seemed evenly matched. For Yi Chen's performance was nothing short of extraordinary. The 4th elder and the 8th elder exchanged astonished glances. Young Master Yi has withstood so many attacks from Yi Bujua, relying solely on the 1st level of the Sea Transformation Realm. Remarkable, the 4th elder exclaimed, his face beaming with delight. Indeed, excellent, truly excellent. We must ensure young Master Yi's safety. Give him some time, and he will surely reclaim his former glory, the 8th elder added. After their declarations, their expressions turned grave. They understood that Yi Bujua was intent on eliminating Yi Chen. Could Yi Chen withstand such a powerful onslaught? If necessary, the 4th and 8th elders contemplated intervening to protect Yi Chen. The 1st level of the extreme spirit sea realm was indeed unfathomably profound, and its immense spiritual power was not something the 1st level of the Sea Transformation Realm could rival. One could assert that the potency of spiritual energy surpasses that of the 1st level of the Transformation Sea Realm by more than 5-fold. The capacity of the Dantian to harbor spiritual energy is, in fact, a staggering 10 times greater than that of an ordinary practitioner at the Transformation Sea level. Thus, despite Yi Chen currently being at the 1st level of the Transformation Sea Realm, he posed a significant challenge for Yi Buju. Yi Buju had long sought an opportunity to vanquish Yi Chen, yet after an exhaustive search, he found not a glimmer of chance. The sudden surge in Yi Chen's prowess rendered him momentarily incredulous. Was this truly the same waste he had once known as Yi Chen? If this stalemate continued, it would be he, Yi Buju, who would face defeat. The thought sparked a fierce determination within him, and his gaze sharpened with newfound intensity. Yi Chen, you shall not triumph over me. The position of the Yi family's heir is rightfully mine, and none shall contest it, Yi Buju declared coldly to Yi Chen. Yet, Yi Chen remained unfazed. He was not yet unleashing his full potential, and it was evident to him that Yi Buju was also holding back. This young man still had tricks up his sleeve. Reveal whatever means you possess. With your current performance, you are certainly no match for me, Yi Chen asserted. Humph. You, a mere 1st level of the Transformation Sea Realm, could never hope to defeat me. I advise you to concede swiftly, Yi Buju retorted arrogantly. Why do you persist in wishing for my surrender? Why not concede yourself? Yi Chen replied, exasperated. If you have the ability, then demonstrate it. If not, silence your tongue. He added. This statement incensed Yi Buju greatly. What did you say, you insolent brat? Do you wish for death? He shouted vehemently. The star summoning technique bore no effect on Yi Chen, who had yet to employ his most proficient technique, the purple moon palm. Should he unleash the purple moon palm? Given Yi Buju's current capabilities, he would undoubtedly prevail. Gradually, Yi Buju recognized the swift depletion of his spiritual energy. If this continued, he would be exhausted within half an hour. Thus, he needed to devise an effective strategy to defeat Yi Chen within that time frame. Without hesitation, he produced a small red vial, uncorked it, and swallowed the pill within. As the pill was ingested, vibrant streams of light began to dance around him, and the spiritual energy surrounding him started to hum with intensity. In that instant, Yi Buju ascended to the 4th level of the Transformation Sea Realm, having been at the peak of the 3rd level prior. Witnessing this transformation, the Grand Elder beamed with delight, thinking to himself that victory was assured. No matter Yi Chen's abilities, he could not possibly overcome his son, who had just entered the 4th level of the Transformation Sea Realm. However, the 4th elder and the 8th elder wore expressions of grave concern. This is unacceptable. Buju has already violated the rules by forcibly consuming the Realm Ascension pill, elevating his cultivation to the 4th level of the Sea Transformation Realm. During the family competition, it had been established that no Realm Ascension pills may be used in the course of combat, the 8th elder declared loudly. As he prepared to rush onto the arena to halt the battle, the Grand Elder dismissed his interference entirely. Yi Tianli is already deceased. It is time to amend the customs of the Yi family. Previously, Yi Chen ascended 2 ranks while concealing his true power. Was that not also a breach of decorum? The Grand Elder remarked with indifference. Young Master Yi ascended through his own merit, without reliance on the Realm Ascension pill. Although the pill can temporarily enhance one's cultivation, It poses significant risks to the body. Thus, it is a rule that the realm ascension pill should only be employed in dire circumstances, the fourth elder added. Yet, the Grand Elder remained unperturbed, for he held dominion over the entire Yi family and was naturally inclined to support his son. Chapter 22. Victory. This left Elder 8 and Elder 4 feeling quite helpless. If anyone harms young Master Yi, I shall not let it rest. I am going to stop this, Elder 4 declared, attempting to intervene. However, Elder 1 emanated an extraordinarily powerful aura that pushed both Elder 4 and Elder 8 back. Without my consent, I challenge anyone to interfere with the duel, Elder 1 stated coldly. Haha, Yi Chen, you are surely doomed this time. Even the heavens seem unwilling to let you survive. As a practitioner of the fourth level of the Transformation Sea realm, how do you intend to overcome me? Yi Buju declared with a haughty expression. It is merely the beginning of my fourth level. If that is the case, I shall ascend to the second level of the Transformation Sea realm, Yi Chen replied. With that, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped Yi Chen, and in an instant, he advanced to the second level of the Transformation Sea realm. This astonishing scene left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that Yi Chen could advance in such a manner. It was truly astonishing. Within a single day, he had surged from the 8th level of the Great Martial Cannon to the 9th level, and then from the 1st to the 2nd level of the Transformation Sea realm. This news would undoubtedly spread like wildfire throughout Qingyang City. Yi Chen did not seek fame, but if it was unavoidable, then so be it. Despite making such a significant leap in a single day, even with multiple smaller advancements, he still ranked low among the current youth. Lin Mashi had likely already attained the 6th or even 7th level of the Transformation Sea realm. At that moment, Yi Buju wore a smug expression as he suddenly waved his hand forward. A powerful storm of spiritual energy surged toward Yi Chen, causing the dueling platform to tremble. Yet, Yi Chen remained remarkably composed. Why are you so calm? Shouldn't you be terrified and anxious? If you don't resist now, it will be too late. Your life is in immediate peril, Yi Buju taunted arrogantly. However, Yi Chen remained unfazed, seemingly unfamiliar with the concept of fear. He slowly extended his palm, and a purple luminescence began to dance within his palm. It was the purple moon palm, his most adept technique. A radiant, moon-shaped energy appeared before him. With a resounding bang, the atmosphere fell silent. Yi Buju could not withstand the might of Yi Chen's palm strike and was directly sent flying. Young Master Yi emerges victorious. Elder 4 exclaimed joyfully, for Yi Buju had been knocked off the dueling platform by a single strike from Yi Chen. The duel had concluded, and Elder 8 breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Buju struggled to rise, his face filled with unwillingness. Being bested and cast off by Yi Chen, whom he deemed a waste, would be a source of embarrassment should this incident spread. He turned and strode outside, while the elder, feeling embarrassed, cast a cold glance at Yi Chen before swiftly departing. Naturally, Yi Chen returned shortly thereafter. Following this battle, the members of the Yi family regarded him with newfound respect. Those who had previously sought to bully him now hesitated in his presence. Most delighted was Yi Chanqi, who, upon seeing Yi Chen return, hurriedly inquired if he had sustained any injuries. Yi Chen shook his head. Aunt, I promise to ensure you live a good life from now on. Rest assured, I am now capable of self-protection. I must return to my training. After such a fierce battle, I need to recuperate quickly, he declared. Very well, go ahead, Yi Chanqi replied. As he entered the secret chamber and the door closed behind him, Yi Chen suddenly felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. It would be disingenuous to claim he had not felt tense standing on the arena. After all, Yi Buju was a formidable opponent. Although he had barely triumphed over Yi Buju today, it was only because Yi Buju had recently entered the 4th layer of the Sea Transformation realm and was severely depleted in vitality at that moment. Otherwise, Yi Chen might not have been his match. With his own strength at the 1st layer of the Extreme Spirit Sea, he could only hope to reach the 2nd layer of the Sea Transformation realm. To advance further, he required more spirit stones and elixirs. The encounter with Yi Buju had nearly exhausted his mental and spiritual energies. Moreover, even greater adversaries awaited him. Lin Moxie had already ascended to the 5th layer of the Sea Transformation realm after absorbing her bloodline. She was likely at the 6th layer now. After abandoning Yi Chen, she had become engaged to Zhao Chongkong, the son of the city lord of Qingyang City, and they were now in a romantic relationship. Zhao Chongkong harbored a deep resentment towards Yi Chen, for he had once been the most talented youth in Qingyang City, having thoroughly bested Zhao Chongkong in the past. To Yi Chen's knowledge, Zhao Chongkong had now reached the 6th layer of the Sea Transformation realm, if not higher. Compared to them, Yi Bujue was truly insignificant. In approximately a month, the entrance competition for the Lingxiao Academy would commence. Generally, those over the age of 18 would no longer have the opportunity to enter Lingxiao Academy, which only accepted disciples under 18, unless they were exceptionally gifted. However, if one were truly extraordinary, they would not remain unaccomplished by the age of 18. Reflecting on his own journey, Yi Chun had entered the 9th layer of the Great Martial Canon at the age of 12, an extraordinary feat indeed. Lingxiao Academy was the coveted sanctuary for cultivation for all in Qingyang City and its surrounding city-states. Yi Chun had to gain admission to Lingxiao Academy, for he had learned that Lin Moxie and Zhao Chongkong had both registered for the entrance competition. Given their realms, their admission to Lingxiao Academy was all but assured. If they all gain entry to the Lingxiao Academy, while Yi Chun remains outside, with the connections afforded by the Academy, even without its protection, extinguishing the Yi family would become a trivial task. All the noble families within Qingyang City pale in comparison to the Lingxiao Academy, rendering them insignificant. Therefore, it is imperative for Yi Chun to join the Lingxiao Academy. With such associations, any attempt to harm the Yi family would necessitate careful consideration of the consequences. In less than a month, Yi Chun has much to accomplish. However, the most crucial endeavor is undoubtedly the elevation of his realm. At the very least, within this month, he must ascend to the 2nd or 3rd level of the extreme spiritual sea. Only then would he possess a realm equivalent to the 5th or 6th level of the transformation sea. If he fails to reach the 2nd or 3rd level of the extreme spiritual sea, gaining entry to the Lingxiao Academy would be akin to an insurmountable challenge. In any case, Yi Chun shall not relent. Chapter 23. Intentions. Previously, the spirit stones acquired through the 1st grade acupoint opening talismans and the purchased elixirs had been largely depleted, leaving scarcely anything behind. Thus, the only recourse was to once again forge acupoint opening talismans. However, the mere crafting of 1st grade talismans could no longer satiate Yi Chen's burgeoning demands. After all, he had now ascended to the pinnacle of the spirit sea. The efficacy of blood-nourishing pills and spirit-returning pills was no longer sufficient. It was imperative to elevate the grade and quality of the elixirs, otherwise, even a year would not suffice for him to penetrate the 2nd layer of the ultimate spirit sea. The transition in realms, alongside the accompanying quality of spirit stones and elixirs, represented a significant leap. Naturally, his Dantian had undergone considerable expansion. The ultimate spirit sea Dantian could harbor spirit power several times greater than that of the martial extreme's 10th layer. Presently, to breach the 2nd layer of the ultimate spirit sea, Yi Chun surmised he would require at least several thousand 2nd grade spirit purification pills and 2nd grade spirit transformation pills, all of which demanded substantial financial backing. After much contemplation, Yi Chun decided to collaborate with the inscription hall. While he could potentially earn more by crafting acupoint opening talismans himself and selling them at stalls, for the sake of long-term benefits, a partnership with the inscription hall was essential. Only through this collaboration could he gain access to greater channels, perhaps by supplying acupoint opening talismans to the inscription hall. He could acquire a copious amount of spirit transformation pills and spirit purification pills. Both types of elixirs were 2nd grade and their effects were complementary. Spirit purification pills could refine the purity of the spirit power within the Dantian, enhancing its effectiveness, while spirit transformation pills could accelerate the body's absorption of earthly spirit power, thereby fortifying it. Nevertheless, these were all 2nd grade elixirs, and even a single pill cost nearly 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, a luxury not everyone could afford. Contemplating this, Yi Chun felt the weight of pressure bearing down on him, for his time was running short. Resolute in his decision, he wasted no further time. After utilizing the remaining 1,000 spirit stones to procure the necessary materials, Yi Chun swiftly commenced the crafting of 2nd grade acupoint opening talismans. Though he could produce numerous 1st grade talismans, the value of 2nd grade talismans could multiply exponentially. At this juncture, enhancing his strength was paramount, and crafting 2nd grade acupoint opening talismans was the optimal choice. As he was unable to forge 3rd grade talismans with his current capabilities, 1st grade talismans corresponded to the Grand Martial Canon, 2nd grade to the Sea Transformation realm. and third grade to the peak of the sea transformation or even the true mansion realm. Currently, Chen had merely reached the ultimate spirit sea, and the corresponding grade for crafting was indeed second-grade acupoint opening talismans. If he could maintain the quality of these second-grade talismans at a superior level, each would likely fetch a price between 800 to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. After 3 days and nights of relentless effort, Chen successfully forged 500 second-grade acupoint opening talismans, all of exceptional quality. It was likely that within the entirety of Qingyang City, no other inscription master could achieve such a feat aside from him. The inscriptionist is indeed a unique entity. However, the efficacy of the puncturing talisman is somewhat limited. It merely opens the spiritual apertures, thereby doubling one's strength. Furthermore, the first-grade puncturing talisman becomes ineffective for those in the transformative sea realm. Similarly, the second-grade puncturing talisman is intended for opening spiritual apertures in the transformative sea realm, yet by this stage, the apertures have already been opened. Any subsequent puncturing merely enhances their capacity. Conversely, prior to attaining the great martial scriptures realm, the talismans hold greater significance for practitioners. As one's realm strengthens, the effectiveness of the puncturing talismans gradually diminishes. Nonetheless, the market for second-grade puncturing talismans remains substantial. Even though the 40 spiritual apertures of the transformative sea realm have been opened, not every spiritual vein can be accessed. The second-grade puncturing talisman also exerts a notable impact on these veins. In life-and-death confrontations, they can prove remarkably powerful. Thus, Chen primarily focuses on crafting second-grade puncturing talismans, as their economic benefit is comparatively higher. After producing 500 second-grade puncturing talismans, Chen contemplated heading to the inscription hall to discuss potential collaboration. However, he then considered the merit of engraving other types of talismans. After all, within his vast array of inscribed designs, there exist numerous types of second-grade jade talismans. Some jade talismans can facilitate flight, while others enable earth evasion. Certain talismans provide formidable protective capabilities, and some allow for instantaneous teleportation. The potency of a jade talisman is fundamentally determined by two aspects: its grade and its quality. Before long, Chen retrieved several jade pieces and began inscribing anew. He crafted 10 second-grade flight talismans, 10 earth evasion talismans, and 10 mist talismans, in addition to one each of lightning talisman, thunder pattern talisman, and shield talisman. Although lightning, thunder pattern, and shield talismans are also classified as second-grade, their inscription proves notably more challenging. Thus Chen produced only one of each. Observing the time, he noted that the early morning mist had dissipated. Chen placed his creations into a small storage pouch and promptly set off towards the inscription hall. Soon, he arrived at the hall. Upon entering the grand chamber, Yun Quanlan noticed Chen's buoyant demeanor, suggesting he had brought along a significant number of puncturing talismans. Consequently, Yun Quanlan hurried over to greet him. "Young Master Yi, you have arrived," Yun Quanlan exclaimed with a smile. "Indeed, these are the inscribed jade talismans I have crafted. I wish to collaborate with the inscription hall," Chen responded with a smile. "Excellent. Please present your items," Yun Quanlan replied cheerfully. "I would like to meet with Hall Master Chen to discuss the collaboration. I hope this is convenient," Chen said with a smile. "Certainly. It is no inconvenience at all. I will inquire with the Hall Master right away. Please wait a moment," Yun Quanlan assured him. Originally, Yun Quanlan intended to directly seize Chen's jade talisman and subsequently provide him with spiritual stones. However, upon further reflection, he realized that this matter should indeed be brought to the attention of the palace master. Moreover, since Chen had already expressed his willingness to collaborate, it was imperative that their partnership be profound and encompass additional stipulations. It was evident that Chen possessed an exceptionally high talent for inscription. Should a partnership be established with the inscription palace, the reputation of the palace would undoubtedly soar. This endeavor promised to yield countless benefits without any detriment. Yun Quanlan promptly conveyed this development to Qin Zhongtian. Meanwhile, Chen anxiously awaited within the grand hall, acutely aware that time was of the essence. He needed to rapidly enhance his strength, for he was determined to become a disciple of the Lingxiao Academy. Otherwise, the fate of the Lin family would surely be grim and unbearable. Chapter 24. A discussion on cooperation. Before long, Elder Yun descended swiftly. "The Lord of the Qin Palace requests your presence. Please follow me," he remarked. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun felt a surge of excitement, though he endeavored to maintain an air of composure. Upon arriving at the entrance of an exquisite chamber within the pavilion, Elder Yun halted. "The lord of the Qin Palace is inside. I shall not intrude. You may converse at length," he concluded, taking his leave. Yi Chun took a moment to steady his racing heart before approaching and gently tapping on the door. "Is it young Master Yi? Come in," came the voice of the lord of the Qin Palace from within. Yi Chun pushed the door open, only to discover that he was not alone with the lord. Beside the lord stood a woman of extraordinary grace, clad in a delicate light blue gown, her flowing hair and captivating eyes radiating an almost enchanting brilliance. Any man who beheld her would likely find himself ensnared. "Miss Yang, this is the young Master Yi I previously mentioned to you. The talismans he crafts are of exceptional quality, quite rare in Qingyang City," Lord Qin Zhongtian said with a smile. "So, he is the renowned rune master from Qingyang City." Miss Yang acknowledged, offering Yi Chun a nod with a smile. Yi Chun promptly returned the gesture with respect. "Young Master Yi, this is Miss Yang Shui from the Royal Yang family. The Thousand Saints Merchant Association belongs to her family," Lord Qin Zhongtian introduced. At this revelation, Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. How could someone from the royal capital find their way to such a modest town? The Thousand Saints Merchant Association held an illustrious reputation, rivaling even that of the Rune Pavilion. "I apologize for my oversight, Miss Yang," Yi Chun said, clasping his hands in respect. "There is no need for such formality." "Young Master Yi," Yang Shui replied, her eyes sparkling with warmth as she gracefully settled into a chair beside her. "Young Master Yi, I have heard from Elder Yun that you seek to collaborate with our Rune Pavilion. Is that correct?" Lord Qin Zhongtian inquired with a smile. "Indeed," Yi Chun responded earnestly. However, as he gazed upon the breathtakingly beautiful Yang Shui, his heart stirred with tumultuous emotions, which he strove to suppress in order to maintain his focus. What prompted this change of heart? Previously, you seemed quite content selling your jade talismans. Moreover, the Rune Pavilion has even provided you with a dedicated stall. Lord Qin Zhongtian remarked, eager to discern Yi Chun's reasoning. Yang Shui watched him intently, her long lashes framing her starry eyes, which sparkled with an ethereal light. Her delicate, snowy arm revealed a glimpse of her flawless skin, and their proximity allowed Yi Chun to catch a hint of her unique fragrance, stirring his senses. Such beauty, even in the royal capital, would surely be deemed breathtaking. "I am grateful to Lord Qin for your previous kindness, yet after careful consideration, I believe that a partnership with the Rune Pavilion would be more advantageous," Yi Chun concluded. "After all, it has saved me considerable time that I would have spent selling charms here, allowing me more opportunity to cultivate and refine jade charms." Yi Chun candidly expressed his true thoughts. "Is this genuinely how you feel? If you wish to collaborate with me, bear in mind that I shall take a commission, which will inevitably reduce your earnings." Qin Zhongtian remarked with a smile. "Since it is a partnership, it should be mutually beneficial. Whether it's a little more or a little less is inconsequential. It is indeed advantageous to lean against a sturdy tree for shade." Yi Chun responded with a smile. "You young man certainly thinks far ahead. Since we are collaborating, let us discuss the terms. We shall split all income equally, and furthermore, you will receive a 20% discount on any purchases made at the Mingwen Hall in the future. What do you think?" Qin Zhongtian suggested, still smiling. "That sounds agreeable." Yi Chun nodded in agreement. Although a 50% share may seem modest, it is a partnership, and sharing equally feels quite fair. "How many pressure point charms do you possess?" Yang Shui, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Qin Zhongtian paused, slightly taken aback, uncertain of her intent. "I have refined 500 second-grade pressure point charms," Yi Chun replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhongtian's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Just a few days prior, Yi Chun had only managed to refine first-grade pressure point charms. The rapid advancement was indeed remarkable. "What? Second-grade pressure point charms? What quality?" Qin Zhongtian inquired. "They are of inferior quality, and I sincerely apologize, but I am currently unable to refine charms of superior quality," Yi Chun answered. In truth, these second-grade pressure point charms were the result of Yi Chun intentionally restraining his capabilities. Otherwise, he could have easily crafted charms of medium quality, especially since he had recently ascended to the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm. With his elevation in status, Yi Chun discovered that his proficiency in crafting inscriptions had significantly improved. The success rate for refining second-grade pressure point charms remained high, and his speed continued to accelerate. "Very well, We shall acquire 500 second-grade pressure point charms for the Qianxing Merchants Association. You need only visit the branch in Xingyang City and ask for Muxin Ran. Yang Shui stated directly. Her intentions were evidently clear. She wished to establish a collaboration with Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen had just been discussing terms with Qin Zhongtian, leaving him momentarily uncertain about how to proceed. At that moment, Qin Zhongtian broke into a hearty laugh. What are you waiting for, young Master Yi? Miss Yang is the daughter of the president of the Qianxing Merchants Association. Your collaboration with them is something I must commend. Qin Zhongtian hastily yielded this opportunity, not wishing to offend Yang Shui. My apologies, Master Qin, for putting you in a difficult position, Yang Shui said, somewhat apologetically. Yet her actions were driven by a deeper reason, for Yi Chen was indeed a rare and exceptional talent. A few days ago, he was merely a first-grade inscription master. Yet now he has ascended to the status of a second-grade inscription master. It is noteworthy that Qin Zhongtian, as the master of the inscription hall, has diligently practiced the art of inscription since childhood, and he has only recently attained the rank of a third-grade inscription master. This clearly illustrates the extraordinary talent that Yi Chen possesses in the realm of inscriptions. Should he eventually be of service to the Yang family, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous advantage, and this is something worth striving for. Qin Zhongtian, aware of Yang Shui's intentions, refrained from obstructing the matter and instead willingly relinquished this opportunity. After all, fostering a positive relationship with the Qiansheng Chamber of Commerce would be immensely beneficial for the development of their inscription hall. Let us see the jade talismans, Yang Shui said to Yi Chen. Very well, Yi Chen replied as he produced a storage pouch and placed it into Yang Shui's hands. As his fingers lightly brushed against her skin during the handover, a sensation of smoothness stirred an unexpected flutter in Yi Chen's heart. Likewise, Yang Shui felt a subtle stir within her. Conversing with Yi Chen always evoked a refreshing feeling akin to a gentle spring breeze. Chapter 25. Continuous astonishment. The previously reclusive genius of the Yi family, despite having endured the devastation of his Dantian, has now experienced a miraculous revival. What extraordinary events have transpired in between? Is there a monumental secret waiting to be unveiled once she becomes more acquainted with Yi Chen? However, in the current moment, inquiring about such matters would undoubtedly be ill-timed. Thus, Yang Shui refrained from asking. As Yang Shui presented 500 second-grade acupoint talismans, she meticulously inspected each one, finding no discrepancies. We have 4. You have 6. Is there any issue with our collaboration? Additionally, purchasing from the Qianxing Merchant Association will be comparatively more economical. Yang Shui remarked. There are no issues. Yi Chen quickly shook his head, surprised by Yang Shui's generous disposition, despite her being a woman. Qin Zhongtian chuckled. It seems that collaborating with the Qianxing Merchant Association is indeed a wise choice. Yi Chen, you must strive diligently to live up to Miss Yang's trust in you. You have no idea how many people aspire to partner with the Qianxing Merchant Association, yet find no opportunity. Thank you, Miss Yang, for granting me this opportunity. Yi Chen expressed his gratitude, demonstrating his social acumen. The 500 second-grade acupoint talismans, being of inferior quality, are valued at 600 low-grade spirit stones each in the market, totaling 300,000 low-grade spirit stones, Yang Shui explained. Indeed, Yi Chen nodded in agreement. I actually have several other jade talismans. I wonder if your Qianxing Merchant Association would be interested in acquiring them. What kind of jade talismans? Let us have a look. Qin Zhongtian inquired curiously. Though Yi Chen felt somewhat embarrassed, he ultimately revealed the jade talismans one by one. Upon seeing the talismans Yi Chen produced, Qin Zhongtian was once again taken aback. Yi Chen presented 10 each of the flying, earth escape, and cloud mist talismans, all of second-grade quality, albeit of inferior rank. Nonetheless, the ability to craft 3 distinct types of talismans simultaneously was astonishing. Goodness, young Master Yi, how many more skills do you possess? You can forge flying, earth escape, and cloud mist talismans? Mastering these engravings requires immense effort, Qin Zhongtian exclaimed, visibly astonished. For these talismans, I can offer you 1,000 low-grade spirit stones each. Yang Shui stated after a brief examination. Yi Chen calculated inwardly, realizing this would yield an additional 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. With such a substantial profit, it was high time to prepare for martial arts and weaponry, especially now that he appeared to be at the second level of the sea transformation realm to outsiders. It was essential to have corresponding martial arts and weaponry to maximize the potential of his newfound strength. The second-grade flying talisman allows for brief flight. However, due to its inferior quality, it can only sustain flight for less than 15 minutes and at a height not exceeding 10 feet, making it suitable for low-altitude travel. Just enough to traverse a small hillock. The primary function of the Earth Escape Jade Talisman is, naturally, to burrow into the ground, allowing one to merge seamlessly into the surrounding terrain, albeit with a limited duration of merely several breaths, rendering its utility somewhat modest. The Cloud Mist Jade Talisman, on the other hand, serves a pivotal role during combat. Once dispatched, it engenders a vast expanse of mist before the enemy, effectively obscuring their vision for a duration of 20 breaths. Yang Shui was utterly astonished. She initially believed that Yi Chen's ability to forge a second-grade acupoint talisman represented the pinnacle of his current capabilities. However, she was taken aback to discover that he had crafted various other jade talismans in addition to the acupoint talisman. Qin Zhongtian, observing the flying sky, Earth Escape, and Cloud Mist jade talismans before him, was rendered speechless, his countenance a portrait of shock as he gazed at Yi Chen. Young Master Yi, you truly have opened my eyes. Your extraordinary talent for engraving inscriptions is unparalleled in my lifetime, Qin Zhongtian exclaimed, his astonishment evident in his wide-eyed gaze. Your praise is too generous, Lord Qin, Yi Chen replied with a smile, shaking his head gently. Yet, Qin Zhongtian felt a pang of regret. After all, Yi Chen's future contributions of jade talismans to the Qianxing Merchants Association meant that he would be absorbed into their ranks, thereby depriving the inscription hall of such a promising talent. How could the hall hope to flourish under such circumstances? Nevertheless, he reasoned that maintaining a good relationship with Yi Chen was essential. Should Yi Chen rise to prominence, he would likely extend his support to the inscription hall. Yi Chen's subsequent creations of jade talismans left everyone astounded, revealing the astonishing prowess of the great Qian inscription diagram. In reality, Yi Chen possessed 3 additional jade talismans: a lightning jade talisman, a thunder pattern jade talisman, and a golden armor jade talisman, though he had refrained from presenting them, as doing so would draw excessive attention. Ultimately, he decided against revealing them, as he had only forged one of each. Upon returning, he would refine more, anticipating that these unproduced talismans could yield greater returns in spirit stones. Yang Shui produced a purple gold card, a form of spatial storage belonging to the Qianxing Merchants Association, reserved for those of esteemed status. To demonstrate my sincerity in this collaboration, I present this card to you, containing 100,000 mid-tier spirit stones. Going forward, your inscription talismans can be delivered to the Qianxing Merchants Association, and all associated costs will be deducted from this sum, should the funds prove insufficient. The branch here will supplement it as needed, Yang Shui said, her smile enchanting, radiating a spring-like warmth. Upon hearing the mention of 100,000 mid-tier spirit stones, Yi Chen was astounded. The exchange rate between low-tier and mid-tier spirit stones is 1 to 100, equating to a staggering 1 million low-tier spirit stones. This was beyond explosive. Yi Chen had never encountered such a vast fortune in spirit stones, leaving him utterly astonished. My humble possessions are scarcely worth 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. What you are offering seems rather excessive, Miss Yang. Yi Chen gazed anxiously at Yang Shui. I have already mentioned, we shall gradually offset the amount. I find it tedious to settle accounts repeatedly, Yang Shui remarked. Very well, Yi Chen responded with a pleased nod. Miss Yang truly possesses a generous spirit, bestowing 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones at once. The Qianxing Merchant Association indeed commands great confidence. Yi Chen, you should promptly express your gratitude to Miss Yang. She is your benefactor. With the support of the Qianxing Merchant Association, who would dare to bully you in the future? Qin Zhongtian chuckled as he looked at Yi Chen. Thank you, Miss Yang, Yi Chen quickly said. Qin Zhongtian also wished to make a favorable impression before Miss Yang, for one cannot afford to offend someone of her stature. Chapter 26. Mutual Benefit. Yang Shui understood Qin Zhongtian well. There was no need for such formality. After all, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Our Qianxing Chamber of Commerce does not engage in unprofitable transactions. At that moment, Yang Shui appeared exceptionally elegant, leaving Yi Chen with the impression that a towering peak stood between them. It seemed as though they belonged to entirely different worlds. Yang Shui hailed from the imperial city. while he was merely a disregarded youth from the humble Yi family in Xingyang City. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was an unusual glimmer in Yang Shui's gaze. Miss Yang, in the future, your Qianxing Chamber of Commerce could also strengthen its collaboration with our Mingwen Hall, Qin Zhongtian suggested, naturally seeking to secure a few benefits for himself. Of course, since you introduced such an outstanding inscription master like Yi Chun to our Qianxing Chamber of Commerce, we shall express our gratitude accordingly, Yang Shui replied gracefully. Then I shall take my leave first. I need to return to my training. I wish to participate in the upcoming recruitment competition at Lingxiao Academy in a month's time. At my current level, I still have a long way to go, so I must devote myself to intense practice, Yi Chen said, awkwardly smiling and scratching his head. Very well, you may go back. Yang Shui waved her hand at him. Yi Chen nodded and departed. After he left, Yang Shui drew out several second-tier acupoint opening talismans and placed them before Qin Zhongtian. Lord Qin, could you examine these acupoint opening talismans to see if there is anything amiss? She asked, her tone seemingly imbued with deeper meaning. Qin Zhongtian chuckled softly, inspecting the talismans for a moment before setting them down gently. Miss Yang, are you testing me? These jade talismans have been processed. As you know, I am also an inscription master. The quality of these talismans has been suppressed, though not overtly apparent. It is evident that Yi Chun wishes to avoid drawing too much attention. Otherwise, these second-tier acupoint opening talismans could have reached a medium quality. After a thorough observation, Qin Zhongtian articulated his thoughts. Indeed, Yi Chun is quite intriguing. As Yang Shui's interest in Yi Chun grew, he, upon receiving the purple gold card, made no hesitation in purchasing 1,000 spirit transformation pills, each costing 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, Yi Chun currently possessed 10 million low-grade spirit stones, though only about 300,000 belonged to him. Merely acquiring the spirit transformation pills cost him a staggering 1 million low-grade spirit stones, an amount that would take him several years of service in the Yi residence to earn. Reflecting on this expenditure stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Yi Chun. While he had earned a considerable sum, he was also spending it rapidly. With only around 300,000 truly his, he had already spent over 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Despite the tremor of anxiety in his heart, he believed that the 1,000 spirit transformation pills would enable him to achieve a breakthrough, advancing into the second or even third level of the ultimate spirit sea. Upon this realization, Yi Chun's gaze brightened with anticipation. He returned home with fervor, secluding himself once more in his dim chamber to commence his cultivation. Before he knew it, 3 days had elapsed. During this brief span, he had consumed a significant portion of 1,000 spirit transformation pills. Yet, he found himself still unable to reach the pinnacle of the second level of the spirit sea. This caused Yi Chun considerable anxiety, but he understood that impatience would yield no reward. Each subsequent step would only become more arduous, for it is a natural law that ascension in realms grows increasingly difficult. Despite the lack of progress in his cultivation level over these 3 days, his strength had undeniably advanced. His current realm approximated the third level of the spirit sea. Should he face Yi Buju, even if the latter had achieved the fourth level of the spirit sea, Yi Chun felt utterly confident in his ability to vanquish him effortlessly. Rising from the cultivation platform, Yi Chun's gaze appeared momentarily vacant, having just emerged from deep meditation. However, he quickly regained his focus, his eyes sharpening with renewed clarity. Channeling his spiritual energy, he struck forward with a palm. A resonant hum echoed through the subterranean chamber, causing it to tremble. Remarkably, he had exerted less than 1/10 of his strength, yet the impact was already formidable. Yi Chun hesitated to unleash further force. He pondered the difficulty of attaining the second level of the spirit sea. It seemed imperative to expand his spiritual meridians. Previously, he had opened 40 spiritual acupoints. Yet the human body also harbors 18 unique spiritual meridians, divided into 9 divine meridians and 9 extraordinary meridians. Currently, half of the divine meridians had been activated, while only one of the 9 extraordinary meridians had been opened. Apart from these peculiar meridians, the body contains an additional 40 spiritual meridians, which are essential for circulating spiritual energy throughout the physique, thereby enhancing its strength. Furthermore, once a certain threshold is reached, the internal spiritual energy can be directly transmitted through the meridians, amplifying its potency. Yi Chun surveyed the remnants of his spirit transformation pills. He had consumed over 600. leaving him with more than 300. Without delving into the activation of the divine and extraordinary meridians, he wondered if he could first widen these 40 spiritual meridians to unleash greater potential within his spiritual energy. Ultimately, only by growing stronger could he hope to succeed in the entrance competition at Lingxiao Academy and secure his place as a disciple. With this determination, Chen returned to the cultivation platform, closed his eyes in quietude, and swallowed 10 spirit transformation pills in one swift motion. A surge of formidable spiritual energy flooded into his dantian. He gradually guided this energy toward the surrounding 40 spiritual meridians. Under the repeated surges of spiritual energy, the spiritual veins have become more resilient than ever, their width now twice what it once was. This sensation is truly exhilarating. Chen is filled with joy. After 3 more days, all the spiritual transformation pills have been consumed. At this moment, a dazzling aura of spiritual light emanates from Chen's body. This is a symbol of the strengthening of his spiritual veins, and at this instant, Chen has precisely stepped into the second level of the ultimate spiritual sea. It is important to note that he has expended 1,000 spiritual transformation pills to reach this point. The cost has been exorbitant, amounting to a staggering 1 million lower-grade spiritual stones. If this continues, it will become unsustainable. Chen must endeavor to concoct more acupoint-piercing talismans and various other talismans. With a slight elevation in his realm, it is only natural for Chen to seek a suitable place to test his newfound power. The Yi family possesses specialized training grounds, and Chen has chosen a secluded area for his cultivation. Chapter 27: Encountering Lin Moxie again. Subsequently, Qin Ming casually seized a weapon from the armory nearby. It was a sword, so inferior that it barely qualified as a yellow-grade combat weapon. Before Chen could truly harness its potential, merely gripping it lightly caused the sword to warp. It was utterly incapable of withstanding the formidable surge of spiritual energy that Chen infused into it. With a resounding crack, the sword shattered into shards of iron. Chen, shaking his head in resignation, quietly lamented, "Could it be?" Realizing the necessity for a more suitable weapon, he understood that without a quality combat tool, he could not fully unleash his greatest power. Chen excelled in swordsmanship. However, lacking a worthy sword meant he would inevitably suffer against formidable opponents. Besides one's inherent strength, the quality of one's artifacts was equally crucial. While Chen possessed the Great Thousand Inscription diagram to fabricate numerous inscription jade talismans, the Yi family lacked any renowned weapons. It seemed a trip to the Qianxing Merchant Guild for a selection was imperative. Yet, even a yellow-grade combat weapon required a few thousand low-grade spirit stones, let alone those reaching the profound grade, which might demand tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. Truly, one gets what one pays for. Chen examined several more weapons, but the outcome remained unchanged. None could endure the pressure of the amplified spiritual energy. They either shattered or deformed. He felt a mix of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from knowing that, with his current strength, he could effortlessly teach Yi Bujuan a lesson. Conversely, the sorrow arose from the realization that to be selected as a disciple during the entrance trials at Lingxiao Academy, he required further preparation, both in terms of combat weapons and martial arts. The Windchaser sword was merely a subpar, mid-level profound martial art. If he could acquire a complete and superior mid-level profound martial art, Chen would possess greater confidence in the grand competition at Lingxiao Academy. The incomplete Windchaser sword, as Chen's cultivation and comprehension advanced, might eventually be perfected through his powerful insights. Had he a complete Windchaser sword technique, it would likely be classified as a high-grade profound martial art, or even a top-grade one. Yet, due to its incompleteness, it was relegated to a special low-grade status. Nevertheless, even in its current form, it remained Chen's most formidable technique. After pondering this matter, he smiled calmly, recognizing that both martial arts and combat weapons were indispensable. "I must refine more jade talismans," he resolved, determined to produce a greater quantity this time. After all, both martial arts and weapons required financial resources. Subsequently, Chen returned to the secret chamber and commenced the refining of jade talismans once more. This time, he dedicated 3 days to create 1,000 second-grade acupoint talismans. 500 cost 300,000, thus 1,000 would amount to 600,000. Along with the previously crafted lightning, thunder pattern, and golden armor jade talismans. their combined worth would undoubtedly be even greater. This time, the income is expected to amount to around 6 or 70,000 low-tier spirit stones, which is quite commendable. Once the refining is complete, Chen eagerly stowed away the jade talismans and proceeded to the Qianxing Chamber of Commerce in Qingyang City. Renowned throughout Qingyang, the Qianxing Chamber of Commerce stands as the premier establishment among various trading houses. Chen's purpose for visiting was to seek out Mu Xinran, as Yang Shui had mentioned that one could directly approach the person in charge here, thereby expediting the process. Upon entering the Qianxing Chamber of Commerce, which spans 2 stories and covers an extensive area, Chen was greeted by an array of customers. The establishment was brimming with an assortment of rare treasures, elixirs, and jade talismans. With the prepared talismans secured in his pouch, Chen stepped into the heart of the chamber. As soon as he crossed the threshold, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Mo Shi, we must purchase a substantial quantity of Linghua pills this time. My brother is nearing the 8th level of the Transformation Sea realm, and he consumes over 10 pills daily." The speaker was Zhao Chongkong's sister, Zhao Lingsu. "Indeed, let us procure enough for a month. I've heard that many are registering for discipleship at Ling Shao Academy next month," replied Lin Mo Shi, standing beside Zhao Lingsu. Months later, Chen was taken aback to encounter Lin Mo Shi once more in this very place, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. "At least 600 should suffice for a month," he mused. The Linghua pills at Qianxing Chamber of Commerce are quite costly, each priced at 1,000 spirit stones, summing up to a staggering 60,000 for 600 pills, an expense that few could afford. Zhao Lingsu displayed an air of superiority, exuding confidence in her wealth. "Well, that's simply the way it is. Regardless of whether it's your Zhao family or our Lin family, neither are lacking in funds. 60,000 low-tier spirit stones is merely a trifle. I have prepared 6,000 mid-tier spirit stones for the exchange." Lin Mo Shi appeared quite affluent, and as Chen glanced her way, she noticed him. "Long time no see." After a moment's hesitation, Chen managed to utter those words, uncertain of what else to say. At that moment, Zhao Lingsu also spotted Chen, her disdainful eyes narrowing as she regarded him. "What? Do you still harbor illusions of grandeur? Don't even think about it. My sister has already been betrothed to my brother. Understand?" Zhao Lingsu looked at Chen with evident scorn. This left Chen feeling quite irked. He merely intended to greet them, with no ulterior motives. He had long given up on any hopes regarding Lin Mo Shi. "Your bloodline, the Lian Tianjiao, is indeed formidable, and I have ascended to the 6th level of the Transformation Sea realm. There is no possibility between us. My heights are realms you shall never reach. Moreover, I am not well acquainted with you." At this moment, Lin Mo Shi spoke with an air of arrogance, declaring that had she known better, she would not have greeted someone so self-assured. The events of the past had long since faded from her memory. Chen cast a disdainful glance at Lin Mo Shi, remarking that it would be best for her to forget, for otherwise, Chongkong would come wielding his sword and could easily sever her head with a single strike. Furthermore, there was no need for such a commotion. It had come to his attention that she had recently begun crafting jade talismans and had even triumphed in the competition for the position of the young master. If she sought to capture his attention, such theatrics were unnecessary. Lin Mo Shi, in her self-importance, retorted, "One cannot discuss ice with a summer insect." Chen, disinterested, prepared to walk away. However, at that moment, Zhao Lingsu directly obstructed his path. "Who said you could leave? With your kind of demeanor? Do you even dare to set foot in the Qianxing Chamber of Commerce? Is this truly a place for someone like you?" Zhao Lingsu proclaimed with arrogance. Chapter 28. The president's arrival. Chen had no desire to engage with this madwoman. Moreover, he should apologize to Sister Mo Xie, preferably kneeling. Zhao Lingsu proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Instantly, Chen was filled with confusion, unable to decipher the meaning behind Zhao Lingsu's words. This was a place of commerce, bustling with people. If others could enter, why could he not? Furthermore, she demanded that he apologize to Lin Mo Xie, the very person who had drained his life force. If anyone should be apologizing, it should be her to him. Everyone in Qingyang City knew of Lin Mo Xie's venomous heart. Chen could no longer tolerate Zhao Lingsu's egregious behavior. At the mention of her heart being likened to a scorpion's, Lin Mo Xie was instantly incensed, a palpable aura of menace surrounding her. Were it not for the fact that they were within the territory of the Qianxing Chamber of Commerce, she would have already taken action to eliminate Chen. All the affection they once shared was a mere facade. Yi Chen, do you wish for death? Everything that transpired was of your own volition. You tarnish my reputation here. And the Lin family will not let you go unpunished, Lin Mo Xia coldly stated. At that moment, footsteps echoed from above. Oh, what a lively scene we have today. Are you two planning to engage in combat here? A sweet yet subtly menacing voice interjected. How could we? My apologies, President Mu. This young man is merely spouting nonsense. And I was only offering him a reminder, Lin Mo Xia replied with a smile, wary of offending Mu Xinran, the president of the Qianxing Chamber of Commerce. Behind the chamber lay the imperial city, and in the Dayu kingdom, they had established dozens of branches, almost in every city-state. I seek President Mu, Yi Chen exclaimed, noticing Yang Shui standing behind Mu Xinran. Yang Shui smiled and nodded at Yi Chen. You are the one, Yi Chen, Mu Xinran said. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized him. Indeed, that is I, Yi Chen affirmed with a nod. Excellent, excellent. Please, follow me, she said, using the word excellent thrice with a beaming smile. Soon, Yi Chen was personally escorted by Mu Xinran to a private room on the second floor. Initially, when Mu Xinran descended, Lin Mo Xia and Zhao Lingsu presumed that the president was there to welcome them. Given that the Lin and Zhao families were among the most powerful of the four great families in Qingyang City, while the Yi family was once formidable, it was now in a state of decline, having lost many talents, including Yi Tianli, and was now barely surviving. The Zhou family, though once the weakest of the four, had risen in status following the Yi family's misfortunes. However, to Zhao Lingsu and Lin Mo Xia's astonishment, Mu Xinran did not even spare them a glance, opting instead to personally escort Yi Chen to the second-floor suite. What could the relationship between Yi Chen and President Mu possibly be? Who, may I ask, is the esteemed Miss Yang standing beside President Mu? It is evident that President Mu holds Miss Yang in high regard, yet she remains remarkably unassuming. Zhao Lingsu's face was a portrait of indignation. Sister Mo, how on earth did that fellow manage to be invited up there? Surely he cannot be acquainted with President Mu. Zhao Lingsu felt a profound discomfort. So what if they are acquainted? What difference does it make? Yi Chen is nothing but a waste now. I have drained his bloodline power. I truly wonder how he managed to restore his dantian. Even if he can cultivate now, in my eyes, he remains a failure, Lin Machi stated coldly. Within the private room, a pot of wood-fire orchids blossomed quietly, infusing the air with wisps of spiritual energy. The wood-fire orchid is a plant capable of absorbing and releasing spiritual energy. You found me quite swiftly. Have you perhaps concocted another batch of jade talismans? Yang Shui glanced at Yi Chen. Indeed, it has been 3 days since, and this batch consists of 1,000 pressure point talismans, Yi Chen replied, subsequently producing the second-grade pressure point talismans. Let us conduct a test, he suggested. That won't be necessary. It is evident at a glance that these are second-grade, inferior quality pressure point talismans. The price remains unchanged, 600 low-grade spirit stones per talisman, Mu Xinran stated. Yang Shui had already elucidated the details of her collaboration with Yi Chen, thus Mu Xinran was aware of the settlement. The total comes to 600,000 low-grade spirit stones, Mu Xinran said with a smile. Indeed, Yi Chen affirmed. Mu Xinran's smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze. At that moment, she deliberately leaned closer to Yi Chen, her breath fragrant as orchids, and inquired about numerous aspects of the pressure point talismans, playfully teasing him. However, as it was Yi Chen's first encounter with Mu Xinran, her fervent demeanor was quite overwhelming. Your speed in crafting jade talismans is truly impressive. 1,000 in merely 3 days. If only the quality were a touch higher, after a few more rounds. The spirit stones from the purple gold card that Miss Yang provided would be entirely offset, Mu Xinran remarked. Thank you, Miss Yang. It is precisely due to your generous advance of spirit stones that I was able to procure spirit transformation pills to elevate my cultivation, Yi Chen expressed his gratitude. It is evident that your strength has indeed improved since the last time I saw you. Moreover, your speed in crafting jade talismans has genuinely astonished me. Might you soon attain the ability to craft third-grade jade talismans? Miss Yang smiled as she regarded Yi Chen. That may prove somewhat challenging. Only a third-grade engraver can produce third-grade jade talismans, and my current level is merely that of a second grade, Yi Chen humbly replied. With your talents, not only will you surpass third-grade engravers, but your future will undoubtedly ascend to 5th grade and beyond. Miss Yang's words greatly encouraged Yi Chen, leaving him profoundly touched. Thank you, Miss Yang, for your affirmation. I shall continue to strive with unwavering resolve. I hope that the jade talismans I forge will bring greater benefits to the Thousand Saints Guild. Of course, I am acutely aware that these modest jade talismans are but a mere droplet in the vast ocean of commerce that is the Thousand Saints Guild. Chen offered an awkward smile, realizing he had perhaps spoken too much. He then bowed to the two ladies and prepared to take his leave. However, just as he reached the threshold, an idea struck him, prompting him to turn back. Ah, you rascal, what brings you back? Could it be that you find it difficult to part with me? Mu Xinran teased, her eyes glimmering like silk as they regarded Chen. This rendered him bashful. Indeed, both Mu Xinran and Yang Shui possessed beauty that rivaled that of Lin Moxie. In the presence of such enchanting women, Chen found himself at a loss for words. All right, do not tease him further. Is there something you wish to discuss? If you have business, then speak plainly. No need to be so coy. Yang Shui directed her gaze toward Chen. Chapter 29. A Bounty of Wealth. Chen nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, I have concocted several additional jade talismans. I am uncertain of their worth, but I would like you to examine them. Should you find them appealing, I would be willing to sell them to you as well. His voice was barely above a whisper, revealing a hint of shyness. Very well, let us see them, Mu Xinran replied with a bright smile. All right, I shall present them now for your appraisal. Chen responded with a cheerful nod. Upon witnessing the jade talismans he produced, both Mu Xinran and Miss Yang were taken aback. This is a lightning jade talisman, exclaimed Mu Xinran. Indeed, Chen affirmed. Name, lightning jade talisman. Quality, medium grade. Second tier. Effect, by infusing spiritual energy into the talisman and deploying it during combat, a sphere of lightning will manifest, delivering a formidable blow capable of grievously injuring a cultivator at the 4th stage of the sea transformation. The lightning jade talisman alone was sufficient to astonish Mu Xinran and Miss Yang. Yet, the subsequent thunder pattern jade talisman and golden armor jade talisman left them utterly speechless. The thunder pattern jade talisman also boasted a medium grade, 2nd tier quality, and its capabilities were astounding, with a mere infusion of spiritual energy. It could unleash a bolt of lightning, easily wounding a 4th stage sea transformation expert. The golden armor jade talisman, likewise of medium grade, 2nd tier quality, served a defensive purpose. Its function lay in forming a golden armor around the cultivator's outer layer, capable of withstanding attacks from 5th stage sea transformation adversaries for a full quarter of an hour, a remarkable duration. Staring at these talismans, Mu Xinran took a considerable time to regain her composure. Did you truly forge all of these talismans? She inquired, skepticism tinging her voice. Indeed. Is there a problem? If so, I shall take them back, Chen replied. No. She hastily shook her head. These talismans are indeed treasures. Should they be sold, they would fetch a handsome price. The difficulty in their crafting is immense, and they hold great significance for cultivators at the sea transformation level. Previously, you provided the flying, burrowing, and mist jade talismans, and now, just a few days later, you have developed a new variety. How many other talismans can you possibly create, young Master Yi? Miss Yang gazed at Chen in astonishment. I simply enjoy research and experimentation. I never anticipated that I would actually succeed, Chen admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Ultimately, Chen's primary concern lay in ascertaining the potential value of these talismans. We shall purchase these 3 talismans for 5,000 spiritual stones. How does that sound? Mu Xinran proposed. That sounds splendid. Chen's heart raced with exhilaration. He had not expected such a substantial sum, yet he endeavored to temper his excitement and maintain a semblance of calm, fearing it might invite ridicule. Generally speaking, upon entering the realm of transformation sea, transactions are typically settled in mid-tier spirit stones. In contrast, for the grand martial scriptures beneath this realm, due to the relatively lower prices of commodities, transactions are conducted using low-tier spirit stones. Of course, the 5,000 spirit stones mentioned by Mu Xinran refer solely to low-tier spirit stones. If converted to mid-tier spirit stones, it amounts to 50 of the latter. You truly possess remarkable ability. Return and refine more of these practical jade talismans. The Merchant Association is in great need of them, and if the quantity is substantial, we can offer you a higher price. Furthermore, future settlements will be conducted in mid-tier spirit stones, Mu Xinran informed Chen. Understood, Chen nodded in agreement. By the way, I am to participate in the entrance examination of the Lingxiao Academy in a month. Martial arts and battle weapons are of utmost importance to me. President Mu, could you perhaps recommend suitable martial arts and weapons? After a moment of contemplation, Mu Xinran gently shook her head. For now, do not rush to make any purchases. The day after tomorrow, the Qianqing Merchant Association will hold an auction. You should come and participate. Indeed, a variety of treasures and martial arts will be available at the auction. You can choose from them, Yang Shui concurred. Since both of you suggest this, I shall return the day after tomorrow. I can also refine more jade talismans in the meantime. In any case, before the entrance examination of Lingxiao Academy, I must repay my debt to Miss Yang. Yichen remarked with a smile. There is no need to be so anxious. Steady progress is key. Cultivating both martial prowess and inscription techniques will greatly enhance the strength you can ultimately display, Yang Shui advised. Gratefully, Yichen nodded at the two of them and swiftly departed. After his departure, Mu Xinran watched his receding figure with keen interest, softly commenting, Miss, this young man possesses quite the charm. Could you refrain from teasing him so much in the future? Yang Shui replied, Miss what? Are you fond of that young man? Mu Xinran teased playfully. Are you looking for a fight? How dare you speak such nonsense? Yang Shui exclaimed, raising her delicate fist. Yet, Mu Xinran leaned closer, grinning. Come on, hit me. It's been ages since I felt your punches. This exchange evidences the depth of their camaraderie. Upon returning home, Yichen wasted no time. Eager to elevate his cultivation, the impending entrance examination of the Lingxiao Academy loomed over him like a sword, constantly reminding him to hasten his strength enhancement. However, he also needed to allocate time for refining jade talismans. This time, he procured another 1,000 spirit transformation pills. Due to Yi Chen's unique cultivation method, which diverges from conventional practices, he appears to be at the ocean transformation realm. However, he is actually engaging in the refinement of the ultimate spiritual sea. His dantian possesses a significantly larger capacity than that of the ocean transformation realm, necessitating the absorption of an abundance of celestial spiritual energy to effect any transformation within the dantian, thereby facilitating the elevation of his realm. Over the course of 2 days, Yichen successfully crafted 1,000 second-tier acupuncture talismans. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within his dantian, under the catalysis of the spirit transformation pill, has become increasingly profound. Subtly, there are indications of a potential breakthrough into the second level of the ultimate spiritual sea. Ascending to this level equates to transitioning from the third to the fourth tier of the ocean transformation realm. Should he possess adept warriors and martial techniques at his disposal, Yi Chen believes he could contend even against formidable practitioners at the 5th tier of the ocean transformation realm. The ultimate spiritual sea vastly surpasses the ocean transformation realm of equivalent standing, boasting an advantage of approximately 2 tiers in strength. As time progresses, he may continue to grow increasingly powerful, and in the realm of cultivation, the distinctions become markedly pronounced when compared to ordinary cultivation levels. The 2 days swiftly elapsed, and Yi Chen, having prepared himself, hurriedly made his way back to the Thousand Saints Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 30. The Celestial Box. After all, one cannot afford to be late. If the auction concludes, he shall leave empty-handed. Yi Chen hurriedly arrived at the Qianqing Chamber of Commerce, and upon entering, he noticed that the auction had yet to commence. However, it was evident that the number of guests inside far exceeded that of previous occasions, with many boxes already reserved in advance. The auction venue was situated in a circular space on the first floor, which was not particularly spacious. Most of the items for auction were relatively small, and both weapons and treasures could easily be stored within spatial bags. Yi Chen scanned his surroundings, searching for the figure of President Mu. Yet, after a prolonged search, he failed to locate him. He still had a batch of jade talismans to deliver to President Mu. The first floor featured several boxes, but entry to even the most modest of them required 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The boxes on the second floor were even more exorbitant, often costing tens of thousands of spirit stones. Particularly, the esteemed Tian D and Ren rooms were rumored to demand as much as 100,000 spirit stones. For someone like Yi Chen, who was rather financially constrained, entering such an establishment seemed utterly beyond reach. In the auction hall, there were also some seating arrangements provided for those unable to afford box entry. While Yi Chen continued his search for President Mu, an elderly steward from the Qianqing chamber approached him. Are you young Master Yi? the steward inquired, a smile gracing his face. That would be me, Chen replied. Follow me, the steward instructed. What? For a moment, Chen was taken aback, unsure of the steward's intent. Come with me. I shall take you to a box on the second floor, the steward clarified. I cannot go to a box. I lack the funds, Chen responded with a wry smile, shaking his head. There is someone waiting for you inside. Hurry, follow me, the steward insisted. Very well. Observing the steward's urgency, Chen decided to follow him. Within the Qianxing chamber, people bustled about, oblivious to Wang Fan's presence. However, to Wang Fan's astonishment, the steward led him to the celestial box number 1. Is this the place? Chen asked incredulously. Indeed, this is it, the steward affirmed with a nod. But this is the celestial box. I cannot afford to enter, Chen quickly protested, shaking his head. You are permitted to enter. The scion of the Yi family should not be so timid, the steward remarked. Upon hearing this, Chen finally pushed open the door and stepped inside. Once inside, he beheld a graceful figure. Who else could it be but Mu Xinran? Close the door, Mu Xinran said with a smile directed at Chen. Chen promptly turned to shut the door. Confused, Chen turned to Mu Xinran. How could it be you, President Mu? He questioned, his brow furrowed. Why couldn't it be me? Mu Xinran replied with a playful tone. What kind of thought is that? Come, take a seat. We're all friends here. Don't be so reserved. She gently grasped Chen's hand. Her delicate, porcelain-like fingers were exquisitely smooth, and she wore a dress with a rather daring slit, exposing her long, graceful thighs to the air. A subtle fragrance lingered in the atmosphere. For a moment, Chen felt a surge of warmth rising within him. All right. I can sit by myself, President Mu. No need for that, he stammered, quickly taking a seat. Seeing his flustered demeanor, Mu Xinran covered her mouth and laughed heartily. Ha, young Master Yi, you are truly adorable. With that, she lifted his chin with her hand. President Mu, what are you doing? Chen felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Oh, don't call me President Mu. That feels so distant. Just call me Sister Mu from now on. I'm not teasing you anymore. After saying this, she stood up and moved to the side, quickly settling across from Chen. Did you summon me here for something? Chen inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Didn't I already say to call me Sister Mu? Do I need to charge you a fee for that? Mu Xinran shot him a playful glare. Sister Mu, Chen said shyly. Ha, look at you, a grown man, still so bashful. Besides, it's not like I can't invite you over just to chat, she replied. No, I wouldn't dare. Chen quickly shook his head. To invite you here, I put in some thought, young Master Yi. It's merely to help you participate more directly in the auction. If there is something you desire, feel free to mention it. I'll assist you in acquiring it. Of course, you'll be the one paying. She smiled. But I'm just an ordinary individual. This private room makes me a bit nervous, Chen admitted. A true man, born of heaven and earth, should aspire to great heights. Are you really intimidated by a mere private room? Mu Xinran remarked. From now on, Sister Mu will look out for you. What is there to fear? Just sit back and enjoy the auction. I see that the 4 prominent families are about to arrive. As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward the entrance. The 4 great families of Qingyang City referred to the Yi, Zhao, Lin, and Zhou families. Soon, an elderly man in his 50s, familiar to Chen, came into view. I didn't expect the Grand Elder to arrive so soon, Chen remarked. The Grand Elder of the Yi family, Yi Quan, appeared alongside his son, Yi Bujuan. It appears that the Qianxing Chamber of Commerce's auction is intent on acquiring some treasures. However, given Yi Buju's limited capabilities, his participation in the Lingxiao Academy's admission examination seems rather unlikely. Both Yi Quan and Yi Bujue are adorned in luxurious garments, projecting an air of superiority. Despite their family's imminent decline, it is perplexing to witness such posturing. Upon observing this, Chen couldn't help but shake his head disapprovingly. What is the matter? Mu Xinran inquired, noticing Chen's demeanor. Nothing much. I simply find Yi Quan rather displeasing. The Grand Elder has persistently sought my demise. However, I no longer fear him. Chen replied nonchalantly. The Yi family is indeed far from its former glory. As the Grand Elder, Yi Quan has somewhat inflated his own importance, remarked Mu Xinran. Soon after, the Lin family arrived, and Chen's gaze immediately fell upon Lin Moxie, igniting a cold glimmer in his eyes. Mu Xinran also sensed Chen's unusual reaction. A woman devoid of shame is not worth your vexation, Mu Xinran stated. Chapter 31. The beginning. Reflecting on the past is not something Chen wishes to dwell upon. Indeed, I shall not allow her to provoke my ire, he remarked. Beside Lin Mo she stood the head of the Lin family, her father, Lin Tianyan, who exuded an air of superiority. Upon entering the Qiansheng Chamber of Commerce, he barely acknowledged those around him, turning instead to accompany Lin Mo she into a private room on the second floor. Following them were members of the Zhao family, including Zhao Chongkong. Lastly, the Zhou family arrived, with the family head Zhou Dongyang and the young master, Zhou Zijiang, swiftly making their entrance into the room. Gaining access to a private room on the second floor is a symbol of status. Typically, only lesser families manage to secure a room on the first floor. Once inside the private room, a variety of services awaited them. Attendants presented exquisite spiritual tea, and a projection spirit stone was available, allowing them to clearly observe the auction proceedings and bid at their convenience. The sound could be transmitted through specialized means, and should the bidders wish to conceal their identities, they could even alter their voices. This arrangement provided substantial protection for the bidders. Moreover, each private room had a back exit, enabling attendees to exit freely after the auction, as long as they had settled their payments with spiritual stones. Each room's exit was unique, thus ensuring maximum security for the bidders. After all, many covet the treasures acquired by others, and there exists the potential for malice once they step outside. The Qiansheng Chamber of Commerce has indeed put considerable thought into these matters. Consequently, not only families from Qingyang City, but also numerous clans from the outer city gathered at the Qiansheng Chamber of Commerce to partake in this auction. The atmosphere was lively and bustling, as Chen observed the unfolding scenes below. Naturally, the auction held by the Qiansheng Chamber of Commerce attracts many families from various cities each time it is conducted. After all, each item up for bid comes with a guarantee of quality, and the organization excels in numerous aspects, Chairman Mu stated with a smile. It is indeed an honor to collaborate with the Qiansheng Chamber of Commerce, Chen replied with a grin. Oh, it appears you have finally grasped the nuances of conversation, expressing sentiments that please me, Mu Xian Ran remarked with a chuckle. Haha, Sister Mu, you truly underestimated my intellect. Chen responded, as he and Mu Xian Ran grew increasingly familiar with one another. Typically, Mu Xian Ran refrained from engaging with men, often displaying disdain towards them, as most would regard her with eyes filled with desire. Yet, upon encountering Chen, she found herself blushing. Moreover, she noticed that Miss Yang seemed to bestow particular attention upon Chen. In terms of inscription talent, Chen was indeed exceptional, making him a prime candidate for the Qiansheng Chamber of Commerce, as Yang Shui believed he could bring even greater benefits in the future. Compared to the 100,000 mid-tier spiritual stones she had given him, such an investment seemed trivial. Moreover, Chen did not acquire them without cost. They were obtained in exchange for jade talismans. However, he still owes a considerable amount. At worst, after returning, he can simply refine more jade talismans. In any case, before heading to Lingshao Academy for the entrance examination, he intends to settle this debt. Chen dislikes being indebted to others. The auction is about to commence, and competition is inevitable. As Mu Xinran spoke, her gaze turned towards the projection spirit stone ahead. The atmosphere at the auction site was electric. A beautiful woman gracefully stepped onto the stage at the center of the auction. Greetings, everyone. I am the auctioneer for this event, Xiao Gu, and we shall now officially begin the auction. If there is anything you desire, do not forget to bid. Xiao Gu smiled warmly, exuding a refreshing charm. The first item up for bid today is 3 jade talismans, she announced cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Chen was momentarily perplexed. He could not fathom what was so special about a jade talisman. However, since it was being auctioned at the Qiansheng Chamber of Commerce, it must be extraordinary. Surely, it possesses some remarkable utility. Behold, these 3 jade talismans, lightning, thunder pattern, and golden armor. Xiao Gu presented. The efficacy of these 3 talismans is undoubtedly well known to everyone. Although they are of inferior second-grade quality, they can serve as a means of defense and protection in critical moments, and such jade talismans are exceedingly rare. As far as I know, even in the Imperial City, the number of individuals capable of refining these talismans is quite limited, Xiao Gu elaborated. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen was somewhat astonished. These were indeed the jade talismans he had crafted himself. Had he refined them properly, they might have reached a medium quality of the second grade. However, Yi Chen preferred to remain low-key. The starting bid is set at 10,000 spirit stones for each talisman. At this, Yi Chen's expression transformed into one of shock. Initially sold for 5,000 spirit stones, the starting bid had now escalated to 10,000. Observing Yi Chen's astonishment, Mu Huichang smiled faintly. What's the matter? Do you think our Qianxing Chamber of Commerce isn't scrupulous? Flipping them for 10,000 spirit stones? Mu Xinran remarked, sensing Yi Chen's thoughts. Not at all. Yi Chen quickly shook his head. Really? What are you thinking, young man? Don't think I'm unaware, Mu Xinran teased. I truly am not. Besides, I have already sold those 3 talismans to you. Yi Chen flashed his signature smile. Although you sold them to us, I know what you're thinking. Rest assured, once bidding begins, half of the commission profit will be yours. Miss Yang has instructed that you must not be shortchanged, Mu Xinran said with a smile directed at Yi Chen. How generous. Yi Chen was pleasantly surprised by the Qianxing Chamber of Commerce's attentiveness to him. Of course. Therefore, you must double your efforts and refine even better jade talismans for us in the future. Mu Xinran spoke with an unparalleled gentleness. As he listened to her, Wang Fan found himself somewhat discomfited. My dear Mu Jia, sitting in this grand private booth of yours makes me feel quite uneasy. Perhaps you could arrange for me to be in a smaller room? Yi Chen suggested. Change what? Just sit quietly in there. It's not as if you're footing the bill, Mu Xinran retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Yi Chen. With no other choice, Yi Chen settled down obediently. Meanwhile, the members of various families were fixated with intense gazes on the 3 jade talismans displayed on the auction platform. I bid 15,000 spirit stones for each. I bid 16,000 for each. I bid 17,000. Before long, the price surged to 20,000 spirit stones apiece. Witnessing this scene, Yi Chen was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that such jade talismans would be valued so highly. Chapter 32. Intentional bidding upon returning. Yi Chen contemplated the need to refine more of these special jade talismans. However, the crafting of such talismans proved to be far more challenging than that of ordinary ones. 25,000 spirit stones for each. A voice rose from the crowd, belonging to Yi Quan, the esteemed elder of the Yi family. He intended to purchase them as gifts for his son, who was about to partake in the assessment at Lingxiao Academy, with uncertain prospects. These talismans would serve as protective charms for him. Father, these talismans are truly exceptional treasures, rarely seen outside the Qianxing Trading Association, Yi Bujuan exclaimed with delight. Indeed, I shall secure them for you, Yi Quan replied, his gaze filled with paternal affection for Yi Bujuan. 26,000 for each, called out an elder from the Zhao family. 27,000. Another voice chimed in. 30,000 for each. Yi Quan declared loudly, a figure that astonished Yi Chen beyond belief. Ultimately, the final price settled at 30,000 for each, resulting in a total of 90,000 spirit stones for the 3 talismans. Yi Chen marveled at the thriving Qianxing Trading Association. That is indeed the case, Mu Xinran chuckled in agreement. Next up for auction was a Lihua pill. With an opening bid of 100,000 spirit stones, Xiaoge promptly made the offer. The Lihua pill, a fire attribute elixir, significantly enhances fire-based techniques and is a rare 3rd-grade medicine. The starting price of 100,000 spirit stones was anticipated. Upon seeing the Lihua pill, Lin Machi's eyes sparkled with excitement, deeply captivated by its presence. She was currently practicing a fire-based martial art known as the Fire Phoenix technique, which utilizes spiritual fire to conjure a small phoenix with formidable power. Acquiring the Lihua pill would undoubtedly advance her martial prowess significantly. With this thought in mind, she quickly glanced at her father. Dad, I need the Lihua pill, Lin Machi said with a smile. Of course, my daughter, I understand. I will secure it for you right away, Lin Tianyan replied confidently, proceeding to offer 110,000 spirit stones. The competition in the room intensified swiftly, with bids escalating to 200,000. After reaching this sum, fewer voices joined in the bidding. Ultimately, when the price climbed to 230,000, Lin Tianyan noticed no one dared to counter. Thank you all for your leniency, Lin Tianyan said with a smile, bowing to those present. As the auctioneer prepared to bring the gavel down, a voice from box number 1 resonated softly, 250,000. The speaker, of course, was Yi Chen. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for the Lin family and sought to outwit Lin Mo Shi. Aware of the significance of the fire-splitting pill for Lin Mo Shi, who practiced fire-based techniques, he was certain they would raise their bid. Observing Yi Chen's demeanor, Mu Xian Ran couldn't help but smile knowingly. Young man, you aim to ensnare the Lin family, but do not ensnare yourself in the process. Know when to withdraw, she said with a smile directed at Yi Chen. He nodded in agreement. 260,000. Lin Tianyan, initially elated, furrowed his brow upon hearing the bid from the esteemed box. He cast his gaze towards the box, but its translucent windows remained shut, and the voice had been altered, rendering it impossible to discern the identity of the bidder. However, one could surmise that those within the esteemed box held a position of great nobility. 270,000. Yi Chen continued nonchalantly. Dear esteemed gentlemen of the first box, the fire-splitting pill is essential for the cultivation of my family's young lady. Might you consider relinquishing it? Lin Tianyan called out to the first box. Yet, the box remained silent, offering no response, which incited Lin Tianyan's ire. Moments later, Yi Chen declared 300,000. He believed this price to be quite substantial. Should the other party persist, he would withdraw, having successfully ensnared them. 320,000. Indeed, Lin Tianyan continued to bid, though he was seething with anger. 320,000 for a third-grade fire-splitting pill is exorbitant. Nonetheless, other commercial establishments lacked availability, leaving him no choice. To advance Lin Moxi's cultivation and prepare for the upcoming trials of the Ling Shao Academy, he had to proceed. Yi Chen refrained from further bids, allowing Lin Tianyan to exhale in relief as the fire-splitting pill ultimately fell into the hands of the Lin family for the staggering price of 320,000. However, Lin Tianyan bore a grudge against the anonymous competitor who had driven up the price, unaware that this individual was, in his eyes, an inconsequential Yi Chen. You are truly cunning, having deftly outmaneuvered the Lin family. Yet, I admire that. A man must repay grievances, Mu Xian Ran remarked, her gaze fixed on Yi Chen. The Lin family has wronged me in the past. This loss is trifling for them, Yi Chen replied. Subsequently, several remarkable items were auctioned, each falling into the hands of various prominent families. After a brief period, a 9-rin 3-pointed dagger was presented for bidding. This dagger gleamed brightly, adorned with intricate engravings. Unmistakably a formidable weapon. The 9-rin 3-pointed dagger, with its 9 run, possessed unparalleled power, while the 3 prongs on one side allowed for grappling. Crafted from the preeminent South Sea immortal iron and inscribed by a third-grade engraver, it was a masterpiece of weaponry. Surely, everyone has already discerned its formidable power, capable of grievously injuring cultivators at the 3rd or 4th tier of the sea transformation realm. As Xiao Gu provided his introduction, Lin Moxi's gaze became fixated on the blade before her. As a practitioner of swordsmanship, she had previously wielded a blue-handled greatsword of medium quality within the yellow tier. However, the knife before her was of superior quality in the yellow tier, adorned with engravings that amplified its potency, precisely what she sought. Thus, upon laying eyes on this weapon, Lin Moxi found herself irresistibly drawn to it. Naturally, Lin Tianyan recognized that this was exactly what his daughter needed. This knife suits you remarkably well, he remarked with a smile. Indeed, it is perfectly suited for me, Lin Moxi replied. Then let us acquire it, Lin Tianyan declared, setting his sights on the 9-rin 3-stabs knife. The 9-rin 3-stabs knife, a superior quality weapon of the yellow tier, has a starting bid of 300,000 spirit stones, announced the auctioneer. Generally speaking, combat weapons are more expensive than elixirs or talismans. 300,000 spirit stones is no trivial sum. Most smaller families would find it challenging to produce such an amount. However, where there is an auction, there are those who desire. Chapter 33. The Broken Iron Sword. Upon hearing the starting bid, it became evident that most of the families present hailed from Qingyang City, a mere speck within the vast expanse of the Dayu dynasty. The sum of 300,000 spirit stones constituted a significant amount for them. As this figure resonated through the room, the expressions of the gathered nobles underwent palpable transformations. Nevertheless, for the sake of his daughter, Lin Tianyan gritted his teeth and declared, 310,000. With the first bid placed, it wasn't long before a second and third followed suit. Numerous individuals coveted the 9-rin 3-pronged blade. However, after several rounds of competition, many families chose to refrain from further bidding, unwilling to antagonize Lin Tianyan. The price surged to 450,000, which already struck Lin Tianyan as exorbitant. He believed no one would dare to bid higher. Unexpectedly, a voice from the prestigious Tianzi box emerged once more, declaring, 460,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Tianyan felt an overwhelming urge to storm into the Tianzi box and eliminate the source of this provocation. Yet, he managed to suppress this impulse. Esteemed gentleman in the Tianzi box, might I request a favor from you? Please refrain from raising the bid further, Lin Tianyan implored, unwilling to be taken advantage of any longer. What are you to demand such a favor from me? If you offer me 1,000,000 spirit stones, I might consider granting you a favor, came the unabashed reply from Yi Chen. He had never felt such exhilaration before. Had Lin Tianyan known that it was Yi Chen speaking, he might have charged into the Yi family to exact retribution. Fortunately, the voice had changed. Mu Xinran, seated beside Yi Chen, observed his demeanor and could only smile helplessly. You, young man, if you wish to oppose the Lin family, I do not object. But do not let yourself be ensnared in this conflict. The 9-rin 3-pronged blade is merely a yellow-grade mid-tier weapon. Although it bears some inscriptions, they lack durability and do not significantly enhance the weapon's capabilities. Mu Xinran expressed her concern for Yi Chen, fearing that hatred might cloud his judgment. At this moment, her words reflected a sisterly affection towards him. Thank you for your reminder, Sister Mu. I shall be mindful, Yi Chen replied. Very well, since you have said as much. I shall refrain from further commentary, Mu Xinran conceded. Boldly audacious. Do you know who we are? The Lin family is a prestigious house in Xinjiang. Lin Tianyan retorted defiantly. Will you bid or not? If not, the blade shall belong to me, Yi Chen declared resolutely. 470,000. Lin Tianyan gritted his teeth, continuing to raise the bid, his heart seething with enmity towards Wang Fan. 480,000. 490,000. 500,000. Two individuals engaged in a bidding war, swiftly escalating the price to 600,000. Yi Chen felt it was sufficient. Continuing would be rather inappropriate. Thus, he ceased his calls for bids. Since you hold such affection for this broken blade, I shall gift it to you, he said with a grin. Lin Tianyan, situated in another box on the second floor, could not help but discern the mocking tone in that voice. He was immediately incensed, wishing to take a blade to the Qianxin commerce. However, no one in Xinjiang City dared to offend the Qianxin commerce. Even the foremost family, the Zhao, would not risk crossing them. What kind of person occupies that Tianzi No. 1 box, constantly opposing us? They have driven the price up by over 100,000 spirit stones, Lin Moxie exclaimed furiously. Whoever it may be, they have surely offended our Lin family. Lin Tianyan replied gravely. Father, perhaps it is best to let this go. Those in the Tianzi No. 1 box are undoubtedly not ordinary folk. Do not bring trouble upon ourselves, Lin Moxie cautioned. Lin Tianyan indeed wished to confront the occupants of the Tianzi No. 1 box, but at present, he did not even know their identity. After swallowing his anger, he cast a fierce glance towards the Tianzi No. 1 box. Inside the Tianzi No. 1 box, Mu Xinran was already in fits of laughter. Sister Mu, please, enough with the laughter, Yi Chen said, looking at her with exasperation. You have certainly led the Lin family into a dire situation. Let it be. They do not know who I am, Mu Xinran replied with a smile. If they were to discover that it is you who dares to challenge them, they would surely come with blades drawn to the Yi residence. Once the auction concludes, you must find a way to leave swiftly, she advised. I am well aware of this, Yi Chen nodded hastily. Fortunately, there was a dedicated passage allowing bidders to exit swiftly. At that moment, the auctioneer on the stage presented another item for bidding. As the crowd focused intently, they recognized it as merely a piece of scrap iron, devoid of any special attributes, marred by numerous rust spots. Upon seeing this, the audience's interest waned significantly. Initially, Yi Chen too felt no inclination towards this item. However, at that moment, deep within his dantian, the mysterious black pot stirred slightly, seemingly intrigued by the scrap iron. This sudden movement piqued Yi Chen's interest. The black pot, shrouded in mystery, was of an unknown grade, although Yi Chen was unclear about its true nature. He sensed it was a treasure of exceptional value, perhaps not inferior to a divine artifact. It was a relic only celestial beings could possess, fortuitously falling into Yi Chen's hands. To this day, he had yet to grasp the full extent of the black pot's capabilities, having only scratched the surface of its potential. Do not gaze at me with such eyes. Indeed, this is today's auction item, a meteorite sword from beyond the heavens, within which we have detected a mysterious substance. However, its true nature remains unclear. With the starting bid set at 100,000 spirit stones, the auctioneer proclaimed. Witnessing this scene, Chen could hardly contain his eagerness to bid. Mu Xinran had long observed that Chen seemed particularly captivated by the battered iron sword. Just as Chen was about to place his bid, Mu Xinran interjected, "You would do well not to call out a price." Hearing this, Chen was momentarily taken aback. "Why is that?" he inquired, struggling to comprehend her warning. "The private box number 1 signifies something significant. I trust you understand. If even you were to place a bid, it would indicate that this item is undoubtedly extraordinary. This will incite a bidding war among everyone, and in the end, this item may no longer be in your possession, and even if it is, the price will be exorbitant." Mu Xinran elucidated the reasoning behind her caution. Upon hearing this, Chen suddenly grasped the situation. Chapter 34. The Skyward Sword Technique. At this moment, Chen's expression turned grave. What should I do? He felt a sense of urgency. He certainly did not wish for this item to be unsold. "Do not worry, I will find someone to bid for it. When the time comes, you can pay, and I will hand it over to you," Mu Xinran reassured him. It was truly considerate of her. Having such a thoughtful sister by his side made Chen feel exceedingly fortunate. "Thank you, Sister Mu," Chen said with heartfelt gratitude. "We are family, so there is no need for such formalities. However, I genuinely wish to understand what you see in this piece of scrap metal." Mu Xinran expressed her confusion. "I just feel a strong affinity for it. Although it is a piece of meteorite iron, it might turn out to be something valuable. A stroke of luck." Chen replied with a smile. "All right, I shall indulge your whims," Mu Xinran said, returning his smile. Ultimately, this meteorite sword was secured for the sum of 135,000 spirit stones, with hardly any competition for the bid. It could be said that Chen had indeed stumbled upon a great fortune. The entire auction had begun to feel somewhat tedious. After several more hours, there was still no sign of the item Chen sought. The assessment day for the Lingxiao Academy was approaching, and Chen desired a martial art that suited him, preferably a sword technique, as swordplay was his forte. If he could acquire an excellent sword technique, it would be ideal. Next on the auction block was a sword technique. It was called the Skyward Sword Technique. A low-grade Xiantier technique, it was rare in the entirety of Qingyang City. This sword technique was divided into 9 levels, each capable of accumulating sword intent. When the 9 levels were combined, the sword would unleash a manifestation akin to a sea of clouds, wielding immense power. The auctioneer passionately extolled its virtues. Upon hearing this, Chen's interest was piqued. Yet, he also understood that he could not employ Mu Xinran's previous strategy this time. This sword technique was a low-grade Xiantier, highly coveted in Qingyang City, especially among the Zhao family, the Lin family, and even the elder of the Yi family. Their eyes gleamed with fervor, all eager to claim it for themselves. "I have my sights set on the skyward sword," Chen remarked, casting a glance at Mu Xinran. "Then bid for it. I fear the competition will be fierce this time," she replied. "Wishing you luck. Spend the least while achieving the most," Mu Xinran added with a smile. "Understood." Chen nodded in agreement. The auctioneer then called out, "The starting bid for the Skyward Sword Technique is 500,000 spirit stones." At this announcement, Chen was taken aback. The low-grade Xiantier sword technique was priced so high, significantly more than comparable battle weapons. Nonetheless, since Chen had set his heart on it, he was determined to fight for it. After all, he possessed 1,000,000 spirit stones. Having previously spent 200,000 to 300,000, he still had 600,000 to 700,000 remaining. Although the funds originated from Miss Yang, he felt compelled to utilize them in advance for the sword technique. 550,000. Lin Tianyan made a direct bid. 600,000. Yi Quan also made a decisive move, believing the sword technique was worth contending for. 610,000. 630,000. Soon, the price soared to 770,000. Upon witnessing this figure, Chen couldn't help but lament. It seemed that 1,000,000 spirit stones might be inevitable. Should I make my move? Chen glanced at Mu Xinran. "You are free to decide." She replied with a smile. 880,000. Chen slowly uttered. At this, the crowd gasped in astonishment, turning their eyes toward box number 1. However, they could discern nothing, as the door to the box was closed, and even the windows were shut tight. "This fellow is stirring up trouble again. It's unclear from which city-state this young master hails." Could this young master refrain from bidding? Indeed, such a trivial sword technique should hardly interest you. Numerous patrons from various boxes remarked. Yet, Yi Chen remained unfazed. Lin Tianyan furrowed his brow. After a moment, he called out, 900,000. 950,000. Yi Chen promptly raised the bid by 50,000, intending to cap the price. The surroundings fell silent. 990,000. Lin Tianyan declared after a brief pause. 1 million. Yi Chen pressed on. He believed Lin Tianyan would hesitate to bid further, as he suspected Lin Tianyan lacked sufficient spirit stones. Lin family head. Why not continue bidding? If you can muster a few more thousand spirit stones, I shall withdraw. It is merely a low-grade Xian rank sword technique. Yi Chen remarked with a hint of mockery. After some contemplation, Lin Tianyan chose not to raise his bid, wary of falling into Yi Chen's trap. Having learned from past experiences, Yi Chen, having accurately gauged Lin Tianyan's psyche, successfully acquired the Chongyuan Tianhai sword technique at the price of 1 million. Lin Tianyan's anger flared. He had been bested by Yi Chen twice today, and it was hard to contain his fury. Enough, father, let us not be angered. 1 million has indeed ensnared him. This low-grade Xian rank sword technique is not worth such a price. We can seek another sword technique elsewhere. Besides, I wield a blade. So whether I obtain this sword technique is inconsequential. Lin Moxie consoled Lin Tianyan. Gradually, Lin Tianyan calmed his temper, his gaze fixed on box number 1. Eager to discern the identity of the individual audacious enough to challenge him. I shall remain here today. I am keen to see who possesses such audacity. Lin Tianyan spoke in a low voice. The item is secured. You should depart swiftly. Do not allow yourself to become the target of others. Mu Xinran reminded him. Indeed. Yi Chen nodded, preparing to hastily exit through the back door. Wait a moment, Mu Xinran called out to Yi Chen. He turned, gazing at her with a look of perplexity. What is it? Yi Chen inquired, bewildered. You cannot leave like this. It is too conspicuous. Put on this black cloak and depart swiftly. Once you reach a safe location, you may remove it, Mu Xinran thoughtfully suggested. Thank you, Sister Mu, Yi Chen said, quickly donning the cloak before leaving. Before long, the auction came to a close. Lin Tianyan, having waited impatiently in his private box, grew increasingly furious as he realized the Tianzi box had yet to open. Surely, the individuals inside are frightened, he mused inwardly. Just then, a creaking sound was heard as the door to the Tianzi box slowly opened, revealing a figure emerging from within. The onlookers were left astounded as they beheld Mu Xinran stepping out. What is this? Are you all still here? The auction has concluded. Do you expect me to provide food and drink? I have neither the means nor the custom for such, Mu Xinran remarked with a smile. Chapter 35. The spatial treasure. Upon witnessing the presence of President Mu, the onlookers fixated on the VIP room felt a wave of despondency wash over them, as they dared not challenge someone dispatched from the imperial city. Lin Tianyan, upon recognizing President Mu, realized that waiting any longer would serve no purpose. Thus, he departed promptly. An hour later, Yi Chen returned to his secluded chamber. Within the confines of this sanctuary, he retrieved the battered iron sword and placed it before him. He sought to examine it thoroughly, curious about the peculiar attributes that had provoked the reaction from the black jar. With a decisive motion, Yi Chen struck the iron sword, and as layers of rust peeled away, he discerned 2 ancient characters inscribed upon the blade. Drink Spring. Could this sword be named the Drink Spring sword? Yi Chen pondered. Yet he found himself unable to perceive any extraordinary qualities about it. It appeared rather unremarkable, he mused with a furrowed brow. At that moment, a resonant hum echoed through the chamber, and an unusual energy surged forth from the black jar, swiftly engulfing the sword with a whoosh. Yi Chen was left astounded by this unexpected turn of events. He had scarcely begun to scrutinize the details of the sword before it was spirited away. Steeling himself, Yi Chen concentrated and, with a swift motion, entered the jar. He beheld the sword suspended in midair, and if he could reach it, he would seize it without hesitation. However, as he gazed upward, he noticed innumerable intricate runes encircling the blade. To retrieve the sword, he would first need to decipher these runes one by one. Most of these markings were entirely unfamiliar to Yi Chen. Not only did he struggle to decipher them, but he was also oblivious to their operational functions. Why, he wondered, had the jar drawn this battered iron sword into its realm? Moreover, Yi Chen made an even more astonishing discovery. He had initially believed the black jar to be a singular entity. However, upon entering, he realized it contained multiple barriers, each akin to a natural isolation zone, delineating distinct spaces. Currently, he could only perceive the first layer of isolation, implying that one must breach this initial barrier to access the subsequent space. Each layer of barrier constituted a new realm. The first space was already vast beyond comprehension, suffused with an aura of mystique, replete with wondrous engravings and a kaleidoscope of vibrant energies pulsating rhythmically. Chen extended his hand, yearning to grasp the battered iron sword. Yet the myriad runes exuded an overwhelming pressure, hurling him backward with a resounding thud. Such formidable power, Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Very well, I shall allow this sword to remain here for the time being. It is as it must be, even if Chen wishes to seize it now. The reality is that he cannot. This peculiar jar possesses extraordinary capabilities, able to draw in this broken iron sword effortlessly. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. If it can absorb the iron sword, might it not also be able to take in other objects? With this notion, Chen was instantly filled with exhilaration. I must endeavor to test this. He promptly took a spirit stone, and, with a mere thought, the stone was drawn into the jar's space. This filled him with immense joy. Clearly, this jar is a sophisticated spatial artifact. Chen exclaimed with excitement. This is indeed a high-level spatial treasure. Not only in Qingyang City, but even within the entire Dayu dynasty, there are likely very few like it. Then, focusing his mind again, he attempted to draw the cultivation stone platform from the secret chamber into the jar, but to no avail. Could it be that the platform's weight prevents it from being absorbed? Contemplating this, Chen tried several lighter objects, yet still, with only his mental command, he could not draw them in. The successful absorption of the spirit stone must have been due to direct contact. Could it be that contact is a prerequisite? With this realization, Chen placed his hand upon the cultivation platform and concentrated once more. To his delight, the platform indeed entered the jar's space. Just as I suspected, he said with a smile. After spending a moment within the black jar, Chen withdrew his consciousness and swiftly exited. Seated in the tranquil secret chamber, Chen contemplated the necessity of not remaining idle. Having acquired the Cangyuan Tianhai sword technique, he must quickly master it. After all, time is of the essence. A significant period has already elapsed since the last deadline. Chen believed he needed to find a quiet place to thoroughly practice the Cangyuan Tianhai sword technique. The technique is divided into 9 levels. And given Chen's current cultivation realm, at the 2nd level of Extreme Spirit C and the 3rd level of Transformation C, he should be able to reach the 3rd level with his swordsmanship. If he could achieve the 5th or 6th level within the remaining days before the assessment, he would stand a much greater chance of success. With this thought in mind, Chen exited the secret chamber. Upon emerging, he encountered Yi Chanxi. Oh, you rascal, are you going out again? Ever since you triumphed over Yi Bujuan in the clan competition, I hardly see you anymore, Yi Chanxi remarked with a hint of displeasure. My apologies, dear aunt. I have been immersed in cultivation these past few days, and I must go out now. However, I implore you not to speak of my departure to anyone. The assessment at Lingxiao Academy is imminent, and I must hasten to elevate my strength. Please do not take offense, it is unavoidable. Chen discerned that Yi Chanxi was somewhat discontented. I understand, you may go, he replied. Yi Chanxi had intended to converse further with Chen, but upon noticing his urgency to depart, she could only express her sentiments to that extent. Chen swiftly departed, and as Yi Chanxi watched his retreating figure, a profound sense of sorrow seeped into her heart. After several hours of rapid travel, Chen distanced himself from the bustling center of Qingyang City, plunging deep into an uninhabited mountain range. This place is quite splendid. As hours passed, darkness enveloped the sky entirely. At this moment, Chen found himself at the terminus of a vast mountain range, where an immense rock loomed, surrounded by an abundance of spiritual energy permeating the mountains. Having recognized this location, Chen resolved to cultivate here until the commencement of the Lingxiao Academy S assessment. Chapter 36, A Frenzied Sprint at Present. Chen has fully opened all 40 spiritual acupoints. His spiritual power surpasses that of ordinary practitioners at the C transformation realm by a significant margin. Moreover, Chen follows a distinct cultivation system. Although the paths of cultivation are nearly identical, the results and potency achieved are exceedingly superior to those within the C transformation framework. Once the acupoints are unlocked, The flow of spiritual energy through the meridians accelerates, amplifying the power of his spiritual force. Yi Chun has also opened all ordinary spiritual veins, leaving only 9 divine spiritual veins and 9 extraordinary spiritual veins yet to be unlocked. Half of the divine spiritual veins have been activated, while only one of the extraordinary veins has been opened. Each divine spiritual vein unlocked enhances the potency of spiritual energy, while each extraordinary vein grants profound insights into various martial arts attributes. What may take others years to comprehend and achieve can be realized by those who activate extraordinary veins in mere months or even days. This is the disparity. Due to the formidable challenge posed by these 2 types of veins, many practitioners have relinquished their pursuit of the extraordinary and divine veins, focusing solely on elevating their own realms. Yi Chun settled down in contemplation, attuning himself to the celestial spiritual energy, drawing it into his dantian, and gradually channeling it between the extraordinary and divine veins. During the initial 10 days, Yi Chun relentlessly assailed the divine and extraordinary veins with the energy of heaven and earth. In this span, he successfully opened 4 additional divine veins, leaving only the final supreme divine vein yet to be activated. Although the extraordinary veins are notoriously difficult to unlock, Yi Chun has managed to open 3, marking half of their total. Each time an extraordinary vein is activated, a corresponding unique innate skill is also unlocked, such as talents in fire, water, or wind attributes. With 4 extraordinary veins now opened, it signifies that 4 distinct talents have quietly blossomed within him, a matter of great joy for Yi Chun. He meticulously sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the cosmos, and with the continuous activation of the divine and extraordinary veins, he felt his innate skill value reach its zenith. Not only would practitioners at the 5th or 6th levels of the sea transformation realm pale in comparison, but even those in the true realm would find their innate talents lacking when measured against Yi Chun's. The existence of the black pot is a profound secret that Yi Chun must diligently conceal, until his strength reaches a level where he need not fear the exposure of this monumental secret. He cannot reveal the existence of the black pot. The divine and extraordinary veins that can be opened have been unlocked. The remaining ones must wait for a future opportunity to be gradually activated. The time available now is insufficient. It is imperative to swiftly enhance his own realm and power, and to master the cloud-soaring sea sword technique as soon as possible. Currently, Yi Chun wields the Jinwu sword, an early companion blade given to him by his father. Crafted from black gold iron combined with various special materials, it is a high-grade yellow-tier weapon, which Yi Chun has cherished deeply throughout the years. As the golden crow sword was drawn, it emitted a radiant stream of golden light, making it a commendable weapon among the youthful disciples of Qingyang City. At that moment, Yi Chun unveiled the Cangyuan Tianhai sword technique, inscribed upon a scroll. Upon its unrolling, a flash of golden brilliance erupted, transforming into a deluge of information that surged into Yi Chun's mind. In no time, he assimilated a significant portion of the knowledge contained within the scroll. Regardless of its classification, the Cangyuan Tianhai sword technique was a martial art of the low-grade mystical tier, a pinnacle achievement within the entirety of Qingyang City. Having acquired this skill, Yi Chun was determined to dedicate himself to its study. The Cangyuan Tianhai sword technique, when wielded, unleashed sword chi that flowed like mist, ethereal and elusive. It comprised 9 tiers, with the 9th being the highest. Each ascension heightened the ferocity of the sword chi. Should one attain the 9th level, the strikes would resemble a tempest of layered clouds, relentless and overwhelming. Hence the name Cangyuan Tianhai sword technique, evoking the imagery of soaring clouds and ceaseless ocean winds. At that moment, Yi Chun thrust forth his sword, and a formidable wave of sword chi coalesced into a cloud-like stream, hurtling towards a nearby rock formation. With a thunderous crash, the stones crumbled. As it stood, Yi Chun had reached the 4th tier of his cultivation. This was merely within a single day. In the ensuing days, he persistently practiced his swordplay. With each swing, his speed quickened, and as he accumulated spiritual energy, each strike resonated with increasing intensity. Fortunately, he had escaped to the open. Had he practiced within a confined chamber, it would likely have been reduced to rubble. The time for the assessment at Lingshao Academy was drawing near. On the final day, Chen successfully advanced to the third tier of the ultimate spiritual sea and the fifth tier of the sea transformation realm. Yet, despite this achievement, he still lagged behind Lin Mashi and Zhao Chongkong by a considerable margin. Nevertheless, Chen's fifth tier in the sea transformation realm would likely pose a challenge even to those at the sixth or seventh tiers, especially with the formidable energy of his ultimate spiritual sea as his foundation. Time was of the essence. He needed to depart, for he risked missing the assessment at Lingxiao Academy. Chen remarked, sensing the boundless spiritual power surging within his dantian. Although he could force himself into the sixth tier of the sea transformation realm, he deemed it unnecessary. Zhao Chongkong and Lin Mashi had likely reached the eighth or ninth tiers by now, not far from the true mansion realm. Regardless of their strength, Chen felt no fear, for he possessed the black clay pot and the great thousand inscription diagram. Additionally, he had acquired the divine Phoenix Emperor technique from the black clay pot, which, when activated, would expedite his physical recovery, surpassing even the most exquisite techniques of the celestial tier by countless measures. Even Chen believed that such a level of cultivation technique was likely not a product of the Dayu dynasty, but rather originated from other continents, perhaps from celestial beings. Utilizing his family's agile movement technique, he swiftly propelled himself forward with remarkable speed. In the final moments of the assessment period at Lingxiao Academy, he arrived at an examination venue established within Qingyang City. Upon entering this place, a myriad of characters came into view. Dressed inconspicuously, Chen blended into the crowd, unnoticed by those around him. To maintain a low profile, he had deliberately donned a long black robe and a matching hat. Subsequently, Chen sought out a secluded corner and seated himself, attentively observing the situation unfolding in the arena. Chapter 37. The examination venue. The descendants of the Zhao, Lin, Yi, and Zhou families had all gathered, representing nearly every prodigious talent from Qingyang City. However, compared to Chen, they paled in insignificance, for there was truly no basis for comparison. Previously, they were not comparable. Now, the disparity was even more pronounced. In the center of the venue stood a colossal circular platform, upon which rested a testing apparatus that shimmered with radiant hues of 5 colors. Each participant would stand upon this disc for a comprehensive assessment of their talents, bloodlines, abilities, realms, and more. The members of the 4 great families encircled the platform, their presence commanding attention. Have you heard? Young Master Zhao Chongkong has already attained the 8th level of the sea transformation realm. Is he truly that formidable? Does this not place him but a step away from the 9th level? Indeed, this time, he will surely gain entry into the Lingxiao Academy. Once admitted, it is likely he will ascend to the true mansion realm within mere months, further solidifying the Zhao family's standing in Qingyang City, rendering them invulnerable to challenge. A chorus of murmurs filled the air, and Chen listened with a detached demeanor. Furthermore, the Zhao and Lin families had formed an alliance through marriage. The Lin family had produced a remarkably talented woman, Lin Mashi, who was rumored to have reached the 7th level of the sea transformation realm. Such a union of talent and beauty was indeed enviable. Hearing this, Chen felt a pang of irritation. Had Lin Mashi not siphoned his bloodline? How could she have achieved such advancement? This venomous woman would ultimately regret her actions. To one side of the testing platform, a temporary tent had been erected, within which sat the examination official, a junior elder of the Lingxiao Academy named Yang Ku. Presently, his countenance bore little cheer. After all, he found himself in Qingyang City, the smallest and weakest of the 9 cities of the Dayu dynasty. Assigned here for recruitment, he harbored considerable frustration, perceiving this place as little more than a breeding ground for disciples of inferior talent. Guadakuan, from the Guo family of Qingyang City, 3rd level of the sea transformation realm. Inferior quality in the yellow grade talent and bloodline, below standard. Upon stepping onto the testing platform, the results for Guadakuan were swiftly revealed. The Guo family, naturally displeased with the outcome, found themselves powerless to alter it. Lu Jun, son of the Lu family from Qingyang City, 4th level of the sea transformation realm. Inferior quality in the yellow grade talent, medium quality in the yellow grade bloodline. Below standard. With a look of embarrassment, Lu Jun descended from the testing platform as Yang Ko marked an X beside his name. Subsequently, several young scions from the noble families of Qingyang City ascended the testing platform, yet none managed to attain the esteemed rank of yellow tier top tier talent. This disheartened Yangko, whose countenance darkened at the thought of returning to the academy to face the derision of the other elders. The mere notion of encountering their aging faces upon his return made him yearn to flee. He resolved never to return to this remote corner of Qingyang City. After all, other elders conducting assessments in different cities would at least receive disciples of profound tier talent. Yet here, after an extended period, not a single disciple of yellow tier top tier aptitude had emerged. At that moment, two figures appeared on the horizon, racing towards the Lingxiao Academy's testing platform like a tempest. Behold, it was none other than Zhao Chongkong, the scion of the Zhao family. His speed was astonishing, and the vigor of his qi surged around him. It was likely that he possessed talents of profound tier, perhaps even of earthly tier. He was unmatched throughout Qingyang City. The murmurs of admiration surged in volume. As Zhao Chongkong gracefully descended amidst the applause, he reveled in the admiration of those around him. Following closely behind him was Lin Moxie, their fingers entwined. In a shadowy corner, Chen observed this scene, a flicker of cold malice glinting in his eyes. This was the woman he had once adored with fervor, even bestowing upon her his own lineage of the rending sky serpent. Yet, she had betrayed him. Such a venomous woman would not find reprieve when Chen gained strength. However, he realized he was still too weak and must bide his time, patiently awaiting the moment he could confront this treacherous woman. "This is the young lady of the Lin family," murmured the crowd. "It is said her bloodline talent is exceptionally high. It is hard to believe that the lad from the Yi family managed to deceive Miss Lin, claiming her for 3 years. What a stroke of fortune for that boy." The surrounding conversations stirred Lin Moxie's thoughts of Chen. She glanced around, yet saw no sign of him, concluding that he likely dared not show his face. After all, the assessment at Lingxiao Academy required at least profound tier talent and a minimum realm of 5th layer of transformation C. Yet, those who could reach such heights were few and far between. "Miss Lin, you are truly enchanting. You and young Master Zhao are a match made in heaven. That boy from the Yi family deserves his fate." The onlookers gazed at the pair with envy. The two basked in the attention, exuding an air of superiority as they occasionally waved to the crowd. Yang Ku, witnessing the popularity of the duo, felt a flicker of hope, wishing they would succeed in their assessment. The atmosphere was lively as Zhao Chongkong cast a glance at Lin Moxie, a smile gracing his features. "Moxie, you should proceed with the test." "Certainly." Lin Moxie responded with a radiant smile, her beauty captivating all who beheld her. Yet, to Chen, Lin Moxie's enchanting smile appeared as a poison-laden chalice, difficult to swallow at this moment. Initially, it was her captivating smile that ensnared Chen, leading him to believe in her heartfelt sincerity. Little did he anticipate that once she had drained him of his bloodline power, her heart would turn to malice. Had it not been for Chen's fortuitous survival, his life would have met a tragic end. "Emoshi, persevere. Your innate talent must be remarkable. I believe it is at least of the mid-tier Xian grade," Zhao Chongkong remarked. With a profound sense of confidence, Lin Moxie approached the testing platform. Meanwhile, Yang Ku, observing intently from the side, felt a sense of urgency. After such an extensive period of searching, he had yet to discover a promising candidate. If he failed to find a suitable prospect soon, he would indeed have to reconsider his plans to depart. Accompanying Yang Ku were 2 recording disciples. While he himself was a formidable practitioner of the second realm of the true mansion, though his cultivation level was not particularly advanced. Chapter 38, Talent Assessment. Thus, within the Lingxiao Academy, he could only serve as a marginal elder with minimal authority, relegated to the task of recruiting disciples from outside. Once these disciples were brought back, they would no longer fall under his jurisdiction. "Elder Yang, I believe this Miss Lin holds great potential," remarked a common disciple of Lingxiao Academy to Yang Ku, after a significant amount of time had passed. "Indeed," Yang Ku responded with a subtle nod, feeling a flicker of excitement. Lin Moxie approached the testing platform, brimming with confidence regarding the outcome of the assessment. As she stepped onto the stage, all eyes turned towards her, and for a moment, she became the dazzling pearl of attention. "Let us begin, Miss Lin," Yang Ku gently urged. Nodding slightly, Lin Moxie positioned herself on the testing platform. Soon, radiant beams of 5-colored light began to swirl into action. Tester, Lin Moxie. Bloodline rank, inferior earth grade, Liurshan Jiao, Mank bloodline. Realm, 7th layer of the Sea transformation. Talent qualification, inferior earth grade. Upon viewing this impressive array of data, Yang Ku rose to his feet, filled with exhilaration. After such a lengthy wait, a candidate of substantial merit had finally emerged. Inferior Earth-grade talent qualification. This girl truly possesses potential. Moxie, congratulations. Zhao Changkong exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing the scene. The crowd erupted in a chorus of envious admiration. Yet, in a shadowy corner, Yi Chen's expression was grave, exuding an icy demeanor. If it weren't for Lin Moxie's absorption of his bloodline, how could she have attained such a realm and talent? It was absurd for her to credit her accomplishments solely to herself. Changkong, your results will undoubtedly surpass mine, Lin Moxie said warmly, gazing at Zhao Changkong. At that moment, it seemed as if they saw only each other, a sight that struck Yi Chen with bitter irony. Once, he too believed that Lin Moxie's gaze was fixed solely upon him. The remnants of his feelings for her had dissipated like autumn smoke, leaving only profound resentment. Initially, he had anticipated leaving Qingyang City empty-handed, yet it now seemed he might be able to take away one or two promising disciples. Yang Ke felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, it was quite rare to encounter candidates with Earth-grade qualifications in such a remote town. Young Master Zhao, it is your turn, Yang Ke announced, directing his attention to Zhao Changkong. The Zhao family members present cheered for him. On one side of the testing platform, Zhao Changkong's father, Zhao Qingshan, the city lord of Qingyang, along with his sister Zhao Lingsu, watched intently. Zhao Changkong approached the platform with unwavering confidence, and soon, circles of shimmering light began to dance around him. In no time, a series of numbers began to flicker above, ultimately settling to reveal Zhao Changkong's results. Tester, Zhao Changkong. Bloodline, superior grade, earth level, heavenly, cleansing bloodline. Realm, 8th layer of sea transformation. Talent qualification, medium grade, earth level. As soon as Zhao Changkong's test results were announced, an initial silence enveloped the surroundings. Subsequently, waves of applause erupted. Upon hearing the clapping, Zhao Changkong feigned modesty, appearing somewhat bashful. It seems that young Master Zhao has become the pride of Qingyang City. With a superior grade bloodline and medium grade qualifications, he is surely among the elite of even the larger city-states. Young Master Zhao, I truly envy you. I hold you in high regard. Cheers of admiration resonated around him. There is no need for such flattery. It makes me feel slightly embarrassed. I also hope everyone achieves commendable test results, Zhao Changkong said with a smile. At that moment, Zhao Qingshan, his father, wore an expression of pure joy. It appears that the admission of his son and daughter-in-law into the Lingxiao Academy is a foregone conclusion. We have all completed our tests, young Master Zhao. In comparison to you, we are far behind and likely miss the opportunity to enter the Lingxiao Academy, several individuals lamented, shaking their heads. I believe we are all quite similar. Let us conclude this assessment here, Yang Ke remarked, satisfied with being able to accept two reasonably talented disciples. Preparing to take Zhao Changkong and Lin Moxie away swiftly. Just then, from a corner, a figure rushed towards the testing platform. Elder Yang, I have yet to be tested. Yi Chen suddenly appeared before the crowd. Upon seeing Yi Chen, both Zhao Changkong and Lin Moxie's eyes glinted with icy malice. It is Yi Chen. Wasn't this brat already rendered incapable? How dare he come to participate in the test? However, it was later heard that his dantian had been restored. Yet, what strength could he possibly possess now? Does he not fear becoming the subject of ridicule? Taunts erupted around them. Yi Chen, however, seemed oblivious to the jeers. When Elder Yang noticed him, his brow furrowed slightly. At first glance, Yi Chen appeared to be only at the 4th or 5th layer of sea transformation, and Yang Ke held little hope for his talent. Moreover, from the words of the disciples of Qingyang City, it was heard that Yi Chen's dantian had suffered considerable damage, making his realm precarious and prone to collapse at any moment. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Lin Xinyu's killing intent surged. Previously, Lin Xinyu had suffered a setback at Yi Chen's hands. This time, how could he possibly let such a chance to publicly teach Yi Chen a lesson slip away? Lin Xinyu leapt forward, blocking Yi Chen's path. With that pitiful state of yours, do you still wish to participate in the Lingxiao Academy's test? You might as well give up, Lin Xinyu scoffed, looking at Yi Chen with derision. At this moment, many were reveling in Yi Chen's misfortune. Yi Chen had long grown accustomed to their scornful taunts and paid them no heed. Anyone who practices cultivation is eligible to participate in the assessment. Did you not just partake in the test? You simply were not selected. Your failure does not imply my inadequacy. Step aside. Yi Chen fixed a cold gaze upon Lin Qianyu. At that moment, Lin Qianyu's expression turned utterly indifferent. Despite Yi Chen's demand, he refused to budge. I will not move. What can you do about it? A person like you dares to participate in the test? Begone. Lin Qianyu sought to deliberately provoke Yi Chen, believing him to be easily intimidated. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, turning icy. If you do not step aside, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Yi Chen stated coldly. Oh, let us see how uncourteous you can be. You truly think highly of yourself. Lin Qianyu retorted mockingly. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Yi Chen's eyes as he continued to advance. Lin Qianyu then struck out with his palm towards Yi Chen. Chapter 39. In public with a lethal strike, Lin Qianyu sought to send Yi Chen to his demise. However, Lin Qianyu's cultivation was still insufficient. Having only just entered the sea transformation realm, while Yi Chen had already attained the 5th level of the same realm. Yi Chen, unaccustomed to Lin Qianyu's arrogance, decided to retaliate. Did he truly believe I would hesitate to discipline him? Prepare to meet your end. Yi Chen countered with a forceful palm strike. A surge of potent spiritual energy erupted, resonating with a thunderous sound. Lin Qianyu was sent hurtling backward, his power astonishing everyone present. They had all presumed him to be a mere wastrel, yet the strength he displayed was far beyond that of an ordinary fool. Lin Qianyu, struck by Yi Chen's palm, coughed up blood. Upon witnessing this, Lin Tianyan could no longer contain himself. Yi Chen's strength had grown alarmingly formidable. Should this continue, he would undoubtedly become an even greater threat in the future. It was imperative to eliminate Yi Chen before he became overwhelming. Seizing the moment, Lin Tianyan leaped forth, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Yi Chen. Yi Chen, shall you act, or shall I? He declared coldly. Act? What do you mean? Yi Chen queried, perplexed. To feign ignorance here is tantamount to courting death. You dare to strike my son in public, you must perish. Lin Tianyan glared fiercely at Yi Chen. Everyone witnessed that he struck first. Why should I die? This is utterly absurd, Yi Chen retorted dismissively. Still daring to argue? Die? With that, Lin Tianyan launched a forceful attack, disregarding his status as a senior elder in his assault on a junior. A stream of light, akin to clouds in the sky, descended rapidly, aimed directly at Yi Chen. Lin Tianyan was a peak master of the sea transformation realm, just a step away from the true palace realm. The chasm between the sea transformation and true palace realms was immense. Some cultivators might never bridge that divide. Yi Chen, having only just reached the 5th level of the sea transformation realm, stood no chance against Lin Tianyan. Recognizing the intent to slay him, Yi Chen summoned all his spiritual energy, forming a thick barrier in a bid to withstand Lin Tianyan's overwhelming strike. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered beneath Lin Tianyan's palm, sending Yi Chen hurtling through the air. Ha ha, arrogant wretch, today marks your end. Lin Tianyan, emboldened by Yi Chen's evident defeat, moved with swift agility, his palm aglow with spiritual light, prepared to deliver the fatal blow and eradicate this lingering threat. Lin Moxie and Zhao Chongkong observed the scene with indifference, both convinced that Yi Chen was doomed this time. Lin Moxie had long desired to eliminate Yi Chen swiftly, for the restoration of Yi Chen's dantian seemed an impossible feat, too peculiar to comprehend. It likely indicated some fortuitous opportunity. This very thought spurred Lin Moxie to act against Yi Chen with urgency, even if today's incident had not occurred. She and Zhao Chongkong would have sought an opportunity to slay him. Lin Moxie mused that once she entered the Lingxiao Academy, the combined might of the Lin and Zhao families would eclipse the insignificant Yi clan, rendering them mere prey. After achieving success with a single strike, Lin Tianyan's murderous intent intensified, and he lunged towards Yi Chen once more. Did he truly believe the Yi family lacked defenders? One must not overstep bounds. As the words echoed, a figure swiftly appeared before Yi Chen. It was the 4th elder of the Yi family, standing protectively in front of him. The 4th elder unsheathed his long sword, and a beam of sword light surged forth, clashing violently with Lin Tianyan's attack, igniting a flurry of sparks. A confrontation seemed inevitable. Seeing the 4th elder defend Yi Chen, Lin Tianyan's displeasure was evident. 4th elder, do you truly dare to oppose our Lin family for the sake of such a waste? He said, his voice low and menacing. Regardless, Yi Chen is still the young master of the Yi family. If you wish to kill him, you must first contend with me, the 4th elder replied coldly. The situation escalated, appearing irretrievable at that moment. Lin Tianyin had never anticipated that the fourth elder would intervene. He had intended to claim Yi Chen's life. Although the Yi family was no longer as formidable as before, they still held a place among the four great families. And to openly sever ties now would be ill-advised. Thus, Lin Tianyin found himself hesitating, realizing that should a fight ensue, other elders from the Yi family might also intervene. Meanwhile, Mu Xinran and Miss Yang observed the unfolding scene from a distance. Had the fourth elder not intervened, Miss Yang might have felt compelled to act. She held great expectations for Yi Chen, recognizing his immense talent and inscription. It would be a tremendous loss for him to perish here. Had Yi Chen failed this assessment, Miss Yang had intended to take him to the imperial city for further cultivation. However, should he die here, all his potential would be lost, rendering previous investments meaningless. Miss, were you about to intervene just now? Mu Xinran inquired, glancing at Yang Shui. I seldom witness you displaying such emotion, especially for a mere boy. With a smile, Mu Xinran continued, careful now, or no one will take you for a mute. Yang Shui shot a glare at Mu Xinran. Do you think they might actually come to blows? The Lin family currently possesses greater strength than the Yi family. If a real fight breaks out, should we intervene? Mu Xinran asked. If it reaches a point of no return, we must intervene. However, the assessment elder from Lingxiao Academy is still present, so it should not escalate to that, Yang Shui replied. Let us hope it remains so, Mu Xinran added. In Lin Tianyin's eyes, a spark of fury ignited. With a furious roar, he charged towards the fourth elder of the Yi clan. Since your clan possesses such short-sighted elders, you shall meet your demise. His longsword swept forth, unmatched in power, as a formidable stream of sword energy surged towards the fourth elder of the Yi clan like a tempest. Enough. This is a testing ground, and your reckless behavior cannot be tolerated here. At that moment, Elder Yang Ku rose from a distance, his expression stern as he fixed his gaze upon the two men. Lin Tianyin felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, if he truly severed ties with the Yi clan, it would bring no benefit to the Lin clan. There would be ample opportunities to eliminate Yi Chen in the future. This was not the moment. With this thought, Lin Tianyin's expression darkened, and he regarded the fourth elder with indifference. Out of respect for Elder Yang, I shall spare you this time, he declared. I do not require your mercy. If you truly wish to spar, I fear you not. In my eyes, you are nothing, retorted the fourth elder of the Yi clan coldly. Chapter 40. Celestial talent Lin Tianyin chose to remain indifferent, silently retreating to one side. At this moment, Yi Chen approached the fourth elder, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, fourth elder, for your assistance. There is no need for formalities, young master. I shall forever stand by your side. The fourth elder pledged his loyalty to Yi Chen, causing the grand elder nearby to frown in displeasure. However, at that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, burying his discontent deep within. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was contemplating how to navigate the upcoming assessment. Elder Yang had mentioned that the evaluation was nearing its conclusion, and he was determined to seize this opportunity. Elder Yang, may I proceed with the test? Yi Chen inquired, directing his gaze toward Elder Yang Ku. Elder Yang Ku barely acknowledged Yi Chen, shaking his head dismissively. You should reconsider. You have only recently reached the 5th level of the Transformation Sea realm. Currently, I have only accepted 2 candidates, one at the 7th level and another at the 8th. Allow me to give it a try. It won't consume much of your time. What if my talent is exceptionally high? Yi Chen asserted confidently. The 2 accompanying disciples of Elder Yang Ku exchanged scornful glances and laughed derisively. Haha, what can a mere 4th or 5th level Transformation Sea realm talent possibly achieve? Moreover, I distinctly recall hearing that your Dantian has suffered considerable damage. Our Lingxiao Academy's assessments are quite stringent, they remarked. How can one know without attempting? I sincerely hope Elder Yang will grant me this opportunity, Yi Chen replied earnestly. Seeing that Yi Chen was the only one left desiring to attempt the test, Elder Yang contemplated the idea of granting him a chance, thinking it might disillusion him entirely. Very well, go ahead and give it a try, he conceded. Upon hearing Elder Yang Ku's words, Yi Chen felt a surge of excitement as he dashed toward the testing platform. A radiant aura enveloped him in a myriad of colors. In the distance, Mu Xinran and Miss Yang watched intently, eager to learn the final outcome. Meanwhile, Lin Mashi and Zhao Changkong wore expressions of mockery. Convinced that Yi Chen would fail the test, merely providing them with amusement. With a hum and a flurry of vibrant lights swirling about, the results were soon revealed. Tester: Yi Chen, young master of the Yi family. Realm: 5th level of the Transformation Sea Realm. Bloodline: superior celestial bloodline of the highest order. Talent level: superior celestial talent. As the final results were announced, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, with everyone rendered incredulous. Lin Mashi and Zhao Chongkong rubbed their eyes vigorously. Glancing again at the displayed data, their astonishment palpable. The elders of the Yi family erupted in jubilant cheers, while Elder Yang Ku stood frozen in disbelief. This truly exceeded his expectations. The supreme bloodline of the celestial grade, coupled with exceptional innate talent, is indeed remarkable, even among the recently recruited disciples. Yang Ku felt a surge of apprehension. He almost overlooked such a promising talent, having previously underestimated Yi Chen. It seems he should refrain from judging others by superficial standards in the future. Lin Tianyan was utterly stunned. Zhao Chongkong's eyes were filled with a murderous intent. With Yi Chen's extraordinary talent, upon arriving at the Lingxiao Academy, he would undoubtedly be pursued by the peak masters, who would nurture him meticulously. Inevitably, he would surpass Zhao in cultivation in the future. Thus, it was imperative to eliminate Yi Chen before it was too late. He never anticipated that this young man possessed such high aptitude. Miss Yang stood in a distant pavilion, observing the situation below with clarity. Indeed, I did not foresee such a supreme-level bloodline. An innate talent of celestial grade is exceptionally rare, even within the imperial city. Miss, we have truly stumbled upon a great fortune in befriending someone like Yi Chen, Mu Xinran exclaimed in astonishment. Initially, she considered taking him away to the imperial city for proper training should he fail the assessment, but now it seemed unnecessary. If he could shine brightly at the Lingxiao Academy, that would be splendid as well, Yang Shui remarked. Indeed, the Lingxiao Academy is undoubtedly more suitable for Yi Chen at this stage, Mu Xinran replied with a smile. In any case, both were elated, feeling as though they had discovered a treasure. You have been accepted into the Lingxiao Academy, Yang Ku exclaimed, standing up with excitement. Given Yi Chen's talent, he would be among the most outstanding in the entire academy. Initially, he feared that the other elders would outshine him in this recruitment, but he had not anticipated such a fortuitous outcome. Yang Ku was now preparing to swiftly take Yi Chen, Zhao Chongkong, and Lin Mashi away from this place. Yet, Yi Chen's heart was ablaze with fury. He slowly approached Lin Mashi, his gaze cold and indifferent. Lin Mashi, do you remember what I once said to you? Yi Chen inquired. What did you say? Lin Mashi replied, perplexed. I stated that the humiliation I suffered that day would be repaid in kind. You have repeatedly humiliated me. I initially did not wish to stoop to your level. However, I could not bear to see the offspring of the Qingyang city families remain in ignorance. 3 years ago, you feigned affection towards me, leveraging your father's influence to force a marriage alliance between our families. Your true intention was to siphon my bloodline, draining my essence. Your strength was enhanced, yet the moment my bloodline was exhausted, your true nature revealed itself, turning against me. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, as memories of past grievances flooded his mind, leaving him with a tumultuous mix of emotions. What nonsense are you spouting? The past was a mutual affair. So why do you incessantly bring it up? It seems you are merely searching for words, perhaps hoping to rekindle our relationship. I regret to inform you that such opportunities have vanished. My heart now belongs solely to Master Zhao. With that, Lin Mo, she took Zhao Gongzi's hand before Yi Chen and bestowed upon him a kiss. Witnessing this scene, Yi Chen's gaze turned frigidly cold. Humph, Master Zhao is not without his faults. Are you aware that he practices dark arts? Yi Chen remarked to Lin Mo Shi. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chongkong's heart raced with alarm, contemplating how Yi Chen had come to know of his training in forbidden techniques. Impudent boy, cease your slander at once. We are on the brink of entering the Lingxiao Academy together, and we ought to unite as fellow disciples henceforth. Let us not engage in infighting, do you understand? Zhao Chongkong retorted coldly, his disdain palpable as he regarded Yi Chen. Chapter 41. The cultivation of evil gazing at the pretense of righteousness on Zhao Chongkong's face. Yi Chen scoffed derisively. Humph, spare me your charade. The moment I approach you, I can sense a palpable aura of malevolence emanating from you. You must have practiced some nefarious technique. Dare you reveal your arms? Yi Chen regarded Zhao Chongkong with an icy stare. Zhao Chongkong exhibited a flicker of evasion in his demeanor. Observing this, Yi Chen's suspicions were further solidified. He had long sensed an ominous energy surrounding Zhao Chongkong. The patriarch of the Zhao family, Zhao Qingshan, observed the scene with a cold expression and approached Yi Chen. "Young man, cease your baseless accusations. Should you continue to slander the Zhao family, I shall end your life right here. Do you believe me?" Zhao Qingshan's gaze was devoid of warmth as it fixated on Yi Chen. "I am not speaking falsely. Would you allow your son to display his arms?" Yi Chen replied with an air of indifference. Zhao Chongkong exchanged a glance with Zhao Qingshan, who was tempted to seize the opportunity to eliminate Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen's prodigious talent posed a significant threat to the Zhao family's future. Seizing upon Yi Chen's derogatory remarks about their family, it would be the perfect pretext to execute him. "You are nothing but an insignificant wretch to command my son. Prepare to die." With that, Zhao Qingshan unleashed a surge of radiant energy. A conflagration erupted between his palms, revealing that he was employing a fire-based technique. "This must be the Lotus Fire Palm, a low-grade profound fire martial art," murmured the onlookers in astonishment. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhao Qingshan directed a palm strike towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the deadly assault, igniting a stir among the crowd. The elders of the Yi family would not permit any harm to befall their young master. Even the Grand Elder stepped forward, his expression grim. "Do not lay a hand on our young master," Yi Huang declared resolutely. "I shall do as I please. What can you do about it? Do you truly believe you can stop me with your meager numbers?" Zhao Qingshan replied with chilling indifference. "Although you may possess a slight edge in cultivation, you have merely just entered the true mansion realm. While you may have opened your mansion within your dantian, I doubt you can withstand our combined assault," the Grand Elder, Yi Quan, retorted solemnly. Yi Chen's extraordinary talent was undeniable. Should he gain entry into the Lingxiao Academy and receive true instruction, returning to the Yi family thereafter, failing to forge a good relationship with him now would render future interactions impossible. Yi Quan, being a perceptive man, understood the shifting tides and stepped forward, eager to curry favor with Yi Chen. Do you think my strength is limited to this? You underestimate me far too much. Today, I shall demonstrate my true power," Zhao Qingshan declared with a chilling indifference. At that moment, a resonating hum enveloped him, and vibrant crimson lotus flowers began to bloom around him. "Allow me to extinguish you all with these fiery lotus palms." Zhao Qingshan erupted into a frenzied laughter. An overwhelming surge of energy emanated from his being, elevating his realm to the 4th level of true mansion in that instant, surpassing Elder Yang Ku by a significant margin. Simultaneously, vast clouds of black mist surged forth from Zhao Qingshan's body, revealing his nefarious nature and his practice of dark arts. "Ha! You shall all perish. No one present today will escape alive." Zhao Qingshan laughed maniacally. Yang Ku, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. Could it be that this fellow is truly a hidden evil practitioner from the sinister sect lurking in Qingyang City? Yang Ku exclaimed, astonished. "It seems highly likely. Thankfully, you have not yet recruited his son into the Lingxiao Academy. I fear his offspring may not be virtuous either," remarked the 2 accompanying disciples. Yang Ku swallowed hard, his anxiety reaching a pinnacle. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Zhao Qingshan conjured a colossal barrier of light that enveloped everyone in the vicinity, rendering escape nearly impossible. Soon, Zhao Qingshan would unleash a massacre. His manic laughter resonated throughout the square, instilling terror in the hearts of the disciples who had come to test their abilities. The elders of the Yi family were visibly shaken, as their cultivation levels were inferior to that of Zhao Chongkong. Only a few had reached true mansion, and even they were merely at the initial stage. How could they possibly contend with Zhao Qingshan, who stood at the 4th level? "Zhao Qingshan, do you truly dare to slaughter all the disciples here? These are members of various esteemed families. If you proceed to kill us, you shall never remain in Qingyang City." Yi Huang shouted loudly. "Ha! And what of it? I can simply leave Qingyang City." Since Zhao Qingshan had revealed his fangs, he would not allow the gathered individuals to live. "From which evil sect do you hail, to practice such bizarre dark arts?" Yi Quan bellowed in fury. "Does it concern you? Regardless, you shall all die, so what use is there in asking so many questions?" "Die?" Zhao Qingshan shouted arrogantly. The situation had suddenly turned dire. "Everyone, we must unite. Zhao Qingshan is a fiend. If we do not band together, We shall all perish here today. Come to me. Yi Quan exclaimed loudly, surrounded by numerous households, all converging towards Yi Quan. A mocking laughter echoed. Ha! No matter how many of you gather, it is futile. The magic has been cast, and you are all destined to be ensnared within the 6 harmonies magic array. Once the array's power consumes your spiritual essence, you will find yourselves on a path to certain death. Cease your futile resistance. Zhao Qingshan spoke with an icy indifference. At that moment, several massive flames, shaped like lotus blossoms, flitted above the heads of the crowd. Simultaneously, a colossal array of malevolent energy encircled them, and although the people attempted to escape, not a single soul succeeded after numerous attempts. The only hope for their salvation lay in their collective strength and unity. Yi Chun had not anticipated such a turn of events. A mere hint of doubt and a few words had unleashed a faction of malevolence. Meanwhile, Mu Xinran, observing from a distance, was consumed by an overwhelming sense of urgency. Chapter 42. Arriving just in time, the situation had deteriorated significantly. Had Miss Yang not intervened, Yi Chun might have perished there. Miss Yang, we must take action, otherwise they will all meet their end inside, Mu Xinran exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Yet, Yang Shui remained remarkably composed. There is no need for us to intervene. Assistance will arrive in due course. Rest assured, she replied with an air of tranquility. Who? Mu Xinran inquired, her confusion evident. Just then, as Chairman Mu pondered in bewilderment, a figure surged through the heavens. Does Zhao Qingshan truly believe this place is beyond the law? Witness me shatter your demonic array, a thunderous voice proclaimed. A colossal palm struck down upon the dark magical formation, causing it to tremble and shatter instantly. At that moment, a familiar figure materialized before Yi Chun and the others. It was none other than Qin Zhongtian, the esteemed master of the engraving hall in Qingyang City. Master Qin, you have arrived. Yi Chun exclaimed in astonishment. Young Master Yi, there is no need for concern. Now that I am here, I shall certainly subdue this wicked individual, Qin Zhongtian assured with unwavering confidence. Zhao Qingshan, who considered himself an immensely powerful figure in all of Qingyang City, was taken aback by the presence of such a formidable force. Judging by Qin Zhongtian's realm, he was clearly superior, and the overwhelming aura he exuded left Zhao Qingshan somewhat breathless. Zhao Qingshan was at the 4th level of the True Mansion realm, while Qin Zhongtian stood at the pinnacle of the 5th level. 1 or 2 minor levels of difference may seem trivial, yet they were worlds apart. The immense pressure instantly obliterated the magical array. Simultaneously, Qin Zhongtian unleashed a series of powerful strikes toward the front, the resounding booms echoing incessantly. Within mere minutes, the scattered flames of the lotus were extinguished. The once haughty Zhao Qingshan now resembled a deflated balloon, though his gaze remained as cold as ever. Young Master Yi is a member of my engraving hall. I dare anyone to lay a finger on him, Qin Zhongtian declared with chilling indifference. Qin Zhongtian, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you, or you will face consequences you cannot bear, Zhao Qingshan retorted, still brimming with arrogance. Haha, even in such a state, you remain so audacious. Do you truly fear not for your life? Qin Zhongtian observed intently. In an instant, he flashed forward, positioning himself directly before Zhao Changkong. Do not harm my son, Zhao Qingshan shouted. Qin Zhongtian seized Yi Chen's arms, revealing 2 black lines coiled around them. You claim not to be a disciple of the evil sect, yet these are clearly the dark, binding lines formed by the demonic arts of the evil temple, Qin Zhongtian stated solemnly. The secret could no longer be concealed, yet Zhao Qingshan never anticipated that their true identity would be revealed so swiftly. Zhao Qingshan, what else is there for you to say? You are the scourge of the evil temple, Yi Chen declared coldly, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Qingshan. Humph. Since my identity can no longer be hidden, very well. I am indeed a member of the evil temple. I challenge anyone to dare lay a hand on me. Those who do shall meet their demise, Zhao Qingshan retorted, exuding arrogance. Observing Zhao Qingshan's audacity, Qin Zhongtian's gaze turned icy. What? Do you truly believe I would refrain from acting against you? The forces of righteousness and evil cannot coexist. Today, I shall take your head, Qin Zhongtian stated coldly. Initially, it was thought that Qingyang City lacked formidable figures, yet it turned out that Qin Zhongtian was deeply concealed. Being a master at the pinnacle of the True Mansion's 5th level, such prowess was typically found only in the imperial city. making this revelation in the small Qingyang city quite astonishing. Many members of prominent families present were equally stunned. They had not anticipated this turn of events. It became evident that the Zhao family originated from the evil temple, which was a shocking revelation indeed. Despite being the current foremost family in Qingyang city, they were allied with wickedness. Mu Xinran shook her head repeatedly. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the Hall Master Qin has arrived. Otherwise, I truly would not know how to proceed, Yang Shui remarked with a solemn voice. Miss, I am aware that your strength is considerable. With the arrival of Hall Master Qin, the Zhao family is undoubtedly doomed this time. However, I had no idea that Hall Master Qin concealed such depth. Being at the pinnacle of the True Mansion's 5th level, Mu Xinran commented. Indeed, we have both underestimated each other, Yang Shui replied. This Qingyang city is truly lively. First, we witnessed the gifted Yi Chun, and now a hidden powerhouse has emerged. It grows increasingly intriguing, Mu Xinran observed. Zhao Qingshan, you old scoundrel. To be affiliated with the evil temple. I can only imagine the heinous acts you have committed over the years. Execute Zhao Qingshan. Annihilate Zhao Chongkong. The crowd surged with indignation, filled with a desire to devour their flesh and strip their bones. Yet Zhao Qingshan understood that although many surrounded him, he regarded most of them as inconsequential. The true source of his apprehension lay with Qin Zhongtian before him. I must admit, I previously underestimated you. I have visited the inscription hall many times, yet each time you displayed only the semblance of being at the 2nd or 3rd level of the True Mansion. I had no idea you concealed your true strength so deeply, Zhao Qingshan said with a cold demeanor. Maintaining a low profile has its advantages. Now that you are aware of my power, why not surrender willingly? Once I strip you of your abilities, living as a mere mortal may not be so bad. Qin Zhongtian fixed his gaze upon Zhao Qingshan. Delusions. Should I truly engage in a life-and-death struggle with you, you may not prove to be my equal. The formidable nature of the evil demon temple is undoubtedly known to you. For so many years, it has been able to contend on equal footing with the Lingxiao Academy. Something beyond your capacity to confront. Why not join me in the evil demon temple? I shall serve as your introducer, Zhao Qingshan said with a smile to Qin Zhongtian. Bold demon, if you persist in your solitary ways, do not blame my blade for its mercilessness. Qin Zhongtian bellowed. Ha! Then let us battle. I am curious to see if you can withstand the heavenly demon transformation technique of the evil demon temple. As he spoke, a tremendous amount of demonic energy surged forth from Zhao Qingshan. Witnessing this spectacle, those around them recoiled in astonishment. With the crowd retreating, Qin Zhongtian declared, I shall confront this demonic scourge. Upon hearing his proclamation, the onlookers hastily withdrew to the sides. The heavenly demon transformation technique is one of the paramount demonic arts of the evil demon temple. Its immense power is unparalleled, forming a colossal disk upon its manifestation. Chapter 43. The Elder of the Demon Temple. As the disk took shape, an immensely powerful energy surged forth in an instant. The disk hovered in midair, soon positioning itself above Qin Zhongtian's head. Observing this scene, Yi Chen wore an expression of deep concern. Elder, will the Lord of the Qin Temple be able to withstand such a formidable strike? He glanced at Yi Quan beside him. To be honest, I am uncertain as well, but I fervently hope he can repel this overwhelming assault, Yi Quan admitted, reflecting his own doubts about the outcome. Although the Lord of the Qin Temple possessed a higher realm than his opponent, the magical force unleashed was extraordinarily potent, with a colossal black disk swirling ominously around Qin Zhongtian. In response to this, Qin Zhongtian merely narrowed his eyes slightly. You believe you can defeat me with such sorcery? How navi? With a fierce determination, he wielded a large blade, intricately engraved with a dozen inscriptions that radiated a brilliant light. With a decisive swing, he unleashed a tremendous wave of blade energy, crashing it down upon the black disk. The disk's luminous waves shattered inch by inch. The so-called heavenly demon transmutation technique was rendered inconsequential before Qin Zhongtian. Witnessing this, Zhao Qingshan's heart was filled with astonishment, yet he forced himself to suppress the shock. I never imagined you would become so powerful. But what of it? Do you truly believe you can triumph over our demon temple? Offending us is a path to certain death. At this moment, Zhao Qingshan did not hesitate to threaten Qin Zhongtian. Do you think I fear your threats? Today, your life shall be forfeit. Your son cannot escape either. Drawing upon the dark star technique, which relied on siphoning the essence and spiritual energy of others to augment one's own power. He continued, such wickedness, if left unpunished, would be a disservice to those cultivators whose essence you have drained. I have often wondered why numerous cultivators have vanished mysteriously in recent years. It appears you are the culprits. With a cold demeanor, Qin Zhongtian replied, enough of this banter. He struck again with his blade, sending a torrent of energy sweeping toward Zhao Qingshan. A cry of agony erupted as Zhao Qingshan's arms suffered severe lacerations. Father! Zhao Changkong's face turned pale upon witnessing his father being struck down by Qin Zhongtian. Fear gripped his heart, and he pondered, is this my end? Despite the overwhelming sense of despair, resignation settled within him. My son, flee quickly. I will hold off Qin Zhongtian, Zhao Qingshan urged Zhao Changkong. This was their family's sole hope. With such remarkable talent, if he could reach the demon temple, he would surely exact revenge once he matured. Humph, trying to escape? It won't be so easy. All of you shall perish. Qin Zhongtian no longer wished to engage in idle chatter with them, for they were all disciples of the evil demon temple and could not be spared. In that moment, he swung his blade once more towards them. The sword, akin to a raging torrent, carved a deep groove into the earth as it passed. Witnessing the ferocious onslaught of the blade approaching, Zhao Qingshan closed his eyes, bracing himself for his fate. However, at that instant, someone suddenly tore through the void, hurtling forth from an immeasurable distance. Such a feat could only be accomplished by an extraordinary individual or through the use of ancient formations within their sect. How audacious of you, Qin Zhongtian, to dare harm a member of the evil demon temple. Do you truly believe we are without defenders? A voice, chilling and commanding, resonated through the air. With the utterance of those words, Yi Chen soon beheld a figure descending from the lofty heavens. The individual was clad in resplendent robes, adorned with a tall black hat. Yet, their gaze was icy and discerning, suggesting they were no stranger to age, complete with a small beard and a long flute at their waist. Upon this appearance, Yi Chun's expression grew grave. It is you. I should have eliminated you back then. Qin Zhongtian's countenance shifted to one of utmost seriousness upon recognizing the newcomer. I never anticipated you would hide away in such a remote town. The evil demon temple has dispatched numerous individuals over the years to seek you out. Today, I have finally located you. Ha ha. The elder from the evil demon temple laughed maniacally. Back when the righteous sects banded together to hunt down the remnants of your evil demon temple, you managed to escape. This time, it shall not be so. Good day. Prepare to meet your end. As he spoke, Qin Zhongtian struck at Gu De with all his might. In response, Gu De produced a black orb, which hovered in the air, emanating a dark radiance that formed a massive barrier, effectively thwarting Qin Zhongtian's formidable assault. You nearly claimed my life before. Today, I shall slay you, Gu De declared coldly. Observing this confrontation from a hidden corner, Yang Ku's expression turned to one of dread. He had initially believed that Qin Zhongtian could resolve the matter. Yet he had not anticipated that an elder from the evil demon temple would forcefully tear through the void and appear here to rescue members of the Zhao family. In that moment of fear, Yang Ku momentarily forgot his own priorities. Elder Yang, quickly send out a distress signal. Delay could mean disaster, urged a nearby disciple. Yang Ku promptly regained his composure and nodded in agreement. In an instant, both sides exchanged hundreds of blows, neither able to gain the upper hand. Good day. You shall not escape today. The elder from Lingxiao Academy has already dispatched a distress signal. Once their forces arrive, your fate will be sealed. Qin Zhongtian proclaimed with evident delight. In truth, Qin Zhongtian felt an undeniable tension within his heart. Although Gu Daohua could not subdue him, there were numerous disciples from Qingyang City surrounding them, particularly Yi Chen. Should Gu Daohua forcefully strike, he would leave an opening for Zhao Qingshan and Zhao Changkong to engage Yi Chen and his companions. At that moment, it was likely that the young talents of Qingyang City would be utterly annihilated. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingshan appeared exceedingly anxious. He called out to Gu Daohua, who hovered in the sky, urging him, Elder Gu, please take us away swiftly. Do not linger any longer entangled with Qin Zhongtian. Gu Daohua found himself ensnared in hesitation. While he could indeed suppress Qin Zhongtian with a forceful strike, their realms and strengths were comparably matched. The only advantage he possessed was a few treasured artifacts. However, the notion of forcibly slaying Qin Zhongtian was nearly impossible, for Qin Zhongtian had myriad means at his disposal. Chapter 44. A reluctant apprentice. Upon hearing Zhao Qingshan call out to him, he hesitated for a moment before swiftly conjuring a small flying wooden boat. Though diminutive, it could comfortably accommodate 2 or 3 individuals. We must depart quickly. This vessel can only hold 4. If we exceed that number, it will be unable to take flight. Gu Daohua cautioned. Zhao Qingshan, upon hearing this, realized that he could only take 2 companions with him, naturally choosing to bring his son along. Changkong, let us go. Zhao Qingshan declared solemnly. Yes. Zhao Changkong nodded eagerly, fully aware that remaining in this perilous location would spell doom for them, as the Yi family and the Zhou family would not spare the Zhao clan. Changkong, take me with you. Lin Moxie rushed towards Zhao Changkong, her reputation tarnished. Fearing that the Lingxiao Academy would no longer accept her, she considered the evil temple, known for its unique techniques, a more viable option, as it had managed to stand on equal footing with the Lingxiao Academy for many years. However, Zhao Changkong pushed Lin Moxie away, intent on escaping swiftly and safely. Lin Moxie was distressed by Zhao Changkong's rejection. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Lingsu clung to Zhao Qingshan's arm. Father, take me with you, she implored. Yet, Zhao Qingshan had little faith in his daughter, deeming her talent mediocre at best. Even if she accompanied him to the evil temple, she would likely be eliminated quickly. It was perhaps wiser to leave her behind, where she might have a sliver of hope. The evil temple was notorious for its brutal survival of the fittest. Without sufficient strength, one might not last 3 days there. Zhao Tingqing and Zhao Changkong hurried toward the small wooden boat, and once aboard, they quickly turned to Gu Daohua. Elder Gu, we are ready to depart. Everyone is here, Zhao Changkong urged anxiously. If they waited for the Lingxiao Academy's rescue, they might not escape at all. The thought made him wipe the sweat from his brow incessantly. I see that girl possesses considerable talent. She is a promising candidate for magical cultivation. I shall take her with us, Gu Daohua declared, extending his hand. A dark aura enveloped Lin Moxie, lifting her into the air and onto the flying boat above. Qin Zhongtian, we shall meet again. The next time we do, it will be your end, Gu Daohua said coldly. In the face of Gu Daohua's arrogance, Qin Zhongtian remained unfazed. With a wave of his hand, the small boat transformed into a streak of light, swiftly soaring into the distance, soon vanishing from sight. Gu Daohua then approached Yi Chen. Brother Yi, our affairs here are concluded. I must return hastily. Once you enter the Lingxiao Academy, be sure to cultivate diligently and strive to bring glory to the Yi family and to Qingyang City, Qin Zhongtian remarked with a smile. Indeed. Yi Chen smiled and nodded. Shortly thereafter, Qin Zhongtian departed early. Gazing down at the assessment disciples, only a mere 23 had truly passed, among whom the most outstanding were Yi Chen, Zhao Changkong, and Lin Moxie. However, Zhao Changkong and Lin Moxie had already left with Gu Daohua. Enough, the examination has concluded. Those not involved, please take your leave. The successful disciples are requested to gather here tomorrow morning, and at that time, you will be escorted to Lingxiao Academy. Elder Yang Ku, who had been lurking in the corner, immediately stood up upon seeing Gu Daohua depart. The personnel in the square began to disperse in small groups, leaving behind the 21 disciples who incessantly inquired about the details of entering Lingxiao Academy. All right, I have answered what I can. You may return and prepare. Yang Ku addressed the group. Just as Yi Chen was about to leave, a graceful figure swiftly approached from the heavens, soon landing before Yi Chen and the others. The newcomer, clad in white garments, appeared to be in her 40s, holding an exquisite ancient sword, its sheath adorned with numerous shimmering inscriptions. Upon seeing this woman, Yang Ku hurriedly approached her with a beaming smile. Master Mu Baishui, what brings you here? Yang Ku inquired with a smile. What brings me here? Have you forgotten the distress signal you sent? Mu Baishui replied. No. That villain Gu Daohua has already left, Yang Ku said, wearing an apologetic grin. What on earth happened? Why does it resonate with such powerful energy? Was there a battle just now? Mu Baishui asked. Yang Ku recounted the events that had transpired. That scoundrel Qin Zhongtian was here? That old rascal has deeply deceived me. Did he not claim he was heading to the desolate western wasteland? How did he end up here? Qin Zhongtian, just you wait. Did you know I was coming and flee in haste? Mu Baishui exclaimed in fury. Observing her demeanor, Yi Chen felt utterly bewildered, pondering whether there existed an undisclosed relationship between Mu Baishui and Qin Zhongtian. Yet, as a mere novice who had just entered the 5th level of the Transformation Sea realm, He had no time to dwell on such matters. Among the newly recruited disciples, is there any particularly remarkable presence? Mu Baishui inquired. Well, Yang Ke hesitated, for this information was confidential. According to protocol, the newly recruited disciples were supposed to be brought to the Lingxiao Academy Square, where the peak masters would make their selections. If multiple peak masters chose the same individual, that disciple would then have the opportunity to make a counter-selection. Given that Mu Baishui was asking for the list outright, Yang Ku was understandably reluctant. However, she dared not voice her thoughts openly, for Mu Baishui was the esteemed leader of the third peak, a formidable presence among the 5 peak masters. Showing little inclination to engage in lengthy discourse, Mu Baishui swiftly seized the list. Upon glancing at it, she was immediately captivated by the mention of a heavenly tier talent and a supreme bloodline. Yi Chen, who is Yi Chen? Mu Baishui lifted her gaze towards the disciples who had successfully passed the assessment. I am, Yi Chen quickly replied. You are Yi Chen. Splendid, splendid. Come forth and pay your respects to your master, Mu Baishui declared. At her words, both Yi Chen and Yang Ku were taken aback. Master of the third peak. This is against the rules. The peak master election has not yet taken place. How can you select a disciple here? Yang Ku interjected hastily. I shall select here. And what of it? Mu Baishui shot a cold glare at Yang Ku, causing him to retreat in fear and refrain from further protest. Chapter 45. Awakening of the Bloodline. Upon witnessing Yi Chen's lack of response, Mu Baishui's expression turned to one of indignation. Yi Chen, you rascal. What are you waiting for? I am Mu Baishui, the master of the third peak of Lingxiao Academy. You are now my direct disciple. Should you not express your gratitude? She declared. Yi Chen, still in a daze, realized that if he did not agree, Mu Baishui might indeed become quite upset. Consequently, he promptly bowed his head in respect. Disciple Yi Chen pays his respects to master, he said with a bright smile. The onlookers were filled with envy. Yi Chen had effectively leaped several ranks. According to the usual protocol, he would have been selected by the masters of each peak, eventually becoming an outer disciple. From there, if he performed well, he might earn a place as an inner disciple. Yet, Yi Chen had directly ascended 2 levels to become Mu Baishui's personal disciple, a privilege not afforded to many. Yang Ke contemplated the extraordinary fortune of this young man. He had intended to voice a few words, but, upon seeing Mu Baishui's demeanor, swallowed his words instead. Mu Baishui tossed a jade token to Yi Chen. This is the waist token of a personal disciple from my third peak, Qingyu Peak. Keep it with you. You may report directly to Qingyu Peak when the time comes, she instructed. Enough standing around. I have matters to attend to, she added, her figure flickering before vanishing from sight. As she disappeared, Yang Ke stood in stunned silence before finally regaining his composure. All right, you all should return and prepare. Be here by noon tomorrow. Latecomers will not be accommodated, Yang Ku announced before departing himself. Soon, the disciples present began to disperse. Upon returning home, Yi Chen shared this delightful news with his aunt. Upon hearing it, she beamed with joy. This is wonderful. With you at Lingxiao Academy, no one will dare bully us any longer, Yi Chen, she exclaimed. Indeed, Yi Chen replied with a smile. However, he noticed a hint of melancholy in Yi Chen's demeanor. After all, he was leaving, and the Yi family would not have anyone to confide in. Contemplating this, Yi Chen, she gazed intently at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, may I accompany you? She asked. I'm afraid not. Such is not the custom. You did not participate in the examination, and one cannot bring family along, Yi Chen replied, shaking his head. But I wish to be with you, his aunt implored, her eyes glistening. Although she was his aunt, she was also the younger sister of Yi Chen's father, and her surname was a mystery to him. His father had brought her home from afar, and she was merely a few years older than Yi Chen. The bond between them was undeniably unique. As Yi Chen prepared to depart, she could no longer contain her emotions, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. All right, dear aunt, please cease your weeping. Once I have achieved success in my studies, I shall take you to the Lingxiao Academy, he reassured her. However, at this moment, having just been admitted, it is unprecedented for me to bring you along. I understand your predicament. If only my talent were akin to yours, I too could enter the Lingxiao Academy and be by your side, Yi Chanchi lamented. Indeed, let us wait for the future. To prevent you from being bullied in my absence, I must awaken your innate bloodline, Yi Chen declared. You are truly remarkable, dear aunt. Come with me to the secret chamber, I will assist you in unblocking your spiritual veins." Upon hearing this, Yi Chanchi was filled with excitement. "You truly intend to help me open my spiritual veins?" she asked, her eyes glistening with tears. "You are my only family in this world. If I do not assist you, who will?" Yi Chun said with a smile, taking her hand as they made their way toward the secret chamber. The warmth of his grasp was sweet, a sensation she relished. "What did you just say?" Yi Chun inquired. "Nothing," she quickly replied, shaking her head. Once they arrived at the secret chamber, Yi Chun closed the door behind them. "Are you ready, dear aunt?" he asked, his gaze fixed on Yi Chanchi. "I am ready," she affirmed with a nod. "Then I shall begin. You simply need to freely channel your spiritual energy. I will forcibly infuse my essence into your body to awaken your bloodline, unblocking your divine and extraordinary spiritual veins." Yi Chun instructed. "Take care not to overexert yourself." Yi Chanchi cautioned. "I understand," Yi Chun nodded. He then activated the divine phoenix heavenly transmission, and a torrent of spiritual energy began to swirl around him. He bit his finger, allowing a drop of his precious blood to fall onto Yi Chanchi. Under the fervent rotation of the spiritual energy, this drop of blood was absorbed into her being. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming surge of energy flooding through her body, an exquisite sensation that was utterly divine. Her cultivation realm instantly ascended from the 9th layer of the Great Martial Canon to the 1st layer of the Sea Transformation Realm. I have actually entered the 1st layer of the Sea Transformation Realm," Yi Chanchi exclaimed in disbelief. "Aunt, do not speak. I need to concentrate," Yi Chun urged. Yi Chanchi promptly nodded and fell silent. At that moment, she sensed streams of spiritual energy surging into her body, and in the blink of an eye, she awakened her low-grade water dragon bloodline. Simultaneously, with the aid of the divine phoenix heavenly transmission, Yi Chun forcefully opened 2 extraordinary spiritual veins and 2 divine veins within Yi Chanchi. "It's nearly time. I shall conclude my efforts," Yi Chun remarked. Subsequently, he gradually retracted the spiritual essence that enveloped him. When Yi Chanchi opened her eyes once more, she found herself having ascended to the 2nd level of the Sea Transformation Realm. Such progress left her in a state of disbelief. "My advancement is astonishingly significant," Yi Chanchi exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. "With my presence, your growth is inevitable," Yi Chun assured. "With this level of cultivation, safeguarding yourself in Qingyang City should pose no challenge. Once I ascend to the true mansion realm, I shall request my master to admit you into the sect, and we will cultivate together. Aunt, trust in me. I assure you, you will not have to wait long," Yi Chun declared. "I believe in you," Yi Chanchi replied, deeply moved as she nodded. "Aunt, accept these items. They will aid you in your future cultivation." Yi Chun bestowed upon her a considerable number of jade talismans and medicinal pills, confident that he would have ample opportunities to refine more jade talismans for future exchanges. Chapter 46 Farewell in the Family. Yi Chanchi naturally needed these resources the most. Initially, Yi Chun intended to impart the Divine Phoenix Heaven technique to Yi Chanchi, but reconsidered, believing that such an extraordinary skill might not be prudent to share with his younger aunt. Instead, he decided to pass down the meticulously refined and most exceptional mental cultivation method within the family, the Purple Star Condensing Abyss technique, which would suffice for her needs. With this level of mastery, she would likely face no threats in Qingyang City, especially with numerous supporters backing Yi Chun. Now that Yi Chun had joined the Lingxiao Academy, his status had undoubtedly risen, compelling those families that once sought to challenge him to think twice. Amidst the tumult outside, Yi Chanchi inquired about the current situation of the Lin and Zhao families. "It is unlikely they are faring well," Yi Chun replied. "The major families in Qingyang City have long desired to usurp them, and this turmoil has provided them with an opportunity. In a few days, it is possible that the Lin and Zhao families will cease to exist in Qingyang City. That would be splendid." Yi Chanchi nodded in delight. "In my absence, make sure to practice the Purple Star Condensing Abyss technique daily. It will solidify your cultivation." Yi Chun smiled at her. Yi Chanchi nodded in agreement. "All right. I have some matters to attend to. You may leave now," Yi Chun instructed her. She acquiesced, reluctantly departing, acutely aware that upon Yi Chun's departure, their next meeting remained uncertain. Yi Chun still owed a significant sum of spirit stones to the Qianxing Chamber of Commerce. Today, he intended to forge more talismans to repay part of this debt. He focused on crafting higher-value talismans, such as the Golden Armor Talisman and the Thunder Pattern Talisman. Among others, The following day, just as dawn broke, Chen set off with a burlap sack filled with various talismans and arrived at the Qianqing Chamber of Commerce. Brimming with enthusiasm, Mu Xinran, upon seeing the bulky sack on his back, looked on with curiosity. "What treasures do you have in there?" she asked. Chen did not elaborate. He simply opened the sack, revealing a plethora of talismans before her. "You forged so many?" Mu Xinran exclaimed, astonished. "Indeed. Since I am about to leave and still owe your chamber a considerable amount of spirit stones, I crafted these to reduce my debt," Chen replied with a smile. "You need not rush. Miss Yang mentioned that repayment is not urgent, as we will continue to collaborate in the future," Mu Xinran reassured him. "Regardless, I must count them now. I need to leave before noon to reach the Lingxiao Academy on time," Chen said with a grin. As he watched Chen's figure fade into the distance, Mu Xinran felt a pang of melancholy, pondering how wonderful it would be to have him by her side. "What is wrong with me, getting lost in such thoughts?" she mused. Mu Xinran shook his head and spoke. When Chen arrived at the gathering square, the flying vessel of Lingxiao Academy, the Cloudlight Flying Sword, had just arrived. Upon its enormous sword-like body, there was ample space, adorned with several houses. Witnessing this scene, Chen was indeed astonished. Is this the profound heritage of Lingxiao Academy? He gazed upwards and noticed numerous figures atop the vessel. A cursory glance revealed at least a couple of hundred individuals, likely disciples who had passed the assessments from various other city-states. "Quickly ascend. We are departing immediately," Yangku instructed them. As he spoke, a massive stream of light erupted from the Cloudlight Flying Sword, appearing before the crowd. They stood within that luminous flow and were swiftly drawn onto the vessel. Observing the throng around him, Chen quietly retreated to a corner, preferring not to engage excessively with the other city-state individuals. After all, they hailed from prominent city-states and exhibited an air of arrogance, hardly acknowledging Chen and his companions. "Old Yang, the more than 20 disciples I brought from Wanlong City possess exceptional talents. Several of them have earth-grade abilities," boasted an elder who approached Yang Ku with a smile. This elder was none other than Xiao Lingguan, the supervising elder who had traveled to Wanlong City. His expression was one of smug satisfaction, relishing the opportunity to humiliate Yang Ku, who appeared utterly deflated. Nevertheless, Yang Ku chose to ignore Xiao Lingguan. Although they had recruited a disciple with superior heavenly grade talent, that individual had already been claimed by Mu Baishui, a fact Yang Ku could not disclose. "Oh, Elder Yang, why the sudden silence? What exceptional talents could possibly emerge from Qingyang City? I wager you haven't even recruited a single disciple with mysterious grade talent," chuckled another elder, Yu Huan, who had come from Mingba City. "Too weary to engage with you," Yang Ku retorted, making his way toward a small chamber aboard the Cloudlight Flying Sword. Shutting himself in, Yu Huan and Xiao Lingguan exchanged glances. "Haha, Elder Yang seems rather bashful, yet it is evident that his recruits are mere misfits. While most of ours possess mysterious grade talents, and a few even have earth-grade abilities, gaining entry into the outer gates of Lingxiao Academy should pose no issue," Yu Huan remarked. "Indeed. Let us retire to a quieter corner for a while. It is quite chaotic here," Xiao Lingguan suggested. "Agreed," Yu Huan nodded in affirmation. On the Cloud Sword, a disciple began to critique the other city-state representatives. This was Lu Xiaoyuan from Wanlong City, boasting superior earth-grade talent. He was undoubtedly the most gifted among this batch of disciples. Relying on his formidable abilities, he exhibited an arrogant demeanor, dismissing everyone around him. "Qingyang City. I had never even heard of it before. At a glance, they are all worthless. I fear there are hardly any with mysterious grade talent among them. Why don't you all go find a block of tofu to crash into?" Lu Xiaoyuan arrogantly declared. Indeed, most of the disciples from Qingyang City had not reached the Xian rank of talent. When faced with Lu Xiaoyuan's taunts, they dared not respond, fearing further trouble from him. With his superior talent at the Earth rank and his cultivation at the 7th level of the Transformation Sea realm, he stood as a paragon among these disciples. "Oh, why has everyone fallen silent? I suppose there is nothing left to say," Lu Xiaoyuan sneered, casting a derisive glance at Yi Chun and the others. The Cloudlight Flying Sword swiftly soared towards the Lingxiao Academy. After approximately an hour, it landed atop a colossal peak. The area was bustling with people, primarily older disciples who had arrived early to witness the spectacle. Chapter 47. The competition for talents among alliances surrounded by towering green mountains. The peaks converged in a majestic formation, each resembling a colossal sword that spanned the heavens and the earth. On this vast expanse, numerous senior disciples had already gathered, their excitement palpable as they waved eagerly at the newly arrived initiates. "Greetings, fellow disciples." Witnessing this scene, Lu Xiaoyuan felt a twinge of nervousness. He had never encountered such a situation before. Upon his arrival, many of the senior disciples cast friendly glances in his direction, easily discerning the stronger candidates among the newcomers. The disciples from various city-states were freely placed here, awaiting selection by the peak masters. Those chosen would become outer disciples, while the unselected would likely be relegated to menial roles. After all, competition at Lingshao Academy was fierce. Those appointed to menial tasks who failed to make progress over the years would be swiftly eliminated, as the academy upheld strict standards. It was not a place where anyone could simply walk in. At that moment, the senior disciples approached Lu Xiaoyuan, all smiles. "Young Master Lu, would you consider joining our Illusory Sea Alliance? We are a large organization with nearly 100 members, and our strength is formidable. By joining us, you would gain protection and ensure that no one dares to bully you." Lo Jiaxing, the leader of the Illusory Sea Alliance, beamed at Lu Xiaoyuan, flattered by the offer. Lu Xiaoyuan felt a stir of interest. Had he not conducted thorough research prior to his arrival, he might have genuinely considered joining. However, his elder brother, an inner disciple of the fifth peak at Lingshao Academy, had warned him against joining any alliances upon reaching the plaza, as most were formed by outer disciples and lacked true strength. Of course, many inner alliance members would also be present to scout for promising talents. "Young brother, allow us to introduce you to the Azure Dragon Society. Have you thought about joining us? The benefits are plentiful and resources abundant." Zhang Jian, the president of the Azure Dragon Society, cheerfully addressed the new disciples. He was keen on identifying a few individuals with greater potential to bolster the society's strength. However, when they approached Yi Chun, they dismissed him outright, failing to recognize his worth, as they perceived him to be too weak, having only recently attained the 5th level of the Transformation Sea realm. In contrast, Lu Xiaoyuan had already reached the 7th level. The disparity between these two minor realms was significant, as many disciples might take 2 or 3 years to advance even one stage. "Young brother, perhaps you would like to learn more about our White Tiger Alliance? There are 72 individuals, and the scale is gradually expanding. The overall realm has reached the 6th level of the Sea Transformation stage." The leader of the White Tiger Alliance smiled as he surveyed some of the talented disciples nearby. They primarily gathered around Lu Xiaoyuan, who was undoubtedly the strongest among them. "How about it, junior brother Lu? Join our Illusory Sea Alliance, and you will receive a considerable number of true Qi pills each month," Luo Jiaxing said with a grin. However, Lu Xiaoyuan gently shook his head. "Let us discuss this matter later," he replied with a smile. His response left Luo Jiaxing somewhat displeased. "Very well, I shall not press you. But if you miss this opportunity, you may not find another as favorable in the future," Luo Jiaxing remarked. "I wish to join the Illusory Sea Alliance," spoke a disciple from Qingyang City. After all, joining would provide a sense of security, yet when faced with the request to join, Luo Jiaxing merely smiled disdainfully. "At your current realm and talent, you are far from qualifying to join our Illusory Sea Alliance," he said mockingly. The members from Qingyang City were clearly looked down upon by Luo Jiaxing and his peers. "Esteemed disciples, this is a remarkable opportunity. Today, anyone who joins our White Tiger Alliance will receive 5 true Qi pills as a reward. This is a one-time offer," Shi Danyu of the White Tiger Alliance stated. Upon hearing this, many disciples rushed toward Shi Danyu. After all, 5 true Qi pills constituted a generous reward. Seeing Shi Danyu's popularity, Luo Jiaxing was unwilling to be outdone. "Today, anyone who joins our Illusory Sea Alliance will receive 10 first-grade true Qi pills, with a minimum requirement of reaching the 6th level of the Sea Transformation stage and possessing mid-grade profound talent or above," Luo Jiaxing announced. Such stringent requirements eliminated 80% of the candidates, as not everyone possessed such talent. Luo Jiaxing's gaze shifted to a young female disciple beside Yi Chun, who was strikingly sweet-looking, appearing to be around 17 or 18, with 2 ponytails. "My dear lady, I observe that your talent lies within the mid-grade profound realm, and your level has barely reached the 6th level of the Sea Transformation stage. Why not join our Illusory Sea Alliance? Not only will you gain access to various resources, but you will also receive our protection, ensuring that no one will bully you in the future, Luo Jiaxing said with a smile. After speaking, he directly reached for the young disciple's hand. This young lady, named Qing Ro, was also from Qingyang City. Aside from Wang Fan, she seemed to possess the strongest talent, and her current realm surpassed that of Yi Chun, who was only at the 5th level of the Sea transformation stage, roughly at the 3rd level of the Spirit Sea. Qing Ro appeared quite shy. When Luo Jiaxing inquired about her, she wore a puzzled expression, turning to Yi Chen for assistance. Observing Qing Tian's demeanor, it was evident that she had no desire to join the Phantom Sea Alliance. If their claims held any truth, why were so many individuals unable to become members? The criteria for joining were stringent, and at a glance, Yi Chen perceived that Luo Jiaxing, the leader of the Phantom Sea Alliance, did not possess the qualities of a virtuous individual. His gaze towards Qingtian was filled with an almost predatory malice. Senior sister Qingtian will not be joining your Phantom Sea Alliance, Yi Chen stated slowly. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Luo Jiaxing gradually turned to face him, his expression icy. Yi Chen had concealed his own talents, rendering him relatively weak among this assembly, only at the 5th level of the Sea transformation. Thus, when he dared to speak up for Qingtian, Luo Jiaxing's gaze turned frostily disdainful. What nonsense are you spouting? I have invited this young sister to join. What concern is it of yours? Mind your own business, do you understand? Luo Jiaxing replied with an icy indifference. Chapter 48. By Ling Yi. Yi Chen exhibited an air of calmness, unperturbed by the oppressive presence of Luo Jiaxing. Junior sister, do you not wish to join the Illusory Sea Alliance? He inquired, casting a smile towards Qing Ro. Indeed, Qing Ro replied with a gentle nod. You, young man, seem to be inviting trouble upon yourself. Offending me, Luo Jiaxing, will lead to your own suffering in the future. Do you comprehend? Luo Jiaxing glared coldly at Yi Chen. Is this truly your method of persuasion, senior brother? Yi Chen retorted, I merely spoke a word of fairness. For defending junior sister Qing Ro's refusal, you seek to trouble me? Your temperament is rather petty. Luo Jiaxing's fury escalated. After all, he was the founder of the most formidable Illusory Sea Alliance within the Outer Sect, having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Sea transformation realm, just a step away from entering the True Mansion realm. Yi Chen, a mere 5th level disciple of the Sea transformation realm, hardly warranted his attention. Yet, this young man dared to challenge him before so many witnesses, leaving Luo Jiaxing feeling humiliated. Junior sister Qing Ro, do tell, will you join our Illusory Sea Alliance? Luo Jiaxing pressed. Qing Ro managed a faint smile and gently shook her head. Consider your decision carefully. Do not harbor regrets, Luo Jiaxing warned. I am resolute in my choice, Qing Ro affirmed. Disregard whatever this young man has said. Join us in the Illusory Sea Alliance. Present any conditions you desire, and I shall fulfill them, Luo Jiaxing declared. In that moment, Qing Ro felt an immense weight upon her shoulders, uncertain of how to proceed. Just then, a swift sound pierced the air as a figure darted from the distance, capturing everyone's attention. It was by Ling Yi, the esteemed disciple of the Third Peak's master. Wow! My goddess, what brings her here? The crowd's gaze fixated on by Ling Yi in awe. Clad in a flowing green gown, unadorned by makeup, she possessed a breathtaking beauty that left onlookers breathless. Greetings, senior sister Bai. The Outer Sect disciples hastily bowed in respect. Bai Ling Yi commanded great reverence within the Ling Shao Academy, as evidenced by this scene. However, Bai Ling Yi paid no heed to Luo Jiaxing and his company. Instead, she slowly inquired, who is Yi Chen? A wave of confusion swept through the crowd as they murmured amongst themselves, questioning, who is Yi Chen? Isn't he the one I just scolded? Luo Jiaxing muttered to himself. Who is Yi Chen? Step forward. Bai Ling Yi called out, her voice resonating with authority. I am Mu Bai Shui's direct disciple from the Third Peak, Bai Ling Yi. I shall ask once more, who is Yi Chen? Her gaze swept across the assembled disciples in the square. I am, came Yi Chen's response. Yi Chen slowly stood up. Bai Ling Yi gazed at him with great interest. You rascal, I've been calling you for ages. Why didn't you come out? She remarked. I feared someone might share my name. Yi Chen replied with a smile. Enough with the nonsense. Quickly show me the token master bestowed upon you, Bai Ling Yi said as she approached him and seized his hand. Just as Yi Chen was retrieving the token from his pocket, she snatched it away. Senior sister, what are you doing? Yi Chen asked helplessly. What? Are you feeling shy? Bai Ling Yi teased. Not at all. Yi Chen laughed, shaking his head. Whether you are shy or not, how could I possibly miss it? Master truly has a big heart to accept you like this. The other peak masters will surely come looking for trouble. Yet, Master has never feared complications, Bai Lingye continued. Why did you come running over, senior sister? Yi Chen inquired. What else could it be? Naturally, I am here to take you away, Bai Lingye replied. Where to? Yi Chen asked. As Master's direct disciple, you are, of course, going to the third peak, she stated. You have so many questions, Bai Lingye remarked, tugging Yi Chen forward. The surrounding outer sect disciples were taken aback by this scene. Their goddess was interacting so intimately with a newcomer. What a scandal. However, Bai Lingye seemed utterly unconcerned about others' opinions, holding Yi Chen's hand and marching ahead. Senior sister, I still have some matters to attend to, Yi Chen said with a wry smile. Matters to attend to? What kind of matters? Bai Lingye halted and looked at him. Yi Chen hesitated, not continuing. Do speak up. You have your senior sister backing you. Say whatever you wish, Bai Lingye encouraged. Observing Yi Chen's awkward demeanor, Bai Lingye felt exasperated. Just say what you want, she urged, playfully poking his forehead with her delicate finger. Upon witnessing such intimate behavior between Bai Lingye and a newly admitted disciple, Luo Jiaxing felt an overwhelming urge to confront Yi Chen. After all, she was the goddess of his heart, now entangled with a mere newcomer from Qingyang town who had just passed the examination. Actually, there is one thing I would like to ask for your assistance with. Senior sister, Yi Chen confessed. Now that you are also a disciple of the third peak, don't be so timid, be bold. Whatever it is, just say it. And I will support you, Bai Lingye encouraged. All right, then I shall speak, Yi Chen replied. It is as follows, a young sister, Qingru, who accompanied me, is reluctant to join the Huanhai Alliance. However, the leader of the alliance has persistently urged her to become a member. Yi Chen remarked. What is this trivial matter? Allow me to resolve it for you. The head of the Huanhai Alliance, if I recall correctly, is Luo Jiaxing, is it not? Bai Lingye said in a hushed tone. Indeed, it is I, Luo Jiaxing replied with a broad smile as he approached Bai Lingye. Are you coercing that young lady to join your Huanhai Alliance? Bai Lingye said coldly. I would not dare. Luo Jiaxing responded hastily. Should you continue to force others into your dubious alliance, beware that I might shatter your teeth. Others may not dare to provoke you. But do you believe I would hesitate to take your life? Bai Lingye declared with formidable authority. Observing the seemingly delicate young sister exude such overwhelming confidence left Yi Chen astounded. I would never compel anyone to join our Huanhai Alliance, Luo Jiaxing insisted, all the while wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Bai Lingye was indeed someone he could not afford to offend, and he was taken aback that she would speak up for Yi Chen, a mere novice disciple. Chapter 49. The third peak. It was evident that he was quite anxious. Bai Lingye was notorious for her fiery temperament. Although she seldom resorted to violence, anyone who truly offended her would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Luo Jiaxing dared not provoke Bai Lingye and could only nod repeatedly, acknowledging his wrongdoing. Qingru, my little junior sister, should anyone compel you to undertake something against your will, do not hesitate to inform me at our next encounter. I shall see to it that they are dealt with appropriately, Bai Lingye said with a smile directed at Qingru. Thank you, senior sister. Qingru expressed her gratitude with a look of appreciation. Well then, the matters concerning our little junior brother have been resolved. Shall we not return now? Bai Lingye remarked, once again grasping Yi Chen's hand. Senior sister, there are so many people here. Why do you insist on holding my hand? Yi Chen replied, exasperation evident on his face. With so many around, holding your hand is merely to hasten your return with me. How can you still not comprehend this? Bai Lingye retorted. I shall go now, Yi Chen said, striding forward. You've taken a wrong turn. Follow me. Bai Lingye shot him a glance. With no alternative, Yi Chen could only follow silently behind Bai Lingye. Observing them gradually distance themselves, Luo Jiaxing's expression darkened significantly. The enmity between him and Yi Chen had now been irrevocably established. If given the chance in the future, he was determined to teach that young man a lesson. The third peak, where Mu Bai Shui resided, was suffused with an abundance of spiritual energy, making it an exceptional locale. However, upon approaching the mountain, one would encounter a massive iron chain that must be traversed to gain entry to the third peak. Beneath this chain lay an endless abyss, from which eerie howls occasionally echoed, while fierce winds swept through the mountains. Junior brother, I shall go ahead. You must follow swiftly, Bai Lingye declared, taking off in a swift sprint. Chen followed at a more measured pace, albeit somewhat unsteadily, yet he ultimately managed to reach the third peak. The third peak, known as Bainu Peak, was the third among the 5 great peaks, adorned with countless caves, most of which were either minuscule or undeveloped. This is our third peak, our place of cultivation, Bainu Peak. What do you think of the scenery here? I must inform you that upon arriving, you must devote yourself to your training. Your current cultivation level is rather insufficient. At the 5th level of the Transformation Sea realm, several of the senior sisters have already entered the True Abode realm. Bai Lingye said, casting a disparaging glance at Yi Chun. How could I possibly compare myself to the senior sisters? Yi Chun inquired curiously. How many disciples are there at the third peak? There are only 4 disciples at the third peak. Besides myself, there are 3 senior sisters. You are the sole male disciple of the third peak, Bai Lingye replied with a smile. Wait, in such a vast third peak, there are only 4 disciples? Including me. That's merely 5 individuals. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Yi Chun shook his head repeatedly, a look of disbelief etched across his face. What could be so unbelievable? There are indeed only 5 of you, including yourself. Master Mu cherishes tranquility and only accepts direct disciples. She does not favor the practice of other peak masters who recruit hundreds of inner and outer disciples, Bai Lingye explained. Very well, I understand now. Yi Chun replied with a nod. There is one more thing I must inform you. You must expedite the elevation of your cultivation level. Once you enter the sect, if you do not attain the true mansion realm within a year, you will be relegated to the outer sect. Should you then remain in the outer sect for an additional 6 months without progressing to the true mansion realm, you will become a miscellaneous disciple, Bai Lingye cautioned. Is that true? Yi Chun exclaimed in astonishment. Would I deceive you? I am already at the 2nd level of the true mansion realm. Even the outer sect disciples are mostly at the 7th or 8th levels of the sea transformation realm, with some strong ones having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level. Bai Lingye continued to urge Yi Chun, hoping he would strive harder and elevate his cultivation swiftly. It was a rare occurrence for a male disciple to arrive at the third peak, and she did not wish for him to be expelled before he had even settled in. Once one enters the sea transformation realm, progressing to each subsequent level becomes exceedingly arduous, let alone advancing to the true mansion realm. Although Yi Chun had reached the 3rd level of the extreme spiritual sea and the 5th level of the sea transformation realm, he was acutely aware that further advancement would necessitate substantial resources. Moreover, upon arriving at the 3rd peak, he found it to be exceedingly tranquil. After all, Master Mu had accepted a direct disciple. Aside from Bai Lingye welcoming him, no one else had come forth to greet him, which left him somewhat perplexed. He even began to wonder if the senior sisters were not particularly fond of him. Why haven't any of the senior sisters come? Yi Chun inquired curiously. It's not that they do not wish to appear. Rather, Master is very strict in her management. Your senior sisters are currently in closed-door training, and it has been half a year with no word from them. The 3rd senior sister is out in the world honing her skills and has been away for over 6 months, which is why I was tasked with welcoming you. Does it seem too quiet or lacking in grandeur? Bai Lingye asked with a smile, noticing the hint of melancholy in Yi Chun's gaze. Not at all. Yi Chun shook his head. Where is Master Mu? He asked. Master Mu has gone to preside over the Peak Master meeting. A significant number of disciples have arrived for the new examination conference, which is held every season, Bai Lingye explained. Understood. Is there anything else you wish to convey, senior sister? If not, please lead me to a cave residence. I must begin my cultivation immediately. Otherwise, it seems I am quite suited for elimination at this point, as I must be the weakest among the direct disciples of the various peak masters, Yi Chun remarked. Indeed, several peak masters typically require their direct disciples to be at least of the true realm. Bai Lingye led Yi Chun to a cave abode. Upon entering, Yi Chun instinctively recoiled. Perhaps I should refrain from entering this cave, he hastily suggested. As he stepped inside, an overwhelming scent of cosmetics assailed his senses, unmistakably indicating that this was a woman's dwelling. The implication of Bai Lingye inviting him to reside here left him bewildered. What is the matter? Bai Lingye inquired. This must be my senior sister's cave, as I can distinctly sense the fragrance of cosmetics. Please don't lead me astray, little junior sister. Yi Chun expressed his apprehension. Do not overthink it. This was indeed the residence of my 3rd senior sister, but she found it too cramped and subsequently relocated. What do you think of this place? Bai Lingye quickly reassured him. Chapter 50. The contest, however, as she uttered these words, Bai Lingye was secretly harboring a mischievous smile. I believe this place suits you quite well. The spiritual energy here is quite abundant, Bai Lingye replied with a grin. Since you, junior sister, have said so, I shall reside here for the time being. Yi Chun could only respond. Very well, then settle in here. I must take my leave. My cave dwelling is not far from yours. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out, Bai Lingye said hastily before departing. Once Bai Lingye was out of sight, Yi Chun entered the cave dwelling and began his cultivation. Tianji Peak stands as a principal summit among the 5 great peaks, serving as the cultivation ground for the head of Lingshao Academy, Bai Fuqi. Today marks their annual gathering for discourse. After all, this year's enrollment yielded no fewer than 100 disciples, if not 200. The peak masters of the 5 main peaks were present, except for Chen Xinggu, the master of the 4th peak, who was absent due to other matters. The masters present were Lin Yushao, the 1st peak master, Zhou Bagong, the 2nd peak master, Mu Baixue, the 3rd peak master, and Zhang O, the 5th peak master. However, the masters appeared lethargic, as this year's disciples presented little in terms of remarkable talent. At best, they possessed earth-level aptitude, with not a single one showcasing heaven-level potential. It could be said that each year is increasingly disappointing. What purpose does this meeting serve if we cannot even discern any exceptional talent among the new disciples? As for their allocation, let it rest in the hands of the academy head, Lin Yushao remarked, casting a glance at Bai Fuqi, who slowly closed his eyes after speaking. As far as I know, among the disciples brought in from several major cities, only 1 or 2 possess earth-level aptitude. The majority are of inferior mystic quality. Zhang O lamented. If this trend continues, it seems our Lingshao Academy shall only decline further. Thus, I propose we expand our recruitment range. It would be optimal to recruit disciples from the territories of other empires. Zhou Bagong suggested with a smile. Are you speaking nonsense? We can only recruit disciples within the confines permitted by the Dayu dynasty, unless a formidable figure of the Marquis realm emerges within our academy to alter the empire's demands. Such aspirations remain unattainable, Lin Yushao countered. In any case, feel free to allocate these disciples as you wish. The finest among them, let us simply divide them among ourselves. Zhang O said with a wry smile, revealing their collective skepticism towards this batch of disciples. They even deemed the meeting unnecessary for the head of the academy. I see everyone is rather busy. Eldest brother, are you not still engaged in teaching? Second brother, are you not preoccupied with forging your grand sword? Zhang O remarked, directing his gaze toward the eldest and second brothers. Indeed, they responded. Master, it is upon you to allocate our disciples. We shall accept whomever you provide. It is possible that those you assign may end up being nurtured in our outer sect. Should they prove to be unworthy, do not blame us for our lack of hospitality. They shall be expelled from the mountain gate. Zhou Bagong remarked. Bufuki displayed a countenance of resignation. Several peak masters had begun to voice their grievances during the meeting. Yet, it was not entirely unwarranted, for this year's intake of disciples was indeed rather mediocre. Bufuki had glanced over the list of recruits and found it lacking in any exceptional talents. Very well, I shall undertake the responsibility of assigning them. He finally conceded with a nod. Just as Bufuki prepared to take the personnel list for allocation, Elder Yang Ku, the chief steward, stepped forth. He felt compelled to address the matter concerning Yi Chun, otherwise it would be tantamount to deceiving the master. Should the master become incensed, he would be unable to bear the consequences. Master, I have something to convey, Yang Ku declared. Oh, what do you wish to say? Bufuki inquired, puzzled. Such meetings typically included the attendance of stewards who had been dispatched to recruit disciples, and thus, the other 2 stewards were also present. In truth, there is a disciple whose name does not appear on this list, Yang Ku said with a bitter smile. After Mu Baixue accepted Yi Chun as her personal disciple, she had erased his name to prevent the other peak masters from noticing. Otherwise, upon discovering Yi Chun's remarkable talent, they would undoubtedly compete fiercely for him. Is there such a matter? Who is this disciple, and why do you bring this to light? Bufuki questioned, sensing that Yang Ku's revelation held significant weight. If it were merely an inconsequential new disciple, he would not have spoken so earnestly. This disciple possesses an upper-tier celestial bloodline and an upper-tier talent assessment. Having awakened 8 of the 9 divine veins and half of the 9 extraordinary spiritual veins, Yang Ku articulated, word by word. The words fell upon the ears of the peak masters, and the master, like a thunderclap, slowly reverberating through the room. For a moment, they were all at a loss for words. After a brief pause, Peak Master Zhang O finally asked, "Are you certain that what you say is true? In all the millennia since the establishment of our Lingxiao Academy, we have never encountered a disciple of such extraordinary talent. Surely you jest? My subordinate speaks nothing but the truth. However, his cultivation level is somewhat lacking, at only the 5th stage of the Sea Transformation Realm," Yangku replied. "Indeed, his cultivation is somewhat low, but with such astonishing talent, ascending through the ranks should not pose a significant challenge. What is the name of this disciple?" Zhou Bagong inquired. "Yi Chen, the young master of the Yi family from Qingyang City," remarked Yangku. "It is quite astonishing that such a figure could emerge from a humble place like Qingyang City. It is truly beyond my expectations." Lin Yuxiao shook his head repeatedly, finding it somewhat incredulous. "I, Lin Yuxiao, have not accepted a direct disciple in many years. Perhaps I should take this young man under my wing. After all, I am indeed the senior brother among you all. Aside from the palace master, I believe no one else holds a higher status than I do," Lin Yuxiao said with a smile. "You might as well forget it. With your limited abilities, it would be a waste to entrust such a promising talent to you. Allow me to mentor Yi Chen. I assure you that I will cultivate him into the foremost genius of our Lingxiao Academy. Within a year, I am confident he will reach the true mansion realm, and I give my word to the palace master." Zhou Ba just seamlessly took over Lin Yuxiao's words and continued. Chapter 51. Claiming ownership. Zhou Bagong cast a glance at Bai Fuqi, assuring him that if Yi Chen had not reached the true mansion realm within a year, he would inevitably become an outer disciple. This was unacceptable. He was confident that within 6 months, he could elevate Yi Chen to the true mansion realm, and within a year, to the second level of the true mansion realm, which he considered the bare minimum outcome. At this moment, Zhang O also interjected, eager to join the fray. Amidst their incessant discussions, Mu Bai Shui kept her head bowed in silence. After all, Yi Chen was her personal disciple. To prevent the various peak masters from observing the situation firsthand, she had even sent Bai Ling Yi to personally retrieve him from the 3rd peak. Witnessing the other peak masters quarrel, Mu Bai Shui felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I believe it is unnecessary for everyone to continue arguing. You are all quite occupied. Given the multitude of affairs at each peak, I have not taken a personal disciple in 10 years. However, I would like to claim Yi Chen for myself." Bai Fuqi, too, stepped forward, eager to stake his claim. Seeing Bai Fuqi's determination, the other peak masters felt compelled to respond. "Palace master, while you may not be as busy as the rest of us, you are still the master of a palace. Matters such as these should not require your exertion," Zhou Bagong remarked with a grin. "I can appreciate him." "Indeed, I can," Bai Fuqi quickly affirmed. "Even so, you should not engage in such pursuits," Zhang O interjected. "Let us raise our hands if we agree that the palace master should refrain from competing for him." The peak master swiftly proposed this idea, concerned that the palace master might genuinely take Yi Chen away. Before long, aside from Mu Bai Shui, the others raised their hands in agreement. Destiny indeed. "Now, palace master, you have no grounds for objection," Lin Yuxiao chuckled. "Very well, I cannot argue with you all." Bai Fuqi, realizing he could not prevail, reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. "Although I have consented to your wishes, must you all engage in further contention? What purpose does it serve?" Bai Fuqi inquired, observing the other peak masters. Yet, he noticed that Mu Bai Shui remained unusually reticent. Had someone offended her recently? As the peak masters, even the palace master, began to bicker, Yangku, standing aside, appeared increasingly restless. "None shall contest with me. Yi Chen is mine," he declared, addressing the peak masters. "Consider it a favor to me." Lin Yuxiao surveyed the surrounding peak masters, seemingly convinced that this opportunity was firmly in his grasp. Zhang O and Zhou Bagong erupted into laughter at the scene. "Brother Lin, we extend our courtesy to you. Who shall return the favor to us? As the elder brother, should you not show some consideration for your younger companions? Thus, it would be best for you to withdraw from this contention." Zhang O smiled as he cast a glance at Lin Yuxiao. "No retreat, no retreat. If it truly comes to that, why not summon that young man and let him make his own choice?" However, Lin Yuxiao was determined not to let such a promising talent slip away so easily. He could not simply relinquish him to others. On the side, Yang Ke listened to their heated exchange, feeling as desolate as a leaf caught in the wind, adrift and without direction. Several times, He contemplated speaking up to inform them that Yi Chen was already taken, yet witnessing their fervent dispute left him hesitant. He feared that interrupting their enthusiasm might provoke a backlash, a blow he could scarcely endure. With his frail constitution, how could he withstand a strike from these peak masters? Yangku was merely a lowly elder steward, whose status likely paled in comparison to the more qualified inner disciples. Having just stepped into the second level of the true mansion realm, he found that most inner disciples were at a similar stage. Advancement in the true mansion realm requires immense resources and relentless dedication. It is not merely a matter of desire. One must possess resources, diligence, and innate talent, for otherwise, even within the Lingxiao Academy, one may eventually face elimination. Thus, even among the 5 peak masters, the highest among them barely reached the 7th or 8th level of the true mansion realm. Even the palace master had only attained the Yuan Dan realm years ago due to a fortuitous encounter with an elixir in a hidden realm. Yet time had halted his progress, underscoring the increasing difficulty of ascension in higher realms. There's no need for Yi Chen to make a choice. Yangke stood up timidly and spoke. No need. What do you mean? The question came from Zhou Bagong, who glared at Yangku with indignation. Startled, Yangku instinctively retreated a few steps. Were it not for his connections within the Lingxiao Academy, he would have been cast aside long ago. Given his recent entry into the second level of the true mansion realm. Let him finish speaking, Bai Fuqi interjected. All right, go on. Zhou Bagong replied, still agitated. It is not that I wish to interject, but this matter must be addressed. Yi Chen has already taken a master, Yangku asserted. What? He has already taken a master? When did this happen, and who is it? Zhang O asked, a look of confusion on his face. The other peak masters, including the palace master, were equally bewildered, entirely unaware of this development. He has taken Master Mu Baixue of the 3rd peak as his mentor, Yangku explained, subsequently revealing the situation to everyone present. Upon hearing this, several peak masters wore expressions of indignation, all casting their gazes towards Mu Baixue. Junior Sister Mu, is this truly appropriate for you? How could you act in such a manner? Zhou Ba, visibly enraged, directed his ire at Mu Baixue. What of it? I have already taken this disciple under my wing. Do you intend to snatch him away? He continued. He has already pledged himself to a master, and the 3rd peak has duly recorded his name. It seems you were simply not favored by fortune. This is surely the will of heaven. Although Mu Baixue felt a twinge of panic within, her countenance remained remarkably composed. What do you mean by that? Master, just look at what my senior sister is saying. This is entirely against the rules. I propose we summon this young man and allow him to choose. Zhang O spoke incessantly, clearly unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 52. The revered master. Furthermore, considering the temperament of Sister Mu, she is ill-suited to take on disciples, especially a male one. As her peak is predominantly comprised of women, Zhang O expressed his discontent. What is the matter? Is it too much to seek a bit of masculine energy amidst all the scene? Master Zhang, perhaps it would be wise for you to refrain from speaking too much. Mu Baixue interjected. You are incessantly addressing me as sister, yet seem to lack the courtesy to respect my position as a master. From what you say, it appears you are not inclined to yield. However, your stance is rather improper. At Lingxiao Academy, all matters must adhere to established protocols. Palace Master, would you not agree? Lin Yuxiao turned to Bai Fuqi. This left Bai Fuqi in a precarious position, as each peak master was formidable in their own right. Offending any of them was unwise, and despite his status as the palace master, he relied heavily on the support of these peak leaders for both major and minor affairs. Maintaining harmonious relationships was essential. Among the 5 peaks, it is well known that I have taken on the fewest direct disciples, excluding the 4th. 3rd sister, I implore you to concede this opportunity to me, Zhang O persisted, unwilling to let this chance slip away. Now that matters have reached this point, what is there to concede? I advise everyone to tread carefully and avoid tearing the fabric of our camaraderie. Besides, whether one teaches or not, should such an exceptional disciple rise to renown, our humble Lingxiao Academy may not be able to retain him. He must seek his own path. If my teaching proves inadequate, I shall relinquish him to other senior brothers or junior brothers for their tutelage, Mu Baixue stated resolutely. With the conversation reaching this juncture, it was evident to all that Mu Baixue would not budge. Bai Fuqi, feeling helpless, mused that had the 4th master been present, he might have contended with Mu Baixue, for he had not taken a single disciple over the years, and his temperament was even more unyielding. Mu Baixue might not have prevailed against him. As the crowd fell into silence, Mu Baixue declared, "Well then, today's meeting has concluded. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." With that, she disregarded the assembly and swiftly departed. On her hurried journey back, Mu Baixue repeatedly patted her chest, reflecting, "That was close. That rascal Yi Chun nearly slipped through my fingers. After all, I have my own principles. Thankfully, the fourth master is not around. Otherwise, with his temperament, I might truly have been outmatched." Upon returning to the third peak, Mu Baixue found that Bai Ling Yi had long since vanished. This girl had taken Yi Chun under her wing and had since neglected her duties. The mere thought of the girl caused Mu Baixue a headache. She was utterly uncontrollable. After searching for a while, she finally located Yi Chen's cave abode. Upon entering, she found him deep in meditation. Standing before him, she cleared her throat softly, startled by her presence. Yi Chen opened his eyes and was taken aback to see his master before him. "Master, what brings you here?" With a sudden movement, Yi Chun promptly stood up. "Having just concluded the summit, I came to see you. As your master, and also your direct disciple, I do not possess any extraordinary gifts for you. You have now entered the 5th level of the Sea Transformation realm, which is still a modest stage. Here are 1,000 Sea Transformation pills, 1,000 True Qi pills, along with various sect manuals and regulations for you to peruse." As she spoke, Mu Baixue presented a storage bag to Yi Chun. The bag was not sealed with any inscriptions, simply left open. 1,000 Sea Transformation pills, 1,000 True Qi pills, and the sect's manuals. "Master, your generosity is indeed overwhelming." Yi Chun felt an immense shock. If these items were sold, they would fetch a considerable sum. The Lingxiao Academy truly stands as a major sect in this small border city of 9 cities, incomparable to those lesser sections. "Master, these gifts are too precious. I cannot accept them," Yi Chun replied with a wry smile. "Accept them as I offer them. Why so much hesitation?" With that, Mu Baixue prepared to depart. However, just as she reached the entrance of the cave, she turned back. Yi Chun was puzzled by her actions, only to be surprised as Mu Baixue left him with 2 sets of armor, one a top-grade Xiantir Chinko crescent sword, and the other a deep black, ink-like Xiantir Sanren sword, both exceptional weapons. What Yi Chun needed most were these items, and unexpectedly, Master had provided exactly what was required. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Mu Baixue transformed into a streak of azure light and vanished several dozen feet away. Watching her leave, Yi Chun felt a sense of helplessness. "Master, you truly leave me to my own devices." With a bitter smile, he continued, "But perhaps it is for the best. With my senior sisters absent, I have come to Lingxiao Academy to diligently cultivate and grow stronger. The spiritual energy here is exponentially more abundant than that of the small Qingyang city, making it an excellent place for cultivation." Naturally, Yi Chun was determined to immerse himself in training. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Within that week, he had consumed 500 of the 1,000 Sea Transformation pills gifted by his master. Thanks to these 500 pills, Yi Chun had made remarkable progress, achieving the 4th level of the ultimate spiritual sea and advancing to the 6th level of the Sea Transformation realm. Such rapid advancement in merely 3 days was unforeseen even by Yi Chun himself. This remarkable progress was attributed to the purity of the Sea Transformation pills provided by his master and the vastly superior spiritual energy present here compared to Qingyang City. It was indeed the perfect combination of timing and location that yielded such results. After all, ascending from the 5th to the 6th level of the Sea Transformation realm typically requires ordinary practitioners to exert relentless effort for at least a month or, at most, half a year to a year. Otherwise, with so many disciples in the Lingxiao Academy, why are the inner disciples so few? Not to mention the direct disciples among the various peaks. The majority are outer disciples, and even some serve as miscellaneous workers. Yi Chun gazed at himself with satisfaction, having searched for quite some time within his cave abode. Before him stood a bronze mirror. As he beheld his reflection, Yi Chun felt increasingly convinced of his striking handsomeness. Subsequently, he resumed his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, half a month had already elapsed in his diligent practice. One day, a sudden brilliance of golden light erupted from his body, piercing through the clouds and ascending to the heavens. Witnessing this golden light breaking through the sky, Bai Fuqi, who was meditating atop the main peak, revealed an expression of astonishment. After a brief moment, he soared into the air, hastening towards the source of the radiant glow. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the golden light emanated from the third peak, and he found himself unable to remain seated any longer. Chapter 53. The Supreme Golden Body. Moments later, Bai Fuqi dashed toward the source of the golden light. Could it be the commotion caused by that young lad? Or perhaps someone else? Bai Fuqi pondered aloud. A look of confusion etched upon his face. Soon, he arrived at the third peak and beheld a young cultivator within a cave. Was it none other than Chen? Such youthfulness! It appears he is indeed the direct disciple recently accepted by Bai Shui, Bai Fuqi remarked. Just as he spoke, another figure rushed forth. It was none other than Mu Bai Shui. Bai Shui, you two have come? Bai Fuqi inquired. Indeed, Mu Bai Shui nodded affirmatively. Is this your prized disciple? Though he was already certain, Bai Fuqi couldn't help but ask once more. Yes, Mu Bai Shui replied, pride evident in her demeanor. Truly astonishing. Golden light radiated from his being. This was the unparalleled supreme golden body. Such a remarkable entity could only stem from a supreme bloodline, the most noble among the high-tier celestial bloodlines. Bai Fuqi remained enraptured by shock. Before long, the other peak masters hurriedly arrived. Upon witnessing the scene, they too were engulfed in disbelief. The supreme golden body. Who is this individual that possesses such a rare phenomenon? At that moment, another figure soared from the distance, swiftly approaching Bai Fuqi and the others. Clad in a light blue robe and exuding an air of nonchalance, it was none other than Chen Xinggu, the master of the fourth peak, who had returned not long ago. This is not good. We must not linger on such matters. Bai Fuqi suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. What is it? Chen Xinggu asked, puzzled. This golden body is exceedingly rare. Its appearance is bound to attract the attention of the great Yu dynasty. Once they take notice, this young man will be unable to hide, and he may even provoke the evil demon temple. They will undoubtedly dispatch numerous disciples to eliminate Chen. Therefore, we must shroud the golden light, concealing the aura and traces left behind, as if none of this ever transpired, Bai Fuqi proclaimed. Upon hearing Bai Fuqi's words, the surrounding individuals nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his concerns. Everyone, heed my command. Fourth, activate the grand formation here. Third sister, head to the eastern and western mountain ranges and obliterate the golden light that has burst forth. Yu Shao and Ba Gang, you two go to the northern and southern mountain ranges to shatter the escaping golden light. Fifth, stay by my side and safeguard the power that the supreme golden body is about to unleash. We must ensure that this situation remains unknown to the outside world. Bai Fuqi quickly organized the tasks at hand. After he finished speaking, everyone nodded and promptly set off to fulfill their respective duties. The emergence of the supreme golden body had left them all in a state of awe. However, this incident had only just transpired, and the disciples within the inner and outer gates of the mountain remained utterly oblivious. Moments later, a resonant hum echoed as the grand formation within the mountain suddenly activated. Nonetheless, the commotion caused by the formation was rather subdued. Furthermore, as this was the third peak, there were merely 4 or 5 disciples present, with 1 or 2 others either absent or in secluded meditation, creating an atmosphere of profound stillness. As the grand formation began to operate, Lin Yushao and Zhou Ba rushed to the mountain ridges on the north and south sides, unleashing 2 thunderous punches that obliterated the golden light surging forth from the clouds. Mu Bai Shui swiftly completed the task assigned by the sect leader, shattering the golden light on both sides of the mountain ridges. She had not anticipated that Chen, having only arrived half a month ago, would incite such a remarkable upheaval. Regardless, the towering golden light had been quelled, and the situation was under control. Bai Fuqi and the 5 peak masters stood atop the clouds, observing as the golden light gradually faded, their spirits calming with each passing moment. At that instant, another surge of golden light erupted from within the cave, poised to unleash considerable power if it were to break free. The leakage of golden light raised concerns about the extraordinary nature of this young prodigy. This is not good. We must intervene, or the cave will be obliterated, declared the 4th peak master, Chen Xinggu. As he spoke, the 4th peak master and the sect leader, Bai Gongzhu, reacted swiftly, darting downward and positioning themselves several dozen yards outside the cave. Surrounding them was a crackling aura of violet lightning, forming a barrier that effectively halted the sudden explosion of golden light. Remarkably, throughout all this, Chen remained entirely unaware, feeling only the acceleration of the spiritual energy circulating around him, as if he were on the verge of entering a profound state. It seemed he was nearing the 5th level of the extreme spirit sea. At his current realm, he could contend with any opponent below the pinnacle of the 9th level of the sea transformation realm. Even against a peak 9th level practitioner, while he might not prevail, escaping would pose no issue. Although the golden light had been contained, the 4th peak master and Baifuchi were still jolted back 3 steps from the force. What immense golden light! This supreme golden body is indeed formidable, an extraordinary talent, 1 in 1,000, mused Chen Xinggu, increasingly finding favor with the disciple within the cave. We should leave. Do not gaze upon this young man any longer. He is the disciple of our 3rd sister and has already been accepted as her direct apprentice. Chen Xinggu remarked. Upon returning, he had heard the backstory of this matter and, upon hearing Bai Gongzhu's words again, his conviction only deepened. However, he harbored a lingering frustration, as it seemed that while he was absent, his 3rd sister had taken in such an exceptional disciple, a thought he could not easily digest. Consequently, he soared toward Mu Baishui, intent on having a word with her. Upon seeing the fierce demeanor of Chen Xinggu, Mu Baishui surmised his intentions. 3rd Peak Master. Is that disciple, who was radiating golden light just now, one you recently accepted? Chen Xinggu approached Mu Baishui and questioned her. Upon seeing Chen Xinggu's arrival, the other peak leaders turned their gaze towards Mu Baishui with keen interest, thinking that at last, someone was here to confront her. Indeed, he is under my tutelage, Mu Baishui declared. I have heard all about you. Your actions have been entirely out of line. That Chen belongs to me, and you shall return him. Chen Xinggu asserted. What do you mean he belongs to you? My 3rd peak has already recorded his name, and he has formally acknowledged me as his master. Bowing his head to the ground. Brother, do not covet him, Mu Baishui replied. Recognizing that the matter had reached a conclusion, Chen Xinggu felt it futile to continue the argument and could only nod in resignation. Enough, everyone disperse, do not linger here. At that moment, Baifuchi stepped forward and waved to the crowd, anxious that his younger brother might provoke further conflict with his sister. Chapter 54. The Outer Sect Dining Hall. Baifuchi cast a glance at Chen Xinggu. Despite the recent commotion, we managed to address the situation promptly. The inner disciples surrounding us likely remain unaware. We should disperse quickly. Lingering here may provoke unnecessary speculation, Baifuchi advised. Indeed, the leaders of each peak swiftly departed. As the golden glow enveloping Chen dissipated, he gradually opened his eyes. At that moment, he felt that his meridians appeared significantly more robust than before. He swung his palm forward, generating a potent surge of spiritual power, and sensed that his innate constitution had vastly improved as well. Observing the faint glimmers of gold dancing upon the ground, he felt a twinge of perplexity, unaware that he had attained the legendary supreme golden body, a feat rare beyond measure. For the past few days, Chen had immersed himself in cultivation. The tranquility here was almost excessive. He had neither seen his senior sister nor his master, and it seemed as though he was utterly alone. Now, hunger gnawed at him, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. After searching the 3rd peak for quite some time without locating the dining hall, he ultimately decided to leave and explore other areas in search of sustenance. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, amidst a mountain range, shadows of blood surged and shifted. Several imposing figures slowly emerged from the clouds, their appearances obscured by swirling crimson light. Brother Jian, the master has instructed us to monitor every movement of the Lingxiao Academy. Did you notice any unusual fluctuations between the main peaks just now? I believe I glimpsed a flash of golden light. Yet, it seems to have vanished. As the blood shadows swirled, several elders of the evil temple conversed amongst themselves. It must have been a trick of the eye, one concluded. The shadows soon faded into the depths of the mountains. Unbeknownst to him, Chen traversed several mountain ranges, and after a diligent search, he finally discovered a dining hall. Elated, he hurried towards it. Though he had considered fasting, the allure of delicious food was too tempting to resist. Upon entering, he noticed numerous outer disciples gathering within the hall. With a smile, Chen followed suit and asked a fellow outer disciple if this was indeed the dining hall. Receiving an affirmative response, he stepped inside without hesitation. This was the outer dining hall of the 5th peak, frequented by outer disciples of lower rank. Chen, however, was a direct disciple of the inner sect at the third peak. Unfortunately, the third peak was desolate, devoid of a dining hall, and after an exhaustive search, he had ventured out in pursuit of a meal. It was indeed a challenging endeavor. In the queue for meals, it finally became Chen's turn. However, upon presenting his waste token, which belonged to the inner sect of the third peak, the cook immediately adopted a stern expression. This was the dining hall of the fifth peak's outer sect, intended for the outer disciples. What business did an inner disciple from the third peak have here? This is not a place for you to dine. You should find another venue, the cook admonished. But master, I am hungry, and I am willing to pay. Whatever amount they charge, I will match it. Just give me a serving of that 5-colored pure deer meat, some floating life fragrance root, and 2 bowls of spirit soup. Chen replied with a smile. Yet the cook chose to ignore him. Hey, buddy, as an inner disciple, what are you doing here competing for food with us outer disciples? The meals at the inner sect's dining hall are far superior to ours, a voice from behind urged. If you wish to eat here, it will cost you 500 spirit stones, the cook declared. Why such a high price? Just a moment ago, others were charged only 50 spirit stones. Why must I pay so much? Chen protested, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Who told you to be an inner disciple? This is the dining hall for the outer sect. If you want to eat, pay up. If not, hurry along, the cook retorted. With no other choice, Chen accepted his fate. He took out a sea transformation pill. This should suffice. He didn't have many spirit stones on him. But this pill would cover 2 meals. He still had around 500 spirit stones, so giving him 1 would be a loss. Upon seeing the sea transformation pill, which was of fine quality, the cook quickly accepted it with a satisfied nod and proceeded to serve Chen his meal. He thought to himself how wonderful it would be to encounter this Navi disciple daily, as it would allow him to earn more sea transformation pills. While Chen was enjoying his meal, he overheard that there would be lectures held for the outer sect, conducted by designated elders. However, he had never heard his master mention this, nor had he been informed of any classes to attend. Therefore, after finishing his meal, Chen decided to go and see what the outer elders had to teach. After all, gaining more knowledge about the Lingxiao Academy could only benefit him. Amidst the swirling mists on a mountain peak, a young woman clad in red, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old, sat before Bai Lingya. At that moment, Bai Lingya was cradling a red wooden bowl filled with various dishes, including spirit meat, and was thoroughly enjoying her meal. The young woman observed Bai Lingya's eating habits and shook her head repeatedly. Lingya, look at how you eat. It's truly unseemly. Have you not eaten for several days? The young woman remarked. Indeed, it had been some time since Bai Lingya had last eaten. Just refrain from speaking and let me finish my meal in peace, Bai Lingya replied. On the third peak, there exists neither a dining hall nor a multitude of disciples. Only 4 or 5 disciples inhabit this desolate realm. The master remains aloof, seldom gracing the abode with his presence. Should one reside on the third peak, sustenance can only be derived from foraging for spiritual fruits atop the lofty heights. As for spiritual meat, one must venture forth to capture spiritual beasts and roast them for consumption, a rather cumbersome endeavor. How much more convenient it would be to partake in meals here. As for Chen, she is beyond his concern. Even securing her own meals is a challenge. Let her manage her own affairs and eat wherever she wishes. When Bai Lingya had her fill and contentedly patted her small belly, the woman in red turned her gaze towards her and softly remarked, You seem to frequent this place for meals almost every few days. Perhaps it is time to settle a modest dining fee? Not much, just a token sum. Considering the considerable amount of spiritual meat you consume, a total of 50,000 spirit stones would suffice. Chapter 55. The 7 Disciplines. As the words of the woman in red faded, Bai Lingya hastily interjected, We'll discuss it later. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. After satisfying her appetite, Bai Lingya had intended to indulge in a few more cups of spirit liquid, but upon hearing the woman's remark, she promptly rose and hurried outside. This had become a familiar pattern. Witnessing Bai Lingya's swift departure, the woman in red sighed in resignation. Suddenly, a melodious chime echoed through the air. Chen observed a throng of individuals rushing toward a nearby cave dwelling. Curiosity piqued. He learned that an elder from the outer sect was to deliver a lecture there, and he decided to join. The outer sect disciples were already aware, not to mention the inner sect disciples. Among those attending were several newly inducted inner sect members. Chen spotted the bothersome Lu Xiaoyuan, who had recently joined the fifth peak as an inner disciple. After all, his formidable status as a ninth-level Huahai realm cultivator placed him just a step away from the true mansion realm. Upon entering the cave, Chen found numerous stone chairs arranged within, and everyone settled down quietly. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged woman entered. She possessed a distinguished aura, and as she stepped in, it felt as though a celestial essence accompanied her. Dressed in a pale blue gown and adorned with a golden hairpin, her gaze was gentle. Observing the multitude of students seated before her, she offered a slight wave of her hand. Let us commence the lesson. Before we begin, allow me to introduce myself. I am Huang Shijuan, the outer sect elder from the outer peak. From this moment forward, I shall be your instructor. It is imperative that you listen attentively, for your growth within the Lingxiao Academy hinges upon it. Merely entering the academy does not guarantee enduring success. Without earnest dedication and diligence, one risks being eliminated swiftly. The students listened intently, yet as Huang Shijuan elaborated, their expressions grew increasingly tense. They soon learned that those who, after assessment, fell short of the third level of the Huahai realm would be relegated to the status of mundane disciples, toiling in the mountainous backlands, engaging in arduous tasks such as chopping wood. The resources allocated to them would be scant. Each month, they would receive but 1 Huahai pill and 50 spirit stones. Only upon reaching the 5th level of Huahai could one aspire to be recognized as an outer disciple, entitled to 10 Huahai pills and 500 spirit stones monthly, a more favorable allocation. To ascend to the inner sect, one must attain at least the 8th level of the Huahai realm, thus qualifying for 50 Huahai pills and 1,000 spirit stones each month. Naturally, with greater resources comes accelerated cultivation. However, this was not an absolute rule. For instance, Chen had arrived at the academy as a mere 5th-level Huahai cultivator, yet had been granted the exceptional status of a direct disciple to the esteemed peak master of the 3rd peak. Moreover, he remained oblivious to the fact that a conflict nearly erupted among several peak masters on his behalf. Teacher, I never anticipated that staying would prove to be so arduous. A student remarked. You are correct. Thus, one must strive even harder in their cultivation. For the Lingxiao Academy does not nurture idlers, Huang Shijuan responded. Outer disciples who fail to meet the inner sect standards within a year and a half will face punishment, potentially being relegated to the rear peaks to perform menial tasks akin to those of the servant disciples. As for inner disciples, those who stagnate for a year without advancing to the true mansion realm will be cast back to the outer peaks as outer disciples. Huang Shijuan continued. Upon listening, the students felt increasingly anxious. This is not all. You are also required to study 7 subjects, which will be assessed, and those who do not pass will need to retake the examinations, Huang Shijuan added. 7 subjects? Everyone appeared perplexed, with Chen especially bewildered. Indeed, teacher, what are the 7 subjects? Chen inquired with curiosity. The so-called 7 subjects encompass mountains and rivers, geography, national history, beasts, inscriptions, alchemy, and sect regulations, Huang Shijuan elucidated. Not quite clear, teacher. What do mountains and rivers, geography, and such entail? Several students directly questioned. Mountains and rivers refer to the ability to observe the terrain and discern where spiritual energy is most concentrated within the mountains, as well as possessing the insight to identify treasure-laden mountains and waters. As for geography, it involves understanding the geographical layout of the entire nation and expanding one's horizons while contemplating the future. National history pertains to comprehending the developmental history of a nation, for forgetting history is tantamount to betrayal. Beasts involve familiarizing oneself with various creatures, their habits, and classifications. The remaining subjects can be understood literally, Huang Shijuan explained, and the students began to grasp the concepts. Though Huang Shijuan spoke earnestly, few below paid careful attention. Perhaps the students deemed the 7 subjects insignificant. However, among these subjects, those they undervalued, mountains and rivers, geography, and national history, are all compulsory assessments. Failing to pass will result in punishment, even expulsion from the sect. Among the other 4 subjects, one may choose one as an elective, which also requires assessment. A score of 60 is necessary to pass. Failing to achieve this twice consecutively will lead to demotion, inner disciples becoming outer disciples, and outer disciples being reduced to servants. Upon hearing this, the students widened their eyes in astonishment, realizing that cultural studies held such significance. It appears they must dedicate more effort to these 7 subjects henceforth. Upon entering the Lingxiao Academy, even as an outer disciple, one is granted superior grade mental methods, while those who progress to the inner sect will receive inferior grade methods. With a commendable cultivation method as a foundation, I firmly believe that you shall traverse further along your martial arts journey, growing stronger with each step. Huang Shijuan encouraged everyone. Teacher, I believe that knowledge of landscapes and geography is of little use. If one must learn, let it be the intricacies of inscriptions and the secrets of blades and swords. Elevating one's realm and strengthening one's power is the undeniable truth. At that moment, a dissenting voice emerged within the classroom. The crowd turned towards the source, discovering that the speaker was none other than Lu Xiaoyuan, one of the most luminous talents among the group. His gaze exuded arrogance as he audaciously questioned the teacher. You hail from Wanlong City, do you not? I must say, the brashness of Wanlong City's inhabitants is quite notable. If you cannot discern the potential of landscapes, even a grand treasure laid before you will remain unattainable. Huang Shijuan shook her head, casting a glance at him. Chapter 56. The obstruction. Lu Xiaoyuan's complexion was rather unpleasant. The confusion of geography left him lost. Unable to find the way home, Huang Shijuan cast a cold glance at Lu Xiaoyuan. He had initially intended to showcase the pride of his status as an inner sect disciple before the outer gate elder. However, he was unexpectedly dealt a harsh blow, leaving him feeling disgruntled, yet ultimately, he could only sit down in embarrassment. I have told you repeatedly, this is a mandatory course. Should you fail, your position as an inner sect disciple will be jeopardized. Do you understand? Huang Shijuan emphasized. After speaking at length for half an hour, she concluded the day's lesson. With a graceful departure, she quickly vanished after exiting the cave dwelling. As Huang Shijuan departed, the disciples finally stood up, preparing to leave. At that moment, Qing Rou approached cheerfully. Young Master Yi, I noticed you in class. I didn't expect to see you here as well. What a delightful coincidence. Qing Rou exclaimed upon seeing Yi Chen. Yi Chen had also been aware of Qing Rou's presence during class. Junior sister Qing Rou, it has been a few days. You have made significant progress, advancing to the 7th level of the Sea transformation. Yi Chen expressed with surprise. You jest, young Master Yi. You are the true genius here. Qing Rou replied, greatly admiring Yi Chen. After all, with his celestial grade talents and bloodline, who in the Lingxiao Academy could rival him? It is already midday. Have you not had your meal? Qing Rou inquired with a smile. Indeed, Yi Chen replied with an awkward smile. Since our encounter is fortuitous, allow me to treat you to a meal. Qing Rou merely wished to linger a while longer with Yi Chen. No need. I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Yi Chen stated. Although a sense of disappointment flickered within him upon hearing her words, Qing Rou managed to force a smile. Then, young Master Yi, take care. Watching Yi Chen's receding figure, Qing Rou's emotions were complex. With Yi Chen gone, she felt no desire to linger, and her appetite vanished as she prepared to return to her own place for cultivation. Just then, several figures emerged from a side path. Leading them was Lu Xiaoyuan, who had long taken an interest in Qing Rou. He had noticed her when the Luo family had requested her to join the Illusionary Sea Alliance. Despite her talents not being extraordinary, they were still quite commendable. As he witnessed Qing Rou parting ways with Yi Chen, he stealthily followed her with his companions. Miss Qing Rou, wait for me, Lu Xiaoyuan called out, hurriedly approaching her. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoyuan, Qing Rou instinctively frowned, knowing he harbored ill intentions. Oh, it's you, senior brother Lu. What brings you here? She managed to say, forcing a smile. At this moment, I am on my way to the dining hall. What would you like to eat? Allow me to treat you. It is but a trifling expense, Lu Xiaoyuan said with a smile. There is no need for that. I must return to my cultivation. Qing Rou gracefully declined Lu Xiaoyuan's offer. Junior sister, do not be so hasty in rejecting my kindness. Surely, you can see my good intentions? Lu Xiaoyuan responded. Brother, please refrain from such jesting. I have come to the Lingxiao Academy solely to hone my skills and become a formidable force in this world. I must take my leave. Do not obstruct me. Qing Rou said, her delicate brows furrowing as she attempted to slip past Lu Xiaoyuan. However, just as she took a couple of steps, before Lu Xiaoyuan could react, his 2 companions were already eager to intervene. Hey, Miss Qing Rou, do not be in such a rush to leave. Our young master Lu has not permitted your departure yet. Why not engage in a little conversation? The speaker, with a crooked and unpleasant demeanor, was none other than Xiao Xinghua, one of Lu Xiaoyuan's sycophants. At the 7th level of the Transformation Sea realm, he was on par with Qing Ro's current cultivation. I have already stated that I need to return to the outer peak for my training. Please do not impede me here. It is not advisable, Qing Ro asserted. Yet, as she spoke, her adversaries seemed oblivious to her words, showing no intent to let her pass. Young Master Lu wishes to converse with you. That is a mark of respect. Do not refuse his courtesy, as it would be detrimental for all, understand? Xiao Xinghua said with an icy expression. As a sycophant, he was expected to possess the awareness befitting his role. I am afraid I do not have the time for this. With that, Qing Ro attempted to force her way through, but at that moment, hands clasped firmly on her shoulders from behind, engaged with Xiao Xinghua before her. Qing Ro had not noticed someone approaching from behind. Her heart raced, fearing the newcomer might harbor ill intentions. However, upon turning around, she was relieved to find it was Yi Chen. Senior Sister Qing Ro, you need not fear these rabble, Yi Chen said, his gaze shifting to Lu Xiaoyuan. Seeing Yi Chen, a surge of hostility flared in Lu Xiaoyuan's eyes. This brat had stolen the limelight by whisking away the ethereal by Lingya, and now even had Qing Ro smitten with him. How could he not be infuriated? Without waiting for Lu Xiaoyuan to issue a command, Xiao Xinghua discerned his intentions. Kid, this is not your affair. Step aside. Xiao Xinghua coldly glared at Yi Chen. Yet, Yi Chen dismissed him entirely. Having recently broken through to the 6th level of the Transformation Sea realm, his true strength could withstand a full-force strike from the 9th level. Thus, he had no reason to regard the insignificant Xiao Xinghua. Seeing that Yi Chen did not even spare him a glance, Xiao Xinghua's fury only intensified. Master Lu, there is no need for you to intervene. I shall teach this young man a lesson myself. Please, take a moment to rest. With just a slight exertion, I shall see Yi Chen defeated, Xiao Xinghua proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Observing Xiao Xinghua's intent to confront Yi Chen, Qing Ro wore a face of concern. After all, he was accompanied by several others. Although it was Xiao Xinghua who was stepping forward, in terms of sheer numbers, Yi Chen was at a distinct disadvantage. She felt a profound worry for him. Young Master Yi, you must depart at once and not concern yourself with me. They would not dare to harm me. After all, I am a disciple of the outer peak of the 2nd summit, Qing Ro urged with a smile, gently pushing Yi Chen to leave swiftly. Yet, in such circumstances, how could Yi Chen possibly abandon Qing Ro? Such an act was inconceivable to him. Miss Qing, fret not. I can handle such a trivial character, Yi Chen assured her with a reassuring glance. By the way, have the members of the Illusory Sea Alliance been bothering you again? He inquired. Chapter 57. A majestic response upon hearing Yi Chen's inquiry. Qing Ro shook her head. Not at all. I later joined the Yihua Pavilion, an alliance formed solely by women. She explained to Yi Chen. Very well, please step back a bit, and allow me to spar with this young man beside young Master Lu. Yi Chen instructed Qing Ro. She nodded in acquiescence and quickly retreated several paces. Watching Yi Chen stand protectively before her, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Young man, I can see that your foundation is quite unstable. With your current state, do you really think you can oppose me? I advise you to return from whence you came. Xiao Xinghua remarked, his gaze laced with derision. Show your true abilities instead of spouting grandiose words here, Yi Chen retorted dismissively. Possessing the legacy of the divine Phoenix Emperor, Yi Chen could effortlessly access the inner space of the black ceramic jar, equipped with the vast and intricate Cangyuan diagram. Few in the world could rival his capabilities. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could unleash a few inscriptions that would leave them reeling. Xiao Xinghua launched a powerful punch. Yet, in the face of this aggressive strike, Yi Chen remained remarkably composed, exhibiting no signs of alarm. With a casual motion, he responded with a punch of his own. A resounding crash echoed. Yi Chen exerted minimal effort, but after their fists collided, Xiao Xinghua was unexpectedly sent flying. He was utterly bewildered. Not only was he astonished, but Lu Xiaoyuan too was left in a state of disbelief. What just happened? Xiao Xinghua, what is the meaning of this? Lu Xiaoyuan questioned, his irritation evident. He had clearly witnessed Yi Chen merely graze Xiao Xinghua, yet the latter was propelled away as if severed from his tether, akin to a kite spiraling out of control. It was beyond comprehension. Xiao Xinghua crashed to the ground, tumbling for several dozen feet. Rising and dusting himself off, he wore a wry smile as he addressed Lu Xiaoyuan. Young master, I assure you I am not pretending. This lad possesses considerable skill. I fear I am no match for him. With that, Xiao Xinghua slowly approached Lu Xiaoyuan's side. Witnessing Yi Chen's victory over Xiao Xinghua with a single strike, Qing Ro's eyes sparkled with admiration, exuding joy like a little bird. "Young Master Yi, you are truly remarkable," she exclaimed, her face beaming with delight. "Young Master Lu, allow me to take a turn." Another subordinate of Lu Xiaoyuan stepped forth. This individual was tall and slender, with a long, narrow face marked by a prominent scar. He was Guan Jiushi, the most formidable among Lu Xiaoyuan's followers, standing at the pinnacle of the 7th realm of the sea transformation stage. With him stepping up, Lu Xiaoyuan felt confident that their opponent could not surpass Guan Jiushi. "Jiushi, be cautious. This lad is quite enigmatic. I noticed he did not exert much force when he struck," Lu Xiaoyuan advised. "Understood, I will be careful," Guan Jiushi replied with a smile. Then, in a fleeting moment, he appeared before Yi Chen, his gaze icy and indifferent. Yi Chen, however, wore an expression of calmness, showing no fear of Guan Jiushi. Although Guan Jiushi's realm surpassed his by nearly 2 small levels, Yi Chen remained confident. Just as he had triumphed over Xiao Xinghua, he believed he could similarly conquer Guan Jiushi. "Young man, I am about to make my move. If you are wise, you should concede now. It is not too late. In that case, all you need to do is apologize to young Master Lu and seek his forgiveness," Guan Jiushi declared arrogantly. "Apologize? How absurd. I have done nothing wrong, and I shall not apologize," Yi Chen replied resolutely. "You are merely all bravado, and there lies a significant disparity between us. Since you are so obstinate to heed my advice, I shall truly take action," Guan Jiushi said in a grave tone. From a distance, Qing Ro observed the confrontation and felt a pang of anxiety for Yi Chen. "Young Master Yi, be cautious. Guan Jiushi is at the pinnacle of the 7th level of the transformation sea realm. If it becomes untenable, we shall make our escape," she advised. Yi Chen turned to her, flashing a reassuring smile. Witnessing the exchange between Qing Ro and Yi Chen, Lu Xiaoyuan's frustration surged. "Quickly dispose of this brat," he commanded with a low growl. "Understood," Guan Jiushi nodded. Then, Guan Jiushi dashed forward, striking towards Yi Chen with a palm. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from his palm, and the force of this strike was formidable. Even a typical practitioner at the 7th level of the transformation sea would have to avoid its edge. What chance did Yi Chen, who had just stepped into the 6th level, stand? Guan Jiushi was certain Yi Chen would yield, and victory would undoubtedly be his. Boom! A resounding impact echoed. The strike indeed landed before Yi Chen, yet he firmly blocked it without sustaining any injury. Observing this scene, Guan Jiushi was engulfed in disbelief. How could this be? This young man was unscathed? Qing Ro was elated to see that Yi Chen had emerged unharmed. "What is the point of this conflict? We are all of the same sect," she remarked. "If you would accept my invitation to dine with me, we could forego this fight. However, should you insist on defending this young man and refuse to join me, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Lu Xiaoyuan's temper flared in response. "Leave this to me. A mere 6th-level practitioner of the transformation sea is not worthy of my concern," Guan Jiushi retorted. With that, he charged towards Yi Chen once more, seeking to catch him off guard. Yet Yi Chen remained unfazed. To his eyes, the movements of Guan Jiushi resembled those of an elderly lady ambling along, excruciatingly slow. With effortless grace, Yi Chen evaded the attack. Guan Jiushi's gaze grew increasingly frigid. He had not anticipated Yi Chen's reaction speed to be so remarkably swift. Yet, he regarded Yi Chen merely as an ordinary outer sect disciple, perhaps even a menial servant, due to his relatively low cultivation level. Subsequently, Guan Jiushi launched several successive assaults against Yi Chen, but each time, Yi Chen effortlessly sidestepped the onslaught. "Enough of this play," Yi Chen declared. "If you wish to clash head-on, then let it be." No longer evading, he advanced directly. Both warriors struck with their palms, their spiritual energies colliding with a resounding thud that rippled through the air. With a thunderous boom, Yi Chen staggered back 2 steps, while Guan Jiushi was sent careening backward over a yard. This encounter illuminated the formidable strength possessed by Yi Chen. Lu Xiaoyuan was left utterly astonished. He had previously assumed that Yi Chen's ability to send Xiao Xinghua flying was merely an act. Yet, could Guan Jiushi also be feigning? Was a mere 6th-tier cultivator of the transformation sea truly this formidable? Chapter 58. A good brother Guanjioshi was evidently 2 minor realms beneath Yi Chen, yet he found himself utterly inadequate. Was it necessary for Lu Xiaoyuan to intervene personally? A glimmer of lethal intent flickered in Lu Xiaoyuan's eyes. If required, he would not hesitate to teach Yi Chen a lesson. Young man, I never anticipated your prowess to be so formidable. I had indeed underestimated you. But today, do you truly wish to cross swords with me? Lu Xiaoyuan regarded Yi Chen with an icy demeanor. It is not I who seeks conflict. Rather, it is you who insists upon it, Yi Chen replied. Very well, prepare to witness my true strength. Lu Xiaoyuan readied himself to strike forcefully. At that moment, 2 figures swiftly approached from a distance. What is the matter here? The figures inquired coldly upon their arrival. Clad in the garb of the law enforcement hall, they were evidently disciples tasked with upholding discipline among the peaks. Any private dueling among disciples naturally fell within their jurisdiction. Everything is fine. We are merely engaged in a friendly spar, Yi Chen hastily explained upon seeing the law enforcement hall arrive, eager to avoid escalating the situation. A friendly spar? Do you truly not understand the rules? Private dueling between the peaks of Lingxiao Academy is strictly prohibited. Should you wish to duel, it must take place at the duel platform. By coming here, you have already violated the regulations. Come with us, one of the disciples from the law enforcement hall, visibly displeased, addressed them, preparing to escort both parties for detention. The 2 disciples on duty today were named Wu Tsong and Lu Zhong, the latter of whom was aware of Lu Xiaoyuan's identity. Just as Wu Tsong was about to lead them away, Lu Zhong quickly pulled him aside. What is the matter? Wu Tsong asked, perplexed. Are you truly unaware? Do you not recognize who you are about to take? Lu Zhong gently gestured towards Lu Xiaoyuan. Wu Tsong, however, remained bewildered. What exactly are you implying, Lu brother? He inquired, scrutinizing Lu Zhong. Do you not see the resemblance between Lu Xiaoyuan and the chief steward of the law enforcement hall, Lu Qingguang? In fact, Lu Xiaoyuan is Lu Qingguang's younger brother. When he first entered the Lingxiao Academy, his elder brother entrusted me with his care. If you apprehend him now, what do you think will become of your standing in the law enforcement hall? Lu Zhong advised Wu Kong. Upon hearing this, Wu Tsong's expression shifted dramatically. Are you certain he is indeed Lu Qingguang's brother? He asked, skepticism evident in his voice. Without a doubt. Did he not just announce his name? Lu Zhong reassured him. Perhaps we should detain the others instead, concocting some excuse to handle this matter more gracefully. Surely, Brother Qingguang will hold us in higher regard, Lu Zhong suggested. Upon hearing Lu Zhong's words, Wu Tsong nodded in understanding, indicating his agreement. After discussing their plan, they turned and approached Lu Xiaoyuan slowly. You are Lu Xiaoyuan, a disciple of the inner sect, are you not? Wu Tsong inquired, directing his gaze at Lu Xiaoyuan. Indeed. I hail from the 5th peak, Lu Xiaoyuan replied. What transpired earlier? Those 2 are your companions, correct? Why are they covered in injuries? Wu Tsong asked. It was that rascal Yi Chen who indiscriminately attacked my 2 brothers. You must apprehend him. His arrogance knows no bounds. The law enforcement hall must intervene with such a rogue, Lu Xiaoyuan stated. Very well, if that is the case, we shall take action, Lu Zhong nodded in agreement. Is this truly the case? Lu Zhong questioned Xiao Xinghua and Guan Jioshi. As Lu Xiaoyuan's subordinates, they quickly nodded, embellishing their account by claiming they did not wish to engage. But Yi Chen insisted on fighting, resulting in their injuries, and that they had not struck first. Seize that brat Yi Chen, Wu Tsong declared with a cold expression. They then prepared to capture Yi Chen. Upon witnessing this scene, Qing Ro rushed forward. This is not how it is. You have apprehended the wrong person. Did I not just explain the situation to you? Qing Ro exclaimed, her urgency palpable. Aren't they witnesses? They claim you used force unlawfully, violating the sect's rules. If you wish to plead for him, then you must accompany us to the law enforcement hall. Wu Tsong retorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Qing Ro. You believe their fabrications, yet you remain oblivious to their true intentions. It is they who instigated the bullying. Qing Ro said, her frustration evident. Enough, Miss Qing Ro. Do you not see they are all in cahoots? Thus, your words are futile. However, rest assured, no one shall take us away today, Yi Chen asserted confidently. Ha ha ha. You, a mere outer sect disciple, think you can evade capture? Regardless of whether you are of the outer or inner sect, breaching the rules will not spare you from the law enforcement hall, Lu Zhong replied sternly. With that, Lu Zhong and Wu Tsong strode purposefully towards Yi Chen, intent on forcibly bringing him to the law enforcement hall, where they planned to intimidate and coerce him into submission. I dare you to try and seize me. Yi Chen shouted defiantly, completely dismissing their threat. They did not expect him to be so audacious. There is no one our law enforcement hall dares not apprehend, Lu Zhong retorted coldly. At that moment, the law enforcement hall's personnel surged forward, ready to forcibly subdue Yi Chen. Just then, Yi Chen suddenly produced a token. I am the direct disciple of the Peak Master of the Third Peak. I challenge any of you to lay a hand on me. Is this how the law enforcement hall conducts its affairs? Yi Chen remarked with a demeanor of indifference. Upon witnessing the badge Yi Chen displayed, those behind him were engulfed in panic, their expressions reflecting disbelief at this unfolding scene. If this were indeed the case, not only they but even the elders of the law enforcement hall would be unable to take Yi Chen away. The authority to discipline their respective direct disciples resided solely with the palace master and the leaders of each peak. The law enforcement hall had no such right. Thus, Yi Chen's assertion held a kernel of truth. At that moment, Lu Zhong and Wu Tsong found themselves rendered speechless, momentarily at a loss on how to navigate the situation at hand. What is the matter? Is it too challenging for you? I advise you not to cross me. Should you do so, you will not enjoy pleasant consequences. Yi Chen stated coldly. Lu Xiaoyuan had initially believed his status was sufficiently exalted, being a disciple of the inner sect. However, he was taken aback to discover that Yi Chen was a direct disciple of the Third Peak. Such a status was not one that could be trifled with lightly. Chapter 59. Outstanding achievements. After all, being a direct disciple is a symbol of honor for each peak. Enough of this. I shall not indulge you further. Qing Ro, let us depart. As Yi Chen spoke, he grasped Qing Ro's hand, prepared to leave. I shall see how you intend to depart. At that moment, a cold voice pierced the air. Soon after, a figure dashed forth rapidly. Lu Zhong and Wu Tsong turned to regard the approaching silhouette, realizing it was none other than Lu Qingguang. Brother, why have you come? Upon seeing his elder brother, Lu Xiaoyuan hurriedly rushed over. However, Lu Qingguang, with an expression of indifference, disregarded Lu Xiaoyuan and approached Yi Chen with an icy demeanor. You struck my brother-esque companion, and now you wish to leave? It shall not be so simple. Lu Qingguang spoke to Yi Chen with chilling detachment. And you are? Yi Chen inquired, somewhat perplexed. This is the chief disciple of the law enforcement hall, brother Lu Qingguang, ranked among the top 6 in internal combat prowess. Lu Zhong quickly elucidated. So, you are the brother of Lu Xiaoyuan. No wonder he carries himself with such bravado. He likely relies heavily on your esteemed reputation, Yi Chen remarked. Young man, cease your meaningless prattle. Your disrespect towards the rules of Lingxiao Academy demands you accompany us. Lu Qingguang advanced step by step toward Yi Chen. The difference in their realms was stark. Yi Chen could not hope to match Lu Qingguang's formidable presence. The notion that he would be forced into submission was utterly implausible. You possess no authority to apprehend me, Yi Chen countered. Who claims I wish to capture you? I merely intend to take you back for questioning, Lu Qingguang replied, his motives merely to vindicate his brother. Yi Chen, resolute, refused to comply. Who states I must accompany you? What gives you the right to lead me anywhere? He dismissed Lu Qingguang entirely. Yet, Lu Qingguang's figure flickered, appearing directly before Yi Chen, his spiritual energy swirling ominously. The strength he commanded was unmistakably powerful, likely having already reached the true mansion realm. Yi Chen's expression grew increasingly grave. What do you intend to do? Are you forcibly taking me away? He regarded Lu Qingguang with a frosty gaze. Indeed. Lu Qingguang nodded. Should you persist in this manner, I shall vehemently oppose it. Do you see this object? This jade token, once infused with my spiritual energy, will emit a brilliant glow. The sisters of the Third Peak will arrive promptly upon witnessing it. At that juncture, let us see how you justify your insistence on taking me away. Yi Chen's gaze fixed upon Lu Qingguang, observing as the jade token began to shimmer with radiant light. Lu Qingguang, though composed, felt a twinge of anxiety. While others might be unaware of the dynamics at the Third Peak, he was acutely aware, having spent several years at Lingxiao Academy. The individuals there were not merely talented. They were truly exceptional, and often quite unhinged. Having bullied their junior disciple, it would undoubtedly be difficult to account for their actions. Noticing that Lu Qingguang refrained from taking further action, Yi Chen promptly grasped Qing Ro's hand and led her away. It was only after Yi Chen had departed with Qing Ro that Lu Xiaoyuan, visibly displeased, remarked, Brother, are we simply going to let them go? You little rascal. Do you realize the trouble you've caused me? The people from the third peak are all lunatics. If he informs his master about this incident, not only will you face repercussions, but I will too. Henceforth, steer clear of Yi Chun, understood? Lu Qingguang shot a glare at Lu Xiaoyuan. Taken aback by his brother's anger, Lu Xiaoyuan quickly nodded in acquiescence. All right, brother, I understand, he replied. After walking a considerable distance and emerging from the sparsely frequented path, Yi Chun finally released Qing Ro's hand. I apologize, it was unintentional, Yi Chun said, his expression filled with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Qing Ro's heart brimmed with joy. I have some matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now, he added before hastily departing. Upon returning to his cave dwelling on the third peak, Yi Chun commenced his cultivation. However, after several days of relentless practice, he realized that no one was attending to him. Each day was spent in solitary training. Since his master's last visit, he had not returned, and Bai Lingye had also been absent in recent days. Yi Chun explored every nook and cranny of the three peaks, confirming the absence of a dining hall, which forced him to venture to the outer peaks for his meals. The outer peak dining facilities offered affordable prices, a stark contrast to the inner hall. Having just arrived at Lingxiao Academy, Yi Chun possessed scant spirit stones, leaving him no choice but to scavenge for meals at the outer peaks. Nevertheless, during this period, he gained considerable experience and insights into Lingxiao Academy. Although his master was not present, Yi Chun enjoyed a degree of freedom. With no one to oversee him, he attended classes at the outer peaks daily. While other disciples would attend a class here and there, Yi Chun never missed a single session. For the other disciples, these courses were either a source of slumber or bore little significance. However, for Yi Chun, they were immensely captivating. Although some subjects proved tedious to learn, once he grasped their profound applications, he understood the benefits they offered. Every time Huang Shijuan lectured, she noted that Yi Chun was the most attentive among the audience, gradually forming a deep impression of this disciple. Without fail, come rain or shine, Yi Chun appeared for every class. As time swiftly passed, half a year had elapsed. During this period, many disciples progressed from the 6th and 7th layers of transformation to the 8th and 9th layers. Yet Yi Chun remained at the 4th level of the extreme spirit sea and the 6th level of the transformation sea, making no progress whatsoever. However, he was in no haste. Should he fail to ascend to the true mansion realm within a year, he would be relegated from an inner disciple to an outer disciple. Yet, this notion never troubled him. Even if the time came and he had not entered the true mansion realm, he believed that his masters would not forcibly demote him to an outer disciple. Moreover, during these days, Yi Chun had been mingling within the outer sect, finding it quite agreeable. If he were to truly be demoted to an outer disciple, so be it. After all, the third peak did not distinguish between inner and outer disciples, as all were direct disciples. In the assessments of the 7 subjects, Yi Chun distinguished himself remarkably, achieving excellence in all 7 disciplines. It is noteworthy that even the most exceptional disciples typically receive top marks in only 1 or 2 subjects, while merely ensuring that they do not fall below a passing grade is considered sufficient. Chapter 60, Diligent Cultivation. Yet, Yi Chun achieved 7 distinctions at once, which clearly demonstrated his earnest efforts over the past few days. However, to others, he appeared somewhat foolish, as they believed that excelling in academics held little significance. After all, knowledge could not be consumed as sustenance, nor could it translate into practical skills. While everyone else had advanced to the 7th or 8th level of the sea transformation realm, Yi Chun remained stagnant, prompting others to suggest he should devote more time to self-improvement. Nonetheless, Yi Chun understood that haste leads to stagnation. He realized that ascending another couple of levels in his cultivation would not pose much of a challenge. As the year drew to a close, he felt confident that he could reach the true mansion realm within the year. Achieving the 5th or 6th level of the ultimate spirit sea would be akin to attaining the pinnacle of the 9th level of the sea transformation realm, or the 1st level of the true mansion realm. Once Yi Chun entered the 1st level of the true mansion realm, his abilities would far surpass those of an ordinary practitioner at that level, enabling him to fend off attacks from 10 or more opponents simultaneously. With the 1st level of the true mansion realm, he would dare to confront formidable adversaries at the 3rd level of the true mansion realm, showcasing the potency of possessing divine techniques. After class, Huang Shijuan called Yi Chun aside. Aren't you anxious to elevate your cultivation level? Although you excelled in your 7 subjects, the year's deadline is fast approaching. If you do not diligently pursue advancement, You might end up as a disciple of the outer peak, she remarked with a smile. There's no rush, no rush. Yi Chen replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. I cannot discern your thoughts, but I sincerely hope you can establish yourself at the Lingxiao Academy and become a significant figure in the future, Huang Shijuan expressed. Thank you, teacher. I will strive to do my best, Yi Chen responded with a smile. Very well, I've said what I needed to. You may attend to your own matters now, she concluded. Yi Chen nodded and departed, contemplating that it was indeed time to elevate his cultivation and reach the true mansion realm. The year had flown by, and if he did not exert himself, he would feel discontented, even if his mentor did not admonish him. Throughout the year, Yi Chen had witnessed numerous individuals rapidly advancing in their cultivation. Progressing within the sea transformation realm was relatively straightforward, but ascending to the true mansion realm posed significant challenges. Each level of cultivation presented increasing hurdles. Returning to his cave dwelling, Yi Chen gazed at the dwindling supply of sea transformation pills, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although the sea transformation pills were nearly depleted, he had not consumed many of the true chi pills. This time, I must strive to reach the true mansion realm, he resolved, acknowledging that despite currently being at the 6th level of the sea transformation realm, he still had considerable distance to cover before achieving his goal. However, Yi Chen's foundation is exceptionally robust, thus, elevating his realm is not an insurmountable task. As he channels the Divine Phoenix Emperor's teachings, a continuous stream of ethereal energy flows tirelessly into his dantian. Yi Chen's dantian is indeed tenfold more expansive than that of others at the same level, stretching infinitely before him. Consequently, advancing in realm becomes a formidable challenge. An abundance of spiritual energy pours into Yi Chen's sea of dantian from all directions along his meridians, transforming what was once a mere dantian into a vast ocean. Countless streams of energy intertwine, coalescing into a boundless sea. Wang Fan, with a tranquil mind, slowly inhales and exhales the energy of the cosmos. Upon entering the cave dwelling, Mu Baishui has been quietly observing Yi Chen's every move. When she witnessed the unique operation of his heart method, she felt a sense of peculiarity. However, Yi Chen soon sensed a gaze upon him and promptly ceased his practice of the Divine Phoenix Emperor's teachings, opting instead for the ordinary techniques of his clan. The Divine Phoenix Emperor's method automatically generates a protective barrier during its operation, preventing Mu Baishui from fully perceiving it, as such profound techniques are safeguarded by the heavens. Yi Chen typically refrains from revealing them unless absolutely necessary. The sheer volume of energy he absorbed astonished Mu Baishui, who watched in disbelief as waves of spiritual energy surged toward a cave dwelling on the 3rd peak. This phenomenon also caught the attention of the peak masters from the other summits, who gazed in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Could it be that this ruckus was once again caused by that young man? Chen Xinggu stood amidst the clouds on the 4th peak, where mist swirled around him. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed, and Yi Chen ascended to the 5th level of the Ultimate Spirit Sea and the 7th level of the Transformation Sea. 3 days later, Yi Chen experienced another breakthrough, reaching the 6th level of the Ultimate Spirit Sea and the 8th level of the Transformation Sea. It can be said that every 3 days, he achieves a minor breakthrough, an astonishing feat not easily accomplished by all cultivators. Had Yi Chen been suppressing his strength all along, reluctant to advance, he was indeed remarkably low-key. Witnessing this, Mu Baishui felt a surge of excitement within her. A torrent of spiritual energy from the 4th peak surged into Yi Chen's cave dwelling. As Yi Chen continued to absorb this energy fervently and ceaselessly, he reached the 8th level of the Transformation Sea. He was now on the brink of entering the 9th level, with only a thin line separating him from the true mansion realm. At this juncture, Yi Chen chose to pause. He believed it crucial to consolidate his foundation. If he focused solely on advancing his realm without solidifying his base, it could prove perilous in the future. Yi Chen was acutely aware of the gravity of his situation. After 3 days, he ascended to the 9th level of the Transformation Sea realm. At this juncture, he paused his cultivation, savoring the surging spiritual energy within him. Yi Chen felt that if he were to engage in combat with Guan Jiushi once more, a mere flick of his hand would suffice to send him flying. Even formidable opponents at the 1st or 2nd level of the true mansion realm would find themselves outmatched in his presence. As time progressed, Yi Chen was confident that, upon attaining even higher realms, he would possess the strength to challenge powerful adversaries of greater stature. During these days, the reason Mu Baishui did not remain at the third peak to watch over Yi Chun was due to a task assigned to her by the palace master. She was responsible for monitoring the movements of the evil demon temple. Thus, Mu Baishui had to remain vigilant, paying close attention to any signs of activity from the temple, ready to respond to any disturbance. Chapter 61. The Hall of Missions. Recently, the evil demon temple has been active in the vicinity, seemingly orchestrating a significant plan, which has left the master of Lingxiao Academy quite anxious, fearing that the temple might undertake some grand scheme. Mu Baishui is tasked with monitoring the movements of the evil demon temple. She must keep a vigilant eye not only on its activities, but also on Yi Chun. Otherwise, her focus would solely rest on Yi Chun. To be frank, Mu Baishui feels a sense of guilt towards Yi Chun for not dedicating her full attention to him. She believes that, given Yi Chun's innate talent, he might have already reached the true mansion realm by now. Moreover, she has yet to impart any earth-level sword techniques or mental cultivation methods to him. The primary reason for this hesitation is her uncertainty regarding the type of cultivation that would suit Yi Chun best, whether it be fire or water attribute, or perhaps a focus on inscriptions. There is no rush. Some disciples take several years after entering the sect to discover their true affinities. Forcing Yi Chun into a cultivation path that does not align with his strengths could hinder his development, a matter that continues to weigh heavily on Mu Baishui's mind. However, she is now certain that Yi Chun is a rare genius. Through her observations over the past few days, it has become evident that Yi Chun experiences a breakthrough roughly every 3 days. Reflecting on this, Mu Baishui realizes that the year-long period is drawing to a close and surmises that Yi Chun is striving to ascend to the true mansion realm. He is now but a step away from achieving it. After wandering around the third peak for half a day, Yi Chun checks the time and returns to his cave dwelling to resume his cultivation. 3 days pass in the blink of an eye, and within Yi Chun's Danxi, an abundance of spiritual energy surges like a tidal wave, accompanied by rolling thunder resonating within his body. With a resounding boom, the Danxi trembles, and in that moment, Yi Chun steps into the true mansion realm. As Yi Chun enters this new realm, Mu Baishui feels it as well, instinctively glancing in his direction, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yi Chun's ascension to the true mansion realm signifies a fresh stage of growth, compared to the transformation sea realm. He perceives a substantial enhancement in the richness of his spiritual power. The spiritual energy within the Danxi now flows like an uncontrollable tide, leaving him with no outlet to release it. Finding a secluded spot, Yi Chun draws forth the Qing Ko Pengya sword bestowed upon him by Mu Baishui and thrusts it forward with determination. Utilizing the Chong Yun Tian Hai sword technique, he pierces downwards, summoning a tempest from the earth, and with a thunderous crash, he creates a significant breach in a small vein nearby. This demonstrates the sheer power of his strike. Even disciples at the third level of the true mansion realm would struggle to withstand such a formidable blow. Yi Chun feels a profound sense of satisfaction. Currently, he has expended nearly all of his resources in the transformation sea realm, including several hundred true qi pills. Although he has just entered the true mansion realm, the consumption of true qi pills has indeed been substantial. Yi Chun is a resolute individual, unwilling to solicit further elixirs from his master, whose whereabouts remain a mystery to him. It is rumored that the Lingxiao Academy boasts a mission hall where one can undertake tasks to earn points, which can then be exchanged for various potions and treasures. Yi Chun had longed to accept a mission. Yet even the simplest of yellow-level tasks required one to reach the 8th layer of the sea transformation realm. Until now, he had not attained such a level. But having recently entered the 1st layer of the true mansion realm, he deemed it an opportune moment to embark on a mission and engage in some practical experience outside. With this thought in mind, he made his way to the mission hall of the Lingxiao Academy, eager to accept the task. Upon his arrival, Yi Chun found himself without companions. After all, on the 3rd peak, there were but a few of them, and the senior sisters were seldom present, as was his master. Thus, he resolved to seek a yellow-level task to test his abilities, planning to gradually increase the difficulty if the initial task proved manageable. The mission hall is situated atop a central peak within the Lingxiao Academy, flanked by 2 towering stone pillars that shimmer with a star-like brilliance, powered by the energies of heaven and earth to sustain the hall's operations. The mission hall is accessible to all, allowing both inner and outer disciples to partake in tasks. As Wang Fan stepped into the hall, he was dazzled by the myriad of tasks on display. Each massive stone platform was adorned with streams of shimmering light, representing the specifics of the missions, accompanied by brief descriptions. The tasks were categorized into 4 tiers: Earth, Heaven, Profound, and Yellow, and Yi Chen focused solely on the yellow-level tasks for the time being. He observed that the missions available were suited for those at the initial to second layers of the True Mansion realm, some of which seemed overly simplistic. Though Yi Chen appeared to be merely a practitioner at the initial True Mansion realm, his true prowess would likely surpass even those at the 3rd or 4th layers. Furthermore, he possessed various additional skills, including numerous inscription techniques, which, if fully utilized, would render him formidable against most opponents. Consequently, Yi Chen concluded that he should pursue a profound-level task, dismissing thoughts of Earth and Heaven-level challenges for the moment. Soon, he arrived at the profound-level task area and perused the offerings with keen interest. After a brief examination, one particular task captured his attention. It entailed slaying a creature known as the Azure-Winged Tiger, whose strength rivaled that of a practitioner at the 5th layer of the True Mansion realm. This was indeed a formidable challenge, and while Yi Chen might not be its equal, it presented an enticing opportunity for him to test his mettle. Moreover, other profound-level tasks seemed to pose even greater difficulties. Notably, despite being a profound-level task, its completion promised nearly 300 points, a significant sum, considering that a successful Earth-level task typically yields only 500 to 600 points. However, for Yi Chen at present, undertaking a task of the earthly level presents a challenge akin to navigating through the depths of hell. Thus, he has no intention of accepting such an assignment. He finds the mystical level tasks to be quite satisfactory. In the southeastern region of the Lingxiao Academy lies a diminutive township known as Billion Town, which is as small as one could imagine. Recently, a formidable tiger demon has emerged in this town, exhibiting immense strength and the ability to spew forth blood light, possessing the power equivalent to the 5th realm of the True Mansion stage. The young cultivators within the town, upon confronting this beast, were all systematically vanquished. Consequently, the town's mayor, in desperation, sent a plea for assistance to the Lingxiao Academy, leading to the emergence of this task. Although this Azure-Winged Tiger is merely a tiger demon with the formidable prowess of the 5th realm of True Mansion, Yi Chen remains unfazed. Chapter 62. Various mockeries. Even if he was not a match for this Azure-Winged Tiger, retreating unscathed posed no challenge. Moreover, Yi Chen possessed a jade talisman, which, if wielded adeptly, could present an opportunity for success. The prospect of acquiring 300 points as a reward was enticing, leading Yi Chen to resolve to undertake the task. However, just as he was about to reach for the azure light, it abruptly vanished. Someone had claimed the task in the brief interval of mere seconds. Puzzled, Yi Chen contemplated who might have taken the task he had intended to pursue. At that moment, a familiar voice chimed from behind him. "Young Master Yi, is that you here?" Without needing to turn around, Yi Chen recognized it was Qing Ro. Slowly, he pivoted to find her darting towards him like a joyful little bird. "Indeed, I came to see what tasks were available," Yi Chen replied with a smile. He then noticed several young ladies trailing behind Qing Ro, accompanying her. Having not seen Qing Ro for nearly a year, Yi Chen was astonished to observe that she had ascended to the pinnacle of the 1st level of the True Mansion realm, merely a step away from reaching the 2nd level. What a coincidence! My sisters and I also came to see if there were any tasks to undertake. However, we just claimed one. Qing Ro beamed. "If I am not mistaken, the task you claimed must be the one that has just extinguished on the platform," Yi Chen surmised, pointing to the now darkened task board. "Indeed, my sister spotted it as soon as we entered and directly used her spiritual energy to claim it. We had previously considered this task and found it quite suitable for us. That tiger demon won't escape," Qing Ro replied with a smile. "Oh, I almost forgot. Young Master Yi, allow me to introduce you. This is Chun Yujia, the leader of the club I joined, the Yihua Pavilion, and this is our member, Lianhua," Qing Ro said, presenting them with a grin. Though unaware of Yi Chen's reputation, Chun Yujia nodded with a smile upon witnessing Qing Ro's enthusiasm towards him. In contrast, Lianhua regarded Yi Chen with a grimace, seemingly displeased with him. Unperturbed by Lianhua's disdain, Yi Chen chose to disregard her. He had no time to pander to those who disliked him. "Qing Ro, keep your distance from young Master Yi. Don't you understand the propriety between men and women? Besides, he seems to possess no other merits apart from his decent appearance. Lianhua remarked to Qingro. In the face of Lianhua's disparagement, Yi Chun felt a sense of helplessness. He believed he had never wronged her and was baffled by the intensity of her animosity towards him. The crux of the matter lies in the 7 subjects. Yi Chun excels in each, earning him the title of an extraordinary talent as proclaimed by Huang Shijuan. Daily, during class intervals, she would cite Yi Chun as an example, showering him with praises. Meanwhile, despite having studied geography for several years, I find myself unable to achieve commendable results, often being compared unfavorably to Yi Chun by our teacher. Yi Chun is akin to a star in the sky, effortlessly mastering his studies, while I feel like mere dust upon the ground, easily swept away and insignificant. Sister, young Master Yi is truly remarkable. You should refrain from speaking ill of him, Qingro interjected to Lianhua. Ah, you are quite protective, Lianhua retorted. Qingro, as a young lady, I must remind you that men are unreliable. She cast a hostile glance at Yi Chun. Yi Chun, however, paid her no mind. Indifferent to her attempts at disparagement, he understood that his focus should remain on his own endeavors. We have just accepted a mission concerning the Tiger Demon of Billion Town. Young Master Yi, I presume you have come to the task hall seeking a mission as well. This one is quite promising. Why not join forces with us? Qingro suggested with a bright smile directed at Yi Chun. Yi Chun hesitated to refuse. He had intended to undertake this mission, and now he had the advantage of additional assistance. With young Master Ye's participation, their chances of success would undoubtedly increase. Chen Yujia, the head of the Yihua Pavilion, nodded in agreement, smiling. Initially, Lianhua had not intended to include Yi Chun, deeming his abilities inadequate and not considering him a worthy companion. However, with the leader's endorsement, voicing dissent at this juncture might imply a fracture within their ranks. Though Chen Yujia had already reached the 4th realm of the true house, the Tiger Demon was a formidable foe, comparable to those of the 5th realm, and defeating it would not be a trivial task. The addition of another hand would enhance their odds. She recognized Qingro's eagerness for Yi Chun's inclusion and thus decided to acquiesce. Just as the atmosphere grew slightly awkward, a voice broke the silence. Ah, the head of Yihua Pavilion, Chen Yujia, is also present. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned towards the source, revealing a figure striding confidently into the hall. It was none other than Luo Jiaxing, the leader of the Huanghai Alliance, accompanied by 2 others, Lu Xiaoyuan, whom I had recently encountered, and his subordinate, Guan Jiushi. When enemies meet, animosity is palpable. Lu Xiaoyuan's expression turned cold as he fixed his gaze on Yi Chun. I never expected someone of your stature would dare to come to the task hall. What? Are you here to accept a mission as well? He said with a tone laced with mockery. Is it not permissible for me to accept a mission? Yi Chun replied, irritation evident in his demeanor. This Lu Xiaoyuan seemed perpetually intent on provoking him. The last encounter had seen Guan Jiushi forcibly attack him, and had Yi Chun not possessed formidable strength, he might have truly suffered. Master Luo, have you come this time to accept a task? Before Chen Yujia could respond, Lianhua, with a face full of eagerness, turned to Luo Jiaxing. Indeed, Luo Jiaxing nodded. Have you accepted the task, Chen Yujia? He inquired, directing his gaze toward her. Yes, Chen Yujia confirmed with a nod. We have already conferred with young Master Yi and agreed to collaborate on the mission, she elaborated. Is that so? Then why not allow us to join as well? With our combined efforts, the task would surely be executed more efficiently, Luo Jiaxing suggested with a smile. Certainly, before Chen Yujia could express her hesitance, Lianhua eagerly interjected on her behalf. Chen Yujia had initially intended to decline politely, yet with Lianhua's enthusiastic agreement, she felt it would be rather impolite to refuse. After all, the statuses of Lu Xiaoyuan and Luo Jiaxing were well established, and their reputations far surpassed her own, making it unwise to offend them. Chapter 63. Preparation for return. Upon witnessing Chen Yujia's tacit agreement, Lu Xiaoyuan smiled and nodded towards her. With our collaboration, success in the task is assured, he remarked. Previously, when Yi Chen first arrived at Lingshao Academy, he had publicly embarrassed Luo Jiaxing, which ultimately led to Qingro's joining the Yihua Pavilion. Otherwise, he was confident she would have been persuaded to join the Illusory Sea Alliance. However, under the oppressive influence of Bai Lingye, he had refrained from speaking out at that time. This incident had consequently forged a lasting enmity between him and Yi Chun, and he was consumed with thoughts of how to rectify this grievance. Now, with a fortuitous opportunity to execute a mission outside the sect, Luo Jiaxing eagerly sought to ally with Chen Yujia. Lu Xiaoyuan harbored similar intentions, wishing to teach Yi Chen a lesson once they were outside. After all, within Lingxiao Academy, he found it difficult to take action. During classes, Huang Shijuan kept an eye on him, and Yi Chen typically remained secluded on the third peak. Even if they wished to create trouble for him, it was nearly impossible. Yi Chen, noticing their eagerness to undertake the mission together, sensed their ulterior motives, but found himself powerless to intervene, resignedly observing the situation. Young Master Yi, do you have any objections to the inclusion of young Master Lu in the Luo Alliance? Chen Yujia inquired of Yi Chen. How could I dare to object? Yi Chen replied with a gentle shake of his head. What objections could he possibly have? Sister Chen, allowing him to join our team is already a considerable act of kindness, he added. In his current state, venturing out alone for a mission could very well be perilous. Lianhua regarded Yi Chen with disdain. In truth, Chen Yujia was reluctant to permit Luo Jiaxing and his companions to join. However, she felt compelled by circumstance to acquiesce. Her motivation for accepting this mission was to refine her skills. Having cultivated for over a decade at Lingxiao Academy, she had only recently advanced to the 4th level of the True Mansion realm. The tiger demon they were to confront was on par with the 5th level of the True Mansion realm. One should not underestimate this slight difference in realm, as even several 4th level True Mansion cultivators might struggle against such a foe. Thus, bringing along additional companions would increase their chances of success. Once one enters the True Mansion realm, progressing to the next stage becomes exceedingly challenging. For instance, Chen Yujia had been trapped at the 3rd level for a full decade before finally ascending to the 4th. The prospect of further advancement remained uncertain, and she might never surpass the 5th level of the True Mansion realm in her lifetime. Many elders in the inner sect only reached the 6th or 7th levels of the True Mansion realm, highlighting the formidable difficulty of progressing further once one has attained this stage. Yi Chen, you wish to participate in the mission, do you? I believe it would be best if you reconsider. You have merely just entered the realm of true mastery. Lu Xiaoyuan cast a frosty glance at Yi Chen. What? Are you unsatisfied? Shall we engage in a spar? As Yi Chen spoke, he advanced towards Lu Xiaoyuan. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Xiaoyuan was taken aback. Here, he dared not provoke Yi Chen. Yi Chen was a direct disciple of the 3rd peak, while he himself was merely an inner sect disciple. A significant disparity indeed. Should a confrontation arise, it would yield no benefit for him. How about you accompany me for a brief exchange? It has been several days since I last had a sparring partner, and there happens to be a martial arts platform nearby. Yi Chen then turned his gaze towards Guanjiushi. Although Guanjiushi had already ascended to the 2nd level of true mastery, Yi Chen had found it all too easy to defeat him even at the 6th level of the sea transformation. Now that Yi Chen had also entered the realm of true mastery, it would likely be even simpler. No. Guanjiushi, terrified, took several steps back. Look at your prospects. Seeing Guanjiushi's reaction, Lu Xiaoyuan shot him a displeased glare. This brat had bested me without offering any chance for retaliation when I was at the 6th level of sea transformation. I refused to engage with him, Guanjiushi asserted. Worthless fool. Lu Xiaoyuan glared fiercely at Guanjiushi. In any case, though Lu Xiaoyuan and Luo Jiaxing had temporarily allied to target Yi Chen, their collaboration was merely transient. As Lu Xiaoyuan had no intention of joining the Illusory Sea Alliance. After all, he looked down upon an external sect's alliance. Although Yi Chen was unperturbed by their temporary alliance, he felt they would undoubtedly trouble Wang Fan once they were outside, regardless of their plans against him. Yi Chen remained unafraid. Since we have all come to an agreement, it would be prudent to return early and prepare. Let us gather at the Flying Square tomorrow morning. Everyone must not be late, Chen Yujia remarked. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Yi Chen waved goodbye to Chen Yujia and exchanged a few parting words with Qing Ro before hastily departing. After Yi Chen left, Luo Jiaxing and Lu Xiaoyuan exchanged a few words before swiftly taking their leave as well. Once Chen Yujia observed their departure, she glanced at Lianhua and Qing Ro. Well then, let us return and prepare as well. We depart early tomorrow morning. After all, the situation is urgent. The villagers of Billion Town are still awaiting our rescue. Chen Yujia stated. All right. But Yujia, I truly do not understand why you would allow someone like Yi Chen to participate. His strength is so feeble, Lianhua inquired, puzzled. In truth, she simply finds Yi Chen displeasing. To brace himself for the arduous battle awaiting them, Yi Chen returned home and diligently prepared. As the current realm has reached a profound state, Yi Chen's engraving skills have significantly advanced in tandem with his elevation in rank. At this moment, he can be regarded as a competent third-grade engraver, capable of crafting third-grade jade talismans. Given the formidable nature of the tiger demons, Yi Chen felt it prudent to make further preparations. Upon returning to his cave abode, he secluded himself and meticulously forged over 100 third-grade jade talismans, encompassing a variety of types, predominantly focusing on defensive, offensive, and escape mechanisms. The following day, as the sun ascended, Chen Yuyao, accompanied by Lianhua and Qingru, arrived early at the flight plaza. Behind them hovered the buzzing flying vessels. However, utilizing these aerial crafts necessitated the expenditure of spirit stones or their contribution points. In essence, these flying vessels were not free. One must pay to embark, for there are no free lunches in this world. Shortly after Chen Yujia's arrival, Luo Jiansheng, Lu Xiaoyuan, and Guan Jiushi soon made their entrance. Chapter 64. Introduction of Strength. Yet, at this moment, Yi Chen has yet to arrive. This young man. Could it be that he lacks the courage to show up? Lianhua remarked mockingly upon noticing Yi Chen's absence. Surely, he is not afraid to come. Do not speak nonsense, Qingru interjected, visibly displeased by Lianhua's words. Oh, the moment I mention him, you become unwilling. Lianhua shot a glare at Qingru. If that fellow does not arrive soon, Chenjia, we should board the flying boat and depart immediately. The Lord of Billion Town has urged us several times. The tiger demon must be dealt with without delay, Lianhua stated to Chen Yujia, as she was reluctant to allow Yi Chen to join them. Let us wait a little longer. There is no need to rush just yet, Luo Jiasheng suggested, genuinely worried that Chen Yujia might disregard Yi Chen and leave without him. After all, his sole purpose for joining this mission was to teach Yi Chen a lesson once they reached Billion Town, eliminating him after dealing with the tiger demon. If they departed now, that plan would be thwarted. Indeed, let us wait for Yi Chen, Lu Xiaoyuan concurred. This left Lianhua somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend why both of them were so insistent on waiting for Yi Chen. Regardless of the reason, she harbored a strong dislike for him and wished to see him no more. As Lianhua grew increasingly impatient, a figure appeared in the distance, swiftly approaching their direction. Apologies for my tardiness, Yi Chen said with a wry smile. You, my friend, have no sense of time whatsoever. We have been waiting here for ages. It seems you are contemplating fleeing at the last moment. If that is the case, it would be better to express it early and take your leave. Lianhua replied coldly. My dear lady, have I wronged you in any way? Why do you persistently target me? It was agreed that we would meet here in the morning, and it is not yet noon, Yi Chen retorted, unwilling to indulge Lianhua any further. Just as Lianhua was about to respond, Chen Yujia turned towards the flying boat. Let us set off immediately. The Lord of Billion Town has awaited us for far too long. Many villagers have perished at the hands of the tiger demon, and we must act swiftly, Chen Yujia stated. After paying for the flying boat, a brilliant stream of light was released, swiftly carrying them high into the sky. Lianhua resumed her taunts towards Yi Chen, questioning whether he had ever experienced such a luxurious flying boat, and insinuating that he was a pauper who would never have the chance to board one without their assistance. Yi Chen could not fathom why Lianhua held such animosity towards him, as he believed he had never offended her. Amidst the flying boat, Yi Chen's gaze wandered, taking in the surrounding scenery. Between the sea of clouds, mountains soared above them, racing past like fleeting shadows. Qingru leaned closely against Yi Chen, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. As they prepared to confront the tiger demon, it was imperative that everyone understood the nature of their adversary. The creature, a Qingyi tiger, possessed strength comparable to that of a fifth-level true realm cultivator. While aboard the flying vessel, Chen Yujia felt it necessary to reiterate the situation. This poisonous winged tiger boasted formidable wings, which emanated streams of spiritual energy. With a mere flap, it could conjure lethal power. A fourth-level true realm cultivator would be utterly outmatched in its presence. I am familiar with that tiger demon. It's merely a fifth-level true realm creature, Lu Xiaoyuan confidently asserted. For us, it poses no significant challenge. We can dispatch this creature in no time. Recognizing that they would be facing the tiger demon together, Chen Yujia acknowledged that its dual wings indicated a significant level of intelligence, making their task far from easy. She encouraged everyone to introduce themselves and share their strengths, facilitating better coordination for the impending battle. Allow me to go first, she said. Though my name is well known, I hail from the inner sect of the fifth peak. My current cultivation level is at the pinnacle of the third level of the true realm, just a step away from the fourth. My weapon is a profound-grade red crystal spear, forged from exquisite red crystal, capable of wounding even a fourth-level true realm expert with a single thrust. Lu Xiaoyuan beamed with pride as he presented himself. He indeed had reason to boast, possessing a peak third-level true realm cultivation and a profound-grade weapon. Chen Yujia, having been in the inner sect for several years, wielded only a mid-grade blue jade knife. Her humble origins rendered her unable to compare with the likes of the Lu clan, and a sense of disparity weighed heavily on her heart. Despite her years of hard work, her peak accomplishments felt like mere stepping stones for others. However, Chen Yujia refrained from revealing her discontent. To do so would be imprudent. She was not without her own allure, having garnered the attention of several prominent disciples within the inner sect who offered her resources in exchange for mutual cultivation. Yet, she perceived their interest as superficial, driven by her beauty rather than genuine affection. Thus, she rejected their advances, having forged her path through her own efforts. This expedition to hunt the tiger demon was also an opportunity for her to seek further growth and enlightenment in her cultivation. As Lu Xiaoyuan spoke, the others regarded him with envy, but Yi Chen remained indifferent. He had received similar gifts from his master after becoming a disciple, and he possessed a wealth of jade talismans. After Lu Xiaoyuan finished speaking, he deliberately cast a meaningful glance at Yi Chen, seemingly mocking him. However, Yi Chen remained unfazed. Anyone could deride him, yet Yi Chen chose not to dwell on it. Having now entered the true mansion realm, he had also reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the spiritual sea, tantalizingly close to accessing the divine mansion of fire. What a new world that would be! Yi Chen could hardly fathom, yet he felt a sense of anticipation. The cultivation method he currently practiced bore little difference from his previous one, yet the disparity in power was substantial. For instance, the first layer of the divine mansion of fire was comparable to the second layer of the true mansion realm. Within the entire Qingyang city, only a handful of patriarchs from the prominent families had attained the true mansion realm. Chapter 65. The Lord of Billion Town. After listening to Lu Xiaoyuan's introduction, Luo Jiaxing adjusted his attire, his gaze imbued with mirth as he spoke. I am currently at the 4th level of the true mansion realm, which is quite a commendable level. Among those present, my cultivation should be the highest. Additionally, I possess a superior 3-pronged sword of the mysterious tier, which I discovered in an ancient cave while completing a mission. It appears to be a relic of an immortal. As he spoke, Luo Jiaxing revealed the gleaming sword, showcasing it before the assembly. Observing this display, Yi Chen felt a wave of nausea. It seemed as if they were all vying to assert their superiority, proclaiming, "Behold my prowess. You are but trifles in comparison, and must heed my words, lest I be unable to safeguard you from peril, leaving you to await your demise." As they presented their impressive possessions, Chen Yujia felt somewhat abashed, regretting her earlier reticence in asking such questions, which now rendered her somewhat awkward. "I cannot compare to Lord Luo and young Master Lu," she remarked with a self-deprecating smile. "My cultivation is but the initial stage of the 4th level of the true mansion realm, and my weapon is merely a medium-grade mysterious tier Qingyu knife, which I exchanged for points earned from previous tasks at the mission hall." Seeing Chen Yujia's discomfort, the leader of the Illusory Sea Alliance, Luo Jiaxing, offered a gentle smile. "Madam Chen, do not be modest. Given your background, it is only natural that you cannot be compared to us. Your ability to rise through your own efforts to achieve this day is indeed commendable. We all hold you in high regard. Thank you all for your trust. Regarding the matter of slaying the tiger demon, we must deliberate thoroughly and not take it lightly." Chen Yujia stated. "It's merely a small tiger demon, at most at the 5th level of the true mansion realm. United, we can certainly vanquish it," Lu Xiaoyuan remarked confidently. "If necessary, allow me to strike first. Once I have subdued the tiger demon, you may all join in." Listening to their hearty laughter, Yi Chen sensed that this journey would not be as effortless as they presumed. It was likely that unforeseen challenges awaited them. "My name is Lianhua. I have been at Lingxiao Academy for 10 years, currently at the pinnacle of the 2nd level of the true mansion realm. I am among the top 10 outstanding disciples of the Outer Peak, wielding a medium-grade mysterious tier Honyun whisk, a gift from a senior brother of the inner sect." Lianhua spoke with a radiant smile, her demeanor revealing a blush. Upon hearing her words, It was clear that Lianhua's relationship with the inner sect brother was rather extraordinary. Then, Lianhua turned her gaze towards Yi Chen. Now, young man, why don't you share your strengths and capabilities? Surely, you cannot be as formidable as our dear Qingru, who stands at the pinnacle of the first level of the true mansion realm. The weapon wielded by Qingru is a short sword of the lower grade of the mysterious tier, a fact I am well aware of. Lianhua took it upon herself to provide an introduction on behalf of Qingru, speaking volubly. Once she concluded, all eyes turned towards Yi Chen, who bore a wry smile as he noticed their scrutiny. I suppose I shall refrain, he thought. You all are already aware of my cultivation level, merely the first realm of true mansion, and I have only just arrived at that. He possessed a few jade talismans and similar items, but lacked any significant advantages. With an awkward smile, Yi Chen acknowledged that he indeed had quite a few possessions, the first of which could be considered a treasure, far surpassing the artifacts that Lu Xiaoyuan and the others possessed. However, Yi Chen chose not to make this known, as he had never been one to flaunt his assets. It is better to maintain a low profile in life. Pathetic. How dare you consider joining us in this manner? You ought to withdraw and seek your own tasks, Lianhua retorted scornfully after hearing Yi Chen's words. Lianhua, please do not speak so harshly. Young Master Yi is quite formidable. I am well aware of his capabilities. At the very least, he is not inferior to Guan Jiushi, Qingru interjected, visibly displeased by Lianhua's continuous disparagement of Yi Chen. Guan Jiushi, caught off guard by the unexpected mention, realized the truth in Qingru's words. He indeed did not dare challenge Yi Chen. Enough. We are nearing Bailian Town. Please refrain from unnecessary remarks. It is essential that we foster good relations and maintain unity within the team, Chen Yujia quickly interjected, sensing the escalating tension. As the flying vessel descended upon Bailian Town, Chen Yujia and the others promptly disembarked. Despite their brief journey, the costs were not insignificant, a burden that Yi Chen could scarcely afford, having fallen to a state of utter poverty. Upon landing within the precincts of Bailian Town, they soon spotted a figure swiftly approaching from a distance. These esteemed individuals are from Lingshao Academy, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s and clad in a light blue robe, exclaimed proudly as he approached them. I am Wu Wang, the town master of Bailian. I entrust the matter of the demon tiger that has caused harm in our town to you esteemed cultivators. My subordinates have already prepared a banquet. I humbly request your gracious presence. After the feast, I shall guide you to the area where the demon tiger resides. And with your collective strength, I am confident we shall subdue it, Wu Wang said, his demeanor exuding servility. Very well, since Town Master Wu has made such preparations. It would be ungracious of us not to attend, Luo Jiaxing responded with a smile. Lu Xiaoyuan and Luo Jiaxing appeared to have taken ownership of the leadership role in this expedition, leaving Chen Yujia somewhat sidelined. However, Chen Yujia chose to disregard the situation. Lu Xiaoyuan and Luo Jiaxing came from superior backgrounds, excelling in every endeavor due to their inherent nature. Within the residence of the town chief of Bailian Town, a lavish banquet had long been prepared, replete with an abundance of delectable spirit meats and exquisite wines. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Consider this place as your own home. The host welcomed. I must apologize for the lack of extravagant hospitality. I cannot compare to the celestial fare you are accustomed to. I imagine you masters often indulge in elixirs and divine potions. Wu Wang smiled as he glanced at Lu Xiaoyuan and the others. With such respect bestowed upon them by the town chief, Lianhua felt an overwhelming sense of nobility. She promptly seated herself, indulging in food and drink, entirely dismissing the town chief's presence, truly treating the venue as her own abode. Chapter 66. The tiger demon hidden in the Green Mountains. While a few individuals indulged in food and drink, Yi Chen remained composed, seated at a distance, abstaining from the feast. Suddenly, amidst their revelry, a panicked figure rushed in. Town chief, it's terrible. The tiger demon has emerged again to harm the villagers. Several have been taken. An aide to the chief of Bailian Town hurriedly conveyed this alarming news to everyone. Upon hearing this, the town chief's countenance grew grave. Esteemed immortals, I beseech you to take action and slay this beast, lest it wreak havoc once more. This tiger demon has already claimed the lives of over 100 villagers, Wu Wang lamented with a face full of indignation. Rest assured, with us here, Town Chief Wu, we shall surely vanquish this tiger demon, Lu Xiaoyuan asserted confidently. With several immortals present, success is inevitable. I will guide you to the vicinity of the tiger demon's lair. But I can only escort you to the outskirts. Venturing deeper is too perilous, Wu Wang informed. Very well, Luo Jiaxing nodded in agreement. Following this, Wu Wang led the way, and as they traversed the path, Yi Chun observed numerous villagers emerging from their homes. Their anxious expressions revealed their fears of the beast returning to inflict further harm. As they walked, Wu Wang recounted how the tiger demon frequently descended from the mountains, each time ensnaring a few villagers in its midst. Recently, its descents had become alarmingly frequent. Upon reaching the foot of a verdant mountain, Wu Wang halted. The tiger demon, after abducting its victims, retreats to the depths of this valley. We, as mere rural folk, dare not venture further. I hope you will understand, Wu Wang apologized. The rest is our responsibility. Once we exit this green mountain, we will slay the tiger demon. You should retreat swiftly, Luo Jiaxing declared with pride. After expressing his gratitude, Wu Wang quickly led his household servants away, unwilling to linger in the area thick with demonic aura. They were acutely aware of the tiger demon's formidable strength. The town's few skilled fighters had attempted to subdue it, only to meet utter defeat, with none returning alive. This underscored the demon's might. Wu Wang could only hope that the disciples of Lingshao Academy would be able to eliminate the tiger demon. The entrance to the immense green mountain loomed before them, shrouded in swirling clouds and thick with the scent of magical beasts. Yet, Luo Jiaxing strode forward with determination. Lu Xiaoyuan, Chen Yujia, and the others hastened onward, eager to resolve the threat of the tiger demon swiftly and return to their sect. As Yi Chun approached the grand entrance of the green mountain and beheld the lingering demonic aura in the surroundings, his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Upon witnessing their reckless intent to charge forth without a proper assessment of the situation, Yi Chun, however, paused. Qingro, come here, he instructed. Qingro hesitated momentarily, perplexed by Yi Chen's demeanor. What is it? She inquired. There is something amiss. The surrounding demonic energy is palpably dense, and the tiger demon within is likely well prepared. It would be prudent for us to wait here and observe for a while, Yi Chen advised. Qingro nodded gently and approached Yi Chun, refraining from advancing further. Observing this exchange, Lian Hua wore an expression of discontent. Incompetence breeds incompetence. They have scarcely arrived and are already concocting excuses to avoid entering. Everyone can see it. This fellow is clearly afraid, yet he speaks of the tiger demon's preparedness. The demon is unaware of our arrival. It poses no real threat. Instead, we should take it by surprise and swiftly eliminate it to return. Lian Hua glared at Yi Chun with dissatisfaction. I urge everyone to reconsider, Yi Chun implored, genuinely concerned for their safety. Yet, the group dismissed his warnings entirely. Despite Yi Chen's repeated assertions of the unusual circumstances, Qingro chose to steadfastly stand by his side, much to the chagrin of Lu Xiaoyuan and Luo Jiansheng, who had hoped to exploit this opportunity to let the tiger demon devour Yi Chun. With Yi Chun now hesitant, their plans were thwarted. Are you truly not going in? Just standing out here to observe? Lu Xiaoyuan mocked, his scorn evident. Let us first observe. There is no need to rush into danger, Yi Chun replied calmly. If you are afraid, just admit it instead of fabricating useless excuses. Luo Jiansheng sneered in disdain at Yi Chun. Now we see Yi Chun's true colors. He is clearly terrified yet claims there is danger inside. If there is danger, let it be. You curse us for wanting to enter, calling it a death wish, Lian Hua stated coldly. Chen Yujia, who had always held a favorable view of Yi Chun, found herself bewildered and deeply disappointed by his actions. However, Yi Chun was not technically part of her team. And if he was unwilling to enter the mountain to confront the tiger demon, what could she do? Even if he were a teammate, she could not dictate his freedom. Yet, Yi Chun had even called Qingro to his side, who obeyed him without question, disregarding her authority as the guild leader. This realization sent a chill through her. She felt she had been overly lenient with Qingro, having recognized her talent and wishing to assist her. It seemed that she need not invest so much effort in her support moving forward. You are nothing but useless waste. Since you refuse to go, I shall proceed instead. Let us go. Lu Xiaoyuan cast a cold glance at Yi Chun before striding purposefully into the verdant mountains. Following closely behind were Chen Yujia and Luo Jiaxing, who quickly entered as well. Witnessing everyone venture forth, Yi Chun could only shake his head in resignation. He realized that he had irrevocably lost the little goodwill others held towards him. However, he felt no regret. He had offered his necessary warnings. I seem to have caused you trouble, Chen said, glancing helplessly at Qingro. It is of no consequence, Qingro replied, shaking her head. As long as I can be with you, offending these petty individuals matters not. Just now, it appeared that your leader was somewhat disappointed in you. Perhaps it would be best for you to accompany them. Chen contemplated deeply and concluded that Qingro should indeed join Chen Yujia and the others. Chapter 67. Frightened after all, Qingru was a member of the Yihua Pavilion and should not conflict with Chen Yujia, as it would not bode well for her future development. They had already been inside for quite a while. If you do not hurry and catch up, just disregard me, Chen said. You mentioned there was a crisis inside, and I still believe you, Qingru replied. However, we cannot simply ignore them. Let us act separately, Chen suggested to Qingru. Separate? Why? I wish to be with you. Qingru expressed her thoughts candidly. You have just joined the Yihua Pavilion. This is your support. And you must not betray the trust that Pavilion Master Chen has placed in you. I have observed that she treats you quite well. Furthermore, acting separately will be more advantageous for us in dealing with that tiger demon. I shall appear when you need me the most. If we were to team up, our chances of success would diminish, don't you think? Chen persistently persuaded Qingru. All right, Qingru finally nodded. Just as she turned to leave in search of Chen Yujia and the others, Chen called out to her. Young Master Yi, is there something else? Qingru blinked rapidly. Momentarily thinking Chen wished to join her, her heart swelled with joy. Here are 2 jade talismans. Take them. At a critical moment, they could save your life. Chen handed 2 jade talismans to Qingru. One was a 3rd-grade escape talisman, while the other was a golden armor talisman, which, when activated in a dire situation, could create a formidable barrier to protect the bearer from harm. Of course, it could only withstand an attack from a formidable adversary at the 6th level of True Realm. If the opponent's level were significantly higher, the talisman would lose its efficacy. This is a 3rd-grade talisman, and each one is worth thousands of spirit stones. It is inappropriate for you to give this to me. It is far too precious, young Master Yi. You should keep it for yourself. Qingru hastily shook her head upon realizing the value of the talismans. I have plenty on me. I do not mind parting with a couple. Take them and be cautious on your journey, Chen insisted. Seeing Chen's resolute insistence, Qingru could only nod in agreement, then strode forward with the 3rd-grade talismans he had given her. Within the verdant mountains, lush trees surrounded them, and as they ventured deeper, the palpable aura of demon beasts became increasingly intense. However, at this moment, Lu Xiaoyuan and his companions appeared confident. Haha, look. We have been walking for quite a while, and still have yet to encounter that tiger demon. I believe it knows we are here and is too intimidated by our presence to show itself. It must be hiding in some corner, Lu Xiaoyuan laughed heartily. The surroundings were tranquil, yet the aura of demon beasts permeated every leaf. The ground was strewn with fallen leaves, and as they walked, a rustling sound filled the air. Roar! As Lu Xiaoyuan laughed boisterously, exuding arrogance, a resounding roar of a tiger echoed from the depths of the dense forest. The overwhelming presence of demonic beasts surged towards them like an immense tide. Initially, the group felt invincible, believing that even if faced with a tiger demon, they would remain unfazed and would surely slay it. However, in an instant, Lu Xiaoyuan's laughter ceased, his throat seemingly constricted as if gripped by an unseen force. The powerful aura of the tiger demon weighed heavily upon him, leaving him breathless. With a thud, Lu Xiaoyuan's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. What are you all peeking out for? Are you seeking death? Quickly hide and suppress your aura. Perhaps the tiger demon won't detect us. Lu Xiaoyuan urged in a hushed tone. The others promptly shrank into the underbrush like timid turtles, cloaking their presence in fear, too terrified to emerge. Once filled with self-satisfaction, they now found themselves dumbfounded in the face of the tiger demon. Just a single roar had instilled a profound sense of dread at that moment. Their spiritual energy felt as if it had frozen, rendering them immobilized. A sharp voice pierced the silence. A bunch of inexperienced fools daring to enter Qingyu Mountain in search of me, truly unaware of the peril they court. The tiger demon, astonishingly capable of human speech, caught everyone off guard, heightening their anxiety. Lying on the ground, they dared not move, fearful that even the slightest motion would attract the demon's attention. You need not hide. I am fully aware of your positions amidst the grass. With my current strength, I can easily pinpoint your auras. Come out at once. The tiger demon's commanding voice grew ever more piercing. At this moment, beads of sweat formed on Lu Xiaoyuan's forehead, panic engulfing him, while Luo Jiaxing's expression shifted dramatically. This situation was markedly different from what they had envisioned. The tiger demon's voice possessed an almost magical authority, compelling Lu Xiaoyuan to be the first to surrender. He raised his hand slowly and stood up. Following his lead, Luo Jiaxing and Chen Yujia also rose one after another. Gone was the previous bravado of Lianhua in front of Yi Chun. Mighty tiger demon, I implore you to spare our lives. We shall descend the mountain immediately and will not disturb your seclusion. Our intrusion was indeed reckless. We beg your forgiveness. Lu Xiaoyuan, once so haughty, now found himself in a state of utter disarray. The formidable power exhibited by the tiger demon had instantaneously extinguished his will to fight. Fragile humans. Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions in coming here. Surely, my name is already inscribed upon the Lingxiao Academy, and you have come to hunt me. Do you truly believe that my cultivation level, comparable to that of your esteemed practitioners at the fifth realm of the True Palace, renders me an easy target? The tiger demon let out a hearty laugh, its tone imbued with the wisdom of humanity. How can we possibly engage in battle? Lu Xiaoyuan, recognizing his inferiority to the tiger demon, surrendered without hesitation, and the others quickly followed suit, their fighting spirit extinguished in an instant. Chen Yujia, initially hopeful that their combined strength could secure a victory, found herself utterly deflated upon encountering this formidable beast. Towering several meters high, with blood-red eyes and a coat of long, flowing fur, the creature emanated an overwhelmingly powerful aura of a demonic beast. Just a glance left them feeling spiritually subdued, quelling any thoughts of resistance. This beast intends to devour us, Chen Yujia exclaimed, her voice trembling with anxiety. Chapter 68. Yi Chen arrives in Chen Yujia's perspective. Unity is imperative. They must collaborate to subdue their adversary. We must join forces to tame this fierce tiger demon. Otherwise, we shall all perish here. Young Master Lu, do you genuinely believe that this tiger demon would spare us merely because we utter a few words of supplication? I fear that is exceedingly improbable. Chen Yujia was the only one among them who retained a semblance of rationality. Roar. Is it merely your feeble will that could shatter my demonic tiger's chains? The tiger demon bellowed furiously. Its massive maw opened wide, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that coalesced into an imposing wall of energy chains, ensnaring them within. Audacious! How dare you show such disrespect to the Lord of the Tiger Demons? None of us shall escape now, Lu Xiaofeng remarked with deep concern upon witnessing this scene. There is no need for you to plead for mercy. It is futile. I have not consumed the essence of powerful cultivators for several days. It would be best if you surrendered and allowed me to devour you. I promise you a swift demise, the tiger demon proclaimed with arrogance. This tiger demon could articulate human speech, and waves of sanguine energy coursed through its being, signifying that it had undoubtedly reached the blood transformation stage. Creatures below this rank are merely referred to as demons, while those who attain this stage are deemed great demons, a title that denotes its elevated status. Even if its realm is comparable to a human's True Palace 5th level, it is still beyond the capabilities of mere True Palace 2nd or 3rd level cultivators like themselves. We must break through together, avoiding a direct confrontation with this tiger demon. Initially, we believed our collective strength would suffice, but it has become evident that we alone cannot vanquish this formidable opponent. Chen Yujia steadied her resolve, wielding a low-grade mysterious sword that shot forth, attempting to sever the surrounding chains of demonic energy. However, after several unsuccessful attempts, it was clear that only a True Palace 5th level master could cleave such formidable chains. I suspect the tiger demon's capabilities extend even further. Just a breath from it has manifested this chain of demonic energy. Its true strength remains unfathomable, remarked Luo Jiaxing, his countenance grave. The others shared his solemnity. This time, Luo Jiaxing had brought along several members from the Illusory Sea Alliance. The flower transferring pavilion had also sent additional members beyond Lianhua and Qingru. For slaying the tiger demon represented a significant challenge for them. The strength of this tiger demon is not something ordinary individuals can contend with. Even some of the more powerful elders from the outer peak would not necessarily be able to match this creature. At this moment, a profound weight settled upon everyone's hearts. While time slipped away rapidly, every passing moment felt like an excruciating torment for them. Had they known it would come to this, they would not have ventured forth. Ha ha. Accept your fate, young humans. Death is your ultimate destination. Once I seal you within this chain of demonic energy, you shall become nourishment for my being without any further effort on my part, proclaimed the arrogant tiger demon. Despite their desperate struggles, the few individuals found themselves utterly powerless, ensnared and mentally exhausted. They lamented their failure to heed the wise counsel of young Master Yi, who had advised them to observe carefully and refrain from rash actions. What use is it to speak of such things now? I fear we are indeed doomed this time, uttered Luo Jiaxing. As they conversed, the chain of demonic energy emitted a cacophony of shrill sounds, coiling ominously toward them. Once trapped within, their spiritual power would be rendered ineffective. Seizing the last vestiges of their mobility, they relentlessly attacked their surroundings. Among them were two who had ascended to the fourth tier of the true mansion realm, still possessing some degree of strength. Observing the chain of demonic energy quivering, the tiger demon's blood-red eyes glinted with malice, its long crimson tongue flicking in anticipation of their demise. Even if they shattered the chain, the tiger demon remained unfazed, its own blood energy surging with eagerness for their emergence. With a resounding crash, their combined assault finally shattered the chain of demonic energy. Yet, just as they emerged, a massive wave of demonic energy surged toward them like a charging steed. They found themselves bereft of any means to resist, even if they had strength left. Fear had sapped much of their resolve. With a thunderous bang, they were violently propelled backward by the force of the powerful demonic wind. As the tiger demon lunged at them once more, intent on claiming their lives, a swift sound akin to a breaking string pierced the air. A figure clad in azure swiftly approached, brandishing a crescent moon blade aimed directly at the tiger demon. Ark! The tiger demon howled in agony, utterly unprepared for the sudden appearance of this intruder daring to threaten its life. However, being a creature of the tiger demon's caliber, its resilience rivaled that of a human cultivator at the fifth tier of the true mansion realm. Naturally, its tough hide could withstand considerable punishment. The tiger demon was completely blindsided by the human's rapid approach, moving with the swiftness of autumn winds scattering fallen leaves. It had no inkling of the imminent danger until it was almost too late. It was young Master Yi. The newcomer was indeed Yi Chen. Prompting an exclamation of surprise from Chen Yujia, Lianhua and the others seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope as they turned their gazes towards Yi Chen. Who is this impudent wretch, daring to ambush me from behind? The tiger demon seethed with fury, its eyes glaring at Yi Chen. Yet, Yi Chen displayed no trace of fear. Instead, he regarded the beast with a frigid indifference. If only you had remained in this tranquil forest, honing your skills upon Qingyu Mountain, life would have been far more favorable for you. Yet, you chose to descend and wreak havoc. The Lingxiao Academy shall not spare you. Yi Chen glared at the tiger demon, his voice laced with ire. And you, with your audacity, presume to dictate the terms of my existence? Have you lost your senses? The tiger demon retorted, its countenance twisted with indignation. It had nearly succeeded in its endeavor, only to be thwarted by an unexpected adversary, igniting its wrath. A mere tiger demon has instilled such fear in you all. Young Master Luo, were you not so full of yourself, believing you could single-handedly vanquish this beast? Yi Chen's voice dripped with scorn as he directed his derision towards Lu Xiaoyuan and Luo's esteemed family. Chapter 69. The imminent battle. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyuan and Luo Jiaxing were rendered speechless, as they were at a loss for words. Previously, they had been so frightened that they wished they could disappear into the ground. If I may say, your lack of foresight is astonishing. Yi Chen boldly confronted them. Lu Xiaoyuan and Luo Jiaxing had never endured such humiliation. Yet, with the fearsome tiger demon before them, they dared not raise their voices. This tiger demon was not significantly superior in realm compared to them. If they joined forces, even if they could not drive it away, it would be unlikely for it to harm them. However, they had now chosen to concede defeat, and it was astonishing that such shameless disciples still existed in Lingxiao Academy. Yi Chen directed his scorn at Lu Xiaoyuan and Luo Jiaxing. Their faces flushed with indignation. They had not anticipated Yi Chen's sudden appearance at this critical juncture. Why don't you slay this tiger demon if you possess such prowess? Stop pretending to be a big shot in front of us. Lu Xiaoyuan retorted defiantly. Very well. Wait a moment. I shall swiftly deal with this tiger demon to demonstrate my capability, Yi Chen proclaimed with immense confidence. Haha, you arrogant youth. How can you be so presumptuous? Look at them, nearly paralyzed with fear, yet you remain unafraid. Do you not realize the vast disparity between us? If you willingly bind your hands and surrender now, I might grant you a merciful death." The tiger demon sneered coldly, its blood-red eyes fixed menacingly on Yi Chun. Yi Chun gripped the Chinko Ye's sword tightly, prepared to strike at any moment. Despite the apparent strength and fervor of the tiger demon, a careful observation revealed that it bore visible wounds. Beneath its thick fur, there were noticeable cracks, evidence of its injuries. "There is only one battle between us. You may intimidate them, but do not attempt to frighten me." Yi Chun dismissed the tiger demon with disdain. Infuriated by Yi Chun's contempt, the tiger demon coldly declared, "Since you are so arrogant, I shall deliver you to your demise." "Lu Xiaoyuan, Luo Jiaxing, why are you still in a daze?" Quickly form the wind surge formation bestowed by the elder of the outer peak. Only then can we establish a balanced stance against this tiger demon. It will not be able to breach your formation easily. Leave this tiger demon to me. Once you have formed the great array, focus on your own protection. And if you have the strength, come to assist me." Yi Chun instructed them. "Young Master Yi, you intend to confront this tiger demon alone? But you have only just entered the true mansion realm. Do you possess the confidence?" Chen Yujia inquired with concern. "Rest assured, I have my plans in place. There is no need for you to worry about this." Yi Chun replied with a reassuring smile. "Well, since you have long been prepared, I shall refrain from further words. I hope you can wound this tiger demon," Chen Yujia hastily remarked. "Indeed," Yi Chun replied with unwavering confidence. "Let us quickly form the surge wind formation. If we have any strength left, we shall assist young Master Yi. Otherwise, we may all perish here." Chen Yujia gradually calmed down, reflecting on the fact that, at such a critical moment, it was Yi Chun who first stepped forward. Yi Chun chose to confront the tiger demon alone in this dire situation, while she had lost her courage the moment she laid eyes on it. Her own realm was 2 or 3 minor levels below Yi Chun's, yet she felt utterly powerless. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Chen Yujia could not help but berate herself silently. "Boy, do you truly dare to engage me in battle? I could devour you in one bite. Do you believe me?" The tiger demon coldly stared at Yi Chun. "Do not feign bravado. You could not consume even 100 of me. They may not see it, but I discerned your injuries long ago." Yi Chun smiled at the tiger demon. The tiger demon was taken aback. It had not anticipated that such a concealed wound could be detected by Yi Chun. After all, it was a formidable creature of the blood transformation realm. Below this realm lay lesser demons. While those who entered the blood transformation realm had undergone a dramatic transformation in their life force, rendering them significantly more powerful than their lesser counterparts. This change in vitality is precisely what earned it the name Blood Transformation Realm. A tiger demon of the blood transformation realm possessed immense strength. Yet Yi Chun had observed it closely for quite some time and had already discerned that it was severely injured. Although the creature attempted to mask its wounds with a thick aura of blood and demonic energy, it was of no avail. "Nonsense. How could I be injured?" The tiger demon adamantly refused to acknowledge its condition. "It matters not whether you admit it. I have already seen through you. Beneath your fur lies a long, deep crack that extends to your heart. Not long ago, you must have sustained grave injuries, and your wounds remain unhealed. Thus, you exude such a powerful demonic aura to intimidate us. Yet, unexpectedly, that Lord Lu and Lord Luo were indeed frightened by you. However, you shall find it futile to intimidate me with such tricks. I fear you not," Yi Chun declared solemnly. At that moment, he summoned the surrounding spiritual energy, which resonated with a sharp hum. Yi Chun was poised to draw his sword and face the tiger demon in battle. Not long ago, he had entered the true mansion realm and had achieved the supreme golden body, rendering his physique exceptionally robust. Though he was merely at the first level of the true mansion realm, he was a formidable opponent amongst the younger generation in both the outer peak and even the inner peak. Naturally, Yi Chun yearned for a worthy battle. Even if he were to be wounded in this battle, it matters not. As long as he can attain progress in temperament and understanding, that would suffice, rendering his presence here not in vain. Upon hearing that the tiger demon had sustained significant injuries, Lu Xiaoyuan and Luo Jiaxing felt an immense sense of relief wash over them. They believed that had they known the tiger demon was already injured, they would not have shown such cowardice earlier. This tiger demon is so cunning that we failed to perceive its injury. Listening to young Master Ye's words and examining closely, They indeed noticed a fissure beneath its fur. Furthermore, its movements earlier appeared rather sluggish. Lu Xiaoyuan remarked, "It is good to know, we need not fear it. Let us quickly form a grand formation to protect ourselves first. Allow me to experience the prowess of this tiger demon." At this moment, Yi Chen displayed an extraordinary excitement. While others were engulfed in trepidation upon encountering the tiger demon, Yi Chen, in contrast, radiated an exuberant thrill. Chapter 70. Fierce Battle. It must be said that this scene utterly bewildered everyone present. They never anticipated that Yi Chen would become so exhilarated. With astonishing swiftness, Yi Chen moved, leaving Lu Xiaoyuan and Lianhua utterly astonished. Even at their utmost speed, they could not match his rapidity. As he struck, a powerful punch surged forth, accompanied by a thunderous roar, crashing directly toward the tiger demon. The tiger demon, witnessing Yi Chen's audacity, could hardly tolerate such insolence, nor could it afford to cower before him. "You audacious brat, how dare you forcefully lay hands on me? You seek death." With a fierce roar, the tiger demon leapt into the air, its claws slashing forward, conjuring a wave of demonic energy that violently surged toward Yi Chen. The two forces collided with a resounding impact, creating a colossal pit over 5 feet deep in the ground, sending both Yi Chen and the tiger demon reeling backward. This clash clearly demonstrated that neither party held the upper hand. Upon seeing the immense pit, Lianhua's expression shifted dramatically. Throughout their journey, she had relentlessly targeted and mocked Yi Chen, yet the sheer power of that blow left her utterly stunned. Had that punch landed upon her, she likely would have met a grim fate. She could hardly believe that someone at the first level of the true realm could wield such formidable strength. As she recalled her previous disrespect towards Yi Chen, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over her, fearing that he might seek retribution later. However, Yi Chen had no time to concern himself with Lianhua's thoughts. If he had wanted to vent his anger on her, he would have done so long ago. He was not one to harbor such pettiness. Those who are petty-minded rarely achieve great success in the path of cultivation. At this moment, Yi Chen's focus was entirely on the tiger demon before him, which was aggressive and menacing. He needed to subdue this formidable foe swiftly, otherwise, everyone present could perish. This tiger demon had already reached the blood transformation realm, capable of human speech and possessing intelligence, making it a daunting adversary. Yet, the greater the challenge, the more exhilarated Yi Chen felt. This was a significant trial, a remarkable opportunity for growth, and he cherished it dearly. "You ignorant child, you have offended this demon, and your only path lies in death. Surrender now, and perhaps you may retain some dignity and die a good death." The tiger demon exhaled a miasma of demonic energy. As thick clouds of blood mist began to envelop Yi Chen. "Haha, you think I would concede? Such delusions," Yi Chen retorted, refraining from further banter. He immediately employed the cloud-piercing sword technique, a low-grade profound sword technique he had acquired at the auction in Qingyang City. However, with Yi Chen's cultivation level, he could unleash its mid-grade power. In the vastness of the heavens and seas, a radiant sword light surged forth, hurtling towards the tiger demon. "How dare you, you impudent child, launch an attack against me?" The tiger demon seethed with immense fury. Upon encountering it, other disciples of cultivation knelt in submission. Even those of the 4th or 5th levels of true realm were no exception. Yet now, a mere novice at the initial stage of true realm dared to challenge it. Provoking its wrath, the tiger demon, infuriated, transformed into a streak of light, swiftly charging towards Yi Chen. In the face of the tiger demon's formidable onslaught, Yi Chen remained remarkably composed, displaying no signs of panic. With his azure crescent blade in hand, he struck with precision. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, as vast waves of spiritual energy intertwined to create a cacophony. Amidst the clash, the tiger demon let out a series of furious howls, ensnaring Yi Chen with chains of its power. Though the tiger demon appeared to be of the 5th level of true realm, once it entered the blood transformation stage, its blood energy surged, likely surpassing even the 6th or 7th levels in strength. Thus, when Lu Xiaoyuan and Luo Jiaxing beheld the tiger demon, their first instinct was to flee. "You think you can restrain me?" Yi Chen glared defiantly at the tiger demon. "Bound by my chains of demonic energy, do you truly believe you can escape? A mere fledgling of the initial stage of true realm. How audacious you are! Your ignorance of your own mortality is astounding." The tiger demon, regarding Yi Chen as nothing more than a corpse, glared back. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from Yi Chen's being. Like a tidal wave, it surged forth, shattering the chains of demonic energy that bound him. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Xiaoyuan and Lian Hua were left in utter shock. A cultivator of the first level of true realm could contend with such a formidable beast of blood transformation, a reality they had not anticipated. They had assumed they would be reduced to mere pulp within 10 exchanges against the tiger demon's immense power. I must concede, your prowess exceeds my understanding of a first-level true realm cultivator, the tiger demon exclaimed, astonished as it beheld Yi Chun dismantling the chains. You, tiger demon, are cunning indeed. If you truly feared us, you would not have lured us here. Had you possessed genuine confidence, you would have simply slain us without resorting to these chains of demonic energy, attempting to seal us and gradually sap our strength. The truth is you are gravely wounded, unable to unleash your full potential, only revealing the facade of a fifth-level true realm. You merely sought to draw us in. If you truly held the strength, why not display your sixth-level prowess? You fear the arrival of more powerful cultivators, knowing that would seal your fate. Your little schemes are laid bare before me, Yi Chen said, a mocking expression adorning his face as he regarded the tiger demon. The tiger demon, taken aback, had not anticipated that its modest stratagems would be so readily discerned by Yi Chun, further fueling its ire. The tiger demon darted forth, lunging at Yi Chun with ferocity. This time, Yi Chun was evidently caught off guard, as a considerable chasm still lay between their strengths. With a single strike, a formidable surge of demonic energy transformed into a crimson mist, crashing heavily against Yi Chen's form. In an instant, he was sent flying. His vitality waned, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ha! You foolish young whelp, daring to stand against me. This is your fate. Perish! The tiger demon roared in fury, morphing into a streak of bloodlight as it charged towards Yi Chun. Quick of wit and swift of hand, Yi Chun promptly affixed a golden armor talisman to himself. Instantly, a radiant golden light enveloped his entire being. Despite the tiger demon's overwhelming force, the powerful strike was thwarted by the brilliance of the golden armor, sparing Yi Chun from injury. Chapter 71. The fierce strike against the tiger demon. However, this blow had a significant impact on Yi Chun. The golden armored jade talisman, a third-grade one, left the tiger demon in a state of shock. Lu Xiaoyuan, Lian Hua, and the others were utterly astonished upon witnessing this scene. Yi Chun possessed a third-grade jade talisman, and it was an exceedingly rare golden armor protective talisman. Such talismans were exorbitantly priced, after all. The Lingxiao Academy was a premier institution among the many sects within a radius of several thousand miles. The cost of goods here was incomparable to that of the small Qingyang city, where a third-grade talisman might cost just a few thousand spirit stones. In contrast, here, a third-grade golden armor talisman could demand over 10,000 spirit stones and was a rarity indeed. Nevertheless, under the tiger demon's ferocious assault, this third-grade jade talisman was soon shattered. Everyone initially believed Yi Chun was doomed, but to their astonishment, the spiritual energy around him surged, and his wounds rapidly healed. With a sudden push, he narrowly evaded the demon's lethal strike. What incredible speed! In such circumstances, I could never react like that, Chen Yujia remarked, utterly astounded. Indeed, your speed is commendable, but mine surpasses yours, the tiger demon retorted coldly. It then transformed into a crimson blur, swiftly pursuing Yi Chun. Just as it seemed the demon was about to catch up, Yi Chun activated another jade talisman, slapping it onto himself. Instantly, his speed multiplied several times. Lightning talisman. Chen Yujia could hardly find her voice in her shock. Is it possible? How does young Master Yi possess so many talismans? This lightning talisman appears to be of the third grade as well. Redeeming it at Lingxiao Academy would require several dozen points, and if in spirit stones, it would cost over 10,000. Lian Hua had remained in a state of disbelief since Yi Chen's appearance, her mouth agape as she spoke. Relying on talismans. I wonder how long you can sustain yourself. You are no match for me. With merely a first-level foundation, how could you hope to defeat a great demon of the blood transformation realm? The tiger demon boasted arrogantly. With a fearsome roar, the tiger demon transformed into a shadow and charged at Yi Chun with increased speed. The collision was inevitable, and Yi Chun was struck hard, sent flying several dozen yards and crashing into a large tree. He spat out blood, his breath weakened significantly. Young Master Yi, be careful. The tiger demon is charging at you again. Chen Yujia shouted urgently. The tiger demon aimed to capitalize on this sustained assault to slay Yi Chun. Yi Chun swallowed several true qi pills, and powerful spiritual energy surged into his body like an unending tide. Just moments ago, the frail Yi Chun had noticeably regained his strength. He skillfully evaded the onslaught of the tiger demon, which was utterly unprepared for the expenditure of its vital energy in pursuit of a mere youth. This realization ignited a fierce rage within it. Brat, today I shall take your life. The tiger demon bellowed, charging once more at Yi Chun. With a firm grip on the azure crescent moon sword, Yi Chun unleashed the cloud-piercing sea sword art. This technique comprises 6 levels, and Yi Chun had adeptly mastered the 4th. The recent life and death battle bestowed upon him a profound understanding, enabling him to directly wield the 5th level of the technique in that moment. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Layers of sword energy surged forward relentlessly, severing numerous tree branches in their path. A torrent of the 5th level's dense sword waves surged toward the tiger demon, as Yi Chun poured forth every ounce of his strength, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. Naturally, the tiger demon was not easily subdued. It sought to evade such a formidable attack. Yet, Yi Chun was not one to grant it such an opportunity. The sword waves crashed heavily upon the tiger demon, causing its wounds to split open anew. The creature, propelled into the air, plummeted from the heights above, suffering considerable injury. Blood gushed forth from its body, and the tiger demon, taken aback by its predicament, felt a flicker of panic within. Seizing the moment, Yi Chun struck again with another sword stroke. The cloud-piercing sea sword art proved its efficacy once more. The 5 layers of sword energy, resembling a relentless tide, pressed upon the tiger demon, accumulating a formidable force that struck heavily before it. The tiger demon, entirely outmatched, was sent hurtling back several dozen feet, its wounds exacerbated. In that moment, any previous disdain it harbored toward Yi Chun vanished, replaced by the realization that overcoming him was nearly impossible. Redirecting its gaze, the tiger demon contemplated a different strategy. Why not seize the opportunity to ambush Lu Xiaoyuan and his companions? Once they were dispatched, it could return to deal with Yi Chun. Thus, the tiger demon pivoted and sprinted toward Luo Jia and the others. Lian Hua gasped in alarm at this turn of events. Her expression fraught with worry, fearing calamity was imminent. Despite their formation, the tiger demon's presence unleashed a wave of demonic energy that swiftly created a breach in their defenses. Upon witnessing this, Lu Xiaoyuan's face paled in shock as an overwhelming surge of demonic energy collided with them. With a thunderous boom, several individuals were sent flying, blood spilling from their lips. Their vitality considerably diminished. Once I feast upon you, replenishing my strength, I shall then come for you, brat. The tiger demon laughed heartily. At this moment, the tiger demon was immensely pleased, believing that it was on the verge of reaping the lives of Luo Jiaxing and his companions. Meanwhile, Luo Jiaxing and his group had completely lost their will to fight, paralyzed by the overwhelming aura emanating from the tiger demon. In reality, had they united their strength, they could have withstood the assault for a time. As the tiger demon charged forward, its gaping maw poised to devour them whole, Yi Chun swiftly pressed another lightning talisman against himself. In an instant, he flashed to the forefront of the tiger demon. The demon, reveling in its triumph, had its mouth wide open, ready to engulf Lian Hua and the others. At that critical juncture, a figure abruptly materialized before it, with a swift swing of his sword. A colossal torrent of blade energy cascaded downwards like a silver stream tumbling from the heavens, striking the tiger demon squarely upon its head. A massive tiger head was severed with a resounding thud. However, simultaneously, the powerful demonic energy erupting from the tiger's mouth collided forcefully with Yi Chun's body. Chapter 72. An unexpected incident. Yi Chun was violently thrown back, sustaining grievous injuries that nearly rendered him unconscious. Nevertheless, against all odds, he succeeded in vanquishing the tiger demon. The surrounding onlookers were engulfed in astonishment, utterly unable to fathom that Yi Chun, relying solely on his initial level of true abode, could defeat a formidable demon of the blood transformation realm. Should this tale be recounted, it would likely be met with disbelief. Young Master Yi, you have actually slain the tiger demon, exclaimed Chen Yujia, her expression one of incredulity. It was merely by chance. I am gravely wounded and require rest. I see that you are all injured as well. It would be wise for everyone to recuperate. Yi Chen addressed the group. Very well. Chen Yujia nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the others settled into a cross-legged position, commencing their meditation to restore their vitality. As time swiftly passed, over an hour elapsed. Although the tiger demon had been slain, they were acutely aware of who had delivered the decisive blow. Had it not been for Yi Chen, they would surely have perished that day. However, apart from Chen Yujia, the others were not filled with gratitude towards Yi Chen, for the likes of Lu Xiaoyuan and Luo Jiaxing had come with the intent to eliminate him. After an hour, the others, having exerted little effort and suffered only minor injuries, stood up. Young Master Yi, this place is perilous, though you have eliminated the tiger demon. The aura of malevolence in this mountain's depths is overwhelming. We should depart at once, Chen Yujia remarked with a smile, her respect for Yi Chen now evident. Having shed her previous disdain, Yi Chen opened his eyes. He was the most severely injured, and though he had regained a modicum of strength, it was of little aid against his injuries. Nevertheless, upon hearing Chen Yujia's words, he prepared to rise and leave. Fear not, for it seems none of you shall be leaving. At that moment, Luo Jiaxing stepped forward, coldly addressing the crowd. Curiosity etched on their faces. Everyone turned to Luo Jiaxing. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was evident to Yi Chen that the man had made up his mind to kill. Why can't we leave? Chen Yujia retorted icily. Understand this. Today's events are a disgrace to us. If the elders from the inner and outer peaks were to learn that we were frightened into submission by a mere tiger demon, it would be catastrophic. Therefore, Yi Chen must be eliminated, Luo Jiaxing stated coldly. Upon finishing his proclamation, Luo Jiaxing advanced step by step toward Yi Chen, intent on dispatching him while he lay severely injured. Luo Jiaxing, you have lost your mind. Without Yi Chen, we would have perished long ago. Chen Yujia countered sharply. Indeed, senior brother Luo, your actions are utterly unwarranted. Cease this madness. Lianhua added. Cease? If you do not kill him, then I shall. Luo Jiaxing coldly uttered his words. After speaking, he slowly approached Yi Chen, preparing to strike him down. I never expected you to be such a petty person. I vanquished the tiger demon and saved your life. And now you seek to kill me? Yi Chen exclaimed, bewildered. My intention is indeed to eliminate you. From the outset, both Lu Xiaoyuan and I aim to slay you during this mission. Isn't that so, brother Xiaoyuan? Perhaps we should unite to dispatch this wretch, which has always been your desire. Luo Jiaxing glanced back at Lu Xiaoyuan. Lu Xiaoyuan shook his head vehemently. Even if I am no longer human, I cannot slay our savior. Lu Xiaoyuan continued to shake his head. Useless fool. After I eliminate this brat, we can discuss your matters. With that, Luo Jiaxing began to close in on Yi Chen. Are you implying that you intend to slay us all as well? Chen Yujia exclaimed, her face a mask of shock. If I do not eliminate you after slaying Yi Chen, do you believe I can return alive to Lingxiao Academy? This matter must not be divulged. It is all or nothing. Such is your fate, Luo Jiaxing stated coldly. Among the gathered, in terms of cultivation, Luo Jiaxing was the most formidable, being at the 4th level of the true realm, and he had suffered the least injury, having already recovered completely. He had been waiting for this opportunity to eliminate everyone. Initially, he had considered sparing the others if they cooperated to defeat Yi Chen. However, their lack of collaboration left him no choice. Yi Chen, blame your misfortune. Die. With that, Luo Jiaxing quickened his pace, raising his sword to strike at Yi Chen. Just as he was about to succeed, a figure appeared silently. A figure clad in blue executed a swift strike, meeting Luo Jiaxing's blade. Luo Jiaxing was struck down, a spray of crimson erupting as his head fell to the ground. The unexpected assailant was none other than Qing Rou, who had remained hidden until now. After parting ways with Yi Chen, she had taken a different route up the mountain to join Chen Yujia and the others. Little did she know that upon her arrival, she would witness Luo Jiaxing charging at Yi Chen with his sword drawn. Without a moment's hesitation, she acted instinctively to save Yi Chen from Luo Jiaxing's onslaught. So focused was Luo Jiaxing on killing Yi Chen that he failed to notice Qing Rou nearby, granting her the opportunity to strike. As she beheld Luo Jiaxing lifeless in a pool of blood, Qing Rou began to tremble uncontrollably. I have killed someone. I have killed someone. Overwhelmed by the gravity of her actions, she repeatedly uttered those words, her mental state clearly unraveling in that moment. Chen Yujia initially harbored resentment towards Qing Rou for her betrayal at a critical moment, choosing to follow Yi Chen instead of joining her in the depths of the mountains. In retrospect, she realized how foolish she had been for disregarding Yi Chen's counsel, nearly jeopardizing her relationship with such a promising individual as Qingru. Overcome with guilt, she hurriedly approached Qingru and pulled her aside. Qingru, you mustn't blame yourself. This is entirely Luo Jiasheng's fault. He intends to eliminate everyone here, even Yi Chen, who saved us. Your actions against him are justifiable. No one will hold it against you, Chen Yujie assured her repeatedly. After a brief moment, with the support of those around her, Qingru gradually emerged from her dazed state. To everyone's surprise, her first instinct was to approach Yi Chen. Young Master Yi, are you all right? Qingru inquired with genuine concern, her gaze fixed intently upon him. What could possibly be wrong? I'm perfectly fine, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. Just a few minor injuries. I'll recover in no time. He spoke casually, wishing to alleviate any worry that Qingru might feel. Chapter 73. The arrival of the junior sister Qingru observed Yi Chen meticulously, her worries unabated. Thank you for your timely intervention. Otherwise, my life would have been forfeit, Yi Chen replied with a smile. In truth, even had Qingru not intervened, Yi Chen possessed the means to vanquish Luo Jiaxing decisively. However, such an act would have unveiled his true prowess. Yi Chen was inherently modest, and Qingru's sudden intervention spared him the necessity of revealing his genuine capabilities, which he deemed fortuitous. I just heard from Sister Chen that you single-handedly defeated that formidable demon, saving everyone. It is astonishing that Luo Jiaxing, in return, sought to kill you. His jealousy knows no bounds. You are truly remarkable, achieving such a feat in the initial realm of the true house by slaying this tiger demon. As she gazed upon the colossal corpse of the tiger demon, Qingru's admiration and affection for Yi Chen deepened. I was merely fortunate. The tiger demon was gravely wounded, and I had a jade talisman for protection. Unlike the others, who were burdened by their myriad concerns, I was unencumbered. Had we all attempted to join forces, the tiger demon might not have been vanquished, Yi Chen said with a chuckle. Indeed, we were foolish. I regret not heeding your counsel earlier, young Master Yi. Please accept my sincerest apologies, Chen Yujie said as she approached Yi Chen, repeatedly expressing her contrition. No need for that. After all, you were unaware of the situation. The tiger demon was adept at disguise and initially held the advantage in momentum, Yi Chen replied gently. At that moment, Lian Hua timidly approached Yi Chen. Previously, I humiliated you multiple times, young master. I hope you can overlook my transgressions. I have come to realize my errors, she acknowledged, fully aware of Yi Chen's formidable nature. No longer daring to act arrogantly, especially since Chen Yujie had already apologized. It would be remiss of her not to do the same. Enough. I am not one to harbor grudges. We are all still friends. After this ordeal, I trust you all have come to understand my character. I simply hope that you will not trouble me in the future, Yi Chen said with a smile. Of course not. Lian Hua quickly shook her head in response. The ground lay in disarray, littered with remnants of battle, and the imposing carcass of the tiger demon loomed large. Yi Chen found himself in a quandary. The tiger demon's body was replete with treasures, and had he chosen to transport it, he could have utilized the black jar to contain it. Yet, the black jar was likely a celestial artifact, coveted even by immortals. Its appearance would undoubtedly provoke significant turmoil. It was prudent to refrain from revealing such a powerful item unless absolutely necessary. Let us rest briefly. We shall depart in half an hour, Yi Chen declared before closing his eyes and entering a state of quiet meditation. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had elapsed. Yi Chen rose and turned his gaze towards Chen Yujie and the others. Shall we proceed in this manner? Chen Yujie turned her gaze towards Yi Chen. Do any of you have thoughts to share? Yi Chen inquired. We cannot simply leave this tiger demon here. Our storage spaces cannot accommodate it, and since you, young Master Yi, hunted it, it rightfully belongs to you, Chen Yujie stated. Indeed, Lian Hua quickly nodded in agreement. Yet, I cannot take it with me. Yi Chen replied with a wry smile. Leaving it here would be a tremendous waste, Lu Xiaoyuan added, shaking his head. Why not summon some assistants to help transport it? Yi Chen proposed. Certainly, the tiger demon's hide and the core within its organs are valuable items. In addition to the points earned from completing this task, these can be exchanged privately with colleagues in need, Chen Yujie remarked. Subsequently, Chen Yujie mysteriously pulled Yi Chen aside, indicating she had something to discuss. What is it? Yi Chen inquired with curiosity. I have something to tell you, but please don't be alarmed, Chen Yujie said. Go ahead, Yi Chen urged, eager to hear what she had to reveal. Lo Jiaxing has been slain. However, did you know that his uncle is an elder of the Outer Peak, ranking among the top 10 in combat prowess? He is at the 7th or 8th level of the True Realm. With his status, he could easily become an inner sect elder, yet he prefers to remain at the Outer Peak. Moreover, he dotes on his nephew immensely. Now that Lo Jiaxing has been killed, I fear that his uncle may seek vengeance upon you, Chen Yujia whispered. If he insists on targeting me, then so be it. I fear no one. If they do not provoke me, I shall not provoke them, Yi Chen replied resolutely. Well then, I've said what I needed to. It's up to you how to proceed, Chen Yujia concluded. Thank you for the warning. This matter arose from their actions, after all. Lo Jiaxing and Lu Xiaoyuan's initial goal was to assassinate me during the mission. Should anyone inquire about it later, feel free to shift the blame onto me. Just do not involve Qingru, Yi Chen instructed Chen Yujia. He did not wish for trouble to befall the kind-hearted Qingru. Understood, Chen Yujia nodded. Genuinely surprised by Yi Chen's loyalty and concern for Qingru's safety even in such dire circumstances. Rest assured, I will look after her well at the Yihua Pavilion, she assured Yi Chen. Thank you, he expressed his gratitude. The corpse of the tiger demon must not be discarded, yet it could not be placed in a black urn. So Yi Chen decided to call for assistance. He promptly produced a jade token. Upon seeing the token, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Is that the inner sect's personal token? Chen Yujia exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, young Master Yi is the direct disciple of the Master of the Third Peak. Qingru was well aware of this fact. After all, during the confrontation with Lu Xiaoyuan's brother, Lu Qingguang, Yi Chen had revealed his identity, making it clear to her. Lianhua gazed at Yi Chen with wide eyes, her expression one of disbelief. She had not anticipated that Yi Chen held such a prestigious status. If that were the case, would the Third Peak allow Lu Xiaoyuan to go unpunished for daring to provoke a direct disciple? One must concede that Lu Xiaoyuan's audacity was indeed remarkable. At that moment, Yi Chen infused a surge of spiritual energy into the token. Instantly, the token radiated a brilliant glow, transforming into a stream of silver light that soared into the heavens. Within half an hour, a graceful figure rushed towards them, dressed in a green shirt and a small leather jacket, with a pair of little leather boots adorning her feet. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback by the sight. Bilingya, Lu Xiaoyuan exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 74. The dominance of points. Lu Xiaoyuan was utterly astonished upon witnessing the scene before him, his eyes fixated and unable to divert their gaze. It was Yi Chen. Bilingya, however, paid no heed to Lu Xiaoyuan, her eyes scanning the surroundings in search of Yi Chen's presence. I'm here, junior sister. Yi Chen called out with a smile, waving his hand in greeting. Why did you signal me to come over? What has transpired? Bilingya questioned, her gaze intensifying as she approached Yi Chen. Upon nearing him, she was taken aback to see him covered in injuries, a sight that filled her with alarm. What happened to you? How did you sustain such severe wounds? Bilingya inquired, concern etched across her face. It's nothing serious. Yi Chen replied with a smile. How can it be nothing serious? Why do you persist in enduring this? Bilingya's ire flared at the sight of Yi Chen's grievous condition. Her gaze hardened as she turned to Chen Yujia and the others behind her, demanding, what exactly happened? Chen Yujia was compelled to recount the events that had unfolded. Upon hearing this, Bilingya glanced at the corpse of the tiger demon sprawled on the ground, its formidable aura revealing its true realm to be around the 6th level of the True Mansion. The fact that Yi Chen, at the initial stage of the True Mansion, had slain such a powerful foe astonished her. However, another piece of information left her even more stunned. It was you who sought to harm my junior brother. Bilingya's expression turned icy as she directed her gaze at Lu Xiaoyuan. I didn't dare. The Luo family coerced me into this. I had no choice, and I did not lay a hand on young Master Yi. Lu Xiaoyuan stammered, his anxiety palpable. This time, I shall spare you. But should there be a next time, I will not hesitate to cripple you, Bilingya stated coldly. Yes, understood. Lu Xiaoyuan hastily nodded in agreement. Junior brother, what did you summon me for? Bilingya asked, her worry evident. Actually, it's nothing major. I just need you to handle the corpse of this tiger demon. It's too large for me to carry, Yi Chen explained with a rueful smile. For such a trivial matter, very well. After all, you are my junior brother. Bilingya replied with a wry smile. I apologize for the trouble, senior sister, Yi Chen said. No need for pleasantries. Your injuries are grave. First, you must recuperate. I will wait for you, Bai Lingye insisted. All right. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. He then began to channel the divine Phoenix Emperor technique, swiftly replenishing the spiritual energy he had expended. As torrents of spiritual energy surged into Yi Chun's body, the rapid restoration left everyone in awe. Particularly, Lianhua was profoundly astonished, never expecting Yi Chen to recover so swiftly. Even Bai Lingye was taken aback. Within less than half an hour, Yi Chen rose to his feet. Junior sister, I have nearly recovered. Let us return, he said to Bai Lingye. All right. After speaking, Bai Lingye waved her hand towards the sky, and a flying spiritual vessel appeared before them. She tossed the corpse of the tiger demon onto the vessel and beckoned to Yi Chen. Junior sister, let us depart, Bai Lingye exclaimed. Indeed, Yi Chen swiftly boarded the flying vessel. Do not underestimate this small flying vessel. It would require several 100,000 points or nearly 1,000,000 spirit stones to acquire. This demonstrates that Bai Lingye is indeed quite affluent. You may find your own way back. I shall not concern myself with you. Bai Lingye addressed Chen Yuyao and the others. Understood. Chen Yuyao hurriedly nodded. Bai Lingye said no more, activating the flying vessel, which sped swiftly towards the direction of Lingxiao Academy. Soon, she brought Yi Chen to the task hall. Upon seeing the tiger demon, the elder of the task hall was utterly astonished. You hunted this tiger demon? He gazed at Yi Chen in disbelief. Indeed, Yi Chen nodded. This tiger demon has already reached the blood transformation realm, a formidable beast. You actually managed to slay it with your mere first realm of true mansion. Remarkable. The elder exclaimed in shock. Enough chatter. Since it is a blood transformation realm beast, it cannot be calculated at the Xian level, but rather at the earth level. Bai Lingye said, looking at the elder of the task hall. The elder wore a look of grievance, yet he dared not offend Bai Lingye, despite his status. Very well. Then it shall be 600 points, the elder declared. Given the circumstances, my junior brother nearly lost his life. Slaying a major demon of the 6th realm of true mansion with the 1st realm is worth far more than 600. I recall the sect offers bonuses for completing tasks beyond one's level, with an additional 100 points for each minor tier exceeded. He deserves 1,000 points, Bai Lingye insisted. All right. The elder nodded hurriedly, not daring to oppose the young lady. In that case, it shall be 1,000 points. The elder of the task hall reluctantly conceded. Not enough. The corpse of this tiger demon is laden with treasures, worth an additional 500 points. Add it all to my junior brother's tally, Bai Lingye proclaimed with great authority. All right, I will add it all. Are you satisfied now? The elder of the task hall said with an exasperated expression. Yi Chen watched on, filled with admiration. Enough of this matter. I have other affairs to attend to, so I shall take my leave now, Bai Lingye stated. Very well. Yi Chen nodded with a smile. After Bai Ling left, Yi Chen did not claim all the points for himself. After all, Chen Yuyao, and others had participated in this mission as well. Lu Xiaoyuan could be disregarded. That young man harbored ulterior motives and even contemplated killing him. After handing over the tiger demon, they collectively earned a total of 1,500 points. Yi Chen kept 1,000 points for himself, while the remaining 500 were allocated for Chen Yuyao, and the others to divide among themselves. Yi Chen had slain the tiger demon, and in the process, he had nearly lost his life to it. The 1,000 points were rightfully his. Chen Yuyao and the others were quite satisfied, as they had acquired a substantial number of points as well. They held no grievances regarding Yi Chen's exclusive 1,000 points, fully aware that without him, they might have perished deep within the Qingtian mountain. Yi Chen exchanged a portion of his points for several true qi pills, as they were what he desperately needed at the moment. With sufficient true qi pills, if he could dedicate some time to further cultivation, he might be able to break through to the 2nd level of the true mansion realm. It was imperative for him to elevate his strength. Chapter 75. The inscription of the Dan array. Yi Chen returned to his secluded abode, immersing himself in rigorous cultivation. As the months swiftly passed, he found himself still at the nascent stage of the true mansion realm. Advancing further proved to be a formidable challenge. After all, his Dan mansion was more than 10-fold larger than that of ordinary disciples, where others could ascend to a new realm by absorbing a singular measure of spiritual energy. Yi Chen needed to absorb 10-fold that amount. Fortunately, his capacity for absorption and recovery far exceeded that of his peers. With every gain, there comes a sacrifice. Although the ascent in realms was arduous, once achieved, his power would greatly surpass that of fellow cultivators at the same level, even allowing him to rival those several minor realms above. For instance, despite being merely at the first stage of the true mansion realm, Chen had vanquished a formidable demon at approximately the 6th stage of the true mansion realm. This represented a leap across 5 minor tiers, an accomplishment beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Chen harbored the belief that as he continued to elevate his realm, he might even transcend a major realm to defeat powerful adversaries. The very thought filled him with excitement. During this period of seclusion, though there had been no significant advancements in his realm, his fortitude of spirit had grown immensely. One day, awakening from his meditative state, Chen conceived a plan. His resources were dwindling, and the true qi pills he had exchanged for were nearly exhausted. Without these pills, further progress would be arduous. To procure more true qi pills, he would require no less than 10,000, a sum far beyond his current financial means and accumulated points. Thus, Chen resolved to engage in alchemy. Previously, crafting first and second-tier pills required only the use of standard alchemical inscriptions. However, the true qi pill was a third-tier concoction, necessitating a more sophisticated inscription array for its creation. Consequently, Chen needed to establish a Dan array for the synthesis of true qi pills. While he had not yet attempted this feat, he was eager to try. Chen possessed an alchemical furnace, but it was inadequate for the crafting of third-tier pills. To pursue this endeavor, he would need to acquire a new furnace. Lacking sufficient funds, he resorted to gathering a collection of jade talismans and various previously crafted pills, managing to amass enough spirit stones to purchase a purple-gold alchemical furnace. This furnace was capable of producing pills up to the 5th tier, making it suitable for the creation of the 3rd-tier true qi pill. However, producing the true qi pill required extensive preparation. Crafting a 3rd-tier true qi pill demanded the arrangement of a 3rd-tier Dan array, which was not as simple as inscribing a basic alchemical mark. It necessitated meticulous preparation and could not be accomplished lightly. In this process, a journey of learning is essential. The foremost task is to comprehend the myriad of inscriptions. For only through an in-depth understanding of these varied engravings can one begin to arrange the inscriptional pill formations. As the name suggests, the inscriptional pill formation utilizes these engravings as a guiding force, orchestrating a series of intricate patterns that imprint upon the grand array, ultimately culminating in a grand formation designed to expedite the alchemical crafting of pills. The intricacies involved are manifold, and not everyone can effortlessly accomplish this feat. Chen sequestered himself within his secluded chamber, tirelessly dedicating his days and nights to the study of the inscriptional pill formation. In truth, he has, by strict definition, already ascended to the status of a 3rd-tier inscription master. The realm of inscription mastery encompasses a vast array, including inscriptional pill formations, sword inscriptions, and artifact inscriptions, among others. Typically, one is categorized as an inscription master based on the type of alchemy they practice. Fortunately, Chen possesses the Grand Compendium of Inscriptions, granting him access to a diverse array of inscription types. Fire arise! Chen exclaimed with a low growl. A ball of true fire materialized in his palm. To conjure true fire, one must harness the elemental fire within, which necessitates either the continual absorption of fire-attributed substances to awaken the fire elements in one's body or a prodigious innate talent. Some individuals are born with an affinity for fire elements, while others may naturally resonate with water elements. These elements, often referred to as attributes, can be infinitely developed within a practitioner's body. Some individuals can even wield multiple elemental attributes concurrently. However, within the Great Yu dynasty, Chen is aware that the most diverse elemental practitioners possess no more than 4 elemental attributes, as an excess of elements can hinder one's ability to operate effectively. Achieving a harmonious balance between 2 elemental forces is already indicative of exceptional talent. Remarkably, Chen did not rely on fire-attributed materials. Instead, he gradually manifested true fire within his being by inscribing the true fire patterns. Yet, this flame was rather dim, lacking in intensity. Nevertheless, it should suffice for the crafting of 3rd-tier true energy pills. Should it prove inadequate, Chen had made additional preparations. Prior to the crafting of the true energy pills, he discreetly sought out numerous disciples to exchange for various resources. His points were dwindling, and Yi Chen was determined to retain some for potential future needs. Unwilling to exhaust all his points and spirit stones merely for the arrangement of the inscriptional pill formation. Alas, the true fire is still insufficient. I must add true fire stones, Yi Chen declared as he added several true fire stones beneath the cauldron. He then meticulously inscribed a series of patterns upon the formation. Upon completing the entire inscriptional pill formation, he found himself drenched in sweat. Yet, gazing at the completed formation, a sense of fulfillment washed over him. After all, this was indeed an accomplishment of his own. The inscriptional pill formation is complete. Let it commence, Yi Chen proclaimed with a smile. Subsequently, he infused his spiritual energy into the formation, and the true fire began to blaze fervently. The inaugural operation of the inscription alchemy formation was, for Yi Chen, a considerable exertion. A resonant hum filled the air as the alchemical furnace began to stir. The initial yield of elixirs amounted to 100, which was quite commendable. With a total of 500 elixirs prepared, the success rate reached an impressive 20%, a remarkable achievement indeed. Armed with the experience from this first endeavor, Yi Chen grew increasingly adept at arranging the inscription alchemy formation. With its assistance, he could produce the true qi pills with greater efficiency. Yi Chen had long since mastered the recipe for the true qi pill. However, his knowledge of other elixir recipes was not as extensive, necessitating the pursuit of unique formulas to study and learn. Chapter 76. The Shadow Market Beneath Cangyuan Peak. With Yi Chen's recent acquisitions, he was able to concoct 2 batches of true qi pills. However, the exertion he experienced today was considerable, as it was his inaugural attempt at arranging the inscription pill array. After a few days of rest, Yi Chen embarked on the second arrangement, which proved to be significantly easier than the first. Moreover, the true qi pills produced in this round were of a notably superior quality, reaching a moderate 3rd tier. A commendable achievement indeed. The success rate for this second attempt was also markedly improved, soaring to 56%, resulting in the creation of over 200 true qi pills. This supply would sustain Yi Chen for a while, yet with his relentless training and ascent to the true mansion realm, his consumption had escalated dramatically. Previously, a single pill sufficed for a day, but now he required approximately 10. This consumption meant that he would need around 300 pills each month. And with his recent production nearing 300, it implied that his supply would soon be depleted. However, in the third arrangement of the inscription pill array, Yi Chen's success rate astonishingly reached 90%. Utilizing 500 units of material, he successfully refined 480 pills, filling him with exuberance. This is fantastic, Yi Chen exclaimed with delight. Cumulatively, he now possessed nearly 800 true qi pills, sufficient for about 2 months. As his cultivation level increased, it was inevitable that his demand for true qi pills would also grow. Yi Chen realized he must strategize for the future. I can concoct true qi pills, but if I wish to create other types of pills, I am at a loss regarding their formulations. It seems another visit to the task hall is in order, Yi Chen mused, and promptly made his way to the task hall. There, he selected a foundational text on pill inscription, which cost him 10 points. This expenditure pained him greatly, as his points were dwindling, leaving him with scant reserves. 10 points could have exchanged for 10 true qi pills, making points a precious commodity indeed. No wonder Yi Chen felt the sting. Yi Chen completed the foundational text in a single day. Consequently, he frequented the task hall daily to exchange for various books on pill-related topics. One day, Elder Mi Fong, observing Yi Chen's return, wore a look of exasperation. "What brings you here again?" Mi Fong exclaimed, surprised at Yi Chen's persistence. "Naturally, I have come to exchange for more books on pills," Yi Chen replied. "How can you possibly exhaust your points?" Mi Fong mused. "Very well. Let me introduce you to a comprehensive tome, the complete compendium of ancient and modern pills. Would you like to peruse it? This book contains the formulations for thousands of different kinds of pills across varying levels," Mi Fong added. "Certainly," Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Soon, Elder Mi Fong led Yi Chen before an ancient tome. This book, approximately 10 centimeters thick, shimmered with a golden glow. "This is the one. With this book, you need not come here daily," Mi Fong remarked. However, upon inspection, Yi Chen discovered that it cost over 1,000,000 spirit stones to purchase, or alternatively, it required 1,000 points for exchange. 1,000 points were roughly equivalent to the yield from completing 2 Earth-level tasks. This was quite excessive, and for a moment, Yi Chen found himself perplexed, uncertain about whether to proceed with the exchange. His points were dwindling, barely sufficient to acquire this comprehensive compendium of medicinal pills. After a moment of resolve, he gritted his teeth and ultimately decided to make the purchase. Once he returned home, Chen treated the tome as a treasure, diligently studying its contents. After all, it contained numerous formulas for various pills, which he committed to memory with great diligence. His points were nearly depleted, and though he had previously refined some spirit chi pills using the inscription array, he had consumed a significant quantity over the past couple of months. If it hadn't been for his earlier discreet exchanges of points with disciples from both the inner and outer peaks, utilizing his jade talismans and other treasures, he feared he might not have been able to acquire the compendium at all. Thus, Chen resolved to visit the trading market beneath Cangyuan Peak to sell some jade talismans and other valuables, hoping to exchange them for points or spirit stones, depending on what the other disciples might offer. Beneath Cangyuan Peak lay a free trading market, an establishment not officially permitted within the sect, yet one that had gradually developed over the years due to the genuine needs of the disciples. Transactions were conducted privately, leading to it being dubbed the dark market, where most individuals wore masks to conceal their identities. Engaging in such activities naturally stirred a sense of apprehension, given the sect's prohibitions. Moreover, exchanging at the task hall of the inner and outer peaks often resulted in significant deductions by the elders there. For example, items that could be obtained for 10 points in the dark market would require at least 20 points at the task hall. Once prepared, Chen exited his cave dwelling. He extended his hand, producing a jade talisman, infusing it with spiritual energy. In an instant, the talisman transformed into a tiger enveloped in flowing silver light. This was the Jade Talisman Phantom Tiger, a second-grade special talisman that, when activated, could morph into a tiger capable of short flights. Given the vast chasm separating him from Cangyuan Peak, flying was essential for crossing. However, due to the distance and Chen's current capabilities, he could not fly unaided. Thus, he resorted to summoning the Jade Talisman Phantom Tiger. Mounting the Phantom Tiger, the silver light enveloped him as the tiger flapped its wings gently, transforming into a streak of light and swiftly heading toward Cangyuan Peak. Before long, Chen arrived at an expansive area at the foot of Cangyuan Peak. This place is also a free trading market. However, the current Cangyuan Peak is primarily under the control of two prominent pavilions, the Yuanbao Pavilion and the Jinyun Pavilion. These two esteemed establishments offer an array of treasures and facilitate various exchanges. Chen has not affiliated himself with either pavilion, but he is well acquainted with the customs here, having visited several times in the past. This time, he has made extensive preparations, having crafted a considerable number of second and third-grade jade talismans of diverse kinds. To set up a stall here, one must first pay a fee of 5,000 spirit stones. Although Chen does not possess many spirit stones, he does have enough to cover the fee. It must be said that this price is rather steep, nonetheless. The opportunity for unrestricted exchange and sale here prompted Chen to choose this venue over the task hall, where he finds certain items to be exorbitantly priced. Chapter 77. The transaction. Despite the fact that many of the jade talismans in Chen's possession could be exchanged at the task hall, such an act would be rather ostentatious. Donning a mask he had previously purchased, Chen sought out a bustling location, paid the rental fee, and set up his stall. As soon as he arranged his booth and displayed a few of his finest jade talismans, he noticed two familiar customers approaching. "Brother, you've returned," exclaimed one of them, Guada, whose demeanor was refined and whose face bore a warm smile. "We've been searching for you here for quite a while, hoping you would come today. And here you are. Feel free to choose whatever you desire. Both spirit stones and points can be used for exchange," Chen replied nonchalantly. These two had purchased numerous items from Chen before, and their satisfaction with each transaction had been palpable. Thus, Chen felt a sense of joy upon their arrival, as it meant the prospect of earning was at hand. "Brother, why are you still wearing a mask today? Do take it off so we can get to know one another." The other disciple, Hong Yun, chuckled. "I prefer it this way. I am not fond of crowds or being recognized." "My apologies, dear brothers," Chen replied, somewhat embarrassed. The two pondered that Chen's skills in crafting jade talismans were remarkably advanced. They had not heard of such a figure within either the inner or outer peaks, despite him claiming to have joined the sect not long ago. Though Chen appeared to be at the initial stage of true mansion, he always exuded an air of inscrutable depth. "Brother Yushan, What treasures do you have today? Hong Yun inquired with a smile. Everything you see is right before you. Select whatever appeals to you. I have jade talismans and some elixirs, Yi Chen cheerfully introduced. What is the price for this lightning talisman? Guoda asked. The price remains unchanged. 500 points or 100,000 spirit stones, Yi Chen stated. Upon hearing this, Guoda offered an awkward smile and then said, We have purchased from you many times before. Could you perhaps give us a discount this time? If you do, we will certainly buy more. Observing the hopeful expression in Guoda's eyes, Yi Chen could only shake his head with a smile. The prices have always been this way. If I grant you a discount, should I not extend the same to others? If everyone receives a reduction, how shall I earn my keep? I did not come all this way to incur losses. I understand. Very well, Guoda ultimately conceded with a nod. I'll take 2 lightning talismans and a bottle of the Qi recovery elixir, Guoda quickly decided. At the regular price, that totals 2,000 points or 400,000 spirit stones. No negotiations, Yi Chen concluded. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Guoda was momentarily taken aback. 2,000 points equated to 3 or 4 earth-tier tasks. Furthermore, 400,000 spiritual stones represented a considerable sum. Both Guoda and Hong Yun were disciples of the outer sect. They certainly did not possess such an abundance of points or spiritual stones. As merely a disciple of the outer peak, I truly lack such points and stones. Might I offer some treasures acquired within the great wilderness secret realm in exchange? Guoda inquired with a smile directed at Yi Chen. What do you have? Present them for inspection, Yi Chen replied. Very well, my possessions are indeed remarkable. If you doubt me, behold this. You are looking at the armor of a golden spirit bull, a 3rd-tier spiritual armor. And this one? It is a jade gourd I obtained in the secret realm, which possesses its own space and can contain quite a few items, at least 3,000 pounds. Guoda proclaimed. Upon hearing Guoda's claims, Yi Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. 3rd-tier spiritual armor, particularly that of a golden spirit bull, was an extraordinary find within the secret realm. Yi Chen was internally awed, yet maintained an air of calmness. If this set of golden armor were exchanged for points at the task hall, it would likely yield no more than 1,000 points at best. As for the jade gourd, it was precisely what Yi Chen required, serving as a larger storage pouch capable of holding various items, likely fetching several hundred points in the task hall. After all, these treasures were derived from the secret realm, and Guoda was somewhat unaware of their true value. He only understood that these items were of little use to him. He already possessed armor, and this 3rd-tier spiritual armor merely offered enhanced defense. As for storage pouches, Guoda had plenty, rendering this item superfluous for him. Thus he presented it for exchange with Yi Chen. However, he was uncertain whether Yi Chen would ultimately proceed with the trade. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen calmly stated, Let us proceed. You shall give me the items, and we will exchange. Indeed. Guoda nodded fervently, his heart brimming with joy, convinced that he had struck a favorable deal. Yi Chen, meanwhile, remained silent. Although it appeared as though Guoda had come out ahead, Yi Chen was acutely aware of the nuances involved. With mastery over the 7 disciplines, Yi Chen was intimately familiar with the worth of these items, finding them indeed beneficial. The 3rd-tier spiritual armor could effortlessly withstand a strike from a formidable opponent 3 minor realms above him, while the spacious jade gourd would undoubtedly prove invaluable once utilized. Yi Chen harbored great fondness for these items, but chose not to reveal his elation, instead maintaining a composed demeanor. Observing Guoda successfully acquire the lightning talisman and the energy-restoring pill, Hong Yun, positioned nearby, was eager to engage as well. He had also procured a number of treasures within the secret realm, and exchanging them seemed a commendable choice, as he felt that many of these items were of no use to him. I also desire 2 lightning jade talismans and a bottle of Qi restoration elixir, Hong Yun promptly declared. Like Guoda, I am willing to exchange treasures acquired within the secret realm with you. Very well, let us take a look, Yi Chen replied, turning his attention towards Hong Yun. Hong Yun swiftly retrieved a pitch-black plaque from his storage bag, its material shrouded in mystery. This is an ancient plaque, he elaborated. The exact composition remains unknown to me, yet it exudes a profound aura of antiquity. When spiritual energy is infused within, it swiftly manifests into a formidable ancient black sword, allowing for flight. This item is undoubtedly of at least superior quality within the Xian tier, Hong Yun continued to expound. Regardless of his lengthy discourse, Hong Yun's intention remained clear. he sought to establish the rarity and value of his treasure, aiming to instill in Yi Chen the notion that a trade would be immensely advantageous for him. Chapter 78. Matters of the Secret Realm and Truth. Hong Yun felt utterly uncertain, unsure if Yi Chen would agree to the exchange. This superior-grade martial weapon, though impressive, was insufficient. At the task hall, it would yield at most 800 points. Yi Chen shook his head and spoke. When the other party presented this item, Yi Chen's heart had already erupted with astonishment. This was an ancient weapon, one that could be refined to enhance its capabilities. Armed with the Great Thousand Inscription diagram, Yi Chen had learned much about crafting inscriptions, and he envisioned potential applications for this knowledge in the future. The mere thought filled him with exhilaration. Naturally, this was not the only item in Hong Yun's possession. He rummaged through his storage pouch once more, and after some time, he produced a fan crafted from a verdant jade and a bow of golden hue. The jade fan shimmered faintly with spiritual light, while the golden bow, devoid of arrows, could unleash a gust of spiritual energy with a gentle tug, transforming into a projectile that flew towards the enemy, a rare treasure indeed. Yet, it was evident that Hong Yun did not regard these two items with much esteem. Can these two items be added to the exchange? He inquired. I am uncertain what they are. I acquired them within the secret realm. However, given the spiritual light emanating from them, they should not be ordinary. After speaking, Hong Yun glanced at Yi Chen. Very well, Yi Chen nodded. These items appear to be of little value. Otherwise, why would you offer them? Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Hong Yun was overjoyed. To him, exchanging several seemingly useless items for such valuable goods was a stroke of fortune, primarily for the sake of survival. The lightning jade talismans, once affixed to the body, would, when the spiritual energy surged, enable one to escape dozens of yards in an instant. It was precisely because he had purchased a few that they had been saved in a critical moment. Thus, upon arriving here and spotting Yi Chen, they hastened to seek him out for further purchases. After the exchange, both Hong Yun and Guo De appeared exceedingly pleased. Young brother, where did you acquire such an abundance of jade talismans? Have you crafted them yourself? Guo De inquired. Indeed, Yi Chen replied with a slight nod. However, among the younger generation of disciples, none had been heard of possessing such talent. These were third-grade talismans, a rarity even within the inner sect. Might I be so bold as to inquire your name? It would be a pleasure to establish a connection. Hong Yun endeavored to get to know Yi Chen better, but Yi Chen merely shook his head. Since this young brother prefers not to reveal himself, it is likely there are reasons behind it. Should you acquire any fine talismans in the future, do remember to seek us out first, Guo De remarked, refraining from pressing further. Of course, if I come across anything valuable, I shall certainly approach you first. After all, you are so straightforward, and you have acquired such an array of peculiar treasures, which you claim to have obtained from a secret realm. Which realm is that? Yi Chen inquired. The Great Wild Secret Realm, also known as the Thundercloud Valley Secret Realm, is filled with numerous treasures, Guo De replied with a smile. I had no knowledge of such a secret realm. How might one venture there? Yi Chen expressed his curiosity about this mysterious place. That secret realm has already been sealed. It was opened 6 months ago, and only disciples from the outer peak were permitted to enter at that time. However, one must bear both fortune and misfortune alone, Guo De explained. Is that so? Yi Chen felt a tinge of regret, as he had hoped to explore this secret realm himself, especially after witnessing the bountiful treasures that Guo De and Hong Yun had acquired. Nevertheless, another secret realm is set to open soon, and you, young brother, may participate. Hong Yun remarked with a smile directed at Yi Chen. Is that true? Which realm is set to open? Are there any prerequisites for participation? Yi Chen inquired with enthusiasm. Only disciples of the inner and outer peaks of sufficient strength may enter. Those whose power is below the true mansion realm are not allowed. However, it seems that the sect plans to send a substantial number of inner disciples into this secret realm, Hong Yun divulged, having gathered quite a bit of insider information. What kind of secret realm is it, and where is it located? Yi Chen pressed on. This secret realm lies within a mountain gorge in the far west of the Dayu dynasty, known as the Extreme Immortal Secret Realm. It is said to house numerous treasures and opportunities, though dangers are also deeply concealed within. I have heard that many disciples from other sects will participate as well. Guo De responded. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen developed a keen interest in the Extreme Immortal Secret Realm and resolved to explore it. When will this secret realm open? He asked. Approximately a month from now, Hong Yun replied. Very well. Thank you for the information. Chen expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. After all, we are friends. Yun replied with a smile. After exchanging a few more words, Yun and Guoda departed from Chen's stall. The two of them moved to a nearby large tree, occasionally glancing back at Chen. Guoda, what do you think this young man truly is? How could he possess so many second and third grade jade talismans? I suspect that what he displays is merely a fraction of his collection. He must have even more precious talismans, along with an assortment of second and third grade elixirs for replenishing blood, restoring energy, and strengthening one's body, among others. It is truly unexpected, yet he appears to be merely a novice in the true mansion realm. It is quite perplexing. Yun shook his head in bewilderment. Do not be surprised by your confusion. Even I find it somewhat incomprehensible. This young brother is likely just a disciple from the outer peak. Those talismans might have come from some unknown source, Guoda remarked. However, the young brother claimed that these jade talismans were crafted by him, Yun remarked. Do you truly believe his words? Guoda shook his head in response. Regardless, it is of little consequence. Today, we have both acquired what we desired. When the time comes to venture into the extreme immortal secret realm, we shall possess the means to escape. These two lightning jade talismans are more than sufficient to grant us 2 chances at survival. They are indeed invaluable. A smile graced Yun's face. Just moments ago, he had refrained from displaying his joy in the presence of Chen, but now, he fully embraced his elation. Guoda, equally delighted, laughed heartily. As the two reveled in their happiness, they remained oblivious to the approach of 2 figures who were jogging towards them. Chapter 79. Someone is following. Though Guoda and Yun are both disciples from the outer sect, they have attained the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the true mansion realm, making them formidable contenders among their peers, ranking within the top 50. However, such prowess pales in comparison to the inner sect, where some prodigious disciples possess realms that rival those of certain elders. Nonetheless, realm is not the sole metric of a person's worth. Take Chen, for instance, who, despite being at the 1st level of the true mansion realm, shows no fear towards those at the 4th or 5th levels. Should he ascend to the 4th or 5th level himself, he would likely become an invincible force within the true mansion realm. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. Although Chen has only been in the sect for a little over a year, he has made significant progress, transitioning from the sea transformation realm to the true mansion realm, which is no small feat. Isn't that Guoda and Yun? Haven't they just returned from the great wild secret realm a few days ago? What brings them to the dark market? 2 disciples from the Lingshao Academy's outer sect, one in front of the other, hastily approached Guoda and Yun. These 2 are actually Qiuyang and Zheng Shuntai, their juniors. Though their relationship is rather indifferent since they belong to different peaks, Qiuyang and Zheng Shuntai are from the 2nd peak, while Guoda and Yun hail from the 5th. Indeed, it's you two, Guoda, Yun, my senior brothers. I thought you had perished within that secret realm, Zheng Shuntai remarked with a cheerful expression directed at Guoda and Yun. Fortune smiled upon us. We survived and emerged alive, Yun replied with a smile. However, I have heard that 70% of those who ventured into the great wild secret realm perished, and very few managed to return, Qiuyang stated. That is indeed true. Many lives were lost. It is exceedingly perilous inside, Yun affirmed. I have heard that you 2 escaped using a jade talisman that allows instant movement over dozens of paces. Is that true? Qiuyang inquired, his curiosity piqued. So you have heard about it. We did use the lightning jade talisman to escape, Guoda nodded. Yet, I have also heard that the lightning jade talisman is quite difficult to procure. I saw you both coming from that stall. Could that young lad be the seller of the talisman? Qiuyang pointed excitedly toward Chen's location. Indeed, it is he, Yun acknowledged, unashamed to admit it. The talismans this lad crafts truly work. I encountered him during a previous visit to the dark market. He seemed like a newcomer, and with his low realm, I thought he was just a scammer hiding behind a mask. Little did I expect his product to be effective. I must purchase a few, Zheng Shuntai said with a smile as he strode toward Chen. Qiuyang and Zheng Shuntai approached Chen with purposeful strides. Little brother, we require 2 of those lightning talismans. How can we exchange for them? Zheng Shuntai remarked, simultaneously seizing the 2 lightning talismans before Chen. 1,000 points or 200,000 spirit stones. Chen has always maintained this price, fair and square. Very well, I shall take them, Zheng Shuntai replied, promptly transferring 1,000 points to Chen. However, he realized that his own balance had dwindled significantly. With the imminent opening of the extreme immortal secret realm, possessing these 2 lightning talismans would grant him 2 chances to escape, a worthwhile investment indeed. I too desire one, Xiao Yang exclaimed robustly. With their participation, a long queue swiftly formed behind them. After all, most visitors here were disciples from the inner and outer peaks, all well aware that they would soon partake in the extreme immortal secret realm. The sect leader had proclaimed that all disciples who had reached the 1st level of the true mansion realm could participate, but those above the 5th level of the true mansion realm would be excluded. This was primarily to provide opportunities for the newly admitted disciples. After all, those at the 5th level and above were either exceptionally strong disciples from the inner peak or elders from the outer peak. Even the peak masters from the various factions barely reached the 8th or 9th level of the true mansion realm. Yet, despite their formidable levels, those equipped with various magical artifacts and combat treasures were not easily challenged by individuals of the Yuan Dan realm. Right here, this young man's talismans were remarkably effective. During the previous Great Wilderness Secret Realm, Cangyuan and Guoda had relied on his lightning talismans to escape peril. A life-saving treasure indeed. Come, grant me 2. I want one too. Hey, don't push, I was here first. The atmosphere around Yi Chun grew lively as he observed the queue forming. Yi Chun felt somewhat unaccustomed to such attention. Nevertheless, he had an ample supply of talismans. However, the overwhelming demand proved too great. In no time, nearly 100 lightning talismans and several other types had been sold out. Esteemed brothers, I sincerely apologize. Today's talismans have all been sold out. Please do come again another day. Yi Chun cheerfully waved his hand, indicating the stock was truly depleted. Is this true? We have just arrived, and already they are gone. No, I absolutely must have a lightning talisman. A few disciples from the outer peak, anxious about their impending participation in the extreme immortal secret realm, insisted on acquiring 2 lightning talismans that very day. I truly regret it, but we have run out. With that, Yi Chun began to pack up his stall. Witnessing this, the crowd could only disperse. 2 lightning talismans cost 1,000 points. One must admit, the earnings were quite substantial. Having sold nearly 100 lightning talismans along with dozens of other types, such as the golden armored and escape talismans, he had accrued approximately 30,000 points, which included a portion of spirit stones and various other treasures. In summary, today's gains for Yi Chun are exceedingly gratifying, and naturally, he feels a profound sense of joy within. Indeed. After tidying up his stall, Yi Chun, with a beaming smile, remarked as he moved to a less populated corner. While he was reveling in his good fortune, he suddenly sensed 2 presences behind him, keenly focused on him. It appears that someone has set their sights on him. Given the multitude of treasures he possesses, today has been a bountiful harvest, with a substantial accumulation of points, hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, and a considerable number of formidable war armors. It is entirely reasonable for someone to target him. Unfazed, Yi Chun, although aware of the 2 individuals trailing him, silently descended the mountain. Once he reached the base, the 2 presences stealthily followed in his wake. Yi Chun suddenly quickened his pace, and the 2 figures behind him hastily accelerated in pursuit. Whenever Yi Chun sped up, they matched his pace. Whenever he slowed, they did as well, revealing their ill intentions. Chapter 80. The summons of the master. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Chun remained unperturbed.
Fully aware that his pursuers intended to ambush him in a secluded area at the foot of the mountain to seize the treasures that adorned him.
As he traversed an expansive, deserted stretch, the 2 individuals behind him quickened their pace, drawing perilously closer. In a moment of decisive action, Yi Chun summoned a lightning talisman, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. By the time the 2 would-be assailants arrived at the spot where Yi Chun had stood, he had long since disappeared. Alas, he managed to escape. One of the disciples from the outer peak exclaimed. A look of frustration etched across his face as he gazed at the direction in which Yi Chun had fled. Regardless of his identity, we have allowed him to slip through our fingers. It is evident he was aware of our presence all along. What a pity. The treasures he possesses will ultimately elude us, remarked a man clad in a crimson robe, his expression grave. Indeed, had we captured him, all his possessions would have been ours, various talismans, and a substantial amount of points. However, he has now retreated to the territory among the 5 outer peaks. Pursuing him further is simply impossible, responded another man donning a grayish-blue robe. The 2 men sighed in unison. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, having used the talisman to transform into a phantom tiger, returned to his secluded chamber. No sooner had he settled down to meditate and prepare for a month of diligent cultivation in anticipation of the forthcoming extreme immortal secret realm than a flurry of hurried footsteps resonated outside his abode. Perplexed, Yi Chun wondered who could be visiting at such an hour. There were only a few senior sisters among the 3 peaks. Could it be one of them? Or perhaps the master had come. Yet, after being placed here, the master had not intervened since. Could it truly be the master? Yi Chun, Yi Chun. A familiar voice called from outside. A graceful figure soon appeared before him. Junior sister, what brings you here? Yi Chun asked, bemused as he recognized Bai Lingye. Why couldn't it be me? Bai Lingye shot back, giving him a pointed look. Is there something you need, junior sister? Yi Chun inquired with curiosity. Nothing of great importance. A junior sister like me shouldn't be here under normal circumstances. Follow me, Bai Lingye commanded. Follow you? To where? Yi Chun responded, bewildered. The master wishes to see you. Bai Lingye replied. The master wishes to see me? Surely not. Isn't the master on the 3rd peak? Yi Chun questioned. Having assumed that the master had not been present on the 3rd peak during his year-long stay, as he had never encountered the master. Just follow me. There's no need for so much chatter, Bai Lingye admonished him with an exasperated glare. Yi Chun wore an expression of helplessness. With the little junior sister's insistence, he had no choice but to follow her towards the lofty peak of the 3rd summit. The peak where their master resided was known as Luzhu Peak. However, their master spent the majority of her time away from Lingshao Academy. Why is that? Yi Chun inquired curiously. It is because our master has a mission. She needs to monitor the movements of the evil demon temple, Bai Lingye replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's expression turned grave. Is there something significant happening at the evil demon temple recently? He asked, turning his gaze towards Bai Lingye. The evil demon temple has always harbored ambitious designs. I cannot ascertain if there are any major movements, Bai Lingye responded. Very well, Yi Chun nodded in acceptance. As they approached Luzhu Peak, the spiritual energy surged around them, even more concentrated than that found in Yi Chun's own cave dwelling. Indeed, this was a splendid place for cultivation. Bai Lingye led Yi Chun into a vast cave within Luzhu Peak. This is our master's residence, she announced. Master, I have brought Yi Chun to you, Bai Lingye declared. Upon entering the depths of the residence, Yi Chun beheld Mu Bai Shui seated upon a cultivation platform, immersed in her practice. Upon hearing Bai Lingye's voice, Mu Bai Shui slowly opened her eyes and glanced at Yi Chun and Bai Lingye. Yi Chun, you have arrived, she spoke softly. I pay my respects to you, master. Yi Chun quickly bowed. After more than a year, he finally had the chance to see his master again. Yet, he harbored a significant amount of resentment. For after being placed here over a year ago, she had neglected him, an inevitability that stirred discontent within his heart. Please, rise, Mu Bai Shui urged. After Yi Chun had paid his respects, he gazed earnestly at Mu Bai Shui, noticing her pale complexion and the chaotic spiritual energy surrounding her, which was evidently not normal. Master, what has happened to you? You appear so weak, Yi Chun said, concern etched across his face. I am fine, Mu Bai Shui replied with a smile. What do you mean you are fine? You have clearly been poisoned by the vile people of the evil demon temple. How long do you intend to conceal this? Bai Lingye interjected, casting a glance at Mu Bai Shui. Mu Bai Shui shot a cold glare at Bai Lingye. Nonsense. Who permitted you to speak of this matter? She admonished sternly. Master, Bai Lingye attempted to say more. Enough. You may leave now. Do not speak further, Mu Bai Shui insisted, her gaze fixed on Bai Lingye. But master, your condition cannot be delayed any longer. I plan to participate in the extreme immortal secret realm this time. And I am confident I can retrieve the 5-star Qi-Yuan fruit for you, Bai Lingye declared earnestly to Mu Bai Shui. How absurd. The extreme celestial secret realm is exclusively for disciples at the initial to 3rd levels of the true realm. It is primarily intended for newly admitted students. You have far surpassed this level and must not attend. Mu Bai Shui admonished Bai Lingye with a fierce gaze. I can suppress my own realm. Master, please allow me to go, Bai Lingye pleaded earnestly. Enough. I have matters to discuss with Yi Chun, and I insist you refrain from mentioning this again. Mu Bai Shui waved her hand dismissively, hoping to quell further discussion on the subject. But there are no buts. Mu Bai Shui glared at Bai Lingye. Reluctantly, Bai Lingye nodded and departed. Once she was gone, Mu Bai Shui gently shook her head and let out a resigned sigh. That girl is still so difficult to manage. Yi Chun, do not heed her nonsense. I am perfectly fine. Mu Baixue sought to alleviate Yi Chen's concerns. Master, are you truly unscathed? Your aura is unstable, and it seems your realm has diminished. If you claim to be well, I find that hard to believe, Yi Chen interjected. My matters do not concern you. I summoned you here today. Do you know the purpose behind it? Mu Baixue smiled as she gazed at Yi Chun. Chapter 81. Bestowal of Mastery. Yi Chun, oblivious to the underlying intentions, shook his head in response. The reason for summoning you today is that I have neglected you for over a year, primarily due to my uncertainty regarding which techniques and mental disciplines would befit you. It appears to me that you harbor a secret, as you seem to be practicing an exceedingly profound martial art. Thus, I have hesitated to impart to you the ultimate skills of the third peak, remarked Mu Baixue with a smile. Upon hearing her words, Yi Chun felt a sudden jolt within. He had been concealing his true self, yet he had not anticipated that Mu Baixue could see through him so effortlessly. Do not be anxious. I bear you no ill will, nor shall I divulge your secret to others. I remain uncertain whether you are more suited for fire or water attribute techniques. If I were to teach you the wrong method, it could potentially hinder your innate talent. Hence, I have been deliberating for some time without imparting the techniques and mental disciplines of our peak, she continued. Have you ever harbored grievances against your master? Mu Baixue gazed at Yi Chen intently. Absolutely not. Yi Chen quickly shook his head. Do not deceive yourself. I can see the truth in your eyes, she chuckled. Noticing that Mu Baixue held no malicious intent towards him and seemed indifferent about his secret, Yi Chen gradually relaxed. Come with me. Today, I shall impart to you the two supreme techniques of the third peak. Should you master these arts, you will undoubtedly stand tall among the 5 peaks, becoming one of the strongest disciples among them. This is my aspiration as your master, Mu Baixue said, her eyes filled with earnest hope. I shall not disappoint you. Master, Yi Chen affirmed with a resolute nod. Follow me, Mu Baixue commanded, wielding a crimson sword as she stepped beyond the palace grounds. Upon reaching a spacious, secluded area, she slowly drew forth her sword. What is this, master? Yi Chen inquired, puzzled. I am about to demonstrate a sword technique for you, known as the Long Sky Thunder Sword Technique. This technique inherently channels the thunder of heaven and earth, awakening the spirit of nature. It comprises 19 forms. Pay close attention. For the future propagation of this art rests upon your shoulders, Mu Baixue said, her gaze filled with anticipation. Yi Chen nodded earnestly, with the sword raised. Let the thunder roar. Boom. Brilliant arcs of lightning danced upon the fiery red hilt. Mu Baixue soared into the sky, shattering the surrounding clouds under the force of the lightning and sword light. As the vast expanse of white clouds dissipated over thousands of miles, Yi Chen stood in awe, captivated by the sheer ferocity and dominance of the technique. If he could master this sword art and progress beyond the 10th form, defeating cultivators of the 6th or 7th realm would be well within his grasp. Once the demonstration was complete, Mu Baixue sheathed her crimson sword and descended gracefully from the clouds. As soon as she approached Yi Chen, her legs weakened, and she nearly collapsed. Yi Chen swiftly rushed forward to support Mu Baixue. Master, are you all right? He asked with deep concern. I am fine. What could possibly be wrong? You need not worry, Mu Baixue replied, forcing her spiritual energy to circulate within her meridians. However, Yi Chen could clearly see that the flow of her energy was significantly slower than usual, even lagging behind his own, which was evidently alarming. Between the peaks, thousands of giant clouds shattered, revealing a cerulean sky. Yet, before long, a gentle breeze swept by, and vast clouds once again veiled the heavens. I just executed the Long Sky Thunder Sword technique, comprising a total of 19 forms, which I have previously shared with you. At present, I can only perform 17. In the nearly 1,000 years since the establishment of the Ling Shao Academy, only the founder of the Fuyun sect and the unparalleled genius Lai Yongguang from 500 years ago have achieved mastery of all 19 forms. I hope you will strive to surpass your master and successfully cultivate all 19 forms, Mu Baixue urged, her spirit unwavering. I shall do my utmost. Yi Chen responded with a nod. Come closer. I will impart to you the complete Long Sky Thunder Sword technique and another martial arts manual. The Qing Niu Shi Divine Technique. Mu Baixue beckoned to Yi Chen, who hurried to her side. She gently extended her delicate finger, pointing towards him. A stream of exquisite milky light slowly penetrated Yi Chen's mind. In an instant, a torrent of vast information surged into the depths of his consciousness, overwhelming him momentarily. Once he absorbed this influx, the incantations for both the Qing divine technique and the Long Sky Thundersword technique were conveyed into his sea of awareness. Both techniques were classified as low-grade Earth-level martial arts, exceptionally formidable within the entirety of the Ling Xiao Academy. At this moment, as Mu Baixue poured all her martial knowledge into Yi Chen, he could not help but feel profoundly moved. This kindness was something he could never forget. Initially, after arriving here, he felt somewhat neglected by his master, but now he deeply understood her intentions. Mu Baixue had been quietly observing his every move, hoping to assist him. It was only yesterday that she realized the severity of her own poisoning, prompting her to urgently summon Yi Chen to impart her entire knowledge to him. Yi Chen, come help me to the palace. My vital energy is depleted, and I am utterly weak, Mu Baixue implored. Yes, Yi Chen responded promptly, moving to support her as they made their way to the palace. Upon arriving, Mu Baixue's complexion turned ashen, and greenish veins appeared on her arm, indicating that the poison had worsened. Master, the toxins within your body are beginning to corrode your health. I must seek out senior sister. Yi Chen exclaimed anxiously. Do not go. Mu Baixue hurriedly grasped Yi Chen's hand, preventing him from leaving. Master, given your condition, how can you still stop me from calling for help? Yi Chen implored, filled with urgency. Do not cause a commotion for everyone. I can resolve this issue myself, my disciple, Mu Baixue asserted, attempting to summon a surge of true energy to suppress the insidious poison within her. However, as she summoned the energy, she suddenly expelled a mouthful of dark blood, her breath weakening significantly, and the world around her began to blur. Moments later, she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 82. The Demonic Heart Poison Master. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Chen was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of urgency. He forcefully channeled a stream of spiritual energy into Mu Baixue's body, yet it was swiftly dismantled by the toxins within her. If this continued, the poison would infiltrate her meridians, leading to dire consequences. Realizing this, Yi Chen disregarded all else, biting his finger to let a drop of his blood fall onto her forehead. Instantly, the blood was absorbed by Mu Baixue's physique, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that penetrated her body. This formidable force immediately dispelled the powerful toxins, enveloping her heart meridian and preventing the poison from harming her dantian and primary heart channel. Were it not for Yi Chen's drop of blood, Mu Baixue would not have survived beyond 3 days. However, even with this protective essence, she could only endure for 3 months at most. Thus, within this limited time frame, it was imperative to locate the 5-star Qi fruit that the junior sister had mentioned. Master, please awaken, do not fall asleep, Yi Chen implored anxiously. Responding to Yi Chen's cries, a figure rushed in from outside. It was none other than Bai Lingyi. Master, what has happened? Bai Lingyi exclaimed as she approached Mu Baixue, shaking her body in an attempt to rouse her. Yet, Mu Baixue remained unresponsive. After Master imparted to me the Longkong Wanlei sword technique, the toxins invaded, and she fainted upon returning to the palace, Yi Chen said, his head bowed in sorrow. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingyi became frantic, relentlessly channeling spiritual energy into Mu Baixue's body, but to no avail. This is the manifestation of the demonic heart poison. It is your fault for insisting on having Master teach you the martial arts. Why can't you be more considerate? Bai Lingyi spoke out of genuine concern, her anxiety spilling over into reproach. Yi Chen deeply understood Bai Lingyi's feelings at this moment. Therefore, he remained silent, absorbing the weight of it all. Junior sister, what shall we do in this situation? Perhaps we should summon the best Xian physician in the sect to detoxify Master? Yi Chen suggested, looking towards Bai Lingyi. Given the current predicament, we must call upon my father. She replied, you stay here with Master. I shall return shortly. With that, Bai Lingyi vanished in a flash, her speed akin to lightning. At the 6th level of the True Mansion realm, Bai Lingyi's prowess was nearly on par with the Peak Masters. However, in the True Mansion realm, each ascent in level exponentially amplifies one's power. While the major Peak Masters had already reached the 8th or 9th levels of the True Mansion realm, drawing closer to the Yuan Dan realm. Attaining the Yuan Dan realm would allow one to dominate a domain and become a formidable ruler. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's thoughts wandered to the matters concerning the extreme, immortal secret realm. It seemed the sect intended to unlock the gates to the secret realm, allowing more disciples to enter, surely for a significant reason. After Bai Lingye departed, Yi Chen remained steadfastly by his master's side. In less than a quarter of an hour, 2 or 3 figures descended from the surrounding peaks and swiftly approached Mu Bai Shui and Yi Chen. "Father, please save master," Bai Lingye implored anxiously. "She has been afflicted by the soul-crushing poison, and without treatment, she is doomed." Beside Bai Lingye stood a man clad in a simple azure robe, adorned with a purple golden crown, and wearing blue long boots embellished with exquisite spirit stones. These spirit stones, of the highest quality, could enhance his speed while in motion. Yi Chen did not recognize this middle-aged man, but sensed his formidable cultivation, having long since broken into the true mansion realm and entered the Yuan Dan stage. This man was none other than Bai Lingye's father, Bai Fuqi, the esteemed head of Lingxiao Academy. He had entered the Yuan Dan realm several decades prior, yet had only reached the second level of Yuan Dan. Progressing through the stages of Yuan Dan was exceedingly arduous, but he was still a figure of considerable respect, renowned as a master within the Daiyu dynasty. Accompanying Bai Fuqi was a distinguished middle-aged woman dressed in a flowing purple gown, her demeanor radiating a frigid elegance. A golden hairpin nestled within her tresses suggested her affinity for beauty. She was Su Miaoyan, the most skilled healer at Lingxiao Academy, a 5th-grade physician capable of curing virtually any ailment within the true mansion realm. "Miaoyan, please assess Bai Shui's condition," Bai Fuqi urged. Upon seeing Bai Fuqi and Su Miaoyan, Yi Chen felt the weight of their power and recognized their esteemed status, bowing respectfully as they entered. Bai Fuqi waved his hand gently at Yi Chen, signaling him to forego such formalities. Su Miaoyan approached Mu Bai Shui, placing her hands upon her body to evaluate her condition. Moments later, she withdrew her hands with a grave expression. "What is the condition of my master?" Bai Lingye asked anxiously, her gaze fixed intently on Su Miaoyan. The latter shook her head repeatedly. "Bai Shui's condition is dire, master," she declared, looking towards Bai Fuqi. "Master?" Yi Chen was taken aback, realizing that the individual before him was indeed the head of Lingxiao Academy. "What precisely is the matter? Please elaborate," Bai Fuqi inquired. Concern etched on his face. Chief Mu's meridians have been completely overtaken by the soul-crushing poison, rendering her unable to activate her spiritual energy. If she attempts to forcefully utilize her power, it will only lead to the severing of her meridians. However, it is peculiar that a mysterious energy surrounds her vital meridians and heart, safeguarding her divine essence and maintaining a semblance of normalcy, Su Miaoyan explained. Bai Fuqi found this revelation equally astonishing. If it were not for the enigmatic energy that offers protection, Master Mu would not survive beyond 3 days. However, with this mystical energy, he is expected to endure for approximately 3 months. After conducting her examination, Su Miaoyan stated, 3 months. Is there no way to save my master? Tears streamed down Bai Lingye's face as she spoke. I am truly powerless. Only by refining the 5-star primordial fruit into the 5-star detox pill can the poison throughout his body be alleviated. There is no other solution, Su Miaoyan replied. But the 5-star primordial fruit is located within the extreme immortal secret realm, which will open next month. At this moment, Bai Lingye's heart was consumed by a singular thought. She must participate in the extreme immortal secret realm. Father, I wish to enter the extreme immortal secret realm, Bai Lingye declared. Chapter 83. Details of the secret realm. Upon hearing these words, Bai Fuqi's expression turned stern as he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Bai Lingye. This is sheer folly. The extreme celestial secret realm is a domain designated for novice disciples. You have been cultivating at the 3rd peak for many years. Your realm has long surpassed the 5th layer of the true mansion. You cannot go, he stated coldly. I can suppress my own cultivation, lowering it to the 3rd layer of the true mansion, Bai Lingye retorted. Unacceptable, Bai Fuqi replied with icy indifference. Observing the resolute determination etched on Bai Fuqi's face, Bai Lingye realized that her desire to venture forth was futile. You are surely aware of the consequences of forcibly suppressing your realm. Should the secret realm detect it, you would be utterly crushed. Such an endeavor is utterly inadvisable, do you understand? The Master's insistence is for your own good, Su Miaoyan interjected. But what shall we do about Master's poison? Bai Lingye inquired, turning her gaze toward Bai Fuqi. Other disciples from our sect will enter the secret realm in search of the 5-star origin fruit, Bai Fuqi assured her. Moreover, the evil demon temple will undoubtedly dispatch a significant number of disciples into the secret realm. They are concocting a grand conspiracy. The significance of this secret realm's opening cannot be overstated. The master intends for all disciples from both the inner and outer peaks to participate, to uncover the evil demon temple's schemes and thwart them. Although they are formidable, our disciples are not to be underestimated, Su Miaoyan elaborated. I have faith that Bai Shui will surely overcome this challenge. The expedition into the extreme celestial secret realm will undoubtedly yield disciples who can retrieve the 5-star origin fruit. As we are unable to provide healing, we must allow Bai Shui to rest here for the time being, Bai Fuqi concluded. Allow me to take her back to Qingguang Peak for proper care. It is the most suitable place for her recovery, Su Miaoyan suggested. You are a 5th-rank mystical physician. You shall oversee Bai Shui's care during this period. Thank you for your efforts, Bai Fuqi remarked. It is no trouble at all. It is my duty. Bai Shui and I share a close bond, Su Miaoyan replied. After a brief moment, Su Miaoyan departed with Mu Bai Shui. You are Yi Chen. I am aware of this. Bai Fuqi addressed him. I am the master of the Lingxiao Academy, and the individual you just saw is Su Miaoyan, the mystical physician. Young one, do you wish to participate in the extreme celestial secret realm? Of course, I intend to participate. I am confident that I will retrieve the 5-star origin fruit. Yi Chen asserted with unwavering conviction. Excellent. I have great expectations for you. Bai Fuqi responded. After exchanging a few more words, Bai Fuqi took his leave. Once he had departed, Bai Lingye prepared to follow suit. Junior sister, please do not leave just yet, Yi Chen called out to Bai Lingye. Why? Bai Lingye inquired. Her expression, one of curiosity. I would like to ask you about the extreme celestial secret realm, Yi Chen said, turning his attention towards her. Although he had previously inquired about the secrets of the extreme immortal realm, he remained skeptical about the reliability of the information and wished to hear it from his junior sister, who was undoubtedly well-versed in the matter. Are you truly intending to venture into the extreme immortal realm? Given your current cultivation level, having just reached the true mansion stage, it may prove quite perilous. Remarked Bai Lingye. Isn't the restriction set for those below the 3rd level of the true mansion stage? I have yet to attain that level, Yi Chen replied confidently. However, I have heard that within the realm, there are individuals from the evil temple who can suppress their own cultivation levels through certain methods. It is likely that even masters at the 6th or 7th level of the true mansion stage can infiltrate it, though the probability is rather low, which is why I yearn to go. Unfortunately, my father forbids it, Bai Lingye expressed with evident frustration. She was determined to embark on this journey. Yet her high cultivation level posed an obstacle. You should remain here and occasionally check on our master. I promise to bring back the 5-star chi source fruit for you. However, once inside the realm, are there any precautions I should take? Please, enlighten me about the extreme immortal realm, Yi Chen implored, gazing at Bai Lingye. Very well. I shall share what I know, Bai Lingye replied. Did you know that the extreme immortal realm opens once every 8 years? The next opening is less than a month away. I sincerely hope it begins soon. Our master's affliction cannot be delayed. Regardless of who ultimately retrieves the 5-star chi source fruit, it matters not. Bai Lingye's heart raced with urgency. I've heard that only those above the true mansion stage may enter the realm. However, if individuals at the true mansion stage can enter, then those above the 3rd level of the true mansion should be excluded. That restriction seems rather limited, Yi Chen remarked. Moreover, many disciples from the outer peaks have not yet reached the true mansion stage. Where did you hear such information? That is not accurate. As long as one is at or below the 3rd level of the true mansion stage, they are permitted to enter the realm. Nonetheless, most participants range from the 7th level of the sea transformation stage to the 3rd level of the true mansion stage. Those with insufficient cultivation often become mere cannon fodder. Bai Lingye clarified. Yi Chen, naturally, lacked the depth of understanding regarding the realm that Bai Lingye possessed. What is the mortality rate? He inquired. The mortality rate in past sessions has exceeded 50%, meaning half of the disciples perish within the realm. Consequently, the Lingxiao Academy recruits disciples annually from various towns. Bai Lingye explained. It must be said that the extreme immortal realm is exceedingly perilous. Originally, only disciples from the Lingxiao Academy were allowed to participate, or those from other sects invited by the Academy. Each session typically involves nearly 1,000 participants, with half being from our sect and the other half from invited sections. However, during the previous session, disciples of the evil temple suddenly emerged within the secret realm, launching a brutal massacre against the disciples of various righteous sections. The casualties were severe, inflicting a significant blow to our sect's vitality. Since then, the number of disciples from other sects participating in our invitations has notably diminished, remarked by Lingya. Upon hearing her words, Chen felt a sense of astonishment. He had not anticipated such perilous circumstances. Nonetheless, despite the dangers, Chen felt compelled to attend, driven by his concern for his master and junior sister, as well as the responsibilities he bore as a direct disciple of the third peak. Is there not only one entrance to the secret realm? How could the disciples of the evil temple gain entry, especially since this entrance is overseen by the Lingxiao Academy? Chen was still aware of this fundamental information. Indeed, initially, the leaders and elders of our sect were skeptical about this matter, as they found it hard to believe that disciples of the evil temple could enter through our designated entrance. However, after thorough investigation, it was revealed that the evil temple had discovered an alternative entry into the extreme immortal secret realm, located within their jurisdiction, by Lingya explained. Chapter 84. Mount Tiandu. Upon hearing this, Chen's heart grew heavy. The evil demon temple had become increasingly powerful in recent years, expanding its territory significantly. It seemed they harbored ambitions to engulf the Lingxiao Academy. With such intentions, the Lingxiao Academy likely shared similar thoughts. Both factions were formidable. However, it appeared that the evil demon temple had begun to overshadow the Lingxiao Academy. It was evident that during this expedition to the extreme immortal secret realm, the evil demon temple would undoubtedly dispatch more formidable disciples to undermine the Lingxiao Academy. The mere thought of this filled Chen with deep apprehension. Indeed, they would seize any opportunity to suppress righteous sects, and their recent surge in strength was intrinsically linked to the extreme immortal secret realm, Bai Lingye remarked. Is that so? Why do you assert that? Chen inquired, his curiosity piqued. It is because they discovered the entrance to the extreme immortal secret realm and infiltrated it, which allowed them to unearth a particularly malevolent substance known as demon-rupturing liquid. They have utilized this liquid to concoct the deadly poison of the world and the heart-rending demonic poison, which afflicts our master, Bai Lingye replied solemnly. Upon hearing this, Chen's mood darkened further. So it is true, the evil demon temple is utterly despicable. Once I enter the secret realm and encounter their vile disciples, I will certainly unleash a massacre. Indeed, eradicate them all, but do remember to safeguard yourself, the junior sister cautioned. Rest assured, I shall exercise caution. Chen replied with a smile. Once inside, your primary objective must be to seek the 5-star origin fruit. This fruit can be refined into the 5-star poison cleansing pill, which can neutralize the poison afflicting our master. It is said that there is more than one of these fruits. However, they too will be a target for the evil demon temple, just as the demon-rupturing liquid is our objective, Bai Lingye stated. Should we aim to destroy the demon-rupturing liquid? Chen asked. Not necessarily. Bringing it back could also suffice. We could develop antidotes to combat the evil demon temple or employ poison against poison. Although it is a deadly liquid, it may serve a salvific purpose in the right hands, Bai Lingye explained. Understood. Chen nodded earnestly. After discussing further, Chen gained a more profound understanding of the circumstances surrounding the extreme immortal secret realm. He resolved to return to his cave dwelling to cultivate the sword technique imparted by his master, striving to elevate his realm to the second level of Zhenfu before the opening of the secret realm. Additionally, he intended to prepare further, refining more talismans for escape and defense, and crafting more flying illusions, ensuring that the more means he had for survival, the longer he could remain within, thus acquiring greater treasures. Little junior sister, I have committed everything you instructed to memory. I shall now return to seclusion, for I have less than a month to become stronger, Chen declared. Very well, I am counting on you, Bai Lingye responded, stepping forward to lightly pat his shoulder. Chen nodded with a smile and proceeded towards the exit of the master's palace. However, after only a few steps, Bai Lingye called out to him once more, leaving Chen somewhat perplexed. Is there anything else you wish to convey, little junior sister? He inquired. Indeed, I almost forgot to mention another matter. After acquiring the demon-splitting liquid, the evil demon temple has not only concocted the sinister demonic heart poison, but has also achieved a new breakthrough. They have created a toxic beast known as the demon-splitting toxic beast. Bai Lingyi explained. This beast is something I have yet to encounter. You must exercise caution, she cautioned, her repeated warnings indicating her deep concern for Yi Chen. Understood. I will be careful, Yi Chen assured her, and this time he truly departed from the master's palace. Upon returning, Yi Chen immediately entered seclusion, as time was of the essence, and he needed to seize every moment. He first visited the mission hall, for he needed to prepare for the secret realm, requiring numerous supplies. His points had dwindled significantly, and he expended nearly all of his hundreds of thousands of spirit stones to purchase essential materials. Both his points and spirit stones were nearing depletion. Once home, Yi Chen devoted himself to relentless cultivation. With each passing day, he made remarkable progress. And just 3 days before the opening of the extreme celestial secret realm, he ascended to the second level of the true mansion realm. In preparation for this secret realm, Yi Chen had meticulously crafted numerous jade talismans and equipped himself with the Chinko Crescent Moon Sword, a treasured gift from his master, along with the Sanren Sword. Furthermore, he had mastered the 6th form of the Chongkong Wan Lei Sword technique, a commendable achievement within a month. The extreme celestial secret realm lay 300 miles north of the Lingxiao Academy, necessitating their departure a day in advance. That afternoon, Yi Chen arrived at a vast chasm beneath the Tiandu Peak, where thick mist swirled and abundant spiritual energy flowed. The richness of the spiritual energy here surpassed even that of the third peak, an extraordinary phenomenon. Swish, swish, swish. Shadows darted towards him. In a matter of moments, Yi Chen observed over 100 individuals racing to this location, the majority being disciples from both the inner and outer peaks, with a few from the outer sect as well. Among the throng of disciples, Yi Chen distinguished himself, as the requirement was to be below the 3rd level of the true mansion realm. However, he noticed that many disciples exuded formidable auras, having suppressed their realms through special means. Yet, those who had chosen to suppress their realms were not numerous. While this method carries certain risks, their decision to do so suggests they possess a measure of confidence. In regard to such matters, Yi Chen naturally could not intervene. Soon, amidst the high skies, auspicious clouds appeared, revealing the presence of the 3 esteemed peak masters from the 5 peaks. With serene smiles and solemn expressions, they gazed down upon the multitude of disciples below. This year's gathering boasted a greater number of disciples compared to previous years. The Grand Peak Master, Lin Yuxiao, remarked, "That is only to be expected. This time, as long as the inner and outer peaks meet the requirements, all may participate, hence the increase in numbers." Observing below, I noticed some disciples had suppressed their realms, eager to test their mettle. Fortunately, the crowd was not overwhelming, and I felt no inclination to intervene. The second peak master, Zhou Bagong, chuckled, "Let us hope that this time, a disciple among them can secure the 5-star Cangyuan fruit. After all, we cannot afford any further delays with Bai Shui's situation. We must hasten our efforts." The 5th peak master, Zhang O, added. Chapter 85. The 5-star Yuanlong Mountain. Zhang O's concerns mirrored those of the peak masters. "Let us hasten to open the passage," said the Grand Peak Master, Lin Yuxiao. "Very well," Zhou Bagong replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. The 3 of them simultaneously thrust their palms forward, channeling powerful spiritual energy into the passageway deep within the ravine. In an instant, brilliant rays of light surged forth from the entrance. The disciples below were utterly astonished at the sight. They had all mustered their strength, eager to enter the secret realm and reap abundant rewards, having heard tales of the numerous treasures within. "Young brother, I do not believe we have met before. You must be a new disciple," a cheerful outer peak disciple approached. Recognizing Yi Chen, though he was not known to Yi Chen, upon closer inspection, Yi Chen realized it was Hong Yun, the one who had previously purchased his lightning jade talisman. "Indeed, senior brother," Yi Chen replied with a smile. "Do you know why so many disciples are participating this time? If my memory serves me right, during the last opening of the extreme immortal secret realm, there were fewer than 1,000 participants, yet this time, nearly 2,000 are taking part," Hong Yun remarked with a grin. Hong Yun was quite talkative, and upon joining Yi Chen, he began to speak at length. Listening to his incessant chatter made Yi Chen contemplate rising to leave, but ultimately, he managed to keep his composure. Given that Hong Yun had been at Lingxiao Academy for a considerable time, he possessed a wealth of knowledge about the extreme immortal secret realm, making him a valuable source of information for Yi Chen. Yi Chen posed several inquiries regarding the extreme immortal secret realm, and Hong Yun graciously shared all that he knew. This time, entering the extreme immortal secret realm, not only are countless spiritual herbs and treasures awaiting, but there are also 3 grand rewards within the sect. Are you aware of this? Hong Yun asked with a smile. Yi Chen shook his head, genuinely unaware of these details. You must also know that the evil demon temple has opened another passage to enter the extreme immortal secret realm. Once we are inside, we may very well encounter the nefarious disciples of the temple. If we can slay them, there are rewards of 100,000 points in the true mansion realm and 50,000 points in the transformative sea realm. Quite enticing, wouldn't you agree? Hong Yun said with a grin. Indeed, Hong Yun's information was quite astute, and through him, Yi Chen learned a great deal. The allure was undeniable. 100,000 points could be exchanged for numerous treasures at the task hall. Yi Chen expressed his excitement. Absolutely. Furthermore, there's a second reward. You should know that the evil demon temple has discovered the liquid of rending demons within. If we can retrieve it, each portion is worth 100,000 points. However, the location of the liquid is likely guarded by personnel from the evil demon temple, so attempting to retrieve it would entail considerable risk. There will surely be disciples willing to take the chance. After all, each reward is 100,000 points, Yi Chen replied. In addition, there exists a third reward, the 5-star origin fruit, which grants the fortunate recipient a bounty of 200,000 points. Upon the announcement of this news, the disciples from the various peaks were filled with immense excitement, resulting in an overwhelming number of participants, for it is said that fortune favors the bold. Should one emerge alive from this endeavor, a significant elevation in their realm is assured within a short span of time. In essence, what Hong Yun conveyed was indeed worthwhile. As the two engaged in their conversation, they beheld the entrance in the sky, which, under the augmentation of the 3-peak master spiritual energy, formed a colossal vortex. Disciples, the passage has been opened. You may enter forthwith, proclaimed the Grand Master Lin Yushao in a booming voice. Yes, the multitude of disciples responded in unison. Subsequently, figures leapt into the enormous vortex one after another. Within the vortex, there existed an immense tension that would propel them to disparate locations once they entered. Yi Chen cast a glance at Hong Yun beside him. Xixiang, shall we proceed inside? Yi Chen inquired. Indeed, Hong Yun nodded in agreement. The two then leapt into the vortex, where the formidable tension thrust Yi Chen into a specific area. Before him lay a realm of chaotic hues. Once tranquility resumed, Yi Chen surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a remarkably expansive space, yet devoid of any other souls. It seems we have been dispersed into different regions upon entering the passage. Moreover, this extreme immortal secret realm is indeed vast, Yi Chen murmured. In preparation for this journey into the extreme immortal secret realm, Yi Chen had undertaken extensive groundwork. In addition to an array of jade talismans, golden armor, and defensive weapons, he had also spent 1,000 points in the task hall to procure a complete map of the extreme immortal secret realm. This map was replicated from the experiences of past disciples who had successfully emerged from this realm, documenting all the areas they had traversed. However, even with this map, it only represented a fraction of the extreme immortal secret realm, approximately 1/3, as another third lay under the control of the evil demon temple, while the remaining third consisted of deeper regions rarely visited. Yi Chen produced this complete map, and at that moment, a point of light began to flicker upon it, indicating his current position. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the location he occupied was known as the Ethereal Valley, which appeared flat yet was, in fact, a valley. Within this valley, there were numerous small peaks, atop which grew various spiritual fruits. However, these were merely first-tier spiritual fruits, offering little assistance to Yi Chen, who regarded them with disdain. Surveying his surroundings, Yi Chen cast a glance around, then meandered through the vicinity. The expanse of the Ethereal Valley was not extensive. However, his destination lay beyond its borders. After meticulous scrutiny of the map, he confirmed the location known as the 5-star Primordial Dragon Mountain. His purpose for venturing there was clear. The coveted 5-star primordial fruit resided atop that mountain. Yet, a formidable beast of the blood transformation realm guarded this fruit. Previously, Yi Chen had vanquished a beast of the same realm, and, having refined his own abilities, he possessed the strength to contend with adversaries of the 5th or 6th realm, despite his current cultivation being merely at the 2nd level of the true abode. Thus, his objective was unwavering, to obtain the 5-star primordial fruit. The distance to the 5-star primordial dragon mountain stretched over 1,000 kilometers. He mused, if I travel in this manner, even at a leisurely pace, it will take approximately 5 days. Furthermore, the journey promised to be fraught with challenges, as he was likely to encounter numerous obstacles along the way, including demonic beasts and malevolent practitioners. Chapter 86. Encountering the Evil Cultivator. In summary, Chen must exercise utmost caution. As Chen entered the secret realm, Lin Yuyao and Zhou Bagong stood atop a mountain, their gazes intently fixed on the entrance to the secret realm. I believe I just saw Chen enter, Lin Yuyao remarked. Is that so? Zhou Bagong replied. That lad has only recently stepped into the true mansion realm. What could he possibly be doing inside? It's far too perilous, Zhang O said with a grave expression. While the group engaged in conversation, Bai Fuqi approached them. Upon seeing the palace master, they quickly bowed in respect. Palace master, it's dire news. We've seen that young man Chen enter as well, the direct disciple of Bai Shui. However, it's apparent he has just recently ascended to the 2nd level of the true mansion realm. The dangers within are immense. Although the entry is restricted to the 3rd level of the true mansion realm, many malevolent beings possess strength comparable to those in the 5th or 6th levels. Moreover, the evil demon temple will undoubtedly employ secret techniques to suppress the realms of those wicked disciples, allowing even more formidable individuals to infiltrate, Zhou Bagong added. I have faith in Chen's capabilities. This is a trial for him. Only through adversity can one truly grow, Bai Fuqi asserted. Yet, he is an extraordinary talent. Is it truly wise to expose him to such peril at this juncture? Zhou Bagong shook his head repeatedly. Nevertheless, he has already ventured inside, and according to my information, this young man has even slain a formidable beast of the blood transformation realm. Although he sustained injuries, his prowess is on par with those at the 5th or 6th levels, Bai Fuqi explained. Upon hearing Bai Fuqi's words, the others were left in a state of shock, struggling to believe the gravity of the situation. Is it possible? This young man is so formidable that he could slay a beast of the blood transformation realm while transitioning through multiple minor realms. Zhou Bagong expressed his astonishment. Indeed, we must allow him some room for growth. We cannot always shield him like a flower in a greenhouse. He requires experience, Bai Fuqi stated. Very well. But my concerns persist, Lin Yuyao voiced her worries. Some disciples have deliberately suppressed their realms to force their way in. I suspect the evil demon temple has encountered similar circumstances. We seek the 5-star origin fruit, while their disciples are after the demon-dispersing liquid, Zhang O remarked. The mention of the 5-star origin fruit reminded Bai Fuqi of the devil-dispersing heart poison within Mu Bai Shui. This thought led him to recall Bai Lingya's previous request for his approval for her participation in the extreme immortal secret realm expedition. As this notion crossed his mind, a wave of unease washed over Bai Fuqi. He quickly turned to one of his accompanying elders and said, Elder Ling's son, please go to the 3rd peak and check if my headstrong daughter is still there. What is the matter, Palace Master? Elder Ling's son inquired, a look of confusion on his face. You are well aware of my daughter's temperament. A few days ago, she persistently urged me to venture into the realm of extreme immortals. Bai Fuqi spoke decisively. Very well, I shall go and see. Elder Lingshuan, gliding upon a long cloud, soon vanished from Bai Fuqi's sight. The distance from Tiandu Peak to the 3rd peak of Lingshao Academy is not substantial, with Elder Lingshuan's prowess. He could arrive in but a moment. Approximately half an hour later, Elder Lingshuan reappeared before Bai Fuqi, accompanied by a bloodied and breathless man. Li Yun, what has transpired? Did I not instruct you to remain by Ling Ye's side and prevent her from leaving? Bai Fuqi's expression turned grave upon seeing Li Yun. Li Yun, one of the top 10 disciples of the inner sect, possessed formidable strength, surpassing even Bai Lingyi. Hence, Bai Fuqi had entrusted him with her protection. Yet unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Junior sister has escaped, Li Yun replied with a bitter smile. Escaped? Was I not clear in my instructions to watch over her? Your cultivation is superior to hers. How could you allow her to come to harm? Bai Fuqi lamented, exasperation etched upon his face. My cultivation may surpass hers. Yet she unleashed the spirit-connecting 10 swords, and I was struck by them. Li Yun shook his head in dismay. Upon hearing this, Bai Fuqi's countenance darkened with grave concern and anger. The spirit-connecting 10 swords, crafted by him, were 10 small swords that unleashed a formidable sword energy, possessing immense lethality, yet such power was only potent at the moment of their initial use. He never anticipated that Bai Ling Yi would resort to such means to effect her escape. Clearly, she was determined to flee. At this juncture, she had likely seized the opportunity to slip into the realm of extreme immortals while they were preoccupied, forcibly suppressing her own cultivation. Alas, she has already fled. Where can I pursue her? Bai Fuqi sighed in resignation. Once the passage to the secret realm closed, he had no choice but to depart, and naturally, the other 3 peak masters followed suit without delay. After a few hours of relentless flight, Yi Chun maintained a low altitude, mindful that a higher ascent could expose him to potential ambushes from lurking beasts or malevolent practitioners concealed within the mountain ranges. Contemplating this, Yi Chun slowed his pace. Oh, there are spirit fruits ahead, he exclaimed, spotting second-tier spirit fruits. I must gather some. Previously, he had acquired a jade gourd capable of holding a substantial amount, approximately 3,000 pounds, so even a modest quantity of spirit fruits would occupy little space. Yi Chun promptly collected the various spirit fruits and deposited them into the jade gourd. Shortly thereafter, he discovered an abundance of second-tier medicinal herbs and, without hesitation, added them to his collection. However, he soon encountered numerous low-grade herbs, which held little value for him. Yet, should he encounter those of the Transformation Sea realm, they would indeed prove beneficial. Yi Chun, indifferent to such matters, continued his swift advance. Having previously soared at a low altitude, he now ascended higher, deeming low flight too perilous. As time passed in his hurried journey, he encountered several fellow disciples from his sect. However, the scenes he witnessed were far from harmonious. Within this secret realm, where treasures abounded, he observed numerous sect members engaging in fierce altercations over spiritual herbs and precious artifacts, perhaps a reflection of human nature itself. Yi Chun noted that many of his fellow disciples eyed him with wariness, as if fearing he might seize the spiritual herbs at their side. Yet, he held little interest in the herbs they guarded. His ultimate quest was to discover the 5-star origin fruit. Moreover, should he have the opportunity to vanquish a few disciples from the evil demon temple and acquire the demon-splitting elixir, it would undoubtedly be a welcome boon. Chapter 87. Pursuit. Yi Chun quickened his pace, soaring forward with unwavering determination, adhering strictly to the most direct route. After 2 days of relentless flight, fatigue began to overwhelm him, prompting him to seek refuge in a secluded corner where he could rest. No sooner had he settled down than he sensed a malevolent aura emanating from a distance. Soon, 2 shadowy figures materialized before him. Before Yi Chun stood 2 young men cloaked in hats that obscured their faces, their bodies shrouded in swirling black mist, cold eyes fixated on him. It was evident they were not benign. Yi Chun immediately recognized them as disciples of the evil temple. Are you from the evil temple? Yi Chun inquired, his tone frigid. Impressive eyesight, young one of the disciples replied indifferently. From afar, we noticed a solitary disciple from the Lingshao Academy, and naturally, we felt compelled to pay you a visit. His gaze remained icy, scrutinizing Yi Chun with an unsettling intensity. The other disciple, brandishing a flying sword, mirrored his cold demeanor. Both wore robes adorned with intricate black patterns, concealing their true ranks. Haha, do you fancy our robes? Alas, they are not for you. These are suppression garments, a specialty of the evil temple. The disciple continued, kneel before me and plead for mercy. Perhaps I might spare your life. Humph. You think you can compel me to beg for mercy? I suggest you first plead for your own, Yi Chun retorted, his expression devoid of fear. Oh, you, a mere second-tier true mansion realm disciple, dare to be arrogant before me? Zhao, refrain from striking just yet. Allow me to crush this fool's skull with a single blow. The disciple wielding the mid-grade flying sword addressed Yi Chun coldly. Very well, Su Yi. This brat is merely at the second-tier true mansion realm. I estimate you need to exert even half your strength to defeat him. The one referred to as Zhao Yuanren, both at the 4th-tier true mansion realm, dismissed Yi Chun with an air of condescension. Little did they know, Yi Chun was a prodigy who had slain a blood transformation realm demon even at the initial stages of the true mansion realm. Though he appeared to be merely at the 2nd tier, his true prowess was likely on par with a 6th-tier true mansion expert. Yi Chun's gaze remained icy and unwavering. That is only natural. Give me but a few moments. Su Yi grinned wickedly, then struck his palm against the flying sword. A surge of black mist infused the sword, which shot forth with a swift whoosh. Simultaneously, Su Yi followed closely behind, aiming a lethal palm strike at Yi Chen, clearly intent on claiming his life without affording him any chance of escape. Yet, Yi Chen remained unfazed. He delved into his storage bag, and with a swift motion, the azure crescent moon sword materialized in his hand. He positioned the sword defensively before him, and a vast aura of spiritual energy radiated outward, forming a protective barrier that thwarted the assault of his opponent's flying sword. Su Yi was taken aback, astonished that Yi Chen had managed to defend against the attack. "Kid, I never imagined you possessed a top-tier mysterious grade crescent moon sword. A fine treasure, and now it belongs to me," Su Yi declared as he launched a palm strike toward Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen faced Su Yi's attack with remarkable composure. Just as the palm strike was about to connect, Yi Chen slowly countered with a palm of his own, seemingly light and lacking in force. Yet, with a thunderous clap, Su Yi was sent reeling backward, akin to a tattered sack. Zhao Yuanren, witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is this the power one should possess at the second level of the True Mansion realm? Are you suppressing your own cultivation? Speak up, what method are you employing? I cannot discern it. Zhao Yuanren gazed at Yi Chen with a cold intensity. Zhao Yuanren was profoundly shocked. In that split second, Su Yi had been thoroughly subdued by Yi Chen. It was evident that Su Yi was no match for him. Although Yi Chen refrained from employing the long sky 10,000 thundersword technique, he believed that even with just 6 stances, should he unleash the full technique, Su Yi would scarcely endure 2 exchanges. Zhao Yuanren's expression turned grave as he hastily rushed to Su Yi's side, assisting him after Yi Chen's palm strike had shattered his meridians. "Su Yi, are you all right?" Zhao Yuanren inquired with concern. "This kid is extraordinarily formidable. His cultivation level does not reflect his true power. That last palm strike could even challenge a 6th-level True Mansion realm cultivator. We must retreat. We cannot confront this boy head-on," Su Yi urged Zhao Yuanren urgently. Zhao Yuanren, internally shaken, could not overlook Yi Chen's might. Even if they combined their strengths, they could never match Yi Chen. Both of them were formidable cultivators at the 4th level of the True Mansion realm, yet this realm, when scrutinized, is subdivided into 9 tiers. They had merely attained the initial stage of the 4th level, while Yi Chen's true prowess seemed to align with the 5th or 6th level of the True Mansion realm. The disparity between them was indeed vast. Furthermore, within the subdivisions of the 4th level, significant differences persisted. The higher the realm, the more each minor tier could dictate a person's fate. Besides cultivation level, factors such as the richness of one's spiritual energy, the rank of one's battle weapon, and one's comprehension all contribute to an individual's strength. It is not merely a matter of higher realms equating to greater power. Numerous variables are at play. Much like Yi Chen, who presently appears to be merely at the initial stage of the 2nd realm, he is regarded by others as an inconsequential figure of little significance. However, the true extent of Yi Chen's prowess would leave many astounded. Furthermore, he possesses an array of exquisite swords of the mysterious tier and various 3rd-grade jade talismans, making him an unparalleled force in both offense and defense. Zhao Yuanren cast a fearful glance at Yi Chen before swiftly seizing Su Yi and dashing away into the distance. How could Yi Chen idly stand by and watch as they fled with the hard-earned points? After all, these two were notorious villains of the evil demon temple. Slaying one would yield a bounty of 100,000 points, an enticing prospect indeed. Do not escape. Yi Chen's figure flickered, transforming into a beam of light as he pursued the two. Upon realizing that Yi Chen was in hot pursuit, their terror only intensified. They produced an item, striking it against themselves, and in an instant, their speed more than doubled. Chapter 88. The Jade Flute Man. Yi Chen had not anticipated that they possessed speed-enhancing talismans as well. However, their talismans were evidently distinct from the jade charms utilized by the righteous sects. They were dark and inscribed with peculiar symbols, rather than the engraved patterns of jade. Escaping will not be so simple, Yi Chen stated coldly. He then affixed a lightning talisman to himself, instantly tripling his speed. Having already been close to catching up with them, the enhancement from the talisman allowed him to surge forward, reaching their front in a mere 15 breaths. In that moment, Yi Chen unsheathed his crescent moon sword and struck at them. A swift arc of sword light surged forth, akin to a tumultuous sea of clouds, crashing into them. The two were unable to react before they fell beneath Yi Chen's blade, torrents of blood cascading from the air. Subsequently, Yi Chen produced a jade tablet, which he had obtained from the task hall prior to entering the secret realm. Each disciple participating in the extreme immortal secret realm was awarded such a tablet, intended for task points. The tablet now illuminated with a radiant glow, and a surge of blood energy ascended as the two slain adversaries transformed into two streams of red light, drawn into the tablet. Soon, the tablet displayed the status of the slain disciples from the evil temple, along with the corresponding points. Accumulating 200,000 points so swiftly brought Yi Chen considerable delight. Slaying a disciple at the True Mansion realm was worth 100,000 points. If he could dispatch more, Yi Chen would indeed strike it rich. The thought filled him with excitement. As he pressed onward, he mused that as long as he did not encounter an adversary at the 6th level of the True Mansion, the others would likely be manageable. Having already vanquished formidable beasts, what could he possibly fear? Yi Chen consulted his map once more. He was still some distance from the 5-star Yuan Dragon Mountain, but anticipated reaching it within 2 days. As he continued on his path, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Young Master Yi, what a coincidence. It is truly wonderful to encounter you here." Upon hearing the voice, Yi Chen looked ahead and saw Chen Yujia joyfully waving at him from around a bend in the road. "Indeed, I did not expect to encounter you here," he replied, though it was merely a courteous remark. A moment later, Yi Chen approached Chen Yujia, noticing she was accompanied by several individuals, 3 men and 1 woman. Among them stood a man in a purple robe next to Chen Yujia, his undergarments visibly armored, suggestive of 3rd-tier protection capable of withstanding a heavy blow from a 6-layered True Mansion realm expert. He held a jade flute, gazing at Yi Chen with disdain, embodying an air of superiority. "Yujia, who is this?" he remarked coldly. "I have not seen him within the sect." "This is a friend of mine, Yi Chen," Chen Yujia quickly introduced. "He is at the 2nd layer of the true initial realm. This realm is rather beneath us, isn't it?" The man with the jade flute remarked disdainfully. Upon encountering Yi Chen, he seemed to harbor immense animosity towards him, which irked Yi Chen considerably. However, Yi Chen chose to disregard him. Let the man insult him as he pleased. Yi Chen had no intention of taking his words to heart. Accompanying the jade flute man were 2 others. One bore a serious demeanor, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger, while the other, clad in a blue robe, wore a long sword at his waist. In addition to Chen Yujia, there was a striking beauty among them, adorned in a blue floral leather skirt and a pair of blue embroidered boots, which bore inscriptions that enhanced her speed when she ran. Recognizing their distinguished status, Yi Chen perceived that Chen Yujia appeared somewhat out of place within this group. It seemed that they looked down upon her, likely due to her modest cultivation level of merely the 3rd layer of the 4th stage in the True Mansion realm, which was the lowest among them, justifying their disdain. "Hey, I'm speaking to you. Are you deaf? Why aren't you responding?" The jade flute man said coldly, his grip tightening around his instrument. "Why should I speak with you? Who do you think you are?" Yi Chen replied icily. Initially, he intended to let the man's arrogance slide, but he was taken aback by the audacity of this fool to flaunt his superiority in front of him, seeking to provoke. "I am your superior. What pretense do you think you're putting on before me? With your meager cultivation, do you believe I couldn't crush you with a single slap?" The man gazed at Yi Chen with a haughty expression. "Have you consumed something foul?" "Your words reek," Yi Chen retorted, shaking his head in disdain. He had no intention of indulging the jade flute man any further. A mere 2nd-layer True Mansion cultivator dared to act so brazenly in his presence. "Brother, I won't tolerate this. I am prepared to act now," the jade flute man declared with a cold demeanor, striding towards Yi Chen. Upon witnessing this, Chen Yujia hurriedly positioned herself in front of Yi Chen. "Brother Luo, there is no need for such hostility," she said with a smile, clearly wishing to avoid conflict with this fellow named Yi. "After all, we are from the same sect. Do you wish to demonstrate your strength by force? If you truly possess power, showcase it against your enemies," Yi Chen thought, unwilling to coddle the jade flute man, who had exhibited such a provoking demeanor, believing him to be an easy target. Just as the young man with the surname Yi was poised to strike again, the leader of the team, a stern-looking young man, coldly interjected, "Enough. We are here to seek treasure, not to brawl with our peers." "Indeed," replied the man with the jade flute, albeit with evident reluctance, as he eventually nodded in agreement. However, His gaze frequently darted towards Yi Chun, revealing a clear disdain and hostility. Yi Chun, unfazed by his demeanor, had no intention of engaging further. Had it not been for the other's aggressive stance, he would have preferred to remain silent. Chen Yuyao observed that her senior from the Luo sect had finally ceased his quarrel with Yi Chun, allowing her to exhale in relief. The only reason she was part of this team was due to the presence of the remarkable woman among them, who was once a member of the Yihua Pavilion. Chapter 89. An invitation to join. Upon entering the inner sanctum, I became a member of a new society, known as the Radiant Dawn Society. Within the inner peak, this society ranks among the top 10, boasting formidable strength. However, Chen Yuyao was well aware that their invitation to her for this small team endeavor was merely based on a tenuous connection. Should any troubles arise, she feared they would not genuinely assist her. Thus, upon seeing Yi Chun, she felt a surge of joy. After all, she had witnessed Yi Chen's prowess, and his presence now made her hopeful of inviting him to join their small team. Although others may not have sincere intentions towards her, she believed Yi Chen would lend her a hand in times of difficulty. Young Master Yi, why not join our team? We are quite formidable. Chen Yuyao directly extended her invitation to him. Yi Chun, upon hearing this, merely smiled with indifference. That may not be appropriate. Besides, it seems I am not particularly welcome here, he replied with a wry smile. This was, in fact, a subtle form of refusal, as Yi Chen did not wish to place Chen Yuyao in a difficult position. Who welcomes you? You are far too weak. Joining our team, you wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. Just get lost, a brash individual named Luo sneered. At this, Yi Chen's patience began to wane. Do you even know how to speak? Did you eat something foul? You don't seem to be the leader of this team. The leader hasn't spoken yet. And here you are, making a ruckus, Yi Chun retorted directly. He was not afraid of a confrontation, as his opponent was merely a cultivator at the 4th layer of the True Mansion realm. Despite Yi Chun being at the 2nd layer of the True God realm, he could easily handle someone of such a lower tier, having slain even formidable beasts of the blood transformation realm without difficulty. In Luo's eyes, Yi Chun was an inconsequential figure, as he was 2 realms beneath him. He assumed that after being confronted, Yi Chun would not dare to retort. To his surprise, Yi Chun did not back down and responded with equal fervor. You little brat, what did you say? Repeat that, Luo exclaimed, furiously charging at Yi Chun. Enough with the commotion. Since this young brother wishes to join our team, it merely adds another member. His realm may be lower, but he still contributes some strength. I consent, the stern leader of the group nodded in agreement. This was primarily to give Chen Yuyao face, as she was a significant member of their previous society. Thank you, big brother. Now that your leader has allowed me to join, what more do you have to say? Yi Chen cast a glance at the person with the surname Luo, who was visibly seething with anger, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Yet, with the elder brother's consent, what more could he say? He could only swallow his indignation. Elder brother, do you truly wish to allow such a lowly individual to diminish our combat prowess? The person with the surname Luo inquired. It has been said that an additional strength is always welcome. Come now, do not be so petty, replied the elder brother, casting a sidelong glance at Luo. Brother Luo, in truth, young Master Yi is quite formidable. His addition to our team would undoubtedly enhance our capabilities. Chen Yuyao stated with a smile. I remain unconvinced. With that, Brother Luo turned his head away, dismissing Yi Chen entirely. As the silence fell, Yi Chen too chose not to engage further. Chen Yuyao had long desired to forge connections with the primary members of the team, yet she often felt out of place, sensing their disdain towards her. Thus, upon encountering Yi Chun, she felt a glimmer of hope. She wished for him to remain, for his presence would provide her with an added layer of protection rather than relying solely on this team for her safety. After all, the principal members of the team were unlikely to care for her well-being. They merely allowed her to join due to her relatively lower standing within the group. Naturally, they were reluctant to include her in their endeavors. However, Chen Yuyao had not anticipated that the elder brother would consent to Yi Chen's inclusion, especially considering Yi Chen's apparent low level of cultivation. In truth, Yi Chen harbored no particular fondness for Chen Yuyao. His willingness to consider her was solely due to his regard for Qing Ro, who had treated him with kindness and regarded him as a brother. Had it not been for Qing Ro's sake, Yi Chen might not have joined this team at all. He also perceived Chen Yujia's awkwardness within the group. Yi Chen could surmise her invitation stemmed from her awareness of her own limitations, seeking additional security, an understanding he did not begrudge. While Chen could have declined the offer, the overt hostility from the person with the surname Luo spurred his determination to join, not necessarily to contribute, but rather to vex Luo. Naturally, Luo was averse to the idea of Chen's inclusion. Well then, I harbor no objections to young Master Yi joining our team, so perhaps you should speak less. The elder brother remarked, casting another look at Luo. Although Luo was clearly dissatisfied, he could only nod in acquiescence, aware that further protest might provoke the elder brother's ire. Qingro had been faring well of late. However, she did not participate in this iteration of the extreme immortal secret realm, seemingly engrossed in secluded cultivation. Having recently entered the inner sect, she was acutely aware of her shortcomings and constantly reminded herself of her need for improvement. Chen Yujia took the initiative to mention Qingro in Yi Chen's presence. Thank you for taking such good care of her. It has allowed her to grow so swiftly. Yi Chen expressed. Indeed, since Qingru is your friend, she is also mine, Chen Yujia remarked with a smile. Were it not for Qingru, Yi Chen might not have had much interaction with Chen Yujia. The team we currently belong to consists predominantly of members from the Xiaoguang Society. The leader is named Xia Guangqi, who possesses a realm at the 5th level of the True Mansion's 6th stage. Most of us have suppressed our realms to join this endeavor, Chen Yujia explained. In reality, the situation is not as dire as the Lord of the Bafuki Palace suggested. As long as one successfully suppresses their realm or conceals their aura upon entering, they can reveal their true strength once inside. However, if one exceeds the True Mansion realm and enters the Yuan Dan realm, they will be repelled the moment they step into the secret passage, as the power of the Yuan Dan realm is too formidable, and the entrance can swiftly detect it. Chapter 90. Surrounded as for the restrictions at the entrance of the True Mansion, they turned a blind eye. The 6th level of the True Mansion, specifically the 5th layer, represents an exceedingly high realm. Otherwise, one could not attain the position of leader within the Radiant Society. Standing beside Xia Guangqi was a woman of remarkable elegance named Lu Bingxia, a former member of the Flower Transmutation Pavilion that I had established. While she was in the outer peak, upon entering the inner peak, she joined Xia Guangqi's Radiant Society. Chen Yujia continued her introduction. Lu Bingxia possessed a realm at the 7th layer of the 5th level of the True Mansion, with hopes of ascending to the initial stage of the 6th level through this exploration of the secret realm. However, this was a challenging endeavor. Advancing further within the True Mansion is no easy feat. Next, Chen Yujia introduced the last two members, Gao Wei at the 8th layer of the 5th level, a rather reticent young man, and Luo Jia, who harbored significant animosity towards Yi Chen at the 8th layer of the 4th level, and was on the verge of breaking through to the 5th level. In terms of realms, they were naturally far superior to those from the outer peak. Otherwise, they would not rank among the top 10 in the inner peak. Particularly, Xia Guangqi, at the 7th layer of the 6th level, was truly incomparable to ordinary individuals. Yi Chen estimated his realm was similar to that of his junior sister. Our destination is the 5-star Yuanlong Mountain, primarily for the 5-star Qiyuan fruit. This is an order and mission mandated by the sect, requiring us to obtain the fruit at any cost, Chen Yujia stated. Isn't the 5-star Qiyuan fruit guarded by powerful demons? Obtaining it will surely be quite difficult, Yi Chen remarked. Indeed, at this moment, numerous teams are heading towards the 5-star Yuanlong Mountain, all seeking the 5-star Qiyuan fruit. It's not just our small team. Everyone has been dispatched to different locations, and it's likely that they will form small teams upon encountering one another, Chen Yujia explained. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded slightly. Joining this team aligned with his intended destination, making it reasonable to accompany them. However, observing their demeanor, he discerned that they would likely disregard him and Chen Yujia in times of trouble, viewing them merely as expendable. Within the team, by the standards of visible realms, the two were indeed the weakest. Yi Chen and Chen Yujia engaged in casual conversation, and he had now grasped the situation of the entire team. Let's go, speed up, and strive to reach the 5-star Yuanlong Mountain as soon as possible. With our combined efforts, we shall surely obtain the 5-star Qiyuan fruit. And the points we earn will be shared equally, Xia Guangqi declared. However, Xia Guangqi was also aware that there would be many formidable competitors this time. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He had never been one to shy away from challenges. The group swiftly proceeded forward, racing towards their objective. However, none of them opted for aerial flight. as the perils of soaring through the skies were too great. Nestled among the countless mountains lay numerous ferocious beasts, ever poised to spring forth. And should they be hunted in midair, it would spell considerable misfortune. Naturally, they needed to exercise caution. There lies a xianbing grass, a fourth-tier spiritual herb. What a treasure! Exclaimed Lu Bingxia, her excitement palpable upon spotting a single plant amid the mountain ranges. The fourth-tier spiritual herb held immense potential for elevating one's realm within the true mansion stage. Lu Bingshuang, currently at the 5th level and 7th realm of true mansion, believed that with the enhancement of the xianbing grass, she could ascend to the 6th level of true mansion. Thus her exhilaration was entirely understandable. Adjacent to the 4th-tier herb, a beast of the half-step blood transformation realm stood guard. To procure the xianbing grass, a fierce battle was inevitable. The half-step blood transformation beast was comparable in strength to those at the 7th or 8th levels of true mansion, rivaling even the strongest among them. Only by uniting their efforts could they hope to prevail. Seeing Lu Bingxia's fervent desire for the xianbing grass, Xia Guangqi promptly led his team towards the formidable beast. Throughout the ensuing combat, Yi Chun refrained from unleashing his true capabilities, as the adversary regarded him merely as a subordinate. After the half-step blood transformation beast was vanquished, the coveted xianbing grass naturally fell into Lu Bingshuang's hands. Xia Guangqi, as the leader, also reaped considerable rewards during subsequent encounters, acquiring numerous 3rd and 4th-tier spiritual herbs. Most 4th-tier herbs were guarded by beasts, albeit of varying strength. Some were half-step blood transformation beasts, while others were weaker. Observing the lifeless body of the half-step blood transformation beast left behind, Yi Chun felt a pang of sympathy. You all go ahead. I have some matters to attend to and will catch up shortly, he informed Xia Guangqi and the others. What a sloth, remarked Luo Jia, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Chun. Unfazed by their remarks, Yi Chun remained indifferent, as he had his own tasks to accomplish. All right, young brother. Take care and hurry along, Xia Guangqi replied nonchalantly before leading the group swiftly onward. Once they disappeared around a bend, Yi Chun approached the carcass of the half-step blood transformation beast with palpable excitement. Upon reaching the massive beast, Yi Chun gently touched its body. In an instant, the enormous corpse vanished, absorbed into the vast space of a black jar, floating within its confines. The ease with which he could draw the colossal body inside thrilled him immensely. Subsequently, Yi Chun hastened forward, quickly catching up with Xia Guangqi and the others. I thought you had left without a word, or perhaps been devoured by a nearby beast, Luo Jia remarked with a hint of irritation upon seeing Yi Chun return. This lad, Luo Jia, seemed to oppose me in every conceivable way. It appeared that he could not let a day pass without mocking Yi Chun at least twice. Yi Chun, however, chose to ignore Luo Jia's incessant banter. For what purpose was there in engaging in endless disputes with such a person? Young Master Yi, are you unscathed? I assumed you were rushing about for too long and needed a moment to rest, Chen Yujia said, casting a concerned glance in Yi Chun's direction. I am perfectly fine. No need for concern. Yi Chun reassured her. It was merely a personal matter. He could hardly disclose that he had just collected the remains of that beast. Chapter 91. A sword to repel the enemy. In uttering such words, Yi Chun would inevitably expose the secrets he bore. Aware that matters were not so straightforward, Chen Yujia refrained from pressing further, since Yi Chun chose to remain reticent. They continued their journey, yet their pace was languid, frequently interrupted by encounters with demonic beasts, natural formations, and the occasional discovery of spiritual herbs and elixirs, all of which invariably hindered their progress. Along the way, instances of high-grade spiritual herbs and medicines prompted their group to engage in battles. However, the majority of these treasures eluded the grasp of Chen Yujia and Yi Chun. Yet, Yi Chun remained indifferent, for when the time came to harvest the carcasses of the formidable beasts they hunted, the spoils would prove to be of equal, if not greater, worth than the spiritual herbs acquired by Xia Guangqi and Lu Bingxia. Yi Chun envisioned utilizing these beastly remains for alchemy or crafting, or perhaps exchanging them for points at the task hall. Whenever they had vanquished a beast and resumed their journey, Yi Chun would often claim to have matters to attend to, stating he would linger behind to gather spoils, asserting that anything they did not desire should be taken without hesitation. Alas, for Chen Yujia, the situation was less favorable. Within this team, she found herself nearly invisible, with none acknowledging her presence. thus rendering her chances of collecting high-grade spiritual medicines exceedingly slim. Only the lower-tier herbs, unwanted by others, would occasionally find their way into her possession. Although this reality weighed heavily on her heart, she endured silently, constrained by her own lack of prowess. At the mere fourth layer of the true mansion realm, she garnered little regard. Resolutely, Chen Yujia vowed to elevate her cultivation level before the conclusion of this secret realm expedition. Aspiring to ascend to the first layer of the fifth true mansion realm, she understood that these seemingly minor stages required immense opportunity and effort to achieve. While Yi Chun was perceived as a prodigy, few were privy to the silent toil that lay behind his brilliance. Thus, they journeyed on, meandering along the path, with Yi Chun continuously reaping rewards. To his surprise, the black pot had accumulated several demonic beasts, including more than 10 at the half-blood transformation stage, a bountiful harvest indeed. In contrast, during their travels over the past couple of days, Chen Yujia had only managed to procure 2 second-tier premium spiritual herbs, which no one else desired, thus landing in her possession. Chen Yujia's cultivation level was comparable to that of a fallen armor. While the majority of their companions resided within the 5th and 6th layers of the true mansion realm, with the prospect of more beastly remains to claim, Yi Chun paused, and the rest, accustomed to his habits, assumed he sought rest. Without a word, they sped ahead. Once they had departed, Yi Chun once again stored a demonic beast within the confines of the black pot. At that moment, the pot was already cluttered with numerous beastly carcasses. Not in haste to resume their journey, Yi Chun seated himself, relishing the cool breeze. After a brief respite, he rose and swiftly darted forward. After a mere 10 minutes of rapid flight, the distinct sounds of clashing swords and blades reached his ears from afar. As they drew nearer, they encountered an assault from a group of disciples from the evil temple, including Xia Guangqi and Lu Bingxia, who were engaged in a fierce battle against one of the temple's members. Xia Guangqi, possessing a cultivation level at the 5th layer of the true mansion's 6th realm, and Lu Bingxia, reaching the 7th layer of the true mansion's 5th realm, found themselves at a disadvantage despite their combined efforts. Their adversary's cultivation was approximately at the 8th layer of the true mansion's 6th realm, surpassing Xia Guangqi by 2 or 3 minor layers. However, it was precisely these slight discrepancies that rendered Xia Guangqi and Lu Bingxia unable to raise their heads, ultimately placing them in a precarious situation. The disciples of Lingxiao Academy are indeed nothing but worthless trash, their opponent taunted. Meanwhile, on another front, Gao Wei, Luo Jia, and Chen Yujia were desperately struggling against 2 other disciples of the evil temple. These 2 adversaries, though only at the 8th layer of the true mansion's 5th realm, firmly suppressed the trio. Given that Luo Jia and Qing Ro were merely at the 6th or 7th layers of the true mansion's 4th realm, a significant gap in strength existed, making their defense exceedingly strenuous. The 3 from the evil temple, effortlessly handling the 5 of them, would likely subdue their opponents within a quarter of an hour. With a resounding crash, one of the disciples struck out towards the weakest among them, Chen Yujia, sending her flying against a nearby rock, rendering her unconscious. The remaining 2 could only endure under immense pressure. Sister Bingxia, what shall we do? Brother Guangqi, come save us. Gao Wei called out desperately. Yet, Lu Bingxia and Xia Guangqi were too preoccupied with their own battle to provide assistance. Luo Jia, suffering greatly, realized that Chen Yujia had already been incapacitated. He knew his own strength was not significantly greater than hers. In a genuine confrontation, he might even be outmatched. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, Yi Chun understood the urgency of the situation. If he did not intervene soon, they would surely meet their demise. It was undeniable that bringing Yi Chun along was their wisest decision. Stop your wickedness, Yi Chun bellowed, charging towards the disciple who had struck down Chen Yujia. However, the disciple dismissed Yi Chun as merely a minor figure at the 1st layer of the true initial realm and paid him no heed. Yi Chun wielded his sword and executed a strike using the Sky-Sea sword technique. Although it was only a low-grade mystic-level technique, Yi Chun's spiritual power was immensely robust. As he swung his sword, the air around him bristled with sword energy. In a single stroke, he managed to slay the disciple at the 5th realm of True Mansion. Upon witnessing this scene, both Luo Jia and Gao Wei were overwhelmed with astonishment, unable to believe that what they beheld was indeed reality. However, that wicked disciple truly met his demise right before his eyes. Another malevolent figure at the 5th realm of the True House, although he managed to evade capture swiftly, was nonetheless met with the sharp edge of Yi Chen's sword, which severed one of his arms. With a single stroke, he had slain a foe of the fifth realm while gravely wounding another. Such formidable prowess is indeed remarkable. Even Lu Bingxia and Xia Guangqi, who were engaged in battle with a sixth realm adversary, were utterly astonished. In this moment, both could not help but acknowledge that they had previously underestimated Yi Chen. The disarmed rogue cowered in the shadows, glancing towards his battling comrade. "Brother, we must leave at once. This newcomer is not to be trifled with," the one-armed disciple urged anxiously. Chapter 92. Swallowing pills like drinking water. The leader of the heretics merely nodded, unwilling to engage in a fierce battle any longer. Despite clearly being at the second level of the true realm, he wielded a sword capable of cleaving through the fourth level of the true realm, indicating he had concealed his true capabilities. The one-armed heretic bellowed, "Do not attempt to flee." Yi Chen advanced toward the most formidable of the heretics. Relying on his profound cultivation, that heretic aimed his sword at Yi Chen. A thunderous clash erupted as their blades collided. Yi Chen was forcefully knocked back several paces. Yet his adversary fared no better, also being sent reeling. Once he steadied himself, the heretic cast a cold glance at Yi Chen before vanishing into the distance. Yi Chen chose not to pursue. While he could easily unleash his ultimate techniques to eliminate the foe, he refrained from doing so to avoid prematurely revealing his true strength. After this battle, Yi Chen was confident that his standing within the team had improved significantly. It was clear that, without him, the team would have faced dire consequences. Consequently, the way everyone regarded Yi Chen had shifted noticeably. Yi Chen approached the unconscious Chen Yujia, gently patting her, but she showed no response. "Sister Chen, please wake up." He called out several times, yet still received no reply. He placed his palm softly on her shoulder, channeling a surge of extraordinarily pure spiritual energy into her body. Moments later, Chen Yujia regained consciousness, though she had been gravely injured by the heretics, blood still trickling from the corner of her mouth. "Sister Chen, you are awake," Yi Chen said, looking at her. "Thank you, young Master Yi. Once again, you have saved me, not the other way around." Realizing that the disciples of the heretic temple had vanished, Chen Yujia began to piece together what had transpired. "Take this. You are severely injured." Yi Chen presented her with a pill. Chen Yujia looked closely and discovered it to be a third-tier superior healing pill, the Nourishing Heart Pill. Such pills were exceedingly difficult to refine and of immense value, each costing several hundred points to exchange, with scarcity in the market due to their arduous creation process. Yet, Yi Chen possessed such a high-tier healing pill and offered it to her. Chen Yujia felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. This is far too precious. A third-tier superior pill. The Nourishing Heart Pill. I cannot afford it. I barely have any spirit stones or points left. She smiled wryly. There's no need for your money. Just take it quickly. Otherwise, with your injuries, it will be arduous to continue, Yi Chen insisted, directly placing the pill into her mouth. Were it not for his regard for Qing Ro, he might not have acted in such a manner. Nonetheless, Chen Yujia had been exceedingly kind to him and had consistently looked after Qing Ro. Thus this favor was worth honoring. After consuming the nourishing heart-penetrating pill, within less than half an hour, Chen Yujia felt significantly better. Her shattered meridians were once again restored, and her complexion returned to its normal hue. It must be said that the efficacy of this elixir is quite remarkable. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Without you, today I would have. Chen Yujia spoke, tears welling up in her eyes. We are all friends. There is no need for formality, Yi Chen replied. Having just endured a fierce battle, everyone's stamina had been considerably depleted, prompting Xia Guangqi to announce a period of rest. Sitting beneath a grand tree, Yi Chen gazed at the distant mountains. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, and it appeared to be raining ahead, rendering their current location somewhat damp. A moment later, Xia Guangqi approached Yi Chen with a beaming smile. Brother Yi, thank you for your assistance this time. Your prowess is quite formidable. As the leader of the faction, Xia Guangqi's willingness to express such sentiments at this juncture was a clear overture to Yi Chen, and how could Yi Chen fail to discern this? Just average. Yi Chen replied with a slight nod. Xia Guangqi engaged Yi Chen in a few more exchanges. But upon sensing Yi Chen's cold demeanor and the perfunctory nature of their conversation, he could only take his leave. Meanwhile, Luo Jia's heart was filled with unease. Previously, he harbored considerable animosity towards Yi Chen. Now, however, he he realized that Yi Chun possessed the strength to eliminate him with a single strike, leaving him in a state of turmoil. He had indeed misjudged the situation. Although he felt a rising panic and even contemplated offering an apology to Yi Chun, he found himself unable to swallow his pride. Fortunately, Yi Chun had yet to seek him out for trouble. Given Yi Chun's impressive strength, it was evident that he was a disciple of the inner sect. However, Luo Jia knew all the strong disciples within the inner sect, and he had no recollection of Yi Chun. Otherwise, he would not have initially underestimated him, and he was relieved that he had not offended him too gravely. This is difficult. It seems he has not reacted much to my overture. Perhaps you should go over and express your gratitude once more. Xia Guangqi suggested softly to Lu Bingxia as he approached her. All right. Lu Bingxia nodded, and then walked towards Yi Chun. After expressing her gratitude, Yi Chun merely nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that it was no trouble at all. Sitting beneath the tree, Yi Chun reflected on the relentless journey thus far. Having sprinted continuously and just emerged from battle, although he had not expended too much energy, he anticipated encountering increasingly perilous challenges ahead. Yi Chun concluded that he must strive to elevate his cultivation level as much as possible. Thus, he retrieved a small pouch containing the qi pills he had prepared. Each pouch held 50 to 60 pills, and Yi Chun began to consume them one by one. Observing Yi Chun's incessant eating, Chen Yujia, filled with curiosity, approached him directly. What are you eating? It looks so delicious, she inquired, her face alight with intrigue. Qi pills, Yi Chun replied. Would you care for a few? Yi Chun turned to Chen Yujia. Upon hearing this, Chen Yujia was momentarily taken aback. Beside him, Xia Guangqi and the others were equally stunned. They had often spotted Yi Chun discreetly enjoying something in the corner, presuming it was merely an ordinary medicinal pill. However, to their astonishment, Yi Chun was consuming a third-tier pill, the True Qi pill. This particular elixir could be exchanged at the task hall for 10 points each. The small pouch in Yi Chun's hand appeared to contain no less than 50 or 60 pills, amounting to 500 or 600 points. Such a sum was equivalent to completing a mid-tier hunting mission, which involved confronting formidable foes, either half-step or truly transformed blood realm beasts. Given this revelation, how could they not be astonished? Do you consume this regularly? Chen Yujia inquired, his surprise evident as he gazed at Yi Chun. Indeed, having entered the true mansion realm, it is only natural to partake in the True Qi pill to solidify one's foundation, Yi Chun replied with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 93. The battle in the valley. At that moment, Yi Chun gazed directly at them, perplexed. Do you not eat regularly? His inquiry elicited further astonishment from them. They were left wondering about the circumstances that allowed for such a bounty of Jinqi pills, even among the disciples of the inner peak. Particularly those ranked within the top 50, such lavishness seemed unparalleled, a display of wealth that bordered on the inhumane. Xia Guangqi and Lu Bingxiao engaged in hushed discussions, speculating about Yi Chun's true identity. Though an inkling of understanding began to form in their minds, they refrained from voicing their thoughts. Regret gnawed at them for not having established a rapport with Yi Chun earlier. Observing his remarkable actions, it was evident that his status was anything but ordinary. If they could forge a connection and subsequently recruit him into the Shaoguang society, it could elevate the society's standing within the inner peak. Currently, Yi Chun, despite being merely at the second level of the true house realm, already exhibited prodigious prowess. Should he advance further, achieving 2 or 3 additional levels, he would undoubtedly become unrivaled within the true house realm. Such strength would render even some elders of the inner sect incapable of contending with him. This realization filled Xia Guangqi and Lu Bingxia with quiet regret. Meanwhile, Luo Jia was in a state of anxiety, having previously offended Yi Chun. The thought of potential retribution weighed heavily on his mind, causing him considerable distress. After a brief respite, Xia Guangqi urged the group to set off once more. This time, no one dared to underestimate Yi Chun, and Luo Jia, recognizing the gravity of the situation, wisely chose to keep his distance. During their journey, they encountered several low-ranking disciples of the evil temple, which proved to be an effortless challenge. In fact, the others dispatched them without requiring Yi Chun's assistance. Yi Chun himself also eliminated a few disciples from the evil temple. However, he was taken aback to discover that his points had not only failed to increase, but had actually diminished. Initially, he had heard from his fellow disciples that defeating a disciple of the evil temple would yield 100,000 points for those at the true house realm. and 50,000 for those below that level, having anticipated a total of 200,000 to 300,000 points. He was astonished to find that he had only amassed around 10,000 points. Subsequently, the Jade token revealed that the rules for hunting disciples of the evil temple had changed. The eradication of a true house disciple was now calculated according to the standards of a ground-level task, resulting in approximately 600 points, while the elimination of a Huahai realm disciple yielded 300 points. This adjustment significantly reduced his total. Not only had the hunting task's rewards altered, but even other task points had experienced modifications. The previously agreed-upon reward of 100,000 points for obtaining the demon liquid had now dwindled to a mere 10,000. However, not all news was bleak. The reward for acquiring the 5-star Cangyuan fruit remained unchanged at 200,000 points, which was indeed a welcome piece of information. Chen is now solely focused on hastening his journey to the 5-star Yuanlong Mountain to seize the 5-star Cangyuan fruit for his master, with the hope of returning swiftly to rescue him. However, along the way, he has intermittently encountered numerous disciples of the evil temple, which has made him acutely aware that the path to the 5-star Yuanlong Mountain is likely fraught with many adversaries, and a fierce battle may be inevitable. Nonetheless, he remains undeterred. Having set forth, he is resolved to acquire the 5-star Cangyuan fruit, regardless of the challenges that lie ahead. At present, his priority is to diligently enhance his own cultivation level, for the formidable opponents he may encounter remain uncertain. Should he confront an adversary whose power rivals that of the inner sect elders, his current strength at the second level of the true mansion would be insufficient. Their journey has not been smooth sailing. At times, they must contend with ferocious beasts, while on other occasions, they stumble upon spiritual herbs, fruits, and various other opportunities that consume precious time. Moreover, encounters with the disciples of the evil temple inevitably lead to intense skirmishes. Initially, they had anticipated reaching the foot of the 5-star Yuanlong Mountain within 6 days, but given their current progress, it appears increasingly unlikely. 3 days have already elapsed, yet they have covered only about half the distance. Suddenly, as they press forward, the sound of clashing swords and blades resonates from deep within a nearby valley. There seems to be a battle ahead. Let us hasten to investigate, exclaimed Xiaoguangqi. The valley ahead is an essential route for them. The ongoing conflict likely involves their own forces clashing with those of the evil temple. Naturally, Xiaoguangqi is eager to ascertain the situation, as intervening to eliminate some of the evil temple's disciples could yield significant benefits, including accumulating points. Accelerating their pace, several figures swiftly dart towards the valley. Upon entering its depths, Chen observes a fierce confrontation unfolding between two factions. Just as he had surmised, members of the evil temple are engaged in a fierce battle with disciples of the Lingxiao Academy. The forces of the evil temple number around 16 or 17, while the Lingxiao Academy's side boasts only about 10, a disadvantage of 5 or 6 individuals. Yet, remarkably, the Lingxiao Academy does not seem to be at a disadvantage. Leading their group is an individual clad in a flowing purple robe, with long hair cascading behind him. Wielding a silver-white spear, each thrust unleashes a powerful barrage that forces the opposing side to retreat. His cultivation is notably advanced, at the 8th level of the 6th stage of the true mansion, and he is poised to soon advance to the 7th level. Seeing more disciples from Lingxiao Academy arriving, the evil temple's forces begin to waver. The leader of the evil temple shouts loudly, "Retreat! Retreat!" At his command, the dozen or so disciples of the evil temple quickly withdraw. Just as Chen and his companions arrive, prepared to join the fray, the enemy has already retreated. Originally, Chen had intended to accumulate a significant number of points, hoping to eliminate a few of the nefarious disciples from the evil sect. However, with the adversary having fled, he could only await another opportunity. It was none other than Senior Brother Su. No wonder he was so formidable. He had rendered those disciples of the evil sect utterly powerless. Upon seeing the leader of the opposing faction, Xiaoguangqi approached with a broad smile. Before him stood the immensely powerful Su Qingyuan from the Law Enforcement Hall, a disciple of the 5th peak, ranked among the top 50 in the inner sect. And within the Law Enforcement Hall, he was esteemed among the top 10. Naturally, Xiaoguangqi felt immense joy upon encountering Senior Brother Su, for he had found a reliable ally. Chapter 94. A perilous intent. Su Qingyuan had earned the unwavering trust of the chief disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall, Lu Qingguang. and could be regarded as Lu Qingguang's right-hand man. However, he had never encountered Yi Chun and was oblivious to the profound enmity that existed between them. Nevertheless, Lu Zhong and Wu Tsong, two members of the law enforcement hall who accompanied Su Qingyuan, were well aware of the conflict between Lu Qingguang and Yi Chun. Thus, upon seeing Yi Chun, their expressions turned grave. Lu Zhong hastily approached Su Qingyuan and whispered a few words in his ear. After hearing Lu Zhong's words, Su Qingyuan's gaze became chillingly sharp. "Is this Yi Chun?" he inquired, fixing his eyes on Yi Chun. "It is I," Yi Chun replied with a slight nod. "I have heard that you have some grievances with Lu Xiaoyuan. Is that so?" Su Qingyuan remarked with an air of indifference. "That is all in the past and should remain unspoken. We, as fellow disciples of the sect, ought to support one another and stand united against our foes. Our priority should be to secure the 5-star Qi Yuan fruit at the earliest," Yi Chun responded, maintaining his composure. The murderous intent in Su Qingyuan's eyes was not lost on Yi Chun, nor on Xia Guangqi and Lu Bingxia, both of whom observed the scene with trepidation. They pondered whether Yi Chun had indeed offended Su Qingyuan. Xia Guangqi subtly sought information from Lu Zhong and Wu Tsong, and at that moment, his heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions. "I truly do not comprehend how the master of the third peak could choose someone like you as his personal disciple. Are you truly at the second level of the true mansion?" Su Qingyuan said with a tone laden with contempt. "Indeed, I too am perplexed as to why. Perhaps it is due to my inherently kind nature," Yi Chun replied with a smile. A thunderclap of astonishment rippled through the crowd. They had not anticipated that Yi Chun, at the second level of the true mansion, was actually the personal disciple of the master of the third peak. "Is it true? Young Master Yi is the personal disciple of the master of the third peak?" Xia Guangqi exclaimed, his face etched with disbelief as he looked at Su Qingyuan. Indeed, had it not been for that status protecting him, he might have already found himself within the law enforcement hall. Offending young Master Lu without offering an apology, he must tread carefully from now on, Su Qingyuan hinted ominously. Upon hearing this, Xia Guangqi felt a wave of awkwardness. Uncertain of how to navigate his relationship with Yi Chun, he could sense that Su Qingyuan was subtly urging him to choose his allegiances swiftly. "Young Master Yi has contributed significantly along the way. Should not senior brother Su?" Xia Guangqi attempted to intercede on Yi Chun's behalf. Yet, Su Qingyuan remained cold and unyielding. "Junior brother Xia, you must be clear about your responsibilities and avoid making mistakes. Do you understand?" he admonished. Xia Guangqi appeared troubled, frequently glancing back at Yi Chun. In contrast, Yi Chun remained unfazed, displaying an impressive calmness, seemingly dismissing the murderous intent woven within Su Qingyuan's words. Choosing the wrong side could indeed carry grave consequences. However, your performance has been quite commendable. May I inquire if this young man is a member of your team? Su Qingyuan directed his gaze towards Xia Guangqi. Xia Guangqi was at the 5th layer of the 6th realm, while Su Qingyuan had attained the 8th layer of the same realm. Although the difference in their levels was not vast, the disparity in their strengths was significant. Frequently, one's cultivation level is not the sole criteria for assessing an individual's power. For instance, Yi Chun was an anomaly. Despite being at the 2nd layer of the 2nd realm, he could contend with those at the 6th realm without hesitation. Yet, Yi Chun had chosen not to fully reveal his true capabilities. Indeed, he joined us midway, Xia Guangqi remarked with a wry smile. With such limited strength, allowing him to join would only hinder the team, Su Qingyuan asserted with great fervor, entirely dismissing Yi Chun, who stood not far away. Yi Chun, however, chose not to stoop to such pettiness and feigned ignorance of the remarks. "As I previously mentioned, young Master Yi has been quite helpful along our journey, even dispatching several disciples of the evil sect, and his performance has been commendable." Xia Guangqi replied with a sense of subservience. "Enough, you know what must be done," Su Qingyuan stated coldly, showing no desire to continue the conversation with Xia Guangqi. His gaze was now fixed icily on Yi Chun. Yi Chun could scarcely have anticipated encountering such turmoil upon entering the secret realm. The murderous intent in Su Qingyuan's eyes was palpable, indicating his desire to eliminate Yi Chun. Su Qingyuan, being the foremost subordinate of Lu Qingguang, was eager to leave a favorable impression on him, hoping to improve his standing within the enforcement hall. Having heard Lu Zhong and Wu Tsong recount previous events, he was aware that Lu Qingguang had developed an irreconcilable feud with Yi Chun. In this moment, If he were to step forward and slay Yi Chun within the secret realm, Lu Qingguang would surely regard him with greater esteem. Moreover, in the perilous environment of the secret realm, even if Yi Chun were to perish, it was unlikely that the third peak master would voice any objections. At worst, he could eliminate all present witnesses, rendering the incident an eternal secret. At this juncture, Su Qingyuan's murderous intent had surfaced, yet he hesitated, feeling it was somewhat premature to act, deciding instead to bide his time and observe the situation. The surroundings were relatively tranquil, nestled within a valley, an ideal locale for assassination. Su Qingyuan, brimming with malice, had conspired with Lu Zhong and Wu Tsong to strike at Yi Chun the moment an opportunity arose. Yi Chun, perceptive as ever, could easily discern their intentions. Xia Guangqi approached Lu Bingxia, wearing an expression of concern. Bingxia, it seems Su Qingyuan is intent on avenging Lu Qingguang and has been fixated on Yi Chun, he whispered. Yes, I have noticed, Lu Bingxia replied. Regardless of your thoughts, I must protect him, considering his status as a direct disciple of the third peak, Lu Bingxia asserted. Confronted with Lu Bingxia's intent, Xia Guangqi was rendered speechless, retreating silently to the side. Upon learning of Yi Chen's status as a direct disciple, Luo Jia and Gao Wei were taken aback. Initially, they presumed that in such a realm, he would merely be an ordinary disciple within the inner sect, holding a position of little significance. To their astonishment, he turned out to be the cherished disciple of the third peak master. The thought of this made Luo Jia's head spin. Noticing that many were distancing themselves from Yi Chun, seemingly eager to dissociate themselves from him. Given the evident discord between Su Qingyuan and Yi Chun, Lu Bingxia nevertheless approached him. As she stood before Yi Chun, a radiant smile graced her face as she remarked, Junior brother Yi, I truly did not expect you to be the esteemed disciple of the third peak master. Faced with Lu Bingxia's cheerful demeanor, Yi Chun found it difficult to maintain a stern expression. Chapter 95, Profound Perception. At this moment, Yi Chun managed to muster a faint smile as he gazed at Lu Bingxia. Fortuitously becoming the direct disciple of the third peak master was merely a stroke of luck. Sister Lu, Yi Chun remained exceedingly courteous. While venturing outside, his father had always advised him to avoid enmity and instead cultivate connections with others. Such relationships might, at critical junctures, prove to be life-saving. These are two lightning talismans at a crucial moment. Affixing one to your person could propel you several dozen zhang away in an instant, potentially saving your life. They are all yours. Yi Chun was well aware of Lu Bingxia's goodwill. However, he hesitated, saying, This is rather inappropriate. It is your means of survival, and I cannot accept it. He promptly shook his head. There is no need for such formality. We are all comrades here, Lu Bingxia responded with a smile. Witnessing Lu Bingxia's overtures towards Yi Chun, Su Qingyuan was incensed. Should Yi Chun acquire the lightning talisman and subsequently be killed by Su Qingyuan, Yi Chun could utilize the talisman to escape instantaneously, hiding away and eluding them, rendering them helpless. Once they emerged from the secret realm, word of the events would undoubtedly circulate, and Su Qingyuan and his companions would be doomed. The thought of this scenario made Su Qingyuan's head spin. His gaze towards Lu Bingxia grew increasingly hostile. Sister Lu, you must be aware of the implications of your actions, Su Qingyuan said with evident displeasure. Is Brother Su in need of a lightning talisman as well? I apologize. I only have these two, Lu Bingxia replied. Having made her choice, she had no option but to incur Su Qingyuan's ire. All right, Junior brother Yi, please take one, Lu Bingxia said, her face beaming with a smile. After all, she was merely acting out of goodwill, and it would be rather unreasonable for Yi Chun to refuse her offer. Then I shall accept one. Having at least one for protection suffices. Yi Chun replied with a smile as he accepted one of the talismans. Seeing Yi Chun accept one, Lu Bingxia felt a sense of relief, though her heart raced again upon meeting Su Qingyuan's murderous glare. Su Qingyuan had been prepared to eliminate Yi Chun, willing to eradicate everyone present to leave no loose ends. Yet, he had not anticipated that Lu Bingxia would bestow upon Yi Chun a life-saving lightning talisman at such a pivotal moment. These lightning talismans had recently gained considerable popularity among the disciples of both inner and outer peaks, rumored to be sold by a mysterious outer peak disciple in the black market. Many disciples had ventured to procure them, including Su Qingyuan, who had intended to purchase some, only to find them sold out. That enigmatic disciple had not reappeared, unbeknownst to him, That individual was, in fact, Yi Chen. After receiving the lightning talisman, Yi Chen settled into a corner to rest. Lu Zhong and Wu Tsong, upon witnessing Yi Chen's acquisition of the talisman, discreetly pulled Su Qingyuan aside. Brother Su, I know you wish to eliminate Yi Chen, but this fellow is not to be underestimated. Moreover, now that he has acquired the lightning jade talisman, it becomes increasingly difficult to eliminate him. If we were to strike and he manages to escape, any news of our intent to kill him would surely reach others, leading to our doom. Infighting among fellow disciples is a grave sin within the sect, especially since he is a direct disciple, Wu Tsong advised. Indeed, it appears that we must tread cautiously with this matter, Su Qingyuan remarked. There will be many opportunities ahead. There is no need to rush this moment. I am confident that we will find a suitable chance to dispose of this brat, Wu Tsong asserted. Very well, let us temporarily set this issue aside, Su Qingyuan suggested. Let us proceed onward and integrate the members of Xia Guangqi's team as well. When the time comes, Yi Chen will merely need to follow us, and opportunities will abound, Lu Zhong said with a smile. Nodding with satisfaction, Su Qingyuan called everyone together. We shall rest for a while before continuing our journey. We must reach the 5-star Yuanlong Mountain as swiftly as possible. We cannot allow the minions of the evil demon temple to find the 5-star Qi origin fruit before us, Su Qingyuan stated. This matter requires careful consideration. Although the 5-star Qi origin fruit is guarded by formidable beasts of the blood transformation realm, the disciples of the evil demon temple are no weaklings. Should they arrive first, it could spell disaster for us. If they manage to pluck the 5-star Qi origin fruit, reclaiming it from them would prove exceedingly difficult. I suggest we hasten our pace and proceed at full speed, Yi Chen remarked to Su Qingyuan. You are not in a position to speak here. I am the leader of this grand team. Do you understand? There is no need for your guidance on how to proceed, Su Qingyuan coldly retorted, casting a chilling glance at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, indifferent to his disdain, thought to himself that if they did not move soon, he would take his leave. The team swiftly resumed their journey. However, as they continued onward, Su Qingyuan seemingly slowed their pace intentionally, perhaps to provoke Yi Chen. During their trek to the 5-star Yuanlong Mountain, they encountered several waves of disciples from the evil demon temple, all of whom were either slain or frightened away. After another day of travel, they arrived at a vast canyon. Within the extreme immortal secret realm, canyons abound, with numerous valleys interconnected, strewn with massive boulders and dense forests. Approaching this immense canyon, they could faintly discern the 3 characters, Falling God Valley. Within that valley, patches of blood-red light flickered ominously, exuding a malevolent aura. Perhaps due to Yi Chen's supreme bloodline and his exceptional talents, he sensed something amiss from several miles away. The valley ahead seems rather unusual. It appears there may be ambushes from the evil demon temple. We should halt for now and observe further, Yi Chen suggested. However, upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Su Qingyuan shook his head repeatedly. It is several miles away. What can you discern from such a distance? Refrain from speaking nonsense and disturbing the morale. Su Qingyuan coldly cast a glance at Yi Chen. I've said all that needs to be said. Exercise caution, Yi Chen replied. As they approached the valley, just a few hundred meters away, Su Qingyuan suddenly sensed a malevolent current swirling above the gorge, prompting him to realize that something was amiss. Halt, he commanded. Everyone came to a standstill, gazing into the valley with grave expressions. What is it? Xia Guangqi inquired with curiosity. There are ambushers within the valley. Members of the evil demon sect, Su Qingyuan stated. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned towards Yi Chen. Just as Yi Chen had predicted, there were indeed ambushers from the evil demon sect present. Should we still proceed into the valley? Xia Guangqi asked. Of course we shall. They are of no consequence, Su Qingyuan replied. Chapter 96. Encountering old foes. Su Qingyuan had evidently assumed the role of the leader, believing himself to possess absolute authority within the team. With so many of us, what could he possibly fear? Nonetheless, it was prudent to observe for the time being, Su Qingyuan remarked. The group encircled the valley, scanning the surroundings incessantly. After a brief moment, Su Qingyuan commanded them to proceed, as they had not discerned any anomalies in the nooks and crannies beyond the valley. The sinister faction merely lurked within the valley. Now that they were aware of this, they could prepare to catch their adversaries off guard. Accelerate. Once we enter the valley, if we encounter any personnel from the evil temple, we shall strike them down immediately, Su Qingyuan declared with icy resolve. Understood, Xia Guangqi replied, nodding vigorously. Subsequently, the group hastened their pace towards the valley. Upon entering the valley, a dense mist of blood surged towards them from all directions. Everyone employed their abilities to slice through the crimson haze. Once they had dispelled the blood mist, they beheld a formidable battalion ahead. It was indeed the faction from the evil temple, comprising no fewer than 40 to 50 members, while their own group numbered only around 30, a clear numerical disadvantage. Ha! You have finally arrived. This shall be your place of demise. Amongst the ranks of the evil temple stood a figure clad in a light blue robe, adorned with a blue crown and wielding twin swords, his gaze fixated on Su Qingyuan and his companions with frigid intensity. Upon closer inspection, Chen recognized him as none other than Zhao Chongkong. It had been over a year since their last encounter in Qingyang City. Beside Zhao Chongkong stood Lin Mashi, and the sight of their adversaries ignited a fierce spark of enmity in their eyes. Having not crossed paths for more than a year, Zhao Chongkong had ascended to the 9th level of the 6th True Realm, a mere step away from the 7th True Realm. Lin Mashi was not far behind, having reached the 8th level of the 6th True Realm as well. Surrounding Zhao Chongkong was a swirling aura of ink-colored spiritual energy, starkly contrasting with the essence of their orthodox sect. Observing this scene, Chen felt a tinge of pressure. Although Zhao Chongkong appeared to be at the 9th level of the 6th True Realm, his true strength was likely far greater. As Chen laid eyes on Zhao Chongkong, the latter, along with Lin Mashi, spotted him as well. It's that brat Chen. He has also entered the secret realm, Zhao Chongkong exclaimed, his voice brimming with murderous intent. At this moment, Su Qingyuan and Xia Guangqi were taken aback upon witnessing the opposing force, realizing that their strength was evidently superior. Particularly, the leader exuded an aura of profound darkness, with swirling black energy enveloping him, accompanied by a menacing fog that loomed above, instilling a significant sense of dread. What a formidable presence! Su Qingyuan had initially contemplated a surprise attack, but at this juncture, he hesitated to make a move. Chen, you have also come. Zhao Chongkong gazed at Chen with a frigid demeanor. I have come to eradicate you. Chen was decidedly unyielding toward them. Young man, should you choose to be arrogant, encountering us will lead you to a dead end, Zhao Chongkong declared with palpable menace. Witnessing this scene, Su Qingyuan and the others were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the current situation. Do you recognize this leader of the evil demon temple? Su Qingyuan inquired, directing his gaze toward Chen. Indeed, we hail from the same city. Chen replied. He is a member of the evil demon temple. You cannot possibly be one as well. Su Qingyuan remarked. If that were the case, he would have ample justification to slay Chen without hesitation. How could that be? Had it not been for the intervention of a distinguished figure, this young man would have been recruited into the Lingxiao Academy, Chen asserted. Once his identity was uncovered, he was forcefully taken away by an elder of the evil demon temple. I see, Lu Bingxia nodded in understanding, genuinely concerned about the ambiguous relationship between Chen and Zhao Chongkong. He sought my life on several occasions. Now, upon our reunion, there is no profound enmity. Chen coldly regarded Zhao Chongkong. Zhao Chongkong, too, harbored thoughts of using this opportunity to eliminate Chen. Young man, since fate has brought us together today, do not expect to leave alive, Zhao Chongkong proclaimed loudly. At Zhao Chongkong's side, Lin Moshi's feelings upon seeing Chen were exceedingly complex. When she first observed Chen's celestial bloodline and extraordinary talent at the testing platform, she was profoundly astonished. Had it not been for the Lin family's lack of standing in Qingyang City, how could she have affiliated herself with the evil demon temple? Moreover, after joining the temple, Zhao Chongkong had grown increasingly indifferent towards her. Although they were betrothed, no tangible relationship had developed. After arriving at the evil demon temple, Zhao Chongkong frequently requested dual cultivation with Lin Moshi, yet she consistently rebuffed him with various excuses. This infuriated Zhao Chongkong, who viewed her merely as a means to elevate his own standing, devoid of any genuine affection. Their initial connection in Qingyang City was merely a familial alliance. Had she followed Chen back then, with his celestial talent and bloodline, her future could have been considerably brighter. However, it was too late for such reflections. She had embarked on an irreversible path, unable to turn back. Beyond her resentment towards Chen, a flicker of regret lingered within her heart. Yet the world offers no remedy for regrets, and she must bear the consequences of her choices. Fortunately, a venerable figure within the evil demon temple took her as a disciple. Otherwise, Zhao Chongkong would have relentlessly pursued her. With this connection to the elder, Zhao Chongkong refrained from any overt actions against her. Now, encountering Yi Chen once more, they stood as mortal enemies, and Lin Mo Shi's heart was overwhelmed with turmoil. As Su Qingyuan observed Zhao Chongkong's unwavering resolve to slay Yi Chen, a sense of elation washed over him, for he believed that he could witness Yi Chen's demise without having to lift a finger. In the event that a confrontation ensued, Su Qingyuan intended to retreat with his companions to a safe distance. The opposing force was evidently far more formidable than they could contend with. Thus, he deemed it prudent to allow Yi Chen to meet his fate. Should circumstances permit, Su Qingyuan even contemplated fleeing with his fellow disciples, choosing not to engage in battle. Yi Chen, I advise you to relinquish your fight and surrender promptly. Perhaps, out of consideration for our past acquaintance, I may spare your life. Zhao Chongkong declared with an icy demeanor. I convey the same sentiment to you. If you possess any sense, cleanse your neck in preparation, and I shall grant you a swift end, Yi Chen retorted coldly. Humph, a fool unaware of his impending doom, Zhao Chongkong scoffed. His gaze fixed on Yi Chen with a chilling indifference, as if he were merely observing a corpse. Chapter 97. Close protection yet. Yi Chen appeared remarkably indifferent, unmoved by the taunts. After more than a year, your progress is negligible, merely having entered the second level of the true mansion realm. How embarrassing, Zhao Chongkong mocked. However, Yi Chen remained unfazed, casting a detached gaze at him. Observing Zhao Chongkong's arrogant demeanor, Yi Chen chose not to respond, regarding him with a mocking glance. Zhao Chongkong, your refusal to abandon the righteous path and your choice to join the evil temple, practicing malevolent arts, will lead you to a dire fate. Your initial decision was flawed. History has shown that evil cannot triumph over good. Yi Chen remarked with a scornful expression directed at Zhao Chongkong. Witnessing Yi Chen's confident and arrogant demeanor, Zhao Chongkong was infuriated. Attack! Slay this boy. Whoever brings me his head shall be rewarded with 10 blood god pills. Zhao Chongkong proclaimed, preparing to offer a substantial bounty. The blood god pill was a coveted treasure among the disciples of the evil temple, a third-tier elixir that significantly enhanced the realms of those practicing dark arts, enriching their malevolent energy. While there may not be a discernible disparity in realm between the righteous sects and the evil ones, the energies they wield were distinctly different. For instance, the disciples of the evil temple exuded energies tinged with crimson or black, surrounded by blood shadows or dark mists, presenting an aura of malevolence. With such a tantalizing incentive from Zhao Chongkong, his subordinates from the evil temple surged towards Yi Chen like a torrential downpour. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Qingyuan was taken aback and retreated without any intention of engaging. His sole purpose was to seize this opportunity to eliminate Yi Chen. However, Lu Bingxia leaped in front of Yi Chen. Junior brother Yi, fear not. Your senior sister is here to protect you. If they wish to kill you, they must first contend with me. Although Lu Bingxia's protective stance was motivated by her own intentions, in that moment, she stood resolutely by Yi Chen's side, and he felt a deep sense of gratitude. The disciples of the evil temple charging towards them boasted an average realm of the 6th level of the true mansion, making them formidable foes. In contrast, their side averaged only the 4th to 5th levels of the true mansion, with only a few reaching the 6th level. Thus, in any confrontation, Lu Bingxia's group was vastly outmatched. Xia Guangqi sensed the overwhelming offensive from the enemy and began to retreat steadily. Yet, the primary target of the adversaries remained Yi Chen, as over a dozen 6th-level true mansion experts rushed toward him. Lu Bingxia and her comrades held the front line, while Xia Guangqi, clearly in league with Su Qingyuan, remained in a passive state, reluctant to reveal his true strength amidst the fray, merely following the crowd. Before long, several individuals by Lu Bingxia's side were slain by the minions of the evil temple. The scene was awash with bloodstains. Lu Bingxia had sustained minor injuries. Yet despite her cultivation being merely at the 5th level of true mansion, her combat prowess was remarkably formidable. Sister Bingxia, there is no need for you to endure so painfully. They are targeting me, and their attacks have become excessively fierce. It would be prudent for you to retreat with the others. Yi Chen observed Lu Bingxia's struggle and felt a pang of guilt within. It's all right. I can still hold on, Lu Bingxia replied resolutely. Seeing the prolonged stalemate, Zhao Changkong's gaze was filled with murderous intent. What is going on? Can't even subdue a mere Yi Chun, he exclaimed. Changkong, are you planning to take matters into your own hands? Lin Moxie assessed Zhao Changkong's demeanor, concluding that he was indeed preparing to act. No matter, I shall take action myself and swiftly eliminate this brat, Zhao Changkong declared, his eyes ablaze with wrath. With that, he vanished in a flash, hurtling towards Lu Bingxia. Feeling an overwhelmingly powerful aura approaching, Lu Bingxia turned to see Zhao Changkong barreling toward her. He struck out with a palm, seemingly a simple blow, yet it sent Lu Bingxia hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string. She coughed up blood mid-flight, her vitality severely diminished. Seizing the moment, Zhao Changkong aimed to extinguish her life, recognizing her strength within her team. Eliminating her would be a strategic advantage. As the impending strike loomed, it appeared Lu Bingxia was destined to perish, her strength utterly depleted. She gently closed her eyes, bracing for the fate that awaited her. Just then, a figure swooped in before her, delivering a countering palm strike. Boom! Waves of air surged and roiled through the atmosphere. Zhao Changkong's formidable blow was thwarted. Gasps of astonishment erupted around them, disbelief etched on the faces of onlookers. When they focused, they were further astonished to discover it was Yi Chun who had blocked Zhao Changkong's fierce attack. It was crucial to note that Zhao Changkong was a powerful figure at the 6th level of True Mansion, while Yi Chun had only recently ascended to the 2nd level. The disparity was immense. Yet, miraculously, Yi Chun had managed to withstand such a ferocious assault. Even Zhao Changkong himself was taken aback. Lu Bingxiao fell to the ground, quickly aided by the disciples of Lingxiao Academy surrounding her. Sister Bingxiao, leave this to me, Yi Chun assured her. Lu Bingxiao felt a surge of joy within her. This time, she had made the right choice. Yi Chun's potential was immense. Even at the 2nd level of the True Mansion realm, he could withstand a lethal strike from a formidable opponent at the 6th level. One could only imagine the spectacle when he reached the 6th level of the True Mansion realm. With this thought, a smile graced Lu Bingxia's face. Be careful, she cautioned. Yi Chun nodded, turning to fix his cold and piercing gaze upon Zhao Changkong. In Yi Chun's eyes, Zhao Changkong discerned layers of murderous intent. Both harbored a desire to eliminate the other, and their confrontation was imminent. This was a battle of fate. Previously, when Yi Chun was at the 4th or 5th level of the Sea Transformation realm, he had triumphed over a 9th level opponent. Now, despite being at the 2nd level of the True Mansion realm, he showed no signs of intimidation before Zhao Changkong, who stood at the 6th level. You truly dare to fight me, Zhao Changkong said coldly, his gaze fixed on Yi Chun. Why wouldn't I? Yi Chun replied, his expression devoid of fear. Chapter 98. Blood Mist 7 kills. Palm. Observing Yi Chun's nonchalant demeanor, Zhao Changkong seethed with anger. With your mere level of cultivation, you dare to challenge me? I cannot fathom your thoughts. Zhao Changkong regarded Yi Chun with a frigid gaze. Regardless of my thoughts, if you wish to kill me, come forth and do so. Spare me the idle chatter, Yi Chun replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Changkong. Zhao Changkong felt a flicker of astonishment. Yi Chun's previous strike had indeed shattered his formidable assault. In this confrontation, Zhao Changkong held no absolute confidence. Yet he believed he possessed a 90% chance of victory. Were it not for Yi Chun, he might have already infiltrated the Lingxiao Academy. But it was Yi Chun who had brought him to this predicament. The surrounding individuals, including Su Qingyuan, Lu Bingxia, Xia Guangqi, and Chen Yujia, each harbored different thoughts. Naturally, those from the evil demon temple wished for Zhao Changkong to wreak havoc and eliminate Yi Chun. However, not everyone on Xia Guangqi's side shared this sentiment. Yi Chun remained indifferent to their fears. He was solely focused on accomplishing what he needed to do. Zhao Changkong's power was exceedingly formidable, and Yi Chun possessed no absolute assurance of triumph. Yet, he understood that certain matters must be addressed. Zhao Changkong's icy stare fixated on Yi Chun as he ascended towards him, launching a palm strike. A thunderous sound erupted, accompanied by a surge of bloodlight that swiftly enveloped Yi Chun. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Chen Yujia and Lu Bingxia were filled with dread. Zhao Changkong's overwhelming strength left them astounded. Xia Guangqi and Su Qingyuan, too, were profoundly shocked. They recognized that they had no capacity to resist this strike, indicating that Zhao Changkong could easily slay them with a single blow, truly overwhelming. A complex feeling stirred within Su Qingyuan. He yearned for Zhao Chongkong to eliminate Yi Chun and eradicate this significant threat, yet he also feared that should Yi Chun perish, they might become the next targets. If Zhao Chongkong chose not to spare them, they would likely meet their demise here. Ha ha ha, I have merely made my move. And already you find yourself ensnared within my blood mist 7 kills palm. What strength do you have left to contend with me? Zhao Chongkong taunted coldly. Humph, your so-called blood mist 7 kills palm cannot possibly ensnare me, Yi Chun retorted, drawing his sword with a swift motion. Employing the CHNYNTNHI sword technique, which comprised 9 layers, Yi Chun had already mastered the 7th layer. With a single stroke, the sword's aura surged forth, seemingly emerging from the depths of the cloud sea, effortlessly tearing through the dense blood mist. Remarkably, Yi Chun had managed to thwart the powerful assault of his opponent, leaving Xia Guangqi, Su Qingyuan, and the others utterly astonished. If Yi Chun were to wield his sword with such formidable strength continuously, it is likely that Su Qingyuan would not withstand even a few strikes. Su Qingyuan's expression was complex. He found himself unable to contend with Zhao Chongkong, nor was he a match for Yi Chun. The arrogance he once displayed had now transformed into a visage of gloom. In his mind, it would be best if Yi Chun and Zhao Chongkong engaged in a fierce battle to the point of mutual destruction, allowing him to seize the opportunity and eliminate both. Yi Shidi is remarkably powerful, Chen Yujia exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I fear none of us can stand against Yi Shidi. Lu Bingxia expressed her relief at having chosen to ally with Yi Chun, determined to cultivate this relationship further. Witnessing Yi Chun shatter the blood mist woven by his blood mist 7 kill palm with a single strike, Zhao Chongkong was somewhat taken aback. Continue, he urged. Bang, bang, bang. The 7 consecutive palms formed a deadly 7-fold assault. The gathering blood mist loomed heavily, exuding an intense sense of pressure. Yi Chun, unperturbed, swiftly brandished his Chinko crescent blade, slicing forward. Swish, swish, swish. Each strike was more formidable than the last. Streams of sword energy coalesced into a tidal wave, crashing down and obliterating vast expanses of blood mist. Upon witnessing Yi Chen's swordplay, Lin Mashi's expression grew increasingly grave. She recognized that Yi Chen's technique was precisely the cloud-piercing, sea-splitting sword art she had sought earlier. The mysterious figure was, in fact, Yi Chun. This revelation caught her off guard. Reflecting on past events, she felt a pang of regret for having betrayed Yi Chun. It might have been the gravest error of her life. Yet now, having strayed down a dark path, she feared that there might be no opportunity for redemption. Zhao Chongkong was astonished by the profound depth of Yi Chen's swordsmanship, which had successfully countered his blood mist 7 kill palm. You lad, possess some merit. You are worthy of my effort. However, be prepared, for I shall no longer hold back and will unleash my true strength, Zhao Chongkong declared coldly. Very well, Yi Chen replied. I too wish to witness the extent of your progress over the past year. He regarded Zhao Chongkong with an icy demeanor. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Zhao Chongkong altered his stance, blood-red shadows swirling around him. He was evidently employing one of the 10 great palm techniques of the evil magic temple, the demon light polarization palm. Great swathes of crimson shadows surged straight towards Yi Chun. Yet, Yi Chun remained utterly composed, brandishing his sword forward. A multitude of sword shadows amassed, crashing against the demonic palm shadows. A terrifying energy erupted, reverberating through the surroundings, shattering trees and boulders alike. Witnessing this spectacle, both parties were left in utter astonishment. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the sky was filled with cascading sword light and blood-red palm shadows. After a brief moment, Yi Chun was forcefully propelled away. Yet Zhao Chongkong was not in a much better predicament, having also been driven back. Zhao Chongkong was utterly astonished. He had unleashed nearly all his strength. Yet he still found himself unable to vanquish Yi Chun, leaving him momentarily at a loss. This was a prime opportunity. If he failed to eliminate Yi Chun this time, he could only wonder when another chance would arise. In that instant, Zhao Chongkong produced a blood-red pill and swallowed it without hesitation. As the pill descended, a surge of energy enveloped him, and he astonishingly broke through to the 7th level of the true mansion realm. However, this enhancement was merely temporary. Yi Chun could discern that it was the result of the pill's effects. Without it, Zhao Changkong would still be at the 9th layer of the 6th level of the true mansion realm. Do not underestimate the significance of such a minor elevation in realm. His spiritual energy had grown considerably more robust than before. Chapter 99. Retreat. Zhao Changkong waved his hand forward, and with a resounding boom, the very fabric of space seemed on the verge of collapse. Faced with this spectacle, Yi Chun could only helplessly produce a 3rd-tier golden armor jade talisman. In an instant, a shimmering layer of golden light enveloped him, within which a golden armored figure materialized, intercepting Zhao Changkong's full-force strike. After several successive blows, Zhao Changkong had exhausted the potency of the medicinal pill, reverting to his original state. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Chun launched a forceful counterattack, his sword slicing through the air and sending Zhao Changkong flying several dozen feet, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, Yi Chun's own spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Should the battle continue in this manner, he was uncertain if he could persist. To endure, he would have to rely heavily on numerous medicinal pills and jade talismans. Zhao Changkong's expression was one of grave concern. He had not anticipated that the young man he sought to eliminate would prove so formidable. Just then, Lin Mashi soared to Zhao Changkong's side and declared, "This young man is no longer the Yi Chun of the past. There is an extraordinarily mysterious power flowing around him. He must have acquired some kind of extraordinary opportunity. Do you not recall his previous assessment? He possesses a heavenly bloodline, a heavenly talent, and more disciples from the Lingxiao Academy are arriving by the moment. We must retreat." Persuaded by Lin Mashi's words, and after a moment of contemplation, Zhao Changkong reluctantly commanded, "Withdraw." As he uttered the word, the personnel from the evil demon temple swiftly retreated. Xia Guangqi and Su Qingyuan did not pursue them. They were never a match for the forces of the evil demon temple, whose strength was undeniably superior. Finally, they were leaving. Yi Chun's anxious heart finally eased. Had the battle continued, he would have been left with little strength. The toll on Yi Chun was immense. Upon witnessing the retreat of the evil demon temple's personnel, he found a secluded corner and immediately began consuming 3rd-tier healing and stamina-restoring elixirs. Simultaneously, his gaze remained fixed on Su Qingyuan's direction, for the latter harbored a strong intent to kill, likely seeking this opportunity to eliminate Yi Chun. Indeed, Su Qingyuan had such intentions, yet at this moment, around Yi Chun stood Lu Bingxia and her companions, forming an implicit protective barrier. Should he rashly approach, success was far from guaranteed. Moreover, Yi Chun's formidable prowess had instilled a psychological shadow over Su Qingyuan. Failure could very well result in being struck down by Yi Chun's palm. Yi Chun's celestial cloud sword technique was exceedingly powerful. Even a 5th-tier execution could overwhelm Su Qingyuan. Meanwhile, members from other teams began to gather, having been astonished by Yi Chun's might during the earlier confrontation. They approached him, offering their greetings. Yi Chun nodded in acknowledgement, preferring not to forge too many new alliances. At this moment, he yearned for a tranquil space to gradually restore his strength. This battle had unveiled the true prowess of Zhao Changkong to him. He had nearly exhausted all of his capabilities. The profound insights gained from such a fierce confrontation were indelible. Additionally, Yi Chun sensed a subtle shift in the black ceramic jar. Although the nature of this change eluded him for the time being, due to the immense toll it had taken on him, Yi Chun incessantly consumed medicinal pills at the side. Those around him, some accustomed to this sight, while newcomers from the Lingxiao Academy gazed in astonishment. After ingesting several pills, Yi Chun experienced a notable revival of his strength. The battle had fortified his resolve and solidified his foundation. Once he had regained a considerable portion of his vitality, he observed those nearby, noting that most were engaged in recuperation. Not far from him, however, Chen Yujia wore a somber expression that betrayed her discontent. What could be troubling her? Yi Chun approached her slowly. "What is the matter?" he inquired softly, noticing tears lingering at the corners of her eyes. Upon hearing his voice, Chen Yujia hastily wiped away her tears and looked at him. "I am fine," she quickly replied, shaking her head. "Your face tells a different story. What is truly wrong?" Yi Chun pressed, concern evident in his tone. In truth, her worries stemmed from thoughts of their future circumstances. The mere thought of encountering a disciple from the evil sect, like Zhao Changkong, was daunting. Even one a rank or two below him would pose a significant threat that she felt utterly ill-equipped to handle. In stark contrast, while Yi Chun possessed a lower rank, his strength was remarkably formidable. Faced with such a comparison, Chen Yujia felt her own inadequacies weigh heavily upon her, leading to her despondent state. If this continued in the secret realm, she feared she might not survive to see the outside world again, which only heightened her anxiety and brought forth her tears. After much prompting from Yi Chen, she finally expressed her inner turmoil. Upon hearing her concerns, Yi Chen smiled lightly. Is that all? Are you merely worried about lacking means to protect yourself in this complex environment? He asked with a chuckle. Unlike you, I may be at a lower rank, but my strength is extraordinary. If it weren't for you driving Zhao Changkong away, a significant portion of the sect's disciples, myself included, would likely have perished. Chen Yujia shook her head in resignation. It's nothing to be concerned about. Yi Chen, displaying remarkable generosity, responded, Here, take this. He then produced a handful of jade talismans, lightning talismans, golden armor talismans, earth escape talismans, and an array of other defensive and escape talismans. Chen Yujia stood momentarily stunned, taken aback by his offering. Please, you must give it all to me, Chen Yujia exclaimed in utter astonishment after a brief pause. Take it. It may save your life. Worry not about it any longer, Yi Chen replied. The onlookers surrounding them were equally astounded by this unfolding scene. Various jade talismans, ranging from the second to the third rank, were present, each possessing significant utility within the secret realm. Yi Chen's generous offering amounted to a considerable fortune. Chen Yujia shook her head repeatedly. It is far too precious. I cannot afford it. You should keep it for yourself. Though her proximity to Yi Chen was motivated by a desire for security, she was reluctant to take advantage of him at this moment, fearing it might alter his perception of her. Chapter 100. No exchange. Observing Chen Yujia's persistent refusal, Yi Chen could hardly fathom her thoughts. I have offered you everything. What more do you desire? He remarked with a wry smile. These jade talismans, I could not possibly afford even with all my points and spirit stones. No, I cannot accept them. Chen Yujia was utterly astonished by Yi Chen's remarkable wealth. He possessed an assortment of jade talismans, and previously, he had consumed various third-grade elixirs that they would ordinarily hesitate to indulge in. His affluence surpassed that of some elders within their sect. As Chen Yujia continued to shake her head in refusal, Yi Chen resolutely pressed several jade talismans into her hands. Just take them. They are merely talismans, and I have plenty to spare. With that, he reached into another pocket and produced a dozen more third-grade talismans of various kinds. Chen Yujia was momentarily speechless at the sight. There were talismans for gold armor, flight, evasion, defense, and true thunder, each exceedingly difficult to forge, with few possessing such comprehensive knowledge of them. Yet, for Yi Chen, these talismans were commonplace, as he casually displayed them in abundance. This spectacle was nothing short of astonishing. Is this lad truly so wealthy? So many talismans, and third-grade ones at that, capable of saving lives in critical moments, murmured Su Qingyuan. Initially intent on eliminating Yi Chen at the first opportunity, he now reconsidered. Not only was Yi Chen's strength far beyond what his current realm could represent, but his means of escape could ensure his survival tenfold. As long as he could not defeat Yi Chen, the latter would ultimately have no difficulty dispatching Su Qingyuan once he regained his composure. Pondering this, he could not comprehend why Brother Lu would provoke such a formidable individual. Chen, sister, why are you still in a daze? Take them, Yi Chen urged. Reluctantly, Chen Yujia accepted the jade talismans he offered, her heart brimming with gratitude. With these talismans, she could safeguard her life in critical moments. It was undeniable that Yi Chen's kindness would remain etched in her memory. Had she not encountered him along her journey, she might not have survived to this day. Seeing Chen Yujia finally smile, Yi Chen responded with warmth, Yes. That's it. Maintain a cheerful disposition. On the side, Lu Bingxiao approached with a beaming smile. You are quite impressive, having so many talismans while previously requesting one from me. She teased playfully. Haha, I dare not disappoint Sister Lu's goodwill, Yi Chen replied. But do not merely speak sweet words. I have several sisters here without jade talismans for protection. Since you possess so much, why not share it with everyone? Lu Bingxiao remarked, which left Yi Chen feeling quite helpless. Although he had a considerable number of jade talismans, Lu Bingxiao had numerous sisters as well. If he were to distribute them to everyone, he feared there would not be enough talismans to go around. Thus, he only bestowed 1 or 2 talismans upon each of them. Observing the pained expression on Yi Chen's face, Lu Bingxiao teased, Junior brother, be a bit more generous. There is no need to be so stingy. You seem to change color at the thought of parting with a few talismans. Nay, it's not that, Chen replied. It's merely that there are too many people, and they are insufficient to distribute evenly. I must retain a few for my own protection. All right. I shall ensure you retain some. Lu Bingxia chuckled. We shall not take advantage of you. These few heavenly spirit branches are for you. Consider them a token of exchange for your talismans. With that, Lu Bingxia handed several heavenly spirit branches to Chen, who gratefully accepted them. These branches were excellent materials for concocting 3rd and 4th tier elixirs, and Chen, naturally, would not refuse such a generous offering. The crux of the matter lay with Lu Bingxia and her companions. Even though they had acquired these heavenly spirit branches, they would ultimately have to surrender them to their sect upon returning, receiving little more than some points or perhaps a handful of elixirs in exchange. However, the value of those offerings would pale in comparison to the jade talismans Chen had provided. Hence, Lu Bingxia's decision to present these elixirs to Chen was driven by her own ulterior motives. Upon witnessing Lu Bingxia and her sisters exchanging for so many talismans, Su Qingyuan felt a twinge of envy. However, he lacked the courage to approach Chen for a trade. Instead, he discreetly enlisted a few of his brothers to exchange their acquired spiritual herbs with Chen. To his surprise, those brothers soon returned empty-handed. What transpired? Su Qingyuan inquired. Bewildered, the lad said he had none left to exchange with us, so we had no choice but to return, one of his subordinates replied. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyuan's anger flared, and his gaze turned icy as he shot several glances toward Chen's direction. Understanding their intent, Chen was quite aware of what they sought. Not only did he have few talismans left, but even if he did, he would never exchange them with them. He knew their true motives. Su Qingyuan would be more than pleased to see him meet his demise. In such a life-and-death rivalry, how could Chen possibly provide him with talismans for survival? Observing Su Qingyuan's vexed expression, Chen remained unfazed. Previously, Lu Bingxia and her companions had bestowed upon him various spiritual herbs and branches. If he were to arrange a Mingdan formation and combine it with other spiritual herbs and materials he had acquired, he could concoct a considerable number of 3rd-tier medicinal pills for healing and replenishing energy. However, that matter can be set aside for the time being. There will be ample opportunity to refine them later. The most pressing concern at present is to hasten towards the 5-star Yuanlong Mountain. Within the mountain resides a formidable blood transformation realm demon guarding the 5-star Qiyuan fruit, which is precisely what Chen requires. Only by obtaining the 5-star Qiyuan fruit can he concoct the antidote needed to save his master, and the time left for his master grows increasingly scarce. Thus, Chen's window of opportunity is rapidly diminishing. This task must be undertaken with utmost urgency and cannot be delayed in the slightest. Shall we set forth? Chen cast a glance at Su Qingyuan, the leader of their grand expedition. Chapter 101. The Great Demon of Yuanlong Mountain. However, upon noticing Chen's intention to depart, Su Qingyuan sought to impose a challenge on him, showing no inclination to let him go. Many of the senior brothers had yet to recover. Let us wait a little longer, Su Qingyuan insisted. Very well, you may wait. We shall take our leave. Chen replied, casting a glance at Lu Bingxia. Understanding his intent, Lu Bingxia gestured to her group of sisters, and they departed, though their numbers were modest, constituting a third of the team. Observing this scene, Xia Guangqi turned to Su Qingyuan. Brother Qingyuan, let us set off early as well. Other teams may already be awaiting us at Wuxing Yuanlong Mountain, he remarked. Brother Guangqi makes a valid point. Let us proceed. Su Qingyuan acquiesced, eager to depart. Remaining here was not necessarily safe. The forces of the evil demon temple could arrive at any moment. Soon, Xia Guangqi, Lu Bingxia, and Su Qingyuan hastened forward. If they traveled swiftly, they could reach Wuxing Yuanlong Mountain by the following morning. Chen was acutely aware that upon arrival, obtaining the Wuxing Qiyuan fruit would not be immediate, as formidable demons guarded it, and complex situations awaited them. Thus, he reminded himself to remain cautious and composed once they reached Wuxing Yuanlong Mountain. As they journeyed, they pressed on relentlessly toward their destination. The closer they approached Wuxing Yuanlong Mountain, the more they felt the surge of powerful presences. Beyond the mountain ahead lies Wuxing Yuanlong Mountain, Lu Bingxia observed, noticing Chen's eagerness to arrive. Indeed, Chen nodded in agreement. After traveling for another 2 hours, they beheld a vast throng in the distance. At least 7 or 8 teams were gathered around a massive circular valley entrance. "We have arrived. Many are from our Lingxiao Academy," Chen announced. A look of joy illuminated Yi Chen's face. After a long journey, they had finally reached their destination, and he was elated. Upon arrival, they sensed the formidable energies emanating from the gathered individuals, indicating their impressive realms. "Look, a battle has erupted within," Xia Guanqi exclaimed. Yi Chen quickly moved closer. In the center of the circular valley, over a dozen formidable figures at the 6th level of the True Mansion realm clashed with a demon of the Transformation Sea realm. Despite their numbers, they found themselves at a disadvantage, illustrating the overwhelming strength of this formidable foe. Before them was a fire tribute golden-eyed 5-winged tiger beast. Its golden eyes gleaming as it bore 5 wings, each adorned with flickering flames. An immense, potent energy surged around it, showcasing its formidable prowess. If an ordinary blood transformation realm demon wishes to confront several experts at the 6th level of the True Mansion realm, it would be a trivial endeavor. However, the golden-eyed 5-winged tiger beast before them is a formidable demon of the 3rd level of blood transformation. Even a 1st-level blood transformation demon can easily vanquish a formidable opponent at the 9th tier of the 6th level of the True Mansion realm. Thus, one can only imagine the prowess of a 3rd-level blood transformation demon. Moreover, it remains unscathed, thriving in this environment by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, rendering it even more powerful than an average demon of the blood transformation realm. A dozen elite members from the Lingxiao Academies intersect, employing various assault strategies, flanking from the sides, launching surprise attacks from behind, and encircling from all directions, have repeatedly failed to succeed, instead being repelled by the demon time and again. Several of these elite members have clearly sustained serious injuries. Should this conflict persist, it is highly likely that they will meet their demise here. Observing this scene, Yi Chen's expression turned grave. "Senior brother He, why do you keep charging to the west? Move to the south and block this demon's advance, quickly." A sharp voice rang out. Upon hearing the familiar sound, Yi Chen focused his gaze and was surprised to find it was Bai Lingye. The junior sister had stealthily entered, likely suppressing her realm to advance unnoticed. At this moment, Bai Lingye, with thunderous determination, sought to bring down the 3rd-level blood transformation demon. Yet, after several fierce attempts, she was unable to gain the upper hand, which left her greatly perturbed. Alongside Bai Lingye was a young girl clad in purple, seemingly around 15 or 16 years old, who followed closely behind her. These two appeared to be the most formidable among the group. The purple-clad girl, her eyes radiant with spirit, wielded a purplish-red longsword. Striking with astonishing speed, the blade unleashed torrents of sword energy, cascading down like a deluge. With each powerful offensive, the golden-eyed 5-winged tiger beast radiated an overwhelming golden light, successfully thwarting their relentless assaults. Yi Chen could discern that the demon had yet to exert its full might. Its fiery wings remained dormant. The collaboration between the purple-clad girl and Bai Lingye was remarkably effective, while others hesitated to approach the fearsome demon. At the valley's entrance, numerous onlookers remained, most lacking the courage to engage. For them, even a charge might yield dire consequences, potentially leading to being devoured by the demon. After observing for some time, Yi Chen noted that Bai Lingye and the young girl grew bolder, managing to push the demon back several paces. In the center of the valley, a vibrant stream of crimson light pulsated, within which sparkled the glimmer of a crystalline object. The 5-star origin fruit lay nestled within. However, to obtain this coveted prize, one would first need to breach a thick outer barrier, a task that was anything but simple, especially with a powerful demon obstructing their path. Bai Lingye, frustrated after several failed attempts to seize her goal, was visibly agitated. Despite devising numerous strategies, success eluded her. "What are you all doing? Come closer, have you not heard?" she exclaimed, her voice echoing in the air. "Just a few strides away, and I will have the 5-star origin fruit." The people around her seemed unable to approach. Whenever they drew near, the formidable golden light emanating from the great demon would repel them. The young girl in purple attire spoke to Bai Lingye. "It appears we cannot get closer." "I care not. Everyone advance," Bai Lingye commanded sharply. At that moment, her sole desire was to obtain the 5-star origin fruit. Though reluctant, the others ultimately nodded in agreement and hastened forward. A roar erupted from the great demon, whose furious tail lashed out, conjuring a colossal beam of golden light. Chapter 102. Embrace midway upon the radiant column. Intricate patterns shimmered with an enigmatic allure, and with a resounding crash, it struck one of the inner disciples. A piercing scream echoed through the air as the disciple fell, lifeless. My heavens! This formidable creature is astonishingly powerful. Brother Jean is doomed this time. He ranks among the top 20 inner disciples of the fifth peak, yet he was effortlessly slain by this monstrous being. How terrifying! Gasps of astonishment reverberated throughout the crowd. This cannot continue. The beast seems enraged, swiftly dispatching several more formidable opponents. In an instant, the onlookers dared not approach any closer. Yet, amidst this chaos, Bai Lingye felt an overwhelming urgency. The 5-star origin fruit lay tantalizingly within reach, yet she found herself unable to claim it. This was a torment beyond measure. No, I must obtain the 5-star origin fruit. Otherwise, I shall remain unsatisfied, Bai Lingye declared with a face full of reluctance. But what does reluctance achieve? For now, we must retreat. If we provoke this great beast further, escaping may become a challenge, the young girl in purple advised her. I care not. The 5-star origin fruit is mine to seize. With that, Bai Lingye charged recklessly toward the beast. Bai Lingye, you have lost your mind. Come back. The purple-clad girl cried out in alarm. However, Bai Lingye seemed resolute, ignoring the pleas and not turning back. Yeqing, witnessing this scene among the crowd, was filled with concern. Meanwhile, Su Qingyuan and Xia Guanqi, trembling in fear, were already overwhelmed by the astonishing might of the beast. Previously, they had marveled at Zhao Changkong's prowess. Yet this creature clearly surpassed him by several degrees. Even Bai Lingye, the senior sister of the third peak, was no match for it. Such a number of esteemed inner disciples from Lingshao Academy had perished at its hands, placing immense pressure on the teams gathered to confront the beast. Despite the overwhelming strain, Bai Lingye charged madly toward the beast. How could Yeqing not worry about such reckless abandon? With a swift motion, Bai Lingye unleashed her full speed, weaving around the blood-transforming beast in a desperate bid to seize the 5-star origin fruit. As she neared her prize, a flicker of joy graced her features. Yet, unexpectedly, a colossal flame, enveloped in golden light, hurtled toward her. Should she be struck by this inferno, even if she survived, her Danxi would be obliterated, rendering her a mere shell of her former self, possibly doomed for life. Sensing the imminent danger, Bai Lingye turned to behold a vast expanse of flames encroaching upon her. A beam of golden light surged forth like a colossal sword, cleaving towards her. In that moment, Bai Lingye found herself momentarily dazed, unable to react, with neither space nor opportunity to escape. Just as she believed her fate was sealed, a swift figure embraced her, and in a whirl, they evaded the torrent of golden light and flames, landing atop a great stone in the valley, several zhang away from the formidable demon. Bai Lingye furrowed her brow, initially vexed that this audacious lad dared to hold her, but her ire dissipated upon turning to discover it was her junior disciple, Yi Chen. What brings you here? She inquired with a hint of surprise. If I hadn't come, senior sister, you would have perished. Besides, did I not inform you of my intention to participate in the extreme immortal secret realm? Surely you haven't forgotten, Yi Chen replied with a smile. Alas, my mind was consumed with thoughts of acquiring the 5-star Qi Yuan fruit, Bai Lingye admitted. You are quite remarkable, Junior. I witnessed your swift approach, and in a blink, you evaded the demon's assault. How did you manage that? She found herself reassessing her junior disciple, who now seemed markedly different. With this, Yi Chen produced 2 Thunder Talisman Jade Seals. These talismans can enable one to traverse dozens of zhang in an instant, shifting one's position with incredible speed. Indeed, Bai Lingye acknowledged. Quickly, grant me one. I hadn't realized you possessed such fascinating items. Yi Chen promptly handed her a talisman. However, as Bai Lingye prepared to charge forward, Yi Chen grasped her delicate hand. Senior sister, what are you planning? He asked, his expression tinged with concern. What else could it be? I intend to retrieve the 5-star Qi Yuan fruit. Our master awaits its life-saving properties, Bai Lingye retorted. Are you not anxious? Anxiety for the moment is futile. Let us confer first. The toll of lives lost is already too great, and this demon's power is formidable, Yi Chen urged. Very well. But could you kindly release me? Your hand is still around my waist. Bai Lingye remarked, a slight blush coloring her cheeks, a stark contrast to her usual carefree demeanor. Apologies, I was solely focused on rescue and did not consider that, Yi-chun said as he hastily released her. Yet, no sooner had he done so than the great demon trembled, unleashing a surge of golden light that shot towards them. Infuriated, the demon, guardian of the Qi-yuan fruit, was incensed by the audacity of these two youngsters who, amidst peril, engaged in idle chatter, seemingly disregarding its presence. Watch out, Lingya! The girl in purple attire called out urgently upon witnessing the impending danger. Yi-chun swiftly positioned himself in front of Bai Lingya, applying a powerful third-tier golden armor talisman to his body. A radiant shield of golden light enveloped him, forming a protective barrier. As two streams of golden light collided, the brilliance of the armor began to wane, ultimately shattering, yet it successfully repelled the adversary's attack. This golden strike was formidable enough that even a practitioner at the 7th level of the true realm might struggle to withstand it. Remarkably, Yi-chun managed to endure it. Bai Lingya suddenly realized that she scarcely recognized this junior brother. He was no longer the novice who had just entered the Lingxiao Academy. He had evidently matured to a degree that commanded her respect. Let us go. Without regard for Bai Lingya's musings, Yi-chun swiftly scooped her up and headed towards the outer region of the valley. In no time, they arrived before the little girl in purple attire. It was evident to Yi-chun that the two shared a close bond. Oh, still embracing her, the little girl in purple remarked playfully, her expression bright with amusement as she gazed at Yi-chun. Chapter 103. Temptation. Yi-chun wore an expression of profound embarrassment. Honestly, when did we transition into a couple? The young girl in purple giggled as she glanced at Bai Lingya. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingya's face flushed a deep crimson. Yi-chun hastily withdrew his hand from her waist. Observing this scene, the disciples from both the inner and outer peaks of Lingxiao Academy were on the verge of madness. This was the goddess in their hearts. Countless individuals within the academy yearned to cultivate a romantic relationship with Bai Lingya. Yet, even the slightest attempt at hand-holding would often result in Bai Lingya delivering a harsh reprimand. Yet here was Yi-chun, embracing her waist, and Bai Lingya made no objection. Had it been anyone else daring to act in such a manner, Bai Lingya would have surely dealt with them mercilessly. The more they contemplated, the more infuriated they became. Yi-chun had unwittingly become a common enemy among many in Lingxiao Academy. They could not fathom what Bai Lingya saw in Yi-chun, who was significantly lacking in cultivation. While his strength was not to be underestimated, his only notable trait seemed to be his handsome appearance. They simply could not comprehend why Bai Lingya, who often claimed to be uninterested in relationships, would choose such a partner. Mind your words, or I shall silence you, Bai Lingya warned, glaring at the girl in purple. It was evident that they shared a rapport that allowed for playful banter. Unfazed by Bai Lingya's reprimand, the girl in purple continued to observe her with sparkling eyes. Why are you staring at me like that? Bai Lingya raised her hand, feigning an intention to strike the girl. Startled, the girl in purple quickly retreated a few steps. So, for the sake of your little romance, you intend to hit me? She pouted. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe I won't sew your mouth shut? After a few days without a beating, you've become quite audacious. This is my junior disciple, Bai Lingya retorted. Haha, your junior disciple, but also your little boyfriend, isn't he? Others may not see it, but I can tell at a glance. I witnessed your affectionate exchanges just moments ago. What is this? Do you wish to deny it? Denial is futile, the girl in purple exclaimed, her words relentless. Listening to the incessant chatter from the girl in purple, Bai Lingya glared at her with wide eyes. LVZK, have you become restless again? Shall I give you a good smack for your nonsense? Bai Lingya cast a furious glare at the young girl in purple attire. The girl, named Lu Ziki, hailed from the 5th peak and possessed profound cultivation. Although their realms were suppressed upon entering this secret domain, she and Bai Lingya remained among the more formidable individuals in their group. Yi-chun observed that the higher one's original cultivation, the greater the suppression experienced upon entering this realm. While it was possible to enter by suppressing one's realm, those at the true realm 5th level or above could only diminish their strength by 1 or 2 levels, whereas those above the true realm 5th level could be suppressed by 2 to 3 levels. Despite Bai Lingya's true cultivation being around the true realm 6th level, she could only exert the power of the true realm 4th level. Nonetheless, this was still immensely formidable, as she was a direct disciple from the 3rd peak, wielding an incomprehensible swordsmanship. In contrast, Yi-chun had not yet reached the true realm 3rd level and thus felt no suppression. Even Zhao Chongkong and Su Qingyuan, whom he had encountered earlier, despite their profound cultivation, were still subject to some degree of restraint, yet their combat strength remained formidable. Lu Ziki, noticing she could not best Yi-chun, changed her expression and coldly regarded him. What are you laughing at, you brat? Am I incorrect in my assertions? If I cannot contend with Bailingi, do you think I cannot handle you? She stated. Yi-chun wore an uncomfortable expression, having wronged no one. What he did not anticipate was Lu Ziki's displeasure toward him. He smiled and shook his head. I am not a match for senior sister Lu. I concede. It would be wiser to admit defeat now. After all, even if I could win, it would require nearly all my strength, so what would be the point? However, Yi-chun was taken aback. Despite his concession, Lu Ziki showed no intention of letting him off the hook. She strode purposefully toward him. Bailingi, witnessing Lu Ziki's demeanor, expressed her displeasure. Lu Ziki, what are you doing? Do you wish to taste the power of my fist? Bailingi, unless this lad is your beloved, do not intervene. I merely wish to test him. Rest assured, I will not genuinely harm him. You wouldn't begrudge him, would you? Lu Ziki replied. In a flash, she darted forward like a streak of purple light, closing the distance to Yi-chun in an instant, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at him. The strike came swiftly and accurately, targeting Yi-chun's core. A fiery red fist shadow, imbued with fierce spiritual energy, formed a powerful force resembling a purple cloud hammer. Crashing heavily toward Yi-chun, caught off guard by the girl's sudden attack, Yi-chun had not prepared for such an onslaught. His only recourse was to summon his spiritual energy to create a protective barrier around himself. As the barrier formed, intricate inscriptions appeared, and although Lu Ziki did not unleash her full strength, she exerted 6 or 7/10 of her power. Self-assured, Yi-chun, who had just stepped into the 2nd layer of the true realm, believed he could not withstand her strike. This revelation astonished Lu Ziki. Although she felt constrained here, she believed her prowess far surpassed Yi-chun's. Yet, witnessing Yi-chun effortlessly repel her attack was truly unexpected. Remarkable, young man. I did not anticipate you could withstand my punch. Let us continue, Lu Ziki said with a playful wink at Yi-chun. Continue what? Let us not prolong this unnecessarily. It should suffice, Bailingi interjected, addressing Lu Ziki. What is the matter, reluctant to stop? Lu Ziki retorted with a smile. I am merely engaging in a friendly spar with you two lovebirds. Look at your expression. Despite Lu Ziki's continuous laughter, Yi-chun sensed her ulterior motives. She was intent on teaching him a lesson. Chapter 104. Away Yi-chun maintained a stern expression, standing helplessly to one side. I am assisting you, Lingyi. Within this secret realm, there are numerous formidable foes from the evil temple. I am merely preparing you, my young couple. Ziki remained relentless, striding towards Yi-chun once more, eager to continue their sparring. However, her strikes were anything but gentle. Yi-chun, disinterested in further conflict, pondered whether she was simply seeking another beating. Bailingi's palms radiated with vibrant spiritual energy. No. I won't interfere if he doesn't. Seeing Bailingi's demeanor, Ziki could only shake her head in exasperation. Those around them, witnessing Bailingi's fierce protection of Yi-chun, harbored a desire to eliminate him. How could such a beauty be enamored with a mere youth at the 2nd level of the true mansion realm? They found it utterly perplexing. As Bailingi observed Ziki finally quieting down, her gaze fixated on the colossal golden-eyed 5-winged tiger beast at the valley's center, behind which swayed the coveted 5-star origin fruit. The more she gazed, the stronger her desire grew to acquire the fruit. She then approached Yi-chun directly. Hand it over. Bailingi extended her hand assertively. Yi-chun, however, appeared bewildered, unsure of what Bailingi meant by her request. What? He inquired, confusion etched on his face. Don't play dumb. I mean the teleportation jade talismans. The ones called lightning jade talismans. Give me 2. I wish to teleport to the 5-star origin fruit, bypassing that formidable beast and securing the fruit for myself. Excitement sparkled in Bailingi's eyes, as though possessing such talismans would guarantee her success. Yet, Yi-chun gently shook his head. What? Not giving them to me? Bailingi's frustration was palpable. No. The crux of the matter is that giving them to you would be futile. Relying solely on a few jade talismans, without collaboration among us, would lead to failure. That beast has likely reached the 3rd level of blood transformation, with strength comparable to disciples at the 5th or 6th level of the true mansion. Attempting to confront it head-on would be tantamount to courting death. Its perception, defenses, and the golden light surrounding it, along with the flames on its wings, would easily thwart our efforts. Yi Chen spoke earnestly to Bai Lingyi. Enough of this. I am determined to give it a try. Just hand them over. Bai Lingyi insisted, her slender hand still extended towards Yi Chen, conveying that refusal would lead to confrontation. Junior sister, do you not trust my words? Yi Chen retorted. I shall demonstrate. With that, he activated a lightning jade talisman, and with a swift surge of spiritual energy, he vanished, reappearing several dozen feet away. He deftly bypassed the great beast and lunged towards the 5-star origin fruit. With a resounding thud, a massive palm strike collided with the barrier before the 5-star origin fruit. Just as the force of the strike reached the barrier, a beam of golden light surged toward Yi Chen from behind. In a moment of urgency, Yi Chen hastily affixed a lightning talisman to himself, narrowly escaping. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead. Had he delayed even a second longer, he might have been trapped indefinitely. As Yi Chen approached the 5-star origin fruit, Bai Lingyi observed intently. While Yi Chen's agility was commendable, it ultimately proved insufficient for success. Bai Lingyi pondered that, even if she were to attempt the task herself, the outcome would likely mirror his. Consequently, she fell into a profound silence, uncertain of the next course of action. Upon his return, Yi Chen approached Bai Lingyi. How does it fare, junior sister? I trust you have witnessed the events unfold, even with the lightning talisman. Without a coordinated effort, obtaining the 5-star origin fruit remains unattainable. Furthermore, the barrier protecting the fruit would withstand even a full-force strike from a cultivator at the 7th level of the true realm, requiring several moments to shatter it. Bai Lingyi nodded gently, recognizing the futility of a brute force approach. Regardless of one's strength, limitations exist. She also discerned the reluctance among their companions to collaborate. Despite their formidable abilities, the formidable beast had already felled several top-tier cultivators from Lingxiao Academy, sowing seeds of trepidation among them. Naturally, none were inclined to take such risks. However, Bai Lingyi's imposing presence kept them from retreating. Filled with urgency, Bai Lingyi turned her gaze toward Yi Chen, only to find him remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by the dire situation. Could it be that Yi Chen possessed absolute confidence? If so, that would be splendid. Yi Chen, do you have a plan to procure the 5-star origin fruit? Bai Lingyi inquired. Yi Chen nodded affirmatively, observing his confidence. Bai Lingyi was curious about the nature of his strategy. You rogue, what do you intend to do? Speak quickly, she urged, her eyes fixed earnestly on him. Do not rush. When I say I have a plan, rest assured that I do, Yi Chen replied with a smile. My approach is quite simple, requiring collective collaboration. Individual strength alone is insufficient, but I assure you it is not a call to sacrifice. As long as everyone follows my instructions, I can guarantee both safety and success in obtaining the 5-star origin fruit. With Yi Chen brimming with confidence, Bai Lingyi felt a surge of excitement. Excellent. What shall we do? Please, enlighten us swiftly, she implored, eager to commence their endeavor. However, I observe that these individuals appear rather reluctant to confront the great demon. Yi Chen said with a wry smile to Bai Lingyi. Here, I hold the authority. If I command them to advance, they will undoubtedly comply. So you need not worry about that. Merely instruct me on what to do, and I shall handle the rest. Bai Lingyi replied. Very well. I shall now share my thoughts. We currently find ourselves at the periphery of the valley, distanced from the central zone, where the 5-star origin fruit is located. As long as we do not provoke this formidable demon, it will not assault us. However, to acquire the 5-star origin fruit, we must venture into the heart of the valley. Yi Chen elaborated. Everyone present was acutely aware of what Yi Chen was articulating. I will set up a rune formation, and once we are inside, we shall strive to ensnare this great demon. Simultaneously, I will undoubtedly require your cooperation. Yi Chen addressed his companions surrounding him. Chapter 105. The strong remained. The atmosphere grew tense around them, as the onlookers feared that Yi Chen might lead them to their demise. There is no need for so many. The 20 strongest individuals may remain, while the rest may depart, Yi Chen declared. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingyi cast her gaze over the nearly 100 individuals present. Most of those who had arrived were exceptionally powerful members of various teams. Now, Yi Chen was instructing them to leave, which elicited mixed reactions. Some felt relieved, as their abilities were insufficient to contribute meaningfully and they risked encountering danger. Yet others were displeased, for this place harbored immense opportunities, including the coveted 5-star primordial fruits, as well as an abundance of 3rd and 4th-tier spiritual herbs and trees ripe for the picking. The spiritual energy here was palpably denser than in other locations. The 20 strongest individuals shall remain, the rest may leave, Bai Lingye commanded in an authoritative tone, although some wished to stay. Tempted by the prospect of acquiring the 5-star primordial fruit and its accompanying reward of 200,000 points, a substantial incentive, fear of Bai Lingye's imposing presence compelled those not within the top 20 to depart. Su Qingyuan, although desiring to leave, found himself ranked among the top 20, rendering him helpless. The vast opportunities available here were enticing, yet the complexity of his relationship with Yi Chun made him anxious. Observing the undeniable connection between Yi Chun and Bai Lingye heightened his unease. What if Yi Chun expressed a desire to eliminate him in Bai Lingye's presence? Would she not dispose of him without hesitation? Despite his concerns, he had no choice but to remain. Some yearned to leave but could not, while others wished to stay yet were unable. Such was the reality of the situation. At the foot of the 5-star Dragon Origin Mountain, those who had been dismissed wore expressions of indignation. That pretty boy, what is he really? Merely someone who has latched onto Bai Lingye. He dares to act so arrogantly before us. Our strength may be lacking, but he is even more insignificant. And yet he has the audacity to remain. I cannot fathom the sheer luck that has brought him here. How could senior sister Bai favor such a worthless individual? It seems one can only blame fortune, they grumbled incessantly. With Bai Lingye's level of cultivation, she easily overheard their complaints, and a faint blush crept upon her cheeks, as if their words had cemented her connection to Yi Chun. Yet, she could not afford to dwell on such matters. Her sole focus was on swiftly obtaining the 5-star primordial fruit, leaving everything else outside her current considerations. What shall we do next? Bai Lingye inquired, turning to Yi Chun. I will first establish the foundational array of the inscription formation. In the meantime, you all must restrain that great demon while I procure the 5-star primordial fruit. Yi Chun replied. Subsequently, he produced several pieces of jade talismans, intricately inscribing them with profound and esoteric patterns. Witnessing this scene, Bai Lingye suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity towards Yi Chun. She had not anticipated that Yi Chun could also arrange intricate inscription formations, which were even more challenging than the jade talismans. When had her junior disciple acquired such skills? How had she remained oblivious to this? It seemed that as his senior sister, she had been somewhat remiss in her duties and ought to pay more attention to him moving forward. The several jade talismans interconnected, forming an inscription formation. As Yi Chun infused his energy into it, a resonant hum echoed, and the formation ascended majestically. The onlookers around were utterly astonished. Lu Bingxiao's mouth fell agape in sheer surprise at this spectacle. Throughout their journey, Yi Chun had consistently amazed her. First, she believed he was merely an inner-sect disciple. Then she discovered he was a direct disciple, and now she saw him possibly being romantically linked with the exceedingly formidable and ethereal Bai Lingye. Who would dare to provoke Yi Chun now? Moreover, witnessing Yi Chun's ability to arrange an inscription formation was remarkable, as few within the sect possessed such a skill. The future prospects for Yi Chun were boundless, and should she cultivate a connection with him, her own future certainly promised greater potential. The thought of this brought an undeniable smile to Lu Bingxia's face. Ultimately, the inscription formation amalgamated into a larger jade talisman, which Yi Chun drew into the palm of his hand, intending to utilize it at a crucial moment. Yi Chun had already contemplated the subsequent course of action upon encountering the formidable beast. In fact, while Bai Lingye struggled to gain the upper hand against the fierce demon, he had begun to strategize on how to secure the source fruit. Junior disciple, those who were meant to leave have departed. What shall we do next? Bai Lingye's gaze was fixed intently upon Yi Chun. You all will hold off the great demon while I procure the 5-star source fruit. With your strength. If you can delay it for just a quarter of an hour, I will succeed, Yi Chun instructed Bai Lingye and her companions. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingye had no objections, though she felt it might be overly burdensome for Yi Chun, as he seemed the weakest among such powerful individuals. Yet he was tasked with the most critical endeavor. Why should you be the one to retrieve the 5-star source fruit? Su Qingyuan interjected, visibly displeased. What? Do you have an objection? Bai Lingye, eager to proceed, wished to avoid any further disputes. I do have an objection. Is it not evident that Yi Chun's cultivation level is too low to directly obtain the 5-star source fruit? Why must we hold off the great demon for him? Why doesn't he engage the demon himself? Su Qingyuan retorted. Because this task is one that only I can accomplish, Yi Chen asserted. Only you can accomplish it? I find that hard to believe, Su Qingyuan replied, shaking his head repeatedly. You are incapable of withstanding even a single strike from this formidable demon. While I possess a protective talisman capable of defending against it, Yi Chen stated directly. Humph, your thoughts are quite naive. You suggest we confront the demon head-on, while you conveniently retreat to procure the 5-star origin fruit. Such tasks are within the reach of any individual, Su Qingyuan expressed with a hint of dissatisfaction. What? Are you unwilling? It is I who bestowed this authority upon Yi Chen. Do you dare to challenge me? Bai Lingye spoke coldly. I. Just as Su Qingyuan was about to respond, a figure beside him cast a warning glance, signaling him to refrain from further speech, gently shaking their head. Observing this gesture, Su Qingyuan promptly fell silent, appearing rather obedient. Chapter 106. Success. It was precisely for this reason that Yi Chen took notice of this individual. Sensing a certain insidiousness about him, we shall follow the directives of junior brother Yi Chen without question. Our sole objective is to acquire the 5-star chi source fruit, stated a middle-aged man who had previously cast a glance at Su Qingyuan. His demeanor was deceptively affable, adorned with a disingenuous smile. Yet, upon observing this facade, Yi Chen discerned its falsity. The man's aura was profound, adept at concealing his true emotions, exuding an air of danger. Upon encountering this person, Yi Chen felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, instinctively reminding himself to remain vigilant against him. Although he had acquiesced to Yi Chen's commands, it was evident that his heart harbored discontent. Since the individual had not revealed his murderous intent, Yi Chen chose to feign ignorance. This individual was none other than Jiang Xinping, the second strongest among the younger generation of the law enforcement hall and the foremost general by Lu Qingguang's side, as well as a close friend. Jiang Xinping's prowess was widely recognized within the inner sect. As Jiang Xinping signaled Su Qingyuan to refrain from further comments, Su Qingyuan naturally complied. Our purpose in coming to Longyuan Mountain is singular, to assist junior brother Yi in obtaining the 5-star chi source fruit, Jiang Xinping declared, his countenance radiating encouragement towards his fellow disciples. Now that we are united in our resolve, let us execute my plan. You shall restrain that formidable beast. Yet, given the current circumstances, even if they managed to contain the beast, there was a looming risk that they themselves might not escape unscathed. Thus, Yi Chen prepared to distribute a lightning jade talisman to each person for their retreat, alongside a golden armor jade talisman for defense. Upon hearing Yi Chen's proposal, astonishment flickered across the faces of the gathered disciples. The lightning jade talismans had recently gained considerable circulation within the inner sect, and everyone yearned to possess a few for their own escape. Little did they expect Yi Chen to bestow one upon each of them. Furthermore, the additional golden armor jade talismans were highly coveted, often beyond the reach of even the wealthiest. Amidst the expressions of surprise, each disciple accepted the talismans handed to them by Yi Chen, their faces illuminated with smiles. Armed with these 2 talismans, they felt emboldened against the daunting beast, reassured that even in the direst of circumstances, they could effectuate their escape. Understanding their underlying trepidation, Yi Chen acted accordingly. Otherwise, he feared many might not exert their full effort in containing the beast. Should they falter in their commitment, his chances of success would diminish significantly. This was, regrettably, a necessary measure. Well then, I appreciate your efforts, dear brothers and sisters. As we now venture into the central region of the valley, where the 5-star Genesis fruit resides, everyone must exercise caution. As long as you can restrain that monstrous beast, we will employ the Thunder Rune Jade Talisman to forcibly breach the barrier shielding the 5-star Genesis fruit, extracting it from its confines, Yi Chen declared. Understood. Let us depart. Bai Lingye responded, her anticipation palpable. The group moved with agility, transforming into streaks of light as they raced towards the location of the formidable beast. Yet, Yi Chen's objective was unequivocal. He soared directly towards the direction of the 5-star Genesis fruit. With a thunderous roar, the golden-eyed 5-winged tiger demon lunged at Yi Chen, intent on protecting the coveted fruit. Block this beast, Bai Lingye shouted. 19 elite warriors swiftly contained the monstrous entity. The beast, fully aware of the unfolding situation, bellowed in fury. This was a creature of the third tier of blood transformation, possessing considerable intelligence. If a half-step blood transformation demon exhibited such awareness, one could only imagine the cunning of this beast. Radiant gold surged around the demon, morphing into numerous golden arrows aimed at by Lingye and her companions. The ground trembled as the intense golden light blasted them back several dozen yards. Nevertheless, they resolutely charged towards the beast once more, determined to obstruct it and provide Yi Chun with the opportunity he needed. Upon reaching the 5-star Genesis fruit, Yi Chun activated the Thunder Rune Jade Talisman. A bolt of lightning, as thick as half a meter, descended from the heavens, crashing heavily against the barrier. Cracks began to splinter the surface of the shield, but it did not yield immediately. Yi Chun launched a fervent assault against the barrier. Bang, bang, bang. The fissures widened. Victory seemed within reach. However, Bai Lingye and her team were straining under the relentless pressure. Although comprised of over a dozen adept fighters, they struggled against the beast's ferocious onslaught, their endurance waning. We cannot hold on much longer. Junior brother, you must hasten, Bai Lingye said, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Very well. If you find yourselves unable to continue, do not force it. Retreat, Yi Chun replied. With that, he summoned 5 golden armor jade talismans, which formed a protective barrier around him. Just as he secured his defenses, the beast, though momentarily restrained, unleashed its golden light over a wide area, flames flickering from its wings. After a series of intense attacks, Yi Chun finally shattered the barrier that protected the 5-star Genesis fruit. Swiftly, he plucked the fruit and tossed it into a black earthen jar. However, in that moment, no one noticed what transpired next. Just as Yi Chun secured the 5-star Genesis fruit and prepared to flee, the beast descended into a frenzy. As it witnessed Yi Chun's success, flames erupted around it. A conflagration accompanied by a golden beam of light, striking forcefully towards Yi Chun. Before Yi Chun could react, a resounding crash echoed as 5 golden defenses were instantly shattered. A surge of overwhelming energy collided with Yi Chun, sending him hurtling several dozen meters away. Fortunately, he was clad in the armor obtained previously at the black market, along with the protections from the golden armor and jade talismans. Otherwise, this blow would have surely cost him his life. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Lingye and the others were still desperately attempting to hinder the great demon, striving to buy Yi Chun some time to escape. Yet, the great demon was not oblivious to their intentions. With a furious roar, streams of golden light bombarded them like cannonballs. They were immediately sent flying, each sustaining injuries. The rampaging great demon was truly beyond their capacity to contend with. I have succeeded. You must leave here at once, Yi Chun shouted urgently. Chapter 107. Flight for survival. Despite being gravely injured, Yi Chun did not wish to endanger his companions by remaining behind. He was acutely aware that their collective fate would be sealed if he were to do so. Earlier, he had urged those of lesser strength to descend the mountain for this very reason. Should the great demon lose the 5-star chi source fruit, its wrath would be unleashed, and a massacre would ensue, leaving few to escape. Thus, he prioritized the safety of the weaker individuals. Quickly retreat. Brother Yi has commanded us to leave, Jiang Xinping urged hastily. With a swift motion, he led the group in a desperate dash toward the valley's exit, while Yi Chun remained at the center of the valley. The great demon, enraged, charged directly toward him, intent on slaying Yi Chun and seizing the coveted fruit. Bai Lingye gazed anxiously in Yi Chun's direction, yet was forcibly pulled away by the violet-clad Lu Ziki. Fear not, this lad will be fine. He has yet to activate the inscription array he meticulously set up. Lu Ziki reassured her. If we do not depart now, we shall truly perish here. She insisted, dragging Bai Lingye toward the foot of Longyuan Mountain. Confronted by the furious demon, Yi Chun furrowed his brow in concern. A moment's inattention could seal his fate within this valley forever. At this moment, he felt a palpable tension, for the demon's formidable strength was unmistakable. Even after employing 5 golden armor jade talismans, he had been unable to withstand its overwhelming assault, and now he bore grave injuries. Though clad in protective armor and adorned with flying talismans to hasten his escape, Yi Chun understood the urgency of the situation. 4 gates close heaven inscription array, activate. Close the heavens, he proclaimed, witnessing the demon's relentless approach. Instantly, the meticulously crafted inscription array surged forth, manifesting as formidable mountains. Several jade talismans shimmered with a radiant glow, forming chains that obstructed the demon's advance. Taken aback by this unforeseen development, the demon charged toward the luminous talismans. But its attacks failed to find purchase as it darted about within the array in vain. Meanwhile, Bai Lingye and her companions hastened down the mountain, occasionally glancing back toward the summit. "Let us rest for a moment," Jiang Xinping suggested. Bai Lingye's gaze remained fixed on the location where Yi Chen stood. Yet despite their descent, he had not yet appeared, filling her with deep concern. "I must go to save Yi Chen," she declared anxiously. Lu Ziki grasped her hand firmly. "We have only just reached the base of the mountain. You cannot ascend now. Isn't this courting death? The 5-star origin fruit is already in hand. And that formidable demon is currently in a furious rage," remarked Lu Ziki, her brow furrowed. "Indeed, senior sister Bai," echoed Jiang Xinping. "However, if we do not rescue Yi Chen and he perishes in the valley, we can forget about obtaining the 5-star origin fruit. Our efforts would ultimately be in vain." Bai Lingye stated. Silence enveloped the surroundings. For them, survival outweighed the allure of the 5-star origin fruit. What value do material possessions hold when one is dead? "I can comprehend your hesitance to accompany me, but do not impede my quest to save him. I must go to rescue my junior brother now," Bai Lingye declared emphatically. Although it appeared that the inscription array had ensnared the great demon, Yi Chen was acutely aware that it would not be long before the array crumbled. After all, he had only recently begun to learn the art of inscribing arrays, managing to barely create one or two. The great demon, befuddled, roamed restlessly, unable to break through the formidable barrier. Seizing the moment while the demon had yet to shatter the inscription array, Yi Chen hastily soared towards the foot of the mountain, applying 2 lightning talismans to himself, propelling his figure several hundred zhang away in an instant. Roar! At the base of the mountain, Bai Lingye heard the demon's thunderous roar, which filled her with deep concern for Yi Chen's safety. Just as she freed herself from Lu Ziki's grasp, preparing to venture into the valley in search of Yi Chen, she caught sight of a figure, bloodied and battered, racing towards them. "It is my junior brother," Bai Lingye exclaimed with joy. "Junior brother, you finally made it. You scared me half to death." As Yi Chen approached her, she scrutinized him with a heart full of compassion. "You are injured, junior brother?" Bai Lingye gazed at him, her eyes brimming with affection. "You claim you are not a couple, yet look at how worried you are for him. You have never shown me such concern." Lu Ziki interjected. "This is neither the time nor place for banter. We shall settle accounts when we return," Bai Lingye replied. "There is no time for further discussion. The inscription array cannot contain that great demon for long. We must swiftly leave this place and seek refuge," Yi Chen urged, frequently glancing back towards the depths of the valley. "Yes, let us depart immediately," Bai Lingye concurred. The group hastily soared into the distance. They had scarcely flown for a minute when a deafening roar erupted behind them. The inscription array shattered, and the great demon, disregarding all else, charged towards the foot of the mountain, determined to pursue and annihilate them. Yet, by the time it reached the base, the figures of the fleeing individuals had vanished, having already escaped to an unknown location. Only the resounding roar of the formidable demon reverberated through the air. Had it foreseen such a fate, the beast would have been wiser to consume the 5-star Genesis fruit at the earliest opportunity, though it remained unripe. The act of ingestion would have sufficed to elevate its prowess by a minor degree. Yet now, that precious fruit had been plucked by Yi Chen, leaving the demon's wrath unbridled and nowhere to vent. Waves of golden light erupted, crashing against the surrounding rocks, producing a cacophony that echoed throughout the valley. Listening to the tumult behind them, Bai Lingye and the others were enveloped in a palpable tension and astonishment. They had witnessed the might of the golden-eyed, 5-winged demon. Should it disregard all caution and charge after them, it was merely a matter of time before it caught up. Once within reach, dispatching them would be an effortless endeavor. Despite the multitude that had surrounded it, they had failed to even slice a fragment of its hide, while each among them bore wounds, some grievous. Yi Chen, in particular, was severely injured, his body marred by numerous cuts and drenched in blood, resembling a figure of despair. Chapter 108. Significant loss, however, within Yi Chen's heart. A profound sense of satisfaction blossomed. The combat experience he had garnered endowed him with deeper insights into martial cultivation, facilitating future breakthroughs and enhancing his combat prowess. At that moment, Su Qingyuan felt fortunate that he had refrained from undertaking Yi Chen's tasks. He had initially perceived them as trivial. Yet, upon reflection, had he attempted to forcibly seize the 5-star chi source fruit, he might have met his demise in the valley. Grateful for Yi Chen, he pondered this realization. Meanwhile, Jiang Xinpeng gazed at Yi Chen, bloodied and battered, with an increasing sense of trepidation. He had intended to seek an opportunity to eliminate this troublesome young man on behalf of Lu Qingguang. However, the circumstances compelled him to reconsider. Yi Chen possessed numerous life-preserving talismans and had demonstrated a remarkable talent for inscription arrays. Surviving an encounter with that formidable beast was no small feat, an achievement he himself might not have accomplished. The notion of slaying Yi Chen was temporarily shelved for future contemplation. Although Yi Chen was gravely injured, he had no choice but to drag his weary body forward with great haste. After a frantic escape, they arrived at a vast expanse of open land, seeking refuge in a sheltered spot to rest. The enraged great beast, though furious, halted at the edge of the valley and did not pursue Yi Chen any further, despite the loss of the 5-star chi source fruit, preventing its ascension to the 5th level of blood transformation. This valley remained the most spiritually rich area within a radius of thousands of kilometers. Abundant spiritual branches and fruits of the 3rd and 4th tiers still thrived there, ensuring the beast would not abandon its territory. With a keen understanding of the beast's mindset, Yi Chen chose to pause after less than an hour of flight. The formidable aura of the beast had dissipated, and the group sensed that it would not pursue them, granting them a moment of relief. Sitting atop a large stone, Yi Chen was enveloped in exhaustion when Bai Lingye approached him tenderly. "Sit still. Allow me to wipe the blood from your body," Bai Lingye said. As Yi Chen attempted to decline, she had already produced a handkerchief and commenced her gentle ministrations, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. Observing this scene, Ziki beamed at them. "You claim you aren't a couple?" she teased. "Bai Lingye, when I was injured, I didn't see you attend to me this way." Ziki pouted, her expression playful as she regarded Bai Lingye. "This is my junior disciple. It's not the same," Bai Lingye retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Ziki. "Junior disciple, pay her no mind. Just sit tight. I'll take care of you, and it'll be over soon." With determination, she turned Yi Chen's head towards her, disregarding the gazes of others, and focused intently on tending to his wounds. Swiftly, he cleaned the blood from his body. Yi Chen found a secluded corner and changed into a fresh set of clothing. Bai Lingye repeatedly inquired about the extent of Yi Chen's injuries. With a smile, Yi Chen assured her that he was fine and merely required some additional rest and the consumption of medicinal pills to recover. By employing the Divine Phoenix Emperor's technique, he could expedite the restoration of his lost spiritual energy back to his dantian. However, such a formidable technique was not something he would readily display before others. Thus, he sat cross-legged, practicing only the methods imparted by his master, which were already commendable. Noticing Yi Chen entering a state of meditation to recuperate his spiritual energy, Bai Lingye quietly withdrew. Among the group, Yi Chen bore the gravest injuries, so she decided to give him the necessary time to heal while vigilantly standing guard nearby. Anyone daring to disturb him would face her wrath. As 2 hours swiftly passed, the spiritual energy depleted from Yi Chen's dantian began to replenish, yet it remained insufficient. The price he paid for acquiring the 5-star Qiyuan fruit was monumental. The cost of arranging the inscription array, though it was merely a standard 3rd-grade array, along with the required materials, consumed nearly 50,000 of his points, a sum that would require an immense number of tasks to replenish. Setting aside these concerns, the medicinal pills he had crafted were nearly exhausted as well. However, with the availability of the inscription array, and given that he possessed a substantial amount of spiritual herbs and branches, he could easily concoct more pills when the time came. Yi Chen could also refine various jade talismans at will, provided he had the necessary time. The protective armor and treasures he had previously exchanged in the black market for his survival were now mostly utilized. It could be said that he had returned to a state of financial destitution. Although he carried a 5-star Qiyuan fruit with him, Yi Chen was acutely aware of the peril of presenting it at this moment. Revealing it now would be exceedingly dangerous. During his escape, he consumed a significant quantity of blood-replenishing pills and the Xiao Zhuanjiu Xian Dan. Without them, he would not have been able to endure his severe injuries and would have collapsed long ago. After a period of rest, combined with the effects of the previously ingested pills, Yi Chen had regained more than half of his vitality. With a bit more time to recuperate, he should be able to restore himself nearly completely. The pills he had swallowed were all top-tier third-grade concoctions of his own making, boasting excellent quality that would cost a considerable amount of points in the task hall if he were to exchange for them. Su Qingyuan observed Yi Chen meditating and several times considered asking him about the 5-star Qiyuan fruit, hoping he would relinquish it for Jiang Xian Peng to safeguard. However, since Jiang Xian Peng had not broached the subject, he felt hesitant to inquire. Yet, Yi Chen could sense their glances directed toward him, discerning their intentions and the questions they longed to pose. Yi Chen was acutely aware that at this moment, he must not relinquish the 5-star origin fruit. Once surrendered, it might never be recovered, for Jiang Xinping and his associates were filled with ulterior motives. Were it not for the presence of Bai Lingye and El Ziki by his side, they might have already attempted to act against him. The 5-star origin fruit remained secure within the black ceramic jar, a matter of utmost importance concerning the safety of his master, thus necessitating Yi Chen's utmost caution. Even Bai Lingye refrained from inquiring about it, and naturally, Jiang Xinping and his companions felt disinclined to press further. Due to previous exertions, Yi Chen settled in a corner, regaining some of his strength before producing a pouch of medicinal pills, consuming them one by one as if they were his favorite delicacies. Observing Yi Chen's evident delight in his consumption, El Ziki pondered what delightful treasures he might be keeping from her. Chapter 109. The Petulant Demand for Elixirs. Thus, Lu Ziki strutted confidently before Yi Chen. "What are you eating?" she inquired. Yi Chen chose to ignore her. He regarded the young girl as nothing more than a mischievous troublemaker. "Oh, quite aloof, aren't we?" Lu Ziki remarked. She then boldly snatched a pill from Yi Chen's hand, only to discover it was an elixir, catching him off guard. "Ah, it's a true qi pill. Do you have an entire pouch of them?" Lu Ziki asked, astonished. "Indeed." Yi Chen nodded in affirmation. "My goodness, you are exceedingly extravagant. This small pouch must contain nearly 100 true qi pills." Lu Ziki exclaimed in disbelief. "Not quite. There are only 50. I didn't pack more," Yi Chen replied. "Then, may I have this pouch?" Lu Ziki asked eagerly. "Absolutely not." Yi Chen shook his head resolutely. He continued to indulge in his elixirs, seemingly oblivious to her irritation. Seeing Yi Chen's self-satisfied demeanor only served to infuriate Lu Ziki further. In her eyes, she was the most impressive individual present, yet now she found someone even more so. This was intolerable. "Enough, Lu Ziki. Do not disturb my junior brother. Let him recover his strength in peace," Bai Lingye interjected, casting a disapproving glance at Lu Ziki. "I have no intention of heeding your advice. I enjoy orbiting around Yi Chen, and your opinion matters not," Lu Ziki retorted defiantly. Bai Lingye, exasperated by Lu Ziki's antics, could only shake her head. As the two girls bickered, Yi Chen remained oblivious, focused solely on consuming his elixirs. He understood the urgency of his recovery, for enemies could emerge at any moment, and he was acutely aware of the necessity of his actions. The surrounding onlookers had grown accustomed to the altercations between the two women. After all, Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki had always quarreled in such a manner. However, they were taken aback to learn that Yi Chen consumed his true qi pills by the pouch, each containing 50 pills. Typically, even inner disciples would receive only about 100 pills in a month, and only those at the 4th level of the true mansion could claim such a privilege. Yet here was Yi Chen, having already consumed a pouch and preparing to open another. It was indeed a rare sight to witness someone indulging in such quantities. Just as Yi Chen opened a pouch and was about to savor another true qi pill, a flash of crimson violet darted forth and seized the pouch from his grasp. It was none other than Lu Ziki, making a playful face at him. "How can you just steal from me?" Yi Chen frowned. "Haha, what's taken is mine." Lu Ziki laughed joyfully. Lu Ziki appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old, and Bai Lingye was only a few years her senior. Although Bai Lingye is Yi Chen's junior sister, she actually entered the sect earlier than he did, and in truth, she is not older than him. With a small pouch of true qi pills in hand, Lu Ziki was utterly astonished. Initially, she believed Yi Chen was merely jesting. She thought it impossible that the pouch contained only true qi pills, assuming it must also contain some ordinary 1st or 2nd-tier elixirs. However, to her surprise, each pill was indeed a genuine 3rd-tier premium true qi pill. Such high-grade elixirs are rarely available even at the task hall, so how could Yi Chen possess them? This revelation left her in awe. Without hesitation, Lu Ziki consumed several pills, feeling her entire spiritual energy invigorated. The immense depletion she had previously experienced was now somewhat compensated. Previously, consuming some third-tier low-grade true qi pills paled in comparison to this. With her eyes sparkling, she gazed intently at Yi Chen, noticing the glint in Lu Ziqi's eyes. Yi Chen realized she harbored ulterior motives, likely desiring more of his true qi pills. Before coming here, Yi Chen had refined numerous true qi pills using the inscription pill array, along with other elixirs. However, these were meant for his own use. And due to a series of events, he had already distributed many pills and jade talismans, leaving him with significantly fewer. The consumption had been substantial, and he needed to devise a method to replenish his supply swiftly. Lu Ziqi, after all, was at a much higher realm than Yi Chen, having already reached the 6th layer of the true mansion. Furthermore, Yi Chen could tell that she was suppressing her realm to maintain this state. Otherwise, she might have already ascended to the 7th layer of the true mansion. The prior depletion had also been considerable for Lu Ziqi, and unbeknownst to her, the small pouch of true qi pills was nearly depleted, with only a handful remaining. With a beaming smile, she approached Yi Chen. "Junior brother Yi, I'm back." Lu Ziqi exclaimed cheerfully. "Could you spare me some more true qi pills?" she inquired with a grin. "Not a chance," Yi Chen replied, shaking his head resolutely. "Don't be so stingy. You have so many true qi pills. Sharing a few with me wouldn't cost you anything," Lu Ziqi protested. "How can you be sure I wouldn't incur a loss? These high-grade, true qi pills require 100 points each to exchange at the task hall. 50 pills would amount to 5,000 points, equivalent to a celestial tier task, while earthly tier tasks deal with formidable half-step blood transformation realm beasts. Why should I give any to you?" Yi Chen firmly shook his head. Hearing this, Lu Ziqi's expression faltered. "When I arrived, I had already spent most of my points. And now I only have 3,000 left. How about I trade you 10 small pouches of true qi pills for that? After all, we are old acquaintances," she said, moving closer and tugging at his arm with a playful smile. "Who are you calling an old acquaintance? I hardly know you. Please let me be, senior sister Lu," Yi Chen said, exuding a sense of helplessness. The onlookers observed Lu Ziqi clinging to Yi Chen and could not help but shake their heads in disapproval. This little girl was undeniably clever and quite challenging to deal with. "You wish to exchange 3,000 points for 10 bags of true qi pills? Such audacity. Do you truly believe that a single bag of mine is only worth 300 points? Let me tell you, with my caliber, even in this desolate place, there are those willing to pay 1,000 points for just one. Do you believe me?" Yi Chen retorted, his frustration evident as he spoke to Lu Ziqi. For others, these true qi pills were a valuable commodity. After depleting their spiritual energy, consuming a few could swiftly restore vitality and enhance the assimilation of the elemental energies of the world. However, for Yi Chen, they were merely trifles that could be effortlessly concocted in batches of hundreds to thousands. "At the very least, I could acknowledge you as my leader, pledging my unwavering loyalty to you. Would that suffice?" Lu Ziqi replied with a smile. Chapter 110. The Essence of Bones. Observing the radiant smile on L. Ziqi's face, Yi Chen felt a wave of unease wash over him. "This simply would not do. I cannot assume the role of your leader, as your prowess surpasses my own," he remarked with a wry grin. "What is it that you truly desire? Are you perhaps enamored with my charm? Enough, enough. Although you are now the beloved of Lingya, if you grant me a true qi pill, I would gladly accept the title of your little wife." "Surely, that must suffice," L. Ziqi proclaimed, her words audacious and startling. At this declaration, Yi Chen was so taken aback that he sprang to his feet, eager to distance himself from L. Ziqi as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, upon hearing L. Ziqi's outrageous claim, Lingya stormed over, visibly incensed. "What are you saying? Do you even comprehend what little wife entails? Cease your nonsensical chatter," Lingya retorted. The two stunning beauties began to quarrel over Yi Chen, leaving those around them utterly dumbfounded. The onlookers were filled with a profound resentment, wishing they could eliminate Yi Chen and consume him whole. Yi Chen, too, felt the weight of the cold gazes directed at him from all sides. "Why is it that I may have a little wife, yet you cannot? Is this not unreasonable?" L. Ziqi challenged. "I do not care. I simply demand the true qi pill." All right. I implore you, do not refer to yourself as my little wife. Spare me from your outlandish claims. I shall give you another small pouch," Yi Chen replied, exasperated. After speaking, he handed L. Ziqi yet another small bag. Her face lit up with delight upon receiving it. Observing this exchange, the surrounding individuals were left in a state of disbelief. They struggled to accumulate such an abundance of true qi pills over the span of a month. And yet Ziki had acquired 2 bags in a single moment. Was Chen truly so extravagant? The outcome left them utterly astonished. Amidst their shocked expressions, Chen strode decisively toward another direction, intent on creating some distance from Ziki. With the true qi pills in her possession, Ziki approached Chen with unbridled joy, enveloping him in a warm embrace. "Thank you, my little husband," she said sweetly. Please, refrain from calling me that. Simply address me as your leader," Chen replied, genuinely apprehensive. Seeing Ziki receive 2 small pouches of true qi pills, Ling Ye too felt an urge to request some from Chen. However, just then, a commotion erupted in the distance, with cries for help piercing the night air. "Help! Come save us! We need assistance!" echoed the desperate pleas. Under the moonlit sky, 2 figures raced toward their location. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen and the others hastened to approach the newcomers. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that they were clad in the attire of the inner disciples of Lingxiao Academy, unmistakably marking them as their own. Behind the 2, a formidable throng loomed, numbering around 20 or 30 individuals at a cursory glance. These individuals exuded a palpable aura of malevolence, unmistakably affiliated with the demonic temple. The presence of such a significant contingent from the demonic temple, merely to pursue 2 inner disciples who appeared to have only just stepped into the 4th realm of True House, seemed quite extraordinary. As their 2 disciples hastened towards them, Chen recognized them to be Cangyuan and Guoda, old acquaintances who had purchased lightning jade talismans from him on several occasions. Upon sighting them, Chen feigned ignorance. The 2, spotting their comrades, were filled with joy. "At last, we have found our people. Come to our rescue," Guoda exclaimed loudly. "Fear not. You have arrived on familiar ground. Those from the demonic temple shall not prevail here," Lu Ziki interjected with a smile. Excellent. With senior sister Lu advocating for us. It could not be better," they responded, recognizing the esteemed disciple of Wufeng, as they had been in the inner sect for some time. Guoda and Cangyuan felt a sense of security wash over them. Just moments after their arrival, the disciples of the demonic temple drew near. Although their numbers were fewer, Lu Ziki and her companions exhibited no trepidation, for they were formidable members of Lingxiao Academy's inner sect. Despite the adversaries' numerical superiority, their strength was still inferior to that of Chen's group. As the members of the demonic temple reached their position, a standoff ensued. "Surrender those 2 immediately, or face dire consequences," the leader of the demonic temple declared, adorned in a blood-red robe, a skull pendant hanging ominously around his neck. Flames flickered upon his shoulders, suggesting mastery of fire-based techniques, and he possessed the strength of the 5th layer of the 6th realm of True House. This individual, known as Gu Lingsheng, was one of the minor leaders among the group. "Brother Lingsheng, why waste words with them? Let us attack. They are outnumbered by nearly 10, urged several of his fellow disciples. Gu Lingsheng, a notable figure within the demonic temple, wielded a battle weapon, a skull that concealed a transformable flying sword. A top-tier weapon of the profound rank. Why should we surrender? If you demand our submission, let us settle this through combat. Who fears whom?" Lu Ziki retorted coldly. "Oh, a mere child has ventured into the secret realm. It seems Lingxiao Academy has truly fallen from grace. Surrender now." Bone Ling's gaze was cold and indifferent as he looked at Lu Ziki. "You? Hardly a match for me," he scoffed. "If you dare, come and face me in a duel. Let us see whose fists are stronger." Lu Ziki regarded him with a disdainful expression, and Bone Ling was taken aback, realizing that her temper might rival his own. Without hesitation, Lu Ziki prepared to confront Bone Ling naturally. He was unperturbed. He believed that by eliminating this troublesome girl, the rest would surrender without a fight. "If you seek your demise, I shall oblige," he remarked, his tone devoid of warmth. A mere girl, daring to taunt me, truly unaware of her own peril. As Lu Ziki prepared for battle, Chen felt a twinge of concern. "Be careful," he urged. "Worry not, my little husband," Lu Ziki teased in response. Chen, somewhat exasperated, quickly fell silent. He should have refrained from speaking. It was premature for her to refer to him as little husband, and it left him feeling quite overwhelmed. Chapter 111. Recognition. The unfavorable reputation had already spread, and how could one maintain their dignity upon returning to Sanfeng? Even the disciples of Lingxiao Academy were aware of it. Oh, did I say something wrong? Why are you so upset? My dear husband. Ziki smiled as she glanced at Yi Chun. Her words instantly drew the attention of both parties towards Yi Chun. At that moment, Yi Chun longed for a secluded spot to hide away. What kind of situation was this, making him appear like a mere pretty boy? Not only had he lost the elixirs, but he also had to stand there for all to see, utterly humiliated. Do you dislike my calling you that? All right, I shall whisper it to you privately. Rest assured, with me around, no one shall harm you. Ziki chuckled as she patted Yi Chen's shoulder. Yi Chen genuinely felt an urge to storm away, wishing to distance himself from this little vixen. Oh, this pretty boy is your beloved. Gu Lingshen cast a curious glance at Yi Chun. What business is it of yours? If you're not going to fight, then leave. Ziki retorted coldly to Gu Lingsheng. Do you truly dare to confront me? Gu Lingsheng looked at Ziki in disbelief. Why would I not dare? You are at the 6th level, and so am I. I fear you not, Ziki declared, her tone rough yet imbued with fierce determination. Such a beautiful girl exhibiting such a demeanor genuinely surprised Gu Lingsheng. Very well, then let us begin. With that, Gu Lingsheng's figure darted forward like a bolt of lightning, charging directly at Ziki. The 2 flames on his shoulders surged towards her. However, Ziki appeared remarkably composed. She thrust her palms forward, creating a massive barrier that effectively countered his formidable assault. It was astonishing that such a seemingly delicate figure could withstand his fierce onslaught, leaving Gu Lingsheng somewhat taken aback. Impressive, indeed, to block my powerful attack. Gu Lingsheng remarked, intrigued by Ziki. My abilities are not to be underestimated. You all should leave quickly. Do not provoke my wrath. You cannot bear the consequences. Ziki warned. Haha, I cannot bear it. Gu Lingsheng burst into a boisterous laugh, believing he had heard an amusing jest. Dark Night Flame, arise, he commanded sharply, as the 2 crimson flames on his shoulders swirled with black mist. In an instant, they shot towards Ziki like arrows released from a bow. The Dark Night Flame was a technique of Gu Lingsheng's fire attribute. As this technique was unleashed, flames erupted around Ziki, forming layers of ominous fire. These flames exuded a chilling aura. Should they infiltrate one's body, they would likely lead to demonic transformation. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Ziki's brows knitted slightly, for to claim she felt no concern would be a falsehood. At this moment, a vibrant glow of spiritual energy began to pulsate between her palms. Lotus flower subduing demon's palm, Lu Ziki proclaimed with resounding clarity. This was a formidable technique of the lower tier of Earth-grade martial arts, renowned for its immense power. With this very set of palm techniques, Lu Ziki had previously vanquished several elders from the inner sect. Faced with the sinister flames of the night, she was compelled to unveil her ultimate move. As her secret technique was unleashed, spiritual energy coalesced into a radiant lotus, emanating layers of divine luminescence. When the lotus flower subduing demon's palm met the dark flames, both forces of energy reached their zenith. Ultimately, the palm technique subdued the fiery mass, catching Bone Lingxing off guard. Lu Ziki's prowess was extraordinary. Bone Lingxing had nearly expended all his strength. Within the evil demon temple, it was common knowledge that the emergence of the dark flames marked Bone Lingxing's ultimate attack. Yet now, his signature move had been thwarted by Lu Ziki. Bone Lingxing's gaze shifted towards Yi Chun, who stood beside Lu Ziki. This young man's realm was significantly inferior. Perhaps he could be used as a pawn. Bone Lingxing mused internally. With that thought, he planned a surprise attack, aiming to strike while Lu Ziki was still recovering and while Yi Chun was momentarily distracted. Suddenly, he accelerated, transforming into a streak of blood-red light, with 2 surges of eerie flames swirling about his palms, directed towards Yi Chun. Despicable! Lu Ziki exclaimed, her voice icy. Although the ambush was swift, Yi Chun reacted with equal quickness, retreating rapidly to evade the assault. The 2 waves of dark flames collided with the ground, creating a vast pit several meters deep. Witnessing this, everyone felt a jolt of shock. The pressure mounted as the opponent's strength was evidently formidable. Had Lu Ziki not intervened, had it been Su Qingyuan in her stead, the outcome would have been dire. To launch an ambush is one thing, but Yi Chun is under my protection. You shall not harm him. You court death. Lu Ziki's fury ignited as she struck her palms together, conjuring a flurry of palm shadows that danced like fireworks, crashing toward Bone Lingxing. Under such an overwhelming offensive, Bone Lingxing found himself compelled to retreat repeatedly. What a fierce little girl. I have shown you leniency time and again. Yet you remain obstinately unyielding. Surrender those two individuals to me, and we shall withdraw. Bone Lingxing was forced to concede. The fact that he would negotiate for the sake of these two individuals hinted to Yi Chun that they were no ordinary beings. Yet, why the urgency to pursue them? Had they committed acts detrimental to the evil demon temple? This seemed implausible. They were members of our Lingxiao Academy. If you seek a fight, we shall oblige you. At this moment, Bai Lingyao approached, her gaze frosty. You are courting disaster. If war is what you desire, then let it be. The cold and indifferent voice of Bone Spirit resonated. Soon, under the leadership of Bai Lingyao and Lu Ziki, both sides engaged in a fierce confrontation. Yi Chun, do not stand there foolishly. Go assist Su Qingyuan and the others, Bai Lingyao instructed. All right, I understand, Yi Chun replied. The adversaries possessed formidable strength, compelling Yi Chun to utilize a golden armor talisman and a lightning talisman. This scene, observed by Hong Yun and Guoda, coupled with the familiarity of Yi Chun's voice, led them to swiftly recognize him as the enigmatic figure from the black market. However, amidst the chaos of battle, they refrained from revealing this realization. Streams of crimson light surged forth, accompanied by resounding booms. Despite their side comprising merely 20 individuals, the opposing forces failed to gain any advantage against them amidst the relentless onslaught. Bai Lingyao and Lu Ziki raced at the forefront, their swords incessantly cleaving downwards. Chapter 112. Price increased. Streams of swords surged forth, striking towards the adversary like cannonballs. Although Bone Spirit was formidable, he had to concede that the prowess of this group far surpassed that of the disciples from Lingxiao Academy he had previously encountered. Brother Ling, their attacks are overwhelmingly fierce. This cannot continue, especially with those two girls at the forefront. They are exceedingly relentless. We should retreat. One of the junior disciples from the evil demon temple glanced at Bone Spirit. At that moment, Bone Spirit too felt the urge to withdraw. He had initially planned to secure victory within half an hour, but now, after that duration, the enemy's combat strength remained as fierce as ever. Unbeknownst to them, these individuals were among the most formidable fighters from Lingxiao Academy. Retreat. Despite the simmering anger within him, Bone Spirit had no choice but to make the call. With his command, over 30 adversaries swiftly fled towards the northwest. Upon witnessing their escape, Bai Lingyao and Lu Ziki were inclined to pursue, but Yi Chun quickly grasped their arms. Sisters, do not chase after them. Remember, we have yet to fully recover. Yi Chun whispered to the two. Having expended considerable energy and now having endured another fierce battle, Bai Lingyao and Lu Ziki calmed down after hearing Yi Chun's words and nodded in agreement. With them gone, it is the perfect opportunity for us to rest, Bai Lingyao said with a smile. My little husband is quite considerate, always caring for others. Lu Ziki remarked with interest as she glanced at Yi Chun. Yi Chun, feeling exasperated, noted the little vixen had returned to her antics. Yet he was too weary to respond. He promptly turned and found a secluded corner to begin his rest. The others also sought out their own spaces to recuperate. In their effort to swiftly regain their strength, many retrieved the remaining pills from their possession and consumed them. Yi Chun, too, selected a quiet corner to gradually cultivate his energy. For the time being, they would remain here. After all, the consecutive battles had taken a toll on everyone. Just as Yi Chun settled down, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth for less than an hour, two figures leisurely approached him. Mysterious brother, wake up, Hong Yun whispered. Guoda walked directly in front of Yi Chun and gently tapped his shoulder. Yi Chun finally opened his eyes, immediately recognizing Hong Yun and Guoda before him. Greetings. Brothers, is there something you need? Yi Chun feigned ignorance of their identities. Mysterious brother, have you forgotten us? We purchased many items from you in the black market, chiefly the lightning jade talismans. Do you not recall? Hong Yun replied with a smile. However, Yi Chun appeared utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the discourse surrounding him. He was unfamiliar with the so-called mysterious brother and wished to conceal his identity. Yet, he was acutely aware that he could not maintain this facade before the two individuals. Mysterious brother, there's no need for pretense any longer. The moment you spoke, we recognized your voice. There are no outsiders here, and this corner is secluded enough that our conversation is unlikely to be overheard, Hong Yun remarked with a smile. All right, what exactly do you wish to accomplish? Yi Chen responded with an air of resignation, tacitly acknowledging his identity. Do not be anxious. We have come to you with the intention of purchasing your jade talismans once more. This time, I require 3 lightning jade talismans, Hong Yun stated. I, too, would like 3, Guida added. Very well. Each talisman is priced at 10,000 points, or 1 million spirit stones, Yi Chen declared outright. Upon hearing this, the 2 men were visibly taken aback. To them, it seemed that Yi Chen was making an exorbitant demand. Surely, this is excessively high. Wasn't the price merely 1,000 points each outside? How is it that the price has skyrocketed tenfold within? Guida expressed his displeasure. If you cannot afford the price, you need not purchase them. No one is forcing you, Yi Chen replied. I can find use for them myself. Come now. Could you possibly lower the price? How about 2,000 points per talisman? After all, my points are rather limited, and I have already spent a considerable amount before entering the secret realm, Hong Yun implored with a forced smile. 10,000 points per talisman, no negotiations. Furthermore, you must understand that this is not the same as the outside world. We are in a secret realm where danger lurks at every corner. The scoundrels from the evil demon temple could appear at any moment. Having an additional lightning jade talisman could provide me with another chance to escape, Yi Chen asserted. After hearing Yi Chen's reasoning, Guida and Hong Yun grasped his perspective, though they felt that Yi Chen's pricing was rather unscrupulous. Demanding 10,000 points for a single talisman seemed outrageous, especially when completing a low-tier mission yielded only 600 points, and even a high-tier mission only netted 5,000. To them, Yi Chen appeared solely intent on profiting, disregarding any semblance of restraint. Very well, we understand your intentions, young Master Yi. However, we simply do not possess that many points or spirit stones. Might you consider extending us credit for a few talismans? We assure you that upon our return, we will repay you, Hong Yun suggested with a smile. How is it possible to indulge in free sustenance here? Yi Chen waved his hand at them, indicating that if they were unwilling to make a purchase, they should take their leave. Wait. How about this? We possess a few valuable items. Perhaps we could barter with you, Hong Yun suggested with a smile. The lightning jade talisman held immense significance for him. Thus, in a moment of necessity, he resorted to offering his treasured possessions in exchange. Yi Chen nodded. The treasures he had previously acquired from them had played a pivotal role during his battle with the formidable demon, safeguarding him until those items were ultimately shattered by the demon's overwhelming might. Upon hearing that they possessed valuable items, Yi Chen was naturally intrigued to ascertain the worth of their possessions. I am open to a trade, but I must first evaluate the value of your treasures, Yi Chen stated. Rest assured, they are indeed remarkable items. However, given the numerous onlookers here, it would be wise to seek a more secluded location. Hong Yun replied with a grin. At this moment, Guida's gaze darted around, surveying their surroundings. Chapter 113. The Treasure Pagoda. Indeed, there were numerous onlookers surrounding them, occasionally casting curious glances in their direction. Yi Chen was acutely aware that conducting transactions here was ill-advised. There is a small hillside over there. Shall we proceed to negotiate there? Yi Chen suggested, pointing towards the distant slope. Excellent. The two responded with a nod. Yi Chen promptly led them towards the designated spot. However, just as they were about to make their way to the hillside, Bai Lingye and El Ziki rushed over. Yi Chen, what are you planning to do? El Ziki inquired. Yes, what is going on? Bai Lingye echoed, equally puzzled. It's nothing you need to concern yourselves with, Yi Chen replied, shaking his head. We'll accompany you. Bai Lingye insisted, her apprehension evident. There's no need. We have some private matters to discuss. Please do not follow us. With that, Yi Chen firmly declined their company and continued onward with Hong Yun and Guida. The two women, observing Yi Chen's furtive demeanor, were left bewildered. What could they possibly be up to? It doesn't seem like anything good, El Ziki remarked, casting a glance at Bai Lingye. Isn't that your little husband? If you're unaware, how could I possibly know? Bai Lingye retorted with an eye roll. Oh, are you feeling a twinge of jealousy? El Ziki teased with a grin. I can't be bothered with you, Bai Lingye replied, her expression stern. All right. If you're disinclined to engage with me, I shall find a cool spot to relax alone, El Ziki declared, strutting away with a flourish. Yi Chen led Hong Yun and Guida to a secluded corner of the hillside. Once they confirmed that there were no threats and no one had followed, Yi Chen fixed his intense gaze upon the two. If you possess any treasures, now is the time to reveal them, he urged, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Hongyun appeared enigmatic. Although they were alone, he still pulled Yi Chen towards a more concealed area of the slope. How mysterious. Could it be a grand treasure? Yi Chen chuckled, intrigued by Hongyun's demeanor. It's certainly not an ordinary artifact. Once you see it, you may understand, Hongyun replied cryptically. Then do unveil it. Yi Chen urged, his curiosity piqued, pondering what treasure this fellow might possess. At last, Hongyun mysteriously retrieved an item from his storage pouch and placed it into Yi Chen's hands. Upon examining it, Yi Chen was taken aback. Is this the treasure pagoda? He exclaimed in astonishment. To my surprise, young Master Yi recognizes this treasure, Hongyun remarked, noting the shock in Yi Chen's eyes. Believing this item would surely enable him to exchange for a greater number of lightning jade talismans. This indeed is a treasure of the earth tier, capable not only of absorbing all things from the world, but also of creating its own space within. It can draw upon the spiritual energies of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. If one reaches a certain level of mastery, it may even be possible to enter it for secret cultivation, Yi Chen remarked. I had no idea that young Master Yi possessed such profound knowledge of this item. Hongyun responded. This is indeed a type of treasure, primarily used for absorbing external elements, akin to a large storage pouch. It may possess other functions, but currently, we are unaware of them. What if we exchange this item for 6 lightning jade talismans? Guoda inquired from the side. The bond between Hongyun and Guoda was exceedingly strong. They were like two sides of the same coin. Well, very well. Yi Chen finally conceded with a nod. This is undoubtedly a remarkable item, and to be frank, Yi Chen was indeed fortunate. The potential functions of this treasure tower would far exceed merely containing various items. The fact that Hongyun and Guoda were willing to exchange it was not due to their ignorance of its value. Rather, given their current capabilities, retaining such a treasure would only serve as a means to hold some items, without the ability to unlock its greater potential. Such capabilities require exploration and discovery, and success is not easily attained. Thus, in their eyes, this treasure tower was not vastly different from a mere storage pouch. If they could trade it for 6 lightning jade talismans, it would be a considerable gain for them, and they were understandably elated. Yi Chen took out 6 lightning jade talismans and handed them to the two, who promptly divided them equally. With the transaction complete, let us each return, Yi Chen suggested. However, after saying this, he noticed a flicker in the eyes of the two, indicating they had no intention of departing. Could it be that they had other treasures to exchange? Is there something else? Yi Chen inquired. Yes, Hongyun replied with noticeable discomfort. Observing their demeanor, Yi Chen sensed they were about to disclose something of a secretive nature. Speak freely, Yi Chen replied with calm assurance. Yet the two remained hesitant, further deepening Yi Chen's conviction that what they were about to reveal was of great significance, perhaps even concerning their very lives. If you trust me, feel free to share whatever it is. Yi Chen offered them a reassuring glance. After a moment, Hongyun appeared to relax, retrieving another storage pouch from within his own. This pouch contained yet another pouch, and it was ensconced in a layer of restrictions, seemingly to prevent its contents from escaping. Observing this, Yi Chen understood that what lay inside was extraordinary. When the restrictions were lifted and the contents revealed, Yi Chen's astonishment only deepened. Before him lay numerous leather bags, each secured with a barrier to prevent the malevolent essence within from leaking out. Yet, despite these protections, Yi Chen could distinctly sense the sinister aura emanating from within. Is this the devil-splitting liquid? Yi Chen inquired, a hint of astonishment lacing his voice. Indeed, Hongyun replied solemnly, nodding his head. Then you must be quite fortunate. A single portion of the devil-splitting liquid is worth 20,000 points. There are at least a dozen here, Yi Chen remarked. This is all acquired from the Temple of Evil Spirits, Hongyun stated nonchalantly. However, Yi Chen discerned a deeper significance in these words, fraught with the ominous echoes of blades and the downpour of blood. If they did not vanquish the evil disciples, this devil-splitting liquid would never be theirs. Furthermore, the sheer quantity of the liquid implied that a small pouch represented the defeat of at least one evil disciple, suggesting they had slain no fewer than a dozen. These two individuals were evidently shrouded in secrecy, and it was likely they possessed additional means. It must be noted that the devil-splitting liquid had always remained under the dominion of the evil sect. Their audacity to infiltrate the enemy's camp and procure such a bounty of devil-splitting liquid was, in itself, a remarkable feat in Yi Chen's eyes. Chapter 114. United we stand. Chen felt a profound admiration for the two individuals before him. It was evident that young Master Yi had come to understand the relentless pursuit by these malevolent beings. Having seized a significant quantity of their demonic liquid, it was only fortuitous that they encountered these allies, or else they might have faced dire consequences. I am immensely grateful, Hong Yun expressed. Very well, I comprehend. Chen replied with a nod. We actually have a request. Hong Yun's expression turned serious as he gazed at Chen. Speak your mind, Chen encouraged. Eager to discern their intentions, Hong Yun produced a small object from his person, a blood-red orb ensnared by a labyrinth of intricate seals. However, half of these seals had already been compromised, revealing tiny fissures through which a faint crimson light emanated, imbuing the air with an overwhelming aura of malevolence. This diminutive orb seemed to harbor a darkness far more potent than that contained within the demonic liquid, piquing Chen's curiosity. This is the demonic crystal pearl, extracted from countless vials of demonic liquid. It is precisely due to this pearl that Bone's spirit relentlessly pursued us alongside the disciples of the evil demon temple. Thus, we seek your protection, Hong Yun articulated his request. We doubt the reliability of others and wish to secure a promise from you. Chen understood their predicament. Possessing such an object would undoubtedly attract danger. Nevertheless, their courage was commendable. Given your audacity, I shall acquiesce to your request and pledge my utmost effort to safeguard you. However, I am merely a humble cultivator at the second level of the true mansion realm. It seems you have sought protection from the wrong individual. Furthermore, you have revealed your secrets to me. Do you not fear I might divulge them to others? Chen smiled as he regarded them. Since we have confided in young Master Yi, we trust in your integrity and believe you would not act to our detriment, Hong Yun replied with a smile. Very well, I accept this matter. It is the duty of every disciple of Lingxiao Academy to combat the malevolent disciples of the evil demon temple, Chen said, clapping them on the shoulder, thus sealing their gentleman's agreement. With Chen's commitment, Hong Yun and Guo De exhaled in relief. Young Master Yi, quickly conceal that precious tower. It is best kept out of sight, Guo De advised. Chen nodded with a smile, first placing it in his storage bag before planning to find an opportunity to secure it within the black ceramic jar. In light of your noteworthy efforts in vanquishing numerous malevolent beings, I shall generously provide you with additional jade talismans, Chen said with a grin. Subsequently, they were presented with several escape talismans and flying talismans, albeit of noticeably inferior quality compared to the previous offerings. Nevertheless, they still belonged to the medium grade of the third tier, which was commendable. The two individuals expressed their profound satisfaction and conveyed their gratitude to Chen. Their decision to seek refuge with Chen, rather than anyone else, stemmed from their belief in his extraordinary identity. Despite being merely at the second level of the true mansion realm, his prowess surpassed that of many at the fourth or fifth levels. Moreover, he was accompanied by Bai Lingye, a direct disciple from the third peak, while Lu Ziki affectionately referred to Chen as Little Husband, a title reserved for the cherished disciples of the major peak masters. Chen himself was also a direct disciple, and with these layers of relationships, they deemed him the most prudent choice. They had their own plans and were not acting haphazardly. You have received various talismans, and I have collected the treasure tower. Now, let us depart. Do not speak of this matter to others. The allure of the demon liquid is not insignificant. Although we are all disciples of the Lingxiao Academy, the intentions of those present may vary. I fear some might harm their own kin for the sake of earning points. Chen remarked with subtle implication. Understood, understood. After all, we have been in the Lingxiao Academy for over a decade. The internal affairs are quite chaotic. Everyone has their own allegiances, engaging in mutual conflict. Even among the major peaks, there are both overt and covert rivalries. The peak masters are not as amicable as they appear, Guo De candidly shared, treating Chen as one of his own. Let us refrain from such discussions, Hong Yun interjected, casting a glance at Guo De. Rest assured. I shall keep your words confidential. As long as I am here, I will strive to protect you, standing together in both advance and retreat, Chen assured them. Thank you, young Master Yi, the two responded with smiles. Let us go, no need for thanks. However, I hope you will not overtly show your closeness to me. It is wiser to maintain some distance to avoid attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives, Chen advised. Understood, understood. The two, astute as they were, recognized that their survival in such a complex environment and amidst adversaries was no small feat. The entire conversation lasted about half an hour. Once Wang Fan and the others returned, Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki approached directly. "What were you doing just now? Why did you talk for so long?" Bai Lingye inquired. "Nothing of significance," Chen replied tersely. "What were you truly up to?" Lu Ziki asked, hands on her hips, her gaze piercing. "My affairs are of no concern to you, esteemed sisters. You must prioritize your own well-being. After 2 battles, you have expended considerable energy, and I fear your recovery is only superficial. The spiritual energy within the Dan Sea has likely not even filled half of your capacity. Please recover swiftly. The surroundings are fraught with peril, and we must always be in peak condition." Chen addressed Lu Ziki and Bai Lingye, who nodded in agreement. However, Su Qingyuan and his companions looked at Chen with disdain, shaking their heads. The enemy had already been repelled. There was no foe left to confront. And even if there were, they would not dare to approach. "Do not bolster the ambitions of others while diminishing your own prestige," Su Qingyuan remarked coldly. Ignoring Chen's admonition, they paid him no heed. Consequently, Chen chose to disregard them as well, merely cautioning Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki to remain vigilant of their surroundings. The 2 women nodded cautiously, their gazes frequently scanning the area. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. The assembled individuals were among the most formidable from Lingshao Academy. The Dan Sea was larger than that of ordinary cultivators, and most of their cultivation methods were quite potent, thus allowing for a quicker recovery of strength. Their powers had nearly been restored, and on the previous day, a small team of 7 or 8 members from Lingshao Academy had arrived at this location. Chapter 115. Conflict. The members of their team were gradually increasing, showcasing a comprehensive strength at the 5th level of the True Mansion, with 6 or 7 individuals at the 6th level. This already constituted a commendable large team. As another day passed without incident, Su Qingyuan perceived Chen's words from the previous day as sheer nonsense. He cast a glance at Jiang Xinpeng in the distance and strode over. He still harbored thoughts about the 5-star primordial fruit, which was worth a staggering 200,000 points, equivalent to undertaking approximately 40 heavenly tasks. The heavenly tasks involved confronting formidable demons of the 5th and 6th levels, which were even more powerful than today's adversaries. However, this was under special circumstances, primarily aimed at seizing the 5-star primordial fruit. "Henggu, it seems you are on the verge of another breakthrough. Are you about to reach the 8th layer of the 6th level of the True Mansion?" Su Qingyuan remarked with a smile. Although Su Qingyuan's level appeared comparable to Jiang Xinpeng's, the latter's spiritual energy was more refined and destructive. His cultivation state surpassed that of Su Qingyuan, illustrating that one should not solely judge by levels. Jiang Xinpeng could easily defeat Su Qingyuan. "Stop flattering me. If you have something to say, just say it." Jiang Xinpeng discerned that Su Qingyuan had ulterior motives for his visit, beyond mere flattery. "Since you mention it, I will be candid. That fellow Chen obtained the 5-star primordial fruit and didn't even bother to inform us, as if he claimed it for himself. You are the backbone of the group. Let us unite and demand that fruit from him. It is worth 200,000 points, Su Qingyuan proposed. Jiang Xinpeng shared the same sentiment. The 5-star primordial fruit must not remain in Chen's possession. Previously, they had been deterred by the presence of Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki, but they could no longer remain passive. Jiang Xinpeng nodded in agreement, and Su Qingyuan rallied his faction, with over a dozen individuals marching resolutely toward Chen. Observing Jiang Xinpeng's commanding presence, Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki realized the gravity of the situation and exchanged glances, heading toward Chen's direction to discern the intentions of this group. "Chen, you have hoarded the 5-star primordial fruit for 2 days. Isn't it time for you to hand it over? With your strength, you are unfit to safeguard such a treasure. Please relinquish it," Jiang Xinpeng declared with fervor. Chen merely smiled disdainfully, disregarding Jiang Xinpeng's demands. "Hand it over. A mere 2nd-level True Mansion cultivator like you lacks the qualification to protect the 5-star primordial fruit." Su Qingyuan joined in the clamor. At this moment, Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki recognized Jiang Xinpeng's intentions to instigate trouble and seize the 5-star primordial fruit for himself. To them, this was utterly unacceptable. "The 5-star primordial fruit will not be given to you, Jiang Xinpeng. Do not harbor such foolish hopes." At this moment, Bai Lingye approached, her gaze icy as she fixed her eyes on Jiang Xinpeng. "Why can't we have it? Our team has more personnel and can better protect the Qiyuan fruit. This boy's strength is so limited. Bai Lingye, think logically. If this item were to be lost while in his possession, could you bear the responsibility? Jiang Xinping stood his ground against Bai Lingye. As the second in command among the younger generation of the enforcement hall, he belonged to the inner sect of the Five Peaks. And due to his recent impressive performance, he was likely to be accepted as a direct disciple by the master of the Five Peaks. Among this group, only Jiang Xinping could challenge Bai Lingye. The others were somewhat beneath her. I can bear that responsibility. Even if it were to be given to a dog, it would never be given to you. Your ambitions are transparent. Do not think I am oblivious to them. The Five Peaks have always been at odds with our Three Peaks. What? Do you wish to engage in a battle of strength with me? Do you think I fear you? Bai Lingye replied coldly. Lingye, do not say such things. I am also from the Five Peaks, Ziki remarked, stifling a laugh. There is a difference between the Five Peaks and its disciples. You cannot equate the two, Bai Lingye stated. Chen could discern that Jiang Xinping was determined to obtain the Qiyuan fruit, especially since he had brought along a group of subordinates. While it appeared that Bai Lingye was leading this group, in truth, most of them privately followed Jiang Xinping. Junior sister Lingye, I do not wish to quarrel with you. I merely believe the Qiyuan fruit is not suitable to be in Yi Chen's possession. Do not think that protecting him in this manner suffices. Jiang Xinping said in a deep voice. Seeing the unfolding situation, Yi Chen's expression hardened. He knew he had to step forward. I will not hand over the Qiyuan fruit to you. However, I will provide you with a satisfactory response. Allow me to contemplate for a moment. May I have a quarter of an hour? Yi Chen looked towards Jiang Xinping and the others. Very well, we shall grant you a quarter of an hour. Let us see what you can devise, Su Qingyuan scoffed. In any case, from Su Qingyuan's perspective, Yi Chen must relinquish the Qiyuan fruit. A momentary evasion would not resolve the issue. After a quarter of an hour, the crowd clamored for Yi Chen to provide an explanation. Either he would surrender the Qiyuan fruit to Jiang Xinping for management, or he needed to propose a resolution. It was clear that they were all pressing Yi Chen. Although Yi Chen could entrust the Qiyuan fruit to Bai Lingye or Ziki, he absolutely trusted them. He felt their perspective was somewhat naive. Should it fall into their hands? If Jiang Xinping and his faction resorted to underhanded tactics, not only could the Qiyuan fruit potentially vanish, but it might ultimately end up in Jiang Xinping's possession, and they would deny any involvement. Perhaps this was the very scenario Jiang Xinping hoped to witness. Currently, the origin fruit rests within the enigmatic confines of a black pottery jar, its essence remaining entirely concealed. The desire for the origin fruit stems solely from its considerable worth, amounting to 200,000 points. If necessary, I shall return it to you. Surely, this suffices, Leaf Chen remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinping fixed his gaze upon Leaf Chen, incredulous. Is that truly the case? Jiang Xinping believed that Leaf Chen could not possibly produce 200,000 points. Indeed, it is true, Leaf Chen affirmed. Very well, then present the 200,000 points now, Su Qingyuan insisted. Once we exit, I shall exchange my points at the task hall and will certainly provide you with the full amount, not a single point less, Leaf Chen replied with a smile. Nonsense. If you intend to provide the points only after we leave the secret realm, your words are meaningless. We cannot even be certain we will survive to exit the realm. Su Qingyuan stated with a solemn tone. Chapter 116. The Black Pillar of Light. It was evident that Su Qingyuan was exceedingly irate at Yi Chen's words. Following the assault from the evil demon temple, we had already lost 2 brothers. Su Qingyuan retorted sharply. What you say is pointless. If one were to perish in the secret realm, what use would your points be to us? Is it amusing to curse oneself? Yi Chen shook his head repeatedly. Damn it, are you wishing for our demise? Were it not for the respect I hold for Senior Sister Bai and Senior Sister L, I would have struck you down already, Su Qingyuan exclaimed, his fury palpable. Do not let your anger consume you. It is detrimental to your cultivation. Yi Chen replied, well, I initially had no intention of mentioning this, but the truth is, I have already bestowed points upon you. Upon hearing Yi Chen's astonishing claim, several of the accompanying members hastily produced their secret realm jade tokens to verify, only to find no change in their points. Nonsense. When did you ever grant us points? Jiang Xinping fumed. This Yi Chen is exceedingly obstinate. Despite our lengthy discourse, he refuses to produce the Qiyuan fruit. It seems we have no choice but to compel him to surrender it. Yi Chen, should you continue to argue and withhold the Qi fruit. Do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Given our shared ties as fellow disciples, we shall not harm you. And once the Qi fruit is in my possession, I assure you I will safeguard it well, Jiang Xinping stated. Surely you all recall the time we faced that great demon together. I provided each of you with a lightning jade talisman and a golden armor jade talisman. Both of the highest third tier, Chen asserted. Of course, we remember, Bai Lingye replied in a cooperative tone. The lightning jade talisman costs 10,000 points each, and the golden armor talisman also amounts to 10,000 points. By my calculations, I have suffered a loss of over 100,000 points. I shall not stoop to your level, so do not seek trouble with me. Chen smiled. What? You never mentioned a fee when you gave them to us. Su Qingyuan was on the verge of an explosion. I never stated they were free either. In such a perilous environment, how could I possibly provide the lightning jade talismans without compensation? You have greatly profited at my expense, Chen replied. Shameless. A pretty boy relying on women. And now resorting to trickery, Jiang Xinping seethed, wishing to confront Chen physically. Yet, Chen remained utterly composed, refusing to stoop to Jiang Xinping's level. He knew he could not relinquish the Qi fruit. Doing so could lead to unforeseen consequences, jeopardizing its eventual return to the sect and the healing of Master. All right, everyone, please do not be so angry. Upon our return to the sect, after exchanging our spoils for points, I shall grant each of you an additional 10,000 points. Surely, that will suffice? Chen said with a wry smile. As Jiang Xinping was about to articulate his thoughts, he spotted a fellow disciple rushing towards them from a distance. This is bad. This is bad. The disciple exclaimed, breathless from his haste. What is so dire? Jiang Xinping's heart sank, his gaze scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. It appeared that the forces of the evil demon temple had returned. Several disciples on guard had been struck by black pillars of light and were now lifeless. The reporting disciple's expression was grave. They are all dead. Bai Lingye's face paled in shock. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble ominously. Black pillars of light shot up into the sky, forming a surrounding barrier that ensnared them within. Though the black pillars were not large, each was about the size of a fist, emanating a malevolent aura. This was the sinister technique of the evil demon temple, the devouring black pillars. Do not let those black rays strike you, or they will consume your life force, leading to a slow and agonizing demise, warned Hongyun and Guada, both of whom had first-hand experience with the temple's minions. Upon hearing their words, tension gripped the surrounding crowd. The enemy had not yet revealed themselves, yet their terrifying display had already left them shaken. If this continued, they might all meet their end here. Everyone, evade those black pillars. Do not let them hit you, Chen shouted. At his command, the group scattered in a frenzy, quickly dispersing in different directions. The black pillars surged forth, targeting the crowd, and chaos ensued as they scrambled to escape. The black light launched its attack, racing like lightning towards Chen. Boom! A black beam struck before him, seemingly poised to collide with him, but just as it approached, the dark light veered away as if in fear of an unseen terror. This unexpected turn left Chen astonished. The onlookers nearby gasped in amazement at this spectacle. Bai Lingye was particularly taken aback, pondering the secrets that Chen harbored, questioning why the black pillars recoiled from him as if he were a formidable threat. She finally comprehended why her master had chosen to take in the relatively low-ranked Chen. This young man was truly extraordinary, a veritable prodigy. Chen speculated that this phenomenon was likely connected to his bloodline and the teachings of the divine Phoenix Emperor. The malevolent black light seemed to instinctively recoil in the presence of a bloodline far superior to its own. Perhaps that was the reason. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Before him, a fellow disciple of the fourth level of True Realm was abruptly transformed into a mist of crimson under the onslaught of a black pillar of light. Witnessing this harrowing spectacle, those present were rendered speechless. The sheer power of the black pillar was astonishing. Any unfortunate soul that came into contact with it was obliterated into a cloud of blood. Some of the more formidable brothers and sisters were desperately evading the ravenous assault of the black pillar. Chen's expression grew increasingly grave. Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki, possessing profound cultivation, managed to fend off the relentless onslaught of the black pillar, despite its repeated attempts to ensnare them. However, should the situation continue to escalate in such a manner, The ultimate outcome would be difficult to predict. One after another, 3 or 4 fellow disciples had been consumed by the black pillar, instilling a sense of dread among the onlookers. Not far away, behind a cluster of rocks, a group of individuals observed the unfolding chaos with keen interest. It was evident that they were the minions from the evil devil temple, having come to besiege Yi Chen. Recognizing that many of his fellow disciples were sinking into dire straits, Yi Chen understood that if he did not intervene soon, their lives would be forfeit. Chapter 117. Luo Nishang at the location of Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki. Although the situation was quite dire, it seemed that for the time being, no significant calamity would befall them. However, Lu Bingxia found herself nearly ensnared by the ominous black light beams. If no one came to her aid soon, she might very well meet her demise there. As the black beams surged forth, a sense of despair enveloped Lu Bingxia. She had shut her eyes, resigned to the inevitable approach of death. Yet, at that moment, Yi Chen came rushing in. With his arrival, the vast expanse of black light retreated as if light had pierced through the darkness, akin to wild dogs fleeing from a tiger. Expecting the end, Lu Bingxia was startled to realize that the overwhelming pressure surrounding her had dissipated. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Yi Chen standing beside her. "Junior brother Yi, once again you have saved me. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude," she said, her expression filled with relief. She felt fortunate to have made the right choice in supporting Yi Chen. No need for such formality. I must assist the others. With that, Yi Chen dashed towards his fellow brothers and sisters who were in need of help, while others were overwhelmed by the expansion of the black beams. Unsure of how to respond, Yi Chen remained remarkably composed. In his swift movements, he had already saved the lives of 5 or 6 individuals. Nevertheless, despite his efforts, their once small group had suffered the loss of 6 or 7 comrades, consumed by the sinister black light. Seeing this unfold, Hong Yun and Guo Da's expressions grew increasingly grave. Having experienced such peril before, they understood that the black beams only spread up to 500 zhang. Thus, as long as they retreated beyond that distance, the malevolent energy of the black light would not pose any threat to them. Previously, these very beams had nearly engulfed Hong Yun and Guo Da, but they had narrowly escaped thanks to the lightning talismans given to them by Yi Chen. Everyone retreat. Move back far enough. The evil energy of the black beams can only radiate 500 zhang. Hong Yun called out loudly. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen rushed back and relayed his words to the others. They quickly retreated to a distant corner, and upon moving back 500 zhang, they indeed discovered that the black beams could no longer reach them. For the time being, they were safe. After counting their numbers, they found that their original group of over 30 had dwindled to less than 20, with over 10 brothers having perished. This outcome was truly unexpected for everyone. At that moment, from behind a narrow rocky hill, a group emerged, their gazes fixed in the direction of Yi Chen. In that direction, a swirling black mist arose, emanating a sinister aura. It was evident that they were members of the evil demon sect. "This detestable group has pursued us once more," Bai Lingye remarked, her expression one of displeasure and concern. "They are not the bone spirits. It is Luo Nishang." At this moment, as he gazed intently and discerned the opponent, Hong Yun's expression turned exceedingly grave. "Luo Nishang. This name resonates powerfully within the evil demon temple. I have heard of this Luo Nishang, a formidable presence within the temple." Upon hearing her name, Su Qingyuan's countenance hardened. Among the disciples of the evil demon temple who entered the extreme immortal secret realm, Luo Nishang ranks among the top 5 in strength, remarkably powerful, at the second layer of the 7th realm. Hong Yun spoke in a low voice. Although the secret realm imposes restrictions on their levels, those with profound cultivation are naturally more formidable than those with lesser abilities. Yi Chen fixed his gaze upon her. Despite the hundreds of zhang that separated them, it was evident that Luo Nishang possessed an extraordinarily enchanting beauty, her figure curvaceous and alluring, distinct from the beauty of Bai Lingye and El Ziki, embodying an otherworldly charm. Her eyes, tinged with crimson, and her blood-red attire, surrounded by swirling streams of crimson light, painted a vivid picture. Beside her stood a dozen members of the evil demon temple, each exuding considerable strength. Hong Yun, Guo Da, hand over the demon splitting crystal pearl at once. Otherwise, I assure you, there lies only a path to death. Luo Nishang's gaze, as cold as ice, pierced through Guo Da and Hong Yun. Upon hearing her words, Everyone turned to look at Guoda and Hongyun. The two had indeed obtained the demon-splitting crystal pearl, a treasure second only to the 5-star origin fruit. At the task reward center, the crystal pearl could be exchanged for a staggering 100,000 points. You two are quite impressive, Jiang Xinpeng remarked, casting a glance at them. The two shared an awkward smile, momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, Yi Chen noticed a black square cauldron revolving in front of Luo Nishang. From the cauldron, vast streams of black radiance erupted, the dark pillars extending from within. What treasure is that weapon in her hand? Yi Chen inquired with curiosity. That item is called the soul-eating demon cauldron. The black light previously seen emanated from this evil treasure, Guoda replied. Recognize my treasure, yet you still refuse to surrender? I may yet spare your lives. Simply present all your treasures, and leave behind the two disciples who stole the demon-splitting crystal pearl, Luo Nishang declared in a low voice. Preposterous, Yi Chen retorted coldly. Luo Nishang glanced at Yi Chen, realizing he was merely a minor character at the second layer of the true mansion realm, yet he dared to be so brazen. Instantly, the blood light around her swirled, her otherworldly energy rendering her akin to a blood demon god. This scene, observed by Jiang Xinpeng and the others, only heightened their sense of unease and tension, along with a palpable pressure. The personnel from the evil demon temple this time were evidently more formidable than the previous bone spirits. What are you afraid of? If you dare not approach, I shall take the initiative. I am keen to witness just how powerful this Luo Nishang truly is. With a sword in hand, she aimed directly for her foe's life, and soon enough, I shall sever her head. As she spoke, Lu Ziki leaped forward. Sister Lu, wait. Yi Chen urgently called out. Yet, it was already too late. Lu Ziki, brimming with impatience, dashed ahead, seemingly eager to engage with Luo Nikhang. Although Lu Ziki's cultivation was somewhat inferior to that of Luo Nikhang, she possessed an undeniable fervor. Faced with such circumstances, she was determined to confront Luo Nikhang with all her might. You all stay here. Allow me to reap this young girl's life first. The 6th level of the true house. I still have several layers to ascend. And she dares to challenge me, truly fearless. Luo Nikhang disdainfully retorted, as dark pillars of light surged toward Lu Ziki as if they possessed a will of their own. Chapter 118. First aid. L. Ziki wielded a purplish-red longsword, striking fiercely at the dark pillars of light before her. For a brief moment, she and Luo Nishang were evenly matched. However, Yi Chen understood all too well that if this continued, L. Ziki would inevitably find herself at a disadvantage. After all, the dark pillars of light were relentless, seemingly inexhaustible. Though L. Ziki appeared to wield formidable sword energy now, who could say if she would be able to endure such an onslaught for an hour? The thought crossed Yi Chen's mind that he should have intervened sooner. In such circumstances, retreat would have been the wiser choice. Yet, the situation had already escalated, and it seemed they were on the brink of chaos. Once more, the violet sword energy surged forth, manifesting as a purple moon descending upon Luo Nishang. The vast expanse of dark pillars was shattered by the onslaught. She possesses some strength. However, the black spiritual energy within my soul-devouring cauldron is boundless. With each foe I vanquish, their essence and spirit are absorbed within. A hint of mockery danced in Luo Nishang's gaze as she regarded L. Ziki. Yet, as the battle waged on, L. Ziki's stamina began to dwindle. The dark pillars formed an encirclement, effectively trapping her within their grasp. Despite L. Ziki's relentless sword strikes, the dark pillars continued to multiply. Should this trend persist, it would soon become exceedingly difficult for L. Ziki to withstand the assault. All of you charge. Amir L. Ziki had compelled Luo Nishang to exhaust her tactics. Her thoughts were now consumed by a murderous intent. With her command, the masters from the evil demon temple surged forth. In an instant, L. Ziki found herself in a precarious position. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Ye could no longer remain passive. We shall join the fray, she declared. The dark energy surged relentlessly, granting a tremendous advantage to the evil demon temple. After all, the Lingxiao Academy not only faced the formidable adversaries from the temple, but also had to remain vigilant against the encroaching dark pillars. Under such immense pressure, the Lingxiao Academy was undoubtedly at a severe disadvantage. Luo Nishang was thoroughly pleased with the current state of the battle. Little girl, cease your defiance. Transform and join us at the evil demon temple. Have you considered it? I see potential in you, she said with a smile. Seeking death, Ziki retorted, incensed by the sinister smile that adorned Luo Nishang's face. I shall show you no mercy. Among this crowd, only you and another girl in a pale yellow gown possess any real strength. Once I deal with you, I shall attend to her next. Luo Nishang replied with a smile that sent chills down one's spine. With a wave of her hand, she struck the soul-devouring cauldron before her, causing a vast array of black energy to suddenly dissipate. As Ziki pondered whether Luo Nishang had reached her limit, a vast torrent of black light suddenly transformed into countless strands of black silk, surging toward her. Under this eerie onslaught, Ziki found herself in an overwhelming predicament. Just as she severed the strands before her, others approached from different directions. After finally creating a narrow escape route, the malevolent figures of the evil demon temple closed in, forcing her into a corner. Bang! The black silk ensnared Ziki's sword, sending her hurtling backward. Fortunately, a protective barrier surrounded her, and she managed to activate a golden armor jade talisman, barely preserving her life. Yet, as the multitude of black strands surged toward her once more, despair washed over Ziki. How could she withstand this assault? Her sword had been knocked away, and her talisman was spent. Hostility surrounded her from all sides. With great difficulty, she managed to smile, glancing back at Chen, seemingly bidding him a final farewell. At that critical moment, Chen affixed a lightning jade talisman to himself, instantly teleporting hundreds of feet away to Ziki's side. With a swift slash of the Chinko Crescent Moon sword, he wielded the Chongyun Tianhai sword, which comprised 9 levels. Chen had now mastered the 7th. With a single stroke, the 7-fold sword intent surged forth like a tide, shattering the black strands before Ziki. Sister L, do not worry, I am here. Chen's voice rang out. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Chen, Ziki's face lit up with delight. Haha, my little husband is indeed reliable, she said with a grin. Sister L, what time is it? And you still jest with me? Chen replied, exasperated. What's wrong? Are you unwilling to be my little husband? You should know that within the sect, countless others are eager to take on that role. Choosing you is your fortune. You ought to be grateful, Ziki retorted. In the face of life and death, the two were exchanging flirtations. Meanwhile, Luo Nishang seethed with rage, wishing to cleave the two into pieces. Sister L, you must flee. I will handle this. Chen insisted. Humph, you think to take charge? A mere second layer of the true realm dares to boast before me? I, Luo Nishang, determine who lives and who dies, she declared arrogantly. Bai Lingye dispatched a formidable opponent from the evil demon temple with a single stroke, forcing them back. Meanwhile, Hong Yun and Guoda, utilizing their escape talismans, moved with ghostly agility, slaying 2 members of the evil demon temple amidst their spectral forms. Witnessing this scene, Luo Nishang's fury intensified. She longed to capture Hong Yun and Guoda and teach them a lesson they would never forget. Bai Lingye has slain 2 adversaries of relatively lesser strength, significantly alleviating the pressure on their side, especially since they are being suppressed by the opponent in terms of realm. Not to mention the disturbances caused by the black pillars of light and the threads of illumination. Among this tumultuous group of combatants, Chen can distinctly perceive that Jiang Xinpeng is concealing his true prowess. This individual has always relished in the art of subterfuge, never revealing his authentic self and always leaving a card up his sleeve. However, such matters have become trivial at present. Chen finds himself in the crosshairs of Luo Nishang, and a confrontation between the two is inevitable. Chen aims to strike decisively, hoping to subdue Luo Nishang with a single blow before hastily retreating with his companions, avoiding any further entanglement with this enchantress. He harbors a lingering sense that, aside from the soul-devouring cauldron in her possession, she possesses other formidable techniques. During his previous skirmish with the evil demon temple, he employed a strategy of circumvention, striving to avoid direct confrontation and concealing his true capabilities. Yet now, with Ziki embroiled in grave peril, he must rush to her aid. Under these circumstances, a clash between him and Luo Nishang is unavoidable. Chapter 119. The sense of crisis should they fail to intimidate their adversary decisively. They may have to pay a tremendous price this time, primarily due to the overwhelming strength of their opponent. Look over there. That lad Chen has actually taken the initiative to confront Luo Nishang. I fear that in this battle, he may meet his end here, Su Qingyuan remarked as he approached Jiang Xinpeng. The Qiyuan fruit is still in his possession. If he falls in battle, we shall seize his body and make our swift escape, Jiang Xinping replied to Su Qingyuan. Understood, Su Qingyuan affirmed. Amidst the swirling black and crimson light and blood mist, Luo Nishang's figure appeared to waver, deliberately creating an aura of mystery for the righteous sect members. You dare to engage me in combat? I could dispatch you with a mere slap. Do you believe it? Luo Nishang gazed coldly at Yi Chen. Huh, anyone can boast. I am not afraid of your soul-swallowing cauldron, Yi Chen retorted with a hint of disdain. In Luo Nishang's eyes, Yi Chen was merely an insignificant character. Having lost her patience, she wished to eliminate him in an instant. The black light beams within the soul-swallowing cauldron began to pulse violently, then surged toward Yi Chen like a torrential downpour. Witnessing this ferocious scene, the surrounding onlookers shook their heads in silent dismay, believing that Yi Chen was doomed. Bai Lingye and El Ziki stood together, their expressions grave as they watched Yi Chen. Should he be unable to withstand this, they would forcibly extract him from the scene. Luo Nishang brimmed with confidence, convinced that once the black beams were unleashed, Yi Chen would have no escape and would perish on the spot. However, the subsequent scene took her completely by surprise. The black light beams surged forward like a tide, but upon reaching Yi Chen, they recoiled as if a mouse had encountered a cat. What is the meaning of this? Luo Nishang was utterly bewildered. She had never before witnessed such a phenomenon. This was her first encounter with it. Previously, a similar occurrence had transpired, yet at that time, Luo Nishang had been manipulating the soul-swallowing cauldron from thousands of feet away, unable to perceive the situation accurately. Now, with it directly before her, she could see everything clearly. Shall we continue? Yi Chen made no explanations, merely casting a cold gaze at the enchanting woman. Naturally, we shall continue. Even without these black beams, my inherent strength far surpasses yours. Before me, you have no choice but to concede. Do you understand? Luo Nishang declared with an arrogant demeanor. Is that so? Yi Chen responded, once again activating a lightning talisman, propelling himself instantaneously before Luo Nishang. She was taken aback. Having witnessed Yi Chen's sudden appearance to rescue El Ziki previously, she was now filled with astonishment once more. Yi Chen approached Luo Nishang without uttering a single word, launching into his ultimate technique. With a swift motion of the Chinko crescent moon sword, he cleaved forcefully ahead. A torrent of sword energy erupted forth, cascading in layers like a surging tide, relentlessly advancing toward Luo Nishang. In her eyes, Yi Chen was merely a minor figure of the second realm of True Mansion, and thus she dismissed his assault with disdain. However, as the myriad beams of sword light converged upon her, an inexplicable sense of trepidation began to stir within her heart. When the wave of sword energy crashed against her chest, she was momentarily dazed. The overwhelming force shattered the barrier before her and obliterated her armor. Just as she thought the onslaught had ceased, Yi Chen brandished another exquisite Xinggrade sword, unleashing the same cloud sky sword technique. The relentless flow of sword energy was suffocating, a veritable deluge. With a thunderous impact, Luo Nishang felt an overpowering force that she could not withstand, fracturing several of her bones and utterly subduing her at that moment. In an instant, she was sent hurtling away, landing in a deep pit nearly 100 feet wide, her body devoid of sensation, surrounded by a swirling tempest of blood and darkness. This scene left the members of the evil demon temple utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that a mere second-realm True Mansion practitioner like Yi Chen could unleash such devastating power. Jiang Xinping gazed at the unfolding spectacle with a grave expression. Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki, their hearts previously suspended in anxiety, finally exhaled in relief, thoroughly impressed by Yi Chen's performance, which had exceeded their expectations. I never imagined my little husband would be so formidable, Bai Lingye remarked. Yet, the dark energy beams pressing against them seemed to falter in Yi Chen's presence, as if they feared him. This lad undoubtedly harbors many secrets, Lu Ziki mused, intrigued by Yi Chen. Best not to pry. It serves as a form of protection for him. Matters like this should not be recklessly discussed. And stop calling him little husband. He belongs to my Sanfeng, Bai Lingye admonished, casting a stern glance at Lu Ziki. I'll call him whatever I wish. It's none of your concern. Are you jealous? What is wrong with calling him little husband? You can do so as well. Lu Ziki replied with a playful smile. Bai Lingye found herself exasperated by the young girl's antics. The shift in circumstances instilled a palpable fear among the personnel of the evil demon temple, rendering them hesitant to engage further with the Lingxiao Academy. Witnessing this, Jiang Xinping felt a surge of joy. Seize this moment of their retreat and strike swiftly, he commanded, rallying his companions to charge toward the members of the evil demon temple. As Bailing Yi and Lu Ziki prepared to take action, Yi Chen swiftly rushed before them, exclaiming, "You must not advance. This may very well be a ploy to bait us into a trap. Since we have instilled fear in them, it is prudent to retreat." Acknowledging Yi Chen's wisdom, Bailing Yi nodded in agreement. "Withdraw," she commanded. With that, they hastily departed into the distance. Witnessing their sudden exit, Jiang Xinpeng was left bewildered. How could this be? They had a clear opportunity to annihilate their foes, yet Bailing Yi refrained from doing so. What was truly unfolding here? Although Jiang Xinpeng could not immediately grasp the situation, he was not foolish. Seeing them leave, he quickly vanished as well, taking his companions with him. Chapter 120. Where to escape, the personnel of the evil demon temple did not pursue, but retreated to the edge of the great pit. Gazing into the swirling black mist and the crimson light within, their hearts heavy with concern for Luo Nishang. It had been a long while since she had entered, and if something were to happen to her, how would they explain it to the elders of the evil demon temple? After all, Luo Nishang was a favored individual, cherished by many of the elders. "Senior Sister Luo, are you all right?" A disciple of the evil demon temple called out into the depths of the pit, but received no response. Meanwhile, Yi Chun and Bai Lingye were hastily fleeing forward. Jiang Xinpeng and his companions soon caught up with them. "Hey, why are you running so fast? Just a moment ago, we could have struck together and annihilated them all. That was a golden opportunity. Why did you not seize it?" Jiang Xinpeng questioned, perplexed. Yi Chun, disinterested in his inquiries, was keenly aware of a tremendous and malevolent energy gradually rising, despite his lower cultivation level. Thus, he urged Bai Lingye and El Ziki to flee with urgency. "Indeed, why are we fleeing?" Bai Lingye chimed in with her own query. "Stop asking so many questions and run." Yi Chen responded firmly, "If you trust me, do not question it." With that, he continued to sprint ahead, and the others had no choice but to follow. Jiang Xinpeng, filled with confusion, trailed behind. Back at the evil demon temple, a sudden surge of blinding crimson light erupted from within the great pit. Inside, Luo Nishang slowly rose to her feet. The seal containing the dark beast within her had been broken, elevating her cultivation to the 7th layer of the true house realm. At this level, even a formidable demon at the 3rd layer of the blood transformation realm would not stand a chance against her. It must be said, the level of power Luo Nishang exhibited was utterly terrifying. She leapt from the pit, and upon seeing her alive, the disciples of the evil demon temple rejoiced, as they had initially feared that Yi Chun had slain her with that stunning sword strike. "Where did that boy run off to?" Luo Nishang inquired with a fierce gleam in her eyes. "They fled in that direction," an expert from the evil demon temple pointed. Now just a step away from entering the 8th layer of the true house realm, Luo Nishang radiated a chilling aura. As the seal of the dark beast's blood within her shattered, its power surged, allowing her cultivation to rise instantaneously. Though she had suppressed her realm to enter the secret territory, she would not suffer severe backlash from any entity below the Yuan Dan realm within. At her current level, one could say she was virtually invincible within the secret territory, with scarcely anyone capable of matching her strength. Luo Nishang cast a glance in the direction indicated by her subordinates. "I shall pursue first. You may follow closely behind," she declared, unable to wait even a moment longer. With the swiftness of an arrow released from a bow, she sped forth. In mere moments, she had traversed thousands of zhang, her speed greatly enhanced following her ascension in realm. The disciples of the evil temple, witnessing this spectacle, were left wide-eyed in disbelief. Sister Luo had awakened the formidable power of the blood of the evil beast within her. It was rumored to be the bloodline of an ancient evil creature. It seemed that Yi Chun was doomed this time, remarked several disciples of the evil temple. They then hastened to pursue Luo Nishang. Yi Chun and his companions raced forward, their flight lasting nearly an hour. Suddenly, Yi Chun sensed a terrifying pressure approaching from a great distance behind them. Although Bailing Yi and the others had yet to feel it, Yi Chun's superior perception, a gift of his celestial bloodline, alerted him to the impending danger. After all, he was endowed with a heavenly grade talent. Moreover, this was a situation formed under restraint during his testing, who knew what other talents lay beyond the heavenly tier. Bailing Yi, Sister Lu, you should go ahead. I have matters to attend to. Yi Chen instructed the two sisters, who were leading the group. However, the sisters exchanged puzzled glances upon seeing Yi Chen's reluctance to depart. Why won't you leave? They asked, their gazes piercing. I've mentioned that I have something to attend to. I sense an overwhelming aura here. Perhaps a treasure awaits. You should go on ahead, and I will catch up shortly, Yi Chen explained. Despite his assurances, Bailing Yi and Lu Ziki remained skeptical. At that moment, Jiang Xinpeng rushed over. Hearing that Yi Chen wished for the others to leave first while he remained behind. Claiming the presence of treasure, Jiang Xinpeng was utterly unconvinced. What treasure could possibly be here? Do not deceive us. What is your true intention? Earlier, it was a prime opportunity, yet you insisted on retreating. Can you elucidate your reasoning now? Jiang Xinpeng seized the opportunity to admonish Yi Chen. Very well. If you choose not to leave, I shall take my leave. You are all welcome to follow me. Yi Chen shook his head repeatedly, then with a swift motion, he launched himself forward like an arrow. Bailing Yi and Lu Ziki found Yi Chen's behavior rather peculiar. Although they did not comprehend his motives, they surmised that there must be a reason behind his actions. Let us proceed as well, Bailing Yi suggested. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The members of Lingxiao Academy hastened forward with great urgency. Behind them, a blood-red figure, enveloped in swirling black mist, was rapidly pursuing them. This is bad, what is that? As Jiang Xinpeng retreated and glanced back, he was struck by the sight of a crimson apparition, reminiscent of a demon, advancing towards them. In an instant, a shiver ran down his spine. It was Luo Nikhang. He was astonished to discover that she had not perished. Instead, she appeared to have become exceedingly powerful. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Qingyuan's complexion paled in fear. They dashed forward as if propelled by an unseen force, terrified of being overtaken by Luo Nikhang. Bai Lingye and L. Ziki, recognizing the gravity of the situation, wore expressions of deep concern. Luo Nikhang is closing in, L. Ziki exclaimed. This individual seems to have grown even stronger. Her aura is utterly terrifying. If she truly catches up to us, we are surely doomed, L. Ziki remarked solemnly. Whoosh. Chapter 121. Quick escape. A blood-red shadow darted through the dense black mist, moving at an astonishing speed, several times faster than they could manage. In the blink of an eye, it was upon them. You need not run any longer. There is no escape for you, Luo Nishang laughed heartily. As a vast expanse of blood mist, accompanied by layers of dark luminescence, surged towards them. The powerful shockwave instantly claimed several more of their comrades. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Chen's expression turned grave. At that moment, Luo Nishang resembled a demon god, with crimson luminescence pulsating around her. The soul-devouring cauldron before her emanated a dark sheen, and torrents of black light erupted from within. How audacious of you, daring to pursue us after we spared your life. We chose not to hold it against you. Yet here you are, chasing us again, Jiang Xinpeng remarked coldly. You shall all perish, Luo Nishang declared, dismissing their attempts at conversation. With a flash, she transformed into a stream of light, racing forward. With a flick of her hand, she unleashed a torrent of blood-red energy, each fragment resembling a blood-colored blade aimed at them. Soon, anguished cries filled the air. Even before her ascension in power, Luo Nishang had been an adversary they could not contend with. Now, she was immeasurably stronger. Bai Lingye's expression darkened considerably. Lu Ziki also discerned that Luo Nishang was now more formidable than ever. The individuals present were likely no match for her. Ha ha. You will all become nourishment for my soul-devouring cauldron. Die. Luo Nishang spoke with chilling indifference. In an instant, she was before Lu Zhong, her hand descending lightly, and he was instantly transformed into a pool of blood, lifeless beyond recovery. Such overwhelming pressure emanated from her single strike. The surrounding subordinates were paralyzed with fear, their souls nearly escaping their bodies, astonished by Luo Nishang's transformation. Ha ha ha. When I was at the first level of the true mansion, none of you were my match. Now that I have awakened the bloodline of the evil beast, my power approaches the 8th level of the true mansion. Thus, under my might, there is only one path for you. Death, Luo Nishang proclaimed. Enough of your foul nonsense, Bai Lingye retorted sharply. At that moment, if no one stood up, would they simply wait for Luo Nishang to eliminate them one by one? This was a scenario she could not bear to witness. As Bai Lingye made her move, Lu Ziki simultaneously sprang into action. Demoness, do not be so arrogant. We shall see how we can vanquish you, Lu Ziki cried out loudly. The two positioned themselves to flank Luo Nishang, attempting to force her back. However, she was now beyond their capability to confront. Countless black pillars of light rained down upon them, compelling them to retreat step by step before they could even approach her. In their endeavor to fend off the ominous black pillars of light, the two were grievously wounded. Humph, with only the two of you, you stand no chance against me. Begone. With that, Luo Nishang flicked her delicate hand once more, unleashing a crimson arc that sliced toward El Ziki and Bai Lingyao like a heavy sword. They were instantly sent hurtling back hundreds of feet, utterly no match for Luo Nishang. Witnessing this, Jiang Xinping's expression turned to one of sheer terror. That last strike of bloodlight was enough to claim his life. Staying here would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, the grim reality was that they found themselves ensnared, surrounded by the black pillars and the violent surges of blood-red light. Amidst Luo Nishang's triumphant revelry, a figure surged toward her from behind. Had this been a previous encounter, such a stealthy and swift strike would have been impossible for Luo Nishang to evade. However, awakened by the seal of the sinister beast's bloodline, her senses had become extraordinarily acute. In that moment, she deftly sidestepped the blow. Another sword strike followed, bearing the unmistakable familiarity of the cloud and sea sword technique. She had indeed evaded it. Yi Chen's tone bore a hint of astonishment. Luo Nishang's heart was in turmoil. She had narrowly escaped. Had she been just a fraction of a second slower, that sword would have struck her squarely, harboring a deep-seated fury. She had come here with the intent of ending this young man before her. Yet, he was remarkably slippery. Upon her arrival, she found no trace of Yi Chen, who had been lurking in the shadows, biding his time. When the moment was ripe, he had suddenly launched an attack, aiming for a fatal blow. However, she had not anticipated that, with her heightened prowess, her reactions would be equally swift, allowing her to evade the strike. It is you I have been searching for. You must die. Luo Nishang's hatred for Yi Chen was palpable. Do not boast so recklessly. You nearly met your end at my hands. Surely, you remember that. Yi Chen mocked her. You. Luo Nishang's hands clenched tightly, her long fingers digging into her palms, the pain only fueling her loathing for the man before her. Despite being merely at the second level of the true mansion realm, he had nearly slain her. This blood feud must be avenged, otherwise, returning to the demonic temple would invite scorn from her peers. Observing Yi Chen ensnared in Luo Nishang's relentless assault, Bai Lingyao and El Ziki exchanged glances. Brothers, we must unite to save Yi Chen. Bai Lingyao could not abandon her junior disciple. However, just as she prepared to speak with Jiang Xinping, he suddenly transformed into a streak of azure light, activating his flying apparatus and soaring away into the distance. He hardly spared a thought for Su Qingyuan and the others, calling out from hundreds of feet away, "Brothers, flee. We are no match for this demoness." Su Qingyuan and the others paused momentarily, then unleashed their utmost speed, racing towards the distance. Bai Lingyao and El Ziki, upon witnessing Jiang Xinping's unexpected actions at such a critical moment, wore expressions of dark fury. Yet, they found themselves powerless to intervene. In the realm of secrets, anything could transpire, and Bai Lingyao could only resign herself to this circumstance. "Junior brother, do not be afraid. We shall come to your aid immediately," Bai Lingyao said, her countenance grave and filled with concern as she gazed in the direction of Yi Chen. At that moment, Yi Chen was enveloped by a multitude of black pillars of light. Although they yearned to rescue him, they were beset on all sides by these dark columns, while torrents of blood-red light surged towards them relentlessly. Numerous disciples had sustained injuries and were utterly no match for Luo Nishang, who, at this juncture, was overwhelmingly powerful. Chapter 122. Luring the enemy after losing 4 or 5 comrades, it became apparent that this situation was untenable. Although Yi Chen stood at the epicenter of the tempest, he remained acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding him. "Sister Bai, you must lead the brothers to safety. I can manage here. Do not forget, I still possess numerous lightning jade talismans. I will seek an opportunity to escape soon," Yi Chen declared loudly to Bai Lingyao and the others. "Rest assured, we will not abandon you." Bai Lingyao discerned Yi Chen's intent to confront this ordeal alone. However, she felt that this was beyond what he could handle alone, and she was unwilling to lose this younger disciple. Even if it meant incurring some cost, she was determined to protect him. Meanwhile, Jiang Xinpeng and his group, fleeing in the distance, regretted their prior offense against Yi Chun, realizing too late how beneficial a few lightning jade talismans would have been. Those who failed to escape in time were directly struck by the crimson light or the black pillars, meeting their demise on the spot. After the elevation of their realms, it was evident that the range of the black pillars and the blood-red streams had widened significantly. Many, in their attempts to flee, found themselves ensnared. Though the black pillars surged endlessly from the soul-devouring cauldron, they shattered upon reaching Yi Chun, reminiscent of a mouse evading a cat. What secrets did this young man harbor to wield such power, causing even the black pillars to retreat? Luo Nishang furrowed her brows, coldly regarding Yi Chun. This black pillar has no effect on me. You may as well put it away, Yi Chun taunted. Humph, even if that black pillar is of no consequence to you. My own strength suffices to vanquish you, Luo Nishang replied sternly. Yi Chun turned to see Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki, who were desperately trying to reach him, understanding clearly that it was perilous for them to breach the fray. Even if they managed to enter, the blood-red streams and black pillars within could very well claim their lives. Thus, he was unwilling to let them take that risk. It was a challenge he must face alone. He contemplated forcefully utilizing the lightning jade talismans to distract Luo Nishang, for only then could Bai Lingye and the others have a chance to survive. Observing Yi Chen's composure, Luo Nishang was filled with frustration. She could not fathom being outmatched by a mere second-tier disciple. In that moment, her sole desire was to end Yi Chen's life swiftly. Yet, he proved elusive, evading her attacks while the black pillars failed to harm him. How could she proceed? After being cornered, Yi Chen forcefully slashed open an escape route with his sword, then affixed a lightning jade talisman to himself, vanishing in an instant to several hundred feet away. Seeing Yi Chen attempt to flee, Luo Nishang would not let him escape easily. In the present moment, his form flickered and he dashed forward with the swiftness of lightning. Yi Chen pushed his speed to the utmost limits. Upon noticing that Luo Nishang was nearly upon him, he utilized a lightning talisman. However, a sense of anxiety churned within him. Although he still possessed a few talismans, he could not afford to use them recklessly. Should they run out, his demise would be inevitable. Thus, Yi Chen endeavored to conserve them as much as possible. Yet, the pursuit was relentless, with Luo Nishang disregarding all else. Fixated solely on capturing Yi Chen and dismantling him piece by piece, Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki, observing Yi Chen's rapid flight into the distance, found their own speed inadequate compared to that of Yi Chen and Luo Nishang. Consequently, after a brief pursuit, they lost sight of him. Bai Lingye discerned that Yi Chen's actions were deliberate, intended to provide them with a chance for survival by luring the enemy away. In doing so, they would secure their safety. Yi Chen, why must you act in this manner? Bai Lingye lamented, unable to keep pace any longer, coming to a halt. Lu Ziki gazed intently in the direction Yi Chen had fled, her emotions tumultuous. As Yi Chen approached a thicket ahead, he recognized it as a potential refuge. The vast expanse of the plain rendered him visible to Luo Nishang, no matter how he attempted to escape. Upon entering the woods, he felt the dwindling number of lightning talismans on his person. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable. In that instant, Yi Chen summoned a phantom tiger talisman, mounting it and speeding forth. Upon entering the dense forest, Luo Nishang realized that he was riding a flying phantom tiger, propelling himself rapidly ahead. This infuriated her. Having pursued Yi Chen for over an hour, each time she nearly caught up, he would employ a lightning talisman. Now he had resorted to another flying talisman. At this rate, capturing Yi Chen would prove to be a formidable challenge. Stop right there. You cannot escape my grasp, Luo Nishang declared in a hushed tone. Yet, Yi Chen refused to engage in conversation. He ran as long as he could. The consequence of falling into Luo Nishang's clutches was all too clear. He utilized 3 phantom tiger talismans in succession, each capable of flight for less than half an hour. Fortunately, he had no fewer than 100 phantom tiger talismans at his disposal, adequately prepared for such brief flights. Do not escape. Luo Nishang, agitated by her prolonged pursuit, found it increasingly frustrating to close the gap. As she advanced, her delicate hands waved forward, flattening large swathes of forest. This demonstrated the sheer terror of her combat prowess. Regardless of her claims, Yi Chen continued to flee frantically ahead. After a day and night of relentless flight, he had utilized 23 phantom tiger talismans, and his energy was nearly exhausted. However, Although Luo Nishang's bloodline of the wicked beast had awakened and the seal had been broken, it was still subject to a time constraint. At most, it could last for only 12 hours. After pursuing for an entire day and night, the time expired, and her cultivation realm fell back to the 7th level of the true mansion. Naturally, Yi Chun was acutely aware of this change. At that precise moment, the energy of the illusory tiger talisman he was riding depleted, causing Yi Chun to plummet from the sky. Observing his descent, Luo Nishang let out a long sigh of relief and remarked, "You rascal, you have finally fallen. There is no escape now." As she spoke, Luo Nishang swiftly darted forward, blocking Yi Chun's path. Yi Chun gazed at her imposing figure, radiating an aura as if she were prepared to devour him, yet he remained remarkably composed, choosing not to flee any further. Chapter 123. Reluctant confrontation. Upon descending to the ground, Yi Chun promptly ingested several energy-replenishing pills, striving to restore his strength swiftly. Otherwise, the impending battle with Luo Nishang would surely be a formidable challenge. Just moments prior, had Yi Chun chosen to flee, he might have still had a chance. Yet, sensing Luo Nishang's waning aura, he perceived an opportunity. Perhaps he could attempt to eliminate her. After all, given Luo Nishang's formidable prowess, her removal would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the evil demon temple. It was this very consideration that compelled Yi Chun to remain. Yi Chun regarded Luo Nishang with keen interest. "So, you have fallen in rank, yet still wish to take my life? Is that not a rather fanciful notion?" he remarked coolly. "Even in my current state of true realm, level 7, subduing you would still be quite effortless." Luo Nishang met his gaze with an expression of indifference. "Is that so? Your diminished state makes it unlikely for you to overcome me," she replied. With that, Yi Chun launched an offensive, suddenly striking at Luo Nishang with his sword. Her reflexes were swift. She leaped into the air, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of crimson energy, manifesting as countless sword-like projectiles aimed directly at Yi Chun, intent on eliminating him. "Are you so eager for conflict?" Yi Chun questioned, his tone incredulous. "Why provoke me when it seems one of us must fall today?" As the sea of crimson blades surged towards him, Yi Chun quickly activated 2 golden armor talismans upon himself. With a resounding crash, the golden armor enveloped him, capable of withstanding the full force of a true realm level 7 expert's 10 strikes. Naturally, Luo Nishang's blood-red swords could not claim his life. Yet, Yi Chun understood well that she undoubtedly harbored other formidable techniques, as she had not fully unleashed her power. Despite her current strength, which had diminished to true realm level 2, Luo Nishang believed she could still easily vanquish Yi Chun. However, after several exchanges, despite her evident advantage, she found herself unable to secure a victory. Yi Chun, protected by his golden armor talismans and employing the CHNENTNHI sword technique, unleashed waves of sword energy that relentlessly surged towards Luo Nishang. After multiple waves of assault, her overwhelming offensive began to falter. Though internally vexed, Luo Nishang had to confront this reality. She resolved to devise a strategy to eliminate this troublesome adversary swiftly. If allowed to grow unchecked, Yi Chun would undoubtedly become a formidable force. Already, at true realm level 2, he was nearly her equal in combat. Should Yi Chun reach the level of cultivation that I currently possess, who among the younger generation of the evil demon temple could possibly rival him? Humph. I refuse to believe that my black light pillar cannot suppress you. With a cold shout, Luo Nishang summoned the soul-devouring cauldron once more. At this moment, the cauldron exhibited clear changes. Torrents of blood light surged into it. This blood light was derived from her own essence mingled with sinister energy, and dark crimson beams erupted from the cauldron, exuding an aura of malevolence, seemingly intent on devouring Yi Chun in one fell swoop. However, as the beams approached Yi Chun, they were effortlessly shattered by him. Witnessing this scene, Luo Nishang wore a grave expression. "This is still ineffective. What manner of creature are you, boy? Even the beams infused with the blood of evil beasts pose no harm to you," Luo Nishang remarked, her face etched with concern. Observing her demeanor, Yi Chun felt a similar weight in his heart. He understood that his bloodline merely countered this innate evil energy in terms of cultivation and strength. He was far inferior to Luo Nishang. Should this continue, Yi Chun feared that he would ultimately be the one to falter. The thought filled him with trepidation. Nonetheless, regardless of the difficulty, one must persevere in such circumstances. Surrender is not an option. If Luo Nishang detected any hint of fear or retreat in him, she would only intensify her assault. Yi Chen would not allow such a scenario to unfold. As the battle raged on fiercely, Yi Chen's palms began to bleed from the force of the clashes. After consuming several healing pills, he swung his sword downwards. A torrent of sword energy surged forth, obscuring the sky as it hurtled toward Luo Nishang. With a look of disdain in her eyes, she remarked, still relying on that same old sword technique. I have already discerned its flaws. Once you find me, just break it. Spare me the mockery, Yi Chen retorted, undeterred as he continued to wield his sword with fervor. The blade whistled through the air, releasing a series of sharp, piercing sounds as layers of sword energy rained down upon Luo Nishang. Faced with such a relentless onslaught, Luo Nishang opted to evade rather than confront it head-on. One cannot deny that this cunning enchantress had indeed grown wiser. After several exchanges, Luo Nishang realized she was utterly incapable of overcoming Yi Chen, which left her feeling somewhat exasperated. It appears that without employing my true killing move, I cannot slay you. You are indeed a formidable opponent, boy. Luo Nishang acknowledged the difficulty of overcoming Yi Chen. At the same time, Yi Chen found himself equally frustrated by the stalemate with Luo Nishang. On several occasions, he had sensed an opportunity to potentially strike her down, yet her reactions were swift, allowing her to evade his lethal blows. Young man, behold this. With that, Luo Nishang reached into her storage bag and produced a blood-red spear, an extraordinary low-grade earthly weapon. I acquired this formidable armament within a certain mystical passage after entering the secret realm. A low-grade earthly weapon, with unparalleled might. A single thrust could easily spell your demise, she declared with an icy demeanor. Come on. Yi Chen beckoned to her. Very well, you have chosen your fate. Do not blame others for the consequences. Since you are intent on meeting your end, I shall oblige, Luo Nishang replied, her expression as cold as ever. With the enhancement of the blood-red spear, Luo Nishang's combat prowess surged to new heights, forcing Yi Chen into an exceedingly perilous situation. At this moment, Yi Chen retrieved a surge-clearing jade talisman and affixed several to his body. As the light swirled, a wave of energy surged into him. Instantly, numerous acupoints were unblocked, and an immense spiritual force flooded into his meridians, remarkably augmenting Yi Chen's strength in that fleeting moment. Chapter 124. The emergence of all five styles. Having successfully navigated the immediate peril, Yi Chen found himself burdened with an abundance of jade talismans, an overwhelming quantity that left Luo Nishang in a state of dismay. Thoughts raced through her mind. What could be done in such a predicament? With urgency, Luo Nishang deftly wielded her long spear, unleashing a torrent of crimson energy that surged like a mighty river. Though Yi Chen appeared to evade her strikes with ease, the threat of being overpowered loomed with each encounter, filling his heart with anxiety and trepidation. The cunning of this enchantress was formidable, and the unfolding events were decidedly unfavorable to him. You possess your own techniques and warriors, so do I, Yi Chen declared coldly. His mentor had imparted the Long Sky Thunder Sword technique, which comprised 19 forms. His master had mastered 17, bestowing upon him a combat prowess that could rival those of the Yuan Dan realm. Yi Chen, having only achieved the 5th form, had, during private trials, demonstrated its ability to cleave mountains and shatter stones. With the Azure Crescent Moon Sword in his left hand and the Sanren Treasure Sword in his right, both exquisite weapons of the mysterious tier, coupled with the Long Sky Thunder Sword technique, Yi Chen felt he might stand a chance against this enchantress. Whether he could ultimately prevail remained uncertain, yet he harbored a fervent hope for victory. Allow me to demonstrate the Long Sky Thunder Sword technique, he proclaimed, raising both swords. He executed a simultaneous strike forward. Instantly, a colossal surge of energy surged forth, akin to a torrential flood. A formidable sword chi, imbued with the essence of thunder, raced toward Luo Nishang. To her surprise, the sheer might of Yi Chen's swordplay, albeit at the earth tier's lower grade, was undeniably potent. As the blade advanced, Luo Nishang deftly maneuvered her blood-red spear, punctuating the air with a decisive thrust. The two energies collided with a thunderous impact, sending Yi Chen hurtling back several dozen paces, while Luo Nishang merely took a few steps back. This exchange clearly illustrated the disparity in their strengths. Intriguing, the Long Sky Thunder Sword technique indeed possesses merit. However, It seems you have yet to grasp its deeper nuances, Luo Nishang remarked. That is indeed the case. I have merely scratched the surface. Should I master its profound depths, slaying the head of your evil temple would be within my reach, Yi Chun replied with a smile. Your bravado is quite amusing. With your half-baked martial arts, you aspire to vanquish our temple's leader? Such dreams are fanciful. Our leader has long transcended the true realm, ascending into the Yuan Dan realm, Luo Nishang countered. The journey from the true realm to the Yuan Dan realm is a milestone that many cultivators never reach in their lifetimes. Although Luo Nishang currently appeared to possess the 7th layer of the true realm, there existed further distinctions within that tier. Each level presents a considerable challenge for her. Most prodigious disciples, upon entering the 7th realm of the true palace, find it exceedingly difficult to advance further. This constitutes a formidable barrier. Likewise, most of the elders remain unable to reach the realm of Yuan Dan. After receiving Yi Chen's initial strike, Luo Nishang took the initiative to attack, seeking to force Yi Chun into a desperate situation. After all, this was an exceptional opportunity for her, having pursued him for an entire day and night. Both of them were significantly drained. If Luo Nishang failed to eliminate Yi Chen now, it would indeed become a source of ridicule. Is this all she is capable of? If she truly cannot prevail, she might as well offer her neck for a swift execution, sparing herself the agony. Wouldn't that be preferable? Luo Nishang cast a disdainful glance at Yi Chun. Yet, Yi Chun remained utterly composed. Faced with Luo Nishang's frigid gaze, he forced another strike with his sword. As he unleashed the second attack, the shadow of his sword eclipsed the sun, accompanied by a thunderous roar, crashing down heavily towards Luo Nishang. She managed to block it once more. Then came the third and fourth strikes. Though each of Yi Chen's moves grew increasingly formidable, Luo Nishang, wielding her blood-red spear with unpredictable techniques, successfully parried each of his relentless assaults. Yi Chen had to concede that her prowess was indeed impressive. In the blink of an eye, he executed the 5th strike. The divine thunder was unceasing. Yi Chen shouted coldly, slashing forward with both swords, causing arcs of thunder to ripple through the air. The flickering lightning patterns resonated with the very fabric of the world. Observing this scene, Luo Nishang felt her hands tingle, her heart secretly astonished. She thought to herself, how can this boy persist endlessly? Having reached such a stage, he still continues to attack. In truth, Yi Chen's thoughts mirrored hers at that moment. He simply hoped that Luo Nishang would cease her onslaught. At this point, Yi Chen was physically and mentally exhausted. He feared he could not endure for another quarter of an hour. Die! Luo Nishang shouted coldly, thrusting her blood-red spear towards Yi Chen. A torrent of crimson energy surged towards him, striking him down from the air and creating a substantial crater upon impact with the ground. Witnessing this, Luo Nishang's face lit up with delight. Brandishing her blood-red spear, she advanced towards Yi Chen, intent on ending his life. Ha! At last, I have caught my opportunity, and today shall be your demise. With that, Luo Nishang swung her spear down upon Yi Chen. Just at that moment, Yi Chen's spiritual energy coalesced around him, forming a barrier that withstood her formidable blow. Simultaneously, he comprehended the 6th form of the everlasting thunder sword technique. In a flash, Yi Chen slashed through the air. The brilliance of his sword melded with the radiance of lightning, reducing considerable swathes of the forest to mere dust. Boom! Thunder roared. With a single blow, Luo Nishang was sent flying for hundreds of feet, her body crashing through several large trees. As she regained her balance, her garments lay tattered, revealing bloodied skin, exuding an enchanting yet sinister beauty. Luo Nishang gazed gravely at Yi Chen. That last strike had nearly left her defenseless, yet she managed to withstand it. Despite her efforts, she had sustained severe injuries. Yi Chen, having poured all his strength into that slash, was now nearly drained, propping himself up with his sword, struggling to remain upright. As he watched Luo Nishang approach him step by step, despair enveloped his heart. He pondered whether this day would mark the end of his life. Though such thoughts plagued him, Yi Chen was unwilling to succumb to fate without a fight. Haha, you can no longer continue the battle, can you? Prepare to meet your end. Luo Nishang, summoning her final reserves of strength, raised her spear and lunged at Yi Chen, the spear's flow like a torrent, radiating overwhelming pressure. Chapter 125. The plan. As the sword was poised to pierce through him, a phantom tiger talisman suddenly manifested beneath Yi Chen, swiftly carrying him forward. Drenched in cold sweat, Chen realized that had he delayed even a moment longer in dispatching the talisman, he might have met his untimely end. He gazed at the talisman that had unexpectedly appeared, whisking him away, while Luo Nishang, despite her fervent desire to pursue, found herself utterly drained of strength. Watching Chen vanish into the distance, she could no longer sustain herself and collapsed to the ground, having reached the brink of exhaustion. Chen, grievously injured, had severed several meridians, with both the divine and extraordinary meridians sealing themselves automatically to protect him. Currently, only one final divine meridian remained unopened, while 5 of the 9 extraordinary meridians had already activated. Had Chen not been so singularly focused on his cultivation, striving to elevate his realm, he could have opened that last divine meridian, and at least 1 or 2 additional extraordinary meridians might also have been unlocked. Throughout his journey, Chen, perched upon the phantom tiger talisman, succumbed to profound fatigue and fell into a deep slumber, losing track of time. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, he plummeted from the air, jolting him awake. Upon regaining consciousness, he scanned his surroundings with a heightened sense of alertness, ensuring no danger lurked nearby. Observing the area, he discerned a concealed cave several thousand meters ahead and promptly entered it. Inside, he took measures to obscure his presence and set up various defenses, should they be breached. He would be alerted immediately. Once everything was arranged, Chen settled into a meditative posture, endeavoring to restore his stamina by absorbing the ambient spiritual energy. Within his dantian, the spiritual energy was nearly depleted. His dantian was significantly larger than that of others, necessitating an intake of energy several times greater. This very circumstance enabled him to challenge adversaries of the 5th or 6th realm, while still holding his ground. After 2 continuous days of cultivation, his injuries had healed to a considerable extent, although complete recovery would require more time. Rising to his feet, Chen executed a few punches, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy that struck the cave's stone wall, creating a substantial dent. Aware of the potential presence of sinister forces nearby, he refrained from further movement, fearing that any noise might attract the attention of the evil temple's personnel. In recent days, he had endured several fierce battles, first against the formidable 3-realm beast, then encountering the bone spirit, followed by his encounter with the minor demoness. Consequently, his resources had dwindled significantly, necessitating a thorough assessment of what remained. With a mere thought, Chen stepped into the space of the black ceramic jar. After a brief inventory, he discovered he possessed 17 lightning jade talismans, 23 golden armored jade talismans, and approximately 20 of various other talismans. The assortment of medicinal pills he had was also dwindling, likely sufficient for no more than a month's sustenance. Furthermore, the true chi pills he had refined were now reduced to fewer than 1,000, necessitating careful consumption. Resources were undeniably scarce, and the time to refine more was not at hand, as enemies could emerge at any moment. Having managed to rest inconspicuously for 2 days was a considerable feat in itself. This recent clash with Luo Nishang had illuminated many of Chen's deficiencies. His agility was still insufficiently swift. Otherwise, he would not have had to rely heavily on numerous lightning and illusion tiger talismans, nor would he have needed the speed-enhancing boots acquired earlier. Chen realized that his cultivation at the 2nd level of the true mansion realm could only comfortably contend with those below the peak of the 6th level. Once faced with an opponent at the 7th level, he found himself in dire straits. Even employing the long sky 10,000 thunder sword technique bestowed by his master had not sufficed to subdue Luo Nishang. Thus, elevating his cultivation level was of paramount importance. Should he attain the 3rd level of the true mansion realm, he would then be confident in facing Luo Nishang with ease. The secret realm was fraught with peril, necessitating utmost caution and sufficient strength. Without power, all efforts were futile. One could not merely rely on luck. After pondering for some time, Chen concluded that it would be prudent to depart this place swiftly, as lingering here might not be the wisest choice. Furthermore, he remained uncertain about the nature of his current surroundings. After resting a while longer and observing the dawn breaking outside, Chen emerged from the cave. At that moment, he felt no inclination to hunt down the disciples of the evil demon temple, as the most critical task had already been accomplished. The chi source fruit was now in his possession, and once he exited the secret realm, he could rescue his master. The prospect of hunting down the disciples of the evil demon temple no longer held significance for him, nor did he possess a strong desire for the demonic liquid. If he could endure for nearly another month and safely escape the secret realm, all would be illuminated. Chen wished to bide his time during this month. However, a thought crossed his mind. While he could indeed hide and wait for the conclusion of the secret realm, the absence of news regarding him would surely cause Bai Lingye and El Ziki great distress. They were likely searching frantically for his whereabouts. Additionally, he had previously allied himself with Hongyuan and Guoda, promising to protect them. Abandoning them now seemed rather unreasonable. Thus, he resolved to first seek out Bai Lingye and the others, to reunite with them before deciding on their next course of action. With this clarity of purpose, Chen softly declared, "I shall first find Bai Lingye and the others." After speaking, he retrieved several qi replenishing pills and swallowed them with great vigor. Once he had restored his energy, he did not hasten to depart. Instead, he took a moment to carefully observe his surroundings. Unfamiliar with the area, he had nearly succumbed to dizziness upon his arrival, utterly fatigued and lacking the strength to scrutinize his environment. It was only natural that he would now take a more attentive look. After a thorough examination, Chen found himself still uncertain about the nature of this place. Yet, he could not shake the unsettling feeling of a lurking malevolence in the air, leading him to believe that not far from where he stood, a cohort of the sinister evil temple might be present. He took out a map and diligently examined his current location, confirming that he remained within the labyrinthine islands of the secret realm. Chapter 126. A seizing grasp. Within this jungle lies a multitude of colossal islands, which is precisely why it is referred to as the Thousand Islands Jungle. Chen was reluctant to retrace his steps, fearing an encounter with Luo Nishang. Thus, he opted for an alternate path, intending to venture in the opposite direction from where Luo Nishang had previously pursued him, significantly reducing the likelihood of crossing her path. Once resolved, Chen ceased his musings and strode purposefully forward, selecting a narrow route and quickening his pace. Advancing northward, he soon encountered a broad road that appeared devoid of peril, prompting him to choose this path. He sped along it, harboring the hope of never again encountering Luo Nishang. Yet, the very things one fears often manifest themselves. Barely half an hour into his hurried journey along the road, he entered a vast plain covered with half-meter-long, dark green weeds. Suddenly, a familiar figure loomed ahead. Upon spotting each other, it was evident that both recognized the other. "Why, it's you. To think you're still alive," Luo Nishang remarked coldly. Chen could only display a resigned expression. It was indeed a twist of fate, finding oneself in the same place once more. What a narrow path for foes. How is it that we keep running into each other? He sighed. "Stop right there, you. Come here and face me." Luo Nishang's voice rang out, icy and commanding, as she launched herself towards Chen. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. After Chen had escaped earlier, Luo Nishang had sustained severe injuries and sought refuge to recuperate. Her wounds had only recently begun to heal. However, encountering Chen reignited her murderous intent. In an instant, she transformed into a crimson streak of light, hurtling after him. Chen raced forward with all his might, but Luo Nishang remained steadfastly on his heels. The two were locked in a relentless chase. Despite Chen pushing his speed to the utmost, she continued to pursue him closely. "Will you not relent? Why do you persist in chasing me? Can't we simply go about our own business without interference? Must we engage in this deadly game? Is it truly entertaining?" Chen called out, hoping desperately that Luo Nishang would cease her pursuit. Yet, she showed no sign of slowing down. With no other recourse, Chen gritted his teeth and pressed onward. Dozens of miles away lay a series of rugged cliffs, among which was a remarkable formation of vast obsidian stone. Surrounding this enigmatic stone were several individuals, intently observing it. The leader, with a sweeping gesture, commanded his subordinates to spring into action. An overwhelming surge of malevolent energy began to pour into the stone with fervor. Amidst the obsidian stones, a wondrous portal gradually unfurled. From the crevice of this threshold, a torrent of black mist surged forth, followed by a deluge of crimson fog. Under the relentless onslaught of this malevolent energy and radiant streams, a bead, glimmering with a sanguine hue, slowly ascended from within. Observing the spectacle, the disciples of the evil temple fixed their fervent gazes upon the unfolding scene, their eyes brimming with palpable joy. "At last, the time has come," This demon-shattering crystal is likely far superior to the one seized from Luo Nishang, declared their leader, his face alight with elation. Just then, Chen arrived, witnessing a dance of bloodlight and black mist ahead. To his astonishment, nestled between the crimson glow and the dark haze, the demon-shattering crystal began to materialize. Unable to contain himself, Chen quickened his pace, darting forward to stand before the coveted crystal. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe was preparing to claim the crystal when a figure flashed past, snatching it away. The blue-robed man stood frozen in disbelief. After a few seconds, he finally reacted. "Boss, the demon-shattering crystal we painstakingly sought has seemingly been stolen." One of his subordinates exclaimed. "Seemingly? It has most certainly been taken. Why are you all standing there in a daze? Pursue them at once." The blue-robed man retorted, his expression one of exasperation. Just then, a cacophony of laughter erupted from behind, laced with malevolent glee. Turning around, the blue-robed man found that the source of the mirth was none other than Luo Nishang. "What brings you here, Luo Nishang?" he inquired, his tone decidedly unfriendly. "If you can be here, why can't I?" Luo Nishang replied. "Was that person just now sent by you?" The blue-robed man pointed towards the direction where Chen had fled. "How could that be? Liang Guan, have you developed a persecution complex? I would never stoop to such actions. Yet, it is indeed unfortunate that the demon-shattering crystal you sought so diligently has been snatched away by that brat," Luo Nishang remarked. The blue-robed man before her was Liang Guan, one of the 10 most distinguished talents of the evil temple, a rank that also included Luo Nishang. Previously, when Luo Nishang was on the verge of obtaining the demon-shattering crystal, it had been whisked away by Hong Yun and his companions using a lightning talisman, an event that Liang Guan had found amusing at the time. Thus, witnessing Liang Guan's coveted crystal being taken by Chen brought her a sense of delight, as she felt that Chen had avenged her. Within the ranks of the evil temple's prodigies, internal strife was rampant, with most individuals unwilling to yield to one another. This was especially true for Luo Nishang, who had a deep-seated rivalry with Liang Guan. Their realms and strengths were comparable, and they had previously fought to a standstill. Everyone aspires to be the foremost genius of the evil demon temple, yet it often turns into a spectacle of one rising as another falls. There is no absolute first. Chen dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, and with the presence of those disciples at the 4th and 5th levels of the true realm surrounding Liang Guan, it was naturally improbable for them to catch up with Chen. "Humph, he cannot escape. No one can snatch the devil fragment crystal pearl from my grasp. I am not like you." Liang Guan cast a dispassionate glance at Luo Nishang. "You can attempt to catch that boy first. If you do not pursue him now, you may find it too late." Luo Nishang retorted with derision. "There is no need for concern. That lad will not evade capture." With that, Liang Guan propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the direction Chen had fled. Luo Nishang followed suit, eager to witness whether Chen could elude Liang Guan's relentless pursuit. From all directions, pursuers were on Chen's trail, compelling him to hasten his pace. Leaving no room for any delay, Liang Guan also possessed certain jade talismans that could enhance his speed. Chapter 127. The Blood-Red Lake. However, in comparison to the jade talismans in Chen's possession, the quality of their artifacts was notably inferior. As Chen dashed forward, he glanced back to see his pursuers still relentlessly chasing him, a look of helplessness etched upon his face. Suddenly, 2 figures leapt over the disciples of the evil demon sect that were pursuing him. One was clad in a green robe, and the other was Luo Nishang, who was also in hot pursuit. The prowess of these 2 individuals was evidently superior. If Chen did not seize the opportunity to flee, he might indeed find himself ensnared by their onslaught, unable to escape. With this thought in mind, Chen promptly produced 2 flying jade talismans and affixed them to himself. At this moment, his sole desire was to distance himself from these 2. The pursuers were taken aback by the sudden surge in Chen's speed. "Luo Nishang, you seem quite familiar with this individual. Who exactly is he?" Clearly at the 2nd level of the true realm, yet his speed is astonishingly swift. "We have been chasing him for so long, yet we have not managed to close the distance," Liang Guan remarked, glancing at Luo Nishang beside him. Luo Nishang shot Liang Guan a scornful glance. "Aren't you the one with great capabilities? Didn't you mock me for being your inferior? Prove yourself by catching him." She smiled teasingly at Liang Guan. At this moment, Liang began to understand why Luo Nishang had been trailing him all along. It was merely to witness his embarrassment. The fact that he could not even subdue a mere second-level true realm brat would surely provide her with ample material to embellish when recounting the tale to their peers. The thought filled Liang with frustration and indignation. "Stop right there, you brat," Liang bellowed, drawing his sword from his waist to strike at Yi Chen. However, the distance between them was too great, rendering his attempt utterly futile. Having pursued for several hours, Yi Chen still exhibited boundless energy, showing no signs of slowing down. Liang glanced back at his subordinates, who had already been left several hundred zhang behind. "My heavens, what manner of monster is this? A second-level true realm cultivator possessing such speed. I am at the 5th level of the true realm. Surely I should be faster than him, yet I cannot catch up." The disciples of the evil demon sect gazed in astonishment at Yi Chen, who was rapidly distancing himself. It appeared that only Luo Nishang and Brother Liang stood a chance of catching up to him. "Let us do our utmost to keep pace. If we cannot, then there is little we can do," Liang companions remarked, beginning to lose hope. After several more hours of pursuit, Liang turned to look back, only to find that his fellow disciples, who had been a few hundred zhang behind him, had vanished from sight. "Curse it! Is this brat made of iron? How can he run endlessly?" Liang exclaimed in frustration. "Young man, do not flee just yet. Let us sit and converse for a moment, shall we? What do you hope to achieve by running away? As long as you remain still, I can spare your life, but you must return the demon crystal pearl to me," Liang proclaimed loudly. However, Yi Chen paid no heed, continuing to dash forward with the swiftness of lightning. Liang witnessing Yi Chen's blatant disregard for his words, was infuriated. "You truly show me no respect. Do not blame me. Once I catch up to you, I shall ensure your suffering is beyond measure," Liang said darkly. Yi Chen was indifferent to their threats. At that moment, his sole focus was on evading capture. Should the two of them succeed in encircling him, it would indeed spell doom for him. One Luo Nishang was already a formidable opponent. With Liang joining her, the situation grew dire. They were both prodigies of the evil demon temple. Yi Chen resolved to escape as far as possible, for a wise hero does not court disaster. In a state of urgency, Yi Chen recognized that this course of action was untenable. He needed to break free from this predicament swiftly. He affixed a flight talisman to each of his legs, though he was cautious with the lightning jade talisman, as he had few left. Soon, he arrived at a fork in the road and, without hesitation, chose the left path. However, upon entering this route, he quickly discerned the sounds of clashing weapons ahead. The noise suggested a large-scale brawl. There must be numerous participants. Curiosity piqued. Yi Chen felt compelled to discover who was engaged in such a significant conflict. Perhaps they were allies. Before him lay a vast, dark crimson lake, pulsating with ominous black blood energy. It appeared as though something was about to emerge from the depths of that sanguine lake. In front of the blood-colored body of water, two factions clashed on a broad square. It was none other than the disciples of Lingxiao Academy and the evil demon temple. Clearly, the latter had the numerical advantage. Among the Lingxiao Academy's ranks were L. Ziki, Lu Bingxia, Hong Yun, Guoda, Su Qingyuan, and Jiang Xinping, who constituted the main force. However, compared to the evil demon temple, their strength was lacking. The prospect of them overcoming the evil demon temple seemed rather improbable. On the opposing side, Zhao Chongkong and Lin Mashi led the charge, accompanied by numerous experts from the True Realm's 6th level. In the midst of battle, they evidently had the upper hand. As Yi Chen sprinted to this scene, he recognized many familiar faces. Behind him, several hundred feet away, Luo Nishang and Liang were still in pursuit. Originally, Yi Chen intended to merely pass through this place, yet upon encountering Lu Ziki, as well as Hong Yun and Guoda, he felt compelled to linger and offer his assistance. To depart in such a manner would seem rather inappropriate. "It's Yi Chen. Yi Chen has arrived," Guoda exclaimed, gazing skyward with excitement upon spotting him. The moment they learned of Yi Chen's presence, his fellow disciples instantly perked up, for they had witnessed his extraordinary combat prowess firsthand. He had vanquished formidable adversaries, lured away Luo Nishang, and faced formidable foes from the evil temple, battling those of the 2nd tier of the True Realm against those of the 6th and 7th tiers. Such feats were unprecedented within their Lingxiao Academy. Thus, upon seeing Yi Chen, they felt as though hope had been rekindled. However, amidst the crowd, Jiang Xinping's eyes darkened with a malevolent glint. Yi Chun, your arrival is quite timely, he muttered coldly. From the blood-black lake, a vast malevolent aura emanated, accompanied by a repugnant stench. Chapter 128. Identity revealed. The disciples of the evil sect gathered here, seemingly awaiting the emergence of the sinister treasure from the blood-black lake. Naturally, the disciples of Lingxiao Academy sought to thwart their intentions. Ziki struck down a nearby disciple of the evil sect with a single palm, then turned to confront another formidable opponent from the same sect. Just then, Jiang Xinping stealthily approached Ziki from behind and aimed a powerful strike at her. Sensing an immense energy approaching, Ziki turned to find it was Jiang Xinping, momentarily taken aback. What do you intend, Jiang? Ziki exclaimed in shock. Yet, Jiang Xinping merely grinned wickedly, providing no answer. Ranked among the top 50 inner disciples, Jiang possessed formidable strength, making him a key player in this confrontation. His cultivation level was nearly on par with Ziki's, and their strengths were evenly matched. Jiang Xinping's strike was swift and lethal, clearly aimed at delivering a fatal blow to Ziki. Should this palm connect, even if Ziki survived, her dantian would likely be shattered. Ziki attempted to evade, but it was too late. The attack was nearly upon her. Yi Chun, witnessing this scene, had long sensed the malevolence within Jiang Xinping, realizing his unscrupulous intentions. To see such treachery at this critical moment was infuriating. In a flash, Yi Chun activated a lightning talisman, instantly appearing beside Ziki. The strike landed solidly upon him, propelling him hundreds of feet away, and he was thrust into the blood-colored storm above the lake. There, he was consumed by the swirling crimson tempest. Have you lost your mind? What is your purpose? Ziki said coldly. Indeed, have you gone mad, senior brother Jiang? Hong Yun gazed at the unfolding chaos in disbelief. Yi Chen's return was supposed to be a cause for celebration and the key to turning the tide of battle. Yet now, at such a critical juncture, Jiang Xinping had attacked Ziki, luring Yi Chun into peril, leading him to be cast into the blood-colored storm, where escape seemed impossible. An ominous aura enveloped the Black Blood Lake, especially within the heart of the storm. Ziki felt numb, unable to process the scene before her. Had it not been for Yi Chun's intervention to save her, he would have remained unharmed. Jiang Xinping finally shed his facade, laughing maniacally. Haha, I intend to kill Yi Chun, and what can any of you do about it? This brat is utterly detestable. I have long wished for his demise, Jiang Xinping declared coldly. Upon hearing Jiang Xinping's words, Lu Ziqi's expression darkened, brimming with murderous intent. You treacherous fiend, I shall slay you, Lu Ziqi declared. Ha ha ha, I fear not your wrath. No pretense anymore. I shall reveal my true identity as a disciple of the evil demon temple. My master sent me to infiltrate the Lingxiao Academy, and I never anticipated that I would gain entry so effortlessly and become a favored inner disciple. I have no need for the personal recommendation of any palace master. I am a valued disciple of the evil demon temple, Jiang Xinping boasted with an air of arrogance. The attendees were utterly astounded, unable to fathom that the esteemed brother Jiang they had revered was, in fact, a member of the evil demon temple. You scoundrel! How dare you betray us? The Lingxiao Academy has invested countless resources in your cultivation, and you repay us with such disgraceful acts. The disciples of Lingxiao Academy erupted with indignation. Yet, Jiang Xinping remained unfazed by their curses. Curse me as you will. I have already slain that monstrous Yi Chun. With a cultivation of the 2nd level of True Mansion, I could easily vanquish a 5th level True Mansion cultivator. If he were to grow stronger, it would be a calamity. I have rendered great service to the evil demon temple, and upon my return, I shall be richly rewarded, Jiang Xinping declared, a smug smile plastered on his face, dismissing the formidable disciples of Lingxiao Academy, save for Lu Ziqi, who he deemed unworthy of his attention. Furthermore, he had the support of Zhao Changkong and other fellow disciples of the evil demon temple by his side. Gazing at the heart of the crimson storm, Lu Ziqi yearned to plunge into its depths to rescue Yi Chun. However, she was restrained by a senior brother ranking high within the inner sect. Junior sister Lu, you must not act foolishly at this moment, spoke Chen Boj, a direct disciple of the 2nd peak, whose strength ranked among the top 30 in the inner sect, comparable to Jiang Xinping. Yet, Jiang Xinping seemed to possess an extraordinary power, as if bolstered by some potent elixir. Nearby, Luo Nishang watched the scene unfold with a sense of satisfaction. At last, the wretched Yi Chun was dead. Had he survived, he would have posed a significant threat. Yet, an inexplicable twinge of regret stirred within her heart. Such a prodigious talent, who could have potentially subdued the evil demon temple, had been extinguished. Guoda and Cangyuan were filled with disbelief, unable to accept that Yi Chun had perished, swept away by the blood-red storm. This expedition into the secret realm now seemed fraught with peril. Each time Cangyuan contemplated the situation, he felt utterly at a loss. The formidable forces of the evil demon temple were closing in. How could they possibly break this dire impasse? A wave of panic surged through Lu Ziqi's heart, swiftly followed by profound sorrow. Yi Chun was gone, and she had yet to fully comprehend the gravity of it all. Observing Jiang Xinpeng's smug expression, Lu Ziqi felt an overwhelming urge to inflict 1,000 tortures upon him. The sacrifice of Yi Chun represented an immeasurable loss for the Lingxiao Academy. A prodigious talent, born once in a millennium, had been extinguished. Almost all the disciples of Lingxiao Academy, who harbored a sense of justice, were engulfed in a profound melancholy. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Chongkong erupted into laughter. This is splendid. I told you, that kid wouldn't last long. Just look. He then glanced sideways at Lin Moxie. Her eyes shimmered with a complex array of emotions. Had Yi Chun truly perished? Were all their conflicts now laid to rest, dissipating into the ether? What's wrong? Are you feeling sorrowful? Zhao Chongkong intoned, his voice heavy. Chapter 129. Forbidden Techniques. Gazing at Lin Moxie, Zhao Chongkong felt a twinge of discontent. It was you who chose to accompany me to the demon temple. There is no turning back now. Observing the complex emotions etched upon Lin Moxie's face, Zhao Chongkong spoke with cold resolve. No, Lin Moxie hastily shook her head. An imminent battle was unavoidable. This time, we shall eradicate all the formidable disciples of Lingxiao Academy, thereby securing a significant accomplishment for the demon temple. Zhao Chongkong's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon his adversary. At that moment, Bai Lingye, who had been searching for Yi Chun for several days, returned just in time to witness Yi Chun being struck by Jiang Xinpeng's palm, plunging into the blood-red lake. Her eyes widened in fury. I want you dead. How dare you harm my junior brother? Bai Lingye glared coldly at Jiang Xinpeng. In an instant, she darted forward like a streak of light, launching a powerful strike at him. Although Jiang Xinpeng staggered back slightly, he remained unscathed, for his strength was nearly on par with Bai Lingye's. If things continued to unfold in this manner, it seemed the disciples of Lingxiao Academy would truly meet their end here. Junior brother, I will avenge you. Jiang Xinpeng, you shall not survive, Bai Lingye vowed solemnly. With just you? You think you can kill me? I am a renowned figure within the inner sect. Our strengths are not vastly different. I suggest you surrender alongside these fools to Zhao Shidi. Jiang Xinpeng retorted, a sinister expression on his face. Bai Lingye's anger flared at Jiang Xinpeng's malicious demeanor. Instantly, layers of spiritual energy began to swirl around her. She resolutely invoked the forbidden techniques of Lingxiao Academy, forcibly elevating her realm to the second layer of the True Mansion's 7th level. However, employing forbidden techniques inflicted severe harm upon Bai Lingye. Once activated, they would cause irreparable damage to her essence, impairing her Dan-Si and hindering her future progress in cultivation. Nevertheless, at this moment, consumed by the desire for vengeance for her junior brother, Bai Lingye disregarded all consequences. Bai Shiji, you have lost your mind. Chen Bogu exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing the scene. Yet, it was too late. Bai Lingye had already commenced the use of the forbidden techniques. An overwhelming surge of celestial power flooded into her body, rendering her far beyond Jiang Xinpeng's capabilities. Yet, Jiang Xinpeng was not alone. Countless disciples of the demon temple surrounded him. Everyone attack. Once we deplete her energy, she will be finished, Jiang Xinpeng commanded loudly. Even though Bai Lingye had activated the forbidden techniques, significantly enhancing her realm, such increases were only temporary. Moreover, her adversaries were equally formidable. Under the combined pressure from Jiang Xinpeng and the throngs of demonic disciples, Bai Lingye found herself at an impasse against Jiang Xinpeng. Today, you shall all perish here. Do not entertain the notion of survival. To perish here may not be such a misfortune, would it? Zhao Chongkong cast a cold glance towards them. Yet, Bai Lingye and her companions refused to accept their fate, with Bai Lingye radiating an aura of lethal intent. harnessing forbidden techniques to forcibly elevate her realm. She relentlessly struck down disciples of the evil temple. In that moment, both sides found themselves locked in a fierce and unyielding battle. Observing Bai Lingye succumb to madness, Lu Ziki disregarded all caution and employed forbidden arts as well. After all, Yi Chen had previously risked everything to save her, only to be cast into the blood-black lake by Jiang Xinping. She had to avenge him. Lu Jr. sister, have you lost your senses too? Why is everyone resorting to forbidden techniques? This will have dire repercussions for you. Your future cultivation may suffer greatly, Chen Bogu exclaimed, his face a mask of shock and concern. Even if they ultimately triumphed over the disciples of the evil temple, it seemed that Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki would struggle to progress in their cultivation thereafter. Was it worth it for Yi Chen? Though he could not comprehend it, the events had unfolded, and he had no choice but to accept. Kill. Annihilate these wicked disciples. Chen Bogu shouted fiercely. Lu Ziki and Chen Bogu launched themselves at the disciples of the evil temple with fervor. For a time, the disciples of Lingxiao Academy gained the upper hand. Observing this scene, Zhao Chongkong remained unfazed. Brother Zhao, come assist me. These two mad women are attacking me. Jiang Xinping lamented. A mere Yi Chen had driven two ethereal beauties to insanity. Brother Jiang, there is no need for concern. Although these two have resorted to forbidden techniques, their effects will not last long, at most 1 or 2 hours. Furthermore, our numbers far exceed theirs. Hold on, I will send reinforcements your way, Zhao Chongkong proclaimed loudly. Very well, Jiang Xinping replied, relieved at the prospect of reinforcements. As an hour swiftly passed, Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki had slain over 20 disciples of the evil temple. Yet, their energy was considerably depleted, and they could not sustain their efforts for much longer. However, Jiang Xinping remained unscathed, protected by numerous disciples of the evil temple. Each attempt to breach their defenses had failed, and Jiang Xinping's own prowess was formidable. Witnessing this, both Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki felt a surge of frustration. If they could not eliminate Jiang Xinping soon, once the forbidden techniques lost their potency, they would face certain doom. The outsiders believed that Yi Chen, cast into the storm of the blood-colored lake, was doomed. Yet, at this moment, Yi Chen was faring well. After plunging into the tempest of the blood-colored lake, he quickly found himself engulfed in a vast, malevolent current. A vast expanse of crimson and ebony mist swirled around Yi Chen. Yet, he remained utterly unharmed. His innate and formidable bloodline compelled these malevolent currents to recoil in fear, just as Yi Chen prepared to leap from this sanguine lake and reunite with his brethren. A sudden resonating hum emanated from within his body. Gradually, the surrounding sinister energies began to converge upon him. Remarkably, Yi Chen commenced the absorption of these dark forces. The divine Phoenix Emperor's teachings activated seamlessly, transmuting the nefarious currents into torrents of energy that flowed incessantly into his being. At that moment, Yi Chen felt as though he had submerged himself in an ocean of vitality, rapidly assimilating the surrounding malevolence and transmuting it into his own power. How astonishing! Yi Chen exclaimed, disbelief etched upon his face. While others might fear such dark energies, believing they could lead to corruption, Yi Chen embraced them as a precious boon. Chapter 130. Opportunities in the lake. Yi Chen quickened his pace, swiftly absorbing the malevolent energy surrounding him. As he continued this process, he distinctly felt his realm beginning to shift. His bloodline grew increasingly potent. At this moment, Yi Chen not only harbored no resentment towards Jiang Xinping, rather, he felt gratitude for the opportunity to absorb this sinister energy and transform it into power. Without this fortuitous circumstance, he would not have been able to elevate his realm so effortlessly. His cultivation rapidly ascended from the second layer of the true palace to the third, and within less than half an hour, he reached the fifth layer. Additionally, a vortex formed around his body, rapidly drawing in the malevolent energy from the entire Black Blood Lake. The disciples of the evil demon temple had come to this place with the intentions of absorbing the sinister energy to enhance themselves, and also to seek the demon-cracking crystal pearl within the lake. However, they had not anticipated that Yi Chen would purify this wicked energy so swiftly, converting it into his own vitality. After an hour, Yi Chen successfully advanced to the third layer of the true palace, and his bloodline power had increased by more than double. This was a cause for great celebration. Haha, turning misfortune into fortune, Yi Chen remarked with a smile. With his current cultivation, he no longer feared Luo Nishang. At the second layer of the true palace, he could contend with her. Now, having entered the third layer, he was confident that as long as Luo Nishang did not employ the bloodline of the evil beast, he could suppress her, and even eliminate her would be within his grasp. With this thought, a glimmer of joy shone in Yi Chen's eyes. Once he had absorbed the malevolent energy from this place entirely, he would emerge and teach those disciples of the evil demon temple a lesson. Outside, the battle raged fiercely, but Bai Lingye and El Ziki knew their endurance was waning. Although they had slain numerous disciples from the evil demon temple, their own losses were equally severe. Continuing like this was untenable. Junior Sister Bai, Junior Sister El, I will hold them off. You should escape first, Chen Bogu said as he hastened to their side, speaking softly to both women. Yet, neither of them showed any intention of retreating. They were determined to eliminate Jiang Xinpeng, who still lived and remained audaciously defiant, protected by personnel dispatched by Zhao Chongkong. To this point, Jiang Xinpeng had only sustained minor injuries, which was unacceptable to Bai Lingye and El Ziki. We will not retreat until Jiang Xinpeng is dead, Bai Lingye declared resolutely. I feel the same, El Ziki replied through gritted teeth. Despite their bodies being battered and bruised, neither displayed the slightest inclination to withdraw. Look, what is happening there? A disciple of the evil demon temple exclaimed, pointing towards the lake that had begun to boil. At this remark, the other disciples turned their gazes towards the tumultuous waters. A vast expanse of black mist and crimson light swiftly dissipated before their eyes. They had initially arrived to absorb the malevolent energy and fortify their own realms. However, they were taken aback as these sinister forces began to fade rapidly. What could have transpired? Clearly, Luo Nishang and Liang Guan also noticed this peculiar phenomenon. The dark energy within the lake was vanishing at an alarming rate, as if a tremendous force was drawing it in. Could there be a sinister beast lurking beneath? Luo Nishang turned her gaze towards Liang Guan, who shook his head, uncertain about the unfolding events. Look, the blood lake is beginning to churn, Liang Guan said earnestly, fixated on the surface of the water, as if something within was about to emerge. It was not only Liang Guan and his companions who were riveted to the lake. Even the disciples of Lingxiao Academy were transfixed, their hearts racing with anxiety. If a beast were to rise from the depths, capable of consuming such a significant portion of the malevolent energy, it could easily devour them as well. Chen Bogua's gaze was piercing as he observed the lake. This is dire. We must depart swiftly, he urged, directing his attention towards Bai Lingye and El Ziki. However, the two continued to wield their swords, having just slain several formidable foes from the evil demon temple, showing no inclination to leave. Buzzing sounds filled the air. After more than an hour, the Divine Phoenix Emperor's transmission ceased automatically. Yi Chun had absorbed nearly all the vile energy from the Blood Lake, elevating his realm to the third layer of the true mansion. Upon returning, with diligent cultivation, advancing to the fourth layer of true mansion would likely pose no difficulty. Once at the fourth layer, challenging those at the sixth or seventh layers would be well within his grasp. Ha! Let us strike, Zhao Chongkong declared, brimming with pride. They are faltering. Aside from the three leaders, the others still lag significantly behind us. Even if we cannot absorb the dark energy, capturing the entire Lingxiao Academy will be a monumental achievement. The sight of Yi Chun's demise in the Blood Lake filled him with delight. With this adversary eliminated, Zhao Chongkong felt his standing within the evil demon temple would rise considerably. Furthermore, his own realm had also seen improvement since entering the secret domain. Bai Lingye, exhausted and at her limit from the forbidden technique, was struck down by Jiang Xinpeng's sword. Fortunately, Chen Bogua quickly arrived at her side to protect her. Moments later, El Ziki was also brought down from the sky. Witnessing this, Zhao Chongkong could hardly contain his satisfaction. Ha ha ha, well done, Brother Jiang. It seems we will eradicate them completely. There is no way they can escape our blades, he proclaimed, filled with arrogance. At this moment, Jiang Xinpeng felt a profound sense of relief. It was precisely due to his emergence that the tide of battle had swiftly shifted. Upon returning to the evil temple, he would undoubtedly receive immense rewards from the temple's master. Hong Yun and Guo stood vigilantly by Lu Ziqi's side. We must hasten our departure. We can no longer afford to linger. The enemy is launching their final assault against us. Our casualties have been too great. We are down to scarcely 20 individuals. Chen Boguo looked gravely at Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki. In our current predicament, how can we possibly escape? Do not concern yourselves with me. Flee at once. Every escape he counts. Bai Lingye urged Chen Buogua. Lu Ziki also cast a pleading glance at Hong Yun and Guoda. You two must leave as well, she implored. The atmosphere was steeped in sorrow, as despair enveloped everyone, leading them to believe that victory was utterly unattainable. Chapter 131. The return of the king. The Lingxiao Academy found itself comprehensively suppressed, facing an adversary whose numbers were double their own. Initially, both sides had nearly 100 members, yet the situation had devolved into this grim tableau. It appeared that retreat was their only option. Although Hong Yun felt a twinge of reluctance, wishing to share the fate of his comrades, he recognized that survival was the only path to hope. Yes, those who can escape should do so promptly. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Brother Chen, please lead them to safety, commanded Bai Lingye in an authoritative tone. One was the daughter of the palace lord, while the other was the most cherished disciple of the Five Peaks master. Chen Bogu could leave, but how could he face the palace lord and the Five Peaks master upon returning? As a melancholic atmosphere enveloped them, ripples suddenly began to rise from the blood-red lake. With a thunderous roar, the surface of the lake erupted as a figure surged forth. Stunned silence fell over the group. It was Yi Chen. Junior brother Yi is alive. Hong Yun exclaimed joyfully, his face radiant upon witnessing Yi Chen emerge from the lake. Bai Lingye, initially lost in thought, felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as he is alive, she murmured. Lu Ziki smiled faintly at the sight of Yi Chen springing forth from the blood lake. Hong Yun and Guoda, too, felt a glimmer of hope ignite within them. From the moment Yi Chen appeared, both Hong Yun and Guoda sensed a tremendous surge in his aura, indicating that his strength had grown significantly. His realm had ascended to the third level of the true mansion. Previously, even at the second level, he had caused the disciples of the evil demon temple to flee in disarray. Now, with this newfound power, the malevolent adversaries stood no chance against him. Jiang Xinping stood frozen, disbelief etched on his face. How is this possible? Cast into the depths of the blood lake, how could he still be alive? Despite his incredulity, there Yi Chen stood before him, not only alive, but seemingly more formidable. The overwhelming aura radiating from Yi Chen caused Jiang Xinping's expression to grow increasingly grave. The disciples of the evil demon temple, witnessing Yi Chen's emergence from the lake, momentarily forgot their offensive. What are you all dawdling for? Annihilate these Lingxiao Academy wretches. Zhao Changkong commanded coldly. Though it was a direct order, the disciples hesitated, intimidated by Yi Chen's powerful presence. Surviving the tempest of the blood lake was no small feat, and the malevolent aura that had once pervaded the lake was now nearly dissipated. Did this have anything to do with Yi Chen? In the distance, Luo Nicheng and Liang Guan gazed at Yi Chen, who now resembled a war god charging forth, their expressions shifting dramatically. At this point, I may no longer be his match. Luo Nishang spoke softly, acknowledging the rarity of such words from the enchanting Luo Yao. Liang Guan's expression grew grave. Have you not noticed that the malevolent energy within the lake has dissipated? Yet, this young man has only grown more formidable. Is there a connection between the two? Luo Nishang gazed at Liang Guan, uncertain. Regardless, this young man is not to be trifled with. Liang Guan wished to avoid provoking Yi Chen. Yi Chen cast a glance at Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki, noting their severe injuries. The use of forbidden techniques had greatly harmed the essence of their lives. The path of cultivation would undoubtedly be arduous unless they encountered some extraordinary opportunity to restore their life forces. In a swift motion, Yi Chen appeared before Bai Lingye and her companions. Leave this matter to me. Everyone, please ensure the safety of Senior Sister Bai and Senior Sister Lu. He turned to Bai and Lu, who expressed relief in their eyes. Then I shall rely on you, junior brother. Be mindful of your limits, Bai Lingye said weakly. Very well, once I have repelled them, I shall tend to your wounds, Yi Chen assured them. With that, Yi Chen darted forward like a sword, heading directly towards Jiang Xinping's position. Jiang Xinping, having failed in his schemes, saw Yi Chen rushing towards him, and instead of his guards protecting him, they fled in all directions. Hey, what are you doing? Protect me, Jiang Xinping shouted. The disciples of the evil cult, upon seeing Yi Chen, resembled mice confronted by a cat, utterly devoid of fighting spirit in his presence. This was primarily due to Yi Chen's overwhelming aura. Some of these disciples had previously clashed with Yi Chen and were well aware of his prowess, even when he was merely at the second level of true realm. He had left them utterly powerless, let alone now after his significant advancement. As Jiang Xinpeng observed the retreating figures around him, his expression shifted to one of trepidation. Nevertheless, he remained resolute, for he was at the 6th layer of true realm. Why should he fear Yi Chun? Yi Chun, I never expected you to possess such resilience. To have been cast into the lake by my hand, and yet live. Today I shall take your life. Jiang Xinpeng declared, his face cold and indifferent. You wretched creature. Choosing the path of evil instead of the righteous. You lack the qualifications to claim my life. Receive my palm. Yi Chen retorted coldly. With that, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning to confront his adversary. Under the astonished gaze of Jiang Xinpeng, he too unleashed a palm strike. The two forces collided with a resounding boom, sending tremendous energy that sent waves crashing high into the air above the lake. Yi Chen merely took a few steps back. Yet Jiang Xinpeng was propelled several hundred feet away, spitting out a mouthful of blood and appearing significantly weakened. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Changkong was profoundly astonished. He had never anticipated that Yi Chun possessed such formidable strength, capable of inflicting severe injury on Jiang Xinpeng with a single strike. Jiang Xinpeng lay on the ground, and after a brief moment, he managed to push himself up with great difficulty, casting another wary glance at Yi Chun, his eyes betraying a deep sense of dread. Zhao Changkong's expression was a tapestry of complexity, while Lin Moxie wore a look of sheer surprise. Internally, she grappled with conflicting desires. She wished for Yi Chun's survival, yet also contemplated his demise. Had she the chance to turn back, perhaps she would choose to return to Yi Chen's side. However, it was too late now. She was already on this treacherous path, unable to retreat. Liang Guan and Luo Nishang, though their faces remained impassive, felt an overwhelming shock within. With a single palm strike, Yi Chun had nearly incapacitated Jiang Xinpeng, who was at the 6th level of the True Mansion realm. Chapter 132 Departure of the Strong. If Luo Nikhang and Liang Guan were to join the fray, their fate would likely be no better. Although Jiang Xinpeng was not their match, he was certainly not far inferior to them. Bai Lingye and El Ziki watched in astonishment as Yi Chun sent Jiang Xinpeng flying with a single strike, nearly claiming his life. They were pleasantly surprised. They had not anticipated their junior disciple's formidable prowess. With him here, we are quite safe, Bai Lingye remarked with a smile. My little husband is indeed impressive. El Ziki added. Immediately after her words, Bai Lingye shot her a glare. I was merely jesting. Why are you glaring at me? If you wish to call him little husband, feel free. I shan't say a word, El Ziki replied. Enough of your banter. Both of you should focus on recovering. You have sustained serious injuries and resorted to forbidden techniques. Prepare to face reprimands when we return, Chen Bogus said. His expression filled with helplessness as he looked at the two. However, they were undeterred and unconcerned, for the sake of their junior disciple. Bai Lingye was unafraid of her father's ire. What was done, and nothing could alter that. Just as Jiang Xinpeng managed to stand, Yi Chen lunged at him once more. The sight of Yi Chen advancing toward him instilled terror in Jiang Xinpeng. He hastily attempted to evade to the side, but his reflexes were insufficient. As he moved, Yi Chen had already reached him, delivering a lethal sword strike. Layers of sword intent cascaded upon him like a ceaseless storm. Yi Chen had mastered the Chongyuan Tianhai sword to perfection. In a single stroke, Jiang Xinpeng had no opportunity to counter and perished, his essence dissipating into a crimson rain across the expanse. The sight of Jiang Xinpeng's demise left Zhao Changkong in utter shock. He had not anticipated that. Even before the evil temple's return or the announcement of his identity, Jiang Xinpeng would be slain by Yi Chun. Zhao Changkong remained in disbelief, pondering what this young man had acquired in the lake that seemingly augmented his power upon his emergence. With a grim expression, Zhao Changkong cast a dark glare at Yi Chun. Are you not leaving? Do you wish to engage me in battle? Yi Chen's cold gaze swept over them. Those who desire to challenge me, step forward. Let me see you, he proclaimed loudly. Silence enveloped the crowd. Not a single soul dared to speak. Seeing this, Yi Chen let out a cold laugh. In the distance, Luo Nikhang and Liang Guan exchanged glances at Yi Chun, yet neither exhibited any intent to intervene. Do you wish to spar with this fellow? Liang Guan inquired of Luo Nikhang. I have no desire to, she replied, shaking her head. Neither do I, Liang Guan concurred. Although it may be possible to defeat him, it would undoubtedly come at the cost of bloodshed, Liang Guan remarked. Indeed, it is quite a pity that Zhao Changkong has yet to depart, believing himself capable of rivaling Yi Chen. The talent of this young man surpasses him by several streets. If they do not leave, then I shall. With that, Luo Nishang's figure flickered and she soared into the distance, quickly vanishing from sight. Liang Guan also departed shortly thereafter. Yi Chen noticed the disappearance of two powerful malevolent auras in the distance, realizing that both Luo Nishang and Liang Guan had left. However, Zhao Changkong remained, seemingly intent on a contest of strength with Yi Chen. What are you all waiting for? This boy can fight alone. Are you truly afraid of him? Kill, kill, kill. Zhao Changkong declared loudly. Seeing that his comrades remained unmoving, he took the initiative to attack. Follow me and slay them. Under Zhao Changkong's leadership, the disciples of the evil sect rushed toward Yi Chen once more. Observing the oncoming wave of adversaries, Yi Chen unleashed a ferocious assault. Employing the Longkong Wanlei sword technique taught by his master, the sword flows surged forth, accompanied by roaring thunder. In a cacophony of sound, dozens of disciples from the evil sect fell before Yi Chen's might. Zhao Changkong, now frenzied, charged at Yi Chen, yet Yi Chen effortlessly parried his attack. It truly is enviable. My master has entrusted his most adept Longkong Wanlei sword technique to this junior disciple. Furthermore, the sword in his hand was originally paired with my master's. I lack such fortune, Bai Lingye remarked with evident envy. Haha, it seems you are not held in high regard by Master Mu Feng. LV Ziki laughed heartily. You heartless one, still able to laugh, despite having severed several meridians. Perhaps you should speak less, Bai Lingye shot back, casting an admonishing glance at LV Ziki. As if your condition is any better, LV Ziki retorted playfully. Amid their banter, a sword flow from Yi Chen sent Zhao Changkong flying. Caught off guard by Yi Chen's sudden surge in strength, Zhao Changkong found himself wounded, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With a cold expression, he declared, Yi Chen, today I will surely kill you. As he spoke, Zhao Changkong seemed poised to invoke some dark sorcery. At that moment, Lin Mashi placed her hands on his shoulders. Changkong, now is not the time. Do not forget, we have a more important mission. This sorcery can only be used once. Are you certain you wish to employ it now? Lin Mashi spoke softly. After pondering her words for a moment, Zhao Changkong recognized the wisdom in her advice. Indeed, this is not the moment to engage in a rivalry with that young man. Zhao Changkong remarked quietly. Let us proceed as such. We shall withdraw, Lin Moxie suggested. Although Zhao Changkong harbored some reluctance, it was evident that continuing this confrontation was not a viable solution. Ultimately, with great reluctance, he nodded in agreement to the retreat. Soon, Zhao Changkong commanded the troops to withdraw. As he witnessed the disciples of the evil temple retreating under Zhao Changkong's leadership, Yi Chen exhaled a long sigh of relief. At last, they are leaving, he said. Yi Chen had no desire to prolong the conflict, particularly as Bai Lingye and El Ziki were still gravely injured on the other side. Upon seeing Zhao Changkong finally depart with the disciples of the evil temple, Bai Lingye and El Ziki also felt a significant weight lift from their hearts. Yi Junior brother, your prowess is truly remarkable. You managed to drive those scoundrels, Zhao Changkong and his ilk, away, Hong Yun expressed with admiration. Indeed, Yi Junior brother, you have once again saved us, Guida concurred wholeheartedly. In a swift motion, Yi Chen appeared before Bai Lingye and El Ziki. Chapter 133. Recovery of injuries upon observing the pallor on Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki's faces. Yi Chen was filled with concern. Do not speak. Allow me to treat your injuries first, he interjected as they opened their mouths to respond. Yi Chen placed one hand upon Bai Lingye's shoulder and the other on Lu Ziki. A continuous stream of pure, potent spiritual energy flowed into their bodies. Though both had sustained significant injuries, they began to recover rapidly under Yi Chen's ministrations. After all, Yi Chen's bloodline had been greatly enhanced, and unbeknownst to him, he had activated the Divine Phoenix Emperor's technique, imperceptible to outsiders. Under the nourishing influence of such powerful and refined spiritual energy, Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki's wounds healed at an astonishing rate. Hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Yi Chen ceased the infusion of spiritual energy and stood up, visibly fatigued. Sisters, how do you feel now? He inquired with a smile. Bai Lingye rose with a grin, flexing her fists. I am perfectly fine, she declared. If you are well, then I am as well, Lu Ziki chimed in promptly. You have employed forbidden techniques, severely damaging your foundations. Although you have nearly recovered, Securing the essence of your cultivation will require additional measures, Chen remarked as he regarded the two. Enough with the unnecessary chatter, Bai Lingye shot him a glare. Chen then offered Lu Ziki and Bai Lingye some healing elixirs. Bai Lingye felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for this junior brother. She had previously underestimated him, believing him to be an unremarkable disciple. At one point, she even questioned why their master had taken him in. Now, it was evident that her thoughts had been overly simplistic. In the days that followed, Chen had continued to astonish her with one surprise after another, generously providing talismans, helping them repel the formidable adversaries from the evil temple, and now presenting such an abundance of healing elixirs. How many secrets does Chen truly harbor? Bai Lingye pondered, increasingly bewildered. Here, take them, Chen said, handing them the elixirs. After consuming a few, their wounds began to heal in a miraculous manner. The quality of your elixirs is quite impressive, Bai Lingye remarked with a smile. Naturally, these are top-tier healing elixirs of the 3rd grade, Chen replied with a grin. Where did you acquire such valuable elixirs? They must be quite costly, Lu Ziki inquired, gazing at him. Why does it matter where I got them? Just eat them. If you refuse, you can return them to me, Chen responded. Once something is in my possession, there is no way it will be returned. Do not even think about it, Lu Ziki said with a beaming smile. After speaking, she swallowed several pills in succession. Observing their lively chatter, Chen Bogu also felt a wave of relief wash over him. This junior brother appears rather unfamiliar. From which peak do you hail? Chen Bogu inquired of Chen. I have already referred to him as junior brother. You should know he belongs to which peak. Naturally, he is a direct disciple of my master from the 3rd peak. Bai Lingye shot Chen Bogu a glance. So, he is a direct disciple of the esteemed peak master Mu. I am Chen Bogu, hailing from the 4th peak. Chen Bogu said with a broad smile. Greetings. Chen nodded in return with a smile. In the recent battle against the disciples of the evil temple, Chen Bogu indeed made significant contributions, consistently protecting Bai Lingye and L. Ziki, bravely deflecting numerous attacks from the adversaries to ensure their safety. Chen held no animosity towards Chen Bogu, yet he could not claim to harbor any particular fondness either. Junior brother Yi, your strength is formidable. The future of Lingxiao Academy may very well rest upon your shoulders, Chen Bogu remarked with a grin. Enough, senior brother Chen. Please refrain from embellishing my merits. I am but an ordinary disciple. The future remains uncertain to me, Chen replied with a chuckle. I have high hopes for you, Chen Bogu continued with a smile. By the way, Chen, given the overwhelming malevolence in that lake, how did you manage to survive? Not only did you emerge unscathed, but your strength seems to have increased as well, L. Ziki asked with evident curiosity. Upon hearing L. Ziki's question, the others turned their keen gazes towards Chen. Perhaps I was simply fortunate. Once inside, the malevolent energy did not assail me, and I seized a suitable opportunity to escape. Chen casually offered an explanation. One cannot divulge their secrets, after all. L. Ziki appeared skeptical upon hearing Chen's response. Really? Is there something you are concealing? She queried. What secret could there possibly be? Spare us your wild conjectures. My junior brother is the chosen one. How could he possibly perish? Bai Lingye shot a glare at L. Ziki. Since it is a secret, it is naturally not meant to be disclosed. Bai Lingye laughed, subtly suggesting that the topic should be dropped and hoping the matter would swiftly fade away. Now that we have repelled the enemy, what are your plans, junior brother Yi? Chen Bogu asked earnestly, fixing his gaze on Chen. What plans could there be? Naturally, we must leave this place promptly. Are we to wait for them to reconsider and launch another attack? We must acknowledge that our numbers have dwindled significantly. This time, our losses have been substantial, Chen stated. In terms of losses, their side has suffered even greater than the evil temple, as their experts outnumbered ours by more than 5-fold. On their side, the only individuals capable of engaging in a contest with the opponents were Chen, Bai Lingye, and a handful of others, numbering around 5 or 6. The rest were predominantly at the 5th level of the true house realm, with many not even reaching that level. Thus, under the current circumstances, departing was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. We cannot leave. We must fight to the very end to fulfill our mission, declared Chen Bo with fervor. Old Chen, what has come over you? During my arduous battle with Bai Lingye, you repeatedly urged us to retreat. Now you advocate for us to continue fighting? What use is there in battling when our lives are at stake? Retorted Lu Ziki. There were indeed very few left who could still contend with the opponents. Moreover, the adversaries' numbers were substantial. From the outset, the Lingxiao Academy had faced a significant disparity in both numbers and the caliber of experts. Yi Chen was truly uncertain about the thoughts of the various peak masters, but he suspected that few among them would wish to send their cherished disciples into perilous situations. Chapter 134. Final Agreement. The Secret Realm, undeniably perilous, has dissuaded the peak masters from allowing their most promising disciples, or those of considerable strength, to venture forth. The number of disciples from the outer peaks significantly exceeds those from the inner sect, who are but a scant few, perhaps motivated by the meager rewards or the hope of fortuitous encounters. In stark contrast, the personnel from the evil sect have arrived in far greater numbers. This time, had it not been for Yi Chen, a formidable asset, the disciples of Lingxiao Academy might have faced annihilation. It was only upon witnessing Yi Chen's presence that Chen Buogua expressed his desire to continue the mission. Without Yi Chen, he likely would have withheld such sentiments. We must consider our own interests, Hong Yun remarked with evident dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, the ultimate task assigned to us by the sect is to thwart their fusion of the demon poison beast. Should they succeed, they would possess a significant weapon. And if a conflict arises between the evil sect and our Lingxiao Academy, we would find ourselves at a grave disadvantage, Chen Buogua stated solemnly. Chen Bakuo's selflessness and courage were admirable to Yi Chen. Yet, courage must be tempered with discernment and appropriateness. Their numbers were dwindling, and persisting in such struggles would only lead to dire consequences. Observing Chen Buogua's fervent demeanor, Yi Chen inwardly shook his head. Though your words ring true, our forces are vastly outmatched. It would be folly to engage in a futile endeavor. Yi Chen shook his head repeatedly. Yet, certain actions must be undertaken. If you refrain from acting, and he refrains, and all choose inaction, our sect would surely perish. Ultimately, we must prevent their successful fusion of the demon poison beast. Chen Buogua asserted earnestly. Consider our remaining experts, how few they are, while the opposition's prowess seems inexhaustible, emerging one after another. Are you suggesting we march them to their doom? Yi Chen inquired, regarding Chen Buogua with understanding. However, to pursue success at any cost by engaging in an unworthy endeavor was highly inappropriate. We need not sacrifice everyone. We merely need to disrupt their final fusion process. Once our objective is achieved, we shall withdraw, Chen Buogua proposed. The two debated fervently, neither able to sway the other. All right, Senior Sister L. What do you suggest we do? Yi Chen ultimately posed the question to one of the influential voices present. I will certainly heed my little husband. There's no point in embarking on a death march, El Ziki resolutely sided with Yi Chen. Upon hearing this, the assembled individuals fell into silence. Chen Buogua recognized that the group appeared disinclined to proceed, and he understood their apprehension. After all, thwarting the evil sect's endeavors was a perilous undertaking. However, failing to intervene could lead to an even greater crisis for Lingxiao Academy, a reality he could not bear to accept. After much contemplation, he decided it was necessary to persuade Yi Chen. The atmosphere on site was somewhat oppressive. Since LV Ziki stood by Yi Chen's side, Chen Buogua could only turn to Bai Lingya. Junior Sister Bai, do you agree with my intention to thwart the enemy's actions? Chen Buogua inquired, gazing at Bai Lingya. She appeared troubled, remaining silent for an extended period without uttering a word. Yi Chen could discern Bai Lingya's predicament. As a member of Lingxiao Academy and a direct disciple of the third peak master, who was known for sacrificing everything for the honor of the academy, it was evident that Bai Lingya had learned much from her. Moreover, Yi Chen had just expressed his reluctance to engage. If she were to voice her desire to proceed at this moment, it would be a disservice to Yi Chen. Caught in a dilemma, Bai Lingya was reluctant to disappoint anyone. Enough of this. I shall go, Yi Chen finally declared. However, if we are to proceed, we must strategize thoroughly. He addressed Chen Buogua. This was the very response Chen Buogua had been awaiting. As long as Wang Fan consented to join, he would defer to Yi Chen's judgment. After all, the two individuals with the most influence, Bai Lingya and LV Ziki, were both inclined to heed Yi Chen's words. Additionally, Wang Fan had previously repelled Zhao Changkong's formidable forces, demonstrating undeniable strength. It was clear that Yi Chen was the pivotal figure. Should he join their ranks, the prospects for success would be significantly heightened. Without him, the chances of triumph would be virtually non-existent. Excellent. We have been waiting for your affirmation, junior brother Yi. Once you agree to join, I will follow your lead without hesitation, Chen Buoguo responded with a smile. However, I am not particularly well acquainted with the specifics of our situation. You must surely have a clearer understanding. Please enlighten me. You mentioned earlier that everyone should follow my command. That can be arranged, correct? Yi Chen inquired, looking towards Chen Buoguo. Absolutely. Wouldn't you agree, everyone? Chen Buoguo turned to the others present, who nodded in agreement. Then please, share the details of our current circumstances. Yi Chen urged. As far as I know, our formidable allies consist only of us few. Our side is in disarray. Su Qingyuan's whereabouts are unknown. Having fled after the recent battle, Jiang Xinpeng was slain by you, leaving our team with merely 20 or so members. However, I am aware that we arrived in 3 main groups. One was led by Lu Qingguang, advancing from the true north. Their current location is uncertain. Another contingent is led by Long Xing Qianlong, a brother ranked among the top 19 in the intersect. However, I suspect they may face a situation similar to ours should they encounter the evil demon temple after a major conflict. Chen Buoguo elaborated, detailing the situation to Yi Chen. Yi Chen's true concern lay in whether there were individuals among our ranks akin to Jiang Xinpeng. If so, they would represent a latent threat warranting careful consideration. What other formidable opponents does the enemy possess that we have yet to encounter? Yi Chen inquired further. The adversary boasts a plethora of skilled individuals, and those we have faced thus far are not their strongest. For instance, this time we confronted Zhao Chongkong, and there are still unengaged warriors like Luo Nishang and Liang Guan, who are formidable figures at the 6th level of the True Mansion, some even at the 7th or 8th. Additionally, experts such as Dai Yongshan and Han Shiqi possess strength that far surpasses that of Luo Nishang and her ilk. Having ascended to the 7th level of the True Mansion, Chen Bogu, with a furrowed brow, expressed his apprehension. Given this, if we were to clash with them, our chances of victory would be virtually non-existent. Yi Chen remarked. Indeed, however, our primary objective is not direct confrontation. Rather, it is to disrupt their operations. Once we achieve our goal, we shall withdraw immediately, Chen Bogu replied. Chapter 135, Clearing the Battlefield. In regard to what Chen Buoguo articulated, Yi Chen found himself in partial agreement. To achieve their objectives, departure was indeed imperative. However, the battlefield was likely to undergo countless transformations, with many unforeseen developments ahead. Thus, they could only strive to implement preventive measures, devise additional plans, and retain some contingencies. Even if they could not thwart their adversaries, they must ensure a successful escape. Should everything unfold as we anticipate, it would be splendid, yet one cannot help but fear that events may not progress as envisioned. Nevertheless, having already pledged my commitment, I shall not abandon my responsibilities. However, we must deliberate carefully on how to respond. Yi Chen turned his gaze towards Chen Buoguo. Indeed, this is a matter worthy of contemplation. We shall heed your guidance, Chen Buoguo replied with a smile. For now, let us hasten our departure from this place. As it has become perilous, the disciples of the evil temple may return at any moment. We must clear the battlefield, salvage any valuable artifacts, and bury our fallen comrades. Yi Chen instructed. Understood. The disciples of the evil temple present immediately set about interring their deceased brethren. It was undeniably a brutal and bloody battle, with a significant portion of their comrades lost. Witnessing this scene was profoundly difficult for Chen Buoguo. Yet, he could only swallow his sorrow. No matter how challenging it was to accept, they must confront the reality before them. Look, there are quite a few returning force pills here. I didn't expect the disciples of the evil temple to possess such elixirs. However, these are clearly high-quality second-tier pills. Why do they seem to be more effective than our low-tier third-tier pills? This can only indicate that their quality is superior. Listening to the discourse among his fellow disciples, Yi Chen soon discerned that the resources available to the disciples of the evil temple were indeed superior to those of the disciples from Lingxiao Academy. Among them, those at the 3rd or 4th level of the True Mansion realm could afford mid-tier Xian-class weapons, a feat nearly impossible within Lingxiao Academy. Yi Chen himself possessed a top-tier Xian-class weapon solely due to fortune and the generosity of a benevolent master. Otherwise, acquiring such a treasure would require a considerable sum. It appeared that the treatment afforded by the evil temple truly surpassed that of Lingxiao Academy. No wonder they were so formidable. Yi Chen murmured as he observed the scene. That is only natural. The evil temple has evidently emerged as the most powerful evil sect in the eastern wilderness of the Dayu dynasty. Their growth has been remarkably swift, and their intentions are clear. They aim to absorb the various sects across the eastern wilderness, with Lingxiao Academy being their primary target. Chen Buoguo's expression grew grave. Their ambitions will not be easily realized. We, the young disciples, are swiftly maturing. The notion that they could bring us down is utterly unfathomable. Yi Chen declared with unwavering resolve. I share your sentiments. Junior brother Yi, I take immense pride in having a disciple of your caliber at Lingxiao Academy. Chen Buoguo remarked with a beaming smile. There is no need for such formality. Let us remind everyone to expedite the cleanup of the battlefield. We must depart from here within half an hour. It is imperative that we seek a more favorable location where we can recuperate while also gathering intelligence. We should only take action once we have thoroughly assessed the enemy's situation. Now is not the appropriate moment. Yi Chen cautioned Chen Buoguo, fearing that his eagerness for immediate results might lead him to act rashly. After all, he could discern Chen Buoguo's fervent desire to thwart the enemy's movements. And should he act impulsively, the consequences could be irrevocable. Rest assured, I shall heed your every word and refrain from making decisions independently, Chen Buoguo responded. That is for the best, Yi Chen acknowledged with a smile and a nod. The battlefield was soon cleared, and Yi Chen, accompanied by his fellow disciples, swiftly made their way toward another direction. Why have we chosen this path? During their hasty journey, Bai Lingye inquired curiously. My innate perception is likely stronger than that of the others present. I can sense the impending danger and discern where the spiritual energy is more abundant. The reason we are heading this way is that I feel the spiritual energy is denser in this direction, and we shall find a suitable spot to rest. Yi Chen explained. After more than an hour of swift travel, they entered a secluded small valley, concealed by extensive thickets. Yi Chen deemed this location quite suitable and decided to settle here. Let us stay here. There are numerous caves within, and the natural spiritual energy is commendable. Everyone may choose as they wish, Yi Chen announced. Agreed. The group nodded with expressions of joy, relieved to finally have a chance to rest. Chen Shixiao, once everyone has rested sufficiently, you may take a few individuals to scout for information and find a few observant ones to patrol the surroundings. Any developments should be promptly reported to me, Yi Chen instructed. Understood. I kindly ask you to select a cave first, Yi Chen, Chen Buoguo said with courtesy. Very well. Yi Chen replied without hesitation, quickly choosing a cave. Following him, Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki also made their selections, opting for locations nearest to Yi Chen. Subsequently, the other disciples chose their caves. However, all the caves in this area were relatively similar, differing only in size. Yi Chen selected a rather spacious cave and, upon entering, found himself enveloped by a continuous flow of natural spiritual energy, which he diligently absorbed into his elixir sea. Striving to venture deeper, he eventually arrived at a stone platform, whereupon he seated himself in a meditative posture. He sensed that it would not be long before he faced a confrontation with the ultimate forces of the evil demon temple. Thus, prior to that inevitable clash, it was imperative for him to optimize his state of being. Additionally, he sought to immerse himself once more in the black ceramic vessel, eager to examine the vast and intricate diagram of inscriptions, hoping to glean further knowledge of useful talismans and formations for future contingencies. In essence, this moment called for an abundance of preparation. With a focused intent, Yi Chen swiftly entered the realm within the dark vessel. Before him, vast swathes of divine radiance flickered, each beam imbued with the purest and most potent energies of the cosmos. A colossal diagram of inscriptions shimmered, displaying an array of talismans and pathways, unfolding before his very eyes. This was the magnificent diagram of the myriad inscriptions. Chapter 136. The Burning Separation 9 Union Sword Array. Yi Chen sought a suitable inscription from the vast expanse of the Dakian inscription diagram. However, his search proved to be either excessively challenging or irrelevant to his current capabilities. After all, Yi Chen was merely a modest cultivator at the third level of the true mansion realm. Despite the potential strength one might possess, it ultimately remains confined to the limitations of an individual. Yi Chen aspired to harness the collective power of his companions, aiming to discover an inscription array that could be set up collaboratively. After an extensive search, he finally unearthed a mid-tier, third-grade inscription sword array known as the Burning Separation 9 Union Inscription Sword Array. Once established, This array could synergize the strengths of multiple practitioners. Considering the numerous brothers at his disposal, the steps to configure this array were not overly complex, making it suitable for joint deployment. Upon encountering this sword array, Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. After spending some time studying within the black ceramic pot, Chen had nearly mastered the Burning Separation 9 Union Inscription sword array. It felt relatively straightforward to him. However, he pondered whether others would be able to grasp it swiftly. This sword array was categorized as a large-scale array, designed for communal use, thereby amplifying its potency. In contrast, smaller arrays typically required the efforts of a single practitioner. Chen, where are you? A voice resonated from outside as Chen was engrossed in his practice of the inscription sword technique. Recognizing the voice, he understood that it was Ziki who had come to see him. What could this girl possibly want? Hastily, Chen extricated himself from the black ceramic pot. I am here, he called out. I've been calling you for ages. I thought you were absent from your cave. Ziki exclaimed with a hint of annoyance. What is it? Chen inquired, somewhat perplexed. What else could it be? I missed you. Ziki replied, beaming as she approached him. She simply yearned for a conversation, finding her solitary cultivation within the cave exceedingly dull. Moreover, following Chen's previous healing and restoration of her body, she felt she was in an optimal state. Restoring one's essence, however, is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. Why are you not cultivating in your own cave? You must prioritize the pressing matters at hand, especially with imminent dangers looming, Chen advised her. I understand, but it has been several days. It's truly monotonous. Uncle Chenghua has already taken people outside to scout for news. This valley is far too quiet. Ziki had always preferred lively environments and found herself somewhat unaccustomed to such tranquility. I truly don't comprehend you. Isn't it beneficial for everyone to cultivate quietly and enhance their own strength? Chen remarked. Is it that simple? Do you think strength can just be improved at will? Ziki said with a bitter smile. Well, now that we've finished our talk about the weather, you can return, can't you? What does it mean for you to come all the way here alone? When you return to the sect, everyone will start saying things about us that are not clear. Chen replied, let them say what they wish. I am not afraid. Why should you be worried? It seems you are rather timid. Ziki laughed heartily. Chen found himself at a loss with Ziki. Her carefree nature was bewildering. They were in a secret realm fraught with danger, yet she still had the leisure to chat with him. Outside, numerous disciples from the evil demon temple were likely concocting their final conspiracies. Yishidi, are you there? Just then, a voice rang out from outside. Chen recognized it as Chen Buogua's voice, indicating he had returned to gather information. Come, let us go out and see, Chen said, rising and heading towards the exit, with Ziki eagerly trailing behind him. Upon seeing Chen Buogua, his expression was grave. What is it? You look like a wilted eggplant, Chen remarked, looking at Chen Buogua. I have discerned the movements of the evil demon temple, and the news is decidedly unfavorable for us, Chen Buogua replied. His face etched with concern. What do you mean by unfavorable? What have you discovered? Speak quickly, Bai Lingya asked anxiously. Chen Buogua proceeded to relay the specific situation to everyone. After hearing his words, their expressions became even more serious than his. He had learned that the evil demon temple had abandoned the search for the rending demon crystal pearl, and had instead found a rending demon heaven pearl, which contained an evil aura hundreds of times denser than that of the. This pearl was located at a place known as Evil Demon Peak, which was quite distant from their current location. To reach it would require several days of continuous travel. If they slowed down, it might take a week or more to arrive. Moreover, there was an even more terrifying revelation. Once they emerged, it could rapidly forge rending demon beasts. The strength of these beasts would directly correlate with the intensity of the evil aura from the, which could absorb the most sinister energies from the world. If such power fell into the hands of those from the evil demon temple, they would find themselves in a truly passive position. Upon contemplating this, a dark cloud descended upon Bai Lingya's face. What are we waiting for? We must act immediately to thwart them, Han Yun urged. Indeed, if we do not act now, when shall we? Lu Bingfeng echoed. Yet, at that moment, Chen interjected, why should we? Both Lu Bingfeng and Bai Lingya turned their gazes toward Chen. In their perspective, arriving at the demon peak as swiftly as possible would enable them to thwart their adversaries. Yet, they overlooked the fact that their opponents possessed strength that far surpassed their own. This was explicitly mentioned in the recent account recounted by Chen. Thus, embarking on this venture at such a juncture was exceedingly unwise, for once hostilities commenced, Yi Chun could ascertain that, aside from a handful of the most formidable individuals, nearly all others would meet their demise. The adversaries' realms were generally 1 to 2 minor levels superior to theirs. Furthermore, even at equivalent realms, the opponents boasted greater resources and enhanced prowess. How could these few individuals possibly contend with the likes of Long Xingqian and Lu Qingguang, who had yet to arrive? To act recklessly at this moment would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Indeed, Junior Brother Yi, what is your reasoning behind this? Are you intent on hindering our progress? Chen exclaimed in frustration. I implore you to exercise greater thought. Do not merely focus on the simplest and easiest courses of action. Consider the myriad possibilities that lie behind these endeavors as well. Yi Chun gazed at Chen with a sense of helplessness. Chapter 137. Enhancing overall strength at this moment. Yi Chun felt a tinge of frustration. Their thoughts were far too simplistic. Their numbers were already few, and further turmoil was unwarranted. Actions must be both feasible and effective. As you just mentioned, the adversary has divided into 5 or 6 groups, each comprising 30 to 50 individuals, advancing towards the Devil's Peak, led by Dai Yongshan, Han Shiqi, Luo Nishang, Liang Guan, Zhao Changkong, and others. In terms of both numbers and cultivation levels, they vastly surpass us. Do we truly have any chance against even one of their teams? This is not the time to seek them out. Rather, we must first strive to enhance our own strength. Besides, they have yet to reach the Devil's Peak, so why the urgency? We have not even reunited with the other members of our team, Yi Chun stated. I fear that prolonged waiting may lead to unforeseen complications. I have a suggestion. Why not take them down one by one? Our team stands a chance against their individually led squads. Chen expressed his urgency, insisting on immediate action. That is indeed a strategy, but let me ask you this. Do you know which route they will take? Where shall we lie in ambush? When can we catch up with them? How do we specifically implement this plan? Yi Chun inquired, bombarding Chen with a series of questions that left him bewildered. Observing Chen perplexed expression, Yi Chun realized that he was utterly uninformed. All right, you seem to know nothing, Yi Chun remarked. Yes, Chen nodded in agreement. You all have been too tense recently. Relax a little and focus on enhancing our strength as quickly as possible. Afterward, we can ascertain the situation of our other teams. Yi Chun suggested. Very well, Chen and the others ultimately conceded. Though reluctant to accept this outcome, it appeared to be one of the best options available at present. Yet, how could they possibly enhance their strength in such a short time? It seemed utterly fanciful. Bai Lingye shook her head. I have a plan. Yi Chun replied with a smile. What plan? Everyone looked at Yi Chun with curiosity. I have recently learned a large-scale inscription sword formation. If we all execute it together, it will unleash tremendous power, enabling us to withstand the formidable attacks of our opponents, Yi Chun stated nonchalantly. However, after hearing this, the others gazed at Yi Chun as if he were a marvel. What? An inscription sword formation, and a large one at that? Are you certain? Lu Ziki asked, her skepticism evident. Of course. Why would I deceive you? Once I master this sword formation, we shall set forth. Let us head directly to the final destination. For that is where the ultimate arena lies. Yi Chun gazed at Bai Lingye and the others. Very well. Why don't you teach us how to arrange this grand sword formation? LV Ziki inquired curiously. All right, step aside, and I shall demonstrate it for you. Yi Chun replied with a smile. At that moment, those surrounding Yi Chun were all gifted individuals. However, in comparison to him and Bai Lingye, their talents appeared somewhat lacking. Nonetheless, they should be capable of mastering this sword formation, for with multiple participants in its arrangement and execution, its formidable power would undoubtedly be unleashed. With this thought, Yi Chun felt a bit more at ease, yet his heart remained heavy, as confronting the evil temple was no trivial matter. He was acutely aware of the challenges posed by Rendiai. As Yi Chun effortlessly arranged a sword formation using various inscriptions, those nearby were left utterly astonished. My heavens! This is truly remarkable, LV Ziki exclaimed in disbelief. This inscription sword formation is so powerful, it is indeed an excellent strategy against foes. Yet, there are so many inscriptions, will we be able to learn it? Lu Bingxiao remarked with a wry smile. Of course, you will learn it. I will teach you. At most, I will guide each of you individually. After all, there are only a little over 20 of you. Yi Chen responded with a grin. With that, Yi Chen began his instruction. Following his guidance, everyone gradually began to grasp the essence of the technique. All right, take your time to familiarize yourselves with this inscription sword technique. Each of you need only release your energy and inscribe your sword imprint, Yi Chen advised with a smile. Understood, they all nodded in agreement. This lad is acting as a hands-off instructor now. Yet, where did he learn such a profound inscription sword formation? Even the Lingxiao Academy does not possess such intricate knowledge. Bai Lingya mused, shaking her head in confusion. You really don't know your junior disciple well. Perhaps we should let him stay at Wufeng in the future, so I can supervise him daily, LV Ziki jested. Your thoughts are fanciful. Refrain from speaking nonsense, Bai Lingya retorted. I am not being fanciful. I am speaking of tangible realities, LV Ziki insisted. Bai Lingya, uninterested in further banter, began to oversee the surrounding disciples, ensuring they practiced diligently. They practiced repeatedly, and as time passed, they indeed began to show some proficiency. Observing this scene, Chun Boj was understandably delighted. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was not idle. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he seized the opportunity to fervently concoct various jade talismans and a diverse array of elixirs. Now, Yi Chen's cultivation level has significantly improved compared to before, and naturally, many aspects of his life have also advanced considerably. In a short span of time, he has forged over 100 jade talismans and produced more than 1,000 medicinal pills, all of which are of the second and third tier. However, their quality is merely average, not exceptional. Noticing that Yi Chen has been inside for nearly a day without emerging, Bai Lingya and L. Ziki exchanged glances. Let us go see what our junior brother is up to, Bai Lingya suggested. Upon entering, they wondered if he had been in seclusion for his training. It seems he has been at it for quite some time now. We cannot wait indefinitely. We should check on him, she continued. The two approached the entrance of Yi Chen's secluded chamber and called out a couple of times. However, there was no response from within. Thus, Bai Lingya and L. Ziki stepped inside boldly. Little husband, we are coming in. We have nearly completed our training as well. What is taking you so long? You seem to be the busiest of us all, L. Ziki remarked. Chapter 138. A great temper. As I strode forward, I suddenly spotted a figure emerging from within. It was none other than Yi Chen. After practicing for a while, he pondered, had he truly made sufficient progress? Yi Chen turned to Bai Lingya and the others. It seems you are nearly there. Uncle Chen has been searching for you. There must be something of importance, Bai Lingya remarked. All right, let us go out and see. Yi Chen nodded, following the group as they exited. Upon stepping outside, they observed the training taking place in the empty plaza. However, some disciples had yet to engrave their sword prints. Thus, Yi Chen approached them once more to offer guidance. The sword print is an integral component of the sword formation. Since it involves multiple participants, each individual can produce one or more sword prints, contingent upon their personal strength. The more sword prints generated, the greater the eventual power of the formation. You are doing it incorrectly. This method will not yield a sword print. Extend your arm and attempt to unleash your sword intent through your spiritual energy, Yi Chen instructed tirelessly after emerging. Can't you speak up a bit more? Yi Chen shot a glare at Bai Lingya. Haha, it is better with you guiding, Bai Lingya replied with a smile. At that moment, Chen Bogu hurriedly dashed over from outside. Junior brother Yi, I have been searching for you for ages. You were engrossed in your training, and I did not dare to disturb you, Chen Bogu exclaimed. What is the matter that has you so flustered? Yi Chen inquired with curiosity. Long Xingqian has reached Jifeng Mountain, hundreds of kilometers away, and has just sent a distress signal. We must hurry, Chen Bogu urged anxiously. Where are we rushing to? With such distance to cover, by the time we arrive, everyone will be exhausted, and we may be of little assistance. It is possible that by the time we reach, the clash will have already concluded, Yi Chen replied. However, we must go. Otherwise, how will Long Xingqian perceive us? Chen Bogu insisted, anxious. Of course we shall go. But we must wait until everyone has thoroughly understood the Burning Departure 9 harmony engraved sword formation. This is our means of survival. We must be proficient, Yi Chen stated with grave seriousness. All right, everyone, resume your training. You are doing this incorrectly. Yi Chen disregarded Chen Bogu's urgency and continued to instruct the group. This left Chen Bogu in a state of distress, as the other party had sent 2 or 3 additional distress signals. Junior brother Yi, we truly need to provide assistance. If we delay further, it may be too late, Chen Bogu implored. Rest assured, We still have time. Even if they encounter the main force of the evil temple, do not forget that they are in haste to reach the evil peak, which is their ultimate destination. They will not engage in a true confrontation with Long Xingqian and his companions, Yi Chen remarked with a smile. After several hours of training, the disciples present had adeptly mastered the large-scale sword formation, which brought Yi Chen immense joy. Now we can depart, he announced. Let us hurry, Chen Boguai urged eagerly. Soon, they set off, with Chen Boguai leading the way, quickening his pace as he soared ahead. Along the journey, Yi Chen distributed the talismans and elixirs he had refined among the group. Upon receiving the talismans and elixirs, smiles illuminated their faces. Following Yi Chen was indeed a fortuitous choice. It seemed they were never lacking in various talismans and elixirs. With the talismans and elixirs in hand, and supported by the large sword formation, their confidence surged. They flew onward, traversing several hundred kilometers, and finally arrived at the rendezvous point with Long Qianxing just as the sun began to set. There, they beheld Long Qianxing and his group, who appeared relatively unscathed, though Long Qianxing bore traces of blood. Upon seeing Chen Boguai's delayed arrival, Long Qianxing rose abruptly from a large rock he had been leaning against. Chen Boguai, what is the matter? I sent you multiple distress signals. Why did you not come? Long Qianxing's expression was icy. But I have arrived. I was simply on the way. Chen Boguai replied apologetically. Who are you trying to fool? If you had come sooner, you would have been here already. I suspect you were deliberately avoiding the vile people of the evil temple and chose not to come to our aid, Long Qianxing retorted, visibly displeased. At this moment, Yi Chen turned his gaze towards Long Qianxing, who was tall and clad in armor, albeit somewhat damaged. He had a prominent brow and small eyes that emanated an intimidating aura. Take a moment to rest. We will set off shortly, Brother Long, Yi Chen said, addressing Long Qianxing. Long Qianxing paused, then looked at Yi Chen. And who might you be? A mere trifling figure at the third level of the true realm. Daring to issue commands? Are you out of your mind? He replied, his displeasure evident. This is our appointed commander. We all follow his lead, Chen Boguai interjected hastily. Upon hearing Chen Boguai's words, Long Qianxing was momentarily taken aback. Old Chen, has your mind been addled? You would appoint such a young lad as commander? Long Qianxing shook his head repeatedly. What is it? Are you unwilling to accept this? As Long Qianxing finished speaking, Lu Ziki emerged from behind, casting a cold gaze at him. Upon witnessing the emergence of Lu Ziki, a prodigious figure from Wufeng, Long Qianxing found himself perplexed. Why would she advocate for such a young man? Are you truly willing to heed the words of someone so inexperienced? He inquired, skepticism evident in his demeanor. With a mere cultivation level of the true mansion's third realm, it seemed rather insufficient. Are we to follow his lead while you choose to disregard it? Bai Lingye, who had approached from behind, interjected. The sight of Bai Lingye from Sanfeng lending her support to Yi Chen further bewildered Long Qianxing. He could not fathom why they would align themselves with someone so seemingly insignificant. Despite his confusion, Long Qianxing was reluctant to offend these two esteemed individuals. If both of you are in agreement, who am I to dissent? Whatever you dictate, I shall abide by, he conceded to Bai Lingye, fully aware of her status as the sect leader's daughter, which commanded utmost respect. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why they both chose to support a mere youth. Long Qianxing understood the esteemed positions of Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki. They were paragons of excellence, individuals whom no one within the sect dared to provoke. Chapter 139. Formulating a plan, he could not be bothered to ponder over matters he found perplexing. After all, he would merely feign compliance on the surface and assess the situation when the time came, without genuinely heeding Yi Chen's words. His expression had already betrayed his true thoughts. Yi Chen observed this, but chose not to stoop to his level, instead contemplating how to guard against this young man to avoid being ensnared again. Now that everyone had gathered, was it not time to set forth? Chen Boguai smiled as he turned to Long Qianxing. Setting forth? Nonsense. We have quite a few injured here. We ought to recuperate for a while, Long Qianxing retorted, unwilling to depart. Very well, let us take a moment to rest. Chen Boguai, could you come here for a moment? Yi Chen beckoned to Chen Boguai, who was utterly perplexed by the request, uncertain of what Yi Chen wanted from him at that moment. Once they found a secluded corner, Chen Boguai curiously inquired, Yi Shidi, why did you call for me? With a playful smile, Yi Chen replied, guess what? It is a significant matter, one that only senior brother Chen and a few courageous individuals can undertake. and the number of participants must be limited. Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition suddenly surged within Chen Buogua. Why do I feel like you are about to lead me into trouble? He exclaimed, stepping back hastily. Trouble? Nonsense. Do not speak such nonsense here. Yi Chen quickly shook his head. To accomplish the task, someone must take on certain responsibilities. When the topic of tasks was broached, Chen Buogua regained his composure. Speak plainly. What exactly do you require of me? He asked, looking directly at Yi Chen. Here's the thing. I need you to hold off Dai Yongshan, Yi Chen stated. No sooner had he uttered these words than Chen Buogua began shaking his head vigorously. No, I cannot hold off Dai Yongshan. He is the most formidable among the forces of the evil temple in this operation, at the 7th level of the true realm. I have only just reached the 6th level, 9th stage of the true realm. The disparity in strength is far too great. Chen Buogua was adamant about not confronting Dai Yongshan. I am not asking you to kill him, merely to delay him, and you will not be alone in this endeavor. Yi Chen reassured him. Even with the two of us, I fear it may not suffice, Yi Chen said, furrowing his brow. Just the two of us is certainly insufficient. Even with 10 or 8 more, I doubt it would be enough, Chen Buogua replied, his fear of Dai Yongshan evident. Have you faced him before? Why are you so terrified? Yi Chen inquired, exasperated. Though I have not fought him directly, I have heard that even 10 Zhao Changkong would struggle against him. That alone speaks volumes of his power, Chen Buogua remarked. I will summon Hong Yun and Guo Da to join us, with the 4 of us. We should be able to handle this matter. You 3 need to hold him back without confronting him directly, and I will take care of the rest. I will seize the opportunity to see if I can injure him, Yi Chen stated earnestly. Why not include Bai Ling Yi and Lu Ziqi? Chen Buogua inquired. Perplexed. Firstly, we need them to lead the other personnel to assault the remaining members of the evil demon temple. Secondly, their powers have diminished due to their previous usage of forbidden techniques. It's best not to involve them in such perilous affairs, don't you agree? Yi Chen replied, gazing at Chen Buogua. After some contemplation, Chen Buogua ultimately nodded. I concur with your assessment. However, do you truly have confidence in confronting Dai Yongshan? The disparity in realms and strength between you two is substantial, he expressed with evident concern. I relish a challenge. While I cannot guarantee absolute success, I possess at least a 50% chance. Otherwise, who else could undertake this task? As long as we can thwart the strongest of their attacks, we hold a glimmer of hope to impede their actions, wouldn't you say? This is our sole recourse. Yi Chen turned to Chen Buogua. Though reluctant to admit it, Chen Buogua eventually nodded in agreement. Very well, please summon Hong Yun and Guo Da. Once Long Qianxing and the others have rested sufficiently, we must be on our way, Yi Chen instructed. Understood, Chen Buogua acknowledged. He swiftly called for Hong Yun and Guo Da. Upon hearing that they were to distract Dai Yongshan, both men shook their heads vehemently, expressing their disapproval. No, that is out of the question, Guo Da insisted, shaking his head repeatedly. I am merely asking you to hold him back, not to sacrifice yourselves. I will be the one exerting effort, Yi Chen remarked, looking at them. Ultimately, under the persuasion and pressure from Chen Buogua and Yi Chen, they reluctantly nodded in agreement, though anxiety lingered in their hearts. Confronting Dai Yongshan was fraught with danger. A single misstep could result in being reduced to ashes by his palm. Dai Yongshan was a legend within their evil demon temple, and he was still quite young, reportedly not yet 30. Regardless of his formidable abilities, Yi Chen felt compelled to meet him. After resting a while longer, Yi Chen insisted that they must set out at once, striving to reach Evil Demon Peak with utmost speed. He believed that the forces of the Evil Demon Temple would arrive within a day or two, and they would set up their arrangements beforehand. Thus, even upon reaching Evil Demon Peak, they needed to exercise extreme caution. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bai Ling Yi led the way, soaring forward, while Long Qianxing and his team followed at a more leisurely pace. Initially, he thought it sufficient to keep up, but he hadn't anticipated the swiftness of Yi Chen's team. If one does not exert some effort, they will never catch up with them. Especially in the case of Chen Buogua, who, in his estimation, did not possess superior strength. However, at this moment, he witnessed the unparalleled vigor of Chen Buogua, as an aura of spiritual energy erupted around him. What could possibly explain this? Long Qianxing was left in a state of astonishment. In truth, it was the countless jade talismans bestowed upon them by Yi Chen that were now in effect. They had all affixed flying talismans to themselves. This enhancement allowed them to accelerate their speed by approximately 50% compared to before, with each talisman sustaining its effect for about an hour. Previously, Chen had been unable to achieve such feats. However, with the elevation of his cultivation level, the quality and rank of the talismans had also significantly improved. Within less than a day, they arrived at the Demon Peak. Vast swathes of black, demonic mist swirled around the summit, intermittently ignited by flickers of dark flames. The Demon Peak was no ordinary mountain. Nestled between its heights lay a concave valley, teeming with a plethora of rift liquid and various other malevolent substances mingling together. Chapter 140. Dai Yongshan. The celestial pearl of the demon rift lay deep within the pool of demon liquid, but it required the forceful manipulation of the malevolent energy to awaken the dark power within, allowing the celestial pearl to emerge. One would have anticipated that they would set up malevolent formations outside the Demon Peak. However, it appeared they were in a great hurry, intent on acquiring the celestial pearl. "Let us proceed swiftly," Chen declared, his figure flickering as he dashed towards the depths. Behind him, Bai Lingye and the others followed closely. Along the way, Chen had previously instructed Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki to confront Dai Yongshan upon their arrival, while he would lead others to tackle the remaining disciples of the Demon Temple using their formidable technique, the Fiery Nine Harmony engraved sword array, which they had all mastered with great proficiency. As they entered the Demon Peak, waves of dark mist drifted towards them. The deeper they ventured, the more palpable the dense, malevolent energy became. "What a potent aura of evil," Bai Lingye remarked, her voice solemn. "Indeed," Lu Ziki concurred. "I have spotted their personnel," Chen Bogu announced. Ahead of them, a large contingent of Demon Temple disciples encircled the mouth of a circular valley. The malevolent aura emanating from that valley was hundreds of times stronger than their current location. Moreover, a gurgling sound echoed from within, suggesting that something was brewing in the depths of the valley. Upon arriving at the valley, they beheld a pit several dozen yards wide, filled predominantly with the demon liquid. Surrounding the pit, Chen observed Zhao Changkong and Lin Mashi in the distance, along with Luo Nishang to the left and Liang Guan to the right. They were pressing their palms forward, black currents of energy swirling in their hands as they exerted control over the malevolent currents, continuously tossing demon crystal pearls into the depths in an effort to awaken the celestial pearl. However, due to their focus on maintaining the malevolent energy flow, they were unable to free their hands for other actions. Behind them, a contingent of personnel provided protection, comprised of formidable figures from the Demon Temple, ensuring the malevolent currents continued to operate. Ordinary individuals had yet to have the opportunity to advance. Before them, a solitary figure sat calmly, adorned with a black circular hat. Surrounding him was an immensely powerful aura of malevolence, indicating that this was indeed Dai Yongshan. As Chen's gaze met Dai Yongshan's, it was evident that Dai Yongshan had also noticed their presence. "That is Dai Yongshan," he observed. "He appears unfazed, waiting for us." Besides leaving less than half of the Demon Temple disciples to engage us, the rest of the main forces are preoccupied with controlling the energy within the valley, attempting to summon the powerful malevolent force to extract the celestial pearl. "We cannot let them succeed," Bai Lingye stated with a grave tone. "They shall not prevail," Lu Ziki remarked. "Listen to me. Shortly, I will lead Chun Bogua, Hong Yun, and others to hold back the formidable opponent, Dai Yongshan, from the evil Demon Temple. The rest shall follow Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki's commands, utilizing the sword formation to vanquish the enemy and thwart their plans. We cannot allow the emergence of the split demon celestial pearl. Even if it manifests, it must remain firmly in our grasp to prevent them from wreaking havoc." Chen said solemnly. Indeed, the disciples following Chen echoed in unison. However, the faction led by Long Qianxing remained inscrutable, seemingly reluctant to cooperate with Chen's strategy. Yet, the thought of not having to confront Dai Yongshan himself brought Long Qianxing a sense of relief. Dai Yongshan's might was unparalleled. Their previous encounter had demonstrated that Long Qianxing could hardly withstand even 10 moves from him. "Attack!" Chen bellowed, charging headlong towards Dai Yongshan. Upon seeing a mere trifling figure of the True Mansion's third realm rushing toward him, Dai Yongshan couldn't suppress his amusement. "A fool who believes himself invincible," he thought coldly, his gaze laced with derision as he perceived the impending doom of Chen and his companions. Yet, Chen remained undeterred. As long as he could stall Dai Yongshan, They held a glimmer of hope to disrupt the adversary's plans. Chen, his feet secured on a flying talisman, a gift from Yi Chun, prepared to confront Dai Yongshan with utmost resolve. Nonetheless, even with such preparations, Chen recognized the daunting odds against him. He, Hongyun, and Guoda swiftly advanced toward Dai Yongshan, intending to entangle him and provide Yi Chun with an opportunity for a decisive strike. With a thunderous clap, Chen unleashed his full might, his spiritual energy erupting like a volcano as it surged toward Dai Yongshan. A resounding crash echoed as the potent energy collided with the space before Dai Yongshan. The latter's brow furrowed slightly as he countered with a single palm strike, employing barely half of his strength. Yet, this was sufficient to send Chen sprawling. Witnessing this, Hongyun and Guoda exchanged grave glances. This adversary is formidable. He is too powerful, Guoda remarked. The strength of Chen earlier strike astonished Long Qianqing. He had believed their abilities comparable, yet that recent display indicated a significant enhancement in Chen prowess, attributable to the third-tier talisman bestowed by Yi Chun, augmenting his strength considerably. After a brief separation, it was surprising to see Chen strength had grown so formidable. Dai Yongshan is now yours to handle, Long Qianqing said with a grin. Hongyun, Guoda, you shall flank from behind and harass Dai Yongshan. Chen exclaimed loudly. All right. The two nodded, their figures flickering as they stealthily maneuvered toward Dai Yongshan's rear. Although Dai Yongshan was aware of their movements, he remained remarkably composed, showing little concern for their covert attack. His formidable strength rendered him capable of disregarding such ambushes. Meanwhile, Yi Chun was quietly seeking an opportunity. Should he identify a favorable moment, he would strike without hesitation, showing no mercy to his adversaries. His intent was to deliver a decisive blow. Such trivial schemes are futile. The disparity between us is vast. So do not waste your efforts. Once the heavenly pearl of the split demon emerges, your fate is sealed. It would be wise for you to retreat now. Dai Yongshan observed them coldly. Chapter 141. A battle of four. However, Yi Chun and his companions showed no inclination to retreat. Guoda, spotting an opening, swiftly lunged towards Dai Yongshan. Initially believing he could succeed, he was met with a formidable dark energy aura emanating from Dai Yongshan, which sent him flying and left him grievously wounded, blood spilling from his lips. Soon after, Hongyun also sustained injuries. Despite their relentless sneak attacks, they were unable to prevail. This illustrated the immense strength of Dai Yongshan. Even so, they remained resolute, unwilling to back down. Chen, wielding his sword, struck at Dai Yongshan, yet the dark energy aura before Dai formed a barrier akin to a small mountain, effectively thwarting Chen's powerful assault. Moments later, Chen's full-force strike was shattered, and he was sent reeling, his body marred with wounds. Just as Dai Yongshan believed he had weathered the crisis, he suddenly sensed an overwhelmingly powerful presence approaching from behind, akin to an ancient beast charging forth. Curiosity piqued. He wondered who could possess such strength, questioning if there was another hidden expert in their midst that he had previously overlooked. However, when he turned to see Yi Chun, astonishment washed over his face. How can it be you? Dai Yongshan exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. Is it truly impossible for it to be me? Yi Chun replied with a calm smile. Without hesitation, Yi Chun unleashed the long sky thunder sword technique. The sword's flow was accompanied by cascading layers of lightning, incessantly raining down upon Dai Yongshan. Thunderous booms erupted as streams of lightning struck before Dai, shattering the dark energy barrier and sending him flying, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, this blow had inflicted some degree of damage upon Dai Yongshan. Yi Chun had hoped that this unexpected strike would severely wound Dai, as it was nearly his most potent attack. Yet, Dai Yongshan merely suffered superficial injuries, leaving Yi Chun feeling somewhat disheartened. You have indeed underestimated me, Dai Yongshan stated gravely. You are the first to injure me with the power of the true mansion's third level. His triangular eyes glinted with a venomous intensity as they fixated on Yi Chun. It was evident that Yi Chun had provoked him. The malice in Dai's gaze was palpable. A battle had silently commenced. Yi Chun recognized that this confrontation was unavoidable. Thus, he steeled himself, knowing that if he could successfully disrupt Dai's plans, every effort would be worthwhile. On another front, Bai Lingye led the remaining disciples of the Lingshao Academy towards the valley pit, where a continuous surge of dark energy flowed forth. This indicated the terrifying nature of the malevolent entities that were about to emerge. Initially, the forces of the evil demon temple had not regarded them with much concern. However, under the leadership of Bai Lingye and El Ziki, they had unexpectedly formed a rune sword formation. The Burning Nine Union Inscription Sword Formation is a relatively mature and large-scale sword array, designed for a team of approximately 100 individuals to wield in unison. Once unleashed, its power is unparalleled. Faced with this formidable sword formation, the forces of the evil temple were thrown into disarray. Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki fought with fervor, swiftly dispatching numerous adversaries in mere moments. The core members of the evil temple, who were controlling the flow of malevolent energy within the evil valley, began to feel a sense of panic upon witnessing this scene. Some even contemplated joining the fray to dismantle the sword formation commanded by Bai Lingye and her allies. If they did not act swiftly, the evil temple would soon find itself burdened beyond measure, risking failure in their endeavors to seize the demon-shattering pearl. Naturally, Dai Yongshan observed this unfolding drama. He had presumed that everything was firmly within his grasp, with no unforeseen complications. However, he was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Though reluctant to accept the reality, he could not deny its occurrence. He glared darkly at Yi Chun, muttering, "Boy, surrender your life." Surrounding him, the malevolent energy buzzed ominously. Vast swathes of this dark essence coalesced into ominous rings, stacking like mountains and forming a terrifying force capable of dismembering even the most formidable cultivators at the pinnacle of the true realm's 6th level. Such power compelled even Yi Chun to evade its lethal edge. Yet, the very situation revealed the opponent's alarm. Dai Yongshan was eager to eliminate Yi Chun swiftly to assist his team in obtaining the demon-shattering pearl. Such an accomplishment would undoubtedly earn him immense rewards from the evil temple's leader, potentially elevating him to the status of an intersect elder. Naturally, the allure of power was irresistible, and Dai Yongshan was no exception. Yi Chun's interference with his plans compelled him to eradicate the young man with ruthless determination. The malevolent energy within the valley pit thickened increasingly, as they incessantly cast various sinister pills and acquired evil pearls into the abyss. The copious amounts of demon-shattering liquid began to emit a series of black glimmers. Under their manipulation, these glimmers gradually formed ripples. As the ripples dispersed, a sinister orb, roughly the size of a human head, could be discerned pulsating with wicked light beneath the surface. Given a little more time, they would successfully summon the demon-shattering pearl. Should they achieve their objective, the ensuing consequences would be devastating, a fate none among them wished to endure. Although Yi Chun had engaged in a fierce confrontation with Dai Yongshan, it was an immense trial for him. While his opponent sustained only minor injuries, Yi Chun was now marred with over a dozen wounds, each bleeding profusely, and the situation was dire. Although the situation appeared unfavorable for Yi Chun, his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. "Junior brother, exercise caution. I have a firm grasp on the circumstances here," Bai Lingye conveyed to Yi Chun. Their principal members, preoccupied with luring out the demon-splitting heaven pearl, are unable to engage fully. We shall swiftly resolve this matter. Yi Chun nodded emphatically upon arriving here. This news was relatively promising. At the very least, if the adversary's mission continued to unfold in this manner, it could be successfully thwarted. Yi Chun's eyes grew increasingly luminous as time ticked away, evidently turning more disadvantageous for the evil sect, a development he eagerly anticipated. Chapter 142. The hidden evil treasure. In a bid to seize glory for himself, Long Qianqing disregarded Bai Lingye's counsel. After her team had eliminated the majority of the guards from the evil temple, he forged a path diagonally, heading towards Liangguan. Intent on slaying several formidable foes from the temple to accrue contribution points. It must be said, he was an exceedingly selfish individual. Witnessing Long Qianqing's actions, Bai Lingye was consumed with rage. "What are you doing, Long Qianqing? Disobeying orders," she exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. However, Long Qianqing paid her no mind and continued with his reckless pursuit. In light of his behavior, Bai Lingye found herself powerless to invoke the sect's regulations upon him. His sole focus was on reaching the precipice of the valley swiftly, to eliminate the main forces of the evil temple, who were hindered from attacking due to the need to control the flow of dark energy. The thought of claiming their treasures brought a broad smile to his face. "Let us hasten closer." while Bai Lingyi's team is utilizing their grand sword formation to hold back the disciples of the evil temple. We shall rush to the valley's edge and eliminate their main forces. In doing so, we shall achieve great merit, Long Qinqing declared, grinning as he led his followers in a swift dash towards Liangwan, prepared to slay anyone in their path. Observing this scene, Dai Yongshan's expression tightened. It was not the outcome he desired. Do not let them approach, he warned. We need assistance here, Liangwan said anxiously. Steady yourselves. For the moment, they cannot succeed. You need not worry, Dai Yongshan reassured them, his voice resolute. Their confidence was somewhat restored by his words. Yet anxiety lingered in their hearts as Bai Lingye and El Ziki intensified their offensive. Lu, you hold the line. I will deal with this approaching group, Liangwan instructed. Noticing that Long Qinqing's followers were nearly upon them, Lu nodded in agreement. Gripping a black spear, Liangwan charged forth. Do they truly think they can trample the evil temple at will? They seek death, Liangwan bellowed in fury. The power of Yi Chun astonished him, causing him to hesitate. Yet, the individual before him did not warrant his concern. Long Qinqing, perceiving Liangwan's underestimation, brandished his sword and struck with a force that was not to be taken lightly. The sword transformed into a tempest of slashing energy aimed at Liangwan, who effortlessly evaded the lethal strike. Simultaneously, he thrust his spear forward with unparalleled speed and ferocity, leaving Long Qinqing no time to evade, and he was struck directly by the blow. The shot nearly claimed his life, piercing through his left shoulder. Had he not been clad in armor that deflected a significant portion of the opponent's energy, this strike would surely have been fatal. Long Qinqing was taken aback, urgently calling out, "Retreat! Retreat!" After leading his dozen comrades to safety, he took refuge to the side. Bai Lingye, witnessing this, was filled with indignation. How can someone like you exist in Lingshao Academy? Bullying the weak while fearing the strong, she glared at Long Qinqing. Yet he remained unfazed. A grin still plastered across his face. Brother Long, come help us, Su Qingyuan shouted incessantly. Long Qinqing could not remain idle while everyone else exerted themselves. He could not allow his spirit to wane simply because he had been repelled by Liangwan. After Su Qingyuan's persistent calls, he swiftly rushed forward to join Bai Lingye's team. At that moment, her group was filled with fervor, almost unstoppable. Sword energy surged forward like a relentless tide, striking at the disciples of the demonic temple with deadly precision. They found it nearly impossible to defend themselves. One would fall with each encounter. I never expected that the sword formation my little husband taught us would be so effective. With his guidance, we not only conserve our spiritual energy, but also unleash formidable combat power, LV Ziki remarked with a smile. In the distance, Zhao Chongkong watched this scene unfold, his emotions increasingly tumultuous. If this continued, their mission would inevitably be thwarted. The malevolent energy within the pit was thickening, and vast quantities of demon-cracking liquid began to churn, threatening to extract the elusive demon-cracking heavenly pearl, which appeared only once in 100 years. Should they abandon their efforts now, it would signify a complete failure of their mission, a fate the demonic temple could not bear, especially after they had come so far. Despite their superiority over Lingshao Academy in many respects, the tide of battle had shifted with Yi Chen's involvement, igniting their resentment towards him. Zhao Chongkong, who had intended to unleash his ultimate move at the end, felt the urgency mounting. He could not afford to delay any longer. Brother Dai, I am going to take action. If we do not strike soon, once they seize our territory, our mission will be forced to a halt. Zhao Chongkong glanced towards Dai Yongshan in the distance. Understood, Dai Yongshan nodded in agreement. Brothers, I leave the control here to you. You can entrust these fellows to me. Zhao Chongkong turned to the surrounding comrades, a smile gracing his lips. After he spoke, his gaze turned icy as it fell upon Yi Chun. Kid, soon you shall meet your end, Zhao Chongkong said in a low, chilling tone. Observing his demeanor, Lin Moxie understood that he was about to unleash a formidable attack. He bore upon him a supreme wicked treasure bestowed by the venerable elder of the temple. Should this treasure be unleashed, it is feared that even Bai Lingye and her companions would be unable to contend with it. Do you comprehend that you are on the brink of death? If you possess any sense, you would do well to depart post-haste. I seek the life of only this young man, Yi Chun. Zhao Chongkong fixed a cold gaze in the direction of Yi Chun. In the face of the arrogant Zhao Chongkong, El Ziki laughed heartily. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Why do you spout such nonsensical drivel? Were you perhaps provoked by my little husband in the past? Your talent pales in comparison, and you certainly cannot match his looks. Ziki cast a mocking glance toward Zhao Chongkong. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Chongkong was evidently agitated. With your sharp tongue, soon I shall render you speechless. That so-called little husband of yours will soon be reduced to a pool of blood. Zhao Chongkong regarded Ziki with indifference in his eyes. Once the wicked treasure was unleashed, Yi Chun was as good as dead. Chapter 143. The devouring green vine, come forth with all your might. Your endless prattle leaves me utterly perplexed, mocked Lu Ziki. At that moment, Zhao Chongkong was engulfed in a tempest of fury, seeking an outlet for his pent-up rage. He reached into his storage space and swiftly retrieved a long box. The surface of the box was shrouded in swirling black mist, adorned with sinister patterns. Upon opening it, a torrent of intense black light surged forth, enveloping the area within several yards. A verdant vine emerged before Zhao Chongkong. At the sight of this vine, Bai Lingye's brow furrowed slightly. She sensed an aura of unspeakable terror pulsating from the green tendril. Should it be unleashed, it would undoubtedly wield tremendous power, one that they might struggle to counter. With urgency, Bai Lingye directed her comrades to activate the burning Li 9 Harmonies inscription sword array, sending a deluge of sword energy cascading toward Zhao Chongkong like a gentle spring rain. In stark contrast to the chaos, Zhao Chongkong remained remarkably composed, displaying no signs of panic. His fingers brushed against the green vine, and with a thunderous rumble, a series of massive black pillars erupted, each nearly half a yard in diameter. Zhao Chongkong wielded the green vine, and as the black pillars crashed down with a resounding roar, they exerted an overwhelming pressure that bore down upon Bai Lingye and her companions like towering mountains. Instantly, Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki felt an immense force weighing upon them, nearly suffocating in its intensity. Everyone, gather your strength. Unleash the full might of the sword array, Bai Lingye commanded, her voice rising above the din. In an instant, her allies summoned their utmost power. Yet, it proved futile. The layers of black energy cascading toward them from the vine, and the onslaught of black pillars shattered the sword array. A chorus of anguished cries erupted as several disciples were sent flying in the aftermath of the array's destruction. The scene was utterly unexpected for Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki, compelling them to gaze earnestly at the malevolent treasure in Zhao Chongkong's grasp, pondering the nature of this artifact that possessed such formidable power. Zhao Chongkong, reveling in his triumph, proclaimed, "This is the devouring green vine, a treasured relic of our evil sect. You shall all perish beneath its grasp. Surrender your resistance, and I may grant you a merciful end." Delusional, Bai Lingye retorted. "We will never concede. Brothers, rally your spirits. We shall fight them to the bitter end. It is merely a powerful evil artifact he wields. We possess treasures of our own." With that, Bai Lingye unsheathed her exquisite, top-tier flying sword. Under her command, the flying sword transformed into a sharp blade of energy, racing toward the azure vine suspended in the air, intent on severing it with a single stroke. However, she was unprepared for the overwhelming pressure that descended upon her the moment the blade made contact with the vine. They found themselves utterly powerless to resist. With a resounding crash, Bai Lingye's sword was violently repelled. Observing this scene, Yi Chen's expression grew solemn. If Zhao Chongkong unleashed the full might of the extreme devouring vine, it was likely that Bai Lingye and her companions would soon suffer severe injuries. Zhao Chongkong, with a triumphant grin, gazed at the disciples of Ling Shao Academy who had fallen victim to the extreme devouring vine. A shrill scream echoed as another disciple was swiftly dispatched by the vine, which subsequently absorbed the essence of their blood. This formidable vine was a treasured artifact entrusted to him by the Grand Elder of the Evil Demon Temple, a testament to Zhao Chongkong's significance and the trust placed in him. Upon his return, he would be required to relinquish it. It was precisely this lethal weapon that had emboldened Zhao Chongkong, making him dismissive of everyone present, believing he could easily subdue them. He particularly underestimated Yi Chun, planning to use the extreme devouring vine to claim Yi Chen's life after vanquishing Bai Lingye. The situation shifted dramatically. "Let us cast our treasures to block the vine's assault," urged Lu Ziki loudly. In swift unison, the group hurled their weapons into the fray, filling the air with a dazzling display of spiritual light in an attempt to mitigate the vine's oppressive force. Yet, the power of the vine proved to be overwhelmingly potent, rendering their efforts futile. Under the relentless onslaught, a multitude of flying swords and blades plummeted to the ground, reduced to mere scraps of metal. To think you could contend with my treasures is sheer folly. Zhao Changkong sneered coldly. He then brandished the extreme devouring vine, charging directly at Bai Lingye and her companions. With a casual flick, the vine unleashed a surge of dark energy that shot forth, striking Bai Lingye with tremendous force. Although she had prepared for defense, the attack was simply too formidable. She was hurled back several dozen yards, spitting blood as she fell. The sheer might of the assault also sent several disciples of Ling Shao Academy sprawling, all of whom were gravely injured and unable to rise. Turning his gaze, Zhao Changkong fixed his eyes on Long Qianqing. Caught in Zhao Changkong's fierce glare, Long Qianqing quickly shouted, "Brothers, flee!" With that, he disregarded his comrades and transformed into a streak of light, dashing away into the distance. Witnessing this spectacle, Yi Chun felt a sense of helplessness, while Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki glared in fury at the unfolding events. Zhao Changkong chuckled derisively, his face etched with disdain. "So, it appears that your Lingshao Academy is rife with deserters," he remarked with a cold sneer. "Such individuals are unworthy of being disciples of the Lingshao Academy." Bai Lingye glared furiously in the direction where Long Qianqing had fled, exclaiming, "Those who were meant to escape have already done so, and those who were destined to be injured have been harmed. The entire Lingshao Academy now possesses no combat capability. Just watch how I deal with them, Senior Brother Dai," Zhao Changkong declared, his expression one of delight. "Very well, I appreciate your efforts, Junior Brother Zhao," Dai Yongshan replied with a gentle nod. At this moment, it seemed that the balance was tipping in their favor. Although Yi Chen posed some difficulty, Dai Yongshan believed he remained within manageable limits. Once Zhao Changkong harvested the lives of these Lingshao Academy disciples with his extreme devouring of the green vine, the vine would transform their essence into formidable energy. Chapter 144. Absorbing the evil source, the formidable power that the extreme devouring vine would unleash in due course would be profoundly enhanced. This vine is one of the treasured possessions of their evil temple, rarely brought forth under ordinary circumstances. Its presence in Zhao Changkong's hands truly astonished Dai Yongshan, revealing the sect's commitment to nurturing Zhao Changkong. At this moment, Zhao Changkong's heart brimmed with joy, convinced that he would achieve great success this time, earning accolades from the temple master upon his return, and perhaps even becoming a direct disciple of the sect leader. This thought brought a smile to Zhao Changkong's face. "Dai." Zhao Changkong swiftly brandished the extreme devouring vine, unleashing waves of intense, malevolent black light that surged towards Bai Lingye and Lu Ziki like the harbingers of doom. Should they be struck by this apocalyptic torrent, even if they survived, they would surely suffer grievous wounds. As Bai Lingye beheld the impending strike, her mind went blank. She was utterly exhausted and could only resign herself to the arrival of the black light, which loomed like a cataclysm. Just as she believed her demise was inevitable, a figure dashed forward, swift as lightning, positioning itself before Bai Lingye and her companions. It was none other than Yi Chun, with an expression of icy indifference. He raised his twin swords and forcefully cleaved towards the oncoming black stream. Boom! The two energies collided with tremendous force. Yi Chun was sent reeling. Yet he had successfully thwarted the lethal blow. What astonished Zhao Changkong was that, despite being knocked back, Yi Chun quickly regained his footing, seemingly unscathed. This bewildering development left Zhao Changkong at a loss. "Junior brother, are you all right?" Bai Lingye inquired with genuine concern. "Rest assured, I am perfectly fine," Yi Chun replied with a smile as he stood upright. Although he had anticipated severe injury from that last strike, he found not only was he unharmed, but the dark malevolent energy that surged into his body activated the divine phoenix, Heavenly Emperor's transmission, swiftly dissolving the vile force and transforming it into righteous energy. Yi Chun found this turn of events utterly astonishing. The malevolent energy emanating from the extreme devouring vine was far denser than the waves of evil he had previously encountered in the blood-red lake. Thus, after absorbing it, he felt not discomfort, but rather an elusive sense of impending elevation in his realm. "Come again." With a radiant smile, Yi Chun gripped the Crescent Moon sword and the Sanren treasure sword tightly, gifts from his master. He unleashed the Long Sky 10,000 Thunder Sword technique, sending bolts of lightning intermingled with torrents of sword energy racing towards the green vine. However, they were suppressed by the black light. Zhao Changkong strained to control the green vine, eager to eliminate Yi Chun as swiftly as possible. Yi Chun, under the weight of his overwhelming strike, surprisingly remained alive. A development that was beyond Zhao Changkong's expectations. "Kid, I truly did not anticipate your resilience," Zhao remarked coldly. "Naturally, this is nothing of consequence," Yi Chun replied with a calm smile. Yet, beneath his composed exterior, he felt far from at ease. Although he had discovered the ability to absorb the streams of black light, there were still numerous disciples from the Lingxiao Academy behind him, and he felt a profound obligation to protect them. If any harm befell them, Yi Chun knew he could never forgive himself. With a thunderous roar, he gazed at the black streams of light descending from the heavens, not only refraining from counterattacking, but instead smiling at Zhao Changkong. "Have you lost your mind? Not resisting?" Zhao sneered. However, his amusement was short-lived. As the black streams reached Yi Chun, they were forcibly absorbed into his body, flowing into his dantian. This spectacle was unprecedented for those present. Not only Zhao Changkong, but also Bai Ling Yi, Lu Ziki, as well as Dai Yongshan and Luo Nishang were utterly bewildered, staring at Yi Chun in shock and confusion. Once again, Brother Yi Chun has come to our aid. At this crucial moment, he stood resolute, shielding us from harm. The surviving disciples of the Lingxiao Academy expressed their heartfelt gratitude. "Rest assured, as long as I am here, you shall be safe," Yi Chun assured them with a smile. "Oof, you are nothing. As long as I am here, your demise is inevitable," Zhao Changkong declared, positioned high in the sky, his gaze icy as it fixed upon Yi Chun. With sword in hand, Yi Chun once again employed the Long Kong Wan Lei sword technique. Two streams of sword energy swiftly shot towards Zhao, infused with layers of lightning. The amalgamation of sword and thunder produced an immense force, one that even a practitioner at the 7th level of the true abode might struggle to withstand. Zhao Changkong, confident in his possession of the extreme devouring vine, dismissed Yi Chun entirely. With a flick of his vine, endless streams of black light surged towards Yi Chun. Yet, instead of retreating, Yi Chun advanced, seizing the extreme devouring vine from Zhao's grasp. This unexpected action startled Zhao Changkong. "What are you playing at, seizing my vine?" he exclaimed, visibly anxious. As Yi Chun grasped the vine, a torrent of dark, malevolent energy was continually absorbed into his body, elevating his cultivation to the 9th layer of the 3rd level of the true abode. Zhao Changkong, witnessing this remarkable transformation, was rendered speechless. "What are you doing? The energy within that vine is deeply corrupted. If you forcibly absorb it, you will be consumed by darkness," Zhao shouted. Yet, Yi Chun paid no heed to Zhao's warnings, continuing to draw in the abundant dark energy from the extreme devouring vine. The realm is continuously ascending. Just moments ago, it was at the 3rd level of the true palace. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it has reached the 4th level. When at the 3rd level of the true palace, Yi Chun was already exceedingly formidable, let alone now that he has attained the 4th level. Zhao Changkong was utterly bewildered. He exerted himself in an attempt to reclaim the devouring green vine, but it was firmly clutched by Yi Chun. "Return the vine to me," Zhao Changkong exclaimed loudly. "I shall not," Yi Chun responded. The malevolent power contained within the devouring green vine is even more refined and potent than that found in the lake. Ordinary disciples would naturally refrain from attempting to harness it. However, Yi Chun is no ordinary individual. Through the divine Phoenix Emperor's cultivation, he has managed to transmute this incomparably pure and dense malevolent energy into pristine spiritual power. Chapter 145. Joining forces against the adversary. This turn of events was utterly unexpected for Yi Chun. What manner of creature is this young man, capable of harnessing such malevolent power? Should we even consider attacking him? The remaining disciples of the evil sect, still capable of movement, gazed at Yi Chun but dared not make a move. Zhao Changkong and Yi Chun were locked in a relentless struggle, vying to reclaim the extreme devouring vine. Yet, Yi Chun clung to it tenaciously, leaving Zhao Changkong in a state of helplessness. "Come on, you lot," Dai Yongshan urged the remaining disciples of the evil sect. At present, their side was reduced to a mere Yi Chun and a few others with the capacity to fight. However, they were preoccupied with absorbing the evil energy from the extreme devouring vine, presenting a significant opportunity for them. Naturally, Dai Yongshan was not inclined to let this chance slip away. He found himself entangled with Chun Bo Gua, Hong Yun, and Guoda, unable to escape their relentless pursuit. He yearned to subdue the three of them directly, but they were too elusive, circling around him incessantly. The other members of the evil sect united and charged towards Yi Chun, intent on launching an attack. However, Yi Chun swiftly countered with a single strike of his sword, decimating 6 or 7 of them in an instant. The remaining dozen were severely wounded, and they were left awestruck by Yi Chun's formidable presence. No longer daring to assault him, Yi Chun laughed heartily. With his elevation in realm, his spirits were undoubtedly lifted. In stark contrast, Zhao Chongkong was bereft of mirth. The extreme devouring vine was a treasured artifact of the sect, entrusted to him by the Grand Elder, which he was obligated to return after his mission. If Yi Chun were to seize it, how could he possibly explain his failure upon his return? Observing the overwhelming dark energy emanating from the vine gradually receding, Zhao Chongkong was engulfed in panic. With fingers deftly weaving intricate gestures, Zhao Chongkong summoned the extreme devouring vine back to him. "Come back to me," he commanded. Fingers raised in a decisive gesture, as the dark energy surged from the vine, attempting to repel Yi Chun and return to Zhao Chongkong's grasp. Yet, Yi Chun would not allow the precious vine to escape his clutches. This artifact was far too valuable. His intention was to absorb all the malevolent energy contained within before ultimately destroying it. This was the thought that dominated Yi Chun's mind. There was no way he would relinquish it to Zhao Chongkong. Zhao Chongkong was consistently at odds with him, and his urgency to reclaim the vine only underscored its significance to him. Should he lose it, he might face severe consequences upon his return. With this in mind, Yi Chun was resolute in his grip on the extreme devouring vine. "Dai Shi Xiao, come quickly and help me reclaim the extreme devouring vine." Seeing that the energy was on the verge of being entirely absorbed by Yi Chun, Zhao Chongkong was frantic. He was determined to prevent such an occurrence. Dai Yongshan nodded, fully aware of what the extreme devouring vine represented for both Zhao Chongkong and the evil sect. "Please bear with me for a moment while I incapacitate these 3 troublesome individuals," Dai Yongshan instructed Zhao Chongkong. Zhao Chongkong acknowledged with a nod. In an instant, Dai Yongshan was enveloped in fury. "Get out of my way. If you do not retreat immediately, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With that, he unleashed a powerful strike towards Chen Buogua. Although Chen Buogua attempted to evade swiftly, he was slightly delayed and was struck by Dai Yongshan's palm, resulting in shattered meridians as he was sent flying several dozen yards, crashing amidst the rocky terrain. Cangyuan and Guoda, relying on their coordination, unleashed a myriad of jade talismans, yet they too met the same fate and were sent hurtling away by a single palm strike from Dai Yongshan, sustaining grave injuries. At this moment, for Dai Yongshan, eliminating Yi Chun was of paramount importance. He understood all too well that as long as Yi Chun remained, calamity would inevitably follow. After all, during the previous confrontation at the True Mansion's 3rd level, Yi Chun had already proven to be a formidable adversary. If he were to advance further in strength, their lives would be in jeopardy. Now, Yi Chun was even absorbing the primal malevolent energy from the extreme, devouring green vine. Who exactly was Yi Chun? He appeared to be merely an ordinary disciple of the Lingxiao Academy, yet displayed such extraordinary capabilities. Such a person, Dai Yongshan concluded, could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a future nemesis of their evil temple. Dai Yongshan, like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly darted towards Zhao Chongkong, striking at Yi Chun with a single palm. The forceful gust generated by the strike sent Yi Chun reeling several yards back. Seizing this moment, Yi Chun loosened his grip, allowing Zhao Chongkong to hastily retrieve the extreme devouring green vine. As he glanced at the vine, it bore numerous wounds, and the malevolent energy within had been depleted by more than half. Upon returning, how would he explain this situation to the Grand Elder? The thought of possible punishment weighed heavily on Zhao Chongkong's heart, intensifying his resentment towards Yi Chun. If it were not for him, Zhao Chongkong would never have been compelled to accompany an elder to the evil temple in Qinyang City, nor would the current sequence of events have unfolded. He noticed the glimmer of affection in Lin Moxie's gaze towards Yi Chun. Over the years, despite their engagement, Lin Moxie had never allowed him to advance beyond mere friendship. During the battle, he even witnessed concern for Yi Chun reflected in her eyes. Initially, she had looked down on Yi Chun, but after he demonstrated his talent with a heavenly aptitude, her sentiments had shifted. Such a woman left him perplexed, pondering what truly resided within her heart. Yi Chun lamented the lost opportunity, Given just a little more time, he could have completely absorbed the malevolent energy from the extreme devouring green vine. However, it was forcibly taken from him. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for after the recent absorption, Yi Chen's cultivation had ascended to the second layer of the fourth level of the true mansion. Transitioning from the third to the fourth level represented a qualitative transformation. At this moment, Yi Chen could distinctly perceive a significant transformation in his strength. Even when confronted by both Dai Yongshan and Zhao Changkong simultaneously, he felt no sense of pressure. However, Dai Yongshan remained formidable. After their previous encounter, Yi Chen was acutely aware of the challenges posed by him. You two may attack together, Yi Chen declared with unwavering confidence. As a practitioner of the fourth tier of the true realm, he was eager to witness the extent of his unleashed power. Gripping the crescent-shaped sword tightly in his hand, Yi Chen unleashed a strike after a brief moment. Lightning crackled and sword energy filled the air, surging toward Dai Yongshan and Zhao Changkong. With a resounding boom, despite their combined efforts to defend, the two were still propelled backward for several dozen yards. Lin Moxu, witnessing this scene, was left in a state of astonishment, struggling to believe the spectacle before her. Chapter 146. A sudden turn of events. Lin Moxie was engulfed in a tumult of emotions, reflecting on how, had she not parted ways with Yi Chen, her current circumstances might have been vastly improved. Being by the side of such a prodigious talent as Yi Chen, gifted with celestial prowess, would undoubtedly have afforded her greater opportunities, thus accelerating her own ascension in cultivation. Perhaps, had she remained, she would now possess a far more profound level of mastery. Yet, it was all too late. Any musings on what could have been felt futile. With her fingers gently pressing into her palm, Lin Moxie sought to banish these unproductive thoughts. How had he become so powerful so swiftly? Zhao Changkong regarded Yi Chen with grave concern. The answer was evident. Yi Chen had drawn strength from the malevolent energy within the Qing tongue. Previously at the third level of the true realm, he had now ascended to the fourth. Even at the third level, he had been a formidable opponent. With this new advancement, he had undergone a qualitative transformation in strength, making him a challenging adversary. Dai Yongshan's expression darkened like a storm cloud. This was a scenario he had hoped to avoid, yet it was unfolding before his eyes. Yi Chen brandished his sword once more, unleashing the Long Kong Wan Lei sword technique. Waves of sword energy, imbued with arcs of lightning, bombarded towards them like cannonballs. With his elevation in rank, Yi Chen was now capable of executing the 8th stance of the technique, marking a significant advancement for him. The 8th stance alone could gravely wound those at the 6th level of the true realm. Despite Dai Yongshan having reached the 7th level of the true realm, he found himself unnerved by the relentless barrage of the Long Kong Wan Lei sword technique. This boy is far too formidable. We cannot proceed like this. We must coordinate our efforts. You draw his fire while I deliver a decisive blow from behind. Move swiftly. Dai Yongshan directed his gaze towards Zhao Changkong. Although reluctant, Zhao Changkong nodded in response to the cold intensity in Dai Yongshan's eyes. To voluntarily attract Yi Chen's attention was tantamount to courting death, yet Zhao Changkong had no choice. Otherwise, Dai Yongshan would not spare him. Dai Yongshan held considerable authority within the evil demon temple and was the leader of their current mission. Acknowledging the command, Zhao Changkong swiftly maneuvered to position himself behind Yi Chen, intent on delivering a lethal strike. However, Yi Chen merely smiled with an air of indifference. Though he could not see behind him, having acquired the black ceramic pot and learned the divine Phoenix Emperor's teachings endowed him with extraordinary intuition and awareness, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Even those in the Yuan Dan realm would likely find it impossible to contend with him. With a swift turn, Yi Chen unleashed a single strike, sending Zhao Changkong hurtling dozens of feet away. In the past, Zhao Changkong had managed to exchange blows with Yi Chen, even exerting complete dominance over him. Yet with each encounter, he witnessed Yi Chen's palpable growth, leading to an ever-deepening trepidation in his heart. Under the weight of a single strike, Zhao Changkong found himself grievously injured, a deep gash marring his chest. Witnessing this scene, Dai Yongshan's expression turned grave, his thoughts echoing the sentiment that Zhao Changkong was indeed an ineffectual being. Despite possessing a formidable treasure, he could not subdue Yi Chen. In truth, Dai Yongshan, the foremost expert of the evil demon temple who had come with such high expectations, found himself equally powerless against Yi Chen. Launched away by a single sword strike, Zhao Changkong lay incapacitated, his body wedged against a rocky outcrop, blood staining the corners of his mouth. As Lin Moxie observed this tableau, her heart sank further in disbelief. Together, Zhao Changkong and Dai Yongshan were no match for Yi Chen. If the elite of the evil demon temple could not contend with him, who among them could? Dai Yongshan's eyes flickered with trepidation. It was the first time he had encountered such a formidable adversary, and astonishingly, this was merely a young lad in the second tier of the fourth stage of True Mansion. Previously, individuals of such a caliber would hardly have warranted a second glance from him. Dai Yongshan pondered the secrets this youth harbored. What lay behind his overwhelming strength? Such a figure, if allowed to flourish, would undoubtedly pose a grave threat to the evil demon temple in the future. The weight of this realization pressed heavily upon Dai Yongshan's heart. I refuse to believe I cannot slay you, he declared, his gaze cold and unyielding as it fixed upon Yi Chen. In a swift motion, he soared into action, wielding a massive sword, a superior-grade mystic weapon, and swung it towards Yi Chen. An immense surge of energy erupted forth, akin to a rushing river, barreling towards Yi Chen. Yet, the latter remained composed, his demeanor unruffled. Although his opponent's strength was formidable, Yi Chen felt confident he could contend with anyone below the 8th stage of True Mansion. His eyes sparked with electric intensity as he raised his sword, cleaving forward. The Longkong W Nlay sword technique had now reached its 8th form. With a decisive slash, lightning crackled, and a torrent of sword energy surged forth, intertwining two distinct elemental forces, coalescing into a dragon-like form that surged towards Dai Yongshan. Dai Yongshan's heart quaked at this sight. He sensed the staggering power of the impending strike, a force far beyond what his current realm could withstand. However, the attack's reach spanned several dozen yards, leaving him no time to flee. He could only retreat hastily while raising his sword in defense. With a thunderous crash, Dai Yongshan was grievously wounded, the overwhelming energy cutting down several of the evil demon temple's experts who were attempting to control the malevolent forces. As the bystanders witnessed Yi Chen's ferocity, fear gripped them all. They regarded him as a monstrous entity. This young man is far too powerful. Our mission may very well end in failure. What shall we do? Even Brother Dai has succumbed. We are even less capable. A chorus of murmurs ensued. Naturally, Dai Yongshan could hear these voices. Silence, he commanded, maintaining control over the insidious flow, awaiting the emergence of the demon-splitting celestial pearl. Dai Yongshan cast a cold glance at the individuals behind him, and they promptly fell silent, afraid to utter another word. Seizing the opportunity presented by his ascension in realm, Yi Chen was eager to swiftly conquer the formidable obstacle that was Dai Yongshan. Should he succeed in vanquishing Dai Yongshan, it would be a momentous achievement, delivering a significant blow to the demon temple as well. With this thought, Yi Chen moved like a streak of light toward Dai Yongshan. Bang, bang, bang. With several punches, Dai Yongshan was left battered and bruised, utterly powerless to resist. Chapter 147. The emergence of the evil pearl. At this moment, Dai Yongshan found himself utterly defenseless before Yi Chen, leaving him in a state of helplessness. Just as Dai Yongshan was on the brink of being slain by Yi Chen's relentless assault, two figures swiftly approached from a distance. These two were none other than Luo Nishang and Liang Guan. With their timely intervention, they successfully thwarted Yi Chen's formidable strike, pulling Dai Yongshan from the precipice of danger. Although Dai Yongshan bore numerous wounds, his gaze remained resolute. If we unite our efforts against this young man, we shall undoubtedly subdue him. I refuse to believe that he can maintain such overwhelming power indefinitely, he declared. Indeed, Liang Guan concurred, nodding in agreement. After consuming some medicinal pills, they launched a fierce counterattack against Yi Chen. Under the weight of their coordinated onslaught, Yi Chen's momentum faltered. However, both Luo Nishang and Liang Guan sustained severe injuries from Yi Chen's blade as well. Overall, the current situation remained dire for the evil temple. Yet, the Lingxiao Academy was not in a significantly better position, as few were left capable of combat. After a brief respite, Zhao Changkong was ready to re-engage. At this juncture, Zhao Changkong, Dai Yongshan, Luo Nishang, and Liang Guan, each a formidable force, at least at the 6th realm of True Mansion, found themselves banded together against a single opponent. Witnessing this scene, Bai Lingya and El Ziki felt a deep concern within their hearts. Yet, they were powerless to assist Yi Chen, as they themselves were gravely injured. With the four of us joining forces, we cannot possibly fail to overcome this young man. No matter how strong he is but one person. The other disciples of Lingxiao Academy are hardly a threat. Charge, Dai Yongshan commanded, stepping forward first. As he did, a torrent of radiant energy erupted from his palms. Powerful streams of light surged forth, and the others unleashed their ultimate techniques in unison. In the face of this formidable display, Chen remained unperturbed. His demeanor calm and composed. Even united, you four are no match for me. Longkong Wanlei sword, 8th style. Strike. With a single sweep of his sword, lightning surged, and the sword's aura coalesced into a colossal dragon, hurtling towards the four of them. Under this fierce assault, despite the strength of Dai Yongshan and his companions, they were acutely aware of the impending doom. Though they sought to evade the overwhelming threat, they found themselves ensnared within the torrent of sword energy, unable to escape. Thus, their only recourse was to mount a desperate counteroffensive. We must block this young man's strike. After that, we will retaliate, Dai Yongshan asserted. After speaking, he swiftly waved his large hand, forming a series of defenses before his chest. Simultaneously, various sinister talismans were brought forth. The others also presented their life-saving treasures. Sending them forth, a thunderous clash ensued as two forces collided heavily. Although the sword wave was halted, the four individuals were simultaneously propelled backward. This demonstrated the immense power of Chen. Luo Nishang gazed at the scene in disbelief. The personnel from the evil temple fell into silence, pondering how to confront such a prodigy. If this continued, they feared they might perish here. On the side of the Lingxiao Academy, Hongyuan and Guodao wore smiles. Yet their hearts were filled with shock at Chen's formidable lethality, single-handedly contending against four esteemed adversaries. Chen, eliminate them, Hongyuan shouted. If these strongest disciples were slain, who would remain to challenge them? Upon this thought, Bai Lingye sighed in relief. Chen's vital energy was nearly depleted. He needed to act swiftly before exhausting his power to deal with Dai Yongshan and the others. Dai Yongshan could almost sense death approaching. At this moment, he was on the verge of surrendering. Suddenly, a tremendous wave surged from the valley. Senior brother Dai, look, we have succeeded, exclaimed an unknown disciple from the evil temple. Soon, a massive black orb, over half a meter wide, adorned with intertwined sinister patterns and enveloped in swirling black mist, burst forth from the pool of demonic liquid. It soared into the sky, emanating a potent aura of malevolence that exerted a tremendous pressure, cascading down upon Chen and his companions. Upon witnessing this scene, Dai Yongshan's face lit up with joy. Ha! I never expected we would succeed. With the emergence of the evil pearl, let us see how you withstand it. Dai Yongshan laughed heartily. Zhao Changkong also appeared relaxed, having initially thought they were doomed. Luo Nishang and Liang Guan exhaled in relief as well. A vast expanse of black light descended like a harbinger of doom, assailing Chen and his group. Screams echoed in the air. The personnel of Lingxiao Academy were already few, and after this devastation, their numbers dwindled even further. Gazing at the swirling malevolence of the evil pearl in the sky, Chen felt a heavy weight in his heart. He was uncertain how to navigate this dire situation. Junior brother, if it comes to it, we should retreat. Bai Lingye said anxiously. No, we must observe a bit longer. Perhaps in a moment, this overwhelming malevolence will dissipate on its own, and the immense pressure will cease to exist. Chen still harbored a glimmer of hope, prepared to bide his time. The power emanating from the malevolent orb in the sky has grown increasingly potent. Despite Chen's attempts to slash at it with several swords, the effects appear negligible. If this continues, one can only fear the outcome will be dire. Our efforts have not been in vain. The emergence of the malevolent orb signifies a grand opportunity for our evil sect. With this orb, once we retrieve it, we shall be able to forge countless demonic beasts, and the entire Du dynasty will fall under our dominion. Dai Yongshan wears a smug smile, brimming with self-satisfaction. Yet, beholding his expression, Chen's heart is beset with turmoil. His energy has nearly reached the brink of exhaustion. He is on the verge of collapse. The malevolent orb has appeared and is ruthlessly suppressing them. It seems they are on the cusp of thwarting their efforts. Must they truly succumb to failure in such a manner? Chen's heart is filled with a myriad of unwillingness, yet the situation has escalated to this point, and he finds himself compelled to accept the inevitable. Chapter 148. The Might of the Divine Sword. Perhaps this is the fate that awaits Chen and his companions. With a thunderous roar, a stream of black light surged forth like an immense river, hurtling directly towards Chen. There was no way for him to evade it. He was violently thrown away. Witnessing this scene, Bai Lingye and the others wore expressions of grave concern. "We must retreat. Staying here serves no purpose," she urged, deeply troubled by Chen's predicament. Despite the dire circumstances, Chen remained resolute, unwilling to concede defeat. He believed that even in such a desperate situation, there remained no justification for surrender. Just moments ago, he had almost annihilated the disciples of the evil demon temple when they were cornered. Though the tides had turned, Chen still harbored hope to endure just a little longer. His gaze flickered with fiery determination. "I shall make one more attempt," he declared, launching himself into the air in a bid to forcibly draw the evil pearl into the demon liquid pool, determined to prevent its emergence into the world. However, as soon as he ascended, a mass of dark, swirling energy erupted from within the evil pearl, striking him with tremendous force and sending him flying once more. At that moment, though Chen remained standing, he was nearly drained of strength. The hostile disciples of the evil demon temple glared at him with predatory intent, and he repeatedly urged himself to remain steadfast, refusing to fall. Observing this, Dai Yongshan was immensely pleased. "Truly, heaven is assisting us. Once this grand plan is realized, our evil demon temple will dominate the entire Dayu dynasty," he exclaimed, laughter spilling forth. The disciples surrounding him shared in his exuberance, their spirits lifted. Faced with the overwhelming pressure of the malevolent energy, Chen's mind shifted to a new idea. Could he refine this dark energy and convert it into his own power? With this thought, his initial panic dissipated, and he began to act. Yet, he soon discovered that this approach was futile. After several attempts, the evil pearl manifested a colossal barrier that encircled it, rendering the turbulent, malevolent force outside merely oppressive and aggressive. Absorption was impossible. There was no means to assimilate the energy. In such a dire predicament, retreat appeared to be the only viable option. Just as Chen was preparing to lead his comrades away, a sudden disturbance emanated from within the black jar. With a resonating hum, a weathered iron sword, previously ensconced within the intricate inscriptions of the jar, shot forth with remarkable speed. This unexpected occurrence momentarily stunned Chen. He had never anticipated that an old iron sword could possess such consciousness, bursting forth with such vigor. The layers of rust that once cloaked it vanished, revealing a holy aura that radiated from its very being. This must be a celestial sword. Upon witnessing this scene, the previously dim gazes of Bai Lingye and the others now shimmered with newfound light. "What is happening?" Hong Yun inquired, a look of confusion etched upon his face. "What caliber of sword is this? It bears the patterns of the great Tao and possesses sentience. Brother Chen, how could you conceal such a divine sword?" Guoda stood transfixed, staring in disbelief. It seemed that this seemingly worn iron sword sensed the malevolent energy outside, breaking free from its internal restraints and emerging into the open. The members of the evil demon temple, witnessing this spectacle, were equally bewildered. "Senior Brother Dai, what is occurring?" Zhao Chongkong turned to Dai Yongshan. "How would I know?" Dai Yongshan replied, equally perplexed. However, that divine sword hovered in the celestial expanse, effortlessly blocking the overwhelming malevolence emanating from the evil pearl. It was evidently no ordinary blade. At that moment, Dai Yongshan's heart raced with trepidation. What a tumultuous turn of events. Seeing the emergence of this divine sword, he hastily urged his comrades to retrieve the evil pearl. They all endeavored to draw it back. Yet the evil pearl remained unresponsive, seemingly intent on measuring itself against the sword suspended in the air. The antiquated iron sword emitted a silvery gleam, cleaving forward with a single stroke. With a resounding crash, the malevolent currents were severed, and vast plumes of black mist cascaded down from the heavens. The evil pearl was split in two, plummeting once more into the abyssal liquid pool. The overwhelming malevolence began to dissipate, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. Witnessing this, the members of the evil demon temple stood in stunned silence. Such formidable sword energy had obliterated the evil pearl, which they had labored tirelessly to extract, now rendered utterly annihilated. For a moment, the personnel of the evil demon temple were at a loss for words. "This is impossible," Luo and I Chong exclaimed in utter shock. Dai Yongshan was also left speechless, his heart heavy with sorrow as all their efforts had come to naught. Are you not leaving? Are you waiting for me to ensnare you all? Yi Chen bellowed, his overwhelming sword intent permeating the surroundings. Observing Yi Chen's godlike demeanor, the members of the evil demon temple were filled with terror, their courage to fight evaporating. Yi Chen advanced step by step. Sensing Yi Chen's intent to strike, Dai Yongshan quickly waved his hand. Everyone retreat. Upon hearing Dai Yongshan's command, they fled in haste, fearing that lingering even a moment longer would lead to their demise at Yi Chen's hands. In the blink of an eye, the personnel of the evil demon temple had vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, Yi Chen finally exhaled in relief. The malevolent figures from the temple of evil have finally departed entirely. At this moment, his body had been thoroughly drained of all vitality, leaving him utterly fatigued. Yet, Yi Chen remained resolutely standing, fearing the potential return of those sinister beings. After wielding the iron sword, it seemed that the energy imbued within had been entirely expended, returning once more to the confines of the black ceramic jar. As Yi Chen's consciousness probed into the interior, he noticed the iron sword bore numerous minute cracks, as if it had sustained grave injuries. That recent strike appeared to have depleted its divine radiance energy. The once pristine sword, now once again besmirched with rust, had succumbed to slumber. When it would awaken again remained a mystery. However, it mattered little, for when the time was right, it would naturally rouse from its dormancy. For now, he had successfully navigated this formidable obstacle. Chapter 149. Depart at once, however, Yi Chen was uncertain if there would be any further trials ahead. Exhaustion overwhelmed him, and with a sudden thud, he collapsed onto the ground. Upon witnessing Yi Chen's condition, Bai Lingye was startled and hurriedly rushed to his side. She reached him in no time, only to find that Yi Chen had succumbed to unconsciousness. "Junior brother, are you all right?" Bai Lingye exclaimed, filled with concern. "It seems Yi Junior brother has exhausted his strength and fainted. He just needs some rest to recover." Han Yin quickly assessed the situation. Bai Lingye gently laid Yi Chen on a nearby large rock. At this moment, Lu Ziki also rushed over, her anxiety palpable. "My dear husband, please wake up. Don't frighten me like this," she implored. After a brief moment, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. "I'm fine. I just need to rest for a bit," he replied. "Thank goodness. Please rest well. Once you are rejuvenated, we must be on our way. Our mission in this secret realm has been successfully completed," Bai Lingye said with a smile. "Indeed, we owe it all to Yi Junior brother. Without him, we might have been trapped here forever," Hong Yun added, grinning. Everyone acknowledged the significant role Yi Chen played in their expedition. "Now, let us not linger. You should get up and move around. Don't stay lying down," Lu Ziki encouraged. "I can't move just yet," Yi Chen responded, his complexion pale. At that moment, a group of figures appeared in the distance, swiftly approaching their direction. Yi Chen's heart raced with anxiety. If the personnel from the evil demon temple returned, they would be doomed. Presently, Yi Chen, despite being a formidable figure at the third level of True Palace, would be no match for even a novice at the initial sea transformation stage. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted. As the group drew nearer, it became clear that it was none other than Long Qianxing, who had previously fled, returning with a dozen companions. It turned out that after escaping, Long Qianxing had not ventured far, keeping a watchful eye on the situation. Upon witnessing the dissipating malevolent energy and a divine light descending from the heavens, he decided to return to ascertain the circumstances and see if the evil demon temple personnel had departed. Upon arriving, he was indeed pleased to find that the evil demon temple's members had left. However, as a deserter, his sudden return met with disdain. No one welcomed him back, and those who encountered Long Qianxing regarded him with contempt. Striding in with a demeanor as if he had done no wrong, he was flanked by his subordinates, portraying an air of superiority. "Long Qianxing, how dare you show your face here again?" Fleeing at the last moment and refusing to offer aid in the face of peril. "You should leave immediately. I do not wish to see your face." Upon witnessing Long Qianxing, Chen Bogo could not restrain his scornful words. Long Qianxing, feeling the disdainful glares directed at him, was consumed by indignation. As an inner disciple of the Lingxiao Academy, and one ranked among the top 30, he possessed ample pride to be haughty. Yet, during this particular endeavor, he had been frightfully chased off by Dai Yongshan. The thought of it was like a thorn embedded in his heart. Thus, he had come this time to rectify the situation. "Junior brother Chen, you have misunderstood me. I did not flee. I merely sought reinforcements. After all, several teams from our Lingxiao Academy have yet to arrive. Long Qianqing contrived an excuse. Who do you think you are fooling? Do you believe we will take your word for it? Bai Lingye replied coldly. If you choose not to believe me, there is little I can do. Since the forces of the evil demon temple have departed, we have successfully completed our mission. This is a matter for collective rejoicing. Long Qianqing remarked with a smile. Do not expect to gain any benefits from us. All the spoils of war on this battlefield belong to us. Upon the mission's completion, all rewards shall be divided among us, and there will be no share for you. Depart at once, Chen Bogo stated with icy detachment. Seeing Chen Bogo's frigid demeanor, Long Qianqing was incensed. What are you, Chen Bogo, to dare criticize me? In my eyes, you are utterly insignificant. If you possess any sense, you will come over immediately and apologize. Long Qianqing's voice was laced with contempt. Observing the aftermath of the previous battle, he realized their strength had waned, with each of them nearly depleted of spiritual energy. Even Yi Chen, who had once appeared as a god of war, now lay quietly upon a large rock. Thus, Long Qianqing's fury surged, fueled by the disdain he felt from these individuals. If he were to return and allow them to gossip about his retreat, how would the elders perceive him? It was possible they would impose severe punishment. The mere thought of this was intolerable to him. Apologize to you? That is inconceivable. Upon my return, I shall report your transgressions to the leaders of each peak. Prepare yourself for eternal disgrace, Chen Bogo retorted, fury evident in his voice. Long Qianqing's gaze turned fiercely menacing upon hearing such words. What did you say? Do you wish to ruin me? He replied coldly. A person like you does not deserve to remain within the Lingxiao Academy. Upon our return, prepare to face punishment and expulsion from the mountain gates. Chen Bogo coldly remarked. Very well, since it is thus, none of you shall escape. In any case, I cannot return. It would be better to eliminate you all. Long Qianqing spoke with a fierce intensity. Brother Long, what words are these? Upon hearing Long Qianqing's declaration, a fellow disciple beside him hurriedly urged him to reconsider. However, after only a few brief words of persuasion, Long Qianqing acted decisively, thrusting his sword toward the astonished disciple. In the gaze of his shocked comrade, Long Qianqing ended his life. Now, it is your turn, he coldly addressed Chen Bogo and the others. Long Qianqing, have you lost your mind? How dare you commit such atrocities against your own brethren? Your actions are no different from those of the vile rogues of the evil sect. Cease this madness at once. Chen Bogo shouted vehemently. Yet, at that moment, all he could do was cry out in desperation. Chapter 150. The Sword Formation. Ultimately, he found himself utterly drained of spiritual energy, making the act of rising to his feet an arduous challenge. Brother Long, what are you attempting to do? The disciples trailing behind Long Qianqing stood in bewilderment, unable to fathom the notion that he would turn against his own. What do you mean, can't you see? I intend to kill. I shall slay every one of them. Should you refuse to heed my commands, you too shall meet your demise, Long Qianqing declared coldly. The disciples behind him were visibly tense upon witnessing his demeanor. To eliminate future threats and prevent him from fleeing the scene, thus averting the scandal of slaughtering his own kin, he felt compelled to act in this manner. Once all present were dead, who would know that he was responsible? This was the true thought coursing through Long Qianqing's mind at that moment. With a sword in hand, its radiance shimmering, he was prepared to strike down anyone who dared to defy him. Witnessing Long Qianqing's state, Chen Bogo and Bai Lingye were filled with dread, fearing that he might indeed carry out his threat. With Yi Chen still incapacitated and their own spiritual energy nearly depleted, it would be simplicity itself for Long Qianqing to annihilate them. What? Do you truly consider me invisible? Just as Long Qianqing reveled in his arrogance, Yi Chen slowly rose to his feet. The sight of Yi Chen standing sent a jolt of fear through Long Qianqing. He had witnessed Yi Chen's prowess before. During the battle against Dai Yongshan, Yi Chen had held his ground, and later, he had seen him take on 4 opponents, leaving Dai Yongshan and his companions in disarray. In the face of Dai Yongshan, Long Qianqing knew he was no match, and against Yi Chen, he was even less formidable. Thus, as Yi Chen approached him, Long Qianqing found himself gripped by fear. I can't just leave. Upon seeing Yi Chen rise, Long Qianqing fled faster than anyone else, dashing thousands of feet away in an instant. However, the disciples beside him did not follow. To accompany Long Qianqing would be to choose a path of no return, an option they were unwilling to take. They chose to remain. Seeing Yi Chen rise, Bai Lingye and El Ziki hoped that Yi Chun had regained some strength. If he had, he might be able to handle any ensuing crisis. Yet, when they noticed Yi Chun standing there without making a move, Bai Lingye urged, "Junior brother, why did you let him go? You should have killed him." Bang! Just as Bai Lingye finished her statement, Yi Chun collapsed with a thud. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Lingye and El Ziki simultaneously rushed towards Yi Chun. Upon reaching him, they hurriedly assisted him to his feet. If I had even a modicum of strength left, he would never have escaped. Yi Chun offered an awkward smile. "Quick, help me back. I must regain some energy. I'm concerned that Long Qianxing may sense something amiss and return." Yi Chun instructed Bai Lingye and the others. They nodded in agreement and assisted him to a nearby stone platform. As soon as Yi Chun settled down, his consciousness delved into the Dan Sea. The vast reservoir of spiritual energy within had long been depleted. Thus, he silently began to circulate the Divine Phoenix Emperor's technique, swiftly absorbing the spiritual essence from the surrounding environment. Above his head, a vortex materialized instantaneously, drawing in copious amounts of spiritual energy like a tidal wave into his body. Witnessing this spectacle, Bai Lingye and El Ziki were astonished. "This kid absorbs energy at a rate far surpassing ours," Bai Lingye remarked. "Indeed. It's hard to fathom how many secrets he still holds," El Ziki replied. "Let us also hasten to recover our strength and depart from here." With that, they each began to channel their faint spiritual energy, gradually regaining their vigor. Just as they were in the midst of recovery, a boisterous laughter echoed. "Ha ha, I knew it. You've long since been drained of strength and energy. Fortunately, I wasn't deceived by you." The already departed Long Qianxing had surprisingly returned, a twist none had anticipated. Instantly, Bai Lingye and El Ziki felt a surge of tension. "You have the audacity to return? Scram, and we shall pretend you never existed," Chen Boga growled, his ire flaring at the sight of Long Qianxing. Had it not been for their current exhaustion, he would have eagerly engaged in battle. Meanwhile, Yi Chun continued to fervently absorb the spiritual energy around him, though in such a brief span of time, he had garnered little. Upon hearing Long Qianxing's taunts, Yi Chun remained composed. He had anticipated that this individual would eventually return, though he had not expected it to be so soon. Bai Lingye forced herself to her feet, determined to stand by Yi Chun's side. "Little junior brother, do not worry. I will deal with this scoundrel," Bai Lingye declared resolutely. At that moment, she stepped forward, though her own strength had scarcely recovered, rendering her ill-equipped to face Long Qianxing. "Huh, with your current combat prowess, you are no match for me. I advise you to concede swiftly," Long Qianxing proclaimed arrogantly. "Sword formation," Bai Lingye shouted fiercely, although aware that this approach may prove futile at this very moment. Every second spent safeguarding the young disciple is precious. Observing Bai Lingye in such a state, Long Qianxing chuckled softly and shook his head. "What a waste, why bother? I shall escort you to the afterlife," Long Qianxing uttered with an icy demeanor. Upon finishing his words, he moved with a swift motion, like a streak of light, charging towards Bai Lingye and the others. Despite their desperate attempt to form a sword array, their abilities were significantly diminished, unable to muster even a third of their previous spiritual energy. The sword array they conjured was precariously unstable. Witnessing this scene, Long Qianxing erupted in laughter, regarding them with disdain. "Is this the sword array you have conjured? Allow me to shatter it with a single strike." As he spoke, Long Qianxing darted forward with the speed of lightning. One strike shattered it. The onlookers were thrown into disarray, each one flung away. Upon witnessing this, Bai Lingye and El Ziki exchanged grave glances, their hearts racing with anxiety. Chapter 151. Escape is impossible at this moment. Long Qianxing was exceptionally arrogant and self-satisfied. Was it worth risking their lives for the sake of such a trivial person? He regarded them with a cold smile. Without hesitation, he made his move. Bang! In just a few exchanges, he sent Bai Lingye, who stood at the forefront, flying. Witnessing this scene, Yi Chun was filled with righteous fury. Moments later, Long Qianxing inflicted severe injuries on Lu Ziki. Whether it was one life or many, it mattered not. In their eyes, he was already a villain beyond redemption. Today, he intended to capture them all. Long Qianxing spoke with chilling indifference. After his declaration, his gaze sharpened like a blade, as he advanced step by step towards them. The tension among the crowd reached a fever pitch. Bai Lingye shook her head repeatedly. "So be it. I never imagined I would meet my end at the hands of such a scoundrel," Lu Ziki lamented. just as everyone braced themselves for their demise. Yi Chen slowly rose to his feet once more. Seeing Yi Chen stand again, Long Qianqing dismissed him, thinking he was merely putting on a show. As Yi Chen approached Long Qianqing, he produced a handful of medicinal pills and began consuming them voraciously, various elixirs to replenish energy and vitality. Little junior brother, are you capable of this? If not, don't overreach, Bai Lingye cautioned. Indeed, my dear husband, just sit tight. We can handle this fiend, Lu Ziki added. Although he hadn't fully recovered, he had regained enough strength to deal with this shameless foe. Yi Chen smiled confidently. Who are you calling shameless? Long Qianqing retorted furiously. You, of course. You flee in battle and now seek to slay us. What a disgrace for a disciple of the Lingxiao Academy. Have you forgotten all decorum? Yi Chen shot back. Long Qianqing seethed at Yi Chun's rebuke. Even though Yi Chen had risen, to him, he appeared to be merely a flickering flame at the end of its life. His spiritual energy was scattered, and Long Qianqing believed he could easily dispose of him. With his sword drawn, he lunged at Yi Chen with incredible speed, intent on subduing him quickly. Observing Yi Chun's slightly unsteady stance, Bai Lingye couldn't help but feel anxious for him. Each time it seemed Long Qianqing would pierce Yi Chen, he miraculously evaded at the critical moment, infuriating Long Qianqing further. Stop dodging, you brat! Long Qianqing shouted in exasperation. Yi Chen paid him no heed. His continuous evasion was a strategy to absorb the energy from the pills he had just ingested, while rapidly drawing in the spiritual energy of the world around him. As long as his strength can recover to around 30%, he is confident he can defeat Long Qianqing. No matter how fiercely Long Qianqing attacked Yi Chen, he simply could not land a hit, which infuriated him. In the face of insults, Yi Chen remained unfazed, pondering how to proceed. You brat, die! Long Qianqing, enraged, swung his massive hand, conjuring a net of spiritual energy that swiftly enveloped Yi Chen. This time, he successfully ensnared him. Seeing Yi Chen trapped, Long Qianqing's face lit up with joy. Ha ha ha, brat. In the end, you will perish at my hands, he proclaimed gleefully. Yet, mere moments later, with a resounding crash, the net he had woven was shattered by Yi Chen with a single strike. I believe this game should come to an end. Your treachery, the slaughter of your kin, and your cowardice in battle. Each of these transgressions is unforgivable, Yi Chen stated coldly, regarding Long Qianqing. Noticing a shift in Yi Chen's aura, Long Qianqing felt a twinge of anxiety. Nevertheless, he mustered what little courage he had left and charged towards Yi Chen. In an instant, the air was filled with a dazzling array of sword lights. Though Yi Chen was gradually being forced into a corner, his strength was slowly returning. Bai Lingye sensed that Yi Chen's power was steadily recovering, and in about half an hour, he would regain half of his former might. As the battle progressed, Long Qianqing grew increasingly alarmed. Moments later, he harbored thoughts of retreat. He thrust his sword towards Yi Chen with all his might, sending Yi Chen flying several meters. Seizing the opportunity, Long Qianqing turned and fled into the distance. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Yi Chen was determined not to let this detestable foe slip away, otherwise, it would be a disgrace. With a swift movement, Yi Chen accelerated and blocked Long Qianqing's escape route. You cowardly bully, weren't you just boasting about killing me? Now, here I stand before you. Why not make your move? Yi Chen said coldly. Brat, do you insist on a fight to the death? Do you think I fear you? Come on. Long Qianqing, now resolved, charged towards Yi Chen, intent on fighting to the bitter end. Yi Chen, undeterred, gripped his silver sword tightly and swung it at Long Qianqing. A powerful stream of sword energy, imbued with crackling lightning, surged towards Long Qianqing. Startled, Long Qianqing found himself rooted to the spot. Before he could react, he was surrounded by the oncoming wave of sword energy, and moments later, he was reduced to a puddle of blood beneath its assault. After vanquishing Long Qianqing, Yi Chen felt utterly drained and collapsed to the ground. Bai Lingye and the others rushed over upon witnessing his condition. I am fine. Quickly, let us clear the battlefield, Yi Chen urged Bai Lingye and the others. Understood. Bai Lingye promptly nodded. Following this, she led her team to commence the cleanup of the battleground. Once they had tidied the area, they discovered a plethora of treasures and elixirs left behind by the disciples of the evil demon temple. After the task was complete, Yi Chen had regained some of his strength. Let us depart. With a gesture, Yi Chen signaled the entire group of disciples to swiftly make their way towards the exit of the secret realm. They had been here for over a month. and Yi Chen's thoughts were consumed with the desire to return. This time spent here had nearly cost him his life. Had it not been for that iron sword that emerged unexpectedly after Dai Yongshan acquired the evil pearl, his cultivation would have undoubtedly surged, making him a formidable adversary. However, all that was now behind them, and Yi Chun was eager to leave. This place was exceedingly perilous, and their expedition into the secret realm was due for closure. Chapter 152. Appreciation. A multitude of individuals awaited at the exit, poised to be whisked away by an energy vortex. Yi Chen's gaze frequently scanned the surroundings, anxious that personnel from the evil sect might approach. Fortunately, after a lengthy wait, the energy vortex manifested without any sight of the evil sect's members. Let us depart swiftly. There are several energy vortices. Everyone should choose one and leave this place expeditiously, Yi Chen urged. Understood, replied Bai Lingye and Ziki, each leading a group toward different energy vortices. Each vortex could accommodate no more than 100 individuals at a time, yet there were 10 vortices appearing simultaneously, allowing approximately 1,000 to depart at once. Roughly 5,000 disciples from the Lingxiao Academy had entered this realm, yet as Yi Chen glanced around upon their departure, it became evident that only a little over 1,000 remained. The losses were indeed grievous. Nearly 4 out of every 5 had perished. Those who survived were either the Crme de la Crme or exceptionally fortunate. Yi Chun was aware that the evil sect had also suffered significant casualties, with about half of their disciples meeting their demise within. Moreover, their ultimate objective remained unfulfilled. The malevolent orb had been cleaved by Yi Chen's iron sword. After Bai Lingye and Ziki successfully escorted many Lingxiao Academy disciples out, Yi Chun prepared to leave last. Despite Bai Lingye and Ziki gesturing for him to go ahead, Yi Chen insisted they exit first. The final day of departure from the secret realm had arrived. At the great exit, between a series of peaks, several peak masters, including Bai Qifeng, gazed intently toward the entrance. Countless individuals emerged from within, with hundreds already having exited. Yet, Bai Qifeng had yet to catch sight of his daughter, which filled him with anxiety. Lin Yuxiao and Zhou Bagong could easily discern the master's distress. Rest assured, master. Lingye is clever and resourceful. She will surely be unscathed, Zhou Bagong reassured him. Let us be patient a while longer, added Su Miaoyan, who, although not a master of one of the 5 great peaks, presided over a significant peak herself, affectionately dubbed the 6th peak master by all. Her expertise lay in alchemy and healing, earning her the title of a profound physician. She was particularly fond of her exceptional disciple, Ziki, who was not only the direct disciple of the 5th peak master, but also the foremost apprentice of the esteemed Su. Su Miaoyan deeply cherished Ziki for her spirited personality, and with Bai Lingye venturing into the secret realm, she accompanied her. Thus, Su Miaoyan now anxiously awaited at the exit, longing for Ziki's swift return. After waiting for a considerable time without any sign of their return, her impatience surged, almost compelling her to rush in and search for them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few familiar figures suddenly emerged. Isn't that Chen Buogua and Hong Yin? Where's my daughter? Bai Qifu exclaimed anxiously, glancing nervously at the vortex's exit. Just as his worry peaked, a familiar figure emerged. It was none other than Bai Lingye. Upon seeing her, Bai Qifu's anxious heart finally found relief. Lingye, he called out hastily. Dad. Bai Lingye waved her hand upon spotting Bai Qifu at the peak and quickly flew to his side. You had me worried sick. Disobeying my wishes and entering the secret realm on your own. You must have endured quite a bit inside, Bai Qifu said, his concern palpable as he gazed at her. Bai Lingye, however, simply smiled and shook her head. I'm perfectly fine. Yet, her gaze drifted towards the vortex, awaiting Yi Chen's emergence. Unfortunately, he was among the last group to exit. As a quarter of an hour passed, and with Lu Ziki already joyfully appearing, Bai Lingye's anxiety grew. She wondered if Yi Chun had encountered the attacks of the evil demon temple inside. Once Lu Ziki emerged, she dashed over to Su Miaoyan. Su Miaoyan patted her head. You're becoming increasingly unruly. Didn't I tell you not to enter the secret realm? Yet, you followed suit. She scolded, frustration evident on her face. Haha, I'm just fine, Lu Ziki replied cheerfully. All right, since you're safe now, let us leave quickly. After returning, you must diligently cultivate on Yunyan Peak. And you are not to leave until you reach the 7th level of the True Palace, Su Miaoyan said coldly to Lu Ziki. I want to go. My little husband hasn't tea come out yet, Lu Ziki insisted. At her mention of little husband, the gazes of several peak masters, including the palace master, turned toward her. Little husband? Who is that? Su Miaoyan's irritation intensified upon hearing this. You have yet to strengthen your realm and are already thinking about romance. Yi Chun, Lu Ziki exclaimed with delight. Seeing her expression, Su Miaoyan realized how fond Lu Ziki was of Yi Chun. Bai Qifu and the others remained, anxiously awaiting Yi Chen's appearance, deeply concerned for his safety given his extraordinary talent. Just then, Yi Chun emerged from the secret realm, and Bai Qifu breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming his safety. However, Yi Chun had overheard Lu Ziki's earlier comment. He caught sight of Su Miaoyan's murderous glare and wished for a place to hide, knowing that Lu Ziki had a penchant for nonsense. Uncle Su, please don't listen to Lu Ziki's foolishness, Yi Chun quickly explained. You need not provide explanations to me. Su Miaoyan cast a cold glance at Yi Chun, who could discern her genuine anger. Very well, all of you come with me. Bai Qifu gestured for Yi Chun and his companions to follow. Subsequently, the group arrived at a relatively tranquil location where Bai Qifu came to a halt. What transpired within? Was the mission accomplished? He inquired with curiosity. The other peak masters also gazed intently at Yi Chun and his companions. We have successfully thwarted the actions of the evil demon temple, and the evil pearl has been shattered, Chen Bogus stated. Upon hearing this, the peak masters and Bai Qifu were filled with elation. This was the outcome they had desired. However, it was only achievable due to the remarkable efforts of junior brother Yi Chun, who turned the tide. Otherwise, we would have perished within. Chen Bogu continued. Soon, the other masters began to extol Yi Chen's significance within the secret realm as well. Chapter 153. The master's condition. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen shook his head repeatedly, asserting that he could not claim all the credit for himself. Although his contributions were significant, it was essential to maintain a sense of humility. Indeed, junior brother Yi had accomplished a great deal. Furthermore, Hong Yun passionately recounted Yi Chen's remarkable deeds. After listening to Hong Yun and the others, Bai Qifu and his companions found Yi Chen utterly astonishing. The fact that he, at the third level of the true realm, could contend with the prodigies of the evil sect at the 6th and 7th levels was an extraordinary feat beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual. Upon learning of Long Chenxing's actions, they were filled with indignation, but thankfully, this rogue was ultimately slain by Yi Chun. They also discovered that Jiang Xinpeng was a hidden traitor from the evil sect infiltrating the Lingxiao Academy, which left them profoundly shocked. The Lingxiao Academy had suffered severe losses, with 5,000 individuals entering, yet only around 1,000 emerged. The distribution of realms could be described as fractured, with a significant number of inner disciples perishing within. Nonetheless, the evil sect also endured substantial losses, albeit slightly better, with less than half of their disciples falling. This revelation further enlightened the peak masters and Bai Qifu regarding the evil sect's ferocity, solidifying their recognition of it as a formidable adversary that must be addressed in the future. It became imperative to recruit more talented disciples swiftly, and Yi Chun must be provided with additional resources for cultivation, as he would undoubtedly become a sharp blade against the evil sect. Given Yi Chen's remarkable efforts, should he not be suitably rewarded? Bai Lingya advocated for Yi Chen's recognition. Naturally, all of you shall receive rewards. Points and elixirs shall not be lacking, and this time, we will distribute true decision pills based on merit, Bai Qifu declared with a smile. Upon hearing Bai Qifu's words, everyone felt a surge of excitement. The true decision pill was an elixir accessible only after reaching the 7th level of the true realm, holding immense significance for further realm advancement. Generally speaking, after reaching the 7th level, a considerable disparity arises compared to previous realms, making further progression exceedingly challenging. At this juncture, ordinary true qi pills would no longer suffice. Instead, one would require the superior true decision pill, a 4th grade initial tier elixir. Upon hearing of such generous rewards, Yi Chun sighed in relief. Engaging in fierce battles alongside his brothers without any benefits would have been utterly unreasonable. By the way, has the 5-star Qi source fruit been obtained? Bai Qifu inquired. Glancing at the crowd. I have it right here, Yi Chen replied, promptly producing it. As the 5-star Qi source fruit emerged, it instantly captivated everyone's attention. A dense aura of spiritual essence enveloped the area within Tenjiang, while the enchanting fragrance of the fruit wafted through the air. adorned with intricate patterns and exuding a crystalline luster. With the acquisition of this 5-star chi source fruit, Sister Mu shall be saved, Su Miaoyan said with a radiant smile. That is truly wonderful. Bai Chifu also wore a joyful expression. However, amidst the crowd, there was one individual whose face bore a subtly discernible, sinister smile, none other than the Grand Peak Master, Lin Yuxiao. A flicker of murderous intent gleamed in his eyes, though he swiftly concealed it, ensuring that no one noticed. You must quickly take this 5-star Qi Yuan fruit and concoct the 5-star transformation poison pill, Bai Chifu instructed Yi Chun, who promptly handed the fruit to Su Miaoyan. What is the current state of my master? Bai Lingye inquired, casting a glance at Su Miaoyan. Mu Baixue, residing at Su Miaoyan's Yunyan Peak, was also referred to as the 6th Peak. Although Su Miaoyan had taken in a few disciples, her role as a profound physician limited her intake. And the 6th Peak was a title used internally. Outsiders remained oblivious to its existence. Yi Chun had repeatedly turned the tide in the secret realm and acquired the 5-star Qi Yuan fruit, making him the most distinguished contributor of the expedition. Many sought to commend Yi Chun for his achievements. Bai Chifu agreed to award him 500,000 points, granting him the liberty to select 5 items from the task hall at his discretion. It must be noted that such a reward was unprecedented in the Lingxiao Academy. Yi Chun felt elated at this recognition, understanding it as a testament to the palace master's regard for him. We have comprehended the matters concerning the secret realm thoroughly. Let us disperse and tend to our own affairs, Bai Chifu declared. Soon, everyone began to scatter. Observing the dispersal, Bai Lingye seized Yi Chen's hand and pursued Su Miaoyan. I wish to bring my junior brother to the 6th Peak to check on my master's condition, Bai Lingye expressed. Very well, Su Miaoyan assented. Recognizing the concern etched on both Bai Lingye and Yi Chen's faces regarding Mu Baixue's plight. Before long, Su Miaoyan led them to a grand cave at the 6th Peak. Your master is within. I have utilized the innate spirit formation to confine her, attempting to mitigate the effects of the intense demon-invoking heart-cracking poison. Yet, the toxicity is deepening. Su Miaoyan explained. I must hasten to concoct the 5-star transformation poison pill. After you have observed your master, leave swiftly. Do not disturb her. Su Miaoyan issued several instructions, to which Yi Chun and Bai Lingye nodded attentively. Subsequently, Su Miaoyan guided them into the innate spirit formation. Inside the cave, spiritual energy surged continuously. Yet, Yi Chun and Bai Lingye could distinctly see that their master was shrouded in a veil of dark mist. As the black fog writhed and intertwined with the surrounding spiritual power, it emitted a sizzling sound reminiscent of sparks flying. Moreover, numerous black lines had already crept across her forehead. The situation was evidently dire. Upon witnessing her master in such a precarious state, seemingly on the brink of being consumed by the demon-invoking heart-cracking poison, Bai Lingye could no longer contain her tears. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, as if they were flowing without restraint. Must you disturb the master? Can you not endure for a moment? Yi Chen gently reminded her. It was only then that Bai Lingye hastily composed herself, stifling her tears. Yet, her heart remained in turmoil. Is master truly unscathed? She lifted her tear-filled eyes to gaze upon Su Miaoyan. For now, she is stable, but the venom has already infiltrated her meridians. Should it approach the heart? Even if I were to concoct the 5-star detoxification pill, it may prove futile. Thus, I must seize every moment without wasting a second. Bai Xue can endure only a few more days. Remain here for a while, but make haste to leave. I must commence the preparation of the antidote. Su Miaoyan declared. Chapter 154. Unable to refine for the time being very well, Bai Lingye nodded gently. You cannot remain here for more than half an hour. The excessive leakage of spiritual energy from the innate spiritual formation is indeed concerning, Su Miaoyan remarked. Understood, understood, Bai Lingye quickly affirmed. As Su Miaoyan departed, Bai Lingye called out for her master repeatedly. However, Mu Baixue remained with her eyes tightly shut. By the looks of her, it seemed that unless the 5-star detoxification pill was successfully refined, she would likely remain in this state for quite some time. Stop crying, senior sister. Let me take a look at our master, Yi Chun said. Bai Lingye obediently stepped aside. In the secret realm, Yi Chun had repeatedly performed miracles, and Bai Lingye hoped that he might once again fulfill his role in this matter. Feigning to check Mu Baixue's condition by placing his hand on her back, Yi Chun silently activated the Divine Phoenix's imperial transmission, beginning to expel the toxins from her body. Simultaneously, he discreetly dripped a drop of his essence blood into her body once more. Mu Baishue's condition was dire. Had it not been for the drop of his essence blood he had earlier introduced into her body, she might have already perished. A month ago, his essence blood had far less potency than it did now. After undergoing trials in the secret realm, the power of Yi Chen's blood had greatly amplified. With this latest drop, it was evident that the toxins within Mu Baishue's body were diminishing slightly. The once completely obscured vital energy began to re-emerge, and the dark strands that had entangled her forehead receded somewhat. Upon witnessing this, Bai Lingya's face lit up with joy. "It seems Master is feeling a bit better," she exclaimed in delight. With the essence blood, Yi Chen believed Mu Baishue could endure for approximately another 2 months. A significant improvement from the mere week she had left before the toxins would have invaded her heart meridian. With Yi Chen's arrival, Mu Baishue had been granted another chance at life. Yet, this was a secret known only to him. Externally, Mu Baishue appeared largely unchanged, still ensnared by toxins and barely clinging to life. After a brief moment, Yi Chen withdrew his hand. Indeed, she appears to be somewhat improved. It seems the innate spiritual formation indeed provides some assistance to her condition. "We should depart quickly and return tomorrow to see Master," he suggested to Bai Lingya. "Very well." Bai Lingya nodded. Soon, both Bai Lingya and Yi Chen left the cave where their master resided. Once outside, Bai Lingya hesitated to leave the 6th peak, standing at the cave's entrance and glancing back inside from time to time. "Enough of that. Once Master Su refines the detoxifying elixir, our master will be fine," Yi Chen reassured Bai Lingya. Although she understood, a lingering worry remained in her heart. "I shall not depart. Rather, I will seek a cave in close proximity to my esteemed master's dwelling, to vigilantly guard her each day." The unwavering loyalty of Bai Lingya to her master is evident. "As you wish, I shall take my leave then." Yi Chen understood that no words of persuasion would suffice. If she desired to remain here, then so be it. Soon, Yi Chen returned to the 3 peaks, to the cave he called home. Venturing into the innermost recesses, he found a tranquil corner and began to assess the bounties acquired from his recent excursion into the secret realm. A plethora of weapons and treasures, remnants left by disciples of the evil sect, lay before him, some of considerable quality, likely to be exchanged for a fair sum of points. Moreover, he had gathered a significant quantity of 2nd and 3rd-tier spiritual herbs, branches, and flowers, along with a modest selection of 4th-tier herbs and an abundance of beast pelts and cores. Should these be converted into points, they would yield a substantial income, and the mere thought of it brought a smile to Yi Chen's face. However, upon his successful emergence from the secret realm, he found his jade talismans dwindling, and his supply of medicinal concoctions nearly depleted. It was imperative to set aside time to refine another batch, as these substances could be of utmost necessity at any moment. Amongst the treasures, the most significant and unique to Yi Chen was the precious tower, the Jiebao Tower, entrusted to him by Cangyuan and Guoda. This tower served as a spatial artifact, yet it remained unactivated, lacking an opening for spatial entry, thus rendering it unusable for the time being. The Jiebao Tower has the potential to carve out multiple layers of space, stacking them like a tower, hence its name. When Cangyuan and Guoda first presented it to him, Yi Chen did not scrutinize it closely, mistakenly believing it was immediately operable. However, after some examination, he discovered that direct usage was impossible. One must first carve out a spatial cavity within the tower to access its functions. This realization left Yi Chen somewhat disheartened, for to his knowledge, there were scarcely any spatial alchemists within the entire Great Yu dynasty. The ability to refine spatial treasures is an exceedingly rare talent. Nevertheless, Wang Fan believed this task was not insurmountable. Within the myriad of patterns in the Deqian Wenming II, numerous spatial inscriptions exist. With diligent study and insight, Yi Chen was confident he would soon master the spatial inscriptions, allowing him to gradually carve out a space within the Jiebao Tower. Once he achieved proficiency, he could then create even more spaces. Yet, it was evident that the time was not ripe, for his master remained in a deep slumber, her condition dire. In the days that followed, Yi Chen made it a point to visit his master daily, though his stays never exceeded half an hour. Each time, he seized the opportunity to employ the Divine Phoenix Emperor's technique to dispel toxins. Remarkably, due to Yi Chen's efforts, his master's condition began to show signs of improvement. Initially, Her life force had been perilously close to being completely overwhelmed by poison. Chen diligently carried out these actions in silence, ensuring that none were aware of his endeavors. During this period, Su Miaoyan was tirelessly concocting the 5-star transformation poison pill. At the pinnacle of the 6th peak, within a secluded cave, a colossal crimson alchemical furnace loomed majestically in the air, beneath which stood Su Miaoyan herself. Her gaze was intently fixed upon the magnificent furnace above. The 5-star Cangyuan fruit, essential for the creation of the 5-star transformation poison pill, required the combination of various other spiritual herbs. However, the 5-star Cangyuan fruit was the principal ingredient. Without it, the 5-star transformation poison pill could not be forged, rendering the Cangyuan fruit the vital catalyst. Su Miaoyan meticulously divided the 5-star Cangyuan fruit into 12 portions, enabling her to attempt the concoction 12 times. After all, it was exceedingly improbable to successfully produce a 5th-tier detoxification pill in a single endeavor, as the 5-star transformation poison pill was an exceptionally challenging antidote to formulate. Chapter 155. A series of failures. Although Su Miaoyan is a 5th-grade Xian physician, the 5-star Cangyuan fruit is a 5th-tier premium elixir, and she has never successfully refined a 5th-tier elixir before. Moreover, given that this is a matter of Mu Bai Shui's life, she feels immense pressure each time she attempts to concoct it. After 2 failed attempts, Su Miaoyan is now undertaking her 3rd effort. Half an hour has elapsed, and according to the timeline, the elixir should be ready by now. However, there is still no reaction from the alchemical furnace. Just as Su Miaoyan is about to investigate the matter, a loud bang echoes through the air. The furnace has exploded. With the explosion, it is evident to her that she has once again failed in her attempt. This marks her 3rd consecutive failure, and her confidence is waning. Although she has divided the materials into 12 portions, the prior failures have shaken her resolve to continue. Her complexion has grown pale. She has tirelessly worked day and night to refine this elixir, meticulously analyzing and precisely measuring the ingredients in hopes of achieving success, yet she has faced repeated setbacks. Am I truly incapable of concocting the 5th-tier premium 5-star transformation poison pill? I feel utterly useless. Bai Shui is counting on me to save her. What am I to do? The more she contemplates, the more uncertain she feels. Gazing at the remaining 9 portions of ingredients before her, she prepares to attempt once more. Should she fail again, she would have to seriously consider whether to continue this endeavor. Su Miaoyan strives to recall every step of the previous refining process. Although the actual time spent in the furnace is merely half an hour, each stage of preparation, including ingredient selection, testing, and contemplation, takes a considerable amount of time. Thus, after several days, she has managed only 3 attempts, a painfully slow progression. Lacking experience, she observes the overturned furnace on the ground and ultimately approaches it to set it upright. She must summon her spirits anew and persist in her efforts. The refining of the 5-star transformation poison pill requires a total of 17 ingredients, and the process is exceedingly intricate. Each of these 17 ingredients must be sequentially placed into the furnace, followed by the application of true fire, gradually refining them, culminating with the critical addition of the 5-star Cangyuan fruit. The timing of the addition of the Cangyuan fruit is crucial. Adding it even a moment too early could lead to a poorly effective elixir, while delaying its introduction risks another explosion. Previously, a mere moment's hesitation resulted in disaster. As a 5th-grade Xian physician, alchemy is an essential skill. Beads of sweat, Su Miaoyan's forehead as the process has now lasted 2 hours, reaching the pivotal moment for adding the 5-star Cangyuan fruit. With precise timing, Su Miaoyan carefully places the 4th portion of the 5-star Cangyuan fruit into the furnace. Yet soon, the inside of the alchemical furnace fell into a profound silence once more, reminiscent of the previous failure. The alchemical stones burned with vibrant flames. Yet the furnace was enveloped in an eerie stillness, a most unfavorable situation. Where had it all gone awry? Was failure imminent again? Indeed, as these thoughts crossed her mind, a sudden explosive sound shattered the air, and the furnace was violently propelled upwards. However, this was a 5th-grade Hongsha furnace, a pinnacle among 5th-grade alchemical furnaces, not easily susceptible to destruction. Nevertheless, this latest failure utterly shattered Su Miaoyan's confidence, and she sank to the ground, weeping helplessly. Upon hearing the explosion, Elziki, drawn by curiosity, happened to witness this scene. Seeing her master in such a state, She dared not enter to offer comfort, deciding instead to allow her master a moment of calm. Within the cave, a surge of spiritual energy flowed in. Whenever Yi Chun activated the Divine Phoenix Emperor's transmission, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth tirelessly converged upon him. At that moment, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching, rustling softly. Yi Chun pondered who might be visiting at such a time. "Little hubby, are you there?" "I'm coming in," came Ziki's voice from outside. Upon recognizing her voice, Yi Chun felt a sudden pang of anxiety, wondering what this little ancestor sought from him. "Yes," he replied softly, then made his way to the entrance. Upon reaching the cave's exterior, he found Ziki standing with her hands on her hips, poised to call out once more. "What brings you here?" Yi Chun inquired, gazing at Ziki. "Of course, I have matters to discuss. Master Su is refining a medicinal pill. You must be aware of that," Ziki stated. Yi Chun indeed knew that Su Miaoyan was in the process of concocting the 5-star detoxification pill. "I am well aware. It has been 2 or 3 days now." "Hasn't he yet?" he replied, puzzled. "Yes, it has been 2 or 3 days, but every attempt has failed. Currently, Master is crouched in a corner, crying quietly. Would you like to go see if you can offer any assistance?" Ziki suggested. "Very well," Yi Chun nodded eagerly. It was imperative to produce the 5-star detoxification pill swiftly. Although Yi Chun possessed the formidable power of his bloodline to forcefully expel the toxins from his master's body, this would require an immense expenditure of his vital energy and a considerable amount of time, an endeavor not to be completed in a day. Furthermore, such an act would reveal his powerful bloodline, potentially exposing him to hidden threats within the Lingxiao Academy, making it an exceedingly perilous course of action. Since the refinement of the 5-star poison pill can expel the toxins from Mu Baishue's body, it is imperative that we pursue this endeavor. If it could hasten Master S' awakening, I would gladly comply with any task assigned to me," Yi Chun stated earnestly. "What are we waiting for? Let us depart at once. We must swiftly restore my Master's confidence." Lu Ziki grasped Yi Chun's hand, and they soared towards the 6th peak. Upon their arrival before Su Miaoyan, they found her sitting despondently on a long bench, her gaze vacant and devoid of spirit. As soon as Su Miaoyan noticed Lu Ziki accompanied by Yi Chun, she quickly rose to her feet. "Child, why have you brought this boy here? Are you here to mock me? If so, I suggest you leave at once. I refuse to provide you with the satisfaction of witnessing my disgrace." Su Miaoyan's demeanor was akin to that of a powder keg, brimming with unrestrained fury. Chapter 156. Suggestion. The moment Yi Chun appeared, Su Miaoyan was ready to dismiss him. No, I wouldn't dare. You are a 5th-grade Xian physician, and I am nothing." Yi Chun quickly shook his head. "Little girl, could you refrain from bringing just anyone to me?" "What do you mean?" Su Miaoyan directed her gaze at Lu Ziki. "Master, I intend no harm. I simply wish to assist you," Lu Ziki replied. "You wish to help me, yet you lack knowledge of alchemy and Xian medicine. What assistance can you provide? I have encouraged you to study diligently, yet you squander your time with dubious individuals. Just look at your current state. You should refrain from associating with this lad." "Yi Chun," Su Miaoyan remarked, her impatience evident as she cast a glance at him. Yi Chun felt helpless. How had he become one of those dubious individuals? However, he understood Su Miaoyan's current state of mind, for she had faced several failures in her alchemical endeavors. The red sand furnace lay overturned on the ground, and she lacked the motivation to set it upright, clearly disheartened regarding her alchemical pursuits. "Master, Yi Chun is quite remarkable. During our time in the secret realm, he provided me with numerous Xinqi pills and other healing elixirs. He possesses considerable knowledge of alchemy, and I thought perhaps he could assist you with some tasks within his capability," Lu Ziki suggested. "No need. You may both leave. Do not disturb my alchemical work," Su Miaoyan insisted. "Master, please do not send us away. We genuinely wish to help. Tell us what you require, and we shall oblige." "What do you say?" Lu Ziki smiled. "There's no need. You both must go." Su Miaoyan was increasingly flustered. Her mind was not in a state to concoct potions. She desired to calm her spirit before continuing, especially since Baishui was still awaiting her life-saving elixirs. "Uncle Su, perhaps I can indeed be of some assistance. I possess a basic understanding of alchemy from my previous studies," Yi Chun said with a smile. "After all, it is better to act sooner rather than later in saving our master. I recognize my limitations, yet I wish to contribute. Please, grant me the opportunity." "An opportunity? How do you propose to earn it?" Su Miaoyan replied with a wry smile. "Here, These are the pills I have crafted. Examine their quality. This is the rare Guaxian pill, which is exceedingly difficult to concoct, and this is a Jinshi pill, along with several recently refined Jinjua pills. As he spoke, Yi Chun presented the various pills, placing them into Su Miaoyan's hands. Su Miaoyan scrutinized the pills Yi Chun offered, her astonishment growing as she examined them multiple times. These are all extraordinary third-tier elixirs, with quality reaching the exceptional level. Among them, several have already attained the grade of fourth-tier elixirs. Thus, upon witnessing this, she was profoundly astonished. The youthful Yi Chun before her had already mastered the art of concocting such high-grade potions. Perhaps he could indeed offer some constructive insights. With this thought, the solemn expression on Su Miaoyan's face gradually faded away. If you could provide some suggestions, that would be splendid, she spoke softly. Noticing the change in Su Miaoyan, Yi Chun nodded gently. Master Su, please share with me your process of alchemy. I shall see if I can provide some minor recommendations. Yi Chun said with a smile. Su Miaoyan nodded and subsequently detailed her refining steps to Yi Chun. However, mere words were insufficient to reveal the underlying issues. It would be more effective if you could attempt it once more. After all, there are still 8 portions left, and we must swiftly identify the problems. Observing Master S' condition, I fear he can only hold on for another week at most, Yi Chun remarked, looking towards Su Miaoyan. Very well. Su Miaoyan replied with a nod, continuously encouraging herself internally. She then began the step-by-step process of refining the true feelings elixir. Yet, in Yi Chun's eyes, there were still some errors present. This seemed somewhat amiss. Once Su Miaoyan completed the preliminary steps, Yi Chun, positioned to the side, offered guidance. What is amiss? Su Miaoyan inquired curiously. There are numerous discrepancies. The steps are incorrect, and the ratios are also flawed. For instance, Yi Chun spoke at length, elucidating the faults. Su Miaoyan listened attentively, taking notes. Not only could Yi Chun identify where the mistakes lay, but he also explained the reasons behind them and how to improve. It appeared that his previous studies in alchemy had not been in vain. Furthermore, Yi Chun had subsequently perused a plethora of texts on elixirs. Although the black clay jar contained the Great Thousand Inscription diagram, encompassing various alchemical inscriptions, the knowledge of alchemical inscriptions differed from that of elixirs. Alchemical inscriptions represented a more advanced domain, challenging to master. However, whenever Yi Chun desired, by absorbing the imprint of the inscriptions, he could assimilate the necessary knowledge for alchemical inscriptions. Soon, he would be able to grasp these principles. Nonetheless, within the Great Thousand Inscription diagram, the alchemical inscriptions serve to enhance the success rate of elixirs, enabling one to prepare everything in advance and concoct potions autonomously without time constraints, or to expedite the refining process. The mastery of first and second tier alchemical inscriptions was manageable, yet upon reaching the third and fourth tiers, they transformed into inscription formations, necessitating meticulous comprehension. One must be fully engaged, continuously adjusting the intensity of various flames. At the very least, for someone of Yi Chun's current realm, these tasks were indispensable. An unavoidable reality. As Yi Chun's realm deepens, he may eventually require only to set up a formation of inscription and toss various materials into it, perhaps creating an alchemical furnace that could facilitate self-crafted elixirs. In Yi Chun's perspective, however, the joy of alchemy lies in the gradual and meticulous process. If every task could be accomplished in one fell swoop without any effort, the endeavor would seem all too simplistic and devoid of challenge. Indeed, your observations are quite astute. I shall continue to demonstrate, Su Miaoyan remarked, casting a glance at Yi Chun. Very well, Yi Chun responded with a nod, prompting Su Miaoyan to proceed with her demonstration. The next step involved placing the fire spirit stone beneath the cauldron to incite flames. While true fire could certainly suffice, it necessitates cultivation. Typically, novice alchemists only have access to the most rudimentary first-tier true fire initially. Advancing to higher tiers demands a significant quantity of fire attribute spiritual herbs and medicines to complement the process. Without robust resources to support this endeavor, one cannot succeed as an alchemist. Chapter 157. Refining 3 pills in succession. As the fire spirit stone was placed within, a vast expanse of flames surged forth. Su Miaoyan observed that the heat was nearly optimal and proceeded to add the other supplementary materials. Finally, she prepared to incorporate a portion of the 5-star origin fruit. Yi Chun did not intervene. As the fifth portion of the five-star origin fruit was added, silence enveloped the space once more. Yet, this time, the furnace did not explode. Nevertheless, the endeavor still ended in failure. You have witnessed the entire process. I have failed once again, Su Miaoyan lamented. But Master Su, did you not notice that this time there was no explosion? That alone signifies a substantial advancement. I believe I understand the reason for your failure. Yi Chun began to elucidate earnestly. Su Miaoyan took notes diligently as he spoke. Once she had recorded the essential points, Yi Chun smiled and remarked, "All right, Master Su, you need not jot this down any further. Instead, allow me to arrange a rune pill array. By refining your pills within this array, your success rate should indeed rise to 90%. Upon hearing Yi Chun's assertion, Su Miaoyan gazed at him in disbelief. "You can set up a rune pill array," she exclaimed, astonished. "I can manage a few," Yi Chun replied with a wry smile. "But they are merely rudimentary, nothing substantial." Although Su Miaoyan wished to inquire further, she refrained, realizing that the knowledge of the rune pill array might be a secret Yi Chun acquired in the secret realm, a matter too personal to pry into. "Time is of the essence. I shall establish a simple rune pill array, as my understanding of the pill path is still in its infancy," Yi Chun humbly stated. To be capable of arranging a rune pill array is no trivial feat after years of studying alchemy. Su Miaoyan had yet to create a single rune pill array. This underscores the complexity involved in their formation. Yet, Yi Chun's ability to do so undeniably attests to his formidable prowess. Yi Chun swiftly set up the rune pill array. "The array is prepared, Master Su. You may refine your pills here, and your success rate is significantly enhanced," he said with a smile directed at Su Miaoyan. As she beheld the intricacies of the rune pill array, a smile finally graced Su Miaoyan's face. "Very well, I understand. You may leave. I shall resume my pill refining. I hope to produce the remaining five-star origin fruits. In truth, there is no need to refine too many. 2 or 3 will suffice. The rest can be saved for crafting other precious pills, for the five-star origin fruit is indeed a key ingredient," Yi Chun advised. "Agreed," Su Miaoyan nodded. Her perception of Yi Chun having transformed significantly, finding him less disagreeable than before. Initially, she had harbored resentment towards him, believing his sweet words had deceived her beloved disciple. Lu Ziki, away from her. She harbors a disdain for those who indulge in flowery words. However, she now perceives that Yi Chun may not be one of them. With the presence of the inscription array, Su Miaoyan's confidence surged. This array has the capacity to stimulate the medicinal properties of the pills, maximizing their efficacy, while also providing reminders for the timing of dosage and controlling the heat. Furthermore, Su Miaoyan possesses an exceptional foundation. Had it not been for Yi Chun's profound understanding of various alchemical arrays through the grand inscription diagram, he would have been significantly outmatched by her comprehension of the alchemical arts. In the ensuing days, Su Miaoyan secluded herself, diligently working on the five-star transformation poison pill. By the following day, she successfully refined her first pill. As the radiant glow of the pill emerged, it swiftly captured the attention of the palace master, Bai Fu. Naturally, the other peak masters were equally drawn to this spectacle, each ascending to their respective summits to witness the event. With her initial success, Su Miaoyan's confidence flourished, and her proficiency in refining grew more adept. By the third day, she had produced a total of 3 five-star transformation poison pills, fearing that one alone would be insufficient. She opted to create 2 additional ones. Meanwhile, the inscription array gradually dissipated as its energy waned. It was precisely due to the inscription array that she attained a deeper understanding of alchemy, a fact for which she felt immense gratitude towards Yi Chun. Without him, even if she had managed to concoct the 5-star transformation poison pill, it would have taken her several more days, potentially leaving Bai Shui in a precarious situation. As Su Miaoyan emerged from her secluded chamber, she spotted the palace master soaring towards her from a distant peak. "Have you completed the refining?" Bai Chifu inquired eagerly. "Yes. I have produced 3 pills," Su Miaoyan affirmed with a nod. "Excellent, splendid," Bai Chifu replied, nodding in approval. Swiftly, several figures approached, the other peak masters arriving in haste. "Sister Su, I sensed the fragrance of the pills long before you emerged. It seems you have been quite industrious," Peak Master Zhang O remarked with a smile. "I made a couple of extras for precautionary measures," Su Miaoyan explained. "Now that you have completed the refining, let us hasten to check on Bai Shui. I wonder how she is faring," Peak Master Lin Yushao suggested. "Let us go." The palace master nodded, and together they soared towards the cave where Mu Bai Shui resided. Before long, they arrived at Mu Bai Shui's cave, where Lu Ziki, Bai Lingye, and Yi Chun were already gathered at the entrance, anticipating Su Miaoyan's successful concoction. "Aunt Su, please save my master," Bai Lingye implored. "Rest assured, your master will be just fine," Su Miaoyan reassured her with a smile. "With the 5-star transformation poison pill in hand, she will undoubtedly be safe," Bai Lingye declared with unwavering conviction. In recent days, as Su Miaoyan engaged in alchemy, Yi Chun would stealthily arrive under the cover of night, employing the techniques of the Divine Phoenix Emperor to alleviate the toxins within his master's body. Otherwise, Mu Bai Shui would truly be unable to endure for much longer. At last, Su Miaoyan has successfully crafted the 5-star detoxification pill, liberating him from the necessity of his daily treks. A few peak masters, along with the palace master and Bai Lingye, proceeded together towards the cave dwelling. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of the innate spirit formation having been corroded, with vast swathes of black toxic mist swirling within the cavern. Moreover, Mu Bai Shui's body continued to emit a steady stream of toxic vapors, which, while not possessing great potency, lingered in a vaporous state. Witnessing this scene, the 5th peak master Zhang Ao and the 2nd peak master Zhou Ba, both having previously encountered the demonic sect, recoiled in horror as if faced with a terrifying creature, hastily retreating until they reached the entrance of the cave before halting their flight. Chapter 158. The poisonous mist. Zhou Bagong and Zhang O had both suffered the torment of this poison, and upon witnessing it, they were engulfed in fear. "How can we possibly enter this cave filled with such dense poisonous mist?" Zhang O expressed his concerns. "Why should we not enter? A mere wisp of poison has reduced you to this state. You are on the brink of reaching the Yuandan realm," admonished the palace master, Bai Chifu. With a sweeping gesture, he conjured a vast orb of spiritual energy that enveloped the noxious mist, swiftly dissipating it amidst a sizzling sound. Yet, fine tendrils of poison continued to escape from Mu Bai Shui's body. Observing this, Bai Chifu's heart sank. They understood that time was of the essence for Mu Bai Shui. Poisonous patterns crept across her visage, inciting deep concern within Bai Chifu. "Miao Yin, please assess Bai Shui's condition," the palace master urged. Su Miao Yin promptly approached Mu Bai Shui, scrutinizing her closely and probing her internal state. Although on the surface it appeared that Mu Bai Shui was beyond saving, she discovered that the toxins within several of her meridians had vanished, and her heart was well protected, as if a formidable energy had once shielded her. Just days prior, Mu Bai Shui had not been in such a dire state, a fact Su Miao Yin was keenly aware of, despite the continuous emission of poisonous mist, which seemed alarming. It was actually a positive sign. The expulsion of toxins indicated that Mu Bai Shui was on the path to recovery. In recent days, only Yi Chun and Bai Lingye had occasionally checked on their master. Could it be that Yi Chun was the reason behind this? He exuded an air of mystery that left one feeling perplexed. Su Miao Yin cast a fleeting glance at Yi Chun before quickly averting her gaze. Noticing the anxious expressions on the faces of the palace master and the various peak leaders, she mustered a reassuring smile. "It is nothing grave. The expulsion of the poisonous mist is a good sign. Bai Shui is salvageable. Rest assured." With Su Miaoyan's words, both the palace master and the peak leaders sighed in relief. Without delay, Su Miaoyan retrieved a 5-star detoxification pill and placed it into Mu Bai Shui's mouth. Initially, there was no discernible change after she swallowed the pill. However, after several moments, waves of spiritual energy began to surge within Mu Bai Shui's body. Suddenly, thick black mist erupted violently from her major meridians. This spectacle startled Zhang O and Zhou Bagong, prompting them to hastily retreat from the cave. Yi Chen followed suit, quickly moving backward, for remaining in place seemed unwise. As everyone else retreated, only Yi Chun remained, fearing that a portion of his secrets would soon be exposed. Yi Chun harbored no fear of the ominous black mist. Even the dense malevolence emanating from the blood lake did not intimidate him. Naturally, he was untroubled by these minor black clouds, which he could absorb at will, gradually refining them into his own energy. When the others exited the cave, the palace master made a sweeping gesture, and a peculiar stone shot forth. This was a demon-absorbing spirit stone, capable of absorbing toxic mist. The stone shimmered with ethereal light, swiftly cleansing the toxic vapors entirely. Once this was accomplished, The palace master cast a serene glance at the individuals outside the cave, observing their frightened expressions. Is it truly that terrifying? He remarked with a hint of resignation. The true essence of fear belonged to Zhang O and Zhou Ba, who had encountered the toxic mist firsthand. Previously, the elders of the evil demon temple had severely injured them using the heart-cracking demon poison. Were it not for Mu Baishue's timely intervention, shielding Zhang O from a fatal strike, he might have shared a fate similar to hers. This kindness was etched in Zhang O's heart. Though Yi Chen stood outside the cave, he attentively gazed within. After the palace master utilized the demon-absorbing spirit stone to eliminate the demonic mist, Yi Chen and Bai Ling Yi hurried back inside. Upon their entrance, they witnessed spirals of spiritual light rapidly swirling around Mu Baishue. Moments later, she opened her mouth, and a black pearl shot forth from within. This is a demon pearl formed from the breath of evil. I shall take it, declared Su Miaoyan, gracefully waving her delicate hand forward. Instantly, a luminous net of spiritual energy materialized in her grasp. With a flourish, she projected the radiant net, enveloping the demon pearl. After Su Miaoyan sealed the pearl, she secured it. Bai Lingyi fixated intently on Mu Baishue. Master, awaken, she urged. With a resonant hum, Mu Baishue's dantian began to operate autonomously, expelling remnants of toxic gas from her meridians with a surge of powerful spiritual energy. Then, with a thunderous sound, an overwhelming wave of energy erupted, sending Bai Lingyi and Yi Chen reeling backward. Stunned, they sensed a tremendous force emanating from their master's body, awakening them to her renewed strength. As they regained their footing and turned their gaze inward, they beheld a blinding stream of light filling the cave. As the luminous flow gradually dissipated, they saw their master, Mu Baishue, emerge with measured steps, her aura significantly more potent than before. Sister, have you ascended to the Yuandan realm? Lin Yuxiao exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, she replied. There is nothing concealed in this matter. Mu Baishue candidly acknowledged it. How splendid. Tears of joy welled up in Su Miaoyan's eyes. Why am I crying when I am well? This time, it can be considered a blessing in disguise, as I have unexpectedly entered the Yuandan realm. However, I observe that several peak masters are likely to achieve breakthroughs to the Yuaning realm in due course. Currently, you are all at the 7th or 8th layer of the 9th true mansion. Mu Baishue remarked with a bright smile. Entering the Yuandan realm is not a simple feat. It took me a full decade just to progress from the 7th to the 8th layer of the 9th true mansion, Zhang O responded with a shake of his head. Indeed, each subsequent layer presents significant challenges. Upon mentioning the elevation of realms, Zhang O's expression turned troubled. Chapter 159, A Blessing in Disguise. However, witnessing Mu Baishue's elevation in rank brought great joy to Zhang O as well. You are indeed fortunate, senior sister, Zhang O remarked with evident envy. At that moment, Bai Chi Fu strode forward, extending his congratulations to Mu Baishue. Thank you all for your kind words. I shall continue to contribute to the Ling Shao Academy. Mu Baishue replied, her face aglow with a smile. She then cast a glance at Zhang O, a sharp glint appearing in her eyes, and proceeded toward him. Just as Zhang O pondered her intentions, Mu Baishue placed her palm firmly against his body, shocking everyone present. There's no need for alarm. I am merely expelling the poison from Zhang Shidi's body, Mu Baishue explained. With the force of her palm, she gradually drove out the remnants of poison lingering within Zhang O, which then dissipated into a toxic mist in her palm, shattered by her power. Zhang Shidi, your condition should be significantly improved now. Try circulating your true essence once more, Mu Baishue encouraged. Zhang O nodded with a smile and began to swiftly channel his true essence. A resonant hum echoed from within his dantian, and in that instant, Zhang O ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the true mansion realm, mere moments away from entering the Yuandan realm. After 10 years, I have finally reached the peak of the 9th layer of the true mansion realm. Zhang O exclaimed with unbridled joy. Congratulations, Zhang Shidi. The surrounding peak masters rejoiced. Mu Baishue then approached Zhou Bagang, expelling the poison from his body as well. With this completed, a sigh of relief escaped Mu Baishue's lips. Presently, Yi Chen had attained the 7th layer of the 6th true mansion realm, while there remained a disparity of 3 realms between him and the peak masters. The differences between each realm were marked by numerous minor stages. Upon reaching the 7th layer of the true mansion realm, advancing even a minor tier becomes a formidable challenge. Beyond the Yuan Dan realm, the concept of minor stages ceases to exist. The reason for the myriad divisions within the true mansion realm lies in its representation of two significant realms. The distinction between the realms before and after the sixth layer of the true mansion realm is stark. Currently, Yi Chen's seventh layer of the sixth true mansion realm corresponds to the early stage of the Fire Sovereign's divine mansion. The next realm would lead him to the purple thunder golden Dan realm, yet the arrival of that day remains uncertain. Yi Chen found satisfaction in his current state. Since the mundane world regards the true mansion as a standard, he too endeavored to measure himself against that criterion. His dancy had expanded to double its previous size, boasting a capacity that exceeded others by an astounding tenfold. Yi Chen, now that your master's poison has been purged, do you not think it is time for you to claim your reward? You previously stated that if your master remained unconscious, you would not seek your reward. In this instance, you have accomplished unprecedented feats within the secret realm. Without your actions, it is likely that the Lingxiao Academy would not endure for many more years. In recent times, the evil sect has grown increasingly audacious, and it is time for us, the older generation, to yield the stage to the younger. The future rests upon your shoulders. Bai Qifu gazed at Yi Chen with a broad smile. Subsequently, the various peak masters recounted to Mu Bai Shui the series of heroic deeds performed by Yi Chen and by Ling Yi within the secret realm. Upon hearing the words of the peak masters, Mu Bai Shui felt deeply moved. Her disciple had risked his life multiple times for her sake by venturing into the secret realm. She felt a swell of pride for having taken Yi Chen as her disciple, though she was not one to readily express her emotions. Thus, she appeared as calm as ever. Bai Shui, you should encourage your disciple to promptly claim the rewards he deserves, Lin Yuxiao remarked with a smile. Very well. Mu Bai Shui nodded in agreement. She then approached Yi Chen and Bai Lingyi. You have worked hard. Make sure to claim what is rightfully yours. There is no need for formality. Yes, master, Bai Lingyi replied, beaming. However, she soon caught sight of her master's somewhat frosty gaze. This time, Bai Lingyi was quite displeased about entering the secret realm, as her cultivation level was ill-suited for such a venture, a fact she had repeatedly expressed. Enough. We have said what needs to be said. We shall take our leave now, the palace master declared, waving his hand before departing. The other peak masters followed suit and left. Let us return as well, Mu Bai Shui said, casting a glance at Bai Lingyi and Yi Chen. The two nodded gently and followed her at a distance. Junior brother, why do I feel that master is quite angry? I hope I won't receive a beating when we return, Bai Lingyi said anxiously to Yi Chen. As for whether you will be punished, I cannot say. However, it is clear to me that master is genuinely upset about your secret venture into the realm. Now, you should contemplate how to appease her, Yi Chen replied. The thought of needing to placate their master, coupled with her cold demeanor and peculiar temper, made Bai Lingyi feel somewhat overwhelmed. Upon returning to the third peak, Mu Bai Shui stood before a cave dwelling and beckoned them over. The two quickly approached her side. Do you understand your mistake, Bai Lingyi? Mu Bai Shui asked coldly. Bai Lingyi had not anticipated her master's swift anger. I realize my error, master, she feigned a pitiful expression. What was your mistake? Mu Bai Shui inquired. I should not have disregarded your instructions and ventured into the secret realm without permission, Bai Lingyi replied. At least you recognize what I am about to address. This is utterly unacceptable, Mu Bai Shui said in a deep voice. Upon taking a serious look, she noticed that Bai Lingyi's aura had significantly weakened, the essence of her life source having been greatly depleted. It was evident that she had resorted to forbidden techniques. The mere thought of this filled Mu Bai Shui with immense anger. The recklessness of utilizing such a damaging method to one's source of power illustrated the grave dangers they had encountered within. The disciples of the evil demon temple already possessed superior strength compared to them, and daring to enter such a perilous place was an act of recklessness. Master, please calm down. I am perfectly fine now, Bai Lingyi said with a smile. Fine. Who are you trying to deceive? You have resorted to forbidden techniques, severely injuring your essence. Don't think I am oblivious to this. Enough. Retreat to seclusion for self-cultivation. You shall not leave the third peak for 2 years, Mu Bai Shui stated solemnly. Her actions were motivated by a desire for Bai Lingyi's well-being, hoping to help her solidify her foundation. However, for someone like Bai Lingyi, who thrived on movement and revelry, the prospect of being confined for 2 years was unbearable. Chapter 160. Selecting treasures. Do not mention 2 years. Even 2 days seem beyond her reach. "Master, please do not be like this," Lingya pleaded, her face a mask of desperation as she gazed at her master. Yet, Mu Baishui remained resolute. Witnessing her master's demeanor, Lingya could no longer maintain her pride. She promptly turned her attention towards Yichun. "Junior brother, do say a word for me," she implored, shaking his arm repeatedly. All right, I shall speak. But could you possibly refrain from shaking my arm?" Yichun replied with a resigned expression. "You are the best, junior brother," Lingya beamed. "Master, perhaps we should let this matter go. Senior sister Bai has acted with good intentions and has already sacrificed much in her pursuit of the 5-star chi source fruit." Yichun murmured softly beside Mu Baishui, as the principal contributor to their recent endeavors. Mu Baishui was well aware that Yichun had seized the 5-star chi source fruit, thwarted their ultimate plan, shattered the malevolent orb, and repelled the assaults from the evil sect, thereby safeguarding numerous disciples of the Lingxiao Academy. Since admitting Yichun to the third peak, Mu Baishui had seldom paid him heed, and deep down, she harbored a sense of guilt towards him. After contemplating Yichun's plea, Mu Baishui finally relented. "Very well, you shall be confined for 8 months, during which time you are prohibited from leaving the third peak." With that, she imparted a few more instructions before swiftly departing. Though she had just ascended to the Yuandan realm, there were undoubtedly many matters within the sect that required her attention and understanding, and she needed to visit the palace master. Once Mu Baishui had left, Bai Lingye let out a significant sigh of relief. At last, she is gone. "Junior brother, thank you for advocating on my behalf. Otherwise, I would have faced 2 years of confinement. 8 months is already unbearable. Enough, 8 months will suffice. You should focus on recuperating. Your foundational essence is severely damaged, and instability in your roots is a grave hindrance to cultivation," Yichun advised. "All right, I understand. You need not reiterate," Bai Lingye responded. The two exchanged a few more words before returning to their respective chambers. The following day, as dawn broke, Yichun awoke with joy. Today, he was to visit the task hall to claim his reward. He would be allowed to select 5 treasured artifacts or martial techniques at his discretion, along with 1,000,000 points. The thought alone filled him with delight. The substantial reward was a reflection of Bai Chi Fu's intention to cultivate Yichun as the next palace master. After all, his talent was extraordinary, and failing to nurture it would be a tremendous waste. Upon his arrival at the task hall, the elders regarded Yichun as if he were a returning hero. "Your 1,000,000 points have been credited. Please check," Elder Qingbo of the task hall said with a smile. Elder Qingbo, the esteemed overseer of the task hall, wielded considerable authority. Yet, at this moment, he could only graciously attend to Yichun's needs. With a nod of affirmation, Yichun produced the points tablet and, upon inspection, found his points had indeed surged to 1,070,000. "Please proceed to the second floor, young Master Yi. There. You may select from the profound and superior treasures at your leisure." Elder Qingbo personally guided Yichun to the second floor. Upon arrival, Yichun was greeted by a dazzling array of treasures, flying swords, martial arts manuals, medical texts, and a myriad of other items. In essence, all that adorned the second floor were the coveted possessions of the Lingxiao Academy. After escorting Yichun, Elder Qingbo descended, granting him ample time to explore and choose freely. After meandering through the spacious second floor, Yichun selected 2 weapons, both of inferior earth-grade quality. Given his current realm, he recognized the futility of pursuing superior quality. Suitability was paramount. Additionally, he sought to acquire 2 defensive martial arts techniques. After considerable deliberation, he finally made his selections. He chose a piece of inferior earth-grade Xian silk armor, capable of withstanding a strike from an early-stage Yuandan practitioner, as well as enduring numerous blows from attacks beneath the 9th level of the True Mansion realm. This was indeed a commendable choice for self-defense, and Yichun felt quite pleased with his decision. Next, he selected a defensive technique named the Great Sun Rui. When invoked, it would manifest as a grand sun, capable of transforming at will to form a robust layer of protection. With all selections finalized, Yichun descended the stairs in high spirits. Elder Qingbo promptly approached, a smile on his face, inquiring whether Yichun had made his selections, as he needed to register them. Yichun confirmed his choices, and the items along with the martial arts techniques were duly recorded. In truth, the most advanced martial arts technique within the Lingxiao Academy was the Lingxiao Divine Sword, an earth-grade superior sword technique. However, Yi Chen opted against this selection. He had already acquired an abundance of sword techniques, and his master had previously imparted the Cangyuan lei sword technique to him. Though it was an inferior earth-grade technique, if executed to its fullest potential and comprehended to the 19th form, it could rival superior earth-grade sword techniques. He wished to delve deeper into the Cangyuan lei sword technique. Yi Chen was not one to be driven by greed. Choosing the Lingxiao divine sword technique would necessitate dedicating time to relearn a new technique, and there existed significant distinctions among various sword techniques. After careful consideration, he resolutely abandoned the Lingxiao divine sword technique, deeming it a prudent choice. On the path of cultivation, one is perpetually faced with choices and relinquishments. Sometimes, a relinquishment signifies failure. At other times, it embodies a more discerning choice. Once his decisions were made, Yi Chen joyfully returned to his abode. However, just as he exited the task hall, he encountered the palace master, several peak leaders, and his master. "Ah, you've arrived," Bai Chifu exclaimed, a smile illuminating his face as he gazed at Yi Chen. "Master, esteemed leaders of the peaks, what brings you all here?" Yi Chen inquired. A look of confusion etched upon his face. "We wish to observe the choices you make," Lin Yuxiao replied with a smile. Upon witnessing Yi Chen's selections, Mu Baixue found herself at a loss for words. Among the 4 items, he chose the Xian Si golden armor and the Great Sun Rui technique, both of which were defensive in nature. This led Mu Baixue to ponder just how fearful her disciple must be of sacrifice. Additionally, he opted for a low-grade earth-tier battle weapon. Seeing that Yi Chen had not selected the Lingxiao divine sword technique, Bai Chifu felt a surge of joy within. He mused to himself that Yi Chen was not a greedy individual. After all, he was well aware that Yi Chen had already received the teachings of Mu Baixue's sword techniques. The Cangyuan lei sword technique, also remarkable in its own right, was created by the founding ancestor and held immense significance. Chapter 161, The Senior Disciple at Present. No one possesses the capability to cultivate the Cangyuan lei sword technique to its 19th form. In the future, perhaps Yi Chen will achieve this. He has placed his hopes upon Yi Chen. Yi Chen, noticing the esteemed figures of the sect gazing at him, felt utterly bewildered. "All right, let us not stare at him so intently. You should promptly return to your cave dwelling. The future banner of the Lingxiao Academy must be upheld by you. You need to exert yourself and elevate your cultivation level as swiftly as possible. Do you understand?" The master of Lingxiao Academy addressed Yi Chen. "Understood." Yi Chen quickly nodded. Subsequently, he departed with the swiftness of flight. Observing Yi Chen's demeanor, the several peak masters and the academy leader erupted into hearty laughter. "This young lad, he is a tad bashful," remarked Bai Chifu. "Indeed," replied Mu Baixue with a smile, "you must guide your disciple well from now on." With a wealth of treasures acquired, Yi Chen intended to return to his cave dwelling to meticulously study them and subsequently find a secluded spot for thorough experimentation. However, upon entering his abode, he was taken aback to find a woman, unclothed, in the midst of changing garments. "Who goes there?" came a sharp exclamation. Instantly, Ling Li struck out at Yi Chen with a palm. Yi Chen had no time to react, as her speed was astonishing. He witnessed a flurry of motion before a palm collided with his body. Despite Yi Chen attempting to retaliate with a raised hand, he was sent reeling backward as if he were a mere rag doll. Her power was overwhelmingly formidable, at least at the 5th or 6th level of the true mansion realm. With one strike, the set of low-grade defensive armor on Yi Chen was shattered, and his dantian sustained minor damage, while 5 or 6 wounds appeared across his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The force of that blow was truly overwhelming. After the strike, rather than pursuing him, she retreated behind a screen, quickly donning her garments before emerging with a furious expression. "You reckless boy, who are you?" The woman, appearing to be under 30, had her hair adorned with silver hairpins that emitted a faint hum as she moved. "This is my cave dwelling. Of course, I must come here. Who are you to be unclothed in my abode during the day?" Yi Chen responded, his face a mask of confusion. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the woman flushed with embarrassment, her fury palpable. "You little brat, do you seek death? This is my cave dwelling. When did it become yours?" With that, she unleashed another palm strike towards Yi Chen. Seeing this unfold, Yi Chen was frightened and hastily retreated. The woman's strength was immensely powerful. Even Dai Yongshan from the evil demon temple could not rival her. Dai Yongshan had merely just stepped into the true mansion's 7th level. Before her stood a woman who had ascended to the 7th level of the true realm. Such formidable beings are exceedingly rare within the entire Lingxiao Academy, likely ranking among the most distinguished of the direct disciples across the various peaks. Currently, Yi Chun resided at the 6th level of the true realm. And while the disparity of one level may seem trivial, it was, in truth, a chasm of difference. Outside, Bai Ling Yi sensed the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from within and hurriedly raced over. Upon witnessing the scene in the cave dwelling, she swiftly positioned herself before Yi Chun. "Senior sister, this is our junior brother. You must not harm him," Bai Ling Yi implored urgently. At her words, the woman, who had been channeling a torrent of spiritual energy in her palm, gradually retracted her hand. "What brings him here?" she inquired, her gaze fixed curiously upon Bai Ling Yi. This. We'll discuss it later. By the way, junior brother, this is our senior sister Wen Ruyu. I have matters to attend to, so I'll leave you two to converse," Bai Ling Yi said hastily before making her escape. Observing this exchange, Wen Ruyu began to piece together the situation. Noticing Bai Ling Yi's flustered demeanor, she deduced that the girl had likely been up to no good. Without hesitation, Wen Ruyu pursued her. "Bai Ling Yi, halt," she called, her voice laced with coldness. Upon hearing her senior sister's tone, Bai Ling Yi quickened her pace, leaving Yi Chun alone in the cave, lost in thought. This dwelling had originally been chosen by Bai Ling Yi, and Yi Chun had previously inquired if other senior sisters resided there. At that time, Bai Ling Yi assured him there were none, which prompted his decision to settle here. It now appeared that this was merely a prank orchestrated by her, putting him in a precarious situation. That recent strike had nearly cost him his life, and he now bore a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He had removed his shattered defensive armor, realizing that this cave must belong to senior sister Wen Ruyu. The thought of having witnessed something he should not have filled him with trepidation. What would he do if senior sister returned seeking retribution? He could not hope to contend with her. Should he flee in fear? Moreover, she appeared to possess a rather fiery temper. Given that this was her abode, it was inappropriate for him to remain any longer. Though he had sustained injuries from her strike, as a being of the supreme golden body, he was recovering at an astonishing rate, and his wounds were healing rapidly. However, he still bore some internal damage. Not only did he hesitate to stay in this cave, but he also felt it unwise to return to the 3rd peak anytime soon. The potential awkwardness of encountering senior sister was too much to contemplate. Yi Chun pondered. It would be best to seek refuge elsewhere. But where could he go? After much contemplation, Yi Chun decided that it would be prudent to seek refuge at the residence of Elder Su on the 6th peak. After all, Elder Su's abode was quite spacious. Even if he were to stay for a couple of days, it was unlikely that his host would raise any objections. Moreover, having aided Su Miayan in concocting the 5-star poison pill, he had also set up 2 innate inscription arrays in her cave dwelling to enhance her understanding of alchemy. Surely, she would appreciate such a gesture. With this thought in mind, and noticing that Wen Ruyu had yet to return, he resolved to make a hasty escape. Otherwise, he could only imagine how she might confront him upon her arrival. Wen Ruyu was extraordinarily formidable, and with his current strength, he was no match for her. His elder sister's power was so overwhelming that it likely rivaled that of the Peak Master. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yi Chun felt no inclination to linger any longer. He quickly gathered his belongings and fled in a state of urgency. Chapter 162. What brings you here in such a haphazard manner? The 3rd peak is exceedingly perilous. Even a mere cave dwelling could belong to a senior sister. There are only a few senior sisters in total, and upon encountering one, Yi Chun found himself in quite a predicament. After exiting the cave, he dashed fervently towards the 6th peak. Shortly after he departed, when Yuru returned, that girl, Bai Ling Yi, had evaded capture quite adeptly, and it was uncertain whether she had scurried back to the cave at the 3rd peak. When Yuru, disinterested in pursuing her any further, decided to deal with the girl at another time. Initially, she had chased after her not with the intention of reprimanding her, but rather because being alone with Yi Chun felt rather awkward, prompting her to follow. Upon her return, the cave was entirely vacant, for Yi Chun had long since vanished. However, she had caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure racing towards the 6th peak, and judging by the aura, it was likely Yi Chun. This lad was remarkably swift. Just moments ago, her palm strike had been delivered with minimal force, approximately 80% of her strength, sufficient to send Yi Chun sprawling, yet he had quickly regained his footing. Although clad in defensive armor, it was merely of the mid-grade Xian tier, and she had observed that his injuries were mending at an astonishing rate. Furthermore, despite receiving her palm strike, his vitality remained robust. Such resilience was not typical for cultivators at the 6th level of the True Abode realm. Progressing even a fraction further after reaching the 6th level often required years of dedication. The master of the 3rd peak seldom accepts disciples, yet unexpectedly, he had taken on a male apprentice. This truly astonished Wenyiru. Her master was notoriously stringent in selecting disciples, and since he had accepted Yi Chun, there must be compelling reasons behind it. Through that palm strike today, it was evident that Yi Chun possessed a solid foundation, promising potential for future greatness. Yet, why did he flee? Was she truly that intimidating? The power of her recent strike was indeed formidable. Even now, the cave still resonated with remnants of potent energy, with considerable damage evident on the ground and surrounding walls. Yi Chun had escaped to the 6th peak, standing at the entrance of Su Miaoyan's cave with a broad smile. "Aunt Su, may I stay here for a couple of days?" He called out towards the interior of the cave. Moments later, Su Miaoyan emerged. "Stay here? The 3rd peak is so vast. How could it not accommodate you? Do not be foolish. Inter-peak lodging is strictly prohibited. You should promptly return to your own peak. Perhaps your master is searching for you," Su Miaoyan replied. "It's quieter here. I intend to stay for a couple of days and then depart." Yi Chun smiled. However, Su Miaoyan continued to shake her head. "Your 3rd peak is quite tranquil as well. Bai Shui has taken on very few disciples. What brings you to this place? Has something occurred?" Su Miaoyan scrutinized Yi Chun intently. "No, I simply adore the 6th peak. Is it not permissible for me to stay for a couple of days? Moreover, I wish to learn the art of alchemy from you during my stay," Yi Chun said with a cheerful grin. "What do you wish to learn from me? Spare me your sarcastic remarks. I do not even know how to arrange alchemical formations. It is I who should be learning from you," Su Miaoyan retorted, unwilling to have Yi Chun remain at the 6th peak. After all, she was acutely aware that Ziki had incessantly referred to Yi Chun as little husband. It was clear he was not here merely to seek her out. The thought of any further complications arising was something Su Miaoyan could not bear. "Very well. If you insist I cannot stay here, I shall simply dismantle those 2 inscribed formations," Yi Chun declared. "What? Who gave you the right to remove them?" Su Miaoyan exclaimed, her agitation palpable. Those 2 formations were of great significance to her. For days, she had immersed herself within their arcane intricacies, experiencing considerable advancement, all thanks to their presence. The prospect of Yi Chun dismantling them was utterly unacceptable. "Regardless, since I am the one who arranged these formations, it is only reasonable that I may dismantle them if I choose. If you do not permit my stay, then I shall proceed with their removal. The choice is yours." "Master Su," Yi Chun asserted, "you are threatening me. With that demeanor, you clearly have ulterior motives. How could I possibly allow you to remain here?" Su Miaoyan replied. "I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to stay for a couple of days. If you truly do not trust me, I can camp nearby your dwelling, and you may keep an eye on me. My primary aim is to follow you and learn the art of alchemy," Yi Chun said, a wry smile creeping upon his face. "You still need to learn? You already know how to arrange alchemical formations," Su Miaoyan remarked. "Yet, there are many intricate details of alchemy that I do not fully grasp, and numerous inquiries I wish to pose to you. Please, allow me to stay here for just a few days," Yi Chun implored, his expression earnest. He was reluctant to return to the 3rd peak, where the senior sister might currently be searching for him. Seeing the earnestness in Yi Chun's eyes, Su Miaoyan eventually nodded. "Very well, you may stay for now. However, should you act inappropriately, I will not hesitate to expel you from the mountain. Do you understand?" Su Miaoyan fixed her gaze on him. I understand. Rest assured, I shall behave myself," Yi Chun replied. Reluctantly, for the sake of the 2 inscribed formations, Su Miaoyan acquiesced to Yi Chun's request. He quickly darted into a nearby cave to conceal himself. Hardly had he hidden for a quarter of an hour when a figure appeared in the distance, rushing towards him. Upon closer inspection, the figure before us is none other than Wenruyu, who has made her way here. After encountering Master Su, Wenruyu hastily performed a respectful greeting. "Ah, Miss Wen, I heard you were in seclusion. It seems you have emerged," Su Miaoyan remarked with a smile as she regarded Wenruyu. "Indeed, I have just come out. However, after a while, I may need to retreat into seclusion once more," Wenruyu replied with a cheerful demeanor. Her prowess has certainly advanced significantly. Being at the 7th level of the true mansion realm is already quite formidable. And now she has reached the 7th layer of the 7th level. Impressive indeed, as expected of one of the 10 proud of Lingxiao. What brings you here? Su Miaoyan inquired, looking at Wenruyu. I have come in search of my junior brother. Has he arrived here? The one named Yi Chun, Wenruyu stated directly. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun felt a surge of anxiety within him, fearing that Su Miaoyan might inadvertently reveal his presence. His nerves were on edge, apprehensive of being taken back by the senior sister. Chapter 163. Mutual learning. Wenruyu scanned the surroundings, searching for Yi Chun's presence, yet found no trace of him. Has he arrived here? I am unaware, Su Miaoyan replied. Why don't you take a look? I was engrossed in alchemy within the cave and did not notice the happenings outside. Wenruyu's gaze lingered around for a considerable time, uncertain whether to continue searching in this vicinity. I must continue my alchemical work. It would be best not to disturb me. After a brief moment, Su Miaoyan spoke again. All right, I shall take my leave. If you happen to see junior brother, urge him to return promptly. Inform him that I have matters to discuss. Understood, Su Miaoyan nodded. Soon, Wenruyu departed. Upon witnessing Wenruyu's exit, Yi Chun's previously anxious heart finally found solace. Had Wenruyu truly sought him, he would undoubtedly have been discovered. Enough hiding. Your senior sister has already left. Su Miaoyan cast a glance toward the cave where Yi Chun concealed himself. Yi Chun emerged, a sheepish expression adorning his face. Thank you, Master Su, he said with a smile. Merely expressing gratitude is insufficient. I still have many uncertainties regarding the inscription array. Please enlighten me. Su Miaoyan beckoned him to follow her into her cave. Yi Chun obliged and entered alongside her. For several consecutive days, Mu Baishui had been engaged in discussions with the palace lord concerning various matters of the Lingxiao Academy. Although the evil demon temple had refrained from harassing them recently, there remained a possibility of future disturbances, necessitating considerable preparations. Upon returning to the 3rd peak, she noticed a lingering, intense energy fluctuation. Upon investigating further, she discovered it emanated from Yi Chun's cave. Rushing inside, she found several large craters in the ground and numerous indentations on the walls. The scene depicted clear signs of a struggle, which filled Mu Baishui with great concern. Consequently, she hastily summoned Bai Lingye and Wenruyu, who had just emerged from seclusion. What transpired here? Mu Baishui inquired. It was an accident. I struck the ground inadvertently, Wenruyu explained. Mu Baishui refrained from probing further into the specifics. And where is junior brother? She asked again. He has gone to Master Su's place, Bai Lingye interjected quickly. Noticing Bai Lingye's evasive demeanor, Mu Baishui sensed that she was up to no good. However, reassured by the knowledge that Yi Chun was unharmed, she decided not to delve deeper. After all, if she were to manage every minor detail, it would be an exhausting endeavor. Soon, Mu Baishui took her leave. As she departed, Wenruyu shot a fierce glare at Bai Lingye. Recognizing the intensity of her senior sister's gaze, Bai Lingye quickly fled the scene. The master is present, and even the gentle and refined Yu feels somewhat hesitant to reprimand her younger disciple. At the 6th peak, for several consecutive days, Yi Chun has been diligently learning about alchemy from Su Miaoyan. Although the Great Thousand Inscription diagram contains numerous inscription arrays, these arrays do not equate to the fundamental knowledge of alchemy. Moreover, many of these arrays are exceedingly advanced, while the knowledge has been infused into his mind. Yi Chun finds it challenging to grasp it all at once. He must commence his studies from the basics to solidify his understanding of the alchemical arts. While learning from his esteemed teacher, Su Miaoyan has been continuously imparting all her knowledge about alchemy to Yi Chun. She discovers that he is a remarkably talented disciple, capable of comprehending and absorbing information with remarkable ease. This revelation astonishes her, and she thinks to herself how fortunate Lingxiao Academy is to have such a student, who is destined to become the 11th pride of the academy. The top 10 prides are each comparable to elders in strength, being the most cherished disciples of the peak masters. Well, I have taught you for quite a while now. This is my alchemy chamber. Go ahead and concoct some elixirs for me to see what level you have reached, Su Miaoyan said with a smile, intending to challenge Yi Chun. As alchemy is not an easy endeavor, I have previously concocted 2nd-tier elixirs and, by a stroke of luck, managed to produce 3rd-tier ones as well. This time, I wish to challenge myself with a 4th-tier beginner elixir, starting with the easiest one to test my skills, Yi Chun exclaimed excitedly. You are aiming a bit too high. You have barely succeeded in third-tier elixirs, and now you want to tackle fourth-tier ones? No, no. Su Miaoyan shook her head disapprovingly. All right, I will start with third-tier elixirs then, Yi Chen conceded, deciding not to argue. Since she did not believe in his capabilities, he would begin by crafting some relatively easier elixirs. For Yi Chen, third-tier elixirs were still quite manageable. Before long, with the aid of several alchemical furnaces provided by Su Miaoyan, Yi Chen produced a substantial number of third-tier elixirs at a pace far exceeding that of Su Miaoyan. She observed this scene in astonishment, utterly amazed. It is truly incredible that you managed to concoct 10 batches of third-tier elixirs in just a single day. And they all appear to be of excellent quality, all of superior grade. Your progress while studying under me is beyond my expectations, Su Miaoyan exclaimed with delight. Third-tier alchemists are relatively rare within Lingxiao Academy, as the institution does not primarily focus on cultivating alchemists. The main role of an alchemist is to provide elixirs for disciples at various stages of their training. Naturally, a third-tier alchemist finds it much easier to concoct first- and second-tier elixirs. For instance, a third-tier alchemist can concoct 10 batches of third-tier elixirs in a single day, which translates to 20 batches of second-tier elixirs and 50 batches of first-tier elixirs, representing a remarkable amplification in productivity. I am eager to take on the challenge of crafting fourth-tier lower-grade elixirs, Yi Chen declared. Very well, pursue your challenge as you wish. I cannot impede your aspirations, Su Miaoyan replied. The primary reason for this ambition lies in the superior quality of the alchemical furnaces available here. Yi Chen yearned to leverage this fortuitous combination of time and place to ascertain the highest grade of elixirs he could possibly produce. The fourth-tier elixirs present a significant challenge, yet Yi Chen brimmed with confidence. He aimed to tackle the introductory level of fourth-tier elixirs, the True Resolution Pill. The fourth-tier True Resolution Pill is primarily intended for use after reaching the 6th stage of the True Mansion realm. While it is relatively easier to concoct, the inherent risks of failure remain substantial, given its classification as a fourth-tier elixir. Nevertheless, Yi Chen remained unfazed by the prospect of failure. He believed that retrying would not be a grave concern. He promptly commenced his alchemical endeavors. Chapter 164. Returning to the peak, what he did not anticipate was that he would succeed in his first attempt at concocting a fourth-tier elixir. Even Su Miaoyan, who stood beside him, regarded this scene with incredulity. Although the time spent was somewhat protracted and the success rate of the elixirs was below 80%, meaning that out of 10, 8 were viable while 2 were deemed failures. This achievement was remarkable for a first-time endeavor. You actually succeeded, Su Miaoyan exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment as she gazed at Yi Chen. A genius, a genius. Excitement sparkled in her eyes. It was worth noting that within the entire Lingxiao Academy, the number of alchemists capable of refining fourth-tier elixirs did not exceed 5, aside from him. The fact that Yi Chen, at such a tender age and without formal training, could produce a fourth-tier elixir was truly astonishing. However, this was undoubtedly a splendid development for the Lingxiao Academy. In the following days, Yi Chen immersed himself in the alchemical furnace, predominantly refining first, second, and third-tier elixirs, with occasional forays into fourth-tier concoctions. Remarkably, his success rate for fourth-tier elixirs had now soared to over 90%. This progress left Su Miaoyan utterly amazed, for she had dedicated decades to her studies and could barely manage to concoct fifth-tier elixirs, while Yi Chen achieved proficiency in fourth-tier elixirs after just 2 days of learning. Who could argue against such talent? A genius is indeed a genius. Previously, Su Miaoyan had regarded the term as a mere platitude. Yet now she found herself convinced of the existence of true genius in the world, and she had witnessed it firsthand. The time Yi Chen spent with her had allowed her to fulfill her alchemical duties well ahead of the scheduled demand for elixirs by several months. With such an abundance of elixirs, the ever-hungry Lu Ziki frequently visited to indulge in the offerings. For Lu Ziki, this was a fortuitous circumstance, as the numerous elixirs consumed during this period had significantly mitigated the damage to her foundational cultivation caused by her prior use of forbidden techniques. Witnessing Lu Ziki's restoration of her cultivation base brought Yi Chen immense joy. In the ensuing days, Yi Chen remained on the 6th peak, producing a considerable number of elixirs for Su Miaoyan. Initially, he contemplated taking some with him, but Su Miaoyan forbade it. Yi Chen wished to acquire fourth-tier elixirs. deeming the first and second tiers too trivial for his needs, while Su Miaoyan would not permit him to take third or fourth tier elixirs either. However, he could refine them once he returned home. With Yi Chun's alchemical skills having significantly improved, coupled with his ability to arrange inscription formations for elixirs, he could now produce them in large quantities. Nevertheless, the furnace he currently possessed was inadequate to fully unleash his potential. Yi Chen intended to procure several more furnaces to completely harness his alchemical talents, aiming to produce hundreds of thousands of third and fourth tier elixirs in one go. Yet, it was imperative to gather a substantial amount of materials and the requisite fire for alchemy. There are two types of inner alchemical fire. One is the self-cultivated fire known as true fire, while the other is derived from fire-attributed spiritual stones and herbs, which can also be used to refine elixirs. However, the latter method is not as efficient or effective as cultivating the inner fire. Yet, the inner alchemical fire is not something every alchemist can cultivate. It largely depends on innate talent. Without a commendable gift, it is quite challenging to cultivate this fire. So far, Yi Chun has managed to cultivate true fire within himself, but the small amount he possesses can only be used to refine first and second tier elixirs. For the refinement of third and fourth tier elixirs, he must rely on external resources. Having stayed for nearly a month, Yi Chun thought that his senior sister must have begun her seclusion again, so he could return. After bidding farewell to Su Miaoyan, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Good. You're finally leaving. I was truly worried you might stay here. If you have a home, why not return? If your master comes looking for you, I wouldn't know what to say. Nonetheless, I must thank you for refining numerous elixirs for me during this time, and for setting up those two alchemical arrays, which have greatly benefited me, Su Miaoyan said with a smile. Seeing Yi Chen about to depart, Lu Ziki followed closely behind him, preparing to leave as well. You must not go, Su Miaoyan remarked, casting a glance at Lu Ziki. Why can't I leave? I want to follow Yi Chen. It's too dull here, Lu Ziki replied. No means no. Stay here obediently, Su Miaoyan insisted. Ignoring her, Lu Ziki continued to press her case, prompting Su Miaoyan to summon a flickering flame from her palm, her inner true fire manifesting, while sparks of spiritual energy crackled in her other hand. Should Lu Ziki persist in her defiance and attempt to follow Wang Fan, Su Miaoyan would not hesitate to demonstrate her might. Realizing her master was upset, Lu Ziki reluctantly turned to Yi Chun and said, You go ahead. I will come to find you in a few days. Yi Chun nodded with a smile and hurried down the sixth peak. Yi Chun felt grateful to Su Miaoyan. If that little girl kept her eyes on him, it would have been quite troublesome. In truth, Su Miaoyan was not entirely against Lu Ziki descending the mountain. She simply wanted her to take a break after consuming too many elixirs recently. The abundance of elixirs in her dantians had not yet been fully digested, and she hoped to allow her a couple of days for quiet cultivation to fully absorb the potency within. This was indeed a well-intentioned effort on the part of her master. As she watched Yi Chen leave, Lu Ziki pouted, feeling somewhat displeased. Hurry back to your cultivation. Stop daydreaming about going out. Look at your realm. Why aren't you making progress? Yi Chun is already at the 6th layer of the true mansion realm. Not much weaker than you, Su Miaoyan scolded. Regardless, he is still my little husband. I am delighted that his strength has grown. He is here to protect me. Lu Ziki retorted. You. Su Miaoyan elegantly raised her palm, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy directed towards LV Ziki. In response, LV Ziki playfully stuck out her tongue at Su Miaoyan before hastily fleeing. This girl, I can no longer concern myself with you. Su Miaoyan observed LV Ziki's retreat with a look of exasperation. Yi Chen soon arrived at the 3rd peak, yet he hesitated to return to his original cave abode, fearing that his senior sister might still be residing within. Therefore, Yi Chen resolved to first inquire about his senior sister's situation at the cave where his junior sister was located. He certainly wished to avoid enduring another beating from his senior sister, as that experience was far from pleasant. Junior sister. Upon arriving at the entrance of Bai Lingye's cave, Yi Chen called out twice, but there was no response from within. Consequently, he boldly stepped into Bai Lingye's dwelling. Junior sister, why do you remain silent when I call for you? Yi Chen remarked as he entered. Chapter 165. An awkward encounter upon entering. I was greeted by the sight of Bai Ling Yi and the senior sister seated within. No wonder the junior sister remained silent despite Yi Chen's repeated calls moments ago. I shall take my leave, Yi Chen exclaimed, startled by the scene before him, eager to retreat. Why leave when you have already arrived? Senior sister, Wen Ruyu remarked, her tone gentle yet firm. Heeding her words, Chen hesitated, turning back with a beaming smile directed at Wen Ruyu. It is a pleasure to meet you. Senior sister, he said, grinning. Are you so frightened of me? I do not bite, she teased. Have you hidden away long enough on the 6th peak? It seems you have decided to return. Wen Ruyu's gaze was not devoid of displeasure. Realizing that the senior sister was aware of his escapades on the 6th peak, Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. There is no need to fear me. Even the most unsightly bride must eventually meet her in-laws, she continued. Understood, senior sister. However, I must attend to some matters and take my leave, Chen stammered, standing before her, anxious that a moment's displeasure might result in a swift reprimand. Do not rush off. You must clarify matters with me today, she insisted, seeking his understanding and forgiveness. Otherwise, their paths would inevitably cross again in the future. Bai Lingyi interjected, this is all your fault. Chen shot her a glare. How is this my doing? What have I done? He retorted. Bai Lingyi feigned innocence. Was it not you who suggested I choose the senior sister's residence when selecting a cave? Now you refuse to acknowledge it. I did not. Bai Lingyi declared defiantly, pouting and casting a cold glance at Chen. Feeling helpless, Chen realized the folly of trusting a woman's words. Senior sister, I apologize. I truly did not know that was your cave, he admitted, exasperation evident in his tone. Let us not dwell on the past, the senior sister replied. Very well. I shall pretend I have seen nothing, Chen acquiesced. Then what exactly did you witness? She inquired, her temper rising. Must you be so dramatic? As if you wish to slay him? Bai Lingyi chimed in from the side. Mind your own business. Chen shot her a warning look. Senior sister, could it be that you were changing clothes inside, and this lad happened to catch a glimpse? Bai Lingyi's eyes sparkled mischievously. At her words, Wen Ruyu's face flushed a deep crimson. Seeing her reaction only confirmed Bai Lingyi's suspicions. No way. You truly saw the senior sister's figure? Bai Lingyi pressed, her gaze fixed on Chen. At a loss for words, Chen understood the gravity of the situation. A woman's virtue is paramount. Should a man behold a woman in such a manner, it often leads to dire consequences, either her wrath or a binding commitment. Do not even mention someone like the senior sister. It is evident that she is a person of great ambition, valuing integrity and chastity above her very life. Can you not silence yourself? Wen Ruyu glared at Bai Lingyi. Upon noticing the anger of the senior sister, Bai Lingyi immediately fell silent. In truth, Wen Ruyu had long since come to terms with the situation. She understood that Chen had not acted with malice, but rather, it was the mischief of this little girl, Bai Lingyi. However, now Bai Lingyi had inadvertently shattered the last veil of discretion. For a moment, Wen Ruyu found herself at a loss for words. This matter required resolution, she mused internally, lest future encounters be fraught with embarrassment. With this in mind, she finally spoke after much contemplation. Then let us proceed thus. From now on, you shall be my companion in the path. As these words left her lips, both Chen and Bai Lingyi were taken aback. Moments later, Chen finally responded, Senior sister, I swear I saw nothing at that time. This matter shall remain confidential. Do not jest in such a manner. Do I appear to be jesting? Wen Ruyu retorted. Since the situation has unfolded thus, so be it. As she spoke, a blush adorned her cheeks. What do you mean by that? Chen asked, bewildered. What do you not understand? Companion in the path, do you not comprehend? Wen Ruyu insisted. Enough of this. I have matters to attend to. With that, she fled the scene in haste. As Wen Ruyu departed, Chen was left in a state of confusion. At that moment, Bai Lingyi burst into laughter. What a splendid turn of events! She exclaimed. What splendid turn of events! Chen replied, exasperated. Little junior sister, do not incite further mischief. I am not inciting anything. It was the senior sister who declared her intent to be your companion. Bai Lingyi countered. She was merely joking. Do not spread this tale to anyone. Chen shot her a warning glance. How could I possibly do so? My master forbids me from leaving the 3rd peak. Have you forgotten? Bai Lingyi remarked. Regardless, do not speak of it carelessly. I must take my leave. Chen, observing Bai Lingyi's gleeful demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. Hey, do not leave. I have been alone here for days. It was a rare opportunity to converse with the senior sister, and now you have driven her away. Who will accompany me now? Bai Lingyi replied, that is not my concern. In a flash, Chen vanished from the scene. He had only met Wen Ruyu a few times, yet she had already professed her affection and expressed a desire to be his companion in the journey of life. To Yi Chen, such a notion seemed utterly implausible. He surmised that Ryu must have her own motives. With her ethereal beauty, akin to that of a celestial being, it was inevitable that she would have numerous admirers within the Lingxiao Academy. In Yi Chen's perspective, her actions were merely a ruse for him to serve as a shield against unwanted advances. Nevertheless, even if Ryu genuinely harbored feelings for him, after experiencing the heartache caused by Lin Moxie, Yi Chen had grown indifferent to the notion of love. He was no longer fervently devoted to romance and might not accept Ryu's sincere affections. Instead, he yearned for solitude to dedicate himself to his cultivation, striving to elevate his prowess swiftly. However, he was acutely aware that each subsequent step would present even greater challenges. Transitioning from the sea transformation realm to the true mansion realm had, in the past, felt like an unattainable dream for Yi Chen. To speak of reaching the 6th and 7th layers of the true mansion now seemed almost insurmountable. Among the many inner disciples of the Lingxiao Academy, this achievement placed him in a commendable position. Yet, the truly exceptional disciples of Lingxiao Academy, those who seldom ventured into the world, were typically in seclusion, and their average level of cultivation was likely around the 5th or 6th layers of the true mansion realm. Given Yi Chen's current status, he could at most challenge those at the 1st layer of the 7th level of the true mansion, and any opponent beyond that would surely prove formidable. Chapter 166. Re-election of the cave abode. From this point forward, one's realm would be gauged by levels. After reaching the Yuandan realm, there would be little more to discuss. After Ryu and Yi Chen departed, a figure descended gracefully from the heights between the peaks of the 3rd summit. Observing Ryu gazing into the distance at Yi Chen, this individual let out a soft sigh. The person was none other than Mu Baixue, who had overheard their conversation within the cave. At her level of cultivation, her perceptive abilities were exceptionally acute. Mu Baixue felt somewhat astonished by Ryu's decision, as she was well aware of the latter's temperament. While it seemed that Ryu had spoken those words inadvertently, deep down she must have acknowledged Yi Chen, otherwise she would not have uttered such sentiments. However, to Mu Baixue, Yi Chen remained an enigma, and the same could be said for Ryu. In Mu Baixue's eyes, Yi Chen was always a solitary figure, possessing an array of skills, alchemy, jade talismans, and more, capable of achieving anything he set his mind to. The future appeared bright for him. Even the sect leader frequently praised Yi Chen in her presence, evidently grooming him as a successor. It was uncertain whether Yi Chen would choose Ryu in the future, which might leave Ryu heartbroken. Initially, Mu Baixue intended to offer counsel to Ryu, but after some reflection, she decided it was best to allow the young ones to resolve their own affairs. Besides, her intervention might prove futile and could potentially make Ryu uncomfortable. Thus, she could only let out a faint sigh before casting a glance toward Bai Lingye's cave abode and soaring away into the distance. Upon arriving at his senior sister's cave, Yi Chen tidied up his belongings. He could no longer reside there, yet it seemed his senior sister would not trouble him anytime soon. Therefore, he sought another cave, deliberately choosing one situated far from Bai Lingye and his senior sister to avoid any potential entanglements with them. In the ensuing days, Yi Chen dedicated himself to renovating the uninhabited cave he had selected. He established a spirit-conducting array at the entrance, enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy that would flow inward, greatly benefiting his cultivation. Once this was accomplished, Yi Chen faced a significant undertaking. The cave he had chosen was sufficiently spacious to carve out multiple chambers. He planned to create an alchemy room, a weapon refining room, a jade talisman room, a training room, and finally, a secluded retreat room at the innermost section. Each chamber would serve a distinct purpose. Despite enduring numerous fierce battles within the secret realm, which nearly cost him his life, Yi Chen had also reaped considerable rewards. He had acquired a plethora of treasures, jade talismans, spiritual herbs, and medicinal plants, and with the rewards from his sect, he had amassed substantial points, which he exchanged for numerous treasures in the task hall. Due to his limited understanding of the art of crafting, Yi Chen recognized that, although the Great Qian inscription diagram contains numerous engravings related to forging, a shaky foundation would hinder his progress. Consequently, he exchanged 3,000 points in the task hall for a comprehensive compendium on the forging techniques of the Diyu dynasty. This volume encompasses a plethora of insights into the intricacies of crafting. Yi Chen possessed a multitude of materials, all suitable for forging, particularly a natural spatial pagoda. If he could first forge a vast space within it, he could subsequently utilize that space to store numerous treasures. Furthermore, this pagoda bore a self-hiding inscription pattern, which, once activated, would conceal its presence. However, merely creating a small space within the pagoda was not Yi Chen's ultimate goal. He aspired to forge a multitude of treasures from the materials and various spiritual stones at his disposal. He envisioned crafting defensive armor, flying leg attachments to enhance speed, gloves for offense, spiritual swords, great blades, spiritual arrows, and much more. Essentially, he was eager to experiment with whatever he could conceive. Yet, as he had never engaged in crafting before, Yi Chen understood the necessity of first acquiring knowledge. Mastery in this field required extensive learning, as one could not simply forge without preparation. For several days, Yi Chen secluded himself in the forging chamber, diligently studying the principles of crafting, exhibiting a tireless commitment day and night. His relentless pursuit of knowledge led to significant advancements in various aspects. Although he had previously achieved perfect scores in several assessments, he had never practiced the art of forging. This time, he was afforded the opportunity to apply his learning practically. However, the process of education consumed considerable time. Mastery of any skill is not attained overnight, but rather through a gradual journey of learning. Naturally, crafting, in particular, necessitated thorough study. Despite his considerable progress in alchemy, having reached the ability to concoct fourth-tier elixirs, he still had much to learn in the realm of forging. Nevertheless, Yi Chen was a rare genius, now further enhanced by the support of the black ceramic pot, allowing him to draw connections across various disciplines. After several days of diligent study, he acquired a wealth of knowledge and felt prepared to embark on his forging endeavors. He then gathered an array of essential materials, such as amethyst liquid, spirit firestones, and grass mountain essence. Similarly, the crafting process required a forging furnace. While the forging furnace bore similarities to the alchemy furnace, it was larger and distinctly shaped. The traditional alchemy furnace contrasted with the square-shaped forging furnace, which necessitated the engraving of crafting inscriptions upon its surface. Without such engravings, the furnace would be prone to damage. Fortunately, the crafting inscriptions were not overly challenging for Yi Chen, and he completed them with ease. After meticulously gathering the necessary materials and conducting thorough research, Yi Chen finally commenced his forging process. Initially, he proceeded slowly, apprehensive about the quality of his craftsmanship. After spending an entire day, he successfully forged a mid-tier mystical sword. To achieve such an outcome on his very first attempt was truly unexpected for Yi Chen. This success further bolstered his confidence. In the following fortnight, Yi Chen subsequently crafted a pair of flight-enhancing insoles, designed to be placed within boots to accelerate flight. Additionally, he forged the flickering gloves, a pair of superior-tier offensive gloves imbued with aggressive runes, capable of unleashing their formidable power to an even greater extent. Chapter 167. The results of crafting in the span of half a month. Yi Chen achieved remarkable results, crafting a total of 11 exquisite artifacts. Among them were several spiritual swords, sabers, and spears of the low-grade Xian tier. Notably, he also forged a magnificent hammer of the upper-grade Xian tier, constructed from 17 exceedingly rare materials found within the realms of heaven and earth. To enhance its potency, he infused it with a rare liquid known as diamond essence, which significantly augments the weapon's power, making it exceptionally effective in exorcising evil. In addition to this formidable hammer, he crafted a sleek, obsidian-colored golden crow umbrella, a defensive artifact of the upper-grade Xian tier. When unfurled, it conjures a formidable defensive net approximately 1 yard in diameter, imbued with innate spiritual energy and intricate engravings. The energy and effort expended in the creation of these items were considerable. Furthermore, he fashioned a set of upper-grade Xian tier armor. Indeed, Yi Chen was astounded by his ability to produce such an abundance of treasures. Eagerly, he placed his most cherished artifacts into his storage pouch. The lower and middle-grade swords, sabers, and spears, however, were rather numerous. After some contemplation, Yi Chen decided to sell these surplus items in exchange for points at the task hall or trade them for other treasures. There was little purpose in retaining an excess of items. Simultaneously, Yi Chen retrieved the treasure tower, hoping to carve out a space within it. However, after an extensive attempt, he found success elusive. It appeared that creating a space within the treasure tower was no simple feat, perhaps necessitating alternative crafting methods, a study for another time. For the moment, his storage pouch was sufficiently ample, and the black ceramic jar could accommodate a considerable amount of items as well. Yet, should he manage to create a space within the treasure tower, he would refrain from placing future items into the black jar, as the revelation of this secret could potentially expose him to danger. With the lower and middle-grade artifacts strung together, Chen donned them casually and strode out with confidence. The third peak housed only a handful of disciples, and he anticipated encountering few, if any, on his way out. Once outside the third peak, he could easily stow these items away. Moreover, with so many artifacts crafted, he had yet to test their true capabilities. Thus, he sought an empty area to assess the power of these treasures, particularly the formidable hammer and the scintillating gloves, which he believed could unleash considerable strength. However, merely contemplating their might without experimentation would not suffice. The third peak was typically tranquil, as only 3 or 4 individuals resided there. The senior sister was often engrossed in secluded cultivation, while Bai Lingyi, with her whimsical nature, seldom remained on the peak. Had it not been for this recent confinement imposed by their master, she would likely be off on some adventure. On a serene little path, beside Wenryu, a young gentleman clad in a flowing blue robe and sumptuous silk trousers trailed closely. He gracefully waved a fan intricately carved from jade. "Junior sister, have you given any thought to what I mentioned?" he inquired with a warm smile directed at Wenryu. "What matter?" she asked, puzzled. "About us journeying together on the grand path of the heavens, and you becoming my partner." The young man, adorned in silk, gazed at Wenryu with a gentle smile. "It has been 3 years. Surely today you can provide me with a response," he continued. Wenryu's expression soured at his words. "We have both been secluded for years. I have never contemplated such a thing. Let us discuss it another time," she replied, shaking her head. "Let us not postpone any longer. It is not often I find you outside your retreat, and with your recent break from seclusion, why not explore the magnificent landscapes together and deepen our bond?" he suggested with a smile. Feeling uncomfortable with his advances, Wenryu replied, "I'm sorry, Brother Zhua, but I already have someone dear to my heart. We have become partners." At her declaration, the young man in silk seemed struck by lightning, standing frozen in disbelief. After a few moments, he suddenly burst into laughter. "Enough, junior sister one, do not jest. You have been in seclusion, and I have heard no word of any romantic involvement in recent years. Do not use this as an excuse. Truly, Brother Zhua, I apologize. We cannot become partners. You should seek another. There are many outstanding sisters at Lingxiao Academy. Please do not wait for me," Wenryu insisted, forcing a smile. "Junior sister one, do not speak so. Who else in the entire Lingxiao Academy could be worthy of you aside from me? Cease your nonsense. If need be, I can grant you more time to ponder this. Once you have made your decision, we can venture forth together into the great wilderness and embark on adventures," he replied, still smiling at Wenryu. Seeing the disbelief etched on his face, Wenryu felt at a loss, uncertain how to convince him of her sincerity. The gentleman beside her was Zhui Erfan, the esteemed disciple of the first peak and the favored protege of Lin Yuxiao. His strength was unfathomable, surpassing even Wenryu. Having reached the 8th level of the true palace realm, many elders within the sect were no match for him. Only the peak masters and the palace lord could contend with his prowess. He was undoubtedly among the top 3 most gifted disciples within the sect. At that moment, Chen happened to pass by, intending to find a secluded spot to test the power of his treasures, and stumbled upon Wenryu. "Junior sister, what brings you here?" Chen asked, slightly flustered. Wenryu found herself at a loss regarding how to address the matter with Zhui Erfan. Just then, Chen arrived. Promptly, Wenryu approached Chen, grasping him firmly, and with a smile, she said to Zhui Erfan, "This is my junior disciple, as well as my partner in the way." Wenryu spoke with utmost sincerity, yet Zhui Erfan remained skeptical. "Your junior disciple? If I recall correctly, your master does not accept male disciples," he retorted. "Do not attempt to deceive me with just anyone." Zhui Erfan's displeasure was evident, though his face retained a smile that appeared somewhat feigned, and in Chen's eyes, it bore a hint of menace. Chapter 168. A true Dao partner. Zhui Erfan gazed at Chen with an air of calmness, signaling him to refrain from speaking nonsensically. "I am not deceiving you. This is indeed my junior apprentice and my Dao partner. Isn't that right, Chen?" When Ruyu's penetrating gaze was fixed upon Yi Chen, he was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the situation. Observing Zhou Erfan's formidable presence and profound aura, he understood that this was someone he could not afford to offend. When Ryu had truly summoned him to serve as a shield, leaving Yi Chen with a sense of helplessness. What do you mean by Dao partner? Wasn't that merely a jest from my senior sister? Yi Chen was reluctant to fall for such a ruse. Haha, did you hear that? It was merely a joke. How could you possibly choose him, given his meager abilities? He must be an outer sect disciple from another peak, Zhou Erfan remarked incredulously. You know well the temperament of my master. When Ryu shot Yi Chen a stern look, Yi Chen, quickly present your waist token from the third peak for brother Zhou to see. Reluctantly, Yi Chen complied and revealed the token. Upon seeing the waist token of the third peak, it was confirmed that Yi Chen was indeed one of its disciples. Typically, outer sect disciples would not venture to the third peak unless under special circumstances, such as the absence of Mu Bai Shui, or if the elders, the palace master, or the peak master granted them passage. Anyone else attempting to enter would face expulsion by a single sword strike from Mu Bai Shui, regardless of the consequences. Oh, so he is truly a disciple of the third peak. I must admit, it surprises me that Peak Master Mu has taken on such a junior apprentice, Zhou Erfan expressed, somewhat perplexed. In his eyes, Yi Chen's strength seemed insufficient. Although he had reached the 6th level of the true mansion, it was still far from adequate in Zhou Erfan's estimation. He believed he could easily eliminate Yi Chen with a mere flick of his hand. This was the essence of Zhou Erfan's might, and it was precisely this strength that rendered him haughty and arrogant. Yi Chen perceived the pride in Zhou Erfan's gaze but remained unfazed. He was determined to work diligently, believing that one day he would surpass Zhou Erfan. Yi Chen has already stated that between you two, it is merely a jest. The one truly suited to be your Dao partner is none other than myself. What say you, Yi Chen? Zhou Erfan directed his attention toward him. Indeed, Yi Chen, not wishing to provoke Zhou Erfan, nodded hastily. What do you mean by indeed? Have you forgotten how you bullied me not long ago? I am not only your senior sister, but also your Dao partner, and that is unchangeable. When Ryu looked at Yi Chen, playfully blinking at him. Clearly, she intended to use him as a shield, a fact that Yi Chen could no longer overlook. However, the senior sister persistently signaled to him, urging him to assist, for the consequences of her ire were unbearable for Yi Chen. Observing the intensity of her gaze, Yi Chen understood the gravity of the situation. Accepting the circumstances, he stepped forward, approaching the senior sister and wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Brother Zhou, I trust you now comprehend the nature of our relationship, Yi Chen remarked, a smile gracing his face. Suddenly embraced by Yi Chen, when Ryu felt her body stiffen. And though somewhat awkward, she feigned a natural demeanor, her lips curving into a smile. Strangely, as she was held by the junior sister, she found herself not repulsed, but rather experiencing a sense of enjoyment. What is happening to me? She questioned inwardly, cautioning herself not to fall for Yi Chen and to remain focused on her cultivation, endeavoring to dismiss all other thoughts. Zhou Erfan's gaze shifted noticeably, a hint of murderous intent slowly seeping forth, yet he quickly reined it in. He mused, a mere 6th-level disciple dares to vie for Wen Ryu? I shall eliminate you in due time. However, this was the territory of the third peak, and he refrained from acts of violence, especially with Wen Ryu present. He did not wish for her to witness his ruthless side. Ha, junior sister Wen. Your choice of companion is rather questionable. I advise you to temper your affections, Zhou Erfan remarked with a smile. What is wrong with him? My junior brother possesses exceptional talent. Perhaps one day he will surpass me, Wen Ryu replied, smiling brightly. Very well, I shall not intrude any longer. I had intended to invite you for a leisurely outing, but it seems you are otherwise occupied, Zhou Erfan thought, suppressing his ire as he maintained a pleasant facade. Farewell, brother Zhou, Wen Ryu waved as he departed. Upon seeing him leave, a sigh of relief washed over her. Finally, he is gone. However, just 2 steps away. Zhou Erfan turned back, startling Wen Ryu, who wondered what he intended now. Brother Zhou, do you have further matters to discuss? She inquired softly, a hint of trepidation in her voice. No, I merely noticed that junior brother Yi possesses an array of treasures. What is his purpose with such an assortment of spiritual swords, blades, and defensive weapons? Zhou Erfan had been fixated on Yi Chen's collection the moment he appeared. He pondered, where did this lad acquire such an abundance of treasures? Each of them is of low to mid-grade quality, and the total cost must be substantial. Just moments ago, when Ryu mentioned that Yi Chun was a newly arrived disciple, how could he have amassed such a wealth of weapons and artifacts? Even I could not procure so many in such a short time. Thus, Zhui Erfan was quite intrigued, even contemplating the possibility that Yi Chun might have pilfered it. However, Yi Chun asserted that he had crafted it himself. This revelation further astonished Zhui Erfan, for the blacksmiths of Lingxiao Academy were exceedingly rare. The fact that Yi Chun could forge so many profound-grade artifacts indicated he was at least a second-tier blacksmith, while Zhui Erfan maintained a facade of calm. His inner self was undeniably shaken. Indeed, junior brother Yi is truly a genius. After speaking, Zhui Erfan vanished in an instant, appearing several hundred yards away. This technique, this prowess, left Yi Chun utterly astounded. Brother Zhui's cultivation level is remarkably high, Yi Chun exclaimed in disbelief. Naturally, he ranks among the top 3 prodigies within the inner and outer disciples of the entire Lingxiao Academy. Aside from the 6 peak masters and the palace lord, many elders are not even his match, when Ryu remarked. Hearing this, Yi Chun was taken aback. Chapter 169. The Trial of the Treasures, is it truly this formidable? Yi Chun shook his head in disbelief, yet one hand remained resting on Wen Ryu's shoulder. Young man, she has departed. Kindly remove your hand, Wen Ryu stated, fixing her gaze upon Yi Chun. Only then did Yi Chun realize he was still embracing his senior sister, and he awkwardly smiled as he withdrew his hand. Senior sister, I shall take my leave now. Yi Chun waved at Wen Ryu and proceeded forward. Watching Yi Chun retreat into the distance, Wen Ryu's figure flickered, and she soon took off in pursuit. However, her heart was fraught with unease. Simultaneously, a sense of guilt washed over her. She felt responsible for having led Yi Chun into danger, especially after sensing the palpable murderous intent from Zhui Erfan. Alas, little junior brother, I have brought this upon you, Wen Ryu murmured softly. After observing Wen Ryu vanish from sight, Yi Chun resolved to seek a secluded and open space to properly test the might of his weapons. As he arrived at a secluded area behind a mountain, he heard a gust of wind and the sound of laughter approaching from behind. Upon hearing the laughter, Yi Chun immediately recognized that it was Bai Lingye. Little junior brother, where are you off to? Bai Lingye grinned as she looked at Yi Chun. Why do you care where I am going? I implore you, do not follow me, Yi Chun retorted, glaring at Bai Lingye. How dare you speak to your senior sister in such a manner? Do you wish to court misfortune? Bai Lingye raised her small fist. Do not forget what our master instructed you. You are to focus on your cultivation and refrain from wandering about. That is why you are confined and not allowed to leave the 3rd peak. If you cannot devote yourself to your training, especially after sustaining such severe injuries, I will have to report you, she continued. I suspect our master is nearby, Yi Chun remarked coldly, eyeing Bai Lingye's raised fist. Upon hearing his words, Bai Lingye immediately softened her stance. Please, do not report me. I merely grew weary from being cooped up in the cave and wished to step outside. Take me with you, she pleaded, her face full of curiosity. Do you not see the profound treasures I carry? I naturally intend to test the power of these weapons. Yi Chun explained. Take me along, take me along. It is dreadfully dull. I am not leaving the 3rd peak anyway, Bai Lingye insisted. Very well, I shall take you. But please refrain from bouncing about. My bones feel as if they are about to loosen, Yi Chun replied helplessly. All right. I knew little junior brother would treat me the best, Bai Lingye laughed. They then casually sought out a spacious area in a corner of the back mountain. The surroundings were enveloped in profound silence, devoid of any human presence, making it an ideal location to test the might of the battle weapons. After surveying the environment, Yi Chun decided this would be the perfect spot. I shall now assess the power of these spiritual swords, he declared. I did not anticipate that my junior apprentice possesses such talent, even capable of forging weapons, Bai Lingye remarked, her eyes sparkling with delight. Very well, proceed with your tests. Yi Chun encouraged with a smile. Without hesitation, Bai Lingye commenced her assessment, swiftly wielding the array of spiritual swords. Although they were merely of the low-grade mystic tier, their potency proved commendable. Quite impressive, she exclaimed, as the ground trembled and a substantial stone, weighing several thousand pounds and measuring a full yard in size, was cleaved in 2 by a single strike. With so many spiritual swords at your disposal, grant me one, Bai Lingye playfully requested. What use would you have for a low-grade mystic sword? You already possess several high-grade mystic swords, Do not think I am unaware, Chen replied, urging her to test the remaining weapons. Agreed, Bai Lingyan nodded with a smile, and she subsequently evaluated the efficacy of the other battle weapons, all of which performed admirably. The low-grade mystic weapons Chen had forged for the first time exhibited commendable quality among their peers. That concludes the testing, I presume? Chen inquired, observing Bai Lingyan finish her evaluation of the final weapon. Indeed, all tests are complete, and the power remains quite satisfactory, Bai Lingyan acknowledged with approval. Very well, then. Hand over these spiritual treasures to me, Chen instructed. Though Bai Lingyan was somewhat reluctant, she acquiesced. After collecting the treasures, Chen rummaged through his storage bag and produced a pair of his most cherished items, the shimmering gloves. Each glove, one for each hand, bore intricate patterns that glimmered upon wear. He had meticulously inscribed several runes within, invisible to the untrained eye, which augmented their offensive capabilities. To think you possessed such treasures. How many have you actually forged? Bai Lingyan exclaimed, visibly astonished. Of course, Chen replied with a grin. These gloves appear impressive. They are of the mid-grade mystic tier. Shall I test their power? Bai Lingyan proposed. Absolutely, Chen responded. At this moment, Bai Lingyan stood at the pinnacle of the 6th realm of the true mansion, just a step away from ascending to the 7th. Yet, this small step was not easily attained. The shimmering gloves were merely mid-grade mystic weapons, given Bai Lingyan's formidable cultivation. She could easily withstand a powerful strike relying solely on her substantial energy barrier, without even utilizing her spiritual swords. Are you ready? After a moment, Chen inquired of Bai Lingyan. I am ready, she replied. Chen nodded, channeling his spiritual energy into the shimmering gloves, which began to glow with intricate patterns. Moments later, he was poised to make his move. However, to his astonishment, Bai Lingyan merely gazed at him, her aura devoid of any spiritual energy. What was her intention? With such a lack of defense, Chen's strike could very well claim her life. Observing Bai Lingyan's demeanor, Chen was filled with indignation. Junior sister, what on earth are you doing? You aren't even attempting to defend yourself. Do you wish for me to strike you down with a single blow? Chen exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingyan suddenly snapped back to reality, her face flushed with embarrassment. I'm feeling unwell. I must return, she stated hastily before fleeing. Witnessing her retreat, Chen found her behavior peculiar. She had seemed perfectly fine moments ago. Now, she appeared to be fleeing in panic. What had transpired? As Bai Lingyan ran far away, her heart raced uncontrollably. Chapter 170, Summoning the Master in that fleeting moment. Bai Lingyan found herself captivated by Chen's visage, rendered momentarily speechless. She perceived an irresistible allure in his face, leading her to uncontrollably develop feelings for this junior disciple. This overwhelming emotion prompted her to flee, albeit not far, as she positioned herself atop a nearby hill, observing every move Chen made. She was eager to witness the potency of the artifacts he was crafting. Chen, on the other hand, was unconcerned with anything beyond testing the might of his cherished gloves with a single punch. As a mid-tier battle weapon of the mysterious grade, he believed that its most formidable strike could potentially slay an adversary at the 3rd level of the true mansion realm. At least, that was his conviction. As he unleashed a punch, a resounding boom echoed as a massive boulder shattered into fragments. Yet, this outcome did not entirely satisfy him. He felt that the shimmering gloves could unleash even greater power. The question lingered. How could he maximize their potential? After much contemplation, Chen devised a method. He decided to affix several thunder talismans onto the gloves. These talismans, imbued with the essence of lightning, could unleash immense power instantaneously. The thought of combining them with the shimmering gloves seemed promising. With this idea in mind, Chen hurriedly retrieved a 2nd-tier thunder talisman and affixed it to the gloves. Uncertain of its effectiveness, he was nonetheless eager to experiment. As the talisman adhered to the gloves, brilliant streams of light flickered across their surface. Once more, Chen delivered a punch. The resulting explosion was far more powerful than before, obliterating an even larger boulder. Witnessing this spectacle filled him with joy. Indeed, the power had amplified significantly. I shall refine my techniques further upon my return and forge additional talismans of varying types to explore their effects, he mused. However, he recognized the necessity of creating higher-tier talismans, as 2nd-tier ones felt somewhat inadequate. With a smile, Chen reflected on his current capabilities. Crafting third-tier talismans of exceptional quality was well within his reach. He could even produce fourth-tier talismans, albeit of lower quality, which would suffice for his needs. Resolute in his purpose, Yi Chun hurried back to his dwelling, ready to commence his work. After toiling for some time, he finally emerged, prepared for the next phase of his endeavors. At this moment, Yi Chun had successfully forged a variety of third and fourth grade jade talismans, with the Thunderbolt Jade Talisman being the most abundantly produced. Additionally, there were the Water Pattern Jade Talisman, the Glimmering Jade Talisman, and the Flying Shadow Jade Talisman, each possessing its unique function. For instance, the Water Pattern Jade Talisman, when activated, could create vast expanses of water patterns if there were nearby lakes or water sources. It could draw the water into the air, forming a formidable water-based attack, which was quite intriguing. The Glimmering Jade Talisman, upon use, emitted a brilliant light that could temporarily blind the opponent, affecting an area spanning several hundred zhang. The utility of the Flying Shadow Jade Talisman was somewhat lesser when employed. It generated large swathes of light and shadow that flickered before the enemy, creating a certain psychological impact. In addition to crafting these talismans, Yi Chun also refined his shimmering gloves, infusing them with additional engravings to enhance their inherent traits. Although classified as a mid-tier mystic-grade artifact, it exhibited the attack power and stability of a superior mystic-grade item, warranting a degree of discretion to avoid drawing attention during confrontations. Yi Chun believed the glove's potency rivaled that of low-tier Earth-grade artifacts mainly due to his efforts to conceal their capabilities, making them less conspicuous. Once these enhancements were completed, Yi Chun returned to the desolate expanse. Initially, he refrained from applying the talismans and launched an attack, discovering that its power had more than doubled compared to before. This revelation astonished Yi Chun, showcasing his exceptional talent in weapon forging. The strength of his assault was not inferior to that of a superior mystic-grade warrior. The thought thrilled him. How immense would the power be if he incorporated a fourth-grade jade talisman? He resolved to witness the outcome rather than dwell on possibilities. Promptly, he retrieved a fourth-grade Thunderbolt Jade Talisman and affixed it to the shimmering gloves. He gradually channeled his spiritual energy into the gloves, eager to see the explosive energy generated from the combination of the warrior's might, the Thunderbolt Jade Talisman, and his spiritual power. Crackling sounds erupted as the lightning energy began to dance upon the gloves. "Strike!" Yi Chun whispered fiercely, and with a powerful thrust of both fists, he unleashed a tremendous force. A colossal bolt of lightning surged forth, accompanied by immense power, crashing into the landscape with a deafening roar. The mountain ahead was obliterated in an instant. Yi Chun was taken aback by the spectacle. However, the use of the fourth-grade Thunderbolt Jade Talisman resulted in a backlash, sending him flying as the powerful lightning surged around him, causing several of his meridians to rupture. Fortunately, he swiftly erected a defensive net of spiritual energy around himself. Otherwise, he would have been left in a severely mangled state. The resounding explosion echoed throughout the valley, and soon after, a figure hurriedly approached. It was none other than Mu Baixue. She was engrossed in her cultivation within the cave when a resounding explosion echoed from outside, leading her to believe that the formidable forces of the demonic temple had arrived. Shocked, she hurriedly emerged to investigate. Upon her arrival, she beheld only Yi Chun and the distant ruins of a collapsed mountainside. "Did you cause this?" Mu Baixue inquired, casting a glance at Yi Chun. He nodded gently in affirmation. It was then that she noticed the gruesome state of his hands, bloodied and mangled. Yi Chun had swiftly concealed his flickering gloves upon sensing approaching footsteps. To his surprise, the immense recoil had injured his fists. However, his remarkable regenerative abilities were already at work, and within the brief exchange with Mu Baixue, he had recuperated significantly. Witnessing Yi Chun's extraordinary healing prowess left Mu Baixue utterly astounded. Chapter 171. This matter must remain confidential once again. Yi Chun gently nodded, indicating that the disturbance was indeed his doing, which left everyone utterly astonished. This commotion not only attracted Mu Baixue, but she soon realized that several formidable presences were swiftly approaching her location. It must be the leaders of the other peaks arriving. Mu Baixue hurriedly stepped in front of Yi Chun, her expression grave as she cautioned him. "If the peak leaders inquire about this situation, you must not reveal that this disturbance was caused by you. Do you understand?" Yi Chun quickly nodded. The magnitude of the disturbance was indeed greater than he had anticipated. He had never been one to seek the limelight, preferring instead to operate discreetly. Thus, he readily agreed with Mu Baishue's advice. Such a powerful strike could only be executed by the 10 most talented disciples of the Ling Shao Academy, all of whom had reached the 7th or 8th level of the true abode realm. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was merely at the 6th level. To claim responsibility for it would only invite greater chaos. Unbeknownst to him, countless envious eyes were watching. He understood the adage. A tree that stands out will be subjected to the wind. Mu Baishue's concern for him indicated that she truly regarded him as her disciple, a protective sentiment that Yi Chen fully comprehended. His clothes were in tatters from the impact, and he hurriedly changed into a new outfit. It would not do for others to see him in such disarray. You must change quickly, Mu Baishue urged. Yi Chen nodded and retrieved a garment from his storage stone, promptly donning it. Just as he finished changing, several figures descended from the void in the distance. Junior sister, what has happened? I just heard a tremendous roar. Zhou leapt down swiftly from the air. He then spotted the collapsed section of the mountainside before him. Indeed, what is the cause of this? I thought the evil demon temple was attacking the 3rd peak, so I rushed over, Zhang inquired. Soon, the leaders of the other peaks arrived, including Bai Chi Fu. Given the enormity of the disturbance, he felt compelled to come and investigate, for his own peace of mind. What else could it be? I was instructing this unworthy disciple in swordsmanship, and in a fit of anger, I accidentally shattered the mountainside. Mu Baishue replied with a smile. Really? Why come to such a place? This is not a testing ground. Your 3rd peak has several trial locations. Surely you should be there, Lin Yushao remarked, puzzled. I shall go where I please. I have no desire to visit those trial grounds, lest I encounter others. This place offers tranquility. When I was poisoned, apart from my eldest disciple who was in seclusion, the rest were all in the secret realm, facing life and death. Moreover, that girl Bai Lingya has damaged her foundation. If I do not take the time to properly guide them, will they be fortunate enough in the next trial? Mu Baishue cast an indignant glance at the other peak masters. The other peak masters, fully aware of the implications behind Mu Baishue's words, suddenly appeared quite awkward. During the last expedition into the secret realm, Bai Lingya had resorted to forbidden techniques, causing severe damage to her essence, and Yi Chen had barely survived. The 3rd peak had dispatched 2 of its direct disciples. Aside from the 6th peak's master Su Miaoyan, whose direct disciple Lu Ziki also participated, no other peak sent a direct disciple. Since it was Mu's intention to create such a commotion for the sake of her disciple's education, I understand now. I shall take my leave. The Grand Master Lin Yushao quickly departed, burdened with numerous matters to attend to. I, too, have my own affairs. The 2nd peak master Zhou Beijian smiled faintly and followed suit. Their reluctance to send their direct disciples illustrates how fiercely they protect them, fearing even the slightest harm. Once the peak masters and the palace lord had departed, Mu Baishue finally exhaled in relief. It was not that she wished to conceal this matter from everyone. Rather, the multitude of recent events compelled her to exercise caution and restraint. The emergence of an infiltrator from the evil demon temple within the Ling Shao Academy posed a perilous signal, leaving Mu Baishue uncertain about whom she could trust. Enough of this concealment. You may all come forth now. Mu Baishue directed her gaze toward a distant peak. Soon, Bai Lingya and Wenruyu emerged from within. Master. The 2 approached Mu Baishue and softly called out. You both witnessed the situation here, did you not? Mu Baishue looked at them. Yes, we did. Wenruyu replied earnestly. Very well, do not mention this to anyone, especially you, Lingya. Not even to your father, Mu Baishue instructed Bai Lingya. Understood. Bai Lingya responded obediently, resembling an adorable little kitten before Mu Baishue. Moments ago, Bai Lingya had witnessed Yi Chen unleash a punch, accompanied by a stunning flash of lightning, which obliterated the mountainside opposite. Such formidable power, if wielded by a peak master, would be expected. Yet it was astonishing that a mere cultivator at the 6th level of true abode could achieve this. Should the peak masters become aware, it might not bode well. The necessity for discretion stemmed from a desire to protect Yi Chen. Naturally, Yi Chen comprehended Mu Baishue's good intentions and felt a deep sense of gratitude. All right, both of you may leave now. Mu Baishue waved her hand to Bai Lingya and Wenruyu, who quickly departed. Afterwards, Mu Baishue cast a glance at Yi Chen. Come with me, she said. Yi Chen nodded, following closely behind Mu Baishue. Soon, Mu Baishue led Yi Chen to a nearby cave dwelling. I must emphasize once again, do not speak of today's events to anyone. Mu Baishui said earnestly to Yi Chen. Understood, Yi Chen replied with a nod. Now, do share the details. What exactly transpired? Mu Baishui inquired with great curiosity, eager to uncover how Yi Chen had created such a commotion. It is this, Yi Chen said, producing his shimmering gloves. A mid-grade treasure of the profound rank. Is this it? Mu Baishui questioned. A mid-grade profound treasure shouldn't wield such tremendous power. Are you jesting with me? She stared at Yi Chen incredulously. Along with this, Yi Chen continued, revealing a Thunderbolt Jade Talisman. A fourth-grade Thunderbolt Jade Talisman? Mu Baishui exclaimed, her face reflecting sheer disbelief. Chapter 172. The Long Wind Society claims its prize. Yi Chen appeared remarkably composed. Indeed, he remarked, the fact that you were able to forge a fourth-grade Thunder Jade Talisman is truly astonishing. You have my admiration. Mu Baishui exclaimed, her face alight with shock. A mid-grade mystical treasure, if purchased from the task hall, would require no less than 50,000 points. Furthermore, considering that the artifact in Yi Chen's possession was not merely mid-grade but of the finest quality, it would command at least 60,000 points. Adding to this the fourth-grade Thunder Jade Talisman, the total would exceed 100,000 points. The combined worth of these two items approached 200,000 points, a sum that was indeed exorbitant for the average individual. However, Mu Baishui had just witnessed the formidable power it unleashed, enough to leave her astounded. Such might was comparable to that of the early Yuaning realm. A small cultivator at the 6th level of the True Mansion realm could wield such tremendous force through a mystical treasure, which truly took Mu Baishui by surprise. In essence, your flickering gloves, coupled with this fourth-grade Thunder Jade Talisman, resulted in that immense release of energy, she concluded. Precisely, Yi Chen nodded in affirmation. Hearing this, Mu Baishui felt a surge of excitement. She envisioned the potential of mass-producing such artifacts to distribute among the disciples of Ling Shao Academy, significantly amplifying their power. In encounters with disciples from the evil demon temple, their combat capabilities would be greatly enhanced. Yet, upon further contemplation, she realized the exorbitant cost of such an endeavor would be unsustainable for the average cultivator. While Yi Chen had the ability to forge these items himself, purchasing them would rapidly deplete even the wealthiest inner disciples, leaving them financially strained after just a few acquisitions. Thus, Mu Baishui ultimately abandoned this notion, recognizing it as somewhat premature unless circumstances were to change in the future. Meanwhile, Yi Chen pondered the immense power of these artifacts. He could forge more fourth-grade Thunder Jade Talismans and intricately inscribe additional runes to enhance their potency. However, he also needed to create more protective armor. Otherwise, utilizing the flickering gloves would leave him vulnerable to harm, which would be counterproductive. Very well, I understand this matter. Above all, do not mention it to anyone, and refrain from causing such a commotion in the future, Mu Baishui instructed. Understood, Yi Chen replied, nodding earnestly. After exchanging a few more words with his mentor, they parted ways. Once his mentor had departed, Yi Chen returned to his cave dwelling. The recent trial had left him somewhat injured, necessitating a period of rest. After a day of recuperation, he rose early the following morning to head to the task hall. Between the Hall of Tasks and the third peak lies a series of imposing mountains. Nestled among these peaks are several narrow paths that provide a swift route to the Hall of Tasks. However, the choice of path is hindered by an unexpected confrontation. A sharp voice echoed through a secluded pathway within the Ling Shao Academy. At this moment, several disciples of the academy had barred the way of an exceptionally beautiful young woman, Qingru. Accompanying her were two other women, Lu Bingxia and Chen Yujia, who stood protectively in front of her. What do you want, Zhao Qingba? Lu Bingxia inquired coldly. What do I want? Do you not comprehend? I have warned you repeatedly to mind your own business regarding the affairs of our Changfeng society. Do not presume that because you belong to the Xiaoguang society, we will not retaliate. If you offend us, your society will face dire consequences, Zhao Qingba replied, his demeanor devoid of warmth. Zhao Qingba, a member of the Changfeng society, had previously participated in a secret expedition. Humph, you bully the weak. My stance is unwavering. I suggest you step aside. Let me inform you that this young lady, Qingru, is a close friend of Yi Chen. Should you dare to harm her, Yi Chen will not let you off lightly, Chen Yujia declared loudly, attempting to intimidate them by invoking Yi Chen's name. However, to her astonishment, the others paid her no heed. Yi Chen, how amusing. While Yi Chen is formidable, Our leader, Lu Changfeng, is not intimidated by him. The Xiaoguang Society ranks merely in the top 10, whereas our Changfeng Society holds the 3rd position. Do not provoke us. I advise you to leave at once. Zhao Qingbo warned. Miss Qingru, I strongly urge you to accompany us, he added, turning his gaze toward her. Yet, Qingru cowered, her face pale with fear, hiding behind her companions, showing no intent to leave with them. To be chosen by our leader as a servant is a remarkable opportunity. Many aspire to serve him, yet he has not accepted them. Now, you are presented with this chance, and you refuse? You must be out of your mind, Zhao Qingbo remarked coldly, fixating his gaze on Qingru. I will not go. I refuse to be a servant to Lu Changfeng. Qingru vehemently shook her head. Previously, when Lu Xiaoyuan attempted to seize Qingru, he faced a severe reprimand from Yi Chen, and now, with Lu Changfeng's arrival, Qingru was resolute in her refusal to accompany them. However, she could sense that if she did not comply, Zhao Qingbo and his companions would not relent. This thought filled her with dread. Qingru, do not be afraid. I am here. I will not allow them to take you, Lu Bingxiao reassured her. Zhao Qingbo, you had better leave at once. With your limited capabilities, you are no match for me, Lu Bingxiao said solemnly to Zhao Qingbo. Zhao Qingbo, however, merely chuckled. I may not be your adversary, but with a single word from Brother Changfeng, I could easily render your Xiaoguang Society non-existent. Do you believe me? I could strike you right now, he declared, advancing towards her with evident ire. In response, both Lu Bingxiao and Chen Yujie drew their swords, prepared to confront Zhao Qingbo and his companions. Zhao Qingbo couldn't help but laugh derisively. You still dare to challenge us? It seems you are unaware of your own limitations. If it comes to blows, even if I were to slay you, what would it matter? Be wise and let that little girl Qingru come with us. I have no time to waste here, do you understand? Zhao Qingbo stated coldly. Indeed, the Changfeng Society's Lu Changfeng was not easily dealt with, and the Xiaoguang Society was simply incomparable. Qingru was well aware of this. Chapter 173. Taking action to repel Qingru did not wish to put Lu Bingxiao and Chen Yujie in a difficult position. Never mind, this matter does not concern you. I will face it alone, Qingru said to them. Both Lu Bingxiao and Chen Yujie felt a twinge of anxiety. They did not dare offend the Changfeng Society. Yet, leaving without assisting Qingru weighed heavily on their consciences. Perceiving their discomfort, Qingru resolved to confront Zhao Qingbo and his associates by herself. Sister, I will not abandon you, Chen Yujie declared. Indeed, I shall not turn my back on you either. Yi Chen has aided us greatly within the secret realm, since you are his friend. It would be remiss of us to disregard you, Lu Bingxiao added. Ah, so you genuinely intend to confront us head-on. Do not constantly invoke Yi Chen. Do you think we fear him? His performance in the secret realm was indeed impressive, but our leader's prowess far surpasses his, Zhao Qingbo remarked. If Yi Chen were here, would you dare speak so boldly? Now be gone, Lu Bingxiao retorted. Ah, it seems you require a lesson to understand your true standing. Attack, brothers, Zhao Qingbo commanded. Waving his hand, members of the Changfeng Society surged forward towards Lu Bingxiao and the others. Lu Bingxiao felt a wave of resignation. It appeared there would be no escape this time. In a secluded corner, they might be killed and disposed of in the abyss, with no one the wiser. Before Lu Bingxiao and the others could act, Qingru's figure flickered as she dashed forward, launching an unexpected attack. She struck one of Zhao Qingbo's team members with a palm, sending him flying. Within the Changfeng Society, not every disciple possessed extraordinary strength. Witnessing this, Zhao Qingbo's expression turned icy. Little girl, do not overstep your bounds, he said coldly. With a fierce determination, Zhao Qingbo retaliated with a palm strike aimed at Qingru. However, Qingru was no match for Zhao Qingbo, a formidable general under Lu Changfeng and a figure of considerable stature within the society. Despite Qingru pouring all her strength into her palm strike, Zhao Qingbo effortlessly caught it. He then countered with a powerful blow directed at Qingru. Boom! A surge of immense energy sent Qingru hurtling through the air. Just as she was about to crash to the ground, a figure soared through the air and caught her mid-fall. A familiar silhouette appeared before her. Young Master Yi, Qingru exclaimed, tears of relief streaming down her face as she slid into Yi Chen's embrace. You finally arrived, she said. Rest assured, with me around, no one shall bully you. Yi Chen spoke with an air of nonchalance. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Zhao Qingbo was taken aback. He had witnessed Yi Chen's divine prowess within the secret realm, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. At that moment, he felt utterly intimidated. However, within the Changfeng society, many were unfamiliar with Yi Chen. One member, named Jia En, observing Yi Chen's gallant act of heroism, was filled with indignation. "Who are you? This young lady is someone our president has taken a liking to. Release her at once," Jian said, his gaze fixed coldly upon Yi Chen. "I am Yi Chen." Yi Chen's voice rose slightly, his expression icy as he regarded Jian. Upon hearing his name, they momentarily paused. Yet, their arrogance swiftly returned. In their eyes, what could Yi Chen possibly do? Despite the widespread rumors of his formidable strength, they perceived him merely as a young lad at the 6th level of the True Mansion. Furthermore, with their numbers, they believed they could easily overpower him. Chen Yujia and Lu Bingxia, having emerged from the secret realm, were elated to see Yi Chen once more. With senior brother Yi here, this matter is bound to resolve favorably, Chen Yujia remarked with a beaming smile. Indeed, this is reassuring. Qingru is safe, Lu Bingxia concurred. Yi Chen, they are all members of the Changfeng Society, exceptionally powerful disciples within the inner sect. Do exercise caution, Lu Bingxia advised him. Yi Chen nodded with a smile. Though these individuals were indeed formidable, he remained unfazed. Not to mention, he had ascended to the 7th level of the True Mansion. Even at the 5th level, he would have been more than capable of dealing with them. Feel free to come at me together, Yi Chen beckoned with a casual gesture. Kid, I can handle this alone. I'll show you what arrogance looks like, one of the members declared as he charged at Yi Chen, intent on teaching him a lesson. However, as he approached, Yi Chen merely extended his palm, unleashing a powerful force that sent the assailant hurtling backward. Despite being at the 6th level of the True Mansion, he was utterly no match for Yi Chen. Bang! The opponent crashed violently to the ground, spitting out blood. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Bingxia and Chen Yujia were both astonished. Senior brother Yi, I had no idea your strength had grown so significantly, Chen Yujia exclaimed with delight. It's nothing remarkable, Yi Chen humbly replied. Let us join forces. I don't believe we can't take down this kid, the adversaries vowed, preparing to launch a collective assault. Qingru, there is no need for fear. I shall confront them. Please rise, Yi Chen said with a faint smile. Qingru's cheeks flushed crimson as she, resembling a small wildcat, carefully extricated herself from Yi Chen's embrace. Regardless of the nature of their abilities, be it wind of long or wind of short, Yi Chen's presence alone dispelled any trepidation. Those who dared to bully his friends would find no mercy from him. Come at me all together. Yi Chen gestured with a wave of his hand. You have chosen your own demise. Eliminate him. With swift movements, they transformed into fleeting shadows, lunging directly at Yi Chen. Yi Chen deliberately withdrew a low-grade profound spirit sword, sufficient to handle them with ease. He then swept the sword forward, unleashing a fierce blade of energy that surged forth, cleaving through the air and crashing down before them. They were sent sprawling backward as if severed from their strings, akin to kites caught in a tempest. Even when several assailants united, they proved no match for Yi Chen, revealing the sheer strength of his prowess. At this moment, they finally comprehended the extent of Yi Chen's terrifying might. Chapter 174, The Gift of Precious Artifacts. At this moment, they hesitated to meet Yi Chen's gaze, each one apprehensive. What, do you still wish to fight? Fight until you yield. Yi Chen beckoned them with a casual gesture, urging them to continue. Yet, they dared not advance. They were acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between themselves and Yi Chen. Ah, is that not Zhao Qingba? During our time in the secret realm, I saved you, did I not? Yi Chen finally noticed Zhao Qingba lurking behind them. Zhao Qingba wore an expression of embarrassment, momentarily at a loss for words. Return and inform your Changfeng Association leader. Qingru is under my protection. Advise him to abandon any misguided intentions, understood? Yi Chen spoke coldly. Understood. Zhao Qingba waved his hand decisively, hastily leading his companions away. They dared not linger. He had no desire to be subjected to Yi Chen's formidable prowess. Zhao Qingba was well aware of Yi Chen's strength. He had intended to mediate, but these individuals, lacking any first-hand experience of Yi Chen's might, insisted on confrontation. What could he do? As they departed in haste, Yi Chen turned to glance at Chen Yujia and Lu Bingxia. Thank you both for your assistance with Qingru, he expressed gratefully. Qingru is your friend, thus she is our friend as well. Assisting her is the right thing to do, Lu Bingxia replied with a smile. Though the Changfeng Association had retreated, Their actions were notoriously domineering. One could only fear they would return with a vengeance. What if they sought to trouble Sister Qingru again? Chen Yujia voiced her concerns, her face etched with worry. This indeed posed a significant dilemma. Although Yi Chun was not well versed in the various factions within the inner sect, it was evident that both Chen Yujia and Lu Bingxia held a deep-seated trepidation towards the Changfeng Association. If the association truly pursued Qingru, he could not possibly remain her constant guardian. After much contemplation, Yi Chun concluded that the only viable solution was to bring her back to the third peak. However, entry to the third peak was not granted to just anyone. Only disciples of the master were permitted, and presently, the master had only accepted a few direct disciples. Disciples from the outer sect were not allowed to enter the third peak. In light of this, Yi Chun found himself in a quandary. To protect Qingru by bringing her to the third peak, it seemed there was but one path available. He would need to take her as a maidservant. Only in this manner could she accompany him to the third peak and cultivate alongside him. But would Qingru agree to this? After considerable reflection, Yi Chun conveyed his intentions to Qingru. Observing her silence, with her head bowed, he mistakenly interpreted her demeanor as reluctance. He quickly reassured her, "If Miss Qingru is unwilling, we shall abandon the matter. My only desire is for you to remain undisturbed and focus on your cultivation. Please do not overthink it." Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, Qingru eagerly nodded and exclaimed, "I am willing." Repeating her willingness twice, it was evident that she truly desired this. If the matter were to involve Chen Yujia and Lu Bingxia, they would be equally enthusiastic. After all, having a prodigy like Yi Chun by their side would undoubtedly yield impressive results with half the effort. Moreover, the third peak had scarcely accepted a few disciples, leaving a plethora of richly spiritual caves for them to choose from. Such a fortunate opportunity, if bestowed upon them, would surely bring immense joy. Even if Yi Chun had certain unique requirements, such as dual cultivation, they would be more than willing to accommodate him. His character was beyond reproach. During their time in the secret realm, Yi Chun exhibited righteousness, bravery, and consistently considered the welfare of others. Such a person was worthy of lifelong trust. In contrast, Lu Changfeng, known for his numerous proud servants, was utterly self-absorbed, never considering others and always looking down on them due to his formidable strength. Naturally, they were disinclined to follow someone of that nature. "Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my servant and accompany me back to the third peak for cultivation. No one shall dare to disturb you again," Yi Chun stated calmly. "Congratulations, junior sister Qingru. Following young Master Yi, you must diligently cultivate." Chen Yujia remarked with envy. Lu Bingxia's eyes sparkled with aspiration. She too wished to become a direct disciple of the third peak. However, she recognized the impracticality of such a dream, as Mu Baishui was notoriously stringent in selecting disciples. Additionally, she had recently entered the nascent soul realm, greatly enhancing her power, making her the strongest apart from the palace master, thus raising her standards for disciples even higher. "We shall take our leave then," Lu Bingxia said, waving goodbye to Yi Chun as they prepared to depart. Yet, Yi Chun unexpectedly called them back, catching them off guard. They were left wondering if he intended to take them as maidservants, a prospect they would eagerly welcome. "Please wait a moment, senior sisters," Yi Chun quickly approached them. "What is it, junior brother Yi? Is there something you wish to convey?" Lu Bingxia inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. "There is nothing to convey. However, during a critical moment, you both chose to stand by Qingru despite knowing the dangers. As a token of my gratitude, I have prepared 2 small gifts for you, and I hope you will accept them. Otherwise, it would imply you look down on me," Yi Chun said with a smile. With that, he revealed 2 low-grade spirit swords of the Xian tier. This astonished them. As inner disciples, while low-grade spirit swords were not uncommon, the swords Yi Chun provided bore enhancement inscriptions, granting them an attack power comparable to ordinary mid-tier weapons, and they were quite exquisite. Upon a glance, they were enamored by these 2 spirit swords. In a moment of astonishment, Yi Chun produced 2 mid-grade mystical artifacts and placed them into their hands. "These are for you. Take them and make use of them," he said with a smile. "But this is too extravagant. We do not deserve such treasures," Chen Yujia replied, laughing. "Take them as you will. I have an abundance of these items. Use them freely," Yi Chun insisted, still smiling. Under such circumstances, Chen Yujia and Lu Bingxia had no choice but to accept the 4 precious artifacts. Both were profoundly astonished. Possessing such artifacts would undoubtedly elevate their combat prowess to new heights. I shall take Qingru and depart now. You should return swiftly as well. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to seek me out at the third peak, Yichen told them. Understood. Lu Bingxia and the others nodded with joy. With Yichen's assurance, they felt as though they had gained an invaluable lifeline, a priceless treasure in their journey ahead. Chapter 175. Becoming a rogue. After the two departed with cheerful spirits, Yichen cast a glance at Qingru, who stood obediently to the side. Are you truly willing to return with me? It seems rather unfair to have you as my servant, Yichen remarked. It is not unfair. I can accept it. Qingru replied with a gentle expression. Rest assured, I shall not impose upon you in any excessive manner, Yichen stated earnestly. Qingru nodded, yet in her heart, she mused that even if he were to be excessive, she would relish it even more. After all, she had willingly chosen to be Yichen's attendant. Thus she would comply with his wishes. Why are you smiling so foolishly? Yichen observed her silly grin, mistakenly believing that the earlier incident had frightened her. I am fine. Qingru quickly shook her head. I need to visit the mission hall. Please wait for me outside, or you may accompany me inside if you wish. Yichen said. The primary purpose was to exchange items. There were still many materials needed for refining, and without them, even the most skilled artisan would struggle to create anything of worth. I will wait for you outside, Qingru replied. The mission hall was bustling with elders from the sect, and the crowd was considerable. Even if the Longfeng Society were to act brazenly, they would refrain from causing trouble there, so Qingru felt no fear. Before long, they arrived at the mission hall. Once inside, Yichen quickly exchanged for the items he required. With a substantial amount of points at his disposal, he could afford to purchase numerous items without concern. After half an hour, Yichen emerged, elated and laden with his acquisitions. Come, let us return to the peak, Yichen said, glancing at Qingru. All right. She nodded in agreement. However, as thoughts of returning to the peak crossed his mind, Yichen felt a twinge of anxiety, especially with his two senior sisters and master residing there. While his master might overlook the situation, he feared what his junior sister might say upon seeing them. Yet, should Qingru remain elsewhere, the Longfeng Society would undoubtedly pursue him again. It would be wiser to keep her close. Let his junior sister say what she would. He had nothing to fear if he stood on the side of righteousness. Soon, Yichen arrived at the third peak with Qingru. No sooner had they returned than Bai Lingyi poked her head out from her dwelling, her expression darkening upon seeing Yichen accompanied by a girl, and a young one at that. This infuriated her. The third peak had strict rules against bringing outsiders onto the premises. Without hesitation, Bai Lingyi stormed towards Yichen. Who is this girl? How dare you bring someone here without permission? If master sees her, she will surely strike you down. Are you unaware of the rules? Bai Lingyi bombarded him with questions. Yichen could only offer a wry smile. This is my newly acquired maid. Is there a problem with me bringing my own servant? Yichen glanced at Bai Lingyi. You lecher. How could you take in a maid? What are your intentions? Master despises rogues the most, Bai Lingyi said angrily. Rogue? How does having a maid make me a rogue? Junior sister, she is my fellow townsman, named Qingru, from down the mountain. Yichen recounted the circumstances. For her safety, I had no choice but to keep her by my side. Apart from taking her as a maid, I could think of no other means to bring her in. Yichen spoke with a wry smile. I refuse to listen. I refuse to listen. Bai Lingyi covered her ears immediately. Witnessing this, Yichen could only express his helplessness. Junior sister, you cannot be unreasonable. Even if master were to learn of this, she would not say anything. Yichen insisted. You great rogue, lecherous. I shall inform senior sister, so she may see your true nature. With that, Bai Lingyi rushed off to find senior sister. Observing this, Yichen felt utterly resigned. Yichen, have I caused you trouble? Qingru asked with concern. It's fine. Let her be. This is just how my junior sister is, Yichen reassured Qingru. Just as they reached the entrance of the cave dwelling, they saw Bai Lingyi returning with senior sister Wenruyu. Senior sister, look. This fellow has found himself a maid. Just a few days ago, he became your Dao partner, and now he has found a new companion, Bai Lingyi exclaimed indignantly. Wenruyu approached Yichen and glanced at Qingru by his side, noting her fresh and lovely appearance. Unseemly, senior sister remarked as she turned away. No. Senior sister, please let me explain. Do not jump to conclusions, Yichen said with a bitter smile. Humph, you are indeed unseemly. Bai Lingyi shot him a glare and added, let them think what they will. After all, Chen cannot control others' opinions. Perhaps you should appease your two senior sisters. They seem quite upset, Qing Ro suggested to Chen. No need, let us go. With that, Chen led Qing Ro into his cave dwelling. The space was quite expansive, with numerous chambers. I reside over there. You may choose from the nearby rooms as you wish. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask, Chen said to Qing Ro. All right, thank you. Qing Ro replied gently. I will go and cultivate now. Please do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary, Chen instructed. Understood, Qing Ro nodded in agreement. As Chen walked away, Qing Ro felt a tinge of disappointment. She had hoped that Chen would draw closer to her, given that they resided in the same cave. However, after exchanging merely a couple of words, he departed. Within the task hall, Chen exchanged a plethora of materials for crafting the Thunderbolt Talisman and other talismans. Additionally, he intended to refine the Space Treasure Pagoda, seeking a method to unveil a spatial dimension within. When Cangyuan and the others entrusted him with the pagoda, it was adorned with layers of restrictive inscriptions, which led him to believe that it possessed a self-contained spatial structure. To his surprise, upon returning and removing the inscriptions, he discovered it to be merely a solid piece of spatial gem, naturally formed without any internal spatial division. Such treasures typically allow for the effortless creation of space, capable of accommodating numerous items. Due to insufficient preparation, Chen did not rush. Even in urgency, he knew that creating a spatial artifact was not feasible. Now, with his preparations nearly complete, he felt confident that this time he would succeed. Chapter 176. Reluctant to be exploited at this moment, Chen's gaze was somewhat fixated. The events of the day had unfolded with uncanny coincidence. Chen had always preferred solitude, opting for a secluded path, only to fortuitously witness the scene where the Changfeng Society was attempting to abduct Qing Ro. It felt as though everything had been meticulously orchestrated, designed specifically for Chen to witness, thereby inciting his enmity towards the Changfeng Society. Naturally, the first person that came to his mind was Zhui Erfan, especially since he had recently crossed paths with him unfavorably. Should it indeed be Zhui Erfan's doing, Chen felt unperturbed. He believed that he could confront whatever challenges arose. This scheme was a double-edged sword. If Chen were to engage the Changfeng Society to rescue Qing Ro, both parties would suffer injuries. Conversely, if Chen hesitated and the Changfeng Society succeeded in their abduction, it would certainly gnaw at him. Regardless, Chen held no fear of Zhui Erfan. As long as he remained on the third peak, Zhui Erfan would think twice before acting recklessly. Moreover, Zhui Erfan was oblivious to the fact that his relationship with Wen Ryu was merely a jest, lacking any substantial development. To resort to such tactics without grasping the truth only showcased Zhui Erfan's dubious moral character. Anyone who jeopardized his interests would face his ruthless retaliation. Although Zhui Erfan was formidable, and while Chen did not fear him, he understood the necessity of self-improvement. Chen murmured to himself. Following this, he commenced the refinement of various jade talismans, with the most crucial being the Thunder Jade Talisman, for its potency was maximized when combined with the flickering gloves. Once he had nearly completed the crafting of these talismans, Chen once again retrieved the jeep. The prohibitive inscriptions surrounding the tower had been eradicated, rendering it akin to an ordinary stone before him. However, its shape resembled a tower, segmented into 4 or 5 tiers. Chen endeavored to excavate it, intending to utilize the extracted material to forge several spatial rings and bracelets. After all, the jeep was a valuable asset, and he was determined not to squander even a fraction of it. Soon enough, he began the refinement process. However, to his astonishment, the seemingly broken prohibitive inscriptions began to shimmer once more, obstructing his efforts. The entire jeep was inherently challenging to refine. The reappearance of these inscriptions was truly unexpected for Chen. The naturally formed jeep could yield spatial treasures when its material was sliced through a unique method. Chen contemplated how to utilize this tower to its fullest potential, aiming to produce more spatial treasures. This way, should he encounter situations requiring favors in the future, he could bestow spatial treasures upon others as tokens of goodwill. Nonetheless, for now, he needed to eliminate the prohibitive inscriptions on the jeep. After extensive research, the prohibitive markings above have finally been eradicated. Chen swiftly discerned that the resurgence of these markings was due to the latent energy residing within the jeep. When this energy activates, the seemingly eliminated power of the prohibitive markings reemerges. Initially, it was believed that the jeeb could be utilized directly, as it harbors immense space. However, upon closer inspection, it is revealed that the entire jeeb is, in fact, a spatial medium shaped like a pagoda, possessing immense value. Within the grand hall of the Longfeng Society, Lu Chongfeng sat comfortably, surrounded by several maidservants who were massaging his shoulders and legs. Just as he was enjoying this moment, Zhao Qingba rushed in, accompanied by several members of the Longfeng Society. Observing their battered appearances, Lu Chongfeng's expression darkened with fury. "What has transpired?" he inquired, bewildered. "We could not bring back that girl, Qingru. She is a friend of Yichun," Zhao Qingba explained. "Yichun? That Yichun?" Lu Chongfeng momentarily struggled to comprehend, realizing it was the same Yichun praised by the sect master for exhibiting extraordinary combat prowess in the secret realm. As I previously mentioned, he even defeated Dai Yongshan of the evil demon temple, Zhao Qingba added, vividly recalling the events. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lu Chongfeng's frustration intensified as he kicked the wine jug before him across the room. "That bastard, Zhua, dares to play me for a fool," he exclaimed in anger. If it weren't for Zhua Erfan's comment about Qingru's beauty, he would not have entertained such thoughts. Yet, Zhua Erfan failed to disclose the connection between Qingru and Yichun. Regardless of what Zhua knew or did not know about their relationship, he had indirectly offended Yichun. Offending Yichun was one matter. He was not afraid of that. The critical issue lay in the formidable power behind Chen, and the members of the Third Peak were not to be trifled with. Lu Chongfeng recalled how, due to a careless remark, Mu Baiwe had sent him flying hundreds of feet, nearly costing him his life. The senior sister, Wen Ruyu, was also not to be underestimated. Contemplating this, Lu Chongfeng felt overwhelmed, acutely aware that he had been ensnared by Zhua Erfan. Fortunately, they had not forcibly brought Qingru back. He considered the injuries sustained by his subordinates and thought that as long as they did not provoke the Third Peak, the injuries would be manageable. The true concern was the consequences of provoking the Third Peak, an outcome he could not bear. "Very well, I understand the situation now. When I encounter Zhua Erfan, I shall inform him to cease his machinations against me. I refuse to be exploited by him again," Lu Chongfeng remarked, casting a glance at Zhao Qingba. "Understood," Zhao Qingba replied. Zhao Qingba nodded. "All right, you may all leave." Lu Chongfeng desired a moment of solitude. "Yes." Zhao Qingba and the others quickly departed. As for the matter concerning Qingru, Lu Chongfeng chose to set it aside. Once Zhao Qingba and the others had exited, Lu Chongfeng cast a glance at the few maidservants surrounding him. "You may go as well," he instructed. They promptly nodded and hurried away, feeling as though they were escaping the presence of a tiger. A mere trivial mistake could result in severe repercussions, so upon hearing Lu Chongfeng's command, they sighed in relief and swiftly departed. 2 days swiftly passed. In the refining chamber, Yichun produced a significant number of Thunderbolt Jade talismans, as well as various other talismans. In essence, the more of these items, the better, for he might soon find himself facing unforeseen events. Exploration of secret realms, hunting missions, and valley trials all necessitate these resources. Chapter 177. The Gift. While Yichun was engrossed in the refinement of jade talismans, Bai Lingya emerged from her cave dwelling and ventured to Yichun's abode, peering cautiously around in search of him, curious to see whether he was engrossed with the young lady, Qingru. After a fruitless search, she noted the impressive size of the newly acquired cave, which boasted numerous cultivation chambers. Observing this, Bai Lingya softly remarked. At that moment, a small head peeked out. It was none other than Qingru. "Senior Bai, what brings you here?" she asked with a bright smile, rushing toward Bai Lingya. However, upon seeing Qingru, Bai Lingya felt a surge of irritation. "Why should I not come? Where is that rascal Yichun?" she inquired. "He is inside cultivating and has asked not to be disturbed. Do you wish to see him? I can call for him," Qingru offered, moving toward the inner chamber. "Who wants to see him? Don't go," Bai Lingya retorted. "Senior Bai, why not sit for a while? I would like to chat with you," Qingru suggested amiably. Yet, Bai Lingya shot her a glare. "I have no time to chat with you. I have many matters to attend to," she declared, hastily departing. Qingru was left bewildered by the encounter. "Senior Bai's temperament is truly peculiar," she murmured. Though Bai Lingya appeared indifferent to Yi Chen's every move, she was quietly observing him. Chen had nearly completed the refinement of the jade talismans and elixirs required. The next crucial task was to refine the spatial treasure. Before him stood a sizable treasure tower, nearly a meter high. After several failed attempts at refinement, Chen felt a sense of frustration. Ultimately, he placed the treasure tower into the dark ceramic jar's space. After some time, he retrieved the treasure tower once more, astonished to find that the restrictive patterns had vanished, along with a peculiar self-contained power. Drawing out his spirit sword, Chen made a swift cut, cleaving the treasure tower in two. He placed one half of the treasure tower stone into the dark ceramic jar and divided the other half into 4 portions, preparing to refine 4 spatial treasures. The refinement process proved exceedingly difficult, fraught with failures. Yet Chen understood a profound truth. Failure is the mother of success. Only through the trials of failure could one attain success. Chen was not one to shy away from failure. Boom. Another failure. A burst of flames erupted. After countless attempts, Chen finally succeeded in refining the first spatial treasure. Although it was only the size of half a palm, the space contained within was as vast as an entire grand hall. Chen meticulously inscribed intricate patterns and carvings onto the surface, demonstrating considerable dedication. With the completion of the first spatial artifact, his confidence grew significantly. Subsequently, he crafted the second and third spatial artifacts, each more thoughtfully executed than the last. The primary challenge lay in the detailed engravings. For the final piece, Chen chose to leave it unadorned, rendering it a stark and unremarkable spatial stone, almost indistinguishable from an ordinary rock. After completing this task, Chen momentarily forgot about the weapon being forged within the refining furnace. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted, causing the furnace to leap into the air. The commotion attracted by Ling Yi, who had seemingly ventured outside but had been attentively monitoring the happenings within. Alarmed by the noise, she hurried over, fearing something had gone awry. "What is happening? Why such a ruckus inside?" Bai Ling Yi exclaimed upon entering Chen's abode. Noticing Qing Ro peering into the refining room. "I have no idea," Qing Ro replied, equally perplexed. "Could it be that something went wrong during the forging process? There's such a din, and you're not even going to check?" Bai Ling Yi retorted, her frustration palpable. She attempted to enter the room, but Qing Ro swiftly blocked her path. "What are you doing?" Qing Ro questioned, sensing Bai Ling Yi's ire. Yi Gongzi said no one is allowed in without his permission. "We must not disturb him," Qing Ro insisted. "With the furnace nearly exploding, and you refuse to investigate? Are you utterly foolish? I cannot fathom why Yi Chun insisted on bringing you here." Bai Ling Yi snapped, her anger intensifying. As their argument escalated, Yi Chun emerged from within. "Senior sister, I'm perfectly fine," he reassured them, having overheard snippets of their conversation. "Who cares if you're fine? I thought your abode was about to explode." Bai Ling Yi retorted, her frustration unabated. "Such a mere servant daring to obstruct me," she added, her temper flaring. "Please don't be angry, senior sister," Yi Chun said with a smile directed at Bai Ling Yi. "I'm not angry. Don't be ridiculous," she replied, turning to leave. "Wait, senior sister. I have a gift prepared for you. I believe you will truly enjoy it," Yi Chun called out cheerfully. "A gift for me?" Bai Ling Yi managed a faint smile. Her earlier melancholy somewhat alleviated, though suspicion lingered. Could it be that Yi Chun has been toiling in the artifact forging chamber these past few days to prepare a gift for himself? If that is indeed the case, it reflects a thoughtful disposition. The mere thought of it brings warmth to her heart. "Yes, I have prepared a gift for you. Come and take a look. Here it is." With that, Yi Chun produced a stone, adorned with exquisite patterns and star motifs, which he had meticulously carved. "This is a spatial stone. A gift for you," Yi Chun declared with a smile. "A spatial stone. How extraordinarily precious. Are you certain it is meant for me?" Bai Ling Yi hesitated to accept it upon hearing Yi Chen's words. With a gentle touch, she could sense the immense space within, far larger than the hall of her own abode. It could accommodate half a mountain. The prospect of receiving such a remarkable gift is truly astonishing. Is this for real? The spatial stone is a treasure among treasures. Her father once gifted her a diminutive spatial stone, no larger than a thumb. Yet Yi Chun now presents her with one nearly the size of her palm. And it is evident that this stone surpasses the quality of the one her father bestowed upon her by several grades. Chapter 178. Thus, Bai Ling Yi was taken aback, hesitant to accept. "Please take it," Yi Chun said with a smile. "I have prepared this not only for you, junior sister, but also for senior sister and our master." Initially, Bai Lingye felt a surge of joy, believing that this gift was exclusively for her from her junior brother. However, to her dismay, she discovered that he had also prepared gifts for senior sister and their master. The flicker of happiness within her heart was promptly extinguished. Though she felt a tinge of disappointment, she maintained a facade of joy. Yet, Chen discerned that something was amiss with her demeanor. Junior sister, what seems to be troubling you? Chen inquired. I'm perfectly fine, she replied hastily. What could be wrong? I'm doing well. After accepting the gift from Chen, Bai Lingye hurriedly dashed out, ignoring him. What is going on with you? Chen wondered aloud, bewildered by her sudden departure. Qingro, stay here. I will step out for a moment to deliver the gifts to senior sister and our master, Chen instructed. All right, Qingro nodded. Once Chen left, Qingro shook her head and chuckled softly. It appears that young Master Yi is still oblivious to the affections of his junior sister. How can someone with such exceptional talent be so oblivious in matters of the heart? Even if Chen understood, he was disinclined to dwell on it. Having experienced emotional turmoil in the past, he wished to avoid revisiting those memories. Before long, Chen arrived at senior sister's cave abode. Senior sister, are you there? He called out. Hearing his voice, Wenru, who was in meditation, assumed something was amiss and quickly emerged. I am here. What is it? Is there a problem? She inquired, anticipating that Chen had come to apologize regarding Qingro. This is for you, Chen said, presenting a space artifact adorned with intricate engravings and patterns. Wenru immediately recognized the preciousness of the item. Is this a space artifact? She exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is a gift for you, Chen replied. I refined it after obtaining a piece of space stone in a secret realm. I have prepared one for senior sister, junior sister, and our master as well. Amidst her astonishment, Wenru accepted the space stone. This has a vast capacity, making it much more convenient for storing items in the future. Thank you, junior brother. She smiled. It is my duty, Chen responded warmly. Now, I shall go seek our master. She is the last one. He smiled at Wenru. Wenru nodded slightly. The more she observed Chen, the more agreeable he appeared to her. Initially, she had casually suggested that Chen become her companion, but now, such thoughts had genuinely taken root in her mind. However, she felt too shy to express this sentiment directly to him. The mountain where her master practiced was separate from theirs, but both were located on the third peak. So it did not take long for Chen to hasten to his master's abode. Master, it is I. May I enter? Chen called out. After a brief moment, his master's voice responded from within, come in. Although Mu Baishui was unsure of Chen's intentions, she welcomed him inside nonetheless. Chen promptly entered and bowed respectfully to her. What brings you here, my young disciple? Mu Baishui inquired, regarding Chen with curiosity. I have come to present a gift to my master, Chen replied. A gift for me? Mu Baishui chuckled, pondering what it could be. Given her status as a Yuan Dan realm cultivator, she surmised that whatever he offered might not be of much use to her. Nevertheless, it was the thought that counted. And she smiled at him. When Chen produced a spatial stone, Mu Baishui's expression shifted subtly. The spatial artifact he gifted her was the largest, with a capacity sufficient to encompass an entire mountain, even exceeding the size of her own cultivation cave. Thus, upon seeing the gift, Mu Baishui was momentarily taken aback. What is it that you seek from me in return? She speculated, suspecting that Chen had made some mistake and was now seeking her aid. No. This is simply a spatial artifact I obtained from the secret realm. The senior sister and junior sister both have one. So I thought it would be remiss not to present one to you as well, Chen clarified. Are you truly not seeking anything from me? If you are, you may speak freely. I will do my utmost to accommodate your request, Mu Baishui stated. Truly not. Chen hastily shook his head. Very well. If you choose not to speak now, the opportunity may soon vanish, Mu Baishui warned, her gaze fixed on him. I assure you, there is nothing. I simply refined several spatial stones, and I cannot possibly use so many artifacts myself. I thought to share them with you and my sisters. You wouldn't turn them away, would you? Chen smiled as he looked at her. How could I dare? Such treasures are not easily come by. Spatial artifacts are among the most coveted treasures in the Dayu dynasty. Your offering allows me to flaunt it before the peak masters. Thank you. Mu Baishui had never anticipated receiving such benefits from her disciple. Reflecting on the time after she had accepted Chen as her disciple, when she had neglected him for quite a while, she felt a twinge of regret. Upon witnessing his master accept the spatial artifact, Yi Chun felt a sense of relief. Master, may I share something with you? Yi Chun said, somewhat bashfully, as he gazed at Mu Baishui. Just speak your mind, without fidgeting like a timid maiden. Mu Baishui retorted, casting a sidelong glance at him. I believe you are aware that I have taken on a maid, Yi Chun remarked, looking toward Mu Baishui. In truth, she is a friend of mine named Qing Ro, he added. You need not explain such matters to me. If you wish to take her in, that is your prerogative, Mu Baishui replied. I would like to pass on the heart technique of our third peak to her. What do you think? Yi Chun inquired. This is your own affair. You may handle it as you see fit. With her response, Mu Baishui implicitly granted her consent, deeply moved by her words. Yi Chun expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master, before departing with a joyful heart. Watching him leave, Mu Baishui could not help but smile wryly and shake her head. Having been young herself, she discerned that Bai Ling Yi and Wen Ruyu both harbored feelings for Yi Chun. Chapter 179. Returning home, Mu Baishui truly could not fathom why so many women had fallen for Yi Chun. What was it about this lad that captivated them? While it was a matter of personal emotion, she was reluctant to interfere excessively, for even if she did, it would likely bear no fruit and might even yield adverse effects. Although Mu Baishui had ascended to the Yuan Dan realm, she dared not let her guard down for a moment. The evil sect had incurred substantial losses, yet so had their own Ling Shao Academy. In the wake of both parties being weakened, it was imperative for Ling Shao Academy to find ways to strengthen itself. Otherwise, should the evil sect launch another attack, they would be in dire straits. In the days that followed, Yi Chun dedicated himself to training. However, upon reaching the 6th level of the True Mansion, advancing further proved to be a formidable challenge. Previously, his elevation in rank had been facilitated by the absorption of a significant amount of malevolent blood energy. This dark energy, purified through the operations imparted by the Divine Phoenix Emperor, had seeped into his Dan Si, facilitating his ascension. The potency of that malevolent energy far surpassed the spiritual essence he now absorbed daily, as those vile sources had birthed sinister entities akin to the evil pearl. Each subsequent layer became increasingly arduous to ascend. Within Ling Shao Academy, among the peaks, the top 20 inner disciples outclassed him, each embodying the 6th level of the True Mansion, nearing the 8th or 9th level. Those who had attained the 7th level of the True Mansion or higher were ranked among the top 10. He had previously encountered Zhuo'er Fan, who was at the 9th level of the 7th realm, just a step away from reaching the 8th. His senior sister had now reached the 8th level of the 7th realm, slightly weaker than Zhuo'er Fan. Ascending to the 8th level of the True Mansion, and progressing beyond, could prove unattainable for some practitioners throughout their lives. The continuous training left Yi Chun feeling somewhat bored. Now that he had established stability at Ling Shao Academy, he recalled his promise to Yi Chun to bring her over once things settled. Thus, he yearned to return home for a visit. He shared this thought with Qing Ro, as they both hailed from Qingyang City. Upon hearing this, Qing Ro nodded eagerly. She too longed for home, having not returned for several years. Given the opportunity to go back, she was excited at the prospect of seeing her parents. All right, let us return home, Yi Chun declared to Qing Ro. She leaped with joy, overwhelmed with anticipation to see her mother and father. Since they were to embark on this journey home, it was not appropriate to sneak away. They must inform their master. Only with her consent could Yi Chun proceed. Atop the mountain, a dense aura of spiritual energy enveloped the surroundings as Mu Baishui wielded her sword. With a sweep of her blade, vast expanses of spiritual essence were dispersed. Since entering the Yuan Dan realm, her mastery of spiritual power had vastly improved. She maintained a daily routine of morning training. Today, she once again engaged in her morning practice, feeling a notable improvement in her swordsmanship, perhaps on the verge of comprehending the 18th form of the Long Sky Thunder. Currently, she could only master up to the 17th form, and advancing further seemed an arduous task. At that moment, she sensed an aura approaching from behind. Retracting her sword, she cast her gaze toward the foot of the mountain and saw Yi Chun swiftly making his way towards her. Mu Baishui was perplexed, unsure of Yi Chun's intentions. Had he not just visited her a couple of days ago? Why was he here again today? Master, I have found you, Yi Chun exclaimed with a smile as he approached Mu Baishui. What brings you here today? Mu Baishui inquired, her curiosity piqued. I wish to return home for a brief visit. It has been quite a while since I last went back, so I wanted to inform you. Yi Chun conveyed his message. Very well, I understand. Mu Baishui nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Master, Chen said, his face lighting up with joy. He had not anticipated such a smooth exchange. Just as he was about to depart, Bai Lingyi suddenly appeared from the side. Master, I also want to accompany Chen down the mountain. I wish to see his home, Bai Lingyi declared. This girl had been trailing Chen all along. Wherever he went, she followed. You cannot go, Mu Baishui replied firmly, shaking her head. Why not? I want to go, Bai Lingyi protested. Staying on the mountain is quite dull. I want to wander down the mountain with my junior brother. Her playful demeanor proved futile. Your essence is severely damaged, and you are confined to the third peak for a year to curb your frivolous nature and focus on your cultivation. It appears you have not learned your lesson. Do you wish for me to extend your confinement for another year? Mu Baishui replied coldly to Bai Lingyi. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingyi shook her head vigorously, indicating her reluctance to face such a consequence. Hurry back and diligently continue your cultivation, Mu Baishui commanded. Reluctantly, Bai Lingyi retreated, feeling quite dissatisfied. After returning, Chen quickly packed a few essentials, knowing he would return and not needing to bring too much, as his spatial treasure could accommodate many items. Qingro, are you ready? Chen called out. Yes. Qingro soon emerged from her training chamber, her face brimming with joy at the prospect of returning home. How do you feel about going back? Chen asked with a smile. I'm very happy. I can finally see my father and mother. Qingro replied. The two joyfully exited the cave, while Bai Lingyi, standing outside, glared at them. Seeing Chen and Qingro emerge together, she inquired, Are you bringing your maidservant down the mountain with you? Bai Lingyi expressed her irritation with an indignant tone. Indeed. Chen nodded in response. What do you intend to do? Bai Lingyi placed her hands on her hips, her demeanor reflecting her vexation. Nothing in particular. We are simply returning home. Qingro and I hail from the same place, and we were both chosen to attend the Lingxiao Academy, Chen explained. I shall return to my home, and she to hers. Chen continued. Yet, Bai Lingyi remained agitated. Witnessing her displeasure, Chen felt a sense of helplessness. Very well. You may all depart, leaving me to languish in solitude, Bai Lingyi remarked. What do you mean by solitude? I am not leaving for good. I will merely visit home and return shortly. Besides, our senior sister and master are still at the peak, Chen stated, genuinely perplexed by Bai Lingyi's sentiments. Now go, little junior sister. Focus on your cultivation and mend your fractured essence as soon as possible. Elevate your realm promptly, Chen kindly advised. Chapter 180. Feng Xingyao. Upon hearing Chen's words, Bai Lingyi gently nodded her head, helplessly watching as Chen and Qingro gradually receded into the distance. Meanwhile, at the summit of a nearby mountain, senior sister Wen Ruyu observed the pair's departure with a slight furrow in her brow, feeling a pang of sorrow deep within her heart. After descending from the third peak, Chen initially intended to rent a flying spirit vessel for his return. However, the costs associated with such a round trip proved to be exorbitant. Consequently, he opted instead to procure 2 fiery steeds, which were comparatively more affordable, costing just over 10,000 spirit coins. In contrast, a flying vessel would have set him back at least 100,000 spirit coins. The two of them rode the fiery steeds, embarking on a journey that spanned 2 days and 1 night. Along the way, they marveled at the diverse landscapes of various towns, ultimately arriving at Qingyang City early on the 3rd day. At last, we have returned, Qingro murmured. Inhaling the familiar air and gazing at the well-known streets, a wave of nostalgia washing over her. The presence of family made all the difference. Without them, perhaps Chen would have chosen not to return, having promised to bring Chanxi to the Lingxiao Academy once everything was settled. It was now time to fulfill that commitment. As Chen traversed the familiar streets, he noticed some minor changes, but overall, Qingyang City remained largely unchanged. Some of the city's younger residents greeted him warmly upon sighting him. I'll head back home first, Qingro said as they reached a fork leading to her house. All right, Chen replied, waving farewell to her. After she nodded and swiftly dashed towards her home, Chen also made his way in the direction of his own residence. However, just as he passed a street corner, he heard a familiar commotion emanating from an alleyway. Trying to leave, are we? A young man, appearing to be in his 20s, blocked a young woman's path. I truly did not mean to. You bumped into me and broke my belongings. Why should I compensate you? The woman spoke with evident panic, while the young man, emboldened and arrogant, was flanked by several followers. The woman in question was none other than Ye Yuyao of the Yi family. I spent 500,000 spirit stones on that Earth-grade spirit treasure, the river and mountain scroll. You say it was an accident, and that should suffice? I have already given you a month to gather the funds, and now the time is up. If you do not repay me, I will have no choice." A cruel smile crept across the young man's face. "What will you do?" A voice interjected from behind the young man. Having encountered such a situation, Chen felt compelled to investigate further. The young man turned to face him, and Ye Yuyao's gaze also shifted toward Chen. "Young master, you have finally returned. Please, save me." Tears streamed down Ye Yuyao's face. As she spoke, she broke free from their grasp and rushed to Chen's side. "Young master, could it be that you are Chen?" The assailant cast a derisive glance at Chen. "Indeed, I am," Chen replied, bewildered. "What on earth is happening? Who is this young man, and why is he obstructing you?" Ye Yuyao then recounted the entire saga to Chen. It turned out that this young man was none other than the son of the newly appointed city lord, Shao Chengzhu Feng Xingyao. A month prior, during an auction that Ye Yuyao attended, Feng Xingyao was also present. He had accused Ye Yuyao of colliding with him, claiming she had damaged a low-grade spiritual artifact he had just acquired, when in reality, she had merely caused a slight dent on it. Given that it was a low-grade spiritual treasure, it could not be deemed broken so easily. Feng Xingyao had clearly orchestrated the incident. This was nothing short of a conspiracy. Subsequently, he demanded Ye Yuyao compensate him with 500,000 spirit coins, alleging the need for repairs on the artifact. With no such sum at her disposal, Feng Xingyao's henchman confronted her today, insisting that lacking the spirit coins would necessitate her becoming his concubine. Ye Yuyao, being a member of the esteemed Yi family, could not possibly acquiesce to such humiliation. Naturally, she refused, leading to the series of altercations that Chen had encountered earlier. Originally, the head of the Zhao family was the lord of Qingyang City, but following a series of events, the position had become vacant until a few months ago, when the Diyu dynasty appointed a new lord. Upon his arrival, the young lord engaged in numerous scandalous affairs, causing considerable turmoil. Recently, he had taken an interest in Ye Yuyao's beauty and devised a scheme to tarnish her reputation by orchestrating the damage to his spiritual treasure. He would never admit that all of this was a deliberate act on his part. Faced with the arrogant and domineering Feng Xingyao, Chen remained unfazed. "You instigated this conflict. I will not pay you 500,000 spirit coins. Leave at once, and let this matter be resolved," Chen declared. Ye Yuyao felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude that Chen stood by her side at this moment. Despite having previously caused him distress, she was still a member of the Yi family, and he had not held it against her. Now that she faced adversity, Chen was willing to lend her a helping hand. However, upon hearing Chen's words, Feng Xingyao's expression turned icy. "Chen, it seems you are unaware of who I truly am. I advise you to refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you, lest you put your life in jeopardy," Feng Xingyao replied coldly. "Ye Yuyao is one of us from the Yi family. This is not merely a trivial matter. Your petty schemes cannot deceive me. You claim your low-grade spiritual treasure is damaged? I can repair it. Present it to me, and I shall fix it," Chen said. Addressing Feng Xingyao, "Who do you think you are to speak to the young lord in such a manner? Do you know who stands behind our lord of the city? It is none other than the esteemed Heavenly Path sect, a force not to be trifled with. Those who recognize their place should obediently allow our young master to take Ye Yuyao away. Otherwise, you shall each find yourselves in dire straits." The sycophants surrounding Feng Xingyao spoke arrogantly at that moment. How audacious for mere lapdogs to be so brazen. "To me, the young lord is nothing more than a trifling nuisance. You have underestimated the Yi family and provoked the wrong individuals," Chen stated coldly. Upon hearing Chen's words, Feng Xingyao's gaze turned icy. "You insolent wretch, since you refuse to heed my warning, do not blame me for being unrelenting. Offending me is a sin that cannot be forgiven. Attack." With a sweeping gesture, Feng Xingyao commanded. Those sycophants, eager to showcase their prowess and earn favor in front of Feng Xingyao, were already itching to teach Chen a lesson. Chapter 181. A crushing blow to Lord Feng Shaocheng upon witnessing their charging approach. Ye Yuyao promptly cautioned, "Young master, be careful." However, dealing with such insignificant adversaries was an effortless task for Chen, requiring little exertion on his part. Presently, Chen had reached the 6th level of the true mansion realm. Although he had chosen to maintain a low profile since his arrival, subtly concealing his true prowess. He appeared to be merely at the first level of the 5th tier. Nevertheless, confronting the lackeys wielded by Feng Xingyao was still a trivial matter. With a mere flick of his wrist, Yi Chun unleashed a surge of spiritual energy that manifested as a stream of light, directly impacting these minions. One by one, they were sent flying by the powerful spiritual radiance. Witnessing this spectacle, Feng Xingyao was undeniably astonished. His subordinates, each possessing considerable strength, were utterly vanquished by a single move from Yi Chun. Standing nearby, Ye Yuyao was equally incredulous. "Young master, you've become remarkably strong," she exclaimed, her admiration evident. "It's nothing," Yi Chun replied with a smile and a nod. "Brat, dare you oppose me? I shall unleash my full power now. When I do, my subordinates will show no mercy. If you have any sense, you will kneel before me and admit your faults. Perhaps I might spare your life," Feng Xingyao boasted arrogantly. Accustomed to intimidation, believing that such threats would compel Yi Chun to submit in fear. Yet, Yi Chun regarded this bravado with indifference. "The quality of your subordinates reflects your own. You are unworthy to be my opponent," Yi Chun declared. "You, a mere 5th-tier true mansion cultivator, exhibit such arrogance. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, revealing that there are always greater powers beyond your ken." With that, Feng Xingyao lunged forward, swiftly closing the distance to Yi Chun and delivering a fierce palm strike. Admittedly, this attack was formidable. On the surface, Feng Xingyao's cultivation appeared superior to Yi Chun's. Being a 7th-level true mansion cultivator sent by the Dayu dynasty, naturally possessing formidable strength, the disparity in their realms was substantial, a difference of 10 levels. Akin to a gulf of 10 minor realms. How could Yi Chun possibly contend with such an opponent, even if he stood idle? Relying solely on the barrier woven from his ambient spiritual energy, Feng Xingyao would find it impossible to shatter. "Is that so? Since you proclaim yourself so formidable, allow me to witness your prowess." Yi Chun stood resolutely, gazing at Feng Xingyao with an air of indifference. Feng Xingyao found Yi Chun's condescending demeanor utterly detestable. Without hesitation, he unleashed his most potent attack, brandishing his sword as he lunged toward Yi Chun. As Yi Chun faced the opponent's extraordinarily sharp strike, he merely smiled calmly, remaining motionless in his place. "What does this mean, waiting for death?" Feng Xingyao laughed heartily. However, as the sword came down upon Yi Chun, a series of barriers illuminated around him. Feng Xingyao found himself unable to break through the defenses before Yi Chun. This astonished him greatly. "Be sensible and get lost. Do not provoke the Yi family again," Yi Chun said coldly. Seeing the icy glare in Yi Chun's eyes, Feng Xingyao was filled with rage and charged at him once more. "This time, I won't hold back." As he spoke, Yi Chun swung his sword. Although he did not unleash his full strength, only half of it, Feng Xingyao was sent flying as if he were a burst bag, spitting out blood, his meridians shattered, his complexion as pale as death. Feng Xingyao stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was witnessing. He could not fathom that he had been defeated so easily, especially by a single strike from Yi Chun that left him in such a state. "Hurry and leave," Yi Chun shouted coldly. Feng Xingyao's subordinates scrambled to their feet, hastily escorting him away. Once they had finally departed, Yi Chun nonchalantly walked towards the Yi family's direction. Yet, this scene filled Ye Yuyao with immense concern. She quickly ran in front of Yi Chun. "Young master, I apologize for the past. However, you have stirred up significant trouble this time. This is the son of the city lord, and Feng Changzhu is also a disciple of the Tianta sect, which is no less powerful than the Lingxiao Academy. What shall we do if they seek revenge?" Ye Yuyao expressed her worries. "Fear not, for I am here," Yi Chun reassured her. Ye Yuyao wished to say more, but Yi Chun turned and walked towards the entrance of the Yi family. Upon arriving home, he coincidentally encountered Elder Yi Yu. "Young master, you have finally returned. We have missed you dearly," Elder Yi Yu said with a beaming smile. He then summoned several people to gather around. Yi Chun felt uncomfortable with such attention and requested everyone to disperse. Once they had left, only Elder San and Elder Wu remained by his side. They hurriedly pulled Yi Chun into a corner. "Thank goodness you're back. Quickly reclaim the position of family head. In your absence of over a year, the elder has taken over the role, and he has already allied himself with numerous members of the family. Young master, if you do not act soon, the Yi family will truly fall into his hands. This is not what we wish to see." Elder San and Elder Wu spoke fervently. Yi Chun comprehended their concerns. "I must return to the Lingxiao Academy. It is likely that I shall visit less frequently in the future. This time, I have merely set aside some moments to pay a visit. If the great elder wishes to assume the position, let him do so, Leaf Chen remarked nonchalantly. At present, Leaf Chun is eager to depart with Leaf Chanchi, for apart from her, there is little left in the Leaf family that he holds dear. Meanwhile, the great elder quickly received the news of Leaf Chen's return. What? Leaf Chen has returned. This rascal, could he be intending to usurp my position as the family head? Leaf Quan mused. I have only just secured my place as head of the family, and I shall not yield it to a junior. Subsequently, Leaf Quan dispatched subordinates to monitor Leaf Chen's every move. It must be said, Leaf Chen's sudden return caused a jolt of unease within Leaf Quan, who feared that matters might take a turn for the worse. After all, Leaf Chen had been diligently cultivating at the Lingxiao Academy, and upon his return, he had undoubtedly made significant advancements in strength. Should Leaf Chen forcibly seek the position of family head, the great elder might find it difficult to obstruct him. Chapter 182. The disappearance of my aunt. Moreover, there were still numerous individuals within the Yi family who supported Yi Chun, leaving him in a state of overwhelming anxiety. Although the third elder and fifth elder had been persistently urging him, Yi Chen's thoughts were solely consumed by Yi Chanchi. Upon arriving at her residence and stepping inside, he was met with an unsettling emptiness. Yi Chanchi was nowhere to be found. This sight filled Yi Chun with dread. Where is Yi Chanchi? He turned to the third and fifth elders, who were now rendered silent. Observing their demeanor, Yi Chun realized that something must have transpired, explaining her absence. Speak! Yi Chun exclaimed loudly. Yi Chanchi has been taken away. The third elder finally spoke after a moment of hesitation. Yi Chun was left in a state of confusion. Taken away? By whom? He pondered, as Yi Chanchi had no known enemies. He had instructed her to remain low-key and focus on her cultivation, waiting for his return. Yet, now that he had arrived, she was gone, leaving him heartbroken. She was taken by a mysterious cultivator, the fifth elder admitted, unable to keep the information concealed any longer. A mysterious cultivator? Who is that? Yi Chen inquired, his heart racing with unease. All we know is that she is a woman. We attempted to intervene, but even her single strike was beyond our capability. She must be a Yuan Dan or even a more formidable being. She claimed that Yi Chanchi possesses an exceptionally rare bloodline talent. What bloodline it was, I cannot recall, but ultimately, she took her away. Likely intending to take Yi Chanchi as her apprentice, the fifth elder explained. How long ago was she taken? Yi Chen pressed on. Over half a year, the third elder replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen understood that retrieving Yi Chanchi and bringing her to Lingxiao Academy was now an impossible endeavor. Though his heart ached with sorrow, he recognized the futility of the situation and could only hope that the mysterious woman would treat Yi Chanchi kindly. Yi Chun felt a surge of self-reproach, lamenting that had he returned sooner, he might have been able to rescue Yi Chanchi. Just as he was engulfed in self-loathing, a thunderous crash echoed from outside, as if the door had been shattered. What is happening? Yi Chen glanced at the third elder and fifth elder. We do not know. Let us investigate, the fifth elder urged. With that, the two elders swiftly moved forward, and Yi Chun had no choice but to follow them towards the entrance. Moments later, they reached the doorway, only to find the Yi family gate in ruins, with a cold-faced middle-aged man standing amidst the debris. Who has harmed my son? Step forward, commanded the man, appearing to be in his 40s, yet his true age was indeterminate, for he was a practitioner. Upon entering, his cold gaze swept over his surroundings. At the entrance of the Yi family, a considerable number of Yi clan members had already gathered. Bystanders paused to observe the unfolding scene. Isn't that the lord of the city? Murmured the crowd, sensing the Yi family's impending doom for having offended him. The lord of the city had been personally dispatched by the great Yu dynasty, and it was said that Feng, the city lord, was a disciple of the Celestial Path sect, his strength unfathomable. Whispers echoed around them. Beside city lord Feng Tan stood a sycophant who had previously accompanied Feng Xingyao. Spotting Yi Chun, he exclaimed, "It is this brat who shattered the young lord's meridians." Feng Tan's gaze turned towards Yi Chun, brimming with murderous intent. Just as he was about to strike, the eldest elder, Yi Quan, hurriedly emerged, flustered. Your Excellency, I apologize for failing to greet you properly. What has transpired to incite such wrath? He implored, his face a mask of contrition. What is it you do not understand? Feng Tan retorted. This boy has grievously injured my son, leaving several of his meridians destroyed. Will you take responsibility for this? He showed no regard for the elder's position. Yi Quan nodded eagerly. The troubles wrought by the Yi family shall be addressed by me. With a fierce countenance, the elder advanced towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you return only to cause such chaos. As the head of the Yi family, I command you to apologize to City Lord Feng immediately. Do you understand? With a cold demeanor, Yi Quan directed his words at Yi Chen. Yi Chen regarded the elder's arrogance with a calm smile. You command me? Do you possess the authority to do so? He replied. Whether I have the authority or not is irrelevant. I am now the head of the Yi family. As a member of this clan, you must heed my orders. The elder glared at Yi Chen icily. Is it merely the 5th level of the true mansion realm that has inflated your ego? He scoffed. Today, you shall learn who the true master of the Yi family is. Turning to Feng Tan, he reassured, Fear not, my lord. I shall discipline this boy and ensure he provides you with an explanation. The Grand Elder exhibited an obsequious demeanor towards Lord Feng. Observing the Grand Elder's sycophantic behavior, Yi Chen could not help but feel a surge of disdain. The head of the Yi family had never comported himself in such a manner. Should the Yi family entrust him with leadership, the trajectory of their future would remain uncertain. Thus, Yi Chen resolutely opposed the notion of allowing the Grand Elder to assume the role of head of the Yi family. Very well, I shall grant you some time. Should you perform admirably, I may indeed consider solidifying your position as the head of the Yi family. Furthermore, there will be a place for you at the City Lord's Manor, and you may visit frequently. I could even recommend you as a registered disciple of the Heavenly Path sect, Lord Feng remarked with a smile directed at Yi Quan. Upon hearing this, Yi Quan's face lit up with excitement. Excellent, excellent. I am deeply grateful for your kind intentions, Lord Feng. I shall teach this brat a lesson right away. As he spoke, Yi Quan strode purposefully towards Yi Chen. You insolent wretch, do you not hasten to apologize to Lord Feng? How dare you injure the young city lord? You truly possess the audacity of a bear and the heart of a leopard. Yi Quan admonished sternly. Chapter 183. Lord Feng arrives. Upon hearing Yi Quan's words, Yi Chen felt a surge of anger, yet he refrained from displaying it. To his astonishment, the esteemed elder of the Yi clan was willing to act as a sycophant for Lord Feng. Such lack of integrity was unbecoming of the Yi family. I hereby declare that you are no longer the head of the Yi family, Yi Chen remarked coldly to Yi Quan. At this proclamation, Yi Quan's gaze turned icer. You insolent brat, do you truly believe you hold any significance? He retorted, preparing to teach Yi Chen a lesson as spiritual energy surged in his palm. However, Yi Chen regarded Yi Quan's seemingly formidable strike as trivial. Although Yi Quan had long attained the true mansion realm, he was still no match for Yi Chen, who concealed his true strength. With a swift motion, Yi Quan unleashed a palm strike, creating a whirlwind of energy directed at Yi Chen. Yet, Yi Chen merely waved his hand lightly, revealing little power, effortlessly blocking the fierce attack. The onlookers were left bewildered, having witnessed Yi Chen neutralize Yi Quan's assault without apparent effort. You are too weak, Yi Chen declared, countering with a palm strike of his own. Yi Quan attempted to defend himself, but Yi Chen's force shattered his defenses, sending him hurtling backward as he coughed up blood and lost consciousness. The surrounding crowd erupted in gasps of shock, including the 3rd and 5th elders, who were left speechless. Even Lord Feng regarded Yi Chen with a newfound seriousness. Yi Chen, however, maintained an air of indifference as his gaze met Lord Feng's. Your son is a scourge. You should return home and manage him properly. I have merely incapacitated a few of his meridians. Sparing his dantian was a mercy. Do not mistake my kindness for weakness, he admonished Lord Feng. Hearing this, Lord Feng's expression grew increasingly frigid. Boy, are you challenging my authority? You have harmed my son, and there will be consequences, regardless of who you are, he stated ominously. Is that so? Then come forth and show me your prowess. I invite you to unleash your full capabilities, Yi Chen replied boldly. Very well. You have chosen your own path to destruction. Do not blame others, Lord Feng said with a chilling demeanor. Having devoted his life to cultivation, he had reached the 7th layer of the true mansion realm, confident that no one in the humble Qingyang city could rival him. Furthermore, with Yi Chen appearing so youthful, Lord Feng dismissed him as merely possessing a few tricks. With a cold glare, Lord Feng suddenly sprang into action, moving like lightning and launching a fierce assault. In the face of Lord Feng's relentless onslaught, Yi Chun remained composed and ready to respond. Several times, Lord Feng believed he was on the verge of triumph. Yet, Yi Chun effortlessly evaded his advances. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Lord Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated Yi Chun's formidable prowess, which allowed him to consistently thwart such intense assaults. Despite his astonishment, Lord Feng was acutely aware that Yi Chun's cultivation was inferior to his own. He resolved to grit his teeth and diligently confront this young man, wear him down, and soon enough, Yi Chun would yield. With this mindset, he proceeded accordingly, convinced that he would soon gain the upper hand. With a thunderous crash, he unleashed another strike, shattering one of the houses belonging to the Yi family. He followed this with successive blows, unleashing a barrage of attacks that filled the air with dust and debris. At this rate, it seemed that Lord Feng would reduce dozens of houses to rubble. Despite his current arrogance, Yi Chun was determined to render Lord Feng's bravado ineffective. Lord Feng's spiritual energy was depleting rapidly, on the verge of exhaustion. Observing this, Yi Chun remained unperturbed, countering with a measured approach. He would block if possible, and retreat if necessary. Under this strategy, Lord Feng's spiritual energy dwindled significantly. Initially, he had presumed that Yi Chun's energy would deplete faster due to his lower cultivation level. However, to his astonishment, Yi Chun remained resilient, akin to an indomitable insect, leaving Lord Feng at his wit's end. If this trend continued, it would be Lord Feng who ultimately faced defeat. In a desperate attempt to stabilize his strength, Lord Feng consumed a significant quantity of pills, yet to Yi Chun, this was merely a drop in the bucket. Your cultivation may be superior, but your foundation is unstable, Yi Chun remarked with a mocking tone. Your level is merely built upon a mountain of pills, far inferior to mine. Infuriated by Yi Chun's words, Lord Feng could only seethe in frustration, impotent to retaliate. Enough. Just admit your mistake, Yi Chun urged Lord Feng. With a cold sneer, Lord Feng glared at Yi Chun, his expression icy. You are merely endowed with abundant spiritual energy. However, the chasm between us cannot be bridged. Since you choose to be so unyielding, do not blame me for being ruthless. Unleash your grand moves. Feel free to hold nothing back, Yi Chun retorted nonchalantly. Unfazed, Lord Feng rummaged through his storage bag and swiftly produced a mid-grade spirit sword of the Xiantier. This sword will suffice to eliminate you, he declared boastfully. A mere mid-grade spirit sword? What are you so arrogant about? Yi Chun scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. You possess them, why not display them? The city Lord Feng was incredulous that Yi Chun could produce a mid-grade mystic sword. Such a blade could be acquired only with tens of thousands of spirit stones, a sum Yi Chun was hardly likely to possess. What is this? He probed into the storage pouch. Yi Chun subsequently retrieved 4 or 5 mid-grade mystic swords, all of which he had forged previously. Upon witnessing this scene, City Lord Feng was rendered utterly speechless. Then, Yi Chun reached into the storage pouch once more, producing a superior grade mystic sword. At this sight, City Lord Feng found himself at a loss for words. So, do you wish to compete in weaponry? Yi Chun inquired, gazing at City Lord Feng. The latter felt somewhat embarrassed. He had not anticipated that Yi Chun would possess such an abundance of high-quality weapons. I suspect, young man, that these items are pilfered. Are they not? What a disgrace it would be to present stolen goods, City Lord Feng taunted.